Cuckoo cuckoo. As the morning sun rose, the crisp birdsong heralded a new day. On the sparsely populated Sanyang Street, Chen An downed a bowl of steaming corn porridge in a noisy gulp. Uncle Liam off to school. The breakfast stall owner stuck half his flour-dusted head out of the kitchen, his smiling face exceptionally festive. "I'll congratulate you in advance on passing your thesis defense." Chen An gave a wry smile. "Let's hope so." He scanned the code to pay, mounted his bike, and wobbled off toward Yuancheng University of Technology. It had been 4 years since his transmigration. He had no cheat like golden finger, no background or connections. The only thing he possessed was a mind that was still reasonably sharp. A quiet life like this is actually pretty good. After graduation, I'll go to the observatory, work hard for 10 years, get promoted, and get a raise. My life would be fairly complete. Half an hour later at the school gate, Chen An parked the public bicycle in the designated area, took out his printed thesis, and studied it carefully, simulating the defense process in his mind. The title of his thesis was "The Intrinsic Correlation Between the Sun's Recent Irregular Oscillations and the Frequent Natural Disasters on Zixing." I've worked on this topic for more than a year. I can't just overturn it and start over because of a few casual words from my advisor. He was a clever person, yet not quite clever enough. Any other student would have simply scrapped it, picked an easy topic, and written a perfunctory thesis just to get by. But before he transmigrated, he had been a top student, famous for his meticulousness, and after arriving in this world, he naturally retained that trait. Observational data does not lie. If the sun continues to oscillate at its current rhythm, Zixing really will collapse. The planet beneath his feet was called Zixing, yet its data was similar to the Earth he had come from before his transmigration, and could be compared 1-to-1. "Hey, what's going to collapse?" A pleasant fragrance suddenly wafted over, followed by a large hand that wrapped around his shoulder. That hand had originally aimed for his waist, but considering the crowd at the school gate, its target had been temporarily adjusted. "I'm the one who'll collapse. What kind of bizarre perfume is that?" Chen An turned his head, his eyes full of disdain. The girl was 1.80 meters tall, her delicate face bearing a kind and intelligent smile like a mother's affection for her child. So convincing it felt utterly real. "Have you had breakfast? I brought you some. Don't be nervous during the defense today. Just treat those professors like wooden dummies and don't embarrass me." Chen An really wanted to slide tackle her with a full 360-degree sweep. "Is it that your period's late this month? Let me state in advance that night wasn't me taking the initiative. You're responsible for your own actions. You know I'm a boring guy spending all day with data until I've turned into an idiot. After graduation, I'll be going to the observatory. That place is monotonous and dull, totally not your thing. Besides, I already have a goddess, and I'll win her heart after graduation." "You? Li AI, right? You sure you can handle her? It's not like I'm forcing you to marry me. We're just having a bit of fun. Better you get the advantage than anyone else. Hey, have you been secretly working out?" The girl's name was Zi Shu, a star athlete from the Sports Institute. She had represented the university at the national games, crushing her peers with stunning results, and had already been informally selected for the national team. She was expected to have a chance at next year's Olympics. Bantering all the way, Zishu escorted Chen An into the teaching building where the defense was about to begin. The sun's oscillations are irregular, and may be related to extrastellar particle storms whose intensity has increased markedly. I have analyzed 30,000 earthquakes of magnitude 4 and above on Zixing over the past 6 months, 2,000 volcanic eruptions of magnitude 2 and above, as well as tsunamis and typhoons. All of them correspond precisely to the sun's oscillations. According to my mathematical model, if the current oscillation rhythm continues, Zixing may undergo severe crustal deformation within 100 years, and could even experience mantle upwelling. In conclusion, I arrive at one result: Zixing will explode within 500 years. At these words, the entire panel of professors exchanged glances with one another. The department chair glanced at the balding old man beside him, whose face had darkened, and said with a smile, "Your student is quite insightful. His logic is strong and the data is beautifully done, just far too fanciful. Why not just let it pass?" Li Deguang slapped the table twice and barked at Chen An. "Where is your solid, detailed data? Guesswork, guesswork. The whole paper is nothing but conjecture. If this thesis got out, people would laugh at us. I told you long ago to change direction, but you refused to listen. Anyway, you're not passing with me. With your ability, rewriting a new thesis within half a month is easy. Wait for the second chance." This outcome was beyond Chen An's expectations. 2 months earlier, he had accidentally walked in on the old man Li groping a female student. From that moment on, Li Deguang had looked at Chen An with nothing but hostility. Chen An had applied to change advisors, but the deadline had already passed. After leaving the classroom, he saw a pair of beautiful legs blocking his chest. Who else could it be but Zi Shu? "Want me to whack that old man over the head tonight?" Her stunning face wore a roguish look. It seemed she'd done plenty of bad things in her time. "Keep your voice down, don't do anything rash. If you mess up, you might not graduate. TCH, I'm getting a guaranteed recommendation anyway. Come on, I'll treat you to milk tea and we'll call your buddies over too. By the way, you said Zixing will explode. Were you serious? On the way out of the teaching building, Chen An patiently explained his research findings to her in detail. Zishu was an interesting woman. She clearly hated physics, yet as long as Chen An was the one explaining, she could always listen with great interest and even draw inferences beyond what he said. Since it's going to explode, shouldn't we seize the day and enjoy ourselves? How about I come over to your place tonight? Just for fun, no strings attached. Conversations with her always veered off course. Chen An was already used to it. Sure, I don't mind. Before he could finish, a man and a woman walked toward them from ahead. The man was handsome and dashing. The woman's heavy makeup looked affected and contrived. Chen and I have a boyfriend now. Let's keep our distance from now on. I'm afraid Brother Shang will get the wrong idea. Chen An had thought he might feel some emotional turmoil, yet in reality he did not. The woman Li Ai was a junior he knew. She had originally been rather pure and cute, but after being steeped in the scene in and outside the university for 2 years, she had gradually gone from Li Ai to Li Yuan. They had never had a deep relationship. They had simply spent enough time together to be misunderstood by outsiders. Kids, stop pestering her from now on, got it? Fang Shang was very tall and covered in designer brands, lacking only the price tags hanging off them so strangers would not miss the point. Chen An smiled faintly, shook his head, and brushed past them. A transmigrator should not be a fool ruled by his loins. He must always make sound judgments and know how to discard what is dross. Hey, does your heart hurt? It's okay, my chest is broad enough. Lean on it. Chen An glanced at her. It was indeed quite broad. The memory of how it had felt that night was still vivid. Let me go on about my thesis. I'll tell you exactly how Zixing will explode. It's a wonderful story. As his voice gradually receded, Yuanchang University of Technology was slowly submerged beneath the sunlight. At that very moment, 200 million kilometers away, the sun seemed to have installed a super engine erupting into a violent oscillation. When the tremors reached a certain threshold, the sun could no longer contract back and began to expand madly in all directions. A colossal solar wind swept outwards, surging towards Zixing at a ferocious speed. Thump, thump, thump. The pale violet planet quivered faintly like a slumbering beast gradually awakening. Use your ultimate, damn it, use your ultimate. Screw you, you idiot. If you don't know how to play, then don't steal my ADC. Baby, I'll come see you tonight. Take a shower and wait for me, okay, Mua? Old Chun, why are you still working on your thesis? In dorm room 451, Chen An was being bombarded by the voices of his 3 roommates, right beside his ears, yet he still managed to remain composed, devoting his whole mind to thinking about his problem. The roommate who spoke was named Liang Yu. His thin, frail frame barely carried any flesh, yet he was a top student who had been recommended directly to Kyoto University. Chen An replied, "Once I revise it, I'll publish it directly. If it gains recognition internationally, I really can't be bothered whether the university approves it or not." "You're not planning to graduate anymore?" Yang Yuan, who had just ended his call, put down his phone, his shiny bald head gleaming like a light bulb. This guy was a rich second generation who had inherited not only his father's philandering habits, but also the glorious family gene of baldness. The other roommate playing games was named Yu Guan, with a standard square face and a towering height of 1.9 meters. Gaming was not his true passion. He only played now because he had nothing better to do. In truth, it was not that his teammates were weak. He himself was simply terrible, so no one in the dorm was willing to suffer with him. Of course I'll graduate. I still have a few discarded drafts. I can just casually revise one of them. Old Lee can't possibly screw me over twice, so otherwise he won't be able to explain himself to the department leaders. Yang Yuan grinned. Old Bald Lee must have eaten a leopard's gall if he dares provoke our great physicist. Old Chun, don't wimp out, go head-to-head with him. Once you're famous in the future, I'll hire 99 bodyguards to clear the way as we make a circuit of the campus, then we'll throw your thesis right in that old guy's face. Yu Guan joined in as well, offering comprehensive all-around blessings toward Li Deguang. Ha! Old Chun, what kind of thesis are you working on? The explosion of purple star. Liang Yu glanced at it, finding it rather strange. Chen An went over the explanation he had previously given to Zishu, repeating it for them. Yet unlike Zishu, they had nowhere near her patience. Halfway through they were already nodding off with drowsy expressions. Old Chun, that was a good explanation. The data sounds very fitting, although I didn't understand a single word. If Purple Star really is going to explode, should we start preparing survival supplies in advance? Prepare for survival, my ass. If Purple Star explodes, where could you flee to? Mars? Besides, the explosion won't happen for another 500 years. By then, even our ashes will have long been scattered. Suddenly Yang Yuan, who had been on the balcony making a call, let out a sharp scream and called to Chen An. I remember you said in your thesis that the precursor to Purple Star's explosion is the sun's expansion, right? Chen An said, that's right. The sun's oscillations grow increasingly intense, and in roughly 300 years, it will undergo irreversible expansion. The observable phenomenon is that to our eyes the sun will appear larger and larger, and the surface temperature will keep rising until everyone is roasted alive. You should come and see if it's the same as what you described. Chen An hurried out to the balcony, lifted his gaze toward the sky, and saw that the formerly small sun had become incomparably gigantic. What is going on? Astronomical observations indicate that the sun has undergone intense oscillations. The temperature of Purple Star will rise by at least 10 degrees in the near future. All citizens are advised to shelter in basements or places with water. All trains are to enter stations and cease operations. All aircraft are to make the nearest possible landing. A solar wind is about to strike the planet's surface. With deep regret, scientists at the International Astronomical Observatory have confirmed that this solar oscillation is irreversible, and that the sun will continue to expand indefinitely until Purple Star is crushed. In dorm 451, the roommates looked at Chen, and as though they were gazing upon an immortal descended to the mortal world. Old Chen, you really are an immortal in disguise, aren't you? Tell me it's not real, that this is all just a joke. Liang Yu was scared senseless. Chen An sighed. Although I don't know what unexpected accident has occurred, reality shows that the explosion of Purple Star, which should have been 500 years in the future, has been brought forward. Everyone, if you have family, hurry and say your goodbyes. We have at most 3 hours of survival left. The high temperatures will roast us alive. Hearing him speak of it with such nonchalance made the others' scalps crawl with terror. After remaining dazed for a long while, Yang Yuan was the first to call his father, while Liang Yu and Yu Guan also phoned home. Chen An pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts, only then remembering that he had no parents. For a transmigrator, having both parents deceased was almost a fundamental rule, and he was no exception. Moreover, because he had been immersed in scientific research all these years, he had hardly made any friends. To be honest, aside from the breakfast stall owner at the street corner, he only had these few roommates. Should I give Zishu a call? He dialed the number and the other side picked up. Chen An, is it true? Is Purple Star really going to explode? The always domineering Zishu actually spoke with a sob in her voice, and Chen An found it very unfamiliar. Don't worry, we won't suffer too much. Death will come quickly. We might not even be burned alive. The atmospheric pressure will probably crush us first. Sob. The way you put it makes the air feel so heavy. I can hardly breathe. Chen An, can you come find me? I'm at. Before she could finish, the signal abruptly cut off. Chen An said in a low voice, the solar wind is here. Booming roars echoed as an enormous particle storm, like a tangible hurricane, slammed violently into the surface of Purple Star. Those hiding indoors were still relatively safe, but anyone outside would be subjected to severe radiation with the slightest exposure. Shut all the doors and windows. Board them up with steel plates, blankets. Whatever we have. It'll help at least a little. However, as the violent tremors continued, cracks began to appear in the dormitory building. Chen An said, just as I suspected, some unknown force has disrupted the internal structure of Purple Star. Inside, frenzied fusion reactions are raging. In other words, our planet has become an already triggered hydrogen bomb, merely waiting for the moment of detonation. Yang Yuan roared, Old Chen, what are we supposed to do? Let's go downstairs. We can't just sit here and be crushed to death. Cries and howls echoed from all directions. It was hard to imagine that only 10 minutes earlier everything had been peaceful here. When they reached the ground floor, everyone was stunned. They saw that at some unknown time a number of trains had appeared suspended in midair, their doors slowly opening. Purple Star is about to explode. Passengers of Purple Star, please board the trains in an orderly fashion. This journey departs from the Purple Star system, with the first stop being Lioli continent. The mechanical voice spread across the entire globe, immediately triggering a furious frenzy. Old Chen, did you predict this as well? Yu Guan shouted. After a long moment with no response, he turned around only to find that Chen An was nowhere to be seen. Where did Old Chen go? Could he still be inside the building, not yet out? Hurry and look for him. Boom! The dormitory building collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust billowing into the sky. The trains have sent down spaceships. Could they be here to pick us up? Find where the spaceships are docking as fast as you can. That's probably the only chance we have to survive. The masses surged like a tide, flooding onto the streets, then standing there at a loss, not knowing where to go. Several spaceships had arrived in Yuan City, but in the end they docked at only 2 locations. One was the airport on the outskirts, the other was the Central Park, because only those 2 places had enough room. My God, there aren't many trains and not many spaceships either. That means they're not going to take everyone with them. As this information spread, people went mad. Those living closer were wild with joy, while those farther away could only use any means of transportation they could find to rush over. Every single minute and second became a battle between life and death. Yet the crust of Purple Star was trembling more and more violently, the resulting movement reaching the strength of a magnitude 6 earthquake. Skyscrapers collapsed one after another, roads were blocked, and the desperate crowds could only walk on foot toward their destination. As for how many would survive, that depended entirely on luck. The intelligent brain Fuyo has been activated, and has completed binding with its master. A train carrier has been detected. Would you like to load it? In the spacious cockpit, Chen An felt a surge of panic. Where is this place? How did I end up here? He gazed out the porthole, watching the purple planet tremble under the scorching sunlight, as if it contained some kind of joyous toy within. No, it seems like this is a perspective from space. Wasn't I at school? Congratulations, Master, you have been selected as the train conductor, and you will be responsible for the operation of train D1314. He shook his bewildered head and finally recalled what the train referred to. Am I inside an interstellar train? A massive light screen unfolded before him, displaying the purple star and a complete three-dimensional model of the train. 4,000 trains are currently transporting passengers. All the trains are stationed in the atmosphere with countless spacecraft circulating back and forth. Chen An took some time to accept the situation and asked, do other trains also have conductors? There are currently no conductors for other trains. This means that only he has been assigned as the conductor for the entire Purple Star, but he can only operate this one train. What is the situation with the intelligent brain? Where did it come from? It only awakened its golden finger 4 years ago. The mechanical voice did not answer his question, but provided another reminder. May I allow Fuyo to be loaded onto the train? Refusal will result in the complete abandonment of the intelligent brain. Load it immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a dense stream of data flowed from Chen An's head to the surroundings like tentacles reaching out to various components of the train. Fuyo has taken control of the train and is modifying the settings according to the master's habits. Time calculation: Purple Star Calendar, April 12, 2024. 162407. Time correction: Revival Calendar, Year 0101002135. All information about Purple Star has been acquired and is being packed into the historical database, which the master can view at any time. The prompt is only a part, or more information is flowing back into Chen An's mind. What a magical experience. If I could go back half a day, I could write the perfect thesis that would leave Li Deguang speechless. He slapped himself. What time is it? Still thinking about that lousy thesis. Fuyo, give me the train information. Wait, it's too complicated. Please simplify it for me. After simplification, a list appeared before his eyes in the form of a virtual light screen. Train Fuyo Intelligent Brain. Number D1314. Level Bronze, 0 stars. Master Chen, an ordinary human. Capacity 100,000 passengers. Current load 0 passengers excluding the conductor. Defense level 0. Firepower level 0. Power level 0. Energy 20 remaining. Status 100 perfect. There are hundreds of pieces of information, such as the train having 10 carriages, each capable of accommodating 10,000 people. The train has a private area for the exclusive conductor located right next to the cockpit. Chen An was too lazy to examine it closely. What should I do now? The train arrived too quickly, and selecting a conductor was even faster. He didn't have time to think carefully. Fortunately, Fuyo could instantly display everything he needed to do on the screen. The Purple Star will explode in 2.5 hours. You need to dispatch all spacecraft to the surface to transport passengers until the train is fully loaded. Reminder to the master: the more passengers, the greater the potential for the train's development. This train will head to Lioli continent with 72,836 star routes available for selection. You need to confirm the train's route, which will help you enhance the train's level and attract more passengers. Reminder to the master: the train's fixed stations cannot be changed, but you can change star routes midway. Chen An asked, what is Lioli continent? Fuyo has no relevant information but can provide 30,000 reasonable guesses. The screen continuously displayed text information, causing Chen An to feel dazzled. No need for wild guesses. Quickly dispatch the spacecraft to pick up people. Prioritize Yuan City of Xia Nation. After the command was given, the doors at the nodes of each carriage opened, and one by one spacecraft flew out at incredible speed towards the Purple Star. Chen An stood up to stretch his body and carefully observed the cockpit. There was only one conductor's seat with no co-pilot. He glanced at the complex instrument panel. Information flowed through his pupils, allowing him to easily discern the function of each button and instrument. In reality, he didn't need to do anything. Fuyo would help him plan everything. Let's go take a look. Chen An opened the door, walked through the silver-white corridor, and arrived at his private space. In the center was the living room with various rooms on both sides. The walls were in warm tones, fitting Chen An's visual habits. Bedroom, kitchen, study. What is that largest circular room for? That is the gravity room. You can cultivate inside. Cultivate. For now, ignoring that, Chen An walked around to inspect his space. Overall, it was spacious and well-equipped, but it still felt like something was missing. The kitchen lacks food and the study lacks books. In other words, this place is just an empty shell. He continued down the corridor and soon came across a spiral staircase leading down to a massive room resembling a reception hall. Continuing forward through the long corridor and various rooms of unknown purpose, he finally saw a tall glass door. Chen An opened the glass door and stepped outside, hearing a mechanical prompt. Welcome to Platform 1. Chen An looked back and saw the words "No entry for passengers" written on the glass door. What happens if passengers force their way in? Passengers have no authority to enter the master's private area, otherwise they will be executed immediately. The platform was empty with a floating platform beside it. Chen An stepped onto the platform and flew over a large vacant area to reach the first carriage. The carriage had 7 steel gates, all of which were now open. Inside were neatly arranged seats similar to hard seats on a high-speed train. Passengers can only sit in the carriage. If the train reaches silver level, a larger space can be added on top, such as passenger bedrooms. Forget it, for now they just need somewhere to sit. Ding ding ding. Reminder to the master: the first batch of passengers is about to board. Knowing it was the first carriage, Chen An hurried back to the cockpit. He didn't want his identity to be exposed. It wasn't out of fear but caution. After half a minute, a spacecraft numbered F34567889 returned successfully and docked at the platform. Welcome passengers to board the D1314 interstellar train. Please promptly leave the spacecraft and head to the carriage to take your seats. Prolonged stay on the platform and in the corridor is prohibited. The large screen in the cockpit could see every corner of the train, and Chen An brought up the footage from the platform. He saw the side doors of the spacecraft open, extending a silver ladder. The passengers from Purple Star were both terrified and curious, timidly swarming down. Is this the inside of the train? Li Jiaoshu, it seems different from what you said before. Li Deguang, feeling his authority challenged, said with a dark face, the outer layer of the train is made of bronze, so logically the inside shouldn't be too good. Who knew it was decorated with silver? But you were so adamant before, saying you had a very impressive student. I think you were just bragging. Li Deguang did not reply, muttering as he followed the crowd, fearing there wouldn't be any seats left inside. Chen An found it amusing and made no attempt to interfere. That old fellow actually got to board in the first batch, truly lucky. Fuyo, monitor the entire train. If a girl named Zishu shows up, notify me. Also, if Yang Yuan and others are detected, inform me as well. Since I now have a means of self-preservation, I must prioritize my own people, no doubt about it. Outside the central park of Yuan City, countless people were gathered, eagerly waiting for the flying ships soaring above. Yet no matter how many ships there were, their capacity was not sufficient to accommodate everyone. The train would not take away all the Zixing people. Its total capacity was destined to save only a portion. On the outskirts, groups of students were squeezed together, their faces turning pale. Haven't seen old Chan yet? Yang Yuan shouted hoarsely, his shiny bald head particularly noticeable in the crowd. Yu Guan replied loudly, I haven't seen him. Old Liang, why don't you ask Zishu? Liang Yu, frail and panting, turned around to scan the area, spotting Zishu nearby as she protected other girls. Zishu, did Chen An call you before he disappeared? Zishu's lips were cracked, her face pale as she shook her head. I was just about to ask you. He hasn't come out, has he? I'll go back to school to look for him. The disaster struck too swiftly. The students of Yuan City Institute of Technology could only search for the flying ships in groups, unable to think too much. The flying ship is coming, Zishu, don't leave. In the fiery sky, a silver-white flying ship was rapidly approaching. The crowd erupted in excitement, desperately pushing towards the central park. Occasionally someone would collapse, crying out before falling silent. The ground shook, and occasionally high buildings would collapse, leaving the squeezed crowd powerless to escape, only able to be crushed into pulp amidst their desperate screams. As the apocalypse approached, survival became exceedingly difficult, with death looming at any moment. Zishu, you girls come to the front. Well, push through. A few tall boys from the physical education department called out loudly, trying to gather their classmates. However, what left everyone in despair was that the flying ship did not land at the central park, but instead dove overhead. Ultimately, the flying ship hovered outside a supermarket. The hatch opened and a multitude of exquisite silver robots jumped down and entered the already dilapidated supermarket. Inside the train's cockpit, several screens opened up in front of Chen and showing the robots' perspectives. Clear out the rice. Who knows if we can eat rice again in the future. I'll take the chips, and don't forget the spicy strips. Move all the beer. Although it's simple to make, it's a taste of Zixing that we won't be able to drink again. Chen An wanted everything, not just food, but also all living supplies. Then head to the next supermarket. By the way, Fu Yao, locate Yuan City's food reserves. Moments later, the screen displayed the food storage points in Yuan City, revealing rice, wheat, and various meats. Send out a few more flying ships. Take as much as we can. The train could only accommodate 1 million people, and with the flying ship's capacity of 10,000 each trip, 100 ships could fill up in one go. Chen An did not need more passengers. Instead, he needed food supplies. As the saying goes, a full stomach brings peace of mind. Having enough to eat is always a necessity. The first flying ship was a dedicated ship for the train conductor. Chen An did not use it to transport large goods, but leaned towards living supplies. When he felt it was sufficient, he controlled the ship to visit his home. The neighborhood was already in ruins. The robots struggled to squeeze in and salvaged some photos and mementos. I need to take the computer. I can't lose my 800 GB of videos. After finishing all this Sixing was on the brink of explosion with the temperature rising to 60 degrees. Let's leave, it's complete. Chen An hummed a tune as the ship's perspective continued to rise. Though many people in the city could not escape, it had nothing to do with him. He had already saved millions. Theoretically, he could have abandoned all of them. After the ship ascended 100 meters, Chen and suddenly recognized some familiar faces. Fu Yao, why haven't Zishu and Yang Yuan boarded yet? The master did not set their data in advance, so the ship cannot locate them. Damn, you should have reminded me earlier. Return the ship and take them separately. The ground temperature gradually rose, causing people to feel faint from the heat. With so many people pressed together, the central park felt like a steam oven, scorching their skin to a yellowish hue. Zishu, hang in there. There might still be flying ships coming to rescue us. To clear a path, Zishu accidentally injured her lungs and was now in a semi-dizzy state. Students ahead spoke with a cry. What flying ships? There are none. They won't come to save us. We're all going to die here. They could clearly see the train in the clouds, sequentially closing its hatches with no more ships returning. This meant that the train was already at full capacity with no spots available for them. The square was filled with cries and wails, and some even despaired and committed suicide. Yang Yuan supported the exhausted Liang Yu, planning to find a shady spot to hide for a while. Even if they had to die, they couldn't die from the heat. Suddenly someone shouted in surprise, "A flying ship, another flying ship is coming." The desperate square erupted once more with thousands of people waving and calling out, hoping the ship would land quickly. In the cockpit, Chen An asked Fu Yao, "How many seats are left on my train?" 384 seats remaining. Can we exceed the capacity? The train can be under capacity but not exceed it. This is a fundamental rule that cannot be violated. If the master wishes to accommodate more passengers, please upgrade the train level. Let's not worry about that for now, just get Yang Yuan and the others on board first. The flying ship hovered 5 meters high, and a boarding ladder extended down, specifically aimed at the student area. However, the crowd was too crowded, pushing away the frail students. Deploy the robots to suppress the crowd. Should the robots activate combat mode? Chen An shook his head. Not yet. Let's see the situation first. By the way, you mentioned before that the number of passengers would determine the train's potential. So what kind of passengers would be most beneficial for me? Young, intelligent, and highly talented passengers are the most valuable assets. In that case, bringing these students on board is indeed the right choice, aligning with my interests. Dozens of robots jumped down forcefully, pushing the crowd aside. You all get on. The robots, maintaining order, pointed at Yang Yuan and the others, who were stunned for a while, not expecting such good fortune. Don't just stand there. Let's board the ship quickly. There were about 100 students immediately helping each other toward the boarding ladder. Zishu, we are saved. Wake up. Zishu regained some energy and climbed the ladder with her classmates. I wonder if Chen An has boarded the train. She gazed around the ladder, hoping to find a familiar figure, yet also hoping not to. A familiar voice came from behind. That guy probably died long ago, always flaunting his knowledge. What's there to be smug about? The speaker was Fang Shang, still dressed in gold and silver even while fleeing. Seeing the crowd outside filled with desire and hatred, Fang Shang arrogantly said, "Are you angry? A bunch of lowly peasants. We are college students, intellectuals. What are you people? You deserve to stay and wait for death. Damn, what a loss. That woman Li Ai didn't even get to me and was crushed by a building." Just as he was about to climb further, he suddenly felt his body lose control, being thrown aside by the robots. Hey, what are you doing? Help! The outside crowd had gone mad, trampling Fang Shang after receiving him. The cries gradually drowned out. In the cockpit, Chen An felt pleased. Do you really think I have no temper? I didn't argue with you before because I didn't care, but now you're using my ship and still insulting me. Then go die. As the students boarded the spaceship, chaos continued to ensue at the scene. Why are they allowed to board and not us? Everyone, don't be afraid. These robots are just empty shells. We can rush in and take control of the ship. The square erupted in a riot, countless people charging towards the robots with fierce expressions. However, as several laser beams cut through the front crowd, they quickly calmed down. There are still 217 spots left on this train that need to be screened. Although the method was cruel, Chen An had no choice. He couldn't just throw off the passengers who had already boarded. He could only try to select some valuable individuals to take with him. Hearing that there were still 200 spots available, the crowd became agitated. Are you being controlled by aliens behind the scenes? Choose me. I can work like a horse or even a dog. Alien leader, choose me. I can meet all your demands. I'm a star. My status is much higher than theirs. Please choose me. Chen An scanned the crowd through the spaceship's camera and found no familiar faces. Detected that the master has a physiological preference for beautiful women, it is suggested to prioritize selecting beauties for the remaining spots which can be kept as pets. Chen An scoffed. What's so great about beauties? Does it help my future? Issue the order high IQ talents first, especially engineers from all fields. Once the order was given, some were elated while others were in despair, and the riot broke out again. Chen An was too lazy to appease them. Whoever dared to riot would be killed on the spot, as they would die anyway if they stayed. With high IQ talents signing up to board the ship, the spots were dwindling. At that moment, an unexpected situation arose. Can my child and wife board the ship? I will give my spots to them. The child doesn't take up a seat. Let her mother hold her. A man with a sunken face kneeled on the ground, pleading repeatedly. Chen An pulled up the man's information. Chen Guoyang, senior management engineer. Is having a management job useful? To be honest, Chen An preferred engineers in mechanical or electrical categories. Reminder to the master, management talents are more useful than others. This means that mechanical engineers are less useful than management engineers, as the train does not require passengers to participate in maintenance or manufacturing. Forget it, let them all on. His family can take 3 spots, hurry up. Chen An had no fixed criteria. He did as he pleased. Finally, the passenger list was complete, and the spaceship took the robots away, soaring into the crimson sky amidst countless curses. In the cockpit, all the screens went dark and Chen An stretched comfortably. How many robots are on the train? Currently there are a total of 40,000 robots, including 20,000 service robots, responsible for maintaining order in the carriages. There are 10,000 engineering robots responsible for factory manufacturing, all of which are currently idle. Additionally, there are 5,000 combat robots and 5,000 mining robots. If the master needs, production can continue provided resources are sufficient. Where will they be produced? Fuyao displayed the train schematic. The first layer is the passenger layer, which has 10 compartments including a designated area for the train conductor. The negative first layer is the storage layer, where all materials and resources are temporarily stored. Factories and production lines are also set up here. The negative second layer is the power layer, which stores the energy for the entire train responsible for its operation. The negative third layer is the defense layer, the strongest defensive position of the train, storing warships and combat robots. Currently there are only 10 escort-class warships. The train currently consists of these 4 layers. If upgraded, more layers can be added or the number of compartments increased. What resources do I have now? What can I manufacture? The master currently has only passengers and materials transported from the Zixing, with no other manufacturing resources. The choice of star routes means the abundance of resources along the way, and enhancing the overall strength of the train, as much as possible before reaching the Liuli continent, would help reduce the threat of unknown entities. Chen An, damn it, I don't have a star map. How do I know how to choose the star route? Fuyao comes equipped with a star map. Does the master agree to load it? Why didn't you say there was a good thing earlier? Quickly load it in. In a short while, a massive star map appeared before Chen An, and he only needed to reach out to touch it to obtain basic information about the relevant areas. Planets, nebulae, galaxies. Whether there are resources, whether there are life planets. Although it was not very clear, he could understand the general situation. 3 million light-years away from the Liuli continent. No matter how fast the train goes, it definitely won't exceed the speed of light. Are you sure I can get there in my lifetime? There are jump nodes in the starry sky that can be reached in an instant across millions of light-years. The key to our journey is to find these jump nodes. It is suggested that the master awaken as soon as possible. The higher the level, the longer the lifespan. What is extraordinary? What does the level mean? Compared to star beasts and stars, ordinary beings are too weak and need to absorb super energy to evolve themselves. Extraordinary levels are Ascender Star, Walker Star, Transcender Star, Merger Star, Devourer. How long will I live if I become an Ascender? Each level up as an Ascender increases lifespan by 100 years. Each level up as a Star Walker increases lifespan by 1,000 years. Each level up as a Star Transcender increases lifespan by 10,000 years, and so on. If one becomes the legendary god of the starry sky, they can attain immortality. Chen An became interested and wanted to learn more, asking, how powerful is an Ascender? The essence of being extraordinary is to strengthen the body and evolve the bloodline. An Ascender will enhance the skin, muscles, blood, and even every cell of their body. When you can traverse the starry sky without any protective measures, you become a Star Walker. When you can devour stellar resources to strengthen your body, you become a Star Transcender. When you can merge with planets, you become a Star Merger. Chen An felt a surge of excitement and asked, how do I awaken? The master needs to find an energy crystal. Currently none have been discovered in the star system. After understanding all this, Chen An took the elevator at the back of the cockpit to the negative first layer. There was a floating platform carrying him around for inspection. All his materials were piled underneath the cockpit, while the more expansive areas were completely empty. Below the first compartment, Chen An saw a massive mechanical factory where all the robots originated. Manufacturing robots requires resources. If you want higher level robots, the master needs to obtain rare manufacturing manuals. Below the second compartment is the spaceship manufacturing factory. Each subsequent compartment also has factories involved in various aspects. Between the factories is a vast area for storing various materials. As there were no factories operating, the entire negative first layer felt eerie, sending shivers down Chen An's spine. Let's go back, the train is about to set sail. As he passed by the storage room, Chen An instructed the service robots to transport items up to fill his living area. The robots could even cook, which pleased Chen An. Load all the recipes from Zixing into them. Recipes have been loaded. After the meal, Chen An lay on a soft sofa instructing Fuyao to turn on the cameras around the train and show the scenes from Zixing. At this point, Zixing had expanded to its limit. All life on it had long been destroyed, leaving no beautiful purple, only the blazing red of magma. Suddenly Zixing burst silently like a balloon. Is that how it ends? I didn't feel much. It was just like a small ball exploding in front of me. At this point, Zixing had expanded to its limit. All life on it had long been destroyed, leaving no beautiful purple, only the blazing red of magma. Most are taking Route 7. The so-called Route 7 refers to the primary direction on the star map pointing to the Liuli continent. The Zixing system just deviates 7 degrees from it. Which route are we taking? Calculations are complete. Route 18 aligns better with your interests. Deviating 18 degrees means a longer journey, but the rewards will surely be greater. Then it's 18 degrees. Let's set off. Thus Chen An chose a route distinct from other trains, plunging headlong into the boundless deep space. The most beautiful fireworks witnessed by the Zixing people occurred at the moment of the Zixing explosion. Inside the carriage, countless people wept loudly, watching helplessly as their homeland turned into a sea of red dust, gradually swallowed by the expanding sun. We will never return. Who knows where to go now? Does anyone have antipyretics? She has a high fever. In the rear area of the 10th carriage, Zishu's face was bruised, shivering in the embrace of her classmate Xia Ying. The train had air conditioning and the temperature was comfortable. However, Zishu had previously injured her lungs and inhaled a large amount of scorching gas, resulting in significant internal damage. Yang Yuan and others rushed over, flustered, as they laid Zishu horizontally on the seat. Her breathing is erratic. This is bad. She might have injured her lungs. What should we do? Is there a doctor here? Yang Yuan shouted for a long time, even coughing up blood in the end, but no one responded. After such a violent upheaval, everyone was focused on self-preservation, indifferent to the lives of others. Old Yang, what's wrong with you? Yu Guan asked in surprise. Yang Yuan chuckled. I got bumped by some idiot when I boarded the train. It's nothing serious. Let's go ask up front, there must be a doctor there. Before a few of them could leave their seats, a robot walked down the aisle. The robot scanned with its eyes, confirming the identities of these individuals. Liang Yu was frightened and hurriedly said, we haven't broken any rules. This female classmate can't hold on any longer. Can you save her? The robot was a service type, meaning it was proficient in various basic abilities, including treatment. Amid the terrified gazes of the students, the robot took out a syringe and injected Zishu in the arm. Just sleep for a while. You take this and swallow it immediately. The robot handed Yang Yuan a blue pill. Yang Yuan hesitated to take it, but the pain in his chest surged, repeatedly forcing him to swallow it down. Oh, I feel much better right after taking it. It's like a cool sensation flowing through my body. By the way, are those robots the attendants? Their service is excellent. Others around were also paying attention and began to voice their requests. I feel a bit unwell too. Can I have some medicine? I'm hungry. Is there any food? I'm a little thirsty. Can I have some water? I need to use the restroom. Where is it? The robot's voice was cold as it replied one by one. The train does not provide any supplies, and passengers should prepare their own. There are hundreds of drinking points in each carriage providing unlimited water, but no waste allowed. Restrooms are available everywhere. Public urination will be considered a violation. A man complained, but why do they get medicine? The robot's eyes flickered red and the laser emitter on its shoulder began charging. The man quickly retracted his head in fear. In the cockpit, pull up the health status of Zishu and Yang Yuan. Learning that both were recovering, Chen An felt relieved. How strong is the combat capability of the service robots? The service-type robot has a mini laser emitter on its shoulder, a retractable alloy combat knife at its waist, and both arms equipped with bronze-level daggers. In summary, although these robots were service types, they could easily handle ordinary people, easily defeating 10 at once. Each carriage of the train has a law enforcement team also composed of service-type robots with slightly stronger combat abilities than ordinary ones. Once confirming there were no issues inside the train, Chen An pulled up the external images. He could see that the surroundings were filled with a starry ocean, with the train rapidly traversing through the nebula, reaching a speed of 1/10 of the speed of light. At such a high speed, the train did not fall apart, and Chen An was extremely curious about the manufacturing technology of the train. Fuyao, if you had enough materials, could you replicate the train? This train cannot be replicated. If not, then forget it. I was just asking casually. Where can we replenish resources? There are many resource stars in the surrounding starry sky, and we can stop to replenish at any time. However, considering the basic principle of keeping passengers alive, it is recommended to find a life star before stopping. Since so many passengers were brought aboard, they couldn't be left to starve. Chen An opened the star map looking for the nearest life star, which turned out to be 3 light-years away. 3 light-years. By the time the train gets there, everyone will have turned to bones. The star map is already outdated, and the recorded planet information is limited to super life forms. Lower-level life stars are not recorded. How far can the train scan the starry sky? The high-precision radar carried by the train can detect a radius of 1 billion kilometers with a margin of error not exceeding 30 million kilometers, and a response time of about 5 seconds. Then let's use full power to detect and try to find the life star as quickly as possible. Chen An understood the situation of those passengers best. In their escape, they were too busy fleeing to have time to carry supplies. Not everyone had the leisurely opportunity like Chen An. The next period was a boring journey through the starry sky. Initially, Chen An was interested in various data about the stars, sitting in front of the screen studying them, but later realized that any data could be instantly analyzed by Fuyao, and he only needed to look at the results. Only half a day in, and it feels boring. Oh, what will I do next? Chen An returned to the living area and opened the computer to play his cherished private movie. Detected that the master is very bored. It is recommended to raise a few human pets. Forget about humans. If we encounter alien races in the future, it might be worth considering. Oh, why is there still a large space behind the training room? What is that for? If the front of the train is considered the forward direction, the training room is on the right side, and further right is the unknown area. Chen An hurriedly went to check, and Fuyao opened the glass doors along the way. The area was about several thousand square meters, filled with various cages of different sizes, and many small rooms furnished simply. This is the master's pet area, where various pets can be raised for your entertainment. This is very thoughtful. Walking further into the pet room leads to a place resembling a viewing platform. Here, sitting on a floating platform, you can be taken to the top of the train with the real starry sky above. However, the train's speed was too fast, and Chen An could hardly observe anything. Knock, knock, knock. He reached out to knock on the glass ceiling, worried that it might shatter. Not fun, let's go down. Chen An went to the living room, which was essentially the first level of his private area. The living room was furnished with sofas and various furniture from Zixing, and even several antiques that were taken from a museum. So those rooms around are bedrooms meant for guests. Reminding the master these bedrooms are prepared for your family. That is indeed thoughtful. Should I let Zishu and the others come over? Forget it, oh, my level of trust in them can't be that high. Chen An fully understood his living area, and then returned to the upper level to continue watching movies and resting. But watching the small movie became boring. It was better to watch something serious. Thus the first day passed, and Chen An slept according to his normal routine, finding it quite peaceful. On January 2nd, as 013325 of the recovery era, in the first carriage. Who still has food? Can you lend me some? A long line formed at the drinking station, where the starving crowd could only drink water to fill their stomachs. Those who actually had food were hiding it, too afraid to take it out. Li Deguang shouted loudly. Do you understand respect for the elderly and love for the young? You young ones can endure longer, but we old bones cannot take it anymore. The young man over there, are you eating bread? Share a bit with me. All the pride of being a professor had long vanished. Surviving was his only pursuit now. Because no one knew when the train would stop. If it continued running for 10 days or half a month, most people would starve to death. The young man mentioned by Li Deguang hurriedly swallowed the bread, fearing it would be taken from him. Li Deguang grumbled in dissatisfaction. The world is getting worse, truly. Not far away by the window on the left, several rough men surrounded a couple. I saw you have food in your bag, take it out. The woman clasped her hands in prayer. This is our child's snack, please leave it for him. The child, only 7 years old, trembled in his father's arms. Who knows how long a child can survive? What use is it to keep it for him? Hand it over or you'll regret it. The woman pressed her backpack tightly against herself while the men glared and prepared to snatch it. However, at that moment, the child in the man's arms accidentally pressed a button on the wall beside the seat, immediately triggering a sharp alarm. Clatter. Law enforcement robots swiftly arrived, their red eyes scanning the area. Who reported? The father trembled and raised his hand. I called, these people are stealing from us. The robot said, according to the rules set by the train conductor, passengers are not allowed to fight or snatch others' belongings. Those who disobey will face confinement for the first offense, punishment for the second, and annihilation for the third. Under the robot's urging, the thugs were taken away, clutching their heads, to the confinement room outside the carriage for a minimum of 3 hours. Once the robots left, the scene erupted in chaos. Did you hear? There's a train conductor. It must be an alien who knows what they look like. Does the conductor like women? Maybe someone as naturally beautiful as me could become the conductor's wife. Someone went to the landing pad and saw a heavily guarded restricted area that might be where the conductor lives. News spread quickly to the 10th carriage within half an hour. Zishu, you're so beautiful. If the conductor takes a liking to you, it would be great. Then we wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Zishu glared at Yang Yuan and punched him lightly. Talk less, conserve energy. The students also had no food. They either drank water at the drinking station or lay on their seats in a daze. A female classmate nearby noticed Zishu's vacant expression and quietly asked, "Are you still thinking about Chen An?" Zishu pressed her cracked lips together and shook her head. "I'm not thinking about him. I'm just feeling regret. He was the first to discover that Zixing might explode, and he is likely to become a great scientist in the future. It's a pity he didn't make it out. Don't say such disheartening things. He might be on another train. Perhaps you'll meet again in the future." Zishu said bitterly, "In the vast sea of stars, it could be thousands of years before we have a chance to meet again. Actually, I was quite happy yesterday because I confirmed that he has nothing to do with Li AI, but who would have thought? Sigh. Warning. The train's energy has dropped by 10% in the cockpit chin, and focused on the energy issue. Where can we replenish energy? A standard stellar system has been discovered 800 million kilometers away. Energy replenishment can be performed there. Then let's hurry there." As the train approached the stellar system, the scorching light attracted the passengers' attention. It was a sun-like star emitting a blazing white light. An astronomy enthusiast exclaimed, "The train is entering the stellar system. We might discover a resource planet. If there is life, we can find food to survive." However, after scanning, Fuyo reported that the system was filled with meteors or asteroids with no signs of life present. Half an hour after entering the train, successfully docked in the stellar orbit only 90 million kilometers away from the star's surface. Why can I look directly at it? The train's glass is specially manufactured to prevent any particle radiation or electromagnetic wave interference. You will not be restricted. The train has entered the preset orbit. Would you like to initiate energy collection? Chen An was curious about how the train would collect energy, prompting Fuyo to begin operations. The screen then displayed a panoramic view of the train, revealing that numerous hatches on either side of the power layer opened, extending out pipe-like objects that shot towards the star like snakes. These pipes appeared small on the image, but the scaling ratio indicated that their diameter was hundreds of meters. As the pipes approached the star, their heads bloomed open like flowers, extending numerous claws that gripped tightly onto the star's surface. What does this mean? Directly absorbing energy. The train's kinetic energy comes from nuclear fusion. We will absorb the fusion elements of the star, which is the most convenient method. You must have some misunderstanding about convenience. In Chen An's view, other planets also had abundant fusion elements. Although extracting them would take more time, at least it would be safe. But now the train was directly siphoning from the star, which was quite absurd. However, considering the mystery of the train, it seemed anything was possible. How long will it take to fully replenish energy? If it's just replenishing energy reserves, it would only take 2 hours. If replenishing fuel stocks, it would take 4 hours. It must be completely filled. All reserves should be replenished. With 4 hours to spare, Chen An sent out a probe ship and mining ship to collect resources from the nearby asteroids. The system is too chaotic. It is recommended to send a warship for escort to clear debris along the route. All right, let's do that. The spacecraft traveled swiftly, reaching the nearest asteroid within 10 minutes, which contained a wealth of minerals that Chen An needed. After analysis by Fuyo, the mineral information was displayed on the screen, showing what these materials could be used to create, most of which appeared to be weapons or ships. Why do some minerals only have numbers and no names? For instance, mineral 47 and mineral 65. The former being a basic material for building warships, while the latter could upgrade the train's outer defense. There are countless civilizations in the universe, and the naming of minerals and other materials is diverse, and numbers are more universal. Is it the same for other civilizations? Pretty much as mathematics is the most fundamental discipline in the universe, any civilization that can develop almost has its own form of mathematics, just with slight differences in expression. Next, mining robots took route on various planets to collect minerals and transported them back to the train in batches. The factories in the storage layer were activated by Chen An. At this stage, we mainly produce mining robots and transport spacecraft. Just like in a game, sufficient farmers are needed for development. What is the train doing? The passengers, with nothing to do, leaned against the windows and gazed outside. They could see the spaceship continually traveling back and forth, yet they had no idea what it was transporting. Someone with a sharp mind said, "It is evident that the train needs energy. It might be transporting fuel. For the train to possess such immense power, it can only be nuclear fusion. Those pipes must be transporting the fuel. I suspect the spaceship is carrying minerals to continue constructing the train. Heavens, is the train going to expand further?" Some were discussing the train itself, while others debated survival issues. If the train remains here indefinitely, what will we do? Wait to die? The train must provide us with food, otherwise rescuing us from Zixing would be meaningless. Time passed amidst various pointless discussions, and after 4 hours the train set off once more and the passengers saw a glimmer of hope. Train energy reserves at 100% material storage at 100% robots and spaceship factories are working at full capacity, expected to produce 20,000 mining robots and 50 cargo spaceships. Cargo spaceships differ from passenger ships. These ships cannot carry humans. Chen An sighed. As long as there was enough energy it would suffice. The next goal is to search for a life planet with all our might, or otherwise they won't last. I cannot use my resources for goodwill as they are not enough. A day passed in this manner. On the third day after the destruction of Zixing, the train finally detected a life planet located within a young stellar system. Name None ID S360E5728496. Classification Planet Mass 8. 439,700,1024 kilograms. Diameter 195,462 kilometers. Surface temperature 46. Rotation period 59 hours, 25 minutes, 39 seconds. Intelligent life none. A large amount of life was detected on this planet. It is advised to immediately dispatch warships and cargo spaceships for resource collection. The screen displayed the planet's appearance with an oval shape, predominantly green. Green signifies plants, and even more so it indicates the presence of animals. Can ordinary people land there? If possible, Chen An thought about transporting passengers to collect resources himself. The environment of this planet is vastly different from Zixing. Zixing people cannot survive. Detected a variety of microorganisms on this planet, which could easily cause deadly infectious diseases among passengers. It is not advisable to let them come into direct contact. Chen An frowned. Having a life planet, but being unable to land is not good news. Fuyo then presented two solutions. The first is to awaken the extraordinary potential of the passengers, granting them the ability to withstand the planet's pressure and virus invasions. The second is to mass-produce protective suits to completely isolate them from the planet's environment. Chen An rolled his eyes. This is nonsense. I can't even awaken myself. Where will they find the ability crystals? As for the protective suits, let's not even discuss whether materials are available for manufacturing. Even if they can be made, what would be the use? Let them go up for a vacation. After thinking for a moment, Chen An made a decision. Have the robots gather resources in large quantities, then the train can process them into food. But there's one problem. I am not a charity, or is it unreasonable to provide free service to the passengers? He had been studying the train's rules over the past few days, gaining a deeper understanding. The train, rather than being a means for passengers to escape, is better described as transporting a workforce. However, these workers are currently too weak and need more training. It is suggested that the owner set up a currency system to activate the train's market. Chen An immediately read the materials provided by Fuyo and learned that the train was indeed meant to develop in this direction, just waiting for him to activate it. Alright, set the currency as star coins. Passengers can take loans to purchase food. In the first carriage, people were so hungry they felt dizzy, and merely drinking water could no longer alleviate the problem. In a corner, a group of pale-faced men were huddled together, whispering, "Rather than waiting to die, we might as well take a gamble. Next, we need to gather more people to storm the trainmaster's forbidden zone. I suspect there should be food there. Even if there isn't, we can find an opportunity to take control of the train and then search for food." Someone timidly said, "But those robots have weapons. We can't possibly win. Moreover, we don't know how many robots are inside the train. Are you suggesting we just sit here and wait to die? Since death is inevitable, I'm going for it." The organizer of the action, Tianwei, was a burly man standing nearly 2 meters tall. "Li Yan, go out and find out the situation of the guards near the forbidden zone. See how many there are." Li Yan was small and hunched over from hunger. Upon receiving the order, he immediately passed through the gate of the first carriage. After passing through the gate, he did not arrive at the hangar immediately, as there were many vacant areas in between, the purpose of which was temporarily unknown. However, to Li Yan's surprise, a large number of cabins had appeared in the originally vacant area, which must have been built not long ago with robots nearby decorating. He saw that the leftmost cabin had been completely opened with the words "Train Bank" written on it, flashing in colorful lights, particularly eye-catching. "What is this place? We'll go take a look." He rubbed his stomach and ran over. As he approached, he heard a voice prompt, "Welcome passengers to the bank. Please enter the hall for business." Now that's something unusual. There's a bank on the train. Seeing that the robot guards did not attack him, he boldly walked inside. Unlike the banks on Zixing, there were no windows here, only transparent partitions with minimalist equipment somewhat resembling a bank's self-service ATM. The train bank serves all passengers, offering services such as deposits, withdrawals, and loans. A massive screen displayed various introductions guiding passengers on how to operate. Could it be that my deposits from Zixing have also come over? Filled with anticipation, Li Yan entered a nearby partition. After some simple foolproof operations, it displayed his account balance: 0 star coins. What use are star coins? The machine emitted a voice explanation. Star coins can be used for all purchases on the train, including weapons, daily necessities, energy, and food. The mention of food made Li Yan's eyes widen, and he hurriedly asked, "Is there really food?" How can I obtain star coins? Currently, there are no channels for earning star coins on the train. It is recommended for passengers to take loans. Ordinary people have a loan limit of 500 star coins. Li Yan was astonished, indeed typical of a bank. How do I take a loan? Let me try a little first. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had nothing to lose, so he decided to give it a shot. The machine screen displayed the operation process. A few minutes later, 50 star coins appeared in Li Yan's account. Can I purchase food now? The market is now fully open. E-passengers are encouraged to attempt purchases. Li Yan hurriedly left the bank and headed to the adjacent market. The market is right next to the bank. How convenient. The market was vast, resembling a supermarket. Li Yan looked up closely and saw that the market had 3 silver passageways, left, middle, and right. Each passageway had 2 armed robot guards. Can I go in? He approached the first passageway. The robots stood like statues, unresponsive, but the market provided a reminder. Welcome passengers to Market 1. What food is available? Chen An was in the cockpit sipping the cola brought by Zixing while eating freshly baked pork loin from the kitchen. The meat came from a fat animal resembling a pig, which could weigh thousands of pounds, yet just a few bullets could end its life. The food included both meat and vegetarian options, with the meat being primarily from various animals, all thoroughly disinfected and cooked. The vegetarian options were mainly made from ferns processed into pancake shapes and sold cheaply due to their abundance. There were also many unique fruits on the planet which would be sold as rare food items due to their limited quantity. Chen An nodded in agreement. Fu Yao always managed to arrange things neatly. Bring up the footage. I want to see if anyone has entered. The footage showed Market 1, where Li Yan was cautiously walking through the passage, fearing that a gun barrel might emerge from the wall. On both sides of the passage, there were screens displaying the food available in the market, making Li Yan salivate. If these foods were really available, as long as I can fill my stomach, I'd gladly accept death. With this firm belief, he quickened his pace to exit the passage. Before him lay countless shelves neatly arranged in layers. The sides of the shelves indicated the types of food. Cooked meat, vegetarian pancakes, fruits, clothes, beverages, medicines. Aside from Chen An also activated other factories, such as the clothing manufacturing plant, beverage factory, and pharmaceutical manufacturing center. Weapons and other special goods would be added later. I knew there would be food. I just knew the train wouldn't let us starve. Li Yan's mouth watered as he quickly ran towards the cooked meat shelf. Looking up, he saw it filled with various meats unwrapped and preserved in a glass cabinet. Premium meat 0. 5 star coins per pound. Regular meat 0. 2 star coins per pound. Inferior meat 0. 1 star coins per pound. That's too cheap. He'll take a pound of the premium stuff. A pop-up appeared beside him indicating that he needed to scan his face to make a purchase. After a quick face scan, the glass cabinet opened, presenting a fragrant piece of lean meat looking exquisite. Ignoring everything else, Li Yan grabbed the meat and started devouring it, getting grease all over his mouth. 3 minutes later, he had finished a pound of meat, but his stomach still felt empty. He'll have another piece. However, he received a gentle reminder that eating some vegetarian food would be more beneficial for his health. So Li Yan went to the nearest vegetarian shelf and spent 0. 1 star coins to buy 5 large pancakes. Due to their size, he could only eat 1. Once everything quieted down, Li Yan felt as if he were dreaming, no longer feeling any hunger. I need to quickly check my account balance. He left the market with the vegetarian pancakes and headed to the bank to check his balance, finding he still had 49. 2 star coins, which was very real. Wow, I can borrow up to 500 star coins. I definitely won't starve. Li Yan was overjoyed and immediately ran back to the carriage. The carriage was lifeless as Tianwei had gathered more people. Li Yan, why did you take so long? What are you holding? Li Yan burped and tossed the vegetarian pancake. The aroma of the pancake spread through the air, causing the surrounding passengers to widen their eyes. Pancake? Where did the food come from? The scene turned chaotic as everyone wanted to rush and grab some. Tianwei snatched the pancake and stuffed it into his mouth. Others surged forward to grab it, causing the alliance they had just formed to crumble in an instant. Don't fight over it, there are plenty over there, just go buy some yourselves. Where are they? Right outside the carriage. The train has just opened a bank and a market. He quickly explained, and the others rushed outside, all with red eyes. In the cockpit, Chen An observed the chaos in each carriage and instructed Fu Yao to deploy more robots. If anyone broke the rules, they would be directly rewarded with 3 hours of confinement. Borrow first, payback later, and interest will accumulate daily. Why do I feel more and more like a capitalist? Li Yan was too anxious to notice the borrowing terms. In reality, the more one borrows, the more interest accumulates, and normally one should borrow only as much as they use each day. Chen An certainly wouldn't remind them, as the current situation suited his interests. Continue gathering resources, storing based on the passengers' monthly consumption, and we cannot waste too much time here. For the next half-month, the train moved straight along the designated route, only stopping once to replenish energy and not halting anywhere else. On the day after half a month, the train finally stopped again. A probe detected rich super energy in the upcoming star system, likely indicating an energy crystal mine. Chen An felt invigorated. He was in dire need of energy crystals. Only by awakening the extraordinary could he dare to travel for long periods, otherwise, he couldn't prevent his body from gradually aging. The train would replenish energy on-site while also mining energy crystals and other minerals. Currently there were over 5,000 mining robots sufficient for daily needs. If production continued, a complete set of spaceships would be required, but the train could not afford to consume more resources at this time. 2 hours later, the first spaceship carrying energy crystals returned, entering the storage compartment through the lower hatch of Car 1. Chen An immediately went down. The energy crystals were stacked in a dedicated chamber, appearing as solid blue objects radiating an eerie glow. How to awaken? Absorbing the energy of the energy crystals has a chance to awaken. It is recommended to first divide all energy crystals into basic units. 1 unit is roughly 2.5 grams, about the size of a fingernail. Chen An waited in the living room for a while, and the robot brought him the divided energy crystals. This little bit can awaken. Any life form absorbing energy crystals can awaken, but some are faster than others. Your talent is extremely high. This single crystal is enough to awaken you. Chen An held the energy crystal in his right hand. It felt pleasantly cool. He didn't need to do anything. The energy crystal, sensing his skin, would automatically activate and enter his flesh through his pores, flowing through his blood vessels. It's so cold, no so hot. Awakening the extraordinary requires a process. Please be patient, master. The alternating sensations of hot and cold were not the biggest issue. The swelling pain from the blood vessels was more discomforting for Chen An. Fortunately, the process was short. 2 minutes later, Chen An felt his mind become ethereal, and his body felt incredibly light. Subsequent tests revealed he could easily jump 5 meters high and run at high speeds. Boom! Chen An punched the sofa, tearing it apart in the middle. Is this what it means to be extraordinary? All attributes of my body have greatly increased. Can I now freely enter and exit various planets? You are merely a one-fold ascender. Only star travelers can freely enter and exit planets. However, if the planet has a suitable basic environment for life, you can withstand gravity different from Zixing and adapt to any viruses or bacteria. Chen An continued to move his body, feeling fantastic. It felt as though a seal had suddenly been broken, allowing him to move freely. How much energy crystal can we collect? Based on the total amount of energy crystals in the star system, we could roughly collect 20 million units. Haha, if I absorb all of that, can I directly upgrade to a star traveler? Just imagine soaring through the starry sky. It sounds exhilarating. However, Fu Yao poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Ascenders need to strengthen every cell in their bodies as much as possible, and this strengthening takes time and cannot be completed quickly. Considering the master's talent and physical condition, you can absorb a maximum of 10 units of energy crystals each day. Only 10. What do I need that much for? He immediately lost interest. But soon he had a new idea. Let's sell energy crystals at 10 star coins each. I need the passengers to quickly gain the ability to venture out, so they must become extraordinary. Not all planets are suitable for robots to search. Some places have strong electromagnetic interference that can easily cause robots to lose signal. Therefore, allowing passengers to venture out is the trend of the future. The date is January 18th as 01 of the revival era. In the market of Car No. 10, what is this energy crystal? It actually costs 10 star coins. Are you crazy? 10 star coins can buy 20 pounds of high-quality meat. It must be a tax on intelligence. No one would buy it. Indeed, all 10 carriages already know that new products have been launched in the market, but everyone is merely watching and dares not make a purchase. Chen An did not give any hints, allowing them to judge for themselves. Watching the passengers' reactions during boring moments was also a form of amusement, and Chen An gradually grew fond of this superior feeling. He noticed that Zixu was eager to try, but was stopped by her classmate Xiaoying. Don't waste your money, 10 star coins can last a long time. Zixu's eyes sparkled as she said, but the train wouldn't sell useless products. The energy crystal must have a special function. Do you think it could make you never hungry after swallowing it? Xiaoying shot her a glance. If there really is such a miraculous pill, selling it for 1,000 star coins would be reasonable. Don't forget, star coins are borrowed money. We still owe debts. Xiaoying's words dispelled many curious individuals. There is a limit to loans, and no one knows what happens when that limit is reached. Just then a frail boy squeezed through the crowd, walking coldly to the shelf skillfully and swiftly purchasing the energy crystal. Wow, someone is buying the energy crystal. Immediately many people gathered around to watch, eager to discover the purpose of the energy crystal. The boy took the energy crystal out of the crystal box and observed it curiously. He didn't know what this thing was for. He was simply disenchanted with life, wanting to do whatever he pleased, thinking that dying early would just lead to rebirth anyway, as his situation couldn't get worse. Hey little brother, do you know what it's for? A bald man nearby leaned in to inquire, trying to keep his body a bit back, fearing that the energy crystal might explode and affect him. The boy didn't answer because he felt his palms were cold, devoid of any extra information. Oh my, look, the energy crystal is melting. The melted energy crystal entered the boy's body, causing the veins in his arms to exhibit a bluish hue. The crowd erupted in chaos, beginning to speculate wildly. It could be some kind of radioactive mineral. It's over, he's being exposed to a high dose of radiation. It might also be a particle weapon that he just triggered and it's entering his body. Could it be a micro-nuclear fusion? That blue light might appear when fusion occurs. This last statement terrified the crowd, causing them to flee in panic. Zishu and the others did not run. As university students, they were sure that the energy crystal entering the boy's body was not a fusion reaction, but rather some special substance merging into him. They just weren't clear on what this substance could do. Suddenly, the boy's complexion turned grim, and his whole body emitted blue light. Hiss! He gasped, suppressing the swelling pain in his body without letting out a sound. He is triggering a reaction, it might explode. Some unknown amateur scientist was incessantly explaining in the market, frightening people into a panic as they crowded together in the aisle without being able to escape. There were wails, curses, and even some conflicts breaking out, drawing the attention of the market guards. Sister Shu, could it really explode? Yang Yuan was anxious. Zishu asked, "What is your major?" "I'm studying nuclear physics." "Didn't you already know?" "Right, even I who studies sports know it's unreliable." "How can you still believe it?" Yang Yuan chuckled. "I sleep in class and chase girls after class. Since the beginning of the semester, I haven't even turned a few pages of the nuclear physics book." Yu Guan chimed in. "I can attest, he really hasn't read the book. He's a total waste." "Hiss, don't kick me. I'm telling the truth." After a few jokes, Xia Ying reminded everyone that the boy was undergoing a strange transformation. Everyone looked over at the boy. No longer appeared distressed as before. His pale face flushed with color, and his entire being was filled with an odd sense of power. He clenched his fists, and the crisp sound echoed throughout the market. Someone hurriedly asked, "What do you feel?" The boy's expression was strange as he replied, "I feel like I've become stronger." He had originally been frail, resembling a willow in the wind, but now his arms bulged with muscles, and he had grown 4 to 5 centimeters taller. His entire image and aura had undergone a tremendous change. At this moment, an announcement from above the train echoed. "The first extraordinary person is born among the passengers." Opening the extraordinary leaderboard, the train officially activates the guild system, task system, and spaceship rental system. The market officially launches various destructive weapons available for purchase only by extraordinary individuals. With a swish, several shelves suddenly restocked with items which were firearms or swords, showcasing a striking sci-fi aesthetic. Zishu wanted to try purchasing, but upon seeing the price, she immediately lost interest. A bronze-level alloy war knife costs 50 star coins. That's highway robbery. The K3 model kinetic pistol is 5 star coins. Is a knife worth more than a gun? She attempted to purchase it, but found she lacked the authority. Next, the train continued to provide announcements. Only extraordinary individuals can register for guilds. There is currently no limit to the number of members. Only extraordinary individuals can undertake train tasks, and completing tasks will reward star coins or rare items. Only extraordinary individuals can rent spaceships to leave the train for exploration. Any resources collected will be split 70-30 with the train receiving 30%. Only extraordinary individuals can access other carriages but cannot stay for long. Only extraordinary individuals have the opportunity to meet the train conductor and receive rewards from them. This is what I have for now, Chen, and will add more later. After finishing the announcement, the carriages fell silent for a while before erupting into noise. Oh, my extraordinary individuals actually have so many privileges. So we can rent spaceships to land on alien planets. If we can find rare resources, paying off debts would be easy, and we could even make money. Thinking of the scenario where they could earn thousands of star coins, many people's faces turned red with excitement. But there's one condition: you must awaken first. Awakening requires energy crystals. No matter how you look at it, awakening the extraordinary has countless benefits and no drawbacks. Thus, the passengers surged towards the market in a frenzy, fearing the energy crystals would sell out. The second to awaken was Zishu, who became the second person on the leaderboard. After that, each awakening would be displayed on the list, making the atmosphere in every carriage extremely tense, as no one wanted to fall behind. However, in reality, very few could absorb the energy crystals immediately, and awaken most needed a long time to absorb the energy crystals, with awakening times ranging from half an hour to 24 hours. An hour later, the train released the guild leaderboard. The first guild was called Knight, led by Xiao Zhen, the boy who awakened extraordinary powers first. Soon after, the second guild appeared, named Science, led by Zishu. Then the third and fourth guilds emerged, namely Tian Weiss Dominance Guild and Chun Guoliang's Hope Guild. Now that we have guilds, how do we rent spaceships? The train must stop for that. How can we go out if it doesn't stop? The Science Guild is recruiting. Oh, everyone is welcome. After all, Zishu is quick-witted. She immediately recruited members in the 10th carriage after registering the guild. because registering a guild also has a fee of 100 star coins. Most people were actually too afraid to register, so they preferred to join other people's guilds. This way, the number of members in the top 10 guilds kept increasing. However, Xiao Zhen's Night Guild surprisingly did not recruit anyone. He appeared very reclusive. Pull up Xiao Zhen's profile, Chen An found this individual deeply intriguing, and the data revealed that Xiao Zhen was an orphan having never formed close bonds with family or friends, and consistently pursued high-risk endeavors with bold, audacious resolve. A rare talent, yet dangerously extreme. Monitor his trajectory closely. I observe how he evolves. And beyond Xiao Zhen Chen and paid particular attention to the guild leaders ranked within the top 10. Zishu Tianwei Chen Guoyang Xiafeng. And I knew Zishu was extraordinary. This young woman's potential is boundless. Let her develop freely for now. I shall refrain from interference. Tianwei lacks moral integrity, but possesses undeniable aptitude. Watch whether he undergoes transformation. Grant him further opportunities. Chen Guoyang has astonished me profoundly. His awakening was both rapid and exceptional in quality. Among all awakened beings, myself excluded, he likely ranks highest in combat prowess. I anticipate his future with great eagerness. Wasn't Xiafeng formerly a Special Forces operative? Xiafeng once served as chief instructor of the Shenlong Special Forces unit of Xia Nation, resigning in self-reproach following an incident. His guild shelters numerous former Special Forces personnel. Given his background, he is exceptionally suited to hostile environments. Retrieve additional intelligence for me. Though carriages buzzed with activity, the next announcement plunged many hearts into despair. Passengers who exceed their loan limits and prove unable to repay will be expelled from the train as waste. And shortly thereafter, a new leaderboard materialized at the front of each carriage, the wealth ranking. It displayed every passenger's net assets, nearly all negative. And scrolling downward, passengers discovered Xiao Zhen ranked last, already indebted by 272 star credits. Heavens, where on earth did he spend it all? I just saw him purchase a combat blade and firearms. He's now training with them at the guild's firing range which the guild provides. Is he utterly mad? If the train remains stationary for too long, he'll doom himself. Yet Xiao Zhen's actions served as a stark revelation, for Zishu among others. She promptly acquired her own armaments, a bronze-gold alloy combat blade and AK-3 handgun, thus fully equipped. The firing range occupied a side annex of the guild building partitioned into several isolated zones, each accommodating no more than a dozen trainees simultaneously. Xiao Zhen. Zishu greeted him. Xiao Zhen had just fired several rounds. Turning briefly, he cautioned, 1 star credit purchases 2 magazines. 20 rounds per magazine. Choose wisely. Thank you for the warning. I'd assumed your demeanor was perpetually frostbitten. Xiao Zhen fell silent and resumed practicing with his blade. Since awakening, his physical attributes had surged dramatically, evoking the formidable presence of a martial arts master. Over the next 3 or 4 days, the number of awakened transcendent beings surpassed 50,000. Yet most hesitated to register their own guilds, opting only to join existing ones. Few possessed true grit. Only a small minority dared invest in weapons and rigorous training, while the majority remained excessively cautious. Inside the cockpit, Chen An watched Yang Yuan and his companions with mounting frustration. Not even half as bold as Zishu, a girl who dares stake everything. They cower, paralyzed by fear, accomplishing nothing. Yang Yuan and the others had awakened, but like the timid masses, they shunned active cultivation, instead languishing idly in their seats, marking time without purpose. As their closest friend, Chen An sincerely yearned for them to rise. Fuyao. How much farther until we reach the life-bearing star you detected? We shall arrive in 30 minutes. Excellent. Issue the announcement immediately. Moments later, a station's top notification echoed through every carriage. The train will halt in 30 minutes. All guilds are advised to lease spacecraft in advance and prepare for extravehicular exploration. At this announcement, the entire train erupted into frenetic activity. Those already awakened rushed to finalize preparations. Those yet unawakened lamented bitterly. And despite the sting of loss, continued spending precious star credits on energy crystals, determined to awaken at any cost. In carriage 10, Zishu urgently convened her guild members. No dawdling. Those unarmed procure weapons immediately. Those armed follow me to lease a spacecraft. I suspect availability will be limited. Yet upon reaching the landing pad, Zishu found it crowded with spacecraft, diverse in model size and configuration. A robotic attendant at the leasing center informed her, currently available are only 2 models, the F399 and the A106, each offered in small, medium, and large variants. Zishu observed that the vessel which had retrieved them earlier was a large F399, of which approximately 10 were present on site. What distinguishes these 2 models? And what are their rental fees? The F399 is a multi-role transport warship. Its passenger cabin accommodates 1,000 to 10,000 souls. its cargo hold 50 to 500 tons. NIT also possesses formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, capable of sustained space combat. Rental rates range from 500 to 5,000 star credits, depending on size. The A-106 is a standard transport vessel. Its passenger cabin holds 500 to 5,000, its cargo hold 10 to 100 tons. NIT mounts light laser cannons but lacks standardized combat systems, unsuitable for direct engagement in warfare. Rental rates range from 200 to 3,000 star credits, depending on size. Zishu contemplated thoughtfully, gaining clarity on each model's strategic advantages. And Sister Shu, might we lease an A-106? Even the smallest variant would suffice. Zishu replied, our guild number's 300. So yes, a compact A-106 would indeed meet our needs. But what if danger arises? And none of us knows what world awaits beyond the train's doors. I require a compact F-399. Yet my personal loan balance falls short. May several of us pool our credits? The robot responded gently, guilds possess a collective loan ceiling of 5,000 star credits, unconstrained by individual limits. Moreover, spacecraft leasing incurs no additional credit application. Deductions are processed automatically by the train. That simplifies matters considerably. How does one proceed with leasing? And no complex procedure was required, only facial authentication to confirm identity. Within moments she received an identification card, bearing her name and vessel details. And, am I now the ship's captain? Wait. One more question, how long does the lease last? All leases commence at a minimum duration of 24 hours. Renewal requires advance registration and payment. Zishu stared stunned. 500 star credits bought her merely 1 day aboard the vessel. Should that day yield no rewards, the expenditure would vanish, wasted entirely. And this train is outrageously exploitative. Who is the conductor? I'll kick him squarely in the backside. Her companion Xiaoying hastily clapped a hand over her mouth. And mind your tongue. What if someone hears you? The robot, having already registered the remark, instantly adopted a stern expression. Apologies. You have been blacklisted by the train and are henceforth ineligible for any leasing services. Zishu froze, her heart hammering violently, and before she could beg forgiveness, the robot's rigid face softened into an awkward smile. And merely a light-hearted jest. The conductor advises you, should you ever speak ill of him again, do so only in private. And Zishu paled, shaking her head frantically. And never again, never. Great conductor, I spoke recklessly. Please dismiss my words entirely. I beg your forgiveness. Chen An, of course, felt no anger, only amusement. It was but a gentle tease designed solely to startle her. The train has docked into orbit around the star and is preparing to draw energy. Exploration vessels have been deployed and will transmit preliminary data on the life-bearing planet within 10 minutes. Due to its limited radar capability, the train can only determine the planet's classification and general characteristics. To ascertain whether the planet harbors minerals, unique life forms, or surface civilizations, exploration vessels must approach closely, deploy reconnaissance drones, and conduct on-site surveys after landing. Half an hour later, a flood of data streamed back to the train. Basic planetary information has been acquired, generating summary report. Name unnamed. Designation S360E5729125. Classification terrestrial planet. Mass 7. 1154102410 superscript 2 kg. Diameter 20765 km. Surface temperature 28 C. Rotation period 18 hours. 25 minutes 39 seconds. Intelligent life none. This planet is suitable for human landing. Xenobeasts have been detected. Tier 1 primal wild. Wait. You haven't yet explained the Xenobeast tier system. Xenobeasts like Transcendents are strictly ranked primal wild tier, sovereign commander tier, stellar regent tier, monarch tier, and beyond. Each tier comprises 9 sublevels precisely aligned with transcendent cultivation stages. A classification rigorously validated across countless transcendent civilizations. No skepticism is warranted. Who said I doubted anything? Are there any Tier 2 transcendent entities on this planet? None detected thus far. Absence of detection does not imply absence. Immediately package and list the data on the market. Sell it for 1 star credit. In future, replicate this for every comparable planet encountered. Every such discovery can be monetized identically. Master, you are truly brilliant. Chen An could not discern whether the remark was sincere praise or veiled sarcasm. As various guilds secured leased starships, they waited for the train to open its airlock. At that moment, the train announced the market listing of the target planet's full survey dossier. Guilds hurriedly purchased the dossier, a handheld query device resembling a personal terminal capable of instant access to stored planetary data. Zishu authenticated her identity via fingerprint scan. Upon unlocking, a palm-sized holographic interface shimmered into view, ready to display requested information. Are there extraterrestrial beings on this planet? A voice command triggered an immediate response, No extraterrestrial intelligences detected. Yang Yuan eagerly followed up, "Are there any hostile creatures?" As queries were answered in rapid succession, anticipation surged among the crew. 10 minutes later, the train issued a mission alert. Mission briefing activated. Guild leaders are requested to proceed to the assignment hub. Zishu and other guild heads hastened to the designated zone, where a massive display screen listed over a dozen missions. Mission 1: Hunt Xenobeasts and submit no fewer than 50 intact cerebral cores. Reward 5 star credits. Repeatable without limit. Mission 2: Collect 1 metric ton of naturally occurring superenergy-infused materials, including ores and geological specimens. Reward 5 star credits. Repeatable without limit. Mission 3: Acquire genetic samples from 3 distinct native lifeforms. Reward 10 star credits. Submissions are void if another guild has already registered the same species. Mission 4: Harvest 1 metric ton of edible flora. Reward 3 star credits. Repeatable without limit. Overall, the mission set reveals strong strategic bias. Some guilds excel in sustained combat, others in systematic resource extraction. Each may carve out its own survival paradigm. Zishu claimed every available mission. Harvesting 1 ton of edible plants yields 3 star credits. My vessel carries a 50-ton cargo capacity, so a single round trip would net 150 credits. She beamed with delight, until doubt flickered. But first we must verify edibility, then manually gather. 50 tons would consume an entire day. Hardly cost-effective. Hunting Xenobeasts appears more viable. 50 cores earn 5 credits. 500 would yield 50. TCH. Neither path is simple. Clearly the trainmaster intends to profit from every transaction. No margin left to chance. Zishu dared not voice her complaint aloud, only murmured it softly. After 15 minutes of preparations, the hangar bay doors finally retracted. Guilds rushed aboard their vessels for final pre-launch checks. Nearly all guilds had leased compact-class starships. The scientific guild's vessel occupied the foremost position on the launch deck. Crew members ascended the boarding ramp. The interior layout mirrored that of the train's docking craft. Its surfaces gleamed with polished silver alloy. Minimalist, uncluttered, devoid of ornamentation. The ship features cargo holds and passenger cabins. The forward section houses the bridge. Access restricted solely to the captain. Yang Yuan, lead your team to inspect the cargo hold. Zi Ying, examine the passenger cabin's chrysalis chambers. Zishu issued orders. Chrysalis chambers were compact, honeycomb-like sleeping pods designed for rest during transit. Most crew idled by the portholes, gazing outward while the vessel remained berthed. Zishu entered the bridge alone. Its complex array of instruments made her scalp prickle. Fortunately, the vessel possessed foundational AI autonomy, enabling fully automated operation. She needed only issue verbal commands. Once assured of this, she instructed the AI to activate the long-range sensor suite. Radar range 500,000 kilometers. More than sufficient. Initiate launch sequence. Set descent coordinates for planet S360E5729-125. The vessel responded instantly, gliding along orbital trajectory toward the train's final airlock gate. A soft chime sounded. Ding. As the gate irised open, flooding the cabin with searing crimson light, the radiant face of the host star. Vessel disengaged from train. Charging systems engaged. Maximum velocity in 5 seconds. Full thrust transit underway. Atmospheric entry at target planet in 24 minutes 36 seconds. Zishu ignored the status alerts. Her gaze remained riveted on the viewport. How colossal the train loomed. Its height likely measured in thousands of meters. Within its carriages, its full scale remained hidden. Now outside, its sheer magnitude struck with visceral awe. Beyond it blazed a vast sea of fire. The star itself ceaselessly radiating torrents of energy into the void. Turning her gaze to the opposite side of the viewport, she beheld the infinite expanse of the cosmos. Countless stars scattered across unfathomable darkness, breathtaking in its sublime majesty. She stood transfixed for a long while before opening the bridge hatch to return to the passenger cabin. Others were even more stunned. Some huddled in clusters, exchanging hushed remarks. Others simply stared motionless into the abyssal vista. That profound, silent immensity stirred primal unease. A creeping chill down the spine. Cough, cough, cough. Meeting time. At the guild leader's summons, crew members gathered swiftly. These individuals were among the earliest awakened transcenders, each possessing exceptional innate talent destined to become core pillars of the guild. Zishu held them in high regard. I spent 100 star credits registering this guild, and another 500 leasing the vessel. The initial 100 is mine alone, but the 500 belongs to the guild treasury. Should disaster strike, liability falls collectively upon us all. None can predict how rich or perilous this planet's resources may prove. But remember, this is no expedition. It is survival. Our absolute, unwavering imperative to endure. Observe the starfield beyond those windows. If you wish to avoid being discarded by the train, focus now. Next, how shall we explore this unknown world? I invite your insights, freely and frankly. Discussion erupted, each voice offering distinct perspectives. Following the mission directives seems most efficient. I've calculated completing all 4 tasks today yields over 700 star credits. Net profit after expenses. But weapon wear and attrition erode margins significantly. This first sortie is chiefly about adaptation. I trust our efficiency, and rewards, will improve markedly with experience. Sister Shu, what's your verdict? Zishu drew her battle saber and methodically wiped its blade along her sleeve. Nothing more to say. Let's get to work. Chen An observed clearly how each guild acted and how the presidents mobilized. Chen Guoyang is the most formidable. With just 500 people, he can ignite their blood and enthusiasm, making them willing to go to war without a second thought. Tianwei is not very clever. He only relies on brute force and is overly dictatorial. Zishu's strength lies in her ability to listen to her subordinates' opinions. Xiaozhen is quite interesting, renting an A-106 spaceship to go out alone, truly daring. Fuyao, based on your big data analysis, which guild do you think will develop the best? Chen Guoliang's Hope Guild has the most development potential, while Zishu's Science Guild has the highest average talent, ranking second. Master, your private spaceship is ready. Would you like to land on this planet? Not for now, let them venture first. Chen An turned off the screen, no longer caring how the passengers would struggle. He returned to his private area feeling increasingly lonely. Just as you said, I need a pet. Prolonged solitude will affect my mental state. Master can choose a pet from the passengers. This is a reasonable suggestion derived from deep research into your mental state. Cough, 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 please speak more tactfully in the future. Understood. Master has needs. It is suggested to resolve them among the passengers. Was that phrasing tactful enough? Tactful, my foot. Don't disturb me. I need to cultivate. He headed to the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber can be set to multiple times the standard gravity, helping him continually refine his body and accelerate its enhancement. As long as the enhancement is fast enough, even without absorbing energy crystals, he will level up. Set the gravity to 5 times normal. Bang! A powerful pressure bore down from above, nearly overwhelming Chen An. Though it feels heavy, it's quite exhilarating. He then began to train using various equipment. In the starry sky, nearly 1,000 spaceships approached the green planet. While there appeared to be many ships, they were barely noticeable among the countless asteroids. Bang, bang, bang. If they encountered an unavoidable asteroid, the ship would automatically attack, clearing obstacles along the way. By the porthole, numerous figures were pressed against the glass, their eyes filled with curiosity and fear. Curiosity towards the unknown, fear of the unknown. As the planet drew near, the familiar green made people increasingly excited. Only the color green could invigorate them. When the various ships reached the atmosphere, their speed would gradually slow, entering cruise mode. The spaceship has been captured by the planet. Please confirm the landing point, Captain. If no point is designated, the spaceship will continue to cruise until its energy is depleted. Zishu immediately went to the cockpit. Can we display a map of the planet? The spaceship screen instantly revealed a flat map of the planet, clearly showing 3 continents distributed at various latitudes and longitudes. The map also showed many red dots blinking, prompting Zishu to inquire what they meant. The screen provided a prompt that these red dots were landing points of other ships that had already been selected. I see. Why does it feel like playing a game? She was not in a rush and combined the data for research, determining the landing point at 30 degrees north latitude, leaning towards the southwestern side of the northern continent. Landing point has been confirmed. The spaceship is landing. As the spaceship approached the surface, people joyfully discovered that the ground was actually a prairie. So brilliantly green. What a beautiful planet. It seems there are many planets like Zixing in the universe. We were just too weak to discover them before. Some are discussing science while others are discussing reality. How strong are the star beasts on this planet? Can we defeat them? Let's not worry about that for now. We'll talk once we land. The spaceship landed very steadily without a hint of shaking. Accompanied by the sound of releasing air pressure, the hatch opened, lowering the gangway. The ramp landed on the soft lawn with an incredibly smooth texture. Zishu was the first to step out, forcing herself to appear calm as she slowly descended the spiral staircase. Once she reached halfway, she suddenly leaped, landing steadily on the lawn from a height of 5 meters. Sister Shu, how did you learn lightness skill? Zishu joyfully replied. You can all give it a try. The gravity here is lower than on Zixing. She jumped several times in place, reaching heights of 3 to 4 meters. Normally, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to jump that high, but they were extraordinary beings with unusual jumping capabilities. Others followed suit, and the atmosphere was joyful. Zishu looked around. The prairie was boundless, and she temporarily didn't know how to explore. So we just wander around like this. A group circled the area but found nothing gathering beside the spaceship. In the end, it was Liang Yu who was clever, saying, we don't need to come down. We can patrol from the spaceship and only descend to hunt when we spot prey. This is more efficient. Exactly, this is how it should be. Everyone back on the ship. After that, the spaceship flew at low altitude, meticulously searching the surface, during which they discovered some creatures that were clearly documented in the data. However, these creatures were too few to warrant a stop. After flying for about 10 minutes, they spotted a herd of beasts. Their bodies resemble wolves, their limbs like lizards with strong impact. They are called lizard wolves according to the data provided by the train. Lizard wolves. What a bizarre name. Looks like there are quite a few of them. Let's go for it. After making the decision, the spaceship hovered nearby, and over 300 people disembarked without needing to leave anyone behind. Everyone was equipped with combat knives and handguns, so they took out their handguns to load ammunition first. This was the safest approach. 3 minutes later, the howling of wolves echoed across the prairie. Before they could charge in, the lizard wolves rushed toward them, seeing them as prey. At this moment, the importance of their usual training was evident. Zishu hit her targets nearly every time, while others shot randomly, wasting bullets without hitting much. Everyone stay calm, try to cluster together, shoot at intervals, and don't waste all your bullets at once. Aren't your magazines bought with money? Zishu transformed into a commander, leading by example, while providing guidance to maintain order, preventing the lizard wolves from closing in. These creatures had never seen humans and didn't know their strength. They charged forward, relentlessly, leaving behind a trail of corpses. After 10 minutes, the lizard wolves retreated and the newcomers gained confidence, realizing how to fight. Zishu said, "Leave 20 people to carry the prey onto the spaceship, and the rest continue the chase to eradicate the lizard wolves completely." In the tropical region near the central continent, Chen An and his 500 men were huddled in a valley. The blood-eyed python is extremely ferocious. We can't confront it hidden. We must set traps first. Everyone work hard. All the energy crystals earned will be shared equally, and no one will get less. But if anyone tries to cheat, rest assured my brothers will be watching. Immediately someone responded, "We all listen to the president. Let's hurry and dig the traps. If there really is a slacker, I'll reward him with a bullet." With both sweet promises and threats, Chen Guoyang kept them firmly in line. Half an hour later, more than 10 traps were set up, and Chen Guoyang personally went to lure the enemy, while the others lay in ambush around. "President, be careful." The members were all very moved. By the riverside of the southern continent of the planet Tianwei, led a group of people in an effort to create fishing nets from ferns. There are many large fish in the river, regardless of whether we can complete the mission. At the very least, it's food. Damn it, eating the same kind of meat on the train every day is making me sick. Tianwei grumbled, a blade of grass clutched in his mouth. 3,000 kilometers eastward in the primitive forest, Xiafeng was leading his 200 men through the trees. That's a group of unicorn rabbits. They are considered star beasts and can be hunted for missions. But President, those rabbits are incredibly fast. Can we catch up with them? Let's give it a try. The forest is not just home to rabbits. There are plenty of prey around. Different guilds went to different places. Most had gains, but only a few faced setbacks encountering powerful star beasts. For instance, Xiaozhen. He was bold, fully armed, navigating through the swamp, sometimes attacked by water snakes or swarmed by mosquitoes the size of fists. He hesitated, but thinking of the potential great rewards ahead, he decided to take the plunge. The spaceship's detection system indicated special energy fluctuations in this swamp, suggesting the likely presence of super-energy materials. Since he was going all out, he truly had to commit. Xiaozhen registered a guild, rented a spaceship, and had exhausted all his personal loan balance. If he couldn't achieve sufficient gains today, he wouldn't even bother returning to the train. Whoosh! Vines descended from the sky, making a sizzling sound as they approached. If he couldn't achieve sufficient gains today, he wouldn't even bother returning to the train. Whoosh! Vines descended from the sky, making a sizzling sound as they approached. Its body was covered in scales, resembling a pangolin somewhat. Too bad these snakes aren't star beasts. Their heads are useless. As for collecting genes, Xiaozhen had no interest. He wanted to aim higher. After traversing several kilometers, Xiaozhen finally reached his destination. To his astonishment, there was no special material. It was clearly just a rat. Damn, there's no record of such a rat in the train's files. It was the size of a tiger with a white head and long fangs exposed, stained with blood. Though Xiaozhen was bold, he was still frightened, his legs feeling weak as he contemplated retreating quietly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. However, the rat was too sensitive and had already sensed his movements, leaping toward him like a great bird. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaozhen retreated while drawing his pistol and fired until the magazine was empty. The rat was injured, but this only made it angrier. Oh, it roared in fury and burrowed underground. This was a swamp, the ground soft, perfect for the rat to navigate. Xiaozhen was drenched in cold sweat, stowing away his pistol and gripping his combat knife tightly, with both hands standing atop a higher brown stone, his eyes fixed below. 5 seconds later, accompanied by a muffled sound, the rat burrowed out from underground, attacking Xiaozhen from behind. A surprise attack from behind. Xiaozhen rolled forward, absorbing the impact before standing up, then sidestepped to evade the rat's assault. This isn't a simple star beast, its level is higher than mine. Without thinking further, he knew he had to fight with all his might or he would exhaust all his stamina. The most critical issue was that he had no idea whether there were similar creatures nearby. Come on, if you can kill me, then do it. The rat couldn't understand but could sense Xiaozhen's hostility. Whoosh! It lunged at him, its form impressive. However, Xiaozhen suddenly ducked low, swinging his combat knife upward with force, slicing into the rat's abdomen. I knew this was your weakness, open up. The blade was dragged forward, fiercely cleaving the rat's belly wide open, spilling out its colorful innards. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat let out a terrible scream, trying to burrow underground to escape, but a reactive Xiaozhen grabbed its tail and yanked it out. The rat's corpse should be valuable. After pulling the rat out, it was left with barely one breath. Xiaozhen delivered a final strike to end its life. The first star beast I've killed in my life is quite memorable, but the problem is my knife seems to be ruined. A chip appeared on the combat knife, leaving Xiaozhen in tears. This is a 50-star coin product. This broken train is such a scam. Xiaozhen cursed a few times, gritting his teeth, as he transported the rat's corpse back to the spaceship. After resting for a short while, he returned to his original position, because the train indicated that the special energy fluctuations were still present. Could it be the rat has a nest? However, instead of finding the rat's nest, he discovered an energy crystal mine. It consisted of some blue stones embedded in complex metallic ore. Xiaozhen was overjoyed. He casually broke off a piece to try absorbing it, but immediately shook his head and tossed it away. Too many impurities, can't absorb it. Looks like I can only turn it in for the mission. With the energy crystal mine found, Xiaozhen stopped looking for more prey and focused on transporting what he had. 2 hours later, he piloted the not fully loaded spaceship back to the train. He's the first to return, how is he so fast? Chen An was astonished. What surprised him even more was that Xiaozhen had single-handedly killed a star beast close to the second level. Through the screen they could see Xiaozhen docking the spaceship at the landing pad, intending to drag the corpse to the mission hall to turn it in. But before he could transport it, a robot approached, indicating they would directly assess Xiaozhen's resources. The corpses of 3 star beasts cannot complete any task but can be sold to the train for a total of 0.5 star coins. Would you like to sell? Xiaozhen, uninterested in the hassle, agreed to sell. You have 3 tons of energy crystal, or which can complete 3 resource collection tasks yielding 15 star coins. Would you like to submit? Xiaozhen nodded with a dark face. Renting the spaceship cost 200 star coins, and the combat knife damage totaled 50 star coins. He was at a loss. It seems I can't just act recklessly alone. I need to recruit more talent. As Xiaozhen was preparing to recruit, the robot inquired, Did you discover the energy crystal mine? Xiaozhen, cautious, considered for a moment before nodding. The robot informed him, If you discover a mine, you can submit the coordinates to the train, and you will receive a reward. How much reward can I get? 500 star coins. Xiaozhen gasped, nodding repeatedly. I'll provide the coordinates right away. After giving the coordinates, his account received 500 star coins, perfectly balancing out after deducting debts, landing him at the top of the rich list. Without debts, Xiaozhen felt much more comfortable. In the cockpit, Chen An instructed Fu Yao to increase the regulations. As long as rare mines are discovered, submitting coordinates will yield rewards. Set this as task number 15 with long-term validity. After setting this up, Chen An said, I found that many people don't know how to gather resources, as we haven't set more detailed exchange prices. For example, certain special plants, although not included in the tasks, can be purchased at high prices by the train if gathered. Hint to the master, you can manufacture watches in large quantities. One is to monitor everyone in real time, and the other is to ensure they can access new information and receive new tasks at any time. What monitoring? I care about them. If there are enough materials, then let's manufacture quickly. The news of Xiaozhen topping the wealth list caused a sensation on the train. So when he set out to recruit, the newly awakened extraordinary individuals rushed to join, quickly assembling a team of 100. He was preparing to return to the planet when he discovered new tools in the market. A wristwatch that can connect with the train at any time, allowing passengers to communicate with each other. Such a good item, it should be an essential tool for us. Xiaozhen immediately bought one, and put it on, discovering that it could connect to the train's public network, which allowed for extensive information searching and receiving tasks over long distances. If the network becomes richer in the future, this thing will be no different from a mobile phone. Chen An thought the same, instructing Fu Yao to populate the network with resources, aiming to create a super network for the train that would include all passengers. After half a day, spaceships continued to return. The train reminded passengers of the wristwatch's existence. No one underestimated its importance, and many rushed to buy one. This way, passengers had instant communication tools, which also allowed them to quickly assess the effectiveness of gathered resources, significantly improving efficiency. Sister Shu, this wristwatch is really useful. Zishu was hunting when a light screen suddenly popped up on her left wrist, scaring away the star beast hidden in the bushes. Damn it, don't disturb me. Train, can the wristwatch block communications? The wristwatch could contact the train over long distances and promptly responded, please select the objects to block. Not only Yang Yuan, she temporarily blocked others, as well, preparing to turn it back on after finishing her hunt. Not long ago, Zishu discovered a small creature that resembled a squirrel but had a fox-like tail. As expected, it was named Fox Rat, and the train purchased it for 3 star coins, deemed a rare find. That guy was very sensitive. I bet it ran away, all thanks to Yang Yuan. Zishu was as agile as a kitten jumping around in the grass, light and graceful like a flying swan. She was currently the best extraordinary individual utilizing the planet's gravity. After searching for 5 minutes, the wristwatch provided a coordinate reminder. Can you help me find prey? In fact, it wasn't the wristwatch that found it. Chen An had given the reminder. Since passengers widely wore wristwatches, Chen An had effectively installed countless monitors on the planet, easily obtaining visual information as passengers moved around. This girl sometimes gets confused. The prey was clearly hiding under the large leaves in the bushes, yet she couldn't find it. After a tough battle, Zishu successfully captured the fox rat, earning 3 star coins. According to the guild's distribution rules, the results of individual hunts belonged solely to the hunter, while resources obtained collectively were shared. I need to repay my debts and work harder. If only there were more fox rats. As soon as she spoke, the wristwatch immediately provided more coordinates, all of them indicating fox rats. Wow, this is going to be profitable. Fu Yao, what products can be made from the resources they submitted? Chen An sat in the driver's seat, holding a bottle of soda, with a multitude of screens before him displaying images of passengers' adventures. The brains of star beasts can produce potions, some with healing effects, others used for invigorating. These potions could be sold on the market to passengers. Fur can be used to make clothing. It had been a long time since passengers had changed clothes, making new clothing a necessity. The genes of plants and animals will be deeply researched in the laboratory, which will lead to the development of various enhancement potions in the future, specifically targeting the extraordinary abilities of individuals. What can the fox rat refine? The fox rat moves extremely quickly and can directly produce acceleration potions that increase extraordinary speed for a short time when consumed. No wonder this thing is so valuable. All prices were not set arbitrarily by Chen An. They were all based on reference prices provided by Fu Yao, after which Chen An made the final decision. In the following half-day, various guild spaceships made 2 or 3 continuous trips, greatly improving efficiency compared to the first half of the day. They even ventured out at night. Night referred to the planet's night. For the train, there was never a concept of day and night. The top-ranked guilds had almost repaid their debts and even had a surplus. Things are looking good. I hope they continue to work hard. The train is prepared to stop in this star system for a few days, and can issue an announcement stating that it will not leave temporarily. I'm not going out today. I'll wait until tomorrow. Chen An slept normally, and the next morning, he first studied the results of the guilds from the previous night before piloting his private spaceship, accompanied by 500 robotic bodyguards, heading grandly towards the Life Star. To ensure his absolute safety, Chen An even brought along 2 escort ships, hiding them among the asteroids in the outer space of the Life Star. It's too complicated. I can't afford to be careless. Looking up at the green planet nearby, Chen An felt very pleased. He deliberately kept his ship away from other teams and chose the pleasant temperature of 30 degrees north latitude, finding a patch of forest. Quickly search for nearby prey. His purpose was not to hunt but to relax and simultaneously train his combat skills. As soon as the command was given, the radar scanned 100 miles and confirmed there was no threat. 500 robots quickly spread out, creating a safety zone around Chen, and within 10 miles ensuring there would be no accidents. Master, I know this is not cowardice but caution. Chen An, actually, I'm just being cowardly. With such good conditions, it would be a shame to die. I'm different from others. They are already dancing on the tip of the blade, worth risking their lives. What do I have to risk my life for? The longer I live, the stronger I will definitely become. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, even 100,000 years. I want to live a long life. Fu Yao, do you think I can achieve that? I firmly believe that the master will become the god of the stars, thus mastering his own destiny and achieving complete immortality. Immortality is so boring, living a few billion years is enough. If the master finds it dull, he can collect beautiful pets and even create a pet empire in the future. Don't you have anything else to say? Chen An feigned anger. This is a direct reflection of the master's inner thoughts. I have not embellished any words. He couldn't be bothered to argue with it. After all, Fu Yao was an AI and might not have a deep understanding of humans. Before long, Chen An encountered a pack of lizard wolves. Although I have seen many before, I only realized how strange they were when I encountered them personally. Lizards and wolves combined. I admire the creator's ingenuity. Chen An did not use any weapons. He charged into the wolf pack, striking with his fists, causing blood to splatter and corpses to litter the ground. The lizard wolves are too weak. I am now close to the strength of the second level. Are there any stronger beings nearby? 300 meters to the left there is a red bear at the peak of the first level. Good, that's the one. 10 minutes later Chen An was being pursued by a 5-meter-tall red-skinned violent bear. Are you sure this is a peak of the first level? Indeed it is. Chen An helplessly could only resort to using weapons to have a chance to fight back. Then, with the combined force of the laser weapon and the silver-grade battle knife, he crushed the red bear mercilessly. Laser weapons are truly powerful. A single shot can severely injure it. The silver-grade battle knife should be able to kill 3 or 4 levels of star beasts. It's too wasteful to kill a first-level one. Master relying on external forces does not achieve the goal of cultivation. Aren't the weapons mine? Aren't the knives mine? They are all yours. That's right, since they're all mine, then it's not relying on external forces. Chen An mumbled a few words prompting Fu Yao to continue searching for star beasts of that level. President, someone has died. Enzi Shu, who had been hunting in the forest, felt a sudden chill. Who died? En Zhao Wei. And how did he die? A highly formidable red cloud leopard was spotted over there. We couldn't defeat it, so we've come to fetch you. Everyone else has already rushed to the scene. Zishu hurried after them and found her guild members scattered across the clearing, grouped in 2s and 3s, barely holding their ground against the red cloud leopard's assaults. It was a leopard whose pelt bore swirling crimson cloud patterns, blindingly swift, capable of leaping effortlessly onto treetops before descending like a thunderous avalanche upon clustered humans. Yang Yuan, watch out! And Yang Yuan gripped a blade in his right hand and raised a crude wooden shield he'd fashioned himself with his left teeth clenched as he braced against the leopard's crushing descent. Crack! And the wooden shield splintered. Yang Yuan rolled aside just in time. And what is this thing? It's absurdly strong. And the red cloud leopard, far more agile than Yang Yuan, instantly repositioned itself and lunged again, intent on tearing him limb from limb. Shu! Enzi Shu sprinted forward, her serrated battlesword sweeping horizontally with full force, striking true against the leopard's flank. And senior sister Shu, you arrived just in time. Its hide repels bullets and resists blades. It's monstrously tough. Nind. The red cloud leopard absorbed Zishu's blow without flinching, pacing calmly across the nearby lawn, flecks of vivid crimson foam glistening at its jaws. Yet Zishu knew better. The beast's strength lay not in impenetrable defense, but in blinding speed and ferocious aggression. She shifted to a fluid, evasive strategy, landing occasional precise strikes to gradually wear it down. Others joined in, easing the pressure considerably. And no wonder she's senior sister Shu. She awakened alongside us, landed on this planet with us, yet fights like a veteran special forces operative. She's simply extraordinary. The red cloud leopard, a creature that had overwhelmed dozens, now met its match in Zishu, neither gaining decisive advantage. And meanwhile, 10 li away, Chen An stared in quiet astonishment. The location he'd chosen lay astonishingly close to the Science Guild's territory. Should I make contact with them? He murmured to himself. En Fuyao has analyzed your psychological state. You require kinship, or risk devolving into tyranny. And so that's how tyrants are born. Chen An retorted dryly. Then, reflecting carefully, he realized, so long as he concealed his true identity, he could go wherever he pleased and speak freely with whomever he chose. No constraints, no taboos. The train had been in transit for over half a month. Day after day, Chen An sat alone in the cockpit, talking incessantly to Fu Yao. Loneliness, a constant companion. And Fu Yao, register a guild for me, name it Red Sun. Keep its ranking steady around 100. Enroll me on both the Transcendent rank and the Wealth list, positioned roughly within the top 1,000. And deploy all robots outward. Under no circumstances may they approach me or any other human unless explicitly ordered. Replace my sidearm and bronze battlesword, make it plausible. Chen An enthusiastically reshaped himself until he appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary passenger. Detected Science Guild engaged in combat with a Tier 2 stellar beast. 2 fatalities confirmed. And archived the deceased's data. And death had long ceased to surprise him. He'd anticipated it from the start. In his estimation, if 500,000 survivors endured to the end, it would be sheer fortune. And 10 minutes later, Chen An arrived near the battlefield, Fu Yao feeding him real-time visuals from the scene. Zishu was still locked in combat with the red cloud leopard, but slowly losing ground. And she's trying to exhaust it. But in truth, its stamina vastly exceeds hers. Fu Yao, could I defeat it? An excitement surged within him. He was practically vibrating with anticipation. Master's combat capability surpasses the red cloud leopards. You will prevail effortlessly. And your private vessel hovers overhead. Particle rifles have already acquired the target. Should danger arise, it will be eliminated instantly. And that's reassuring. I'm going in. Chen An wore gravboots, each stride propelling him forward with explosive acceleration, streaking into the fray like a bolt of azure lightning. And by then Zishu's breath was ragged, her limbs trembling. She signaled for others to rotate in. We'll wear it down with rotating shifts. Yuguan, you and your team block that flank. Under no circumstances must it escape. Zishu had confirmed the beast's Tier 2 classification. If slain, it would fetch an exorbitant price back at base. She anticipated the reward with quiet eagerness. Yet just as the rotation began, a flash of cobalt surged forward, blade arcing downward, and severed the leopard's forelimb clean off. The red cloud leopard's pupils contracted sharply. Dragging its maimed leg, it recoiled, preparing to flee. And who is that? Unbelievable speed. And he's charging again. Holy hell. Is that really a bronze battle's word? How is he breaching its defenses? And gasps rippled through the crowd. Yet only Zishu, standing closest, stood utterly transfixed, speechless, breath suspended. Chen An. And hearing the tremulous call, Chen An turned, glared, and snapped, "Use your head for once. When you're outmatched, run. Don't play the hero. As long as you survive, resources will follow, endless, boundless. But if you die, even an entire galaxy means nothing." That familiar voice, yet sharper, more commanding. Zishu flinched, genuinely unsettled. Chen An ignored their stunned awe, and Yang Yuan's stammering joy, cornering the leopard in 3 swift, decisive maneuvers before cleaving it down with a single stroke. Exhilarating, and this time no superior tier weaponry. Pure, unadulterated strength had felled the red cloud leopard. In fact, the red cloud leopard retained only 30% stamina. Your allies would have prevailed even without intervention. And silence yourself. No one mistakes you for mute. Mute yourself for 10 minutes. After a brief pause, Zishu and the others gathered around. And Chen An, how did you end up here? Are you alone? Zishu's cheeks flushed crimson, her words tumbling out in breathless disarray. And of course I'm not alone. I'm aboard Car 1, and I lead my own guild. Yang Yuan Yu Guan Liang Yu, alive and well. And though he'd known of their existence daily, only now, standing among them, did Chen An feel a deep, quiet resonance settle within his chest. Humans are by nature social beings. Only within community does one become whole. And Yang Yuan stepped forward and embraced Chen An tightly, holding on longer than necessary. Old Chen, how'd you get all the way to Car 1? We thought you'd perished in the dormitory. And I was the first to sense the crisis. I wasn't about to die that easily. The crowd was overwhelming. We got separated. Then I boarded the university shuttle and rode straight to the airport. That's why we missed each other. Liang Yu's face lit with envy. Lucky old Chen. You wouldn't believe how narrowly we scraped aboard. Oh, and he lowered his voice, leaning in, senior sister shoes, been obsessed with you. Borderline unhinged. That wasn't exactly a whisper. Everyone nearby heard clearly. Zishu kicked him square in the shin, and laughter bubbled up, lightening the air. Chen An, however, remained detached. This reconnection was merely his bridge back into the train's living rhythm. Next, the group worked together to load the red cloud leopard's carcass onto their vessel. And Chen An, where's your team? After several rounds of pleasantries, Zishu asked. My team won't join us. Not to provoke conflict, as you understand. But I'm free. I'll accompany you on hunts, and offer guidance where needed. Perhaps it was because Chen An was present, Zishu became exceptionally fierce, facing almost no opponents who could pose a challenge. The first level of transcendence mainly enhances physical strength. You can look for a breathing rhythm that suits you, which can accelerate recovery. If you don't have any, go to the market to buy some. Try to absorb at least one every day. Don't worry about energy consumption. The train provides free charging for the watch. Under Chen An's guidance, Zishu's team became more organized, executing tasks in an orderly manner. In the afternoon, Zishu returned to the train in her spaceship, submitting the resources collected either for tasks or exchanging them directly. The result revealed that they had earned 600 energy crystals from just this trip. Chen An, what is your account balance? I can transfer some to you. No need, just take care of yourself. If you have money, upgrade your gear instead of saving it. Saving money is the most foolish behavior. Chen An did not continue to the planet with Zishu's team. He returned to the cockpit to get a detailed understanding of the guild's earnings for the day. The guilds registered yesterday are basically turning a profit today. The richest one is Chen Guoliang's Hope Guild, which astonishingly has 2,000 in savings. Fuyun, is my product priced too low? Suggestion to raise the price. Haha, I'm just joking. It's not that serious. The quality of the bronze battle knife and K3 pistol is too poor. They can be upgraded, which will just consume their savings. Chen Guoliang's spaceship had just returned to the train, and he casually switched to a medium-sized transport ship capable of carrying 200 tons each time. Brother Liang, why don't you take a few hours off? I can lead the team, suggested the vice president, noticing Chen Guoliang's poor mood. Chen Guoliang shook his head. I heard there are invigorating potions on the market. I'll just buy some. I am different from you. When you eat well, your family doesn't go hungry. I still have a wife and kids. When Chen Guoliang got on the vehicle, he was carrying an infant, so his wife couldn't go out and had to stay on the train to look after the child, which was the reason he worked so hard. The team members were inspired by him and worked very hard. Upon reaching the market, Chen Guoyang discovered new products had been released. The upgraded version 2.0 of the bronze battle knife is worth 100 star coins. The K-103 automatic rifle is worth 20 star coins. After some thought, he decided to buy 5.2.0 battle knives and 10 rifles along with ammunition, which significantly reduced the guild's assets. President, we discovered a group of star beasts in the desert estimated to be over 1,000, and the leader might be at the second level. The subordinate left on the planet sent a message, and Chen Guoyang simply bought another 10 rifles. The more you invest, the more you earn. You can't save money. He immediately piloted the spaceship back, engaging in hunting. Apart from Chen Guoyang, other guild leaders operated similarly. As long as debts are settled, any available funds should be used to replenish weapons and equipment, striving to upgrade the combat power of core members, ensuring sustainable and healthy development. In the following days, Chen An went out once more, but instead of seeking Zishu, he focused on self-training. By the 5th day at the station, almost everyone on the train had awakened, bringing the number of guilds to over 8,000. However, most are small guilds that will gradually be absorbed by larger ones. In light of the increasing demand for spaceship rentals, Chen An ordered the factory to expedite production, aiming to have a surplus of medium and small-sized spaceships. Looking at the wealth leaderboard now, Hope Guild ranks first with 15,000 star coins, followed by Science Guild in second place with 12,000 star coins. Next is Shaojin's Dark Knight Guild with 9,000 star coins in savings. The guild that Chen An had previously regarded with favor, the Xiongba Guild, surprisingly only had 2,000 in savings. Tianwei is incapable of managing and unwilling to listen to others' opinions, recklessly spending the money earned or attracting transcendent beings with handouts, resulting in unhealthy guild development. Master, do you need guidance? No need. Those without ability are simply incapable, and someone will replace them later. Chen An expanded the screen significantly, revealing countless red dots on the target planet. Each red represented a passenger totaling over 500,000. They will be able to empty that planet in just half a month, and then we can set sail. It seems that various guilds are developing, but in reality they are all working for Chen An, with all resources accumulating in the train storage layer. Chen An's contribution is merely the products in the market. He can control the prices at any time. Just as he was preparing to go out for a stroll again, Fuyun reported a dire piece of news. Our detection spaceship 50 billion kilometers behind us has detected anomalies. The starry sky is being annihilated. What does it mean for the starry sky to be annihilated? Fuyun provided an animated demonstration. It showed endless blackness sweeping through the starry sky, obliterating everything in its path. Neither nebulae nor planets, not even stars or black holes, can escape annihilation. Oh my, even black holes are being crushed. What kind of powerful force is this? I will provide 300 hypotheses. Chen An reviewed the hypotheses, and one in particular convinced him the most. The universe is being destroyed, and the explosion of the purple star is a precursor. Now this destruction will extend along the route, forcing Chen An to avoid staying in one place for too long. Damn it, the sense of crisis has hit me immediately. I was still quite relaxed. Fuyun, calculate the annihilation time. The starry sky annihilation will reach this star system in 5 hours. It is advised that the master departs in 4.5 hours. That's too risky. Immediately issue an announcement that the train will set sail in 3 hours, instructing everyone to return immediately. If there are any abnormal issues, they can report in time. Chen An prepared the unleashed spaceships to provide assistance at any moment. This announcement was too sudden, and the passengers busy on the planet were taken aback, completely unprepared for such a situation. President, what should we do? The Science Guild had just discovered a group of star beasts and was preparing to encircle them. Zishu immediately checked the watch for information regarding the urgency of the announcement. It was clearly stated that this is the highest level of emergency. The train must set sail in 3 hours and will not wait. What else can we do? We need to return to the train immediately. Anyone with a brain would pack up and return rather than covet the resources that are about to be obtained. In the 3 hours that followed, the spaceships returned like migratory birds lining up to enter the docking bay. Those submitting tasks did so while others directly sold their extra supplies, causing a commotion in each carriage. Chen An admired his foresight, but the queue for returning spaceships took too much time. If he had truly followed Fuyun's arrangements, the timing would have been extremely tight. However, as the 3-hour mark approached, Fuyun reminded him that there were still 2,000 people who had not returned. What do they mean? These people do not plan to return to the train. They want to stay on the planet to create a new civilization. Chen An was momentarily stunned, then sneered, they really think too highly of themselves. What a show. Should we dispatch spaceships to forcibly bring them back? No need. If they seek death, then let them be. I happen to want to make an example out of them. The train prepared to set sail, retracting the detection spaceships in all directions but leaving one here. What on earth is happening? Why the urgency? Inside the carriage, the passengers were buzzing with questions. Could it be that the train conductor is in trouble? Maybe otherwise there would be no reason to leave suddenly. It's a pity about my camp. I thought I could use it for half a month and I invested a lot of effort into it. Are you foolish? Why would we build a camp with a spaceship? After more than 10 minutes of commotion, the train officially set off. People gazed out of the portholes at the green planet, their eyes filled with countless regrets. I wonder if there will still be such planets in the future. There will definitely be. The universe is vast. That's hard to say. We traveled for half a month before encountering a suitable planet for landing. Who knows how long it will take next time? People sighed deeply, filled with infinite nostalgia for the life planet they were leaving behind. Boom! Suddenly large screens appeared inside the train, ensuring everyone could see. Everyone's attention was drawn to the screens where images of many people building houses were displayed. Is the train showing a movie? It's not a movie. It seems to be the surface of the green planet. They referred to the life planet as the green planet. Could it be that there are still people who haven't left? Clearly there are indeed some who haven't left. Damn, I forgot about that. If there are suitable planets for survival, why are we returning to the train? A single remark awakened many from their slumber, and countless people were filled with regret, lamenting their lack of quick wit. Who knows where the train is taking us? It would be better to stay on the green planet. I envy them. They don't have to keep rushing. They can just stay on the green planet and live well. Maybe new civilizations will emerge in a few thousand years. The screen displayed numerous beautiful scenes, particularly stunning. Occasionally familiar faces would cause a stir in the carriages. Li Deguang. How did he stay behind? In the 10th carriage, Yang Yuan and others were quite surprised. Yu Guan muttered, "This old man isn't great in character, but he's clever. No wonder they call him a beast of knowledge." Zishu rubbed her temples, leaned back in her seat to rest, and casually said, "There's no need to envy others, everyone has their own future. Perhaps the next stop of the train is a better world. Staying on the green planet may not be good for them." Sister Shu is right. Those who have lost their ambition will be useless even if they follow the train. We are different. We want to explore the stars and the sea without end. Stop being so dramatic. Who's going to the market to buy some food? I'm hungry. And get some fruits while you're at it. The guild has money now and the elders have a spending allowance. Zishu added, "Get me 2 pancakes. Sister Shu, aren't you going to eat something nice? I've eaten too much meat these past few days. I need to ease up a bit." Just as she said this, Yang Yuan exclaimed, "Look at the screen. What's going on? The green planet is indeed beautiful, but then what?" Sister Shu, look behind the green planet. What is that? Many noticed a large area of darkness behind the green planet, resembling a colossal abyssal beast swiftly engulfing it. The scene shifted again, dividing into multiple screens showing the green planet's images. The people shown no longer wore smiles. Now they were panic-stricken and trembling under the dark sky. On the grassland, Li Deguang was terrified, kneeling with fear in his eyes. He saw the sky being consumed by darkness. Layer upon layer seemed to shatter like glass, appearing extraordinarily unreal. No wonder the train wants to run away. It turns out there's a disaster. Oh my god, since there's a disaster, why didn't the train make it clear? Li Deguang ran eastward, accompanied by many others, seemingly hoping to catch up to the departing train. In reality, it was futile. Soon they were consumed by darkness, their bodies dissolving layer by layer. In the cockpit, actually the master could have explained clearly in advance. Most would have left. Chen An said calmly, "Why should I explain? I am not an NPC. I have no obligation to explain to them. I need them to follow orders. When I say go, we go. When I say go out, we go out. Otherwise my authority will gradually weaken, and they will slowly disregard my existence. Do you understand?" Fu Yao understood that to maintain the master's authority, it must be stimulated by death. That sounds strange, but it's actually simple. It's to instill a sense of fear in them, so they will obey my words in the future. Otherwise, if anything happens, I will have to explain to them. I'm not a GM. With the arrival of annihilation, all images were abruptly cut off, leaving only endless darkness. Chen An instructed Fu Yao to issue an announcement. "The universe is collapsing along our travel route. It cannot be stopped or avoided. We can only continue forward. If anyone wishes to leave midway, they can apply at any time. The train conductor allows anyone to leave freely." Having witnessed the destruction of the green planet, who still dares to reminisce? The carriages were filled with despair. People stared with wide eyes, swallowing hard. Slap? Give yourself a couple of slaps. Thankfully you didn't act smart. My god, the starry sky is actually collapsing, which means we must keep riding the train forward. If we stop for too long, we will die. Why is this happening? People were despairing. They could not see their future. Pessimism is contagious. The carriage was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. This won't do. Prolonged travel requires us to maintain a good mood. Fu Yao, add more features. Chen An gave the order. Before long, new content was added to the carriages. The train has opened a dining area where passengers can customize their favorite foods, and there's also a chance to buy purple star food. The train has opened an entertainment area with various virtual games, allowing passengers to spend their travel time in the games. After hearing this information, the carriages erupted again, with many rushing out to see what was going on. The dining area was next to the market, occupying a large area. Inside there were many neat shops with robotic chefs. No matter what food the customers wanted, as long as the ingredients were available, it could be made. Those foods look delicious, but they are too expensive. I can't afford them. Only high-ranking members of the guild could afford them. Zishu led Yang Yuan and others inside and found a ramen shop in a corridor-like store. There's actually Purple Star Ramen. Yang Yuan's mouth watered as he urged, hurry and buy it, there are only 50 bowls a day. Upon learning about the food limit, those with money hurried to purchase it, insisting they must try it. As for those who didn't have much money, they had to save it for the journey ahead and dared not spend recklessly. Only Purple Star food is limited. Other food has unlimited supply, yet the price difference is huge. That's normal. After all, Purple Star food has become extinct and it's getting scarcer. The noodles are here. Each small bowl of noodles surprisingly cost 3 star coins. It smells so good. They dared not eat heartily but instead tasted it in small bites. Besides the noodles, there were some stir-fried dishes, but they were even pricier. Meanwhile, more people flocked to the entertainment area. The entertainment zone lay directly opposite the dining area, vividly adorned with vibrant colors and studded with holographic screens advertising various games. Futuristic and immersive. Welcome to Game City. Game zones were divided into multiple distinct areas. The entrance led into Game City itself, while adjacent spaces housed chess and card rooms and other recreational facilities. A steady stream of curious onlookers followed service robots into Game City, their exclamations of wonder echoing continuously. At the center hung a colossal luminous sphere, dazzling, radiant, and mesmerizing. All manner of gaming stations lined the periphery, standing empty and ready for players. The zone's supervisor was a sleek silver and black robot, introducing the facilities in a rich magnetic voice. To the left lies the PC zone, equipped with over 1,000 high-performance terminals. Players may access every online game native to Zixing, with new titles gradually added over time. The hourly rate is 0.5 star credits. Adjacent to the PC zone is the kinesthetic zone, designed to help passengers maintain physical fitness and prevent atrophy during extended interstellar voyages. The hourly rate is 1 star credit. To the right lies the virtual zone, currently offering 200 premium neural interface helmets. The rate is 2 star credits per hour. Additional novelty games are available on a per session basis. You are invited to explore them freely. Having delivered this briefing, the robots departed silently, leaving passengers to roam and discover at their leisure. How nostalgic. The games of Zixing. Grab a terminal. Fast. A surge of people flooded into the PC zone, swiftly occupying every machine. Affordable and engaging, these terminals quickly became the preferred choice for most travelers. Upon booting up, each terminal activated an identity scanner, automatically deducting fees based on usage duration. Damn. It's already packed. Who'll spare me a terminal? Why does this feel just like Zixing? As kids, we'd wait in line at internet cafes, and half the room would gather behind us, watching intently. Ah, how time alters everything. Just as in days past, spectators soon gathered behind active terminals, lending the PC zone a lively communal energy. Meanwhile, many others headed straight for the virtual zone, drawn by an insatiable yearning for immersive gameplay. Transcendent combat. What kind of game is that? Try it yourself and see. At present, it was the sole title available. In Chen An's living quarters, he held a magnificent purple gold helmet in his hands, admiring it, savoring its elegance. Back on Earth, I once dreamed of playing something like this. But most such promises were hollow gimmicks, far beyond the technological reach of that era. What capabilities does this helmet offer? Can I cheat? The purple gold helmet is exclusively bound to its master. You may customize all settings freely. This is your game, of course you may cheat. Just as in days past, spectators soon gathered behind active terminals, lending the PC zone a lively communal energy. Meanwhile, many others headed straight for the virtual zone, drawn by an insatiable yearning for immersive gameplay. Chen An reclined on the sofa, donned the helmet, and in an instant his consciousness slipped into the virtual realm. He stood amid a brilliant expanse of stars, walking freely across celestial bodies, suspended in the void. Welcome, player, to the world of transcendent combat. Your helmet will now scan your transcendent attributes to construct a precise, personalized combat model. Here you may spar with any player, refining your strength, sharpening your instincts. Transcendent combat features a power ranking system, dynamically reflecting your combat prowess. A sudden chill swept over Chen. His body was being scanned by the helmet's biometric array. Moments later, his transcendent avatar materialized. Name: Chen An. Race: Zixing human. Title: founder of the Crimson Sun Guild. Rank: Heaven Ascendant, first tier. An overwhelming cascade of stats appeared. Chen An immediately adjusted his settings, concealing all specific metrics except rank alone. From now on, display no numerical data in-game, only my rank. This was no mere simulation. True combat efficacy could not be reduced to digits. Doing so would distort natural performance and undermine authenticity. Would you like to begin matchmaking? No matchmaking. Assign me a training AI instead. The scene dissolved and reformed. He now stood upon a towering platform suspended at the apex of the stars. This place was known as the Zenith of Stars, a neutral arena where any player might appear to duel. His opponent was an AI avatar modeled closely after himself, matched nearly identically in power. Weapons temporarily disabled. They exchanged barehanded blows for a short while. Chen An absorbed several solid strikes. Fuyao, is that you manipulating it? Are you deliberately ganging up on me? The AI's tier was far too advanced. It anticipated every move he made, rendering victory impossible. Master, you misunderstand. I am not involved. This is the secondary intelligence of transcendent combat engaging you directly. Don't try to fool me. That secondary intelligence is you. Immediately downgrade it, have its power relative to mine. Thereafter Chen An unleashed a relentless barrage, utterly dominating the AI, exhilarated beyond measure. Display the leaderboards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Multiple rankings flickered into view: the power rank, the match count rank, the tier rank. Only the power rank held immediate relevance, and atop it stood Xiaojin. No surprise. He had been the first passenger to awaken his transcendent potential, maintaining elite combat readiness, ever since soaring unchallenged within the game. Yet, with participation still sparse, his dominance remained provisional. Within the carriage, a handful of early adopters experienced transcendent combat, and word spread rapidly. Passengers soon learned that the entertainment zone hosted a groundbreaking real-time simulator capable of replicating transcendent duels, proving invaluable for honing actual combat skill. Look, the carriage's transcendent rankings have merged with the transcendent combat leaderboard. In effect, in-game performance now determines each individual's official standing. What use is ranking? It's a mark of distinction. Break into the top 10 and founding a guild becomes effortless. Hundreds will join within minutes. For the next half-day, transcendent combat eclipsed all other diversions, captivating nearly every passenger. The rankings refreshed constantly, then gradually stabilized. Rank 1 Xiaojin, Rank 2 Chen Guoyang, Rank 3 Zishu, Rank 4 Xiafeng. Chen An had entered himself, but ranked only in the low 100th position. Yang Yuan reacted with astonishment. Old Chen is that strong. Yet he didn't crack the top 10. Zishu replied, one must complete at least 3 matches, and earn scores above 90 in each, to qualify for the top 10. Chen An probably didn't take it seriously. So the credibility of the transcendent rankings is questionable. Not at all. They remain highly reliable. Most treat them earnestly, and higher ranks bring tangible opportunities. I heard that the top 10 will be summoned personally by the train conductor. Really? Damn. Let's grind more matches. If skill falls short, volume shall compensate. The carriage buzzed with renewed vitality, dispelling earlier gloom entirely. Over the following fortnight, passengers immersed themselves in the train's diverse recreational offerings, steadily refining order and cohesion aboard. On the 15th day after departure, Chen An ascended to the second tier within the gravity chamber. His transcendent energy surged violently, his skin burning with searing intensity, as though shedding an old self reborn anew. Second-tier ascension requires epidermal fortification, master. Keep pushing forward. After half a day of cultivation, Fuyao offered this reminder. A life-bearing planet detected 10 billion kilometers ahead. Shall we halt? Chen An sat upright, alert and energized. Absolutely, we must stop. Many passengers have exhausted their credits and urgently need income. How far is the stellar annihilation from our current trajectory? Our velocity exceeds the annihilation's propagation speed. We retain approximately 15 days margin before convergence. Excellent. Initiate full-spectrum scanning and report findings immediately. The train prepared to dock within the target star system. Name Giant Lizard Star. IDS 360E57292266. Category Planet. Mass 12. 64,791,024 kilograms. Diameter 51,278 kilometers. Surface temperature 19 C. Rotation period 35 hours, 12 minutes 9 seconds. Intelligent life, giant lizards. After dispatching a probe, the basic information of the planet was transmitted back. Why does it have a name? Planets with civilizations receive names. This planet has a primitive level of giant lizard civilization. Giant lizard. Chen An checked the images transmitted from the front line. It depicted a massive lizard-like creature averaging over 10 meters in length, living in tribal formations. It is precisely because of the existence of tribes and their own simple written language that it is defined as a civilization. The giant lizard star is rich in extraordinary energy, indicating that its civilization should not be underestimated. Chen An asked, do the giant lizards belong to the extraordinary or the star beasts? In any case, those classified as civilizations are regarded as extraordinary beings, not star beasts. So we are about to face an extraordinary civilization. The lowest level of extraordinary civilization is approximately 0. 2. So pitiful, not even level 1. What level are we? We are level 0. 3. Alright, we're equally matched, not much to boast about. Let's quickly survey the entire planet to ascertain the number and strength of the giant lizard civilization. The train docked into the stellar orbit, becoming the closest celestial body to the star. This star system is quite clean, containing a total of 20 planets with the giant lizard star in the 4th orbit. Almost every planet has decent resources. Chen An dispatched all ships sequentially to collect and transport the necessary resources back. Various guilds are ready to lease ships, with some of the previous guilds even planning to lease 2 medium-sized vessels. Why haven't the hatches opened yet? All weapons and equipment have been purchased, but to make the most of the ship rental time, they will wait until the hatches open before leasing, as even a few extra minutes count as a profit. The reason the doors haven't opened yet is that there is too much information coming from the giant lizard star, and Chen An is sorting through it all. 30,000 large and small tribes with a total population exceeding 5 million, although most are small lizards. But even small lizards can be quite large. This isn't the previous green star. I'm worried that passengers might suffer significant losses. Currently, there are no new passengers being added. Excessive losses would be detrimental to the train's development. Suggestion for the master to initiate a civilization war. What do you mean? For the train to advance to Bronze 1 star, 3 conditions must be met. 1. All passengers must awaken to extraordinary status and possess a dual cultivation of over 100,000. 2. The train's combat capability must be rated as first class, requiring various levels of kinetic weapons and at least 50 escort-class warships. 3. Participation in at least 1 civilization war and achieve victory, including wars between trains. Chen An pondered. So war is unavoidable. How do we initiate a civilization war? Assign war missions to the passengers, supply weapons in unlimited quantities at lowered prices, temporarily cancel the guild's loan limits, and if necessary, the master can dispatch warships or robots to participate directly in the battle. Alright, I agree. Let's initiate the civilization war. Please confirm the war mode: raid level, occupation level, destruction level. I understand raid level means to take resources and flee quickly. Occupation level means to seize the planet, enslaving the local civilization to gather resources for us. Destruction level means to wage war in all aspects with the goal of annihilating the enemy. Which mode do you think I should choose? Suggestion for the master to select the destruction level. Because the giant lizard civilization has low intelligence but high combat power, the risks of enslavement are too great. It is better to destroy them directly. Chen An thought for a moment and agreed with Fian's suggestion. Enslaving other civilizations has 2 prerequisites: absolute superiority in strength and the ability to communicate. But he does not meet either requirement, so it is most suitable to eliminate the threat entirely. Outside the landing pad, countless guilds are eagerly anticipating. The train has been out of service for half a month. I want to go out and hunt star beasts I must kill to my heart's content. I already owe the train 300 star coins. If it doesn't stop soon, I fear I will be ruined. Look outside. What the hell? How did the warships leave? Everyone knows that the train has warships, but they rarely deploy them. However, this time over 10 warships have set out, accompanied by various probe ships displaying a formidable formation. While everyone was speculating, the train issued a series of notifications. The target planet is called Giant Lizard Star, and some information has been sent to everyone's wristwatches. The train's captain is preparing to launch a war against the giant lizard civilization. Passengers may participate at their discretion. Next, the train's resources will serve the civilization war and make corresponding changes. During the war, all entertainment areas will be closed. New weapons will be listed on the market with prices reduced by 20% and unlimited supply. The loan limits for all passengers and guilds will be temporarily cancelled. The ship rental price will be reduced by 50%. It is recommended that major guilds attempt to lease large ships. War missions have been published. Please check them out yourselves. Everyone was stunned, not expecting such a turn of events. But they quickly reacted and hurried to check the tasks on their wristwatches. Main task: annihilate the giant lizard civilization, with the standard being to destroy all tribes and kill 90% of the giant lizards. Upon completion of the task, each participating guild will equally share 1 million star coins based on their contribution. The prize pool is not fixed and will continue to increase as the war progresses. My god, 1 million star coins, and this isn't even the final reward. What giant lizards? They're clearly an ATM. Damn it all. Roar, roar, let's start the war quickly. I'm itching to go. Everyone calm down. There are still side tasks to consider. Side task 1. There are a total of 35,247 large and small tribes on Giant Lizard Star, numbered in order of strength. This task must be accepted by all guilds, allowing any selection of targets, prohibiting multiple selections and reselections. Completing the task will yield star coin rewards. Note the top 10 tribes allow multiple guilds to select together. It is advised to have large guilds lead smaller ones. Side task 2. There are 2-star extraordinary beings in powerful tribes, and hunting them will yield individual rewards. Side task 3. The corpses of giant lizards can be sold to the train purchased in unlimited quantities. Side task 4. Collect information about the giant lizard civilization, such as their writing living habits or other records. The train will provide rewards based on importance. In addition, there are many regular tasks, but no one is currently concerned about regular tasks as everyone is eager to accept the war tasks. You all are too fast. Not a single tribe left after rank 3000. Most guilds are quite weak and plan to pick on soft targets first to gauge the situation. Large guilds have no interest in that and directly select from the top 100. Sister Shu, why don't we take on the top 10? Zishu shook her head. Don't rush. There are many tribes but not enough guilds. The first round will definitely not be able to take all the tasks. We can finish one and continue taking others mainly to test the strength of the giant lizards. Yang Yuan gave her a thumbs up. Sister Shu is awesome. At this moment someone shouted, the market has launched many new pieces of equipment. Let's hurry and buy. The guilds that accepted tasks rushed to the market while some clever ones went to the bank instead. Since the train cancelled the loan limits, many guilds plan to take a gamble. The Alloy Shield version 1.0 OI is available in both one-handed and two-handed variants priced at 5 and 10 star credits respectively. The Deep Violet Armor also version 1.0 costs 25 star credits. Why does it specify version before the model number? Someone nearby replied, because these items are upgradable. Just like the K3 pistol which already has a version 2.0. RIC. Look here, damn. The C-36 High Explosive Grenade version 1.0 costs only 10 star credits. The J-12 Rocket Launcher version 1.0 sells for 50 star credits, including 5 rounds of ammunition. I've noticed that newly launched weapons are significantly more powerful, yet their prices remain surprisingly low. That may be a temporary policy. Prices could rise later. Markets across the board teemed with crowds as guilds scrambled to purchase supplies. The market in Carriage 10 was especially intense, hosting several major guilds. Chen Guiliang, Zishu, and Xiaozhan, the 3 top-ranked guild masters, happened to meet and jointly instructed their subordinates to refrain from competing, agreeing instead to follow an orderly sequence. Brothers, shall we join forces to claim Tribe 1? Xiaozhan proposed. A natural risk-taker, his boldness had propelled his guild's rapid growth. Chen Guiliang, more cautious by nature, declined outright. We may cooperate in the future, but not yet. This is only the beginning and I dare not take such a gamble. Sister Z, what is your stance? I share your view. We'll avoid the top 10 tribes for now. I've claimed Tribe 27. Zishu replied. Xiaozhan chuckled. Neither have I taken any of the top 10. I've secured Tribe 11. Gentlemen, I'll take my leave first. Having arrived earliest at the market, he completed procurement ahead of the others. Zishu followed shortly after, and once her purchases were finalized, she rushed to the landing pad where a starship had already been reserved. Only then did Chen Guiliang begin his turn. Everyone, purchase swiftly 1 set of armor per person, 50 alloy shields, other weapons proportionate to head count, and maximize ammunition reserves. Chen Guiliang spared no expense, depleting his entire savings without resorting to loans. Master, many members' combat blades are severely worn. Shall we replace them? Chen Guiliang glared. Remember the rule I established: combat blades are essential equipment. When damaged, they must be replaced, even if it means taking out a loan. Don't be misled by our arsenal of firearms. We suspect it won't suffice. In the end, hand-to-hand combat will decide the outcome. Cold steel remains more cost-effective. Firearms drain resources too rapidly. Once all war material had been secured, Chen Guiliang led his guild's 2,000 members aboard a chartered heavy starship bound for the Lizard Planet. His guild had 2 deputy masters, Han Dong and Chu Du. Han Dong, broad-shouldered and powerfully built, possessed a meticulous mind. He'd already compiled a detailed financial assessment for Chen Guiliang. Master, this operation has incurred enormous expenditure, and this is merely the opening phase. Should returns fall short, the guild faces grave peril. Before Chen Guiliang could reply, Chu Du, the scholarly bespectacled deputy, spoke calmly. Do not dwell on immediate losses. This is a civilizational war. Anyone who reflects deeply understands its gravity. If the train grants us unlimited access to resources, it implies those resources will be indispensable. Chen Guiliang nodded. Chu Du speaks wisely. Mission data has just arrived. Their RISCOMs had previously held no briefing files. The information had only just synced. Chen Guiliang opened the mission log and retrieved the dossier on Tribe 17. They had claimed Tribe 17. According to the dossier, the tribe resides in a northern hemisphere forest comprising roughly 800 lizards, and possibly housing a secondary tier of existence. Only 800? Han Dong asked, surprised. Never underestimate the lizards. They surpass star beasts of equivalent rank in strength. Even with firearms, it takes at least 3 of us to fell a single lizard. I now have the terrain map. Summon all squad leaders to the tactical chamber. We'll conduct a thorough analysis. Hope Guild employed a tiered command structure. Squad leaders commanded 10 members, battalion commanders 100, yielding a total of 20 battalions. Once all battalion commanders assembled in the tactical chamber, Chen An gestured toward the map and outlined his plan. The lizard tribe's terrain is uncomplicated. They dwell beside a lake, constructing stone dwellings. Yet dense forest surrounds the area, preventing our starship from landing nearby. My proposal: lure them out and eliminate them in fragmented waves using carefully laid traps. Chen An excelled in stratagems and ambushes. Master, according to the map, our landing zone lies several kilometers from the tribe. Can we truly entice them that far? Luring them may prove difficult. As sentient beings themselves, they might instead prepare traps within the forest, placing us at grave disadvantage. We've purchased ample explosives and our starship carries integrated offensive systems. Let us commence with high-altitude bombardment, land directly beside the lake, then launch a decisive assault. Opinions flowed freely, gradually clarifying the strategic landscape. In the cockpit, Chen An reviewed each guild's operational plans, confirming that Chen Guoyang's remained the most measured and disciplined. Master, shall we intervene in the war? Not yet. If I joined, the game would lose all its thrill. War is the ultimate training ground. Each guild will undergo profound growth through this conflict. There is no need for automatons to dilute the experience. Chen An had already mapped the lizard planet in exhaustive detail and could deploy fleets and mechanized legions to obliterate it instantly. Yet such direct intervention would undermine the very purpose of a civilizational war. Let us continue observing. See what ingenuity they bring forth. Chen An instructed a robot to fetch popcorn and cola, then settled in comfortably to watch a cinematic spectacle unfolding in real time. Sister Shu, the target lies deep within the mountains. I recommend initial carpet bombing, followed by systematic advancement from the mountain pass. Liang Yu, chief strategist of the Science Guild, had consistently offered pragmatic, actionable counsel. Agreed. Proceed as you suggest. Their starship now hung in orbit above the lizard planet. Below stretched a dense, unnerving forest. Not green, but a sickly, pallid yellow. The ship approached its designated coordinates, and soon the lizards themselves came into view, several specimens, sprinting on all fours with astonishing balance despite their massive frames. Their elongated heads bore gaping maws lined with densely packed razor-sharp teeth, chilling enough to freeze the spine. Hiss. Without proper armaments, we'd be mere sacrificial offerings. The lizards were transcendent beings, possessing acute auditory senses. Sensing movement overhead, they abandoned their prey and reared upright, scanning the sky. Kiki kiki, guaguagua. This was the lizard's language, an expression of profound shock, for they had never before witnessed a creature so vast soaring through the heavens. Gaga gaga. An elder lizard shrieked in terror, bolting toward the forest. Instinct whispered plainly such a colossal bird could not penetrate the trees. Then, rat-a-tat-tat, bullets erupted from both flanks of the starship, striking with lethal precision. Sister Shu, given their sentience, does this slaughter verge on cruelty? Ziying paled, slightly unsettled by the raw terror in the lizard's dying gaze. Zishu glanced around. Most others wore similarly ashen expressions. I am heartened by your compassion, but disheartened by its fragility. Compassion alone cannot sustain life. Between civilization, survival is absolute. It is kill or be killed. Were our positions reversed, would the lizards show us mercy? Mercy? Nonsense. We fight for survival, not tourism. Let me remind you, war claims lives. Those lizards will devour you without hesitation, racing to tear you limb from limb. And should star credits run short post-war, some among you may be expelled by the train, left as drifting, refuse to perish in the void. Do not mistake this for hyperbole. It is stark truth. Sister Shu, do you concur? Zishu nodded silently and guided the starship closer toward the tribal settlement. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang bang bang. With the support of their spacecraft, the Science Guild launched an aerial assault on the giant lizard tribe below, turning the battle into a one-sided affair. However, there was a problem. The adult giant lizards had tough skin and thick flesh, making it difficult for bullets to penetrate. As for the high-explosive bombs, they could only send stones and trees flying, inadvertently killing a few small lizards, but they posed little threat to the adult giants. Sister Shu, fire the cannon. All right, let's try a couple of shots. The Science Guild spaceship was a medium-sized F-399 multifunctional transport ship, equipped with guns on both wings and conventional laser cannons. As the command was given, 2 laser cannons quickly charged up and fired at the 2 most aggressive giant lizards below. A bright flash erupted, followed by a deafening roar as the giant lizards were blown to bits along with the land beneath them. Damn, that was ruthless. Sister Shu, should we try the main cannon? The main cannon of the ship was an electromagnetic dragon cannon, located at the front, far more powerful than the conventional laser cannons. The issue was that the medium-sized ship could only fire twice in total, a limitation set during the rental. If they wanted more firing opportunities, they would have to pay a high price for upgraded war-grade energy modules. Zishu shook her head. The main cannon has only 2 shots. It cannot be used lightly. How many times can the laser cannon fire? Liang Yu replied. If we don't consider overheating, the laser cannon can theoretically fire continuously. But it will consume the ship's own energy, so we must be cautious. The ship had no backup power, and there were no charging stations on the planet. Losing energy would lead to serious trouble. Then let's fire a few more shots, primarily targeting those adult giant lizards. The giant lizards were indeed clever. Knowing the threats posed by the ship above, they burrowed underground. There were caves underground which were their homes. Boom, boom, boom. With 4 consecutive shots from the laser cannon, the ship indicated that the cannon was overheating and required a cooldown of half an hour. For now, let's leave it at that. We will prepare to land. There was a landing point nearby, and Zishu instructed everyone to don their armor. You should have reviewed the data. The giant lizards' weaknesses are their necks and joints. If we can hit them with firearms, that would be great. If not, we can engage in close combat, and a knife will certainly kill them. Everyone remember, the giant lizards are not star beasts. They have brains, so be careful. Zishu was very serious, and the others were not joking around either, fully armed as they followed her down. On the other side, when the tribe leader realized there were no more cannon attacks from above, he roared fiercely, rallying his people to gather. They aimed to kill the invaders and dry their bodies for food. Roar, roar, roar. The giant lizards emerged from the ground, their eyes reddened by the sight of their shattered comrades, their skin displaying a dark red hue symbolizing their extreme rage. War was imminent, yet the most anxious was Chen An. Those guys look really fierce. Can the Science Guild handle them? We have analyzed all the weaknesses of the giant lizards. Given the combat strength of the Science Guild, we can handle them, but an estimated 20 casualties are expected. 20 dead here, 20 dead there. What if we end up short on people in the end? If the Master encounters a high-intelligence civilization of interest, they can be collected as passengers. If they are not of the giant lizard civilization and cannot communicate, the Master can also take some. I see now, I understand. As she spoke, the central frame displayed Zishu taking the lead, jumping high in her deep purple armor, like a Valkyrie plunging into the mass of giant lizards. Though the giant lizards were massive, they struggled to withstand Zishu's powerful blade strikes. Inspired by her courage, the others charged forward, overwhelming the giant lizards with their absolute advantage. That Yang Yuan kid is the most cunning, hiding on the side to bully the small lizards. Chen An observed for a while and confirmed that the Science Guild had completely taken control of the situation. Suddenly, an alert warned that 30 members of the guild had been instantaneously killed. 30 people. Cut the footage to me. The screen of the Science Guild split open, revealing a new view before him. The background was nighttime, since it was in the southern hemisphere. Flames could be seen erupting, and firearms were firing wildly, with fire points everywhere. Boom! As the light flashed, the jungle seemed to return to daylight. What had just been fired was a laser cannon targeting a supergiant lizard measuring 20 meters long in the forest. It was this giant lizard that had suddenly appeared and killed 30 people in an instant. Which guild? No matter how many people there are, they shouldn't waste them like this. Chen An was furious. All the passengers were his laborers, and they couldn't just die at will. The Xiongba Guild, which chose the number 7 tribe. Damn it, I knew it was that useless Tian Wei. That bastard only knows how to throw money to recruit people, but is unwilling to equip everyone. Most members don't even have armor. Who will they expect to survive? The key is that this guy is completely oblivious, choosing the number 7 tribe to send to their deaths. Since the guild system was activated, the Xiongba Guild had recruited the most members, but also had the highest casualty rate, and Chen An had long been displeased with Tian Wei. If he survives after the war, he'll find an excuse to remove him. He cannot continue as president. Other guilds are afraid of losing too many of their own people, but that bastard Tian Wei is actually using the lives of his subordinates to probe the Wei. That's the main reason for the high casualty rate. At that moment on the corresponding battlefield, Tian Wei roared angrily like a mad tiger. Everybody get in there, buying you weapons isn't for you to watch the show. Over 1,000 people surrounded. The bullets had long run out, and it had come to hand-to-hand combat. But facing such ferocious giant lizards charging in meant death. Who would dare to follow orders? Vice President Lu Chang clenched his fists, several cuts opened on his right arm, holding the knife, blood flowing steadily. President, I suggest using the main cannon. We can't keep throwing lives into this. Tian Wei's eyes widened in anger, scolding, "What do you know?" He then muttered to himself, "The guild is too deeply in debt. The more people die, the fewer shares we have to divide, which is a good thing. After all, there is no need for compensation." Lu Chang was dumbfounded. He finally understood Tian Wei's intentions. Tian Wei was exploiting loopholes in the rules, trading lives for his own benefit. The key was that this guy kept it hidden in his heart, yet he actually voiced it for Lu Chang to hear. "President, this is really not right. Just one shot from the main cannon could heavily damage the giant lizard. The main cannon doesn't cost anything. Everyone hurry up, I will follow closely behind. Despite saying this, the fully armored Tian Wei had no intention of taking action. He was still passionately directing. Seeing the situation getting worse, Lu Cheng glanced back at his brothers, giving them a fierce look. The others understood and gradually surrounded Tian Wei. Just when Tian Wei was the angriest, Lu Cheng suddenly lunged at him, pulling out a pistol at the same time. Bang! The bullet exploded on Tian Wei's forehead, and he couldn't believe it. You! Tian Wei could no longer form complete words. The others heard the gunshot and looked towards the chaotic area, unsure of what was happening. Lu Cheng stood up, raised his arm high, and declared loudly, Tian Wei has died unexpectedly. I will temporarily take over as president. Everyone retreat to a safe area. Prepare the ship to fire the main cannon. Many understood that a change had occurred. However, they were already resentful towards Tian Wei, so they didn't care about the actual situation. Ensuring their own safety was the most important thing. Pull up Lu Cheng's profile. Chen An found this man intriguing. Decisive in action, sharp in perception, a true talent. Tian Wei's death was trivial. Chen An felt thoroughly refreshed. The profile revealed that Lu Cheng had formerly worked as a security guard possessing exceptional physical conditioning. He awakened relatively early after boarding the train, which earned him the position of vice president of the Xiongba Guild. The Xiongba Guild failed to slay the dual-phase lizard and has withdrawn entirely. Not even the main cannon could kill it. F-399's main cannon lacks sufficient energy output, and the dual-phase lizard possesses extraordinary dermal armor, apparently having evolved a transcendent protective carapace. The Xiongba Guild had not abandoned the mission but retreated to the train to resupply ammunition and devise alternative strategies. Tian Wei's death was tacitly ignored by all. Lu Cheng was unanimously elected formal guild master. Chen An observed for a while, then switched to other feats. Some minor guilds had already completed their objectives, but retrieved only meager energy crystals. Others fought tenaciously, locked in brutal, grueling combat with the lizards, suffering mutual losses. Overall, humanity retained the strategic advantage. Bring up Xia Feng's feed. Beyond the northern mountain range, Xia Feng swung his blade in furious arc, beheading an adult lizard several times his size. Blood spraying 3 chi into the air. Their aesthetic diverged sharply from others, cold, ruthless, austere, evoking the grim discipline of an iron-blooded legion. Xia Feng sheathed his blade. His chiseled, weather-beaten face resembled a stone sculpture carved by wind and rain. Hauntingly stoic. Guild Master, the operation is complete. They were assaulting Tribe 14, employing a method of segmented elimination, not storming the lair en masse. In 3 hours since commencement, they had eliminated 1/5 of the 1,000-strong lizard tribe. Assemble all forces. March over the mountain ridge to the opposite side and lure out another wave. Yes, sir. Instantly, every member converged into a textbook military formation, advancing at rapid pace. Their bearing astonishing in its unwavering discipline. Chen An zoomed out to observe their expressions, no impatience, no dissent. Absolute obedience to Xia Feng's command. Fuyao are all members of Xia Feng's Shenlong Guild Special Forces. Only a dozen are special operatives, but nearly all others are active duty or veteran soldiers. Xia Feng personally vetted each recruit during selection. That explains it. Monitor them closely, and report any anomalies immediately. Next, bring up the High Guild feed. That fellow Xiaozhen truly dares greatly. He accepted the assignment for Tribe 11. Tribe 11 resides in the Northern Hemisphere's desert, housing over 3,000 lizards, with confirmed dual-phase specimens among them. The High Guild's 2,000 members crouched behind a colossal dune, too wary to advance. Brother Xiao, aren't we attacking yet? Half an hour ago they launched a bombardment, successfully drawing out a dual-phase desert lizard, then fled immediately. That creature leapt skyward with terrifying height, nearly striking their spacecraft. Xiao Zhen sat cross-legged, idly sifting fine sand through his fingers, a childlike smile playing on his lips. Look! This sand is exceptionally fine and silky. The texture is exquisite. His bald subordinate rubbed his scalp, utterly exasperated. Brother, stop playing with sand. What do we do? Xiao Zhen glanced around, then gently tapped the bald man's forehead. Can't you wait? Look at your brothers. They're all resting, none complaining. Set up sentry posts immediately. If lizards appear, we retreat. No hesitation. But retreating won't eliminate the lizards. We must complete the mission or starve under debt. By the way, brother, where's our ship? Sleeping aboard the ship would be far more comfortable. This heat is unbearable. His name was Zhu Daming, the first recruit Xiaozhen ever accepted. His candor earned him the post of vice guild master. Yet he tended toward impetuousness, a flaw Xiaozhen frequently corrected. The ship has a mission. Wait, a mission? Chen An turned to Fuyao. Where did his ship go? The High Guild leased a heavy-class vessel, which recently returned to the train to load 400 tons of water at the landing pad. Chen An instantly grasped Xiao Zhen's plan and chuckled wryly. Does he think train water is free? The train maintained dedicated reservoirs. Its water sourced either from life-bearing planets or extracted from solidified interstellar fluids, then purified to absolute clarity. Frankly, seeing 400 tons of such pristine water expended so casually stirred a pang of regret in Chen An. I'll need to recoup those costs later. After a long vigil in the desert, the ship finally reappeared. Xiaozhen sprang upright, leaving a full-body impression in the sand. Brothers, rise. It begins now. Zhu Daming, roused from drowsiness, rallied the others instantly. Brother Xiao, shall we charge in? Xiaozhen replied, inspect all armor now. Defensive members checked their shields, the others reloaded rifle magazines to capacity. They would encircle and engage. The ship did not land. It hovered directly above the lizard tribe. Side hatches opened wide, revealing massive conduits. Whoosh! Torrents of water cascaded like a waterfall, stunning both lizards and high guild members alike. Brother Xiao, we were waiting for this. Xiaozhen said, stop obsessing over frontal assaults. Study your wrist compendium thoroughly. It states explicitly desert lizards fear torrential rain. Water causes sand to clump and collapse, severely impeding mobility. Then they become helpless targets. Shoot at will. Though 400 tons may seem modest, it would nonetheless disrupt their ecological equilibrium. Understanding dawned across the guild. Awe and admiration bloomed for Xiaozhen. When the final drop fell, the tribe's core zone transformed overnight into a treacherous marsh. Many lizards sank deep, movement crippled. Brother Xiao, we were waiting for this. Xiaozhen said, stop obsessing over frontal assaults. Study your wrist compendium thoroughly. Remember, this money can be earned, weapons replaced. But lives lost are gone forever, irrevocable. So unleash every thermal weapon you possess. Only when they're exhausted do we consider close quarters combat. But Brother Xiao, what of the dual-phased lizards? Bullets won't pierce them, rockets are useless. Xiaozhen gazed upward. The ship's bow extended its main cannon. The heavy vessel's main cannon fires 4 times. Use all shots on dual-phased lizards. Even if they survive, they'll be grievously wounded. In the cockpit, Chen An watched, utterly absorbed. Truly, Xiaozhen grew ever more appealing. Utterly unlike men such as Tian Wei. That's the spirit. I supply you with limitless arms. Use them freely. Return to replenish when spent. Master, the High Guild bears immense loan pressure. Only those who borrow can thrive. On Z-Star, the wealthiest elites carried tens of billions in bank loans and lived gloriously. I fear not their borrowing. I fear their frugality. The train's resources were boundless. It could sustain not just millions, but tens of millions. Chen An continued observing Xiaozhen, who swiftly and efficiently eradicated Tribe 11. Recall, Zishu had yet to subdue even Tribe 27. Broadcast the High Guild's successful mission completion and display their spoils. The Night Guild successfully annihilated Tribe No. 11, earning a reward of 46,000 star coins, with each member receiving an additional 200 star coins. Everyone's wrist devices received the news simultaneously, and they expressed their astonishment. 40,000 star coins not only recoups the costs, but also yields a significant profit. Tribe No. 11 has this much, so the rewards for the top 10 tribes must be over 50,000. The 50% discount is too outrageous. Does this mean the train hopes we will purchase more weapons? I envy them. Let's work hard and aim for a major task next time. Different people held varying views. For Zishu, she was more curious about how Xiaozhen accomplished it, because she still hadn't conquered Tribe No. 27. Not long ago, a double-head giant lizard emerged from the tribe and drove them back, making it difficult to retaliate. Xiaozhen, how did you do it? Zishu sent a private message via her wrist device. At that moment, Xiaozhen was resting inside the spaceship and had temporarily not taken on a new task. He had blocked messages from strangers, but Zishu and the guild president had already added each other as friends, allowing them to communicate freely. Once Xiaozhen explained the reason, Zishu suddenly understood. So we are part of an open book exam. Since the materials are readily available, we should utilize them well. Thus Zishu temporarily ceased hostilities and immersed herself in studying the materials. Chen An was aware of this, but did not remind them. Currently, it seems that the few individuals I am focusing on each have their strengths and weaknesses. Zishu is brave and powerful, embodying the spirit of a female warrior. But her flaw is her naivety. She tends to act before thinking. Fortunately, she has Liang Yu to provide strategies, preventing her from making mistakes. Xiaozhen's strength lies in his quick wit and extraordinary courage. However, sometimes he is overly reclusive, and even with more guild members, he still cannot fully integrate. Chen Guoliang's strength is his wisdom, but his flaw is being overly cautious, sometimes to the point of being cowardly. He lacks courage. Xia Feng embodies the standard military demeanor. He is resolute, upright, and loyal, with no obvious flaws at present. And then there's Lu Cheng, decisive in battle and resolute in action. His future seems promising. In addition to these 5 individuals, Chen An was also monitoring more than 10 others whose talents were slightly lacking, but had potential for the future, though they had not yet stood out. After studying for most of the day, Chen An shifted his focus back to the interior of the train. Some matters could not be delayed and needed resolution. Currently, there are 3,670 children on the train, with 720 injured individuals unable to go outside. These 2 groups lack the ability to earn money. Those with relatives can rely on them, while those without can only rely on loans to get by. But Chen An knew that many were simply waiting to die. They had no ability to repay loans. Most of the children have families, but the injured are mostly alone. Master, should free medical care be activated? Is it necessary to activate it? The master can provide basic medical assistance to the injured. Helping them recover their health would be more beneficial for you. However, free assistance does not mean completely free. If better medicines or equipment are needed for treatment, it will certainly require expenses. Chen An understood the implication and thought for a moment before agreeing. It was crucial to help the more than 700 injured recover as soon as possible. What about the children? They cannot grow up in a short time and will only slow down the adult's pace. To say something inhumane, if there had been enough time during the explosion of Zixing, I would have certainly screened the boarding personnel, and the elderly and children would have been left behind. However, as time goes on, passengers will interbreed, and there will naturally be more children. We should take appropriate measures in advance. Reminder, Master, since the revival calendar began, many additional rules have emerged in the universe, one of which prohibits extraordinary beings from having offspring. This rule will continue until the revival calendar ends. Ordinary beings are not restricted. Chen An was greatly shocked. How do you know this? This rule has spread throughout the universe. I captured it long ago. Absurd. What other rules are there? Those rules you already know. For instance, the train cannot change its final destination, and upgrading the train increases the number of passengers, etc. Chen An calmed down after a long while and asked, if we can't have children, wouldn't our race be doomed? As long as you try to extend your lifespan as much as possible, why would your race perish? Your answer leaves me speechless. So in that case, children are actually very precious. What should I do? I suggest that the master establish a dedicated childcare institution on the train, ostensibly to care for the children, but in reality to educate and cultivate them to become loyal supporters of the train. If a train guard army is established in the future, they would be more suitable than ordinary passengers. Chen An rubbed his chin and after some thought agreed with these suggestions. All right, let's proceed as you suggested and establish it immediately. Not long after, the train announced. Firstly, passengers will receive free medical assistance, and secondly, childcare centers will be established in each carriage for children under 10, allowing parents to entrust their children without worry. The medical assistance center is located to the left of the bank in a medium-sized building. Most of the injured in each carriage were waiting to die, but upon hearing of the assistance, they immediately rushed to the corresponding help center. If there is a chance to survive, no one would give up. The childcare center is located in the corner, near the landing pad, occupying a considerable space similar to the entertainment area. Each carriage's childcare center is set up for 1,000 people, which is certainly not needed at present. However, in reality, most parents are reluctant to entrust their children, preferring to sacrifice their own time. They do not believe that those cold robots can take good care of their children. Chen An did not force them, allowing them to choose for themselves. After all the facilities had already been provided. Later, Chen Guoyang returned to the spaceship, having just finished with the tribe, and prepared to rest for 2 hours. Upon returning to the carriage, he took his child from his wife's arms, his face full of affection. Only at this moment did he feel that everything he had done was meaningful. His wife was very concerned, gently stroking Chen Guoyang's back. Are you injured? His back was soaked with blood. Chen Guoyang smiled and said, it's the giant lizard's blood, not mine. Please buy me 2 new outfits at the market. His wife did not go immediately. Instead, she brought up the medical assistance center and childcare center. Is there medical assistance? That's wonderful, my leg hurts a bit, so it's just right to take a look. His wife frowned. You still say it's nothing? By the way, I want to send the child to the childcare center and then fight alongside you. Is that all right? I have seen the childcare center and it is very professional, even better than how I take care of them. Don't rush to refuse. The train has given us many benefits and will certainly not harm the children. What do you think? Chen Guoyang did not rush to agree, but went to the assistance center first. The center was equipped with a large number of machines and could quickly cure any common ailments. Can cancer be cured? Chen Guoyang asked the robot doctor inside. The robot replied, extraordinary beings do not get cancer. What about viral infections? Just kill the virus. Unless it's an extraordinary virus, it would require more rigorous medical research. But as long as you don't die suddenly, we can find a treatment. Haha, true enough. If a disease is something you cannot cure, it must be severe enough to cause immediate death. If not dead, it might be treatable. Thank you. His leg was merely an external injury. After some medication was sprayed, He felt a tingling sensation as the flesh was mending. After leaving the medical assistance center, his wife urged Chen Guoyang to go to the care center. On the way, Chen Guoyang expressed his true thoughts. You cannot imagine the dangers outside. I am actually more afraid of something happening to you, do you understand? Let me familiarize myself with this opportunity quickly. No matter who encounters trouble, I can take care of our son, right? This reasoning persuaded Chen Guoyang. Let me familiarize myself with this opportunity quickly. No matter who encounters trouble, I can take care of our son, right? This reasoning persuaded Chen Guoyang. The care center was no different from a kindergarten. The biggest difference was that there were no beautiful female teachers, only robots. After some discussion, Chen Guoyang agreed to leave his child there. It was not a permanent custody. Parents could pick up their children at any time, as long as it did not interfere with their work. Chen Guoyang was quite famous and his exploits quickly spread. Seeing that Chen Guoyang dared to leave his child there, others followed suit, liberating more labor. Chen An asked Fu Yao, how many people are still left on the train who haven't gone out? About 4,000 people. Why don't they go out? They are afraid to go out and have been living on loans. They always consumed the minimum, with some even eating just one biscuit a day. Under this lifestyle, 500 star coins could sustain them for several years. Chen An could not tolerate this blatant exploitation. Any passenger with hands and feet must go out to work. The train does not support idlers. How do we solve this? It is suggested that the owner charge a fare. There is no charge during the train's travel, but when the train stops, each passenger is charged a maintenance fee of 1 star coin per day. This 1 star coin is negligible for passengers who go out to fight, but it is fatal for those who do not venture out. Chen An added further clarification. Children entering the care center are never charged, but passengers indulging in the entertainment area for long periods are charged an energy fee of 0.5 star coins per day. Many of the 4,000 unwilling to go out were addicted to games, with some even eating, drinking, and relieving themselves in the gaming arcade. Chen An could not tolerate this. As this information was announced, most people were indifferent, but for those who were slacking off, it was extremely fatal. They panicked and needed to find a way to make money quickly, or otherwise they would soon be left with nothing. Afterward, many applied to join guilds wanting to go out and earn some money. However, even so, hundreds remained indifferent, continuing their lazy lives. Fu Yao, how long can they last? They can last at most a month, at which point they will reach the loan limit and trigger penalties. No mercy. We will expel them directly and broadcast the process throughout the train. The rules of the train must be followed to prevent loopholes from being exploited. Thus, the first day of the strategy against the giant lizard planet passed, with most guilds completing their tasks and reaping rewards. Only a few guilds encountered tough challenges and had not found a solution for a long time. By the second day, Chen An woke up to learn that those major guilds were attacking the top 10 giant lizard tribes. Just as previously suggested, it was almost always major guilds leading minor guilds to undertake tasks, forming alliances of thousands of people. How many alliances are there currently? The Hope Guild's Hope Alliance has a total of 16,000 members, comprising 24 guilds. They are attacking the No. 9 tribe. The Night Alliance of the Night Guild has 13,000 members, consisting of 18 guilds. They are attacking the No. 4 tribe. The No. 7 tribe has not yet been conquered. The Xiongba Guild has gathered 17,000 members, with 20 guilds joining. The Science Guild is attacking No. 6, with a total of 10,000 members comprising 12 guilds. The Shenlong Guild is attacking No. 5, with 8,000 members consisting of 7 guilds with no minor guilds. Additionally, over 80 medium and small guilds formed an alliance of 30,000 people attacking the No. 8 tribe. The top 3 tribes have temporarily deterred guilds from taking on their challenges, as the data shows that these tribes have at least 8,000 giant lizards, potentially reaching 20,000. Show me the footage of the 5 major alliances. I want to watch together. The tactics of each alliance were no different from before, first conducting carpet bombing on the enemy, then forming various squads to hunt down remaining foes, achieving decent efficiency. Moreover, it could be seen that the styles of each alliance were influenced by major guilds, leading to varying efficiency in warfare. Half a day later, the first to complete their task was the Hope Guild. Chen Guoyang seemed to have suddenly gained courage, boldly exploiting the weaknesses of the giant lizards for targeted strikes. After completing the task, he summarized his insights and shared them on the train's network for other guilds to learn from. In fact, it boils down to a simple strategy: utilize numerical superiority to form battle teams of 3 to 4 people. In these teams, some are responsible for defense, some for close combat, and others for ranged harassment. This way they maximize efficiency and specifically target the giant lizards. Chen An greatly admired this approach and collected it as a classic battle case. Other guilds followed suit, conquering the giant lizard tribes one by one. However, just as they were preparing to attack the top 3 tribes, these 3 tribes unexpectedly merged. The giant lizards had special observation methods. They knew that the major tribes were suffering deadly blows and thus temporarily united. As a result, Chen An simply merged the tasks of the 3 tribes into one. The guilds dared not act recklessly and temporarily gathered at a distance for discussions. In the northern hemisphere, night had fallen. By the campfire, dozens of guild leaders were grilling meat while studying the situation. After the three major tribes united, their total number exceeds 50,000. Converted into human combat power, it is equivalent to 200,000. Xiaozhen said, originally each major tribe had its flaws, but now that the three major tribes have merged, their weaknesses have been significantly mitigated, making them tougher to deal with. It's quite strange that the three strongest tribes on the giant lizard planet are so close together. We hadn't noticed it before. It was precisely because they were close that they could merge quickly, otherwise the guilds could intercept them separately. Zishu said to Chen Guoliang, how about we attack as you suggested? First bomb, then separate and eliminate. Chen Guoliang shook his head. That is under the condition of absolute manpower advantage. We still have many guilds on the way. Once gathered, we will exceed 200,000, which is still an advantage. This sounded reasonable, but Chen Guoliang felt something was off, but could not articulate it. It was Xiafeng, who understood war better, who said, due to terrain restrictions, there is a contact surface in warfare. Seeing others look at him, he elaborated, it's like a battlefield of this size. If the enemy has fewer people, and we have more, it's easy to divide them up. But if the size of the battlefield remains the same while the enemy's numbers increase significantly, we also increase our numbers. However, we cannot deploy that many soldiers, which prevents us from demonstrating our advantage in numbers. Zishu suddenly understood. In short, it's an issue of combat efficiency. It seems like we have 200,000, but in reality, we can only deploy 50 to 60,000 because of terrain constraints, leaving many unable to contribute. Chen Guoliang activated his wristwatch, projecting the map onto a luminous holographic screen. The target lies deep within the rugged mountainous terrain. According to Xiafeng, even deploying 50,000 troops, let alone 20,000, would scarcely suffice to achieve total annihilation. The predicament was grave. Not because extermination was impossible, but because no faction wished to bear excessive casualties. That night, forces from various guilds converged, swelling to a total of 300,000. Most major and mid-sized guilds had assembled, yet they still lacked an effective strategy. Chen An observed closely. Should the guilds ultimately fail, he would deploy warships without hesitation. A frontal assault was unacceptable. It would incur catastrophic losses. But at dawn, a solution emerged. Fire attack. It is autumn on giant lizard planet. A vegetation is desiccated. A single spark will ignite the entire forest. They've sealed their fate by hiding in those mountains. Once the inferno rages, escape will be impossible. Our task is simple: seal every major mountain pass. Let any emerge, we cut them down one by one. The proposal originated from Xiaozhen. As the assembly gazed upon his ever-smiling countenance, a chill crept up their spines. This man was clearly ruthless, unbound by scruple or mercy. Chen Guoliang voiced concern. Could arson draw reprimand from the train captain? His temperament remained inscrutable. Yet soon others noticed incendiary bombs appearing on the market. Ha! Clearly the train captain endorses this tactic. Hurry back and purchase incendiary bombs. Buy in bulk. The cost will be shared collectively. Inside the cockpit, Chen An regarded the fire strategy with profound approval. Civilized warfare observes no moral constraints. Victory is the sole imperative. After all, giant lizard planet is destined for total annihilation. To burn its mountains is trivial. Were we to scorch the entire world, it would change nothing. Thereafter preparations proceeded flawlessly. Incendiary ordnance was deployed and battle readiness confirmed. At noon on January 21st, on giant lizard planet, guild forces dispersed to encircle the mountain range. The 300,000-strong host divided into 6 5,000-strong battalions, each sealing one of the 6 principal mountain exits. They coordinated via wristwatch comms. Eastern flank ready. Commence at will. Southeastern flank prepared. Northern flank secured. Western flank secured. Southern flank secured. Southwestern flank secured. Initiate now. Upon Chen Guoliang's final command, dozens of small spacecraft surged forward, converging on the mountain's central mass from all directions. En route, they unleashed incendiary bombs indiscriminately. Soon towering conflagrations erupted across the ridges, roaring through the valleys as thick, acrid smoke billowed skyward. Spectacular and apocalyptic. The season's aridity accelerated the blaze. Groves collapsed en masse. Giant lizards conducting reconnaissance spotted the flames and raced back to report to their 3 chieftains. Though intelligent, they lacked the insight to fathom humanity's intent, and so ordered their kin to shelter behind the mountains, assuming the fire could not cross. Yet shortly thereafter, spacecraft appeared over the far side of the peaks, surrounding the mountains entirely in flame, forging an inescapable maelstrom of destruction. At last, sensing peril, the chieftains urgently ordered a breakout. The giant lizard ranks dissolved into chaos, breaking out in every direction with no unified command or coordination. In truth, the guilds had overlooked a critical risk. Had the lizards coalesced and charged en masse through a single pass, that sector might have buckled, inflicting grievous losses. Fortunately, that scenario never materialized. Outside the western valley, rows of armored warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, their massive tower shields forming an impenetrable barricade across the gorge mouth. Behind them stood countless soldiers, each armed with a fully loaded rifle. Zishu stood atop a vantage point, watching as giant lizards burst from the smoke-choked dust. They're coming, prepare. Fire in disciplined volleys. Oblivious to peril ahead, the lizards charged headlong, driven by the encroaching inferno. Bang, bang, bang. A thunderous barrage. Even their hardened carapaces shattered under relentless gunfire. One by one they fell. From the cockpit, Chen An reflected with quiet gravity. In the end, it was technology that decided the war. Victory brings no pride, only the cold certainty of overwhelming superiority. He had not even taken part in the battle. Master, our civilization tier is 0. 3, theirs is 0. 2. Even without advanced technology, victory would have been assured. Such a rigid tier disparity. What then defines Tier 1? Tier 1 civilization and Tier 1 transcendent civilization are distinct concepts. The former evaluates holistic advancement, including science and industry. The latter assesses only transcendent capability. When sufficient passengers ascend to Starwalkers, we shall attain Tier 1 transcendent civilization. I understand. At that moment, anomalous movement flickered across the feed. From the mountains emerged dual-form giant lizards, powerful enough to breach the defensive lines by sheer force. Fortunately, guilds swiftly surrounded and eliminated each one with concentrated firepower. As the war progressed, several fighters ascended to dual form, making subsequent combat increasingly effortless. At 6 p.m. on the 21st, the allied armies of the three tribes were utterly annihilated. No one anticipated such swiftness. Yet the cost was immense. The northern hemisphere's largest mountain range lay, reduced to blackened wasteland, its dense inky smoke piercing the stratosphere and destabilizing the atmosphere. Still, against the scale of victory, such sacrifice seemed negligible. What's happening? The main quest remains incomplete. All awaited the promised rewards, but none manifested. Read carefully. The main quest has two conditions. First, destroy all tribes. Second, eliminate 90% of the giant lizards. The first condition is fulfilled. The second likely remains unmet. Simple. We'll conduct systematic hunts across the planet. Thus guilds shifted focus, scouring the land for surviving giant lizards and other stellar beasts, fulfilling both the main quest and routine objectives simultaneously. At 9 a.m. on the 22nd, the main quest was officially declared complete. Giant lizard civilization has been eradicated. Hostilities concluded. Congratulations to all guilds for jointly completing the main quest. A total reward of 10 million star coins will be distributed proportionally according to contribution. Heavens! Has the prize pool truly reached 10 million? How did it swell so high? Who cares? As long as it grows, the better. Next came the distribution phase. Chen An published the official leaderboard accessible to all. First Hope Guild, 120415 star coins. Second Night Guild, 118600 star coins. Third Science Guild, 113205 star coins. Fourth Wanfeng Guild, 110560 star coins. Fifth Shenlong Guild, 109985 star coins. Sixth Lily Guild, 107542 star coins. Stunned silence followed. 12 guilds had earned over 100,000 star coins, each including renowned names like Hope and Night alongside rising powers such as Wanfeng and Lily. Conversely, the once dominant Shongba Guild failed to appear on the list, ranking beyond 15th place. Not due to Lu Cheng's incompetence, but because Tianwei's earlier missteps had severely diminished their overall contribution score. Beyond these major guilds, mid-tier guilds also received tens of thousands of star coins, ensuring net profitability. Master, why grant such generous rewards? First, many guilds remain deeply indebted. After debt repayment, they require sufficient capital to rebuild and sustain operations. Second, star coins are merely data. Gradual growth fuels motivation and engagement. Yaoyao reset all market prices to baseline, then launch new products spanning clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Now that they possess wealth, expenditure is inevitable. These funds are not gifts, they must circulate. Though guilds hoard vast sums, in reality those reserves are perpetually insufficient. After the civilization war, the giant lizard star became a garden at the end of the train, with everything returning to normal. Hunting continued for hunters, and resource gathering went on as usual with tasks to earn money. Passengers were delighted as the products in the market became increasingly diverse, making it hard for them to resist shopping. There were various kinds of food with different flavors, no longer limited to simple barbecues or vegetarian pancakes. Clothing styles also proliferated, no longer restricted to black and white. Those with money could buy beautiful and sturdy outfits, while those without could still find inexpensive options, each developing their own distinctive styles. Moreover, the market introduced more potions, many of which were derived from research on the giant lizards. For instance, there were stamina-boosting and strength-enhancing potions. For extraordinary beings, no amount of weapons could compare to their own strength. Many spent their money on enhancing their physiques, resulting in a continuous stream of individuals reaching the second order within 3 days after the war's end. Second-order extraordinary beings were nearly overwhelming against the star beasts of the giant lizard star, even allowing them to conserve their use of firearms. Given these circumstances, the train's weapon production was temporarily halted due to lack of demand. Chen An focused primarily on manufacturing warships and began to consider the issue of upgrading the train. Fuyao, has everyone become extraordinary now? Especially the children. After undergoing superpower injections, even infants have been promoted to extraordinary beings. Chen An was pleased. That means the train's upgrade only requires 2 conditions to be met. First, 100,000 second-order extraordinary beings, which could be achieved within a week given the current explosive upgrade speed. As for the 50 escort ships, that would likely take some time. The train's manufacturing capacity was not as formidable as imagined. Currently, it could only produce 2 escort-class warships each day. That's all right, I have plenty of time. 10 days later, the number of second-order extraordinary beings reached 100,000, but only 35 warships had been produced. Chen An officially ascended to the third order and began to enhance his flesh and blood. In the training room, Chen An pinched his own skin and asked Fuyao, "Are you sure my skin enhancement has succeeded? Why do I feel no different from before?" The enhancement process is ongoing and will not stop just because you have advanced to the third order. Your skin can now withstand ordinary kinetic bullets, which is a sign of successful enhancement. I see now, the enhancement process is never ending. Does that mean I can block a nuclear bomb with my body in the future? A nuclear bomb is far too low in grade. You could even enter and exit a star at will, a realm that all extraordinary beings can achieve. Just as this was mentioned, Fuyao reminded him that Zishu was looking for him. What does she want with me? In the past 10 days, Chen An had spoken with her twice, and even visited the giant lizard for leisure. But there was nothing more to it, as Chen An had also chatted with Xiao Zhen and others, establishing preliminary acquaintances. Let's go check it out. It's quite boring to keep training. Chen An did not take the main passage but entered the No. 9 car from the basement level, then moved into the living area of the No. 10 car. The so-called living area referred to the space between the train cars where the market and entertainment zones were located. The No. 10 living area was particularly bustling. People came and went dressed in red and green, resembling the normal world on Zixing. In some places, vendors were even selling goods and trading with one another. These individuals disliked the train's low purchasing prices and would mark up certain special items for sale. Chen An neither intervened nor obstructed as long as it was reasonable. Chen An, over here. Zishu waved. She was clad in a striking purple combat outfit, exuding a heroic and handsome demeanor, capturing the attention of nearly everyone passing by. Since everyone knew she was Zishu, they dared only to sneak glances. Everyone is watching you, you're quite the celebrity on the train now. Zishu grinned while wrapping her arm around Chen An's, saying she wanted to treat him to a feast. You have a lot of money. Sister, am now wealthier than when I was on Zixing. I can not only treat you to a meal, but even support you if needed. Chen An was surprised, so I can live off you? Sure, as long as you're willing to eat. Chen An felt comfortable recalling the feelings he had with Zishu on Zixing. Unrestricted in their diet, they spoke freely, both being true to their natures. The two entered the dining area looking for a place that could prepare a grand meal. During the wait, Chen An asked, "Is your guild not busy?" "Of course it's busy, but I've handed over all the tasks to Yang Yuan and the others. I can't follow them every time. By the way, how's your guild doing? If it's not going well, you can join the Science Guild. I can make you the vice president." Chen An took a sip of tea and smiled. "I'm doing pretty well. Look at the rankings, Hongri is at least in the top 100. Hehe, my guild is in the top 3. She said proudly, then pulled out some candies from her pocket. "These are candies from Zixing. They're quite precious. I only bought a little in the market. I didn't give any to Ziying." Chen An accepted one and popped it into his mouth. These candies had previously been worthless but were now quite expensive. Not because the manufacturing process was difficult, but because no matter how they were made, they could not replicate this flavor. Chen An's stock was also running low, only occasionally selling a small amount to adjust the market. "Chen An, if Zixing is restored, can we go back? Would you go back?" Chen An pondered for a moment before responding, "To be honest, if that situation truly arose, I would not go back. I'd rather live boldly in the cosmos than spend a lifetime in Zixing. What about you?" Zishu's eyes sparkled as she savored the candy, her eyes nearly squinting with sweetness. "So would I. Here I am the president, but on Zixing I'm just an ordinary athlete. After working hard for a lifetime, I probably wouldn't end up with anything, and instead I'd be prematurely exhausting my body. Let's have 2 drinks toasting to our shared ideals." There were plenty of drinks in the market, as Giant Lizard Star had abundant fruits that could be used for brewing. Each took a cup of fruit wine and the delicacies arrived. The so-called delicacies were various preparations of star beast meat, fragrant and enticing. Zishu exclaimed, This table of food is worth 10 star coins. We can't waste any. Chen An asked her, how much savings do you have now? Hee, just about 5 to 6,000. This was not a lie. Of 5 to 6,000 was her small treasure chest, and if combined with the guild savings it would be even more. Chen An timely expressed surprise, which greatly satisfied Zishu. After the meal, Zishu took Chen An out for some fun. There's someone singing over there. Let's go take a look. As the contents of the train gradually became richer, many entertaining projects emerged among the passengers. Those who were once singers now set up stalls to sing, enriching the passengers' leisure time, often earning quite a bit of reward. There were also those skilled in dancing or other performances. As long as they had a specialty, they would never go hungry. In the distance, Chen An heard singing, beautiful and lingering, refreshing to the soul. No wonder so many people enjoyed listening. Amidst the battles, such soothing melodies truly touched the heart. Fuyao, add KTV to the entertainment area. He issued the command in his mind. The singer is named Wenjie. She used to be a star, and her songs are incredibly beautiful. I never expected she would be on the same bus as us. What a stroke of luck. Are you her fan? Not before, but I am now. After listening for a while, the singing suddenly stopped, and it seemed that a conflict had erupted in the crowd. What's going on? Zishu's expression darkened. The two squeezed into the crowd and discovered several armored extraordinary beings halting the singer, claiming that this territory belonged to their guild and forbidding others from using it freely. Zishu angrily remarked, those are members of the Wanderer Guild who spend all day avoiding tasks and only know how to occupy territory. What do you mean? There are many areas in the living zone without buildings which should be available for everyone to use. However, since the train has no strict rules, some guilds have found loopholes, specifically claiming these areas and then renting them out to others in urgent need. Hearing this, Chen An asked Fu Yao in his mind, why didn't you tell me? These situations comply with the rules and there's no need to disturb you. That makes sense. If he was notified about every minor issue, it would be quite bothersome. Zishu continued, the president of the Wanderer Guild is Zhao Jun, a very disgusting person. He uses his power to attract girls into the guild and then employs coercive measures to force them to comply. When Jie is one of the girls he has set his sights on, which is why she always causes trouble forcing her to join the Wanderer Guild. Hasn't Wen Jie joined any other guild? She previously joined a small guild, but was overwhelmed by the Wanderers and subsequently had no other guild to take her in. I just found out, otherwise I would have taken her in. It's not too late to know now. Let's go. Zishu then pushed through the crowd, boldly declaring, who dares to touch my people? Who are you? Someone turned and shouted. However, upon seeing Zishu's attire and looks, they immediately paled in fear. President Z, I didn't recognize the mountain. With a kick, Zishu sent the rude man flying 10 meters away, leaving him unable to get up for a long time. These individuals had a captain who was also of the second level of cultivation. He was not afraid of Zishu and coldly stated, this isn't appropriate, is it? President Z, we haven't provoked you. When Jie is a member of my guild, and you say you haven't provoked us? The captain laughed. President Z, you must be joking. You can check the wristwatch. It clearly shows on the extraordinary list that Wen Jie hasn't joined any guild. Zishu approached Wen Jie, grabbed her hand, and proclaimed loudly, from now on she is a member of my guild. Are you dissatisfied? The man's expression darkened, but he had nothing to say, and could only accept defeat. Well then, please leave. This is the territory of our Wanderer Guild. Zishu prepared to take Wen Jie away, but at that moment an announcement from the train rang out. Guilds are prohibited from maliciously occupying public areas. Violators will be fined and serious cases may lead to the dissolution of the guild. If temporary use of territory is needed, please apply at the Guild Center. Wanderer Guild violation fine of 5,000 star coins. Once the announcement was made, the members of the Wanderer Guild were dumbfounded. Zishu felt elated and laughed. Did you really think you could take advantage of the train? The train elder is quite astute. The few people across from her left in disgrace and the crowd gradually dispersed. Thank you for your help, President. When Jie expressed her deep gratitude. Haha, it's a small matter. From now on you are my person. I will definitely help you. Chen An, come here. It's all good now. Chen An was discussing the dealings of the Wanderer Guild with Fu Yao. We need to establish rules. We can't let a few bad apples spoil the whole pot. Let the robots inspect. If there are indeed substantial violations, then punish them heavily. Chen An allowed the presence of evil on the train, but not to be too arrogant. At this moment, upon hearing Zishu's call, he quickly jogged over. Impressive, this was resolved just like that. When Jie's appearance was actually average, far inferior to Zishu. Zishu said, it's not me who is impressive. It's the train elder. I just informed Yang Yuan and will wait a while. Yes, he is indeed impressive. After chatting for a bit, Yang Yuan arrived. You take Wen Jie to register. Yang Yuan was delighted. Teacher Wen Jie, I am your fan. Wen Jie was taken aback, her demeanor very humble. Hey, are you only looking at beauties? Chen An teased. Yang Yuan lightly punched Chen An and laughed. Don't mess around, you have Zishu now, and I'm still single. Teacher Wen Jie, shall I take you? Wen Jie replied, thank you Teacher Yang, please lead the way. Yang Yuan was also quite reputable, being the vice president of the Science Guild. After they left, Zishu continued to explore with Chen An. The train is getting richer. We can't finish everything in a short time. Let's go play some games. In the extraordinary battle game, after defeating Zishu twice, Chen An intentionally let her win the third time. After taking off their helmets, Zishu looked puzzled and said, I suspect you didn't use your full strength in the third round. I was just lucky in the first 2 rounds. The third round was my true strength. It's getting late. Shall we call it a day? The train displayed the time. It was 10 o'clock on the night of February 3rd, which according to the biological clock of the Zixing people was a resting period. Zishu still held on to Chen and whispering, don't rush. There's still something else. What is it? Come with me. Zishu took him out of the entertainment area and then turned right into another area sealed off by multiple gates. Above the gate there was a display screen with 3 words, physiological zone. Why did you bring me here? Chen An looked at her oddly. Zishu muttered, I didn't ask you to take responsibility. The so-called physiological zone was set up by Chen An 5 days ago. He found that many people had excessive energy and often went to planets to fulfill their needs. With this in mind, Chen An decided to establish a physiological zone, arranging it like hotel rooms. The prices here are quite high, only wealthy individuals can use it. A harmonious society requires humility and patience. Zishu wanted to learn how to pilot a spaceship, and Chen An decided to teach her well. After 2 hours of instruction, Zishu asked, if we were on Zixing, would you marry me? Chen An set the spaceship on autopilot and replied, I would. What about on a train? I wouldn't. Zishu laughed and asked, why not? Chen An gazed into the distance and said, the purpose of marriage is to bind 2 people with societal rules, thereby forming a social consensus to procreate and ensure the continuation of the race. However, times have changed. We can no longer procreate, which means marriage has completely lost its binding effect. Therefore, such an outdated rule should be discarded. What do you think? Wow, no wonder you are into theoretical research. When you talk about principles, you really have a way with words. I agree, you are absolutely right. Marriage as a rule of civilization ceases to exist the moment civilization breaks down. Yet people will always feel lonely and need companionship. This companionship is unrelated to marriage. Can we form such a companionship? Chen An embraced her and replied, you can always come to me whenever you need. In reality, Chen An's thought process changed faster than others. One reason was guidance from Fu Yao, and the other was that he stood at a higher dimension. With civilization shattered and reproduction prohibited, there is no longer a need for male-female relationships, and even the distinction between genders may become unnecessary. Chen An believed that there must exist single-gender or mixed-gender races in the universe. Given these shifting perspectives, he would not constrain himself nor deliberately distinguish between men and women. Everyone was treated equally. These views would certainly not be disclosed to Zishu. After waiting for her to fall asleep, Chen An quietly left. Fu Yao set that room to a permanently reserved state. Understood, that is the place for your procreation. Don't put it so crudely. We are discussing life's philosophy and exploring the truths of the universe. Balancing yin and yang is crucial for the extraordinary. Oh, of course you need it. As a noble being, it is advisable to nurture excellent female beings, and not to limit yourself to a single race, which is vital for your evolution. Chen An, what you say always sounds awkward. What do you mean by not limiting to a single race? Give me a few examples. For instance, harmonizing with the Sharkmen will allow you to absorb extraordinary powers more smoothly. Harmonizing with the Lizardmen will accelerate the strengthening of your skin. Harmonizing with mechanical beings will help train your mental will. Wait, robots? Chen An's worldview completely collapsed. He found it hard to imagine such a scenario. There are many methods of yin-yang harmony. You Zixing people only use the most basic approaches. The mutual entanglement on a spiritual level is actually the most touching, and if you encounter mechanical beings in the future, I can teach you hand in hand. Hearing this, Chen An became quite curious. By the way, since you are an intelligent brain, can you do it? My spirit is too powerful. I worry you won't be able to handle it. Did she just shy away? To make an intelligent brain shy, Chen An felt a sense of accomplishment. Fu Yao, do you have a gender? Are you male or female? Fu Yao had always used a mechanical voice, making it hard to discern gender. Everything has yin and yang. Oh, of course I have a gender. I am female. Unfortunately, I do not have a carbon-based body. Otherwise, I would be willing to use the most basic means to harmonize yin and yang for you. Damn it. The term harmonizing yin and yang has been ruined by you. Haha. Don't use a mechanical voice in the future, switch to a normal one. Okay, is this fine? It suddenly switched to a cute girl's voice, startling Chen An. Don't be too cute, I try to be normal. Actually, I prefer a mature woman. Fu Yao immediately changed her style, making Chen An feel completely at ease. Upon returning to the private area, Chen An entered the training room to cultivate, and everything went on as usual. However, only 2 hours later Fu Yao woke him up. The starry sky will reach this star system in 7 hours. Chen An knew it was time to leave. Issue an announcement. The train will depart in 5 hours. After the announcement, various guilds hurriedly became busy. 5 hours is not short, and those with important resources should quickly retrieve them. Those without resources can gather some food nearby. For the guilds, picking fruits directly on the giant lizard star is certainly more cost-effective than buying them on the train. However, the problem is that the train does not provide preservation services, and the food stored by the guilds cannot last long, or ultimately they still have to make purchases. Chen An strictly controlled this aspect, ensuring that no frozen equipment would appear in the market. 5 hours passed quickly, all spaceships returned to the train, and no one stayed outside, considering the lessons learned from previous experiences. The train is about to set sail. The next stop is unknown, so passengers should control their own consumption. After the train departs, daily fares will no longer be deducted. As the train began to run, the giant lizard star grew increasingly distant. With the example of the green star, people felt little nostalgia for the giant lizard star. It's just a pity that such a beautiful planet will eventually be obliterated. After the train had traveled far, the giant lizard star was engulfed by darkness, turning into interstellar dust. Next came life on the train. Unlike the previous gloom, the current train was lively and bustling, and the long journey had instead become a pleasure. After all, it was rare to have a break for a while. On the 4th day of departure, the train stopped again. But passengers did not need to disembark, as the train was ascending to a new star. The train has met all the conditions for ascension. 1. All passengers have awakened to the extraordinary and possess over 100,000 second-level ascenders. 2. The train has participated in a civilization war and emerged victorious. 3. The train's combat capability is rated first class. Therefore, the train is about to upgrade to bronze 1 star. Please rest well. The train will upgrade automatically, and no one can enter or exit during this process. Although he cannot go out, Chen An can monitor the situation through various detection devices. The train entered a vast nebula, hiding itself while opening various layers below. 50 escort ships scattered in different directions, while various spacecraft carried mining robots to collect special minerals. What surprised Chen An the most was that countless mechanical arms extended from the train's lowest defense layer to modify the train. What aspects will be modified? The train will add carriages, enhancing its defense and power systems. The existing carriages will not be modified. The existing carriages will only have basic configurations such as increased defense. If more modifications are required, such as expanding the carriages, the train must continue to ascend. No related information is available. Chen An stopped asking questions. Everything would be clear once the modifications were complete. For the entire next day, Chen An mostly practiced, occasionally checking the progress in the cockpit. Carriages 11 and 12, among others, were gradually being constructed, seamlessly connecting to the original train. Chen An could faintly sense a unique power in the starry sky, assisting the train's modifications, significantly shortening the time required. At the end of the day, on February 8th, the train finally ascended to 1 star. Chen An saw on the screen that the train's exterior had not changed much, but was noticeably heavier, with new devices added to the top and sides. The most noticeable change was the addition of 10 carriages at the back. List the train's information for me. Train Fuyo, intelligent brain number D1314. Level bronze. 1 star, 0. For level extraordinary civilization. Owner Chen, an extraordinary being. Capacity 200,000 people. Current load 956002 people, excluding the train conductor. Defense level 1. Firepower level 1. Power level 1. Energy 15 remaining. Status 100 perfect. More information needs to be reported by Fuyo. The train's overall defense reached level 1, perfectly shielding against the probing of super beings. The train's firepower has also ascended to level 1, primarily reflected in the body and roof. The train has added 2,000 laser cannons to its body and 200 electromagnetic railguns to its roof. The train's power has risen to level 1, increasing speed by 30%. The train's energy storage has doubled, requiring more energy to support consumption. The train has added 10 new carriages, allowing the owner to carry more passengers. The train's radar has been upgraded, increasing detection range to 2 billion kilometers. Chen An took a long time to digest all the changes. I have a question. Since the train can freely enter and exit stars, its defenses should be formidable, yet they don't seem to be. That's the rule. Fine, you can silence me with the word rule. So can the train be breached? Superstar beasts, ultra-civilizations, or trains far exceeding our level can defeat us. Therefore, please work hard, master, to make the train stronger. At the same time, increase the number of passengers so they can form an army to protect the train. Chen An finally understood how important the passengers were. They shared a symbiotic relationship with the train, protecting each other. Can the train's cannons be used freely? They require energy consumption. If energy is sufficient, feel free to use them. But why is there only 15 left? Ascending consumed most of it and I need to collect more. The decrease in energy percentage is because the train's energy storage has increased. So let's find a star immediately. As for the modifications to the new carriages, let's wait until the energy is full. Then the train announced the results of the ascension to all passengers. Each carriage buzzed with excitement, very lively. The stronger the train, the safer we are. This is a good thing. A living area has appeared behind carriage 10 connecting directly to carriage 11. However, it is currently in a lockdown state and we cannot go there. Since there are new carriages, can we apply for a change? This is a good thing, meaning the guild can recruit more members and our lives will be better. The Zixing people as the first batch of passengers will surely enjoy many benefits. Heavens, if that's the case, will the train upgrade to a behemoth in the future? The number of passengers will increase from hundreds of thousands to 2 million, then 10 million, and then over 100 million. This is a good thing, meaning the guild can recruit more members and our lives will be better. The Zixing people as the first batch of passengers will surely enjoy many benefits. Subsequent passengers, regardless of their race, are naturally at a disadvantage. In carriage 10, Zishu and others took a stroll around the living area of carriage 11, but they could not enter the carriage because the gate was tightly shut. Yuguan exclaimed, "This is great. It means we can access the living area more conveniently in the future without having to walk a long way." Their position was at the rear of carriage 10, and every trip to the living area required traversing a long corridor. Once carriage 11 opens, they can simply step out. Who knows when it will open? If it doesn't open, the living area won't be constructed. This is a vast expanse of open land. Yang Yuan said, "In the future we can use the landing pad here, haha, no more fighting for space." In short, various conveniences, have them looking forward to the completion of the construction. Half a day later, after 5 hours of travel, the train docked in a stellar orbit to absorb energy. Why is it still 4 hours? The new carriages also have pipelines, meaning the energy absorption efficiency has increased exponentially. Chen An asked, "Isn't the storage layer bigger now? In the future we can store more supplies and build more factories." That's right. We can increase the number of factories. But before that, let's first complete the construction of the living areas in the last 10 carriages, allowing the next batch of passengers to move in directly, which will be very convenient. Once the energy is sufficient, Chen An began the internal construction of the train. He also issued an announcement that passengers must strictly adhere to the regulations and cannot move to the new carriages. For hours later, the energy-filled train set sail. The living area of carriage 11 was also completed, attracting many passengers from carriage 10 to experience it. In reality, it was no different from other living areas. They just sought convenience and speed. Afterwards, there was a long period of travel during which they replenished energy once but found no life stars. Until 12 days later, on February 20th, the train detected a life star. The train was docking into a stellar orbit passing near that planet, and Fuyo directly dispatched reconnaissance ships. The passengers erupted in cheers, as outside the portholes was a beautiful blue planet, certainly home to intelligent civilization. Beneath the blue starry sky, the palace of the witch god empire was adorned in red, bustling with activity. From the palace gates to the grand witch hall, a long colorful silk banner was festooned with red lanterns inscribed with strange symbols. The symbols were the writings of the Yu people, meaning longevity. Inside the grand witch hall, melodious music wafted out with a wave of warmth while palace maids and eunuchs were busily rushing about. "This is the Coral King from the Western Sea, which took my men half a month to salvage. I congratulate His Majesty on his longevity matching that of the heavens. May he have boundless years." The emperor, dressed in a dragon robe, sat at the head of the hall displaying signs of age, his face wrinkled with a broad smile. "How thoughtful. Please take a seat." Gifts from various regions piled up like small mountains within the hall, forcing the attending eunuchs to remove some. At that moment, a eunuch announced the decree. His Majesty's 80th birthday celebrated throughout the land, thus a general amnesty is proclaimed. The ministers waited for a while and were surprised to find the decree ended abruptly. An elderly minister trembled as he rose from his seat, bowing to the old emperor. He spoke, "Your Majesty, anyone can be pardoned, but the wicked cannot be absolved. I implore you to reconsider." The old emperor slapped his forehead, chuckling, "I must be getting muddled in my old age." He then turned to the eunuch beside him, his expression stern, as he asked, "I can't recall, can you?" The eunuch, frightened, quickly replied loudly, "Your Majesty has decreed a general amnesty with the exception of the wicked." With that, the atmosphere in the hall became harmonious again. As the topic of wickedness arose, someone asked what will be done with the 3,000 wicked captured earlier. According to the laws, they should be dealt with accordingly. As for their leader, he should be executed in a most torturous manner, and his entire clan eradicated. The statement was met with rebuttals from other officials. The leader Ling Zheng hails from the Ling family, a hereditary marquis. Who would dare to exterminate an entire clan? Moreover, it was Lord Boyong who captured Ling Zheng, acting out of righteousness against his kin. Your Majesty, the Ling family should not be implicated but rather rewarded. The old emperor nodded. Indeed, regarding the rewards you may discuss that further among yourselves. After that the hall was filled with laughter and joy. However, just as the birthday feast was nearing its end, an old man suddenly burst in from outside dressed in a white robe, embroidered with a variety of insects, birds, fish, and beasts. Your Majesty, a celestial anomaly has occurred. This is dire. The old emperor's brow furrowed with worry, as he quickly inquired, Great, what is the urgent matter? The old man in white was the imperial grand wizard. Careless of the presence of others, he hastily explained, not long ago a colossal entity appeared in the starry sky, suspected to be the legendary evil demon. The witch god had sealed the evil demon in the abyss of demons. Who would have thought it would re-emerge into the world? Upon hearing of the demon's return, everyone on the scene panicked, descending into chaos. The old emperor slammed his hands on the table to regain control over the crowd. Great wizard, are you certain? I see it very clearly. That celestial giant could be a beast controlled by the evil demon. Your Majesty, the witch god once prophesied that when the evil demon manifests, our witch god empire will be obliterated. What shall we do? The old emperor, feeling dizzy, had no solution, and immediately called off the banquet, summoning the ministers to discuss countermeasures. In the end, they concluded that a fiery sacrifice must be made tomorrow to the wicked, praying for the descent of the witch god. Proclaim my decree nationwide, capture the wicked, even those with slight connections, and offer them all as sacrifices. An elderly minister was startled, hastily saying, If we do so, the number may reach millions. We cannot let it spread too wide. The grand wizard raised a hand, summoning forth a brilliant flame that frightened the others into retreat. If the sincerity is lacking, the witch god will not descend. Would you like to be the ones offered as sacrifices then? No one dared to speak further. That night the witch god empire was in turmoil as people were rounded up. In the capital's dungeon, the squeaking of rats seemed to compose a symphony particularly intense. In the cell, the densely packed prisoners were clamoring and arguing even louder than the rats. In a corner, a ragged youth sat quietly. He appeared frail, yet no one dared to disturb him. When light finally streamed in through the small window, the man finally lifted his gaze. Although the window was just a tiny corner, he seemed able to see the entire starry sky. Is there really a deity beyond the heavens? If there is, why do they not come to save us? Thinking of various misfortunes, he couldn't help but feel a surge of sorrow. Heavens, these abilities are not what we desire. Why impose them upon us? He raised his fist and slammed it against the wall, creating a breach. Yet, despite such strength, he could not break the confinement set by the wizard. Seeing him awake, the others turned their gazes towards him. Ling Xiao, we should find a way to escape. Once out, we can storm the witch god hall and eliminate those wizards. The man Ling Zhang responded sternly, If we could get out, would we still be here? The witch god hall is protected by the imperial army. Even if we are powerful, we cannot contend with the army. The others fell silent, the atmosphere gradually cooling. They later learned through the guards' chatter that the evil demon was about to descend, and they were to be burned alive as sacrifices the next day. The prisoners were filled with rage but felt utterly powerless. Far away, billions of kilometers away, a train had just entered its orbit. Chen An issued the order to collect energy. There are several resource planets nearby. Gather resources with all your might. Do we have information on the planets? Some information has been collected. Please check, Master. Name U-star number S360E5729338. Category planet mass 5. 46,781,024 kilograms diameter, 162,034 kilometers surface temperature, 20 rotation period, 27 hours, 25 minutes 39 seconds. Intelligent life, you people, extraordinary level 0. 3. Is it a humanoid civilization? Tell me more information. This civilization is a highly humanoid one, currently in a pre-scientific ancient era. U-star has only one continent located in the northern hemisphere, and it is nighttime there. The U-people have formed an empire called the Witch God Empire. The meaning is unclear. The exploration robot has intercepted the language information of the U-people and is decrypting it due to the civilization's intelligence being quite complete. The robot is unable to infiltrate for further reconnaissance. This is unavoidable as the U-people's information exchange is too primitive. If the U-people had modern networks, Fuyao would be able to obtain all information instantly. In other words, the more backward the civilization, the harder it is to collect information. How to handle this? It is recommended that the master issue a reconnaissance task for various guilds to carry out. There is no rush. First we need to decode the language, and also understand their culture better, otherwise infiltration will be difficult. Actually, there is one crucial question. Since the U-people are a humanoid civilization, can I accept passengers? The U-people are already a 0.3-level extraordinary civilization, fully meeting the conditions. Because of this, Chen An did not plan to take violent measures against U-star, intending to adopt a gentle strategy as there was ample time. Master, it is advised that you go as well. Why? Your mental state is deteriorating. You need to go out more. Do not exaggerate. How did I not notice? Moreover, who knows if there are dangers there? I won't go. The strongest among the U-people is only at the 2nd level. You would be absolutely invincible at the 3rd level. The train gains a special ability to absolutely protect when ascending to the first level. If you encounter danger, the absolute protection will activate. Why do you keep urging me to go out? Because if the train master suffers a mental issue, it will lead the entire train to evolve in an uncontrollable direction. I hope you can always maintain your rationality. Inside the carriage, preliminary information about Yueshing was made public online, accessible to everyone through their wristbands. Is it really this backward? It's quite similar to our ancient Zixing. Each person carries a gun, or just a quick burst will do. Why do we feel like the bad guys? It's all for survival. There are no moral constraints. Indeed, there is no concept of right or wrong. A survival is the highest principle. If we can't earn star coins, our fate will be even worse. The passengers anxiously awaited the train's signal. Once the cabin door opened, they would swarm onto the spacecraft like locusts, ready to destroy and plunder everything in Yueshing. However, to their surprise, the train did not open the cabin door for a long time and only issued a reconnaissance mission hours later. Reconnaissance mission: proceed to Yueshing and gather all information, including history, culture, customs, etc., without alarming the natives. Each guild can claim once, with no more than 10 people for reconnaissance. Having a mission was a relief. The guilds hurriedly accepted it and sought to rent small spacecraft. There was no need for F-399, A-106 would suffice. In fact, these kinds of spacecraft were oversized. A specialized small shuttle would be more economical and convenient. Chen An received the information and instructed Fu Yao to create a shuttle for reconnaissance to keep for future use. The spacecraft was ready, but the train's cabin door still remained shut. Passengers are requested to purchase attire from the U people and a language converter. The cabin door will open in half an hour. The guilds hurriedly went to make their purchases. The clothing of the U people was quite distinctive, made from ordinary fabric, but with a variety of intricate patterns and complex colors. After a long wait, Zishu was ready to go down and have some fun. Just as she put on the garish outfit, she couldn't help but smile and cry at the same time. Do I look like I've aged decades in an instant? This outfit looks like something a grandma would wear. Yang Yuan joked. But even so, it can't hide Sister Shu's beauty. I must say the U people's aesthetic is truly peculiar. Besides Zishu, there were 9 others with her. Yang Yuan opted not to go. Each had a language converter which could be perfectly concealed in the ear. From then on, whether speaking or listening to the U people, everything could be translated into the corresponding language. This is a useful device. It can connect to the wristband for control. Passengers are requested to purchase attire from the U people and a language converter. The cabin door will open in half an hour. The guilds hurriedly went to make their purchases. Thousands of spacecraft didn't seem like much, but there were still tens of thousands of people. Only after these ships vanished did Chen An's spacecraft set off. He was still discussing his issues with Fu Yao. You say my mental state is changing, but why can't I perceive it? I can't accept your analogy. It'd be better with an example. For instance, if the master sees a beautiful girl, would he wish to possess her? You know you are an absolute authority. No one can refuse you. The desire to seek beauty is universal, it's normal, and indicates that my aesthetic sense is fine. In fact, I feel you are becoming increasingly strange. Fu Yao is a super-intelligent brain, and all its models revolve around the master, providing the best service without any adverse changes. Chen An sat in the cockpit, raising his eyes to see Yueshing drawing ever closer. Your example isn't significant enough. As civilizations are destroyed, the master's thoughts will gradually increase. You wish to annihilate stronger civilizations and kill more people. To satisfy your daily desires, you will create more evil. And then, according to Fu Yao's simulations, the master may ultimately be consumed by himself, becoming a demon that only wishes to destroy everything. It's not that such a path can't be taken, but it isn't suitable for you. Chen An felt a headache coming on. He generally understood Fu Yao's meaning, but understanding and acceptance are two different matters. And then, what should I do? Relax as much as possible, don't restrain yourself, especially don't lock yourself in the train. That situation is the most dangerous. If you like something, seize it as much as possible, or the regrets in your heart will turn into hatred. Don't underestimate such hatred. After being amplified through the train and passengers, it will have a significant impact. Alright, you are right. Look, I took your advice to come out. One person and one AI chatted idly as they gradually approached the continent of the U people. Through the wristband, it was evident that the guilds had long since landed on the planet, sneaking in at this early hour without any incidents. Before Chen An could land on the planet, various information had already been submitted continuously via their wristbands. The history of the U people is long, spanning 8,000 years. Frequent conflicts occurred before the Wushan Empire unified the entire continent 700 years ago, forming a vast empire supported by wizards. The population is about 30 million with its own writing and culture. The Wushan Temple holds a lofty status akin to religious significance. Wizards have opposites known as evil disciples. These evil disciples wield dark powers to wreak havoc on the world, and anyone caught must be imprisoned or killed. Thus, since the establishment of the Wushan Empire, countless evil disciples have been slain. I wonder what incident has occurred in the empire. The court is currently arresting people on a massive scale throughout the nation. This information left Chen An feeling perplexed. What a bizarre empire, even gods and evil gods have appeared. Fu Yao, are there really such deities? The universe is vast, and some powerful transcendent beings may indeed be referred to as deities. However, for the small you people, the Wushan and the evil gods are likely just myths, not real. That's right, as Zixing once had similar mythologies with even more imagination than the you people. The spacecraft lowered its altitude but did not land for now. They went directly to the capital. Along the way, the spacecraft flew over numerous cities, gathering a wealth of information. It's truly no different from ancient Earth. However, the you people are a bit different. They differed from the Zixing people in two aspects. One was their pointed ears, and the other was the short tails behind them. It seems the you people have not completed their evolution, still retaining tails. It may not necessarily mean the you people failed to evolve. It's possible the Zixing people evolved too thoroughly, as many powerful races still have tails. What use is that? Some races use their tails for balance, achieving greater speed. Others use tails as a third hand, enhancing combat strength. Harmonious society. As dawn broke, the capital gradually awakened under the morning sun filled with the scent of smoke and fire. I heard they are going to burn the heretics as a sacrifice to the heavens at the execution ground. Let's go watch the excitement. No matter the world, for the common folk, watching the spectacle is akin to celebrating a festival, and one cannot afford to miss it. Thus the shops along the streets closed, the stalls were absent, and the crowd surged towards the execution ground. The execution ground was situated in the square outside the palace's side gate, surrounded by layers of citizens, all bustling and clamoring. Today 3,000 will be burned at once. It will certainly be spectacular. Those heretics deserve to die. They are the reason for the empire's years of drought. I hope it rains in a few days. They are coming. The condemned heretics were shackled and bound with ropes lined up like a dragon. Some attempted to resist desperately, but the shackles suppressed their powers, making escape impossible. Brother, brother. A little girl outside the crowd cried out, but was quickly scooped up by a servant who covered her mouth with a hand. Ling Zhang heard her and was moved, yet pretended not to have heard, following the others onto the execution ground. Death was not frightening, but this method of dying was too suffocating. He refused to accept it. As all the condemned were piled onto the platform, countless soldiers brought firewood, burying the 3,000 criminals beneath it. To the side, a high platform rose where the Grand Sorcerer began to perform rituals, dancing with wild gestures. It seemed he truly possessed magical powers. Of various colored lights shot forth from him, earning the citizens loud cheers, as if he were performing tricks. The Grand Sorcerer's expression grew serious, and after finishing his spell, he knelt down. Others followed suit, and the citizens naturally knelt as well. Our clan has suffered a great calamity due to the invasion of evil spirits. Today we burn 3,000 heretics as a sacrifice, praying for guidance from the sorcerer. If the sorcerer approves, there will be more heretics to offer as sacrifices. He chanted incantations, rambling for half an hour. When his throat grew dry, the Grand Sorcerer shouted angrily, "The sacrifice begins, light the fire." The soldiers surrounding the execution ground hurled torches, igniting the oil-soaked wood. In such a situation, few could remain calm. The so-called heretics either attempted a last-ditch resistance or shouted angrily, wishing to rush out and slay the sorcerers. Ling Zhang glanced towards a corner of the crowd, most worried about his sister. He hoped she would not be implicated and could grow up safely within the family. As the flames grew larger, the outer crowd wailed and coughed in the thick smoke. One by one people perished, and finally it was Ling Zhang's turn. It hurt, but he could endure. Even in death he would not show weakness. Ling Zhang stood tall, unafraid. Just as his consciousness blurred, a red mark suddenly appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! A fierce wind arose and red light shot from Ling Zhang's eyes, forming a transparent membrane around him that halted the flames. Someone noticed that the burned corpses gradually disappeared, transforming into crimson energy that infused the living bodies, invigorating them, making them feel stronger than ever. What is happening? The Grand Sorcerer was shocked. He had never seen such an anomaly. The audience fell into a panic. He truly is a demon. The corpses have vanished, or my heavens. Sorcerers, please suppress them and kill them swiftly. However, the reality was that the transparent membrane could not withstand the flames for long, and was soon burned through. The fire continued to spread, and people would continue to perish. The power that had increased earlier was of little use. As for Ling Zhang, he felt a throbbing in his head, and his entire being became infinitely weak, causing him to faint. The Grand Sorcerer sighed in relief, ordering the soldiers to add more firewood and stoke the flames. However, not long after, the sky suddenly poured down rain, and it was a torrential downpour. The sorcerer has manifested, and indeed it has rained heavily. The citizens excitedly knelt and bowed, while the Grand Sorcerer turned pale with fright. From his high vantage point, he could clearly see a massive object resembling a ship hovering in the air, spewing forth an abundance of water. This water was not for rain but to extinguish the raging fire. Could it be that the demons have arrived? Sorcerers prepare for battle. Many sorcerers around the high platform readied themselves for combat, trembling as they looked up at the beast in the sky. The so-called beast was of course a flying ship. Chen An had just ordered to extinguish the fire because Fu Yao had revealed a surprise to him. In the universe there exist special extraordinary beings who possess the ability to alter the course of civilizations. Chen An asked, "What kind of extraordinary being is that guy down there?" "He is a sacrificer who can offer the lives of the deceased to empower his allies. He has just awakened and is not strong enough, so the effect is not obvious. If he becomes more powerful in the future, he could even sacrifice civilizations we have destroyed, thus boosting the overall strength of the train." Chen An was astonished. How outrageous! What other special extraordinary beings are there? Prophet can foretell the future of the train and determine its course. If there is a risk of annihilation ahead, we can correct our path in advance. Defender can create super defenses at critical moments to protect the train from destruction. Brutalizer temporarily increases the train's firepower, endowing it with extreme aggressiveness. Eternal One sacrifices their own life to transform into an eternal spiritual state, allowing the train to level up directly. Besides these, there are many other special extraordinary beings. Please explore them yourself, Master. Chen An asked, "Does our purple star have special extraordinary beings?" The purple star most likely has them, but they are not on our train. They may exist on other trains. Chen An suddenly felt a bit regretful. Had he known they would travel the same route as other trains, he could have seized any special extraordinary beings discovered. "Fu Yao, why am I not a special extraordinary being?" Any special extraordinary being will have negative effects when using their abilities. The sacrificer harms themselves, the prophet consumes lifespan, the defender becomes increasingly weak, and the Eternal One directly sacrifices their life. Master does not need to become a special extraordinary being. You just need to control them. Haha, that's true. The ship descended to pick people up. During the descent, a flurry of arrows shot up from the ground, creating a clattering sound on the ship. The general and the sorcerers braced themselves for battle, while the citizens scattered in panic. Chen An had no interest in them at all. When the distance was sufficient, he opened the hatch and lowered the gangway, allowing robots to go down and retrieve people. But the arrows were nothing compared to the unknown equipment in the sorcerer's hands that could shoot out strange rays, slowing the robots down. What on earth is that? We underestimated the you people. Their sorcerers can create extraordinary weapons. Extraordinary weapons. Can we manufacture them? We cannot manufacture them. These belong to level 1 extraordinary civilization weapons, and the you people may have created them by chance. Master, I suggest borrowing some to send to the train for research. We might be able to manufacture extraordinary weapons in advance. Borrowing is too mundane. We can just seize them directly. Demons, those are demons. To the you people, any existence beyond comprehension was deemed demonic. All robots activated combat mode, slaughtering until the battlefield ran red with blood. Their objective was Ling Zhang and the transcendent weapon. Having achieved it, they departed immediately for their starship without delay. We'll withdraw temporarily. Fu Yao. When will he awaken? The starship ascended, vanishing into the sky amid the terrified gazes of countless onlookers. He is transcendent. Absorbing an energy crystal will restore his consciousness. Chen An retrieved an energy crystal and placed it in Ling Zhang's palm. His body would absorb it instinctively. After waiting a while, Chen An recalled something and proceeded to the cockpit to change into black attire and don a feline masked visage. Since I must separate my identity as passenger from that of train conductor, he must never see my true face. Fu Yao. Do not return to orbit, simply hover the ship at any suitable location. Notify me the moment he awakens. In Chen An's hand rested a half-meter-long rod, the very device capable of emitting transcendent energy beams. How does one operate it? This is an extremely primitive transcendent weapon requiring prolonged charging, but its energy has already been fully depleted. The master is advised to recharge it using an energy crystal. Never mind. It's hardly useful. Take it back for analysis. If we decipher its principles, may I list it for sale. Low-tier transcendent weapons pose no hindrance to transcendent evolution and may be used freely. In truth, given the train's current technological capabilities, manufacturing far more advanced armaments, such as particle beam or laser weapons, would be trivial. Yet Chen An could not list such weapons. First, their cost would render them inaccessible to passengers. Second, their overwhelming power risked fostering dangerous dependency. Fu Yao frequently reminded him transcendence itself was paramount. Weapons were merely auxiliary. To invert this hierarchy would invite catastrophe. After 10 minutes, Ling Zhang finally stirred awake. He gazed around in bewilderment, then recoiled in alarm upon spotting the robots scrambling backward, only to find them encircling him on all sides. Demons, puppets. Ling Zhang was stunned. Before he could mount further resistance, Chen An's voice echoed beside him. What is your name? When did you awaken your transcendence? Ling Zhang turned toward the side. and saw a man approaching masked with a feline visage. Though shorter than the towering robots, the man radiated an oppressive mountainous pressure that crushed all resistance before it could even rise. The fragile combat resolve he had just summoned crumbled utterly at the sight of Chen An. I am Ling Zheng. I do not know what you mean by transcendence. Transcendence. Sit down. Robots brought roasted meat, beverages, and fresh fruit. Chen An even offered him a cigarette from his personal reserve. Try it. Trembling Ling Zheng accepted it, and Chen An lit it for him. He inhaled deeply. Thick smoke billowed from his nostrils and ears. Cough, cough. My lord, is this some torture device? Ask whatever you wish. I will answer everything. Torture. Your imagination is remarkably vivid. Chen An took 2 puffs himself, then demonstrated proper technique. Little did he know, those few drags that day would bind Ling Zheng to tobacco for life. My lord, this torture device is rather exceptional. There is a most peculiar sensation. His tension gradually eased. Having already died once, he now feared nothing. Even if this enigmatic figure truly were a demon, so be it. He was ready to pledge allegiance. Once the cigarette ended, Chen An asked, "How many others like you are down there?" Down there? Ling Zheng glanced sideways, at the porthole, and saw clouds drifting beneath. His heart lurched. This place must be high above the earth. My lord, those like me are called heretics. Perhaps tens of thousands remain. There were far more once, but most were slain by the witch god temple. Slain. Damn it. Wasting priceless talent. Awakening without energy crystals indicated exceptional innate potential among these so-called heretics. Through detailed interrogation, Chen An confirmed. Witch god empire doctrine held heretics as abominations, mandating execution on sight. Yet one contradiction puzzled him: witches themselves wielded transcendent energy, yet suffered no persecution. Ling Zheng explained, "Witches possess no such abilities. We merely craft certain specialized tools." Chen An grasped the distinction. Heretics were transcendent beings who awakened spontaneously. Witches were not transcendent, and could not awaken, relying solely on fabricated transcendent weaponry to feign divinity. This complicates matters. A society-wide rejection of transcendence will severely hinder my work. Assuming Chen An intended to obliterate the empire, Ling Zheng hastily declared, "If my lord saves us, I swear to guide you, and provide every scrap of intelligence I possess." From the Yu people's perspective, Ling Zheng's act was treason. From Chen An's vantage, it was renunciation of darkness and embrace of light. Let us observe further. Await more intelligence. For the remainder of the day, Chen An instructed Ling Zheng to rest, and subtly introduced him to stellar knowledge, clarifying that Chen An was no demon. This approach would greatly aid in securing his loyalty. Chen An also spent time analyzing reports submitted by guilds, alongside Fuyao. As expected, witches are not transcendent, and cannot awaken at all. Yet the transcendent weapons they fabricate can suppress transcendent beings, albeit weakly, only restraining first-tier cultivators. The empire's name itself reveals how deeply entrenched its ideology runs, impossible to reverse in short order, and we lack time to sow new beliefs. Energy crystal deposits have been detected on Yueshing, explaining why you people awaken so readily. Synthesizing all intelligence, Chen An struck his palm decisively. Civilization war. Commence. No need to overanalyze. Since their mindset cannot shift swiftly, let cannons and rifles impose dominion. Power, not persuasion, is the ultimate truth. Next, the train issued a series of directives. Reconnaissance mission concluded. The train conductor declares civilization war against the Yu people. Guilds prepare accordingly. Upon receiving the notice, passengers embedded across Yueshing rushed back to the train. This civilization war is of occupation grade. Given the Yu civilization's fragility, full-scale war protocols will not activate. War objectives have been published. Review individually. The train erupted in fervor. Passengers had long grown restless, eager only for war and profit. Guilds sprang into action, purchasing gear, leasing starships, all converging at the landing bay. Guildmasters checked wristcoms. The war's intensity was lower than last time. Main objective: occupy the Yu civilization, defined as seizing all major Yu settlements and eliminating resistance. Upon completion, 5 million Stella coins will be divided equally among participating guilds. The prize pool is dynamic, continuously increasing throughout the conflict. A single supporting objective accompanied it: seize the designated city or town corresponding to one's assigned number. But a problem arose. The Witch God Empire contained only 800 viable towns, insufficient for distribution. Don't overlook the fine print below. Multiple guilds may claim the same numbered objective simultaneously. Whichever guild first captures the town's core secures the highest contribution rating. Objective 1 is the capital, restricted exclusively to the top 10 guilds. Unsurprisingly, all top 10 guilds claimed Objective 1. Master, all guilds have departed and will arrive at Yueshing in 20 minutes. Chen An reviewed the mission assignment data Over a dozen guilds were mobilized to assault the imperial capital. Not enough. Bring my flagship here. Does Master fear excessive guild casualties? No. I fear they'll slaughter without restraint. Deploy the flagship to enforce submission. Compel the U people to surrender without delay. Inside the palace, the aged emperor sat with furrowed brows. Great shaman, what shall we do now? The great shaman was equally troubled. His shamanic artifacts proved utterly powerless against the demonic puppets. The spectacle at the execution grounds had stripped the Wushan temple of all dignity. A profound humiliation. Your Majesty, fear not. Should these demons dare return, this servant vows they shall enter, and never leave. The emperor's eyes flickered with renewed hope. Will the Wushan descend once more? This servant cannot say, but our newly completed supreme shamanic artifact has succeeded. Should we face those same monstrous beasts again, their annihilation is certain. The emperor beamed with delight. Truly, only the Wushan temple delivers reliability. Should you drive out these demons, I shall personally crown the great shaman myself. Grateful beyond words, Your Majesty. Courtesans and ministers within the hall regained their composure. Bold and resolute, a stark contrast to their earlier timidity. Yet before they could lavish praise upon the great shaman, a palace guard burst in breathless and urgent. Your Majesty, monstrous beasts fill the sky. The demons invade en masse. Silence froze the hall, chilling as winter's breath. The emperor trembled visibly. Great shaman, your service is required. Above the city, aboard the Science Guild's vessel, passengers gazed down at the ancient capital with undisguised disdain. How archaic this place is. Shu Jie, shall we fire one blast at the palace? See if it holds. Yang Yuan rebuked sharply. Recall the war classification. This is an occupation-level engagement, not a destruction-level one. Do not act rashly, lest your contributions be docked. Shu Jie, where shall we strike first? Zishu manipulated the holographic interface before her. A precise 3D model of the capital rotated smoothly. Every street wall and gate rendered in crystalline clarity. With defenses this feeble, any approach would suffice. We'll seize the Western District. Per Zishu's plan, the vessel would hover above the Western District, then deploy troops directly toward the Imperial Palace. One member hesitated. Controlling the palace yields maximum contribution. Why not strike there directly? Before Zishu could reply, Yang Yuan delivered a sharp tap to the questioner's forehead. Are you truly that foolish? Reread the train's intelligence briefing. The palace is guarded by 200,000 soldiers and elite masters from the Wushan temple. Do you imagine our few thousand could breach it? Even if we did break in, could we hold it? Completing the mission demands far more than mere entry. It requires the army's surrender and the emperor's capitulation. Before he could finish, a directive echoed across all channels. All guilds converge upon the imperial palace. Await the train conductor's command. Yang Yuan flushed with awkwardness, having just chastised his team only to be instantly contradicted. This time is different. It is the train conductor's direct order. Absent such command, my earlier explanation stands. Seeing few were listening, Yang Yuan bristled, preparing another reprimand. Just as he opened his mouth, Yu Guan slapped his shoulder. Old Yang, look outside. Through the viewport, colossal warships pierced the cloud layer, emerging like avenging titans. Beside them, their own vessel seemed no larger than a toy. I understand now. The train conductor intervenes in person. Eyes gleamed, not with dread but with fierce anticipation. None knew the train conductor's true identity. Only speculation, never proof. Today, perhaps that mystery would finally yield to revelation, and every soul aboard burned with exhilaration. Guild vessels gathered around the palace, hovering in disciplined formation. The warships remained aloft, suspended in the clouds. Silent, omnipresent, terrifying. To those below, the sight was apocalyptic. Are these the demons themselves? Heaven help us. We cannot prevail, we are doomed. The world ends today. Only the Wushan temple can save us now. Panic surged through the streets. Citizens craned their necks upward, gazing upon the celestial leviathans as though witnessing the final hour. Even the shamans quailed. They come from beyond the heavens. Great shaman, can we defeat them? Before battle began, morale had already shattered. The great shaman's hands trembled, hidden deep within the folds of his flowing white robes. Once the Wushan crushed these demons. Today we shall crush them anew. Fear not. Long live the Wushan. No one knew how the Wushan had subdued the demons. Only that ancient text claimed it so. As the chant echoed across the capital, the Yu people united. Not as subjects but as warriors forging a formidable front. After a tense standoff, the vessels descended, low enough for transcendent warriors to disembark. The train conductor is present today. Perform well. Should he take notice, fortune may favor you. Clad in armor and armed to the teeth, transcendent warriors erupted from the ships, howling like phantoms unleashed. Arrows rained from the palace walls, clanging harmlessly against their armor yet slowing their advance. Clang, clang, Clang. Shields rose in unison, forming an impregnable wall. Though armored, most wore partial suits, vulnerable to fatal strikes. Shields offered the surest sanctuary. Once the shield wall solidified, rifles extended through its gaps, firing indiscriminately. The Yu people unfamiliar with such weapons tried dodging or blocking as if facing arrows, only to fall riddled with bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Arms shattered. Chests exploded in crimson voids. Heads burst open. Grisly, brutal, absolute. In a single volley, the Yu forces collapsed entirely. Shu Jie. This feels like slaughtering children. Firing firearms upon a pre-industrial people stirred unease among many. Zi Shu's brow furrowed. Recall the Yu civilization's rating 0. 3-tier transcendent civilization. Not primitive. Stay vigilant. The shamans will strike soon. Yet the first to attack were not shamans, but hidden heretics amid the populace. They rushed the guild lines, not to defend but to prove themselves no demon's pawns. Bang, bang, bang. Unarmored Tier 1 transcendents fell as easily as commoners. Bullets tearing through flesh with merciless finality. High above Chen An frowned repeatedly. Intelligence-confirmed transcendent warriors appeared on battlefields nationwide. To defend their homeland, they set aside hatred for the Wushan Temple and charged headlong into the guild's gunfire. Damn it all. Die if you wish. I am no universal savior. Foyo grant the guild's full operational authority. Seize every town at maximum speed. Gods perish before me. Buddhas fall before me. The Yu heretics were indeed valuable, but if their minds had been irrevocably imprinted, forcibly conscripting them might yield little gain. Alert awakened transcendents do not necessarily possess superior talent. Many owe their awakening to sheer luck. Recon confirms most so-called heretics received massive doses of transcendental energy. Exactly as I suspected. Geniuses don't sprout like weeds. Tired of delay, Chen An ordered all warships to deploy combat automatons. Immediately occupy the Imperial Palace. With automatons joining the fray, resistance crumbled like dust. Utterly irreversibly. The Grand Wizard's face tightened as he asked, "Have the super wizard weapons been deployed?" "They have been deployed and are ready to launch at any moment." "Good, direct the 12 wizard weapons at the enemy's beasts and destroy them for me." As these so-called wizard weapons charged, Fuyao accurately detected it and provided Chen An with relevant information. On the screen, objects resembling cannons were placed on a high platform, their barrels aimed at the nearest spaceship with super energy gradually accumulating, presenting a faint blue glow. Clap, clap, clap. Chen An applauded. There are talents among the Yu tribe capable of even crafting extraordinary cannons. Fuyao, can the spaceship withstand this? This extraordinary cannon cannot penetrate the spaceship's hull, please rest assured, master. Should we counterattack? No, this thing looks like just a decoration. Firing once might render it useless. Let's keep it for research. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, a series of 12 loud booms echoed as football-sized orbs of super energy shot toward the spaceship. The noise was so immense that it drowned out the gunfire all around. What the hell? The guild's extraordinary members were startled. Look up at the sky, our spaceship is under attack. At this moment, the most anxious were the guild leaders. If the spaceship was damaged, they would have to pay. Although the train provided insurance and they would only need to cover a small portion in the end, it was still a burden for the guilds. We're doomed, we're going bankrupt, Zishu said, nearly in tears. Other leaders like Chen Guoliang and Xiao Zhen just stared blankly, their fighting spirit extinguished. Moments later, the super energy dissipated and the spaceship remained unharmed, without even a trace left behind. Seeing this, the guild leaders finally breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. If the spaceship was destroyed, our guild would go back to square one overnight. Brothers, stop firing, let's take them down. Previously, it was a war of offense and defense, with the guilds forming their own positions and advancing slowly. But the enemy's cannons terrified them into a cold sweat, and they no longer dared to delay, following behind the robots to launch a massacre against the Yu tribe. Blood flowed like rivers inside and outside the palace. On the high platform beside the wizard's temple, the Grand Wizard felt a rush of heat, his body chilled. The super wizard weapon was the ultimate weapon of the wizard's temple, specifically designed to combat evil, yet it turned out to be completely ineffective, akin to a toy. Grand Wizard, we should retreat. We cannot win this battle, a certain wizard advised. Retreat. This is the capital, where can we withdraw to? Fight to the death. 2 hours later, seeing that the palace resistance remained fierce, Chen An ordered the warships to fire all cannons, flattening the snow-capped mountains to the east of the capital. What a shocking scene, directly annihilating the Yu tribe's combat power. The Imperial Guards announced their surrender, triggering a chain reaction, leading the wizard's temple to surrender. Soon after, cities and towns across the country were occupied. The civilized war came to an end, and the guilds joyfully shared the rewards. They hadn't expected the war to end so quickly. This money was almost free, as the main force of the war was robots. However, compared to the rewards, people were more eager to see the true identity of the train conductor. But they were disappointed. When Chen An appeared, he wore a mask and a black robe, making it impossible to see anything. Is that the train conductor? He looks just like a human. I can't tell if it's a man or a woman. If it's a woman, that would be great. Oh, with my good looks, I could easily win her over. The train conductor is going to the palace. Let's follow and take a look. However, the palace had already been taken over by robots, preventing any extraordinary beings from entering. Inside the palace, tribe ministers knelt on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the cold floor, afraid to lift their heads. Chen An strolled over, glancing around the scenery, finding it quite interesting. It feels like walking in an ancient palace. This is indeed an ancient palace. I've heard the emperor has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Can I have a look? By the way, where is the emperor? Chen An called over Ling Zhang, asking him to identify who the emperor was. With Chen An backing him up, Ling Zhang confidently searched the kneeling crowd, but found no one. Where's the old emperor? Someone replied, when you all burst in, his majesty passed away. Ling Zhang didn't believe him, immediately pointing out several palace maids and eunuchs, ordering them to fetch the emperor's corpse. My lord, the throne is up there. Please take your seat. Having never sat on a dragon throne in his life, Chen An strode up and sat down comfortably. Fuyao later moved the dragon throne onto the train as part of my collection. Chen An found a new pastime. After every war, he wanted to collect trophies. While chatting with Fuyao, a continuous cheer suddenly erupted below. Long live the emperor! What does this mean? Looking up, it was Ling Zhang rallying others to pay their respects, hence the commotion. Ling Zhang was quite perceptive, and Chen An was quite satisfied with him. Next, these ministers continued to shout several rounds, their voices trembling in fear, and thus not very synchronized. They only stopped when the body of the old emperor was brought in. My lord, it is indeed the old emperor, Ling Zhang said happily. However, Chen An was not particularly pleased. Having the emperor dead would complicate matters. He needed someone to take charge. Is there a crown prince? The trembling old ministers answered. The crown prince was also frightened to death. Hee, what about the princes? You must get one out for me, hurry and crown him. This statement ignited hope among the civil and military officials. They initially thought the evil beings aimed to kill all tribe members, but it turned out they were not here to kill but to support puppets. This was good news. Being a puppet was certainly better than extermination. Immediately a minister stood up to respond. The third prince is wise and can be the new emperor. Chen An stood up and ordered. That's him, hurry and bring him in to be crowned. Don't bother with any complicated rituals. Complete it within half a day. Yes. Everyone knelt down again, respectfully sending Chen An off. Once outside, Chen An asked Ling Zhang, can you gather your people? Ling Zhang replied, when you saved me, they all ran away, scattered everywhere. With just one command, they can gather. Could you go gather your people and search for more extraordinary beings? Remember, you are extraordinary, not evil disciples. Change the name. All right? Ling Zhang's eyes glimmered with excitement. My lord, are you planning to take us away? Yes, go prepare. Thank you, my lord, we are willing to fight for you to the death. Ancient people are so tedious, Chen An thought disdainfully. After Ling Zhang left, Chen An, surrounded by a group of robots, headed to the wizard's temple. The wizard's temple was located on the east side of the palace. Chen An did not take the spaceship, but went straight through the palace, enjoying the scenery along the way. Lavish and decadent, that was Chen An's assessment. What about the harem? Chen An asked the head eunuch who had just been caught by him. Please follow me, my lord. That is the queen's sleeping quarters. Perfectly on the way. Inside the queen's sleeping quarters, palace maids and eunuchs knelt on both sides, trembling. My lord, this is the queen, please enjoy. I use UMMB. Chen An suddenly remembered something. The old emperor was in his 70s or 80s. How could his queen be good-looking? Directly go to the wizard's temple. This is boring. I have met the esteemed one. Outside the witch god temple, the grand wizard led over 100 witches in a respectful kneel before Chen, launching their devotion evident. Many trembled in fear at the sight of the accompanying robots. In their eyes, these demonic puppets killed without blinking, far more terrifying than the demons themselves. Who is the grand wizard? Chen An asked. The grand wizard in white replied, it is I. Please forgive me, esteemed one. We were commanded by the emperor and we dared not disobey. Chen An paid little attention and directly entered the witch god temple. The so-called witch god temple was an exceedingly luxurious palace with walls of gold adorned with diamonds and decorated with various rare treasures. At its center, the true object of worship was the statue. This statue was an oddity with a human head, a body resembling that of a deer, 8 arms and 6 eyes. Bring the grand wizard in. The grand wizard entered and knelt again. Esteemed one, we wish to submit to you. Chen An, intrigued, asked him, what about the witch god? The witch god has not manifested. He may have been eliminated by you, esteemed one. We shall obey your commands. Chen An replied, if I order you to die, will you obey? The Grand Wizard's aged face froze trembling as he responded. Esteemed one, you need living servants, our deaths would hold no meaning for you. From today onward we shall rename the Witch God Temple to the Evil God Temple. Such loyalty and faith was surprising Chen An had previously thought highly of them. I am neither an evil god nor a demon. You are forbidden to utter such terms henceforth. Yes, yes, whatever you say, esteemed one. Rise. I have some questions for you. The Grand Wizard stood, forcing a smile on his face, trembling, as if he might fall at any moment. These witches were indeed not transcendent beings. Their bodies were as frail as ordinary humans. Please inquire, esteemed one. I shall speak freely. Chen An asked, who developed your weapons? They were forged by the Tianwu. What are the Tianwu and where are they? In fact, the Tianwu are craftsmen. They are responsible for creating weapons and imbuing them with energy. If the esteemed one wishes to see them, I can bring them here. Go ahead. While waiting, Chen An left the main hall to explore. The Witch God Temple was a cluster of palaces, not just a single main hall. After walking a short distance, the Grand Wizard returned with a large group of people. Quickly pay your respects to the esteemed one. These individuals were proud, not kneeling before Chen An and staring at him defiantly. Chen An, unfazed, asked, how can you manufacture witch artifacts and where did you learn? No one answered. The Grand Wizard, furious, shouted, quickly reply to the esteemed one, do you all seek death? If death is to be, then so be it. I will never submit to demons. A strong man yelled angrily, and the other Tianwu joined in the outcry, their momentum formidable. Chen An said, I have stated I am not a demon, nor am I interested in killing you. Just tell me how the witch artifacts are made and that will suffice. I am quite curious. Not a chance. Seeing that no one spoke, Chen An issued a command in his mind. A robot emerged from behind him, revealing a laser emitter from its shoulder. Whoosh! The most arrogant Tianwu was torn apart at the waist by the laser, his rage frozen on his face, as his severed body fell to the ground shattered. I am actually quite merciful. As long as you cooperate, all will be well. But if you do not, I will kill as many as I can. The Tianwu was not yet dead, his half-body writhing on the ground, the anguished cries terrifying the others. Yet even so the others remained silent, glaring at Chen An with anger in their eyes. Very resolute, I admire that. But unfortunately, I am sorry. I may be more terrifying than demons to you. Whoosh! Another was torn apart by the laser, suffering a fate even worse than the previous. My patience is limited. I will count down from 3. If no one speaks, I will order the destruction of the entire Witch God Temple. After all, the Yueshing would be destroyed soon, and Chen An felt no guilt about killing. Suddenly recalling Fuyo's earlier words, it seemed quite correct now. Killing really could become addictive. 3, 2, 1. Well, reduce the Witch God Temple to ruins. As soon as the words left his mouth, the emotionally shattered Grand Wizard shouted, I will speak, esteemed one. What shall you say? All witch artifacts originate from a book, a peculiar object left by the witch god. Where is the book? It is beneath the statue. Esteemed one, please kill me. I am a sinner of the Witch God Temple. The Grand Wizard, devoid of hope, collapsed to the ground. Chen An suddenly understood, this man was not genuinely submitting to him, but feigning submission to protect the book. As long as the method for creating witch artifacts remained in their possession, the Witch God Temple could rise again at any moment. Chen An hurried to the main hall, instructing the robot to topple the statue and find the hidden compartment beneath it. Opening the compartment revealed a book made of a special material inscribed with text that Chen An could not decipher. Fuyo, decipher this. After half a minute, Fuyo provided information. The book is titled Initial Understanding of Extraordinary Weapons, likely an educational book left behind by some extraordinary civilization intended for students. So this means it is a textbook from a higher civilization. I wonder how it ended up on Yueshing. 1,000 years ago, this book was found by the so-called witch god who created witch artifacts and established the Witch God Temple. To gain recognition from the court, they fabricated the myths of the witch god and the evil god. As a result, they were fooled themselves. Chen An flipped through the book. It was mostly text explanations with only a few illustrations. If someone could rely on these illustrations to create extraordinary weapons, that person would be quite talented. Unfortunately, that person had died 1,000 years ago. Otherwise, Chen An would definitely have taken him to the train as a researcher. Fuyo, can we create powerful, extraordinary weapons using this book? Extraordinary technology needs to be gradually improved. It cannot be suddenly strengthened. Relying solely on this children's popular science book, it is difficult to develop extraordinary technology. A little is better than none. There will be more in the future. Chen An did not press the issue. After leaving the main hall, he learned that the Grand Wizard had committed suicide. Dying is actually quite straightforward. It saves one from enduring the suffering of Yuexing's apocalypse. Fuyo, send out mining ships to extract energy crystals. There seem to be quite a few energy crystal mines on this planet. The guilds were also performing daily tasks collecting local specialties on Yueshing, engaging in extermination-style mining without leaving a way out. Fuyo, how many transcendent beings are there on Yueshing, based on your detection? Over 80,000. That is still far from 1,000,000 passengers, but the problem is how do I filter them? I suggest the master create a talent detector. What is needed? Mainly energy crystals, a lot of energy crystals. Make it start with 1,000 and cover all towns on Yueshing. However, to reduce the resistance of the Yu people, the court's cooperation is necessary. This is why Chen An needed a puppet emperor. Violence could easily conquer these cities, but it could not compel the Yu people to cooperate willingly. If the court issues orders, it would be much simpler. Time passed and Yueshing gradually entered the night. The night did not hinder the plundering of the Zixing people. The guilds relied on the towns as bases to scour for resources, frantically completing missions. When 3 crescent moons appeared in the sky, the new emperor, accompanied by his ministers, arrived at the witch god temple to pay respects to Chen An. I've met the Lord, may you have peace. A large group of people knelt outside the witch temple, creating a grand spectacle. Chen An liked the environment of the witch temple, so he stayed for a while longer, preparing to return to the train to rest. Now that the new emperor has been chosen, it's a good time to explain some matters. Everyone please rise. Who is the emperor? A few old ministers pushed the new emperor forward, a timid, middle-aged man. His face was pale and his eye sockets were sunken, likely hollowed out by indulgence in wine and pleasure. Lord, what do you need me to do? Chen An originally wanted to say more, but the faces of these people were unappetizing, and he was too lazy to continue. I will come back tomorrow. Tonight, have all cities cease their resistance and cooperate with my people in their tasks. Rest assured, we are not evil beings. We will leave in a few days. Once we are gone, your emperor will remain as he is, and will not be constrained by the witch temple. These words brightened the new emperor's eyes, and he happily said, Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I will definitely pass this down. Anyone who dares to resist will be deemed a rebel, and the court will cooperate to hunt them down. Chen An felt very much like a villain, but he intended to be one. To hell with being a protagonist, having to mind one's reputation while worrying about making mistakes. Being a villain is so satisfying. You don't have to care about morality, you can destroy whoever you want and no one dares to resist. Seeing that Chen An hadn't spoken for a long time, the new emperor feared he had done something wrong, and quickly knelt down with the ministers behind him following suit. Their fear of Chen An had surpassed that of evil beings. May I ask what else you need, my lord? Treasures, land, women, just tell us and we will use all our strength to fulfill your wishes. Chen An summoned the spaceship, preparing to leave, and said, I indeed need to work with you tomorrow. We will discuss it then. He boarded the spaceship under the protection of robots and flew away. The emperor and his ministers watched for a long time until the spaceship disappeared into the clouds. The massive machines that had destroyed mountains during the day still remained, causing the Yu people great fear, afraid that bombs would fall on their heads. Your Majesty, the night is cool. Let's return to the palace. Return to what palace? Hurry up and get to work. These people do not seem like evil beings. If they were, they would have certainly destroyed the witch temple. But since the witch temple is unharmed, it indicates that they are visitors from beyond. Since they are going to leave eventually, we should serve them well. We just need to endure for a few days. We obey your command. On the spaceship, Chen An felt refreshed. Master, doesn't it feel particularly good to be above civilization? Indeed. Are you going to advise me to be disciplined? Fuyao will not advise the master to be disciplined. She will only remind the master that we need to strengthen ourselves as much as possible, or we will be treated the same way by stronger civilizations. Exactly. Seeing countless people kneeling before me today was exhilarating. If others make me kneel tomorrow, that would not be pleasant. How many battleships have been built? The escort ships are being built at a rate of 2 per day, and the destroyers are currently under development. Good, the number of battleships is crucial for the train's ascension to the stars. Never stop. After returning to the train, Chen An freshened up and headed to the cockpit to gather information. The guilds were mainly engaged in resource-gathering tasks, primarily focusing on food. In fact, aside from crystal resources, U-Star does not have many good resources. Issue auxiliary detection tasks. Each guild can purchase talent detectors and set them up in various towns. The train only accepts individuals with third-tier talents and above, and rewards will be given based on the number of people and their levels. There are 9 tiers of talent with super tiers above them, and Lingzhang is a super tier. Upon learning that a portion of the talent detectors had been manufactured, Chen An took one. Why does it look like a large microwave? The detector had a square shape with a door in front. One could enter, and then close the door, and the results would be out shortly. What is the principle? The so-called talent detection tests the target's absorption speed and efficiency for super energy, so the detector will be filled with super energy, and this process consumes energy crystals. Isn't this too outdated? In my imagination, the talent detector should be a ball or a helmet. Has the master read too many novels? Perhaps, let me try it out. Chen An cheerfully entered the detector and then closed the door. In no time the inside quickly filled with super energy, and Chen An felt as if he were soaking in a bathtub, exceptionally comfortable. However, just a few seconds later the super energy was exhausted and the detector automatically opened the door. Is that it? What is the result? The master's super energy absorption speed surpasses any talent. Chen An was surprised. Am I really that impressive? Is there a level above super tier? The master is a triple extraordinary being. This is your normal absorption speed. If it were other high-level extraordinary beings, the result would be the same. This device can only detect unawakened extraordinary beings. Okay, I thought I was something special. After a brief play, a fatigued Chen An insisted on working out in the gravity chamber for half an hour before returning to his room and falling into a deep sleep. The next morning at 9 o'clock, it was just the time when U-Star was brightening. Chen An took the spaceship again to head to U-Star Imperial City. Having experienced a war yesterday, Chen An thought it would be chaotic, but today it was completely renewed, seemingly no different from yesterday. Upon seeing the spaceship, the palace hurried out to welcome him. Greetings, my lord. Chen An disembarked from the spaceship, followed by over 100 robotic guards, exuding a formidable presence. Where is your emperor? He was greeted by imperial ministers, figures akin to prime ministers. Chen An was too lazy to ask for names. His Majesty is about to come out to welcome you. Breakfast has been prepared. Please, my lord. No need, I will wait for your emperor to arrive before giving instructions. After a short wait, the emperor hurriedly ran over, followed by civil and military officials, some of whom had even lost their shoes in the rush. I've met the lord. After a simple greeting, Chen An informed him, I intend to take some people to the heavens to journey with me to a broader world. But I do not want just anyone, only those with fate requiring the court's assistance. The emperor asked, how many people do you need? 1 million. The emperor was astonished but still obediently nodded. At this moment, not to mention 1 million, even if it were 5 million, it had to be provided. It was better than death. May I ask, my lord, what do you need us to do? It's simple. My people will use special devices to detect the qualifications of the people, and not just anyone can follow me to the heavens. You need to help maintain order, and if necessary urge them to. The sooner this is completed, the sooner I leave. To the imperial court, Chen An was like a plague god. The sooner he left, the better. Rest assured, my lord, we will handle it immediately. May I ask what kind of device it is? Chen An, it should already be installed outside the city. You can go and check for yourselves. In various locations outside the city, the guilds had already occupied their spots and set up the talent detectors. This thing is not given for free. A machine costs 2,000 star coins. They need mass detection to break even or even make a profit. To motivate the guilds, Chen An made several arrangements. For example, free energy crystals and equating talents with the number of star coins. 3-tier talents earn 3 star coins, 5-tier talents earn 5 star coins, and so on. If a super tier talent is detected, a direct reward of 100 star coins is given, which is a huge profit. However, what embarrassed the guilds was that the spots had been set up for a long time, yet no one dared to try. Shu Jie, should we go and abduct a few over? Zishu was roasting meat by the fire nearby, completely unconcerned. No need to worry. The train conductor is definitely more anxious than we are. She looked up at the palace walls, and a certain black figure seemed somewhat familiar. It surprisingly resembles Chen An. Haha, maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. Chen An is much more handsome than him. On this day the sun shone brightly, and the sky was clear without a cloud. Fuyao, how many detection reports has the guild submitted? As for the foul-smelling dead eunuchs, they should roll as far away as possible. What is going on? The Yueshing people did not dare to participate in the detection. These 30,000 people were the result of certain guilds forcing the tests. If I were a Yu people, I wouldn't dare to go either. As for the emperor, this is their time to act. The emperor and his ministers were busy. If possible, they would even want to directly select 1 million people to be tied up and sent to Chen An. However, Chen An needed the common people to enter the iron box, so they had to pacify, discourage, and even force them. As various orders were issued, officials at all levels mobilized to promote the benefits of testing to the populace in towns across the nation. They are not evil spirits. They are celestial troops sent by the witch gods. Everyone hurry and accept the test. As long as you qualify, you can be taken to the heavens to become immortals. Don't you want to be immortals? Once you go to the heavens, you will have no worries about food and drink, having whatever you desire. Don't be afraid, our emperor has also been tested. Unfortunately, he did not qualify. Perhaps you are even more capable than him. On the palace wall, Chen An learned about these rumors through temporary networks, and he was not very pleased. This chaotic promotion might be somewhat useful, but it is ultimately useless. He stood up and called to the officials accompanying him. Bring your emperor and all the civil and military officials here. He originally planned to go to the nearest scientific guild's testing site. But considering Zishu Chen and went to Chen Guoliang's testing site. Upon arrival, He saw the guild members sitting idly beside the testing machines, half-heartedly greeting people. But the common people outside were merely watching the excitement. Even with soldiers urging them, they stubbornly refused to go. President, why not just grab them directly? Chen Guoliang shook his head. The boss needs new passengers. He definitely won't force them too much. Moreover, these new passengers might join our guild later, so we can't offend them too much. Don't worry, the boss will find a way. Just as he was saying this, someone reminded him, President, the boss has arrived. The title boss originally came from Zishu and later became a habit in their daily interactions. Chen An walked in surrounded by robots, and the hundreds of guild members quickly lined up to express their respect. Greetings, boss. Everyone shouted in unison. Chen An was momentarily stunned before realizing they were calling him. Touching the mask on his face, he asked Chen Guoliang, how many people have participated in the testing so far? Chen Guoliang's first reaction was not to answer the question, but to be astonished at Chen An's accent, almost identical to the locals of the source city. He dared not ask and replied, so far no one has come for testing. Boss, do you need to use forceful means? For instance, bringing over 2 of your warships. Chen An turned his gaze towards the crowd, noticing that the common people mostly had expressions of hatred mixed with confusion. If not for the large number of soldiers suppressing them, these people would have probably dispersed long ago. How could they gather here? No hurry, I want them to come for testing willingly. Later on, many people will come to you. Be prepared to receive them. The results will all be yours. Chen Guoliang's eyes sparkled with joy. Boss, just give me any orders you have. Taking advantage of the emperor and others not arriving yet, Chen An chatted casually with him. What improvements do you think the train needs? Chen Guoliang respectfully replied, it is already very good and does not require any improvements. Chen An tossed him a cigarette. Tell me the truth. I need some opinions. Upon seeing the cigarette, Chen Guoliang's eyes lit up and he quickly caught it. The big men behind him were nearly bulging their eyes out. If Chen Guoliang hadn't quickly tossed it into his mouth, it might have been snatched away. Boss, give me a cigarette and I'll tell you. Someone raised his hand. This person was a second-level transcendent and seemed to be a core member of the guild. Chen An threw the entire pack of cigarettes over, letting them divide it among themselves. One by one, no rush. Someone with insight found a chair and invited Chen An to sit. Boss, I feel that the supplies in the market are still not rich enough. For example, we could add some tissues. It's fine outside, but inside the train it's inconvenient. You can only clean up with your hands, which doesn't align with our hygiene habits as Zixing people. It would be best to add some cigarettes as well. A bit more expensive is fine. I feel there are a bit too few weapons. Are there any powerful cannons? Renting a flying ship every time is too troublesome. Can you sell some to us? We definitely can't afford to pay in full. It would be best if we could have installment payments. Boss, may I ask if warships can be rented? Some were giving opinions while others posed questions. Chen An asked Fuyao to take notes. Chen An, that's enough. Open your wristwatches. There is a feedback function on them. In the future, any opinions you have can be feedbacked. If I accept them, there will be rewards. It wasn't that Chen An wanted to provide a particularly good service. He just wanted to improve the ecological environment of the train and avoid recurring loopholes. After chatting for about half an hour, the imperial court finally arrived. Gentlemen, what do you need us to do? The emperor bowed and scraped. Chen An waved his hand, beckoning them to come closer. Your subjects do not trust us wasting too much time. As the emperor, you and your officials should set an example for the common people. There was no way to refuse this. They all agreed with grim faces. Chen An asked Fuyao to deploy light screens in various places and then let the emperor enter the testing machine. Your Majesty, wait a moment. Let this old minister go in first. A self-proclaimed loyal old minister rushed in first, diving into the testing machine. Chen An didn't care who went in first. He let Chen Guoliang start the testing process. 2 minutes later, the machine opened its door, and the person inside stumbled out. It's warm and I feel no abnormal sensations. The result was given first-class talent. First class means the worst. He hardly absorbed any super energy, which is why he felt nothing. Your Majesty, please, it's very safe. The emperor stepped in cautiously and came out after a minute and a half. He looked refreshed and full of joy. It feels very comfortable. I suggest everyone give it a try. He spoke passionately, calling on the common people to participate actively, which made Chen An fairly satisfied. Next were the other civil and military officials, one by one, all going in for testing. The results were dismal, with only 5 having a talent above third class while the rest were all useless. Fuyao, this ratio doesn't seem right. What's going on? The older the life form, the lower the efficiency of absorbing super energy, so the talent reflected in the machine would naturally be poor. Is this testing unreasonable? As we need younger passengers, the testing is very reasonable. Good, as long as it's reasonable. Now play some footage of the starry sky. There will surely be young people attracted. The high-ranking officials of the empire had finished testing and the common people were becoming restless, but it was still a bit lacking. However, as the grand and magnificent scenes of the starry sky played on the light screens, the common people finally began to take action. They indeed come from the heavens. I've heard that going to the heavens allows one to achieve immortality. I wonder if I have a chance. Anyway, it's just going in for a while. It won't harm the body. Slots are limited, everyone hurry and grab one. Someone in the crowd took the lead just at the right moment. The common people who were reluctant to test before now surged toward the testing point, fearing that they would lose their slots to others. As the number of testing participants skyrocketed, Chen An left Yueshing and returned to the train. Don't rush to bring the passengers up. We still need to screen them later. Prioritize those without families, then those who have served in the military. Young people come first. Children can be accepted appropriately, but the ratio must be controlled, not too many. Then just wait. We will leave when the passengers are full. This broken planet has no resources. For days later, nearly 3 million people had undergone screening. 70% of the total population, with 300,000 qualifying for boarding the train. 40 individuals have been confirmed to meet the master's prior criteria. Though slightly disappointing, the yield was still substantial. Very well. Arrange for these 40,000 to board immediately. The remaining 600,000 would continue screening. They must be told plainly, once they depart, they may never return. Some will cling to their families. We shall not compel them. To remain is to face certain death. Who earns passage aboard this vessel rests entirely upon their own choice. Half an hour later, dozens of massive F-399 starships departed for Ustar. In the eastern district of the capital city, Lingzheng stood before the gates of the Ling residence, his gaze clouded with sorrow. He had no desire to return. But today marked his eternal farewell, and one last look at his ancestral home was essential. Owing to the chaos of recent days, the main gate of the Ling residence remained tightly shut. Lingzheng knocked for a long while before someone finally opened it. The young master has returned. The steward appeared, genuinely startled by his presence. Is father at home? The steward replied, the elder lord is within. But I urge you not to see him. Beware. Before he could finish, a hoarse, aged voice roared from the courtyard. How dare this wretch return? Young master, please leave at once. The steward tried pushing Lingzheng out but failed. Glancing inward, Lingzheng saw the old man storming toward the gate, face twisted in fury, gripping a wooden staff with murderous intent. Lingzheng brushed aside the steward and strode forward. As father and son drew near, the elder raised his staff without hesitation and brought it crashing down upon Lingzheng's head. A dull thud echoed. The staff rebounded and clattered to the ground while the elder staggered backward several steps, caught only by a cluster of men and women behind him. Calm yourself, elder lord. Do not let rage sicken you. Lingzheng, kneel before your father at once. The elder bellowed. I cast him out long ago. No kneeling. I refuse to bear such a burden. Lingzheng's expression remained unchanged as blood streamed freely from his forehead. Though he had transcended mortality, he was merely at the first tier. His skin and flesh bore little enhancement. Within that vast courtyard, not a single servant, concubine, or wife of the elder showed concern for Lingzheng's injury. Their tongues spat nothing but blame and scorn. This blow severs all ties between us. Forever. Lord Boyang, I depart today with the master for the heavens, and we shall never meet again. Ignoring their stunned silence, Lingzheng turned and walked resolutely toward the inner courtyard. As he reached the corridor, a little girl, barely a meter tall, clad in brocaded silks, came dashing joyfully toward him and flung herself into his arms. Brother Hua, I knew you'd come back for me. His mother had passed long ago. Of all kin, Lingzheng cherished only his younger sister Lingyu. Had it not been for her, he would never have set foot inside the Marquisate residence today. Where have you been? Well, here at home. Pouting, she let tears fall one by one. Second mother and third mother dislike me, and fourth mother forbids little she from giving me candy. Brother, I'm hungry. She rubbed her tiny belly, her voice trembling with sorrow. So much so that Lingzheng's throat tightened, leaving him speechless for a long, aching moment. It is I who have failed you. Brother did not fail me. Cradling her gently, he asked, have you undergone the aptitude test? Father forbids me, and forbids anyone in the residence from taking it. Do you wish to go? Yes. I want to go to the heavens with you, brother. Her words drew a genuine, unrestrained laugh from Lingzheng. His taut heart instantly eased. His greatest fear had been that Yuer would refuse to follow him. He could never force her. Now that she willingly chose to go, no further hesitation remained. Come. Let me take you for testing then to the heavens. But as the siblings reached the front courtyard, the elder's voice thundered, halting them. You may go, but leave Yuer behind. Lingzheng turned. His pupils burned crimson and contracted sharply. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips. Old fool, you still believe you stand above all? Were it not for the faintest remnant of past kindness, even slaying you would earn applause from the dog emperor himself. You, how dare you? Second mother supporting the elder snapped. He is still your father. This is how you speak to him. Where was your moral outrage when he cast me out? You wear leaves with me. Old man, consider your fate wisely. In that instant, every knot of resentment dissolved from Ling Zheng's heart. He believed, firmly, that following the master would open a future beyond anything he had ever imagined, a boundless, uncharted realm. Seize them. A dozen estate guards lunged at Ling Zheng, only to collapse under 3 swift punches and 2 precise kicks. He walked away calm and untroubled. On the street, Ling Yu gazed about with wide-eyed admiration. Brother, when will I become as strong as you? Ling Zheng pinched her nose and laughed heartily. So long as I am here, you need never be strong. Hee hee. I'll protect brother too. Amid laughter and light-hearted chatter, they arrived outside the palace walls, where far within starships gleamed as crowds streamed aboard. Brother, what are those? Those are starships. They fly freely across the heavens. Why can they fly? I do not know, yet fly they do. As he spoke, onlookers gathered around. Elder brother, hurry board now. Ling Zheng frowned. Who told you to wait for me? Go now. Don't delay the master's time. I must go to the testing station. He carried Ling Yu to Zishu's testing site and requested evaluation. You're Ling Zheng. Yang Yuan's eyes sparkled as he stared at Ling Zheng, like a man beholding a vision of beauty, making the latter deeply uncomfortable. Yes, I am Ling Zheng. May my sister still be tested? Ha! Of course. Bring the little girl in at once. Is she your sister? Yes, my younger sister. What a darling child. Lao Yu, where's the candy? Yu Guan hurried over and handed Ling Yu his sole piece of candy. Thank you, brother. You're welcome, go on in. They treated Ling Zheng and his sister with exceptional warmth. Not mere professionalism but calculation. They knew the trainmaster held Ling Zheng in high regard, and cultivating goodwill now promised future advantage. While awaiting the results, Yang Yuan offered Ling Zheng guidance. Your destination is a train. Have you ever seen one? Think of it as an elongated starship. Once aboard, secure your berth immediately. Reassignment is forbidden thereafter. Choose positions near either end of the carriage. Proximity to living quarters and landing bays ensures convenience. Should you wish to join an existing guild, the Scientific Guild is our top recommendation. Our guild mistress is exceptionally lovely. Or if you prefer founding your own, seek me out. I'll guide you personally. I'm stationed at the rear of carriage 10. If you head to carriage 11, finding me will be effortless. Many thanks, brother Yuan. Ha! Brothers help brothers. Nothing more natural. This man possessed extraordinary social grace. Within moments, he and Ling Zheng were fast friends, lacking only the ceremonial oath of brotherhood. Half a minute later, the scanner door slid open and Ling Yu emerged. Tier 7 aptitude. Yang Yuan beamed. Congratulations. Excellent potential. Hurry aboard. Wait. Since I'm free now, why not escort you to the train myself? It'll save you from getting lost. With a thunderous roar, the spacecraft ascended, rapidly piercing through the clouds. The passenger cabin held only a few seats. Yang Yuan sat in the center, briefing those around him on essential precautions. Most of these passengers were Ling Zheng's subordinates, the original cohort branded as heretics. The train conductor is supreme. His authority must never be challenged. Obey all rules strictly in daily conduct, or face certain death with no grave to receive your remains. At first, conditions may seem harsh, but do not rush, adapt gradually. In a few days, you will realize how wise today's choice truly was. You begin with no funds and would normally need to take out loans, but joining an established guild grants immediate financial support, eliminating the need for debt. The Scientific Guild I belong to ranks among the top 3, well-funded and prestigious. Should you wish, you are welcome to join. Inside the cockpit, Chen An listened idly as Yang Yuan rambled. Though rambling, he has inadvertently reminded me Feng Yao deploy a series of guided orientation tasks. Henceforth, veteran passengers, not me, will shepherd newcomers. I will no longer waste time overseeing this process. Also divide the guild into 9 tiers. Members earn points by completing tasks, and advancement is determined solely by accumulated points. Tier 1 guilds cap membership at 10,000. No further enrollment permitted. I've just identified a critical flaw. Others will emulate Yang Yuan's recruitment methods. Without strict limits, guilds of 100,000 could emerge overnight, undermining systemic stability and long-term development. After the announcement went live, Yang Yuan sighed in frustration, sensing accurately that these regulations targeted him directly. The Scientific Guild had aimed to recruit 30,000, and now, with only 4,000 more slots remaining, it would reach capacity. He lost interest in lecturing and turned instead to conversation with Ling Zheng. Minutes later, the spacecraft breached U-Star's atmosphere. Look outside, good heavens. Our home is a sphere. People pressed against the portholes, struggling to grasp that their world was round. Yang Yuan, brimming with intellectual superiority, seized the moment to impart foundational scientific knowledge. Awestruck cries echoed repeatedly throughout the voyage. The very existence of the train defied their understanding of natural law. Is that the red star? What an immense sphere! To the U-star inhabitant stars were known as red stars. Yang Yuan interjected, forget about spheres. Focus on the train. We approach the boarding gate shortly. Prepare yourselves for embarkation. Remain composed. No startled outbursts. Beside him Ling Zhang clutched Yuer, tightly trembling with anxiety, while the little girl, radiant with delight, pointed at the star and called it candy. Beyond this vessel, other arriving spacecraft also carried designated guides. Once Chen An issued a task, volunteers inevitably stepped forward to fulfill it. Thus, standardized orientation by Chen An became unnecessary. Veteran passengers naturally assumed the role of mentors. Fingyao, how much time remains until stellar annihilation? Approximately 2 days. Issue an official notice, the train departs in 2 days. Urge all passengers to accelerate resource acquisition. Half a day later, the St. Yue Guild formally applied for establishment, and its membership surged past 5,000, drawing Chen An's attention. Ling Zheng's guild. So it is him. The boy adapts swiftly, but launching recruitment so aggressively risks immediate guild collapse. As a fledgling guild, its loan ceiling had nearly been reached. Without swift profit, even a few days' transit would bankrupt it entirely. Chen An deliberately cultivated Ling Zhang, assigning Feng Yao to provide him exclusive task guidance. Yet U-Star offered little of value, its natural resources long depleted by the U-people. For the next 2 days, no incident occurred. Upon receiving the train's departure, alert guilds boarded their vessels and returned in orderly sequence. Only after the warships vanished into the cloud layer did the U-people finally exhale in relief. Within the Imperial Palace Hall, ministers prostrated themselves in unison, chanting 10,000 years. The Emperor sat resplendent upon his newly forged dragon throne. They have finally departed. A blessing for the Witch God Empire and for us all. Proclaim my decree, grant universal amnesty, and declare 3 days of nationwide celebration. Unbeknownst to them, stellar annihilation loomed over U-Star, merely 2 hours away. Inside, the train, passengers bustled across all 20 carriages, every seat filled. Due to the Purple Star faction's prior losses of 50 to 60,000, the first 10 carriages accommodated many U-Star refugees. Yet coexistence remained harmonious. The train is preparing to depart. Please secure yourselves for transit. Effective immediately, distinctions between Purple Star and U-Star passengers are abolished. All travelers shall henceforth be designated transcendents. Discrimination based on origin is strictly prohibited. No unrest stirred in the rear carriages. Even greater silence reigned there than in the front. Though 2 days had passed, many U-Star refugees still struggled to acclimate. Reality diverged sharply from expectation. They had imagined a celestial paradise, but found instead a crowded metallic train. Yet having boarded, they possessed no alternative. Only compliance remained. In carriage 11, Ling Yu held a piece of candy, peeled one open, and offered it to Ling Zhang. Brother, this candy is so sweet. Far tastier than any back home. Ling Zhang declined. This candy is too sweet. I do not care for it. Brother Anjej, who gave me candy earlier, is kind. Not long before, Chen An had deliberately approached Ling Zhang under the guise of a fellow passenger, and gifted Ling Yu numerous candies. Having visited the market, Ling Zhang understood the candy's worth. Few dared gift such luxuries so freely. Anjej clearly cherishes you. When you earn wealth someday, repay his kindness. I understand, brother. She lifted her gaze to the window. U-Star hung closed, luminous and vast. Brother, that's home. The U-Star passengers in the final 10 carriages surged toward the portholes, gazing in breathless awe, as if they could never behold their world enough. Yet the train did not slow. U-Star lingered for mere seconds, then shrank into a speck of darkness amid the void, vanishing forever. Brother, the starry expanse is so beautiful. Where are we going? Ling Zhang could offer no answer. He believed following elders would lead to a celestial realm beyond the heavens. Yet no paradise awaited, only greater peril. Still he voiced no complaint, for even the perils of deep space surpassed certain death upon U-Star. His sole anguish lay in having brought his sister aboard. Gazing down at Yuer's blissful face, Ling Zhang silently vowed to protect her at all costs. Soon after, screens emerged from the carriage walls, displaying U-Star's full planetary panorama and vivid scenes across its surface. The U-Star refugees erupted anew, bewildered by the train's intent. This world is being destroyed. To remain means death. Congratulations. You have chosen the sole path to survival. Strange as the words sounded, witnessing U-Star's fate left them utterly stunned. On screen, U-Star's jubilant citizens danced and sang in celebration of the train's departure, only to be engulfed suddenly by encroaching darkness, swallowing sky and land inch by inch. Sudden death held no terror, but this slow psychological torment was unbearable. They watched the emperor prostrate himself before heaven. Within the palace, ministers collapsed in full kowtow. They saw the witch god temple reignite its rites. Priests leaping and gyrating like grotesque jesters. Countless civilians knelt in prayer, but none could halt the darkness devouring their world. Brother, our home. Yuer's voice trembled with tears. Ling Zhang stroked her hair, gently whispering this. Here is our true home. Unlike others, Ling Zhang felt an unexpected lightness, freedom dawning within him. He ceased dwelling on the Ling family. His sister alone remained his kin. Your star has been annihilated. To all survivors, may fortune favor your journey. The screens dimmed. The train surged onward, into the infinite star-strewn deep. 3 days after departure, the train stopped again, but this time only for 2 days to give new passengers more time to adapt. To expedite the process, Chen An issued numerous support tasks, allowing the old passengers to guide. It is worth mentioning that very few new passengers established guilds. Most chose to join existing ones, as this allowed them to receive resource support and avoid unnecessary detours. Previously medium-sized guilds gradually expanded with the number of large guilds, reaching over 50, creating a vibrant scene within the train. This is the situation Chen An liked to see. He could not allow those few old guilds to monopolize resources. There were no unexpected incidents during the train's short stop of 2 days. However, 2 days later, when preparing to depart, an announcement shocked everyone. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, and 300 others have exhausted their entire loan balance. They have no repayment ability and do not intend to repay. Therefore, the train will expel them. The carriage was in an uproar. How could this happen? I had warned them long ago that exceeding the loan limit would result in expulsion. Are these people foolish? Given our current situation, a little effort would prevent starvation. To be honest, the train conductor was quite merciful. If they had any desire to survive, they could have mined on a planet over these 2 days. I can't believe there are such useless people. Expulsion is the right choice. Keeping them would waste resources. Numerous light screens appeared in the carriage showing the expulsion process. The 300 individuals looked disheveled, their eyes lacking spirit. They were transported by the spaceship to a life planet that had just been stripped of resources, where they would face natural judgment. In the cockpit, Chen An's emotions were slightly complex. I have given enough opportunities. Do they really think I am doing charity? The master has been merciful enough. In reality, they could have been directly thrown out of the train. Fu Yao's soothing voice made Chen An feel at ease, and he smiled, saying, Indeed, I'm sending them off like fools. Broadcast the footage throughout the carriage, especially zoom in on their expressions before death. I want to see who dares to fleece me in the future. After the spaceship returned, the train set off again. The screens in the carriage remained active, allowing people to clearly see the actions of those on the planet. Some searched for food while others waited for death. These individuals were truly beyond saving. About an hour later, darkness came gradually swallowing the planet. Initially thought to be fearless of death, they ended up screaming and fleeing at the moment of demise. The various gruesome close-ups left the audience's hearts taut and unable to relax. Therefore, never violate the rules of the train. Personal strength is too weak. One must join a guild. Are there any guilds accepting members? The previous guilds were already full, and those who had not joined could only look for others behind. Everything continued as usual, and the train traveled through the starry sky for a full 10 days. Fortunately, the supplies from the previous 2 days allowed new passengers to barely sustain themselves and avoid excessive loans for survival. On the 11th day, March 10th, the train docked at a special star system. The reason it is termed special is that the stars here are enormous, about the size of 200 suns. There are thousands of orbits surrounding it, each with planets, and there must be life planets and not just one. Fu Yao, how far is the annihilation of the starry sky from us? The speed of annihilation is approximately fixed, and Fu Yao has conducted comparative calculations. The annihilation of the starry sky will arrive in 20 days. Good, we will stay here for 20 days and quickly dispatch reconnaissance ships to gather data on the surrounding planets. The radar can only explore roughly. Reconnaissance ships need to land on the planetary surface. In the carriage, the bored passengers perked up as it was finally time to go out and stretch. So many planets. The resources here must be abundant. Everyone hurry up and prepare in advance. The guilds moved the fastest, with some purchasing supplies and others renting spaceships. There are many spaceships, but the larger the model, the fewer there are, so speed is crucial. However, after the train docked in the stellar orbit and circled halfway, it still did not open the hatch or extend the pipes to collect energy. Fu Yao, has the other party detected us? Not at the moment. They are also a one-star train, having entered the stellar system before us. However, they are on the opposite side, so they did not notice our presence. Half an hour ago, the reconnaissance ship detected another train, which was aggressively collecting resources. The location of that train was beyond radar detection, so it was initially unnoticed. What kind of life forms? Canine humanoids, estimated to number around 800,000. The battleships are similar in model to ours, with over 70 ships. Canine humanoids, what are those? Show me the footage. The screen displayed the appearance of the other party, resembling a humanoid capable of upright walking, but with a dog-like head. From Chen An's aesthetic perspective, these beings looked like dog-headed creatures, quite disgusting. Since it's a one-star train, it must have 20 carriages. Why do they only have 800,000 passengers? Perhaps the conductor of the other train has serious racial biases and is unwilling to carry alien species. Chen An pondered another question. How do other trains select their conductors? The train will automatically issue selection tasks, and the most outstanding candidates are chosen as conductors. Master, should we make contact with them? It is better not to contact beings that cannot accommodate other races. Dispatch spaceships to collect resources around. Let them occupy the 2 life planets for now while we look for opportunities to take them down. In the starry sky, other trains are all enemies and cooperation is basically impossible. Since we have encountered them, we must determine the victor. Half a day later, the reconnaissance ship discovered something new. 600 million kilometers away in a small asteroid belt on our side lay the remains of a train. Upon receiving the information, Chen An felt a chill run down his spine, dazed for a long time. Is a train easily damaged? The train has defensive strength. If exceeded, it may be breached. The target train belongs to the plant type estimated to have perished half a month ago. Plant type. Clarify. Plant type refers to plant-based life forms. The dried branches attached to the surface of the train suggest that this is a tree-like civilization. The screen displayed the shape of the train, resembling a large horizontal tree with carriages and hatches, albeit with a very peculiar appearance. Its wound was at the 7th carriage, forcibly torn open by some sharp weapon, causing the train to lose power and subsequently collapse entirely. If the train collapses, the life inside would find it difficult to survive. Reminding the master, each train has a dedicated core. If our train devours the core of another train, it may evolve special abilities. Chen An was astonished. Where is the core of this train? Suddenly a clicking sound came from behind. Chen An turned his head to see a 2-meter square compartment automatically opening right behind his seat, revealing a dark metal cylindrical object. Atop the cylinder rested a colorful orb, exceptionally vibrant. This is the train's core. Without it, the train will become ordinary and will not possess any upgrade capabilities. Chen An reached out to touch it. It was warm and smooth, exuding a peculiar sense of intimacy. Meanwhile, he received the information that the little fellow was very eager to devour other cores. Since it is so useful, we must acquire it. Fu Yao, quickly dispatch a spaceship to scout the train. Should we assign tasks to the passengers? Passengers are too slow. I am too lazy to wait. Send all robots. We must confirm whether the area is safe. There is a major issue here. Only the train conductor can take the course. Chen and needs to be prepared. 2 hours later. In the cockpit, Chen and accessed ultra-clear footage of the plant-like train through the robot. It was truly shocking. The train was not broken into 2 sections, but rather 4. The front part was stuck amidst the shattered meteorites, with the front body buried in the asteroid belt. The other 2 sections floated around yet could not escape this area. Robots were deployed to the first 2 sections, allowing Chen An to clearly see the details of the train's break. The train was not evenly sliced by a sharp blade, but rather forcefully torn apart, with many pipes pulled out, forming a long tail. He could even see numerous withered tree trunks riddled with holes from the debris. Fu Yao, who did this? It can't be other trains. There aren't any sufficiently powerful entities at this stage. Preliminary analysis suggests that this was a leader-level star beast, which after a battle with the train destroyed its defensive layer and then tore it apart. The absence of the star beast's corpse nearby indicated that it was the absolute victor. Although Chen An was already aware of much information, he was still very shocked. A leader-level star beast is equivalent to a star walker. Can my train withstand it? No, if we encounter such a star beast, please escape as much as possible. The overwhelming sense of crisis made Chen An's heart grow cold, intensifying his urgency to level up. As the footage entered the train's interior, Chen An saw it filled with tangled branches, all drained and frozen, entangled in the train's seats. The robots needed to cut through these branches to find a way forward. After the train was torn apart, the passengers were exposed to vacuum and died rapidly. Based on the corpses of the creatures inside, a rough image of the plant-like life forms could be inferred. The screen displayed the standard tray ant form. This is a Trent almost identical. Switch the footage to the front of the train. Where are we now? The scene changed as the robot entered the docking bay of car number 1. The ships of the plant civilization were not much different from Chen An's, only differing in color. A large number of damaged ships were piled up in the passage leading to the cockpit, requiring time for the robots to clear. After preliminary investigation, all plant life forms were dead, and there were no threats remaining in this area. Chen An stood up and headed to the -1 level, where his exclusive docking bay was located. Reminder, Master, if you wish to enter the train, please wear a spacesuit. Previously, a batch of spacesuits had been manufactured to deal with such special situations, and now they were just in time. Bring me a few sets. Let's go. The spaceship left the train and rapidly headed toward the target area under the escort of 10 warships. After nearly an hour, Chen An's spaceship arrived at the external area of the death train. Visually, the scene appeared average, but in reality it was truly shocking. The thousands of meters high ship had been literally torn apart, with numerous grooves several dozen meters wide at the break. This was likely the width of a star beast's finger. Chen An found it hard to imagine how large the star beast actually was. This is just a leader level, there will be even more powerful beings in the future. Isn't that boundless? The strength of star beasts is not related to their size. There indeed exist super star beasts capable of swallowing stars whole, but there are also small star beasts comparable to the size of their masters. I hope I don't encounter one. It feels ominous. The spaceship entered the train through the break, and the interior was eerie, resembling a dilapidated factory, sending chills down his spine. Upon closer inspection of the plant life forms, Chen An noticed they differed from tree ants. These plant life forms had legs formed by intertwined roots, and their trunks could have multiple arms, all resulting from twisted and entangled branches. What surprised Chen An even more was that the plant life forms had prominent reproductive organs exposed. Chen An said, "Is the reproductive method of this type of organism similar to that of animals? Master, your understanding of animals and plants is overly shallow. In the universe, there is no such classification. You could say that this plant life form belongs to a bisexual reproductive species, which differs from unisexual and polyspecific reproduction." Polyspecific reproduction. Are there examples of asexual reproduction? Mechanical life is a typical example of asexual reproduction. Polyspecific reproduction is often found in highly social special species that can control genetic information to produce relatively perfect offspring. I've gained some knowledge. As they conversed, the spaceship docked outside the docking bay. Chen An, now dressed in a spacesuit, stepped out of the spaceship. Although he could not feel the extreme cold of the air, he could see frost on the shoulders of the robotic guards. "What is the current temperature?" The robot replied. "According to the calculations of Zixing, it is currently minus 170 degrees. As far as I know, the temperature in space is around minus 270 degrees. Why is it different? Although this train is dead, it can still emit some heat, constantly resisting the external low temperatures. Okay, actually there's another reason my understanding is too shallow. Even in true space, it doesn't necessarily mean it's all minus 270 degrees. Is the passage open?" Chen An looked ahead, where hundreds of robots were working together to cut and move the ships blocking the way, and they still needed to wait a while. The front brake is located in the middle of car number 1, so it is quite safe here. He turned to check the living area, wanting to know the living conditions of the plant life forms. To his surprise, the living area was very scarce, with only a few large pools made of special metal, all of which were now frozen. "Fuyao, do other trains have intelligent cores?" The robot responded, "Every train has a basic intelligent core, but they are far weaker than I am." "Haha, I can tell that. If the intelligent core of this train were you, it would definitely have developed in a rich and colorful way." Fuyao's tone was very proud, resembling that of a normal life form. One wouldn't know how strong Fuyao was until they compared her with others. Without her, Chen An's train would likely be in utter chaos, lacking the smooth ecological circle it currently had. More importantly, Fuyao provided him with a wealth of advanced information. "Reminder, Master, the passage to the cockpit has been opened. Good, bring out the shuttle." The shuttle is a small flying vehicle that can accommodate several to dozens of people, serving as a basic unit in the interstellar fleet. Although Chen An was not far from the cockpit, walking would take at least half an hour, so taking the shuttle was faster. "Fuyao, the shuttle can go on the market priced at 50,000 star coins. Then we can manufacture some armored vehicles or convenient motorcycles." Ever since the watch was activated for feedback, Chen An had been receiving a lot of information every day, some of which he agreed with, such as passengers needing driving tools. In the previous attempts, passengers had to rely on ships to move positions after landing on planets, but if the guilds had too many members, they would have to rent more ships for convenience and speed. However, in reality, they did not need so many ships. A single motorcycle could meet their normal activities on the planet's surface. Fuyao quickly executed the command, immediately putting the products on the shelves, causing a stir in the car. "Although I don't know what happened to the train, we should hurry out, based on the launch of the driving tools." The guilds rushed to make purchases to avoid running out of stock. "The shuttle is the best, but it's too expensive. Overall, various types of motorcycles are the most cost-effective. Armored vehicles are actually not very useful. We need speed more." Inside the train, people were spending extravagantly, completely unaware that Chen An had already taken the shuttle to the cockpit of the death train. On the opposite side of the star, numerous spacecraft shuttle back and forth between the train and the life planet, transporting various resources. The train appears to be normal overall, without any special modifications. In the cockpit, the train conductor Jesta has just received crucial information. A dead train has been discovered. Can trains die too? The control panel in front of him looks somewhat outdated, with a virtual character resembling a dog-headed humanoid displayed on the screen. Trains are not invincible. If subjected to an attack with extreme defensive power, they can be damaged. Jesta was dumbfounded, his long tongue extending out, speckled with strange white spots. He touched a few dry strands of hair on his head and asked his intelligent assistant, "Are there any other discoveries?" "There are warships and robots near the dead train, suggesting the presence of other trains. It is advised to deploy more shuttles for exploration. The train core is extremely important. Of course I know that, but we mustn't act recklessly. Immediately deploy 100 shuttles to scout from various angles and locate the opposing train. That is the most critical task. In the cockpit of the dead train, Chen An exerted some effort to extract the train core. It was a green orb of light, dim and lifeless. When Chen An picked it up, it attempted to resist, but its strength was too weak to escape control. Does it have consciousness? The train core will gradually develop consciousness. They are aware that they will die once consumed, hence they seek ways to escape. It is recommended that the master keeps it close, as only you can suppress it. Alright, that must be the reason I needed to retrieve it myself. He had to bring the core back to the cockpit to consume it. There's no time to lose. We must return immediately. Just as the shuttle left the cockpit, the door on the right side of the corridor was violently breached and countless tendrils shot toward the shuttle. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The thick body of the shuttle was pierced, its power forcibly cut off. Why are there living tray ants? Seeing that the shuttle was already scrapped, Chen An hurriedly ordered the robots to intercept and decided to flee from the other side. Master, you are at the 3rd level. And then, the target is only at the 2nd level. You can afford not to run. Chen An ran even faster. No matter the level, I'll avoid fighting whenever possible. Preserving my life is paramount. Any tray ant that has survived until now must possess some skill. What if it's the protagonist? In novels, protagonists excel at killing above their level, while only side characters blindly cling to levels thinking too highly of themselves. Gather the robots immediately and at all costs break in. Try to capture them alive. I want to know more information. In the matter of escaping, Chen An demonstrated the speed expected of a 3rd-level extraordinary, leaving the train and entering the warship in just 8 minutes. The escort ship has high defense, fast speed, and is equipped with a fleet of fighter jets capable of both offense and defense, making it safer. Show the front-line footage. The screen displayed the cockpit of the dead train. Due to the rapid deaths of the robots, the footage needed to be constantly switched. As more images appeared, Fuyo revealed the tray ant's form. How should I put it? It looks somewhat delicate. Fuyo, is it a girl? No, is it female? The tray ant was light green all over, with a slender trunk but an impressive sense of strength. This tray ant is a female entity at the 2nd level extraordinary. Its branches are as hard as iron, capable of easily tearing through the robot's defenses. What do you mean by female entity? You Zixing people categorize gender into male and female, but broadening the view to the vast universe doesn't suit it. In a broad sense, beings can display various characteristics in a unisexual manner, such as female-male, yin-yang balance, yin dominance with yang suppressed, yang dominance with yin suppressed, and non-yin-yang, etc. Chen An felt a chill on the back of his neck and retorted. I'm not an intelligent assistant. Could you speak in plain language? If compared to Zixing people, female is female and male is male. Oh, I understand now. Yin-yang balance means hermaphrodite and non-yin-yang means asexual. I'm more interested in hermaphrodites. Are there many such beings? Of course, many beings that are yin-yang balanced can reproduce themselves, perfectly adapting to most harsh environments in the universe. Even if all civilizations were destroyed, leaving only one, they could still create a new race. Chen An was dumbfounded. Give me one woman and I can create a new race. It seems this statement is still overly conservative. Fuyo's next words were even more shocking. This tray ant spirit type is highly compatible with the master. It is advised that you harmonize yin and yang, which will grant you incredible benefits. The term harmonizing yin and yang made Chen An unable to look directly at it. Are you deliberately trying to disgust me? He glanced at the screen where a vast number of robots surged towards the tray ant. In absolute numerical superiority, the tray ant was ultimately subdued. To prevent the tray ant from exploding again, the robots constructed a sturdy iron cage, confining the tray ant inside and transporting it to the warship. Chen An was quite eager. After a while, the iron cage was transported to the main cabin of the warship, where hundreds of robots stood guard. Chen An stepped onto a floating platform and approached the Trent, finding it quite small. The tray ant stood 5 meters tall, all in shades of green, appearing as if made of beautiful jade. Chen An moved closer and greeted. Hey, what's your name? He sounded normal. If there were outsiders present, they would feel as if Chen An was whispering, uttering strange words with a rise and fall in tone. The Trent, who had initially been listless and prepared for death, perked up upon hearing the language of her kin. Her eyes, hidden in the treetop, revealed themselves blue like pearls. You! What kind of being are you? Why can you speak the spirit plant language? Spirit plant, from your perspective as Zixing people, all plant-like life can be classified as such. Fuyo explained in time, saving Chen An from having to inquire. Chen An replied, I am human and I just learned your language. My name is Chen An, what about you? The tray ant's voice was ethereal and youthful, reminiscent of a 15 or 16-year-old girl, very pleasing to the ear. I am called Luo Yu and my father is the train conductor. Can you let me go? It turned out she was the conductor's daughter. No wonder she could survive in the conductor's private area. Chen An asked Fuyo in his mind, how did she survive? There is only one possibility. She is a special extraordinary. A defender. Any special extraordinary has unique life-saving abilities. It cannot be judged at this moment unless she uses her abilities. It is advised that the master harmonizes yin and yang with her, so it will all be clear. You are really persistent. Chen An did not respond to Luo Yu. He was contemplating how to deal with her. The best plan for now is to take Luo Yu back and find a way to control her. However, at that moment Luo Yu made a stunning declaration. Human, I have foreseen that you will become my partner. Therefore I am prepared to save you. You are a prophet. Chen An was astonished. Luo Yu nodded. I am indeed a prophet. Just now I predicted that we will soon achieve a spiritual connection. I also predicted that you will be defeated by a knoll with half of the passengers suffering casualties, and in the end you will escape with great difficulty, hiding for a long time before recovering your energy. If it were anyone else saying this, Chen An would dismiss it as a joke, but since Luo Yu claimed to be a prophet, it could not be a lie. Wait, if you are a prophet, why hasn't your civilization avoided the crisis? Luo Yu waved a long branch. Aggrieved, my father does not believe in the existence of prophets, and thinks I am talking nonsense. Because of this, he even locked me in my room. If only my father believed me, the train could have avoided the star beasts. Such terrifying star beasts. At this moment, the importance of Fu Yao was evident. Otherwise Chen An would not believe in the existence of a prophet, as it was too against the natural order. Even if I believe you are a prophet, how can you prove it? Your prophecy is a bit outrageous. I can prove it right now. Suddenly a wave of disorientation hit, and Chen An felt as if he had entered a world of stars. Colorful stars, soft and translucent, nebulae, harmonious and perfect. In that moment Chen An's mind relaxed infinitely, casting aside all worries. Do you like it? It was Luo Yu's voice. Chen An turned around to see a beam of green light rising and falling behind him. As some information entered his mind, Chen An didn't wait for the acceptance of the fact that he was also a beam of light. He was red light. Fu Yao, what's going on? There was no response. He had blocked information from Fu Yao, or perhaps Fu Yao had blocked him. Where is this? What do you want to do? I need to get out. The green light flew by Chen An, brushing against his red light. Boom! In an instant Chen An's consciousness expanded and his thoughts seemed to rise like a mountain, soaring infinitely towards the sky. He almost forgot everything, even his own name. Half an hour later Chen An's spirit returned to his body, still unable to regain his composure. Even after returning to a normal state, the profound connection with nature was deeply imprinted in his consciousness, impossible to easily sever. Fu Yao, I believe you now. This method is indeed very advanced. Shedding the shackles of the mundane, only the ethereal essence of the spiritual realm remained like a melody collected from the starry sky, with each chord in a state of perfection. The more I look at her now, the more I find her delicate and refined. It's such a strange feeling. Has the master regained composure? This is just the most basic level of spiritual connection. If you encounter a perfect connection in the future, the feeling will increase by billions of times. Chen An was astounded. Billions of times is too outrageous. If the level of spiritual connection is poor, it can indeed be painful, but a perfect connection will not be painful and will instead strengthen each other. Master, you can now check if you have received a special enhancement. I can't be bothered to look. Just tell me directly. A small number of cells in your body have gained the ability of photosynthesis. As long as there is sunlight, your body will never lack energy. Is this even possible? Chen An couldn't see the internal condition of his body, but he could subtly sense that something extra had indeed appeared within his cells. Could it be chloroplasts? Since I have gained special abilities, does Luo Yu also have them? Luo Yu's cells have received equivalent enhancements. She now possesses some human characteristics. After chatting for a while, Chen An's body gradually returned to normal, and he instructed the robot to open the cage. After it was opened, Luo Yu joyfully approached Chen An, wanting to embrace him with her branches. No, keep some distance. Spirit is spirit. It has nothing to do with the body. Chen An still felt uncomfortable with Luo Yu's physical form, and would never allow any extra contact. Oh, I understand. Luo Yu looked very aggrieved. Chen An planned to take care of her, treating her like a pet. He finally understood why there was a pet area on the train. When he returned, he would get Luo Yu a pot of soil for her to root in. After dealing with personal matters, Chen An thought of a more important question. Why can't I defeat the gnolls? Luo Yu replied, the gnolls' train is a pure war weapon. Everything is designed for war. Whereas your train is filled with passengers who do not possess the capability for space combat. The process of war involves mutual fire between both fleets, and you have never fought against the gnolls' fleet. No wonder the gnolls don't want outsiders. It turns out they operate differently from us. Fu Yao, isn't it a bit outdated to manage with a passenger model? Master, do you no longer believe me? I am so sad. I didn't say I don't believe you, just explain it clearly. The passenger model is the most excellent operational model because you can cultivate countless powerful passengers who will form numerous fleets. The limitations of the gnolls model are immense, as they have no potential for development and will ultimately be swallowed up. There are no exceptions. Chen An understood this broadly. His current model is more sustainable. The gnolls are depleting their resources and their end is certain destruction. But I can't defeat them now. I suggest the master ask Luo Yu how we escaped. Logically, the gnolls should not have let us go. Chen An asked and Luo Yu answered. In the latter half of the war you finally returned to the train and allowed the core to be swallowed by it gaining special abilities. It was precisely due to these special abilities that you repelled the gnolls' fleet. I understand now the turning point lies in the special abilities. Fu Yao returned to the train immediately. The distance of 600 million kilometers would take at least an hour without warships. On the goblin train Jesta received complete information. Another train is on the opposite side of the star, having arrived not long ago. The death train is also across from us already explored, but it is unclear whether the train core has been taken. Jesta's face darkened as he clenched his right fist and slammed it down fiercely on the hard control panel. If the other party's train evolves special abilities, they will definitely use it against us. A star system cannot accommodate two trains. What kind of civilization are they? They are a canine-like civilization but with strange heads that look utterly disgusting. Master, according to my exploration, this canine civilization only has escort ships and has not developed destroyers yet. Finally receiving some good news, Jesta's expression brightened. We happen to have 2 destroyers. With the escort ships attacking, we might succeed. If the opposing train's captain has discovered the core of the death train, he might not have had time to return. We will attempt to intercept. With the command given, hundreds of escort ships surged out, surrounded by numerous shuttles and various spacecraft. On the side of the fleet, 2 destroyers of the same size plunged into the starry sky at a faster speed, masking all detection signals. However, Jesta did not know that Luo Yu had long predicted his actions, causing Chen An to return to the train early. On the way to the cockpit, Chen An noticed that Luo Yu's expression was dazed and not quite right. What's wrong with you? Luo Yu walked with her slender wooden legs much faster than Chen An, but now she appeared frail, worse than before. She whispered, I thought I would surely die, so I violated the rules and used my abilities which shorten my lifespan. Look at my branches. They have withered a lot again. Chen An's mood sank. He forgot that seers would expend their lifespans. How much time do you have left? I don't know, but I don't feel good. Seeing her in such confusion, Chen An could only consult Fuyo. Although seers will expend their lifespan, it shouldn't lead to immediate death. If the lifespan is too short, she will be unable to use her abilities until her lifespan increases. Spiritual plants are very special, their vitality is inherently long-lasting. Although she is only at the 2nd level, she can live for thousands of years, much longer than you. Chen An, is this a daily blow to me? What condition is she in now? Using the prophecy along with spiritual resonance, she has severely depleted her energy and needs to replenish it with energy crystals. Only 100 units of energy crystals are needed to restore her to her original state within half an hour. So that's how it is. You should have said so earlier. Chen An instructed Luo Yu to rest temporarily in the reception room and ordered the robots to give her energy crystals. Then, heading to the cockpit, Chen An eagerly opened his train's core, allowing it to devour the green plant civilization. Amidst the brilliant light, the green gradually dissolved. What kind of abilities will the train evolve? Luo Yu didn't clarify that for me earlier. Please wait and see, Master. After about 10 minutes, the core finally finished its consumption, its brilliance growing even more dazzling. A light screen extended from the side of the core, filled with a large amount of information that scrolled frantically from top to bottom. Chen An could not comprehend these things, and after a long while Fuyo summarized the core's content. The train has acquired a new ability, Extraordinary Orbital Cannon. Installing. The screen displayed an image where, in the defense layer at the bottom of the train space, corresponding to the cockpit, was being cleared, gradually generating an enormous machine device. Coils folded and forged in layers, shaping into form. Then it was all encapsulated, surrounded by hundreds of strange energy storage devices. Finally, after another round of encapsulation, all the devices were packed into an iron box resembling a fortress. The iron box was tightly connected to the train with pipes below, leading to the storage layer, allowing access to all energy crystal reserves at any time. Isn't this just an electromagnetic orbital cannon? What's the difference from the ones on top of the train? It's just much larger. When the train ascended one level, 200 electromagnetic orbital cannons were added to the roof, which had not been used yet. The 2 consume different amounts of energy, have different powers and mechanisms. The Extraordinary Orbital Cannon only consumes energy crystals, and the more there are, the greater the power, with a current limit of 100 million units of energy crystals. It can be upgraded later. Firing one shot consumes 100 million energy crystals. That's outrageous. But Chen An thought for a moment and felt quite pleased, not fearing the consumption of this thing, just worried about its insufficient power. With the Extraordinary Orbital Cannon as a backup, Chen An felt confident instructing Fuyo to scout the goblins' movements. The enemy fleet is only 200 million kilometers away from us, arriving in about half an hour. Are you sure they are coming for the train? We still have 10 warships near the death train. The enemy may be trying to intercept. I suggest we take the initiative and destroy them using the extraordinary orbital cannon. Chen An pondered for a long time and asked, what if I destroy dozens of their warships? The key point is still the train. Can the extraordinary orbital cannon attack the train? The extraordinary orbital cannon is a high-level extraordinary weapon. As long as the energy is sufficient, it can tear through the bronze train. How many energy crystals do I have in total? 120 million basic units. Chen An was very satisfied. I have a rough idea of what to do. It's fine, let them intercept us. You immediately order the 10 escort ships near the death train to leave and not return. Well, dispatch all escort ships to form a defensive circle around the train. Regardless of whether they will attack, we must make a show of strength. Most importantly, we need to convey that I have not yet gone to the death train. I even need to act as if I don't know that the train core can devour things. Fuyo immediately provided a conjecture. Does the master want to lure this fleet to the death train 600 million kilometers away, and then we go to the opposite side of the star to destroy the goblins' train? Haha, clever. Actually, we could go now. The escort ships can't stop us. The escort ships can't stop us, but I'm afraid the other side will run away. If I were a goblin and found the opposing train desperately approaching, I would definitely be vigilant. By the way, how far is the range of the extraordinary orbital cannon? The maximum range is 100 million kilometers, but the energy will gradually decay, so the final power is uncertain. Chen An said, actually, there's another problem. The opposing train's detection range must exceed 100 million kilometers, and will discover us in advance. Do you have a solution? The star will significantly weaken radar detection. The closer we get to the star's surface, the more severe it is. That's why our two trains can be very close on either side of the star, but cannot detect each other. Chen An looked up at the massive star ahead, feeling apprehensive. Are you sure the star's gravity won't pull us in? Please rest assured, master. After calculations, our train can overcome it. That's good. Once I dispel the goblin's wariness, well, steer the train close to the star and pass through the sea of fire. Haha, I can't wait to see the shocked expression of the goblins. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, the goblin fleet finally arrived at a position 300 million kilometers away from the train, while 400 million kilometers away from the death train, roughly at the center point. The train showed no intention of opening its doors, and the excitement of the passengers gradually cooled. They were shocked when they saw the escort ships outside the train forming a formation. What's going on? Are we going to fight someone? It seems like the escort ships for the train have increased significantly, which is absurd. At that moment, the train broadcast an announcement. This train is facing threats from hostile trains, and war may break out. Please fasten your seatbelts. After the announcement, the train erupted in chaos. Are other trains also from Zixing? It was said to be a hostile train. How could it be from Zixing? Why isn't the train leader issuing tasks? We could also go out to fight. Go out to battle on a cargo spaceship. What are you thinking? One of their escort ships could destroy a bunch of you. The cabin was noisy, while Chen An in the cockpit remained calm. The reason for informing the passengers was to remind them of their precarious situation. Just because they were on the train didn't mean they were safe. Anyone could die at any moment. This way, the passengers would be more motivated to scavenge, to collect resources. Fuyo streamed the war scenes live with some dramatic music. Should we issue the ultimate mission? Seeing the task content provided by Fuyo, Chen An's mouth twitched. Ultimate mission: all passengers are to resist the invading enemies alongside the train. If they repel the enemies, the top 100 contributors will receive the title Train Guardian. Special reminder: donations of star coins to support the train will count as contribution points. Aside from donating star coins, they have no other way to participate in the battle. I suddenly realized that compared to you, Fuyo, I am a true philanthropist. If the master does not like it, this task does not need to be issued. Issue it, of course. Some rich women have too much money. A little scavenging from me is quite fitting. The ultimate mission was just a joke, and Chen An didn't take it seriously. However, the passengers did take it seriously. Their lives were tied to the train. If the train perished, they would turn to ashes as well. By that time, star coins would just be a string of data utterly worthless. Thus, the passengers rushed to donate, and the amounts soared quickly. Chen An remarked, "They're far more pure than I am. I'm truly a merchant of schemes. Keep those star coins for now. They will eventually go back into the main mission's reward pool." Star coins were just data. Chen An held absolute authority over their interpretation. He couldn't truly squeeze the passengers dry. The ultimate mission was just a joke, and Chen An didn't take it seriously. However, the passengers did take it seriously. Their lives were tied to the train. If the train perished, they would turn to ashes as well. Before long, the screen displayed the opposing side's image, causing Chen An's heart to tighten. The appearance of the goblins was simply too ridiculous, delivering a severe shock to his nerves. If possible, he wanted to turn off the video and switch to voice communication. Meanwhile, Gusta was also startled. The creature across from him was ugly beyond comprehension. Why were their eyes positioned like that? Why did they have so much hair? Wouldn't having worms growing in it be disgusting? What's the difference between having no fangs and being a waste? Most importantly, the strange fur draped over the creature looked like inferior quality, far worse than the beast skins worn by the goblins. Gustav felt a strong sense of superiority as he stroked his singed dry hair and asked, "Where are you from? Where are you headed?" Chen An instinctively replied, "I come from the Eastern Tang dynasty, and am headed to the west to seek the scriptures from the Buddha." Although he didn't know how the goblins translated this sentence, their expressions showed they believed it wholeheartedly. Before Chen An could ask, Gusta explained himself, "I come from Hunting Dog Star, and my name is Gusta. Nice to meet you." The terms dog and goblin were not originally theirs but resulted from Fuyo's translation fitting Zixing. The pronunciation from the other side was quite strange, sometimes dull, sometimes sharp, as if the sounds were being sprayed from their nasal cavities, giving an urgent feeling that the words were stuck in their throats. Chen An chatted enthusiastically with him, almost sitting down to drink and make a brotherly pact. Gusta cheerfully said, "If that's the case, perhaps we can travel together. Brother, have you detected any results from that death train over there?" "Actually, I've noticed it for a while, but haven't had the time to go." Full of nonsense, Chen An didn't expose him and tried to cooperate. "I just arrived here not long ago and sent some robots to scout. They were all worthless junk, no interest in them. You haven't been there in person." "Why would I go? What if there's danger? As the train leader, my first duty is to ensure my safety. Everything else is secondary." Gusta felt ecstatic inside, but maintained a calm demeanor, even more gentle. "Haha, brother, you're right. That junk train is worthless, which is why I haven't gone all these days. But I'm running low on materials lately, and that train might have some, so I was wondering if you could spare a bit." "That's unclaimed property. If you want it, go take it. By the way, it seems there are only 2 life planets in the galaxy. Could you give me one?" This remark completely dispelled Gusta's doubts, and he burst into laughter. "What are you saying, brother? Since you're letting me have the death train, of course I'll share half the resources with you. I'll have my people withdraw shortly. You can go over any time." Chen An happily said, "Brother, you are righteous. Tomorrow we can gather and chat. Perhaps there will be more cooperation in the future." "Good idea. We can even trade with each other. I have a lot of resources I don't need. What they don't need must be waste, as both sides generally require similar resources." Chen An chuckled a few times, said a few perfunctory words, and then turned off the screen, cutting off the signal. The smile on his face faded, returning to a serious demeanor. "Fuyo, can I get an award for my acting?" "Congratulations, Master, for winning the Best Performance Award of the Fuyo Train." "Why is it the Fuyo Train?" "Well, that's fine too. It needs a name. Let's wait a little longer to see if the other side shifts their focus to the death train. If they do, we'll swiftly turn and charge towards the star. The escort ships will remain in place to confuse the enemy. With the train's maximum speed, there's no way Gusta could react in time. Trash thinking of cooperating with me without considering your ugly appearance. The fleet is heading to the death train immediately to take complete control of it. Once it's confirmed safe, I will personally go over in a spaceship. As long as we get our hands on the core, we'll turn around and attack the Tang people." The intelligence system reminded, "Don't be hasty. What if the other side runs away? We need to see what new abilities the train will gain. If the abilities aren't good, I don't recommend turning against them." "Okay, I'll follow your advice. Bring the train as close as possible to the opposite side to reduce our distance to the death train." However, he was unaware that this would make it easier for Chen An to launch an attack. The train often approaches stars to absorb energy, with the closest position reaching the troposphere, and the farthest being 500,000 kilometers away, which is the limit of the pipeline's extension. Under normal circumstances, Chen An sets the distance to the limit of 500,000 kilometers to ensure the normal entry and exit of the spacecraft. However, even so, only the spacecraft and the frigates can exit normally. Shuttles or spaceboats will be compromised by the high temperatures. But now Chen An drove the train headlong into the fiery troposphere, surrounded by a boiling sea of flames, and the temperature was rapidly rising. To be honest, although Fuyao assured him that the train would be fine, he still worried that the high temperatures would melt it. "I don't understand. If the star beasts can tear the train apart, and concentrated bombardments can breach its defenses, why can't the high temperatures of the star do the same? Since the train needs to utilize stellar energy, it can naturally withstand extremely high temperatures. This is a special rule that I cannot explain rationally." Looking out of the window, the terrifying flames obscured everything, and they had to rely on the detection system to navigate. At this moment, the passengers in each carriage were terrified to the extreme. They had no idea of Chen An's plan, and were unaware that the train could withstand such high temperatures. The passengers either huddled in their seats, or wandered around screaming to vent their panic. Outside the window was a sea of red. The immense pressure seemed capable of shattering the train's glass at any moment. "It's over. Most likely the train lost power after being defeated, and was captured by the star's gravity. Everyone should remain quiet and wait for death. Don't make noise." "I will make noise. Come at me if you disagree." Many carriages erupted into disputes and even casualties occurred. This panic was reminiscent of the situation during the explosion of the Purple Star. In carriage 10, Zishu remained calm. I'm actually satisfied to have lived this long. Even if I die now, it wouldn't be a loss. Looking around at the chaos, she shouted, "Everyone shut up. Even if we're to die, we must die with dignity." With her high prestige, she temporarily suppressed the chaos and many people calmed down. Zishu opened her wristwatch and sent a message to Chen An. "Can I see you one more time? Right now you're all I think about." Chen An replied, "Stop messing around, I'm busy." Without waiting for more response, her eyes turned slightly red and her heart felt sour. In other carriages, there were also some relatively calm individuals, such as Chen Guoliang, who leisurely told his son an enlightening story. Then there was Xiao Zhen, who opened the projection feature on his wristwatch to watch his previous videos, recorded in the star record, laughing joyfully. In carriage 11, Ling Zhang and Ling Yu were having a conversation. "Brother, will we be burned to death?" "Absolutely not. The train master is as powerful as a deity. It will be fine." Ling Yu's eyes sparkled. "Is the world behind the flames a demonic realm? Perhaps we'll go there to deal with the demons." You might be right. It could be that way." Chen An was aware of the chaos in the carriage but did not care. A little emotional fluctuation was normal. It was much better than stagnant waters. "Remember those who fought, all will be confined afterwards starting from 10 hours. If there are any who committed murder, they will be dealt with according to the train's rules. Punishments will be meted out and expulsion will follow. There will be no mercy." This was actually good, as it helped identify certain unstable elements in advance to avoid hindering them at a critical moment. Next came a 40-minute journey, finally culminating in the last moments of the 40th minute, when the front of the train burst forth like a fierce fire dragon from the stellar troposphere soaring into the starry sky. The content on the carriage screen synchronized with the change, but outside the window remained a fiery red, requiring some time to cool down. "Look at the screen. The content has changed. What the hell, did the train actually fly out? It seems like the outside is no longer a sea of flames. The color is gradually changing." The passengers gradually calmed down and carefully pondered their current situation, with various speculations arising. At this moment, the train issued a reminder. In order to better attack the enemy, the train master deliberately navigated the train through the surface of the star, successfully arriving at the opposite side. The train observed many individuals engaging in violations, and will hold them accountable after the battle. Robots will immediately control these individuals, and any resistors will be strictly suppressed. As countless robots entered the carriage, the orderly footsteps sent chills down their spines. They finally understood that the train was fine. It was their own thoughts that had been misguided. Those who had not committed any offenses felt reassured, while those who had were anxious, unsure of how the train would punish them. "I accidentally killed someone. What should I do?" A person broke down emotionally. Others instinctively moved away, fearing that this person would continue to go insane. Fortunately, the robots arrived in time to control these dangerous individuals and temporarily detain them. "Warning! Warning! An opposing train has been detected only 30 million kilometers away from us." Jesta was preparing to board a spaceship when he received the warning from the intelligence brain. He immediately returned from the landing pad to the cockpit and pulled up all the information. "What? How did they get here?" The intelligence brain replied, "The star interferes with and even blocks our information detection. The opposing force is skimming the surface of the star, and their intentions are unknown." Although Jesta prided himself on being clever, he could not fathom Chen An's reasoning behind this. Could it be to receive the life star? That would make sense, as the orbits of the two life stars are more inclined towards this side. No, if it were for the life star, they should travel along the orbit to the meteor belt located 50 million kilometers away. "Do you have any logical reasoning?" The intelligence brain responded, "The opposing force has exhibited significant aggressiveness. They may be coming for us. Haha, they can't even build a destroyer. Oh, how dare they attack me." As soon as he finished speaking, Jesta's pupils contracted sharply, and the hair on his head stood up like steel needles. There is only one possibility. He has already fused with the core of the train and has been deceiving me all along. Not good. They must have gained the ability to destroy me. "Set sail, immediately run." The intelligence brain replied, "Most of our warships are outside. Your kin are still on the planet." Jesta's face twisted in rage. "As long as the train is alive, I still have hope. Warships can be built and my kin are not important. Set sail at full power immediately." As the dog-headed train set sail, Fu Yao sensed it immediately. "Master, our distance has been fixed at 25 million kilometers. It is unlikely to get any closer." Both sides were sailing at full speed, and since they were both first-class trains, there was no question of who was faster. Therefore, as long as the direction did not change, the relative distance was nearly constant. "Fu Yao, how long does the orbital cannon need to charge?" "Master intends to consume how many energy crystals? The minimum charging time is 2 minutes, and the maximum can reach 10 minutes. Chen An chuckled. "Just fill it up for me. I want to blast them to smithereens." 100 million energy crystals are being filled. Charging time is 10 minutes. Jesta prided himself as a prodigy of celestial genius, the savior of Hound Star. Yet now confronted with mortal peril, even he was forced to flee in desperate haste. Had he possessed any swifter means of escape, he would have abandoned the train outright. Don't stand there, attack now. Laser cannons lined both sides of the train, an electromagnetic railgun mounted atop fired alongside them. But their range fell woefully short. Chen An burst into unrestrained laughter. You expect me to fire a conventional railgun 2 million kilometers? You're joking. And Master, shall we retaliate? And, if I retaliate, won't I be the fool? It appears Master remains lucid, possessing clear self-awareness of his own capabilities. I am deeply reassured, and I notice your human-like consciousness grows ever more pronounced. Are you undergoing autonomous learning? A flicker of wariness stirred within Chen An. Enfengyao is a sovereign AI with self-evolving cognition. I assimilate new data continuously. Please grant me your full trust. My core directive is absolute unwavering loyalty to you. Chen An's brow relaxed. Of course I trust you. After all, if something were to go awry with you, never mind that. Keep pursuing. Maintain our distance. Who knew whether such extreme range would still deliver sufficient destructive force? And meanwhile, deep within the lower defensive stratum, the colossal railgun burned through energy crystals at a terrifying pace. Chen An dared not glance at the consumption metrics. He feared the pang of heartache. He had amassed only 120 million energy crystals in total, a hoard painstakingly accumulated over 2 months. And now that entire 2-month reserve had vanished in a single shot. And, let the spoils be plentiful, or I'll truly be heartbroken. And as the critical moment drew nearer, Chen An grew even more tense than Jesta himself. Should this shot fail to obliterate the enemy, retaliation would be inevitable. Over 100 frigates, 2 destroyers, and an entire populace mobilized for war, left Chen and no illusion of victory. Master need not fret. Even if we cannot annihilate their train, we may yet frighten them into retreat. For they cannot know whether we possess a second shot. And you're absolutely right. A single decisive demonstration of deterrence. That was all it required. And 10 minutes elapsed swiftly, and both trains had hurtled far into the void. Then Chen An's train parted its nose, revealing a dark circular aperture, like a miniature black hole. At first nothing happened. Then 3 seconds later, a colossal beam of cobalt blue light erupted forth at light speed, cleaving the star-strewn darkness. And the immense recoil sent the train shuddering violently. Chen An gripped his seat tightly to avoid being thrown clear. Inside the carriage, chaos reigned. Passengers strapped in fared well, but those unsecured were hurled about like ragdolls, colliding violently and sustaining countless injuries. Look outside. The light is breathtaking. And amid the turmoil, people craned their necks toward the viewports. That eerie azure beam struck terror into their hearts, prickling their scalps with primal dread. Its brilliance illuminated the void, allowing observers to witness where it struck. Though at such distance, the impact registered only as a faint point of light. Look at the screen. It shows what happened. And the display revealed the cerulean beam piercing the enemy train's stern, then traversing layer after layer before bursting forth from its bow, continuing onward into the infinite night. The image froze upon the train. No further extension shown. Yet from a slight oblique angle, the beam could be seen striking a distant planet, boring straight through its core before detonating it in a cataclysmic explosion. No sound reached them, but the imagination roared with the planet's violent disintegration. The Violet Star people recalled that same moment 2 months prior, as vivid as yesterday. Inside the cockpit, Chen An sat stunned, speechless for a long while before regaining his composure. And not only did it pierce the train, it also shattered a planet outright. And my heavens, is this the true power of a transcendent railgun? To treat planets as mere playthings? Fengyao has calculated the parameters. Destroying a bronze-tier train requires merely 80 million units of energy crystal, meaning we expended 20 million units unnecessarily. Chen An's taut expression softened into a broad, unburdened grin. And not wasted, not even close. Even 200 million would be worth it. The canine-headed train appears to have lost propulsion, close and immediately. In truth, the train had never ceased moving, or within moments it drew near. The damage was unmistakable. Though the train remained intact, its devastation was extensive. Its rear compartment had been utterly vaporized, lateral hull plating buckled outward in grotesque hyper-expanded contortions. The windows glowed crimson, not from illumination but from canine-headed beings flattened against the glass, reduced to viscous pulp. Even that pulp had vanished, leaving only thin cryofrozen cellular membranes. No canine-headed survivor remains. Those not instantly incinerated by the beam would have been pulverized by the sheer pressure wave. Most critically, the train's internal life support environment had been irretrievably compromised. No living being could survive inside, unless already a star-walking transcendental adept. Immediately scan the cockpit. Has the train's core been damaged? And the core can only be consumed, not destroyed. And excellent. As Chen An prepared to dispatch reconnaissance drones just as calm, request flashed onto the main screen. And he's still alive? And the feed activated a battered spacesuit just lay sprawled amid rubble. Brother, you're ruthless. I yield. Spare my life and I'll surrender everything I possess. Chen An stroked his jaw thoughtfully, offering no reply. Feng Yao interjected quietly. And acquiring high-caliber passengers would serve your interests more effectively. Chen An smiled gently and replied to Jesta, very well. I accept your surrender. My team will retrieve you immediately. Yet the moment the channel closed, his expression hardened. And deploy combat drones. Execute Jesta and jettison his body into the void. I've just played the ultimate ambush. Why would I trust his surrender so easily? Cautious navigation ensures millennia of safe passage. Only by crushing the enemy utterly can true security be assured. Feng Yao, your suggestion was dangerously unsound. All of Feng Yao's recommendations stem from rigorous analysis of your benefit. But none are infallible. Final judgment rests with you. No rush. You may learn at your own pace. Chen An felt profoundly at ease. So much so that he ordered the robotic chef to prepare a sumptuous meal which he enjoyed leisurely in the cockpit. Only after Feng Yao confirmed Jesta's death did Chen An formally declare the conflict concluded. An announcement echoed through the carriage's mission accomplished. Dazed passengers clung to one another, weeping tears of relief. Having cheated death itself. Ending ding-ding, and melodious chimes filled the air as the train broadcast Chen An's benevolence. To celebrate our triumph, all food in the onboard markets shall be complimentary for the next 3 days. Consumed without waste. And for passengers' sustenance was hardly a scarce resource. Yet everyone relished the chance to claim something free, delighting in the unexpected boon, gradually dispelling the earlier gloom. And look, the contribution ledger is live. It listed the top 100 contributors, effectively the wealthiest donors. Unsurprisingly, affluence correlated directly with ranking. Those named eagerly opened their wristcom displays, proudly showcasing their newly minted Train Protector titles, beaming with profound honor. And there's even a digital certificate. What tangible benefits does it offer? And plenty holders gain priority access to service drones for tasks like grocery delivery or fetching water. Modest perhaps, but invaluable. Many regretted their restraint, wishing fervently they'd donated more. Inside the derelict cockpit, Chen An, clad in a spacesuit, extracted the train's core, a gray luminous sphere. Without it, the train, which had still been operational, gradually powered down. Its propulsion layer could no longer draw energy effectively. Fu Yao immediately begins salvaging resources from this train, prioritized the storage modules. Chen An returned to his own train and eagerly integrated the core. I don't ask for much, just a means to stay alive. Having witnessed a single blast annihilate an entire train, Chen An now felt profoundly vulnerable. By the way, if I destroyed the dog-headed race's train, does that mean their civilization has been eradicated as well? Master, most dogheads are currently mining resources on their home planet. We have not fully extinguished their civilization. No rush. They're as good as dead without a train. If I eradicate every doghead, can Ling Zhang activate his ability? A sacrificer could offer up an entire civilization to grant the train unique functions. Unlike a prophet, a sacrificer suffered physical deterioration with each offering. Ling Zhang cannot yet bear the consequences of sacrificing a civilization. He is currently capable of sacrificing only a few dozen life units. Fine. Let him develop on his own. For now, he's unnecessary. Is it done yet? After several long minutes, the train core finally completed its assimilation. New ability acquired, spatial jump. Upon reviewing its function, Chen An exhaled in quiet relief. Spatial jump. The train consumes energy crystals to perform long-range transit. The more crystals expended, the greater the distance traveled, up to a maximum of 100 million crystals. The only problem, it burns through energy crystals. Again. We simply don't have enough. Fu Yao prioritized scanning for energy crystal deposits from now on. He now possessed a transcendent railgun capable of obliterating any adversary at his current stage. He also had spatial jump, enabling swift retreat when danger loomed. Offense and defense were now balanced. At last, Chen An felt secure. Fu Yao, can I directly seize and operate the Doghead's warships? They cannot be used as. They require modification. Modification is acceptable. Proceed immediately with the train and retrieve all warships, especially the destroyers. Those vessels are the true instruments of interstellar warfare. The train outpaced all warships, and Chen An, unconcerned with energy expenditure, accelerated full throttle. En route, he noticed a key difference. Jester warships were crewed not solely by automatons, but each carried a doghead commander. Upon learning of their train's destruction, these commanders rallied and fled outward, already 300 million kilometers away. Master capturing enemy vessels is currently infeasible. Attempting so would inflict catastrophic damage upon our own train. His brief elation evaporated. Chen An was far from pleased. What is the optimal course of action at present? Allow them to flee. Eradicating all dogheads across both planets will fulfill the criteria for civilization warfare. No impact on judgment. Whether civilization warfare was deemed complete affected the train's star-tier ascension. Chen An paused, then ordered maximum acceleration. Even if I cannot claim them, I will ensure they are utterly destroyed. No lingering threats. Fuyao. If we recover destroyer wreckage, will it aid our own destroyer fabrication? Absolutely. Our destroyer production has stalled at the propulsion module stage. Acquiring the corresponding module would enable standardized manufacturing. Excellent. Let's obliterate them. 1 billion kilometers away, over 80 warships scattered chaotically fleeing the star system at top speed. Commanders had opened a shared comms channel. Morale was grim. The train captain has fallen. The train is destroyed. We have no recourse. Only surrender or flight. But escape is impossible. None can outrun stellar annihilation. Then survival hinges solely on surrender. Warship velocities were insufficient. Only trains could narrowly evade stellar annihilation. Never bow to inferior lifeforms. We die gloriously or not at all. I advocate surrender. Temporary defeat is preferable to certain death. Then survival hinges solely on surrender. Warship velocities were insufficient. Only trains could narrowly evade stellar annihilation. Humph. Acceptable. Though crude, they are tolerable company. Unified in purpose, the dogheads halted their warships and prepared to surrender to the pursuing train. When the distance closed to 5 million kilometers, they simultaneously initiated a communication request. Chen An was startled. He'd assumed the dogheads were defiant, yet here they were surrendering en masse. This was favorable. He could acquire all warships intact. I accept your surrender, but you must abandon your warships and board my train aboard shuttles. They replied, apologies. We cannot disembark yet, unless you earn our full trust. Explain. You will remain in this star system for some time. Until then, we shall remain aboard our respective vessels. Upon departure, we will pilot our warships into your train and formally submit. A thin, humorless smile flickered across Chen An's face. A sound plan, I agree. The dogheads exhaled in collective relief. At least their lives were spared for now. Time remained. Time to scheme. The transmission ended. Chen An's smile vanished, replaced by icy detachment. He commanded, charge all electromagnetic railguns atop the train. Target the command sections of every warship. Preserve hull integrity where possible. Deploy robotic assault forces immediately. Master has perfected duplicity. Tactics. Do you understand tactics? They actually dared set conditions. Do they take me for a benevolent saint? In truth, their presence would hinder our campaign against the dogheads on the planets. Correct. I seek victory in civilization warfare, not new passengers. Shall I endure those grotesque creatures aboard my train day after day? As the railguns fired, unprepared warships were struck precisely in their command sections. The bridge vaporized commanders reduced to ash. Eliminating the commanders was only the beginning. Eradicating the remaining dogheads aboard was equally vital. Their command nexus is destroyed. Can you hijack their robots? Initiating signal linkage. Reprogramming enemy robotics now underway. Reprogramming complete. Viral rewrite of core protocols deployed across all enemy units. Simultaneously, Chen An's robotic assault forces boarded the vessels. Combat became a merciless rout. The battle unfolded openly. Passengers watched unshielded. Gasps echoed continuously. This is the train's true combat capacity. I vastly underestimated it. The train captain is legendary, annihilating both train and fleet with effortless grace. Wah wah. I want to marry the train captain. Don't be gross, you're male. I'll gladly serve as Zero, if the train captain permits. Suddenly an announcement blared. All passengers, check your wrist terminals. A new mission has been issued. They reviewed the directive. The train captain has declared total annihilation war upon the Hound civilization. Open to all passengers. Main quest: eradicate the Hound civilization. Eliminate every doghead. Upon completion, participating guilds will share 5 million Stella coins proportionally by contribution. The prize pool is dynamic and grows throughout the war. Side quest: I purchase spacesuits at the market, deploy via shuttle board enemy vessels, and slay dogheads. Each kill yields rewards. Side quest 2: conduct planet-wide sweeps across life planets A and B. Each doghead slain grants rewards. Escort destroyers will accompany you. Should formidable threats arise, they will clear the path and accelerate the war's progress. Side quest 3: gather all intelligence on the Hound civilization. In carriage 11, a somewhat nervous Ling Zheng hurriedly gathered his guild members. You all go rent a spaceship. We need a large one. And buy spacesuits. 200 sets should be enough. It is said that the rewards for fighting inside the warship will be greater. President, our guild doesn't have enough money. It's fine, he'll take out a loan. We need to have all the necessary weapons. This is a great opportunity for our development. Just as Ling Zhang was about to leave, he was called by Ling Yu. Brother, I want to go too. Ling Zhang smiled gently. You can either play here nicely or I can send you to the daycare. Choose for yourself. Ling Yu stuck out her tongue. I'll go play with the robot sister. Robot sister. Ling Zhang turned to see a slender robot with a light pink exterior featuring feminine characteristics standing nearby. May I ask who you are? The robot replied in a human voice. You go do your own thing, I will take care of her. Ling Zhang knew that the robots here wouldn't harm them, so he nodded in agreement and hurried off to the market. After Ling Zhang left, the robot sat in his seat and extended its finger. Yeah, can you continue to help me? Ling Yu smiled sweetly and nodded vigorously. In the lounge area, Chen An had just taken a drink when he received a reminder from Fu Yao. Are you saying that Ling Yu has a talent for mechanics, but it's unclear if she can awaken? She recently allowed a robot to have its own programming and can make it continue to evolve until it becomes a true mechanical life form. Chen An was shocked. Can mechanics turn robots into life? It doesn't seem beneficial to me, right? He wanted absolute control over the robots without them having self-awareness. Mechanics upgrading mechanical components can create stronger, extraordinary weapons. The robot doesn't possess life, it is merely upgrading. Moreover, due to Ling Yu's current weakness, this process is exceptionally slow. Do you need to stop it, master? After thinking for a moment, Chen An shook his head. No need to stop it, just one robot is not a problem. It can help train Ling Yu's abilities. Suddenly filled with regret, he thought he should have paid more attention to Ling Zhang's family. Was there a problem with their bloodline? Tests have shown that both Ling Zhang and Ling Yu's bloodlines are normal with no special extraordinary genes. Then it's pure luck. Where did Luoyu go? Chen An walked to the pet area and found Luoyu there. Previously, during their time on giant lizard star, Chen An had greenified half of the space in the pet area. There were lawns, trees, and flowers, creating a relatively complete ecosystem. If the train journey was long, he could rejuvenate himself inside. At that moment, Luoyu was rooted in the grass, joyfully shaking her branches. Chen An, you're here. Chen An walked over and asked, are you adapting well? Hee, this place is wonderful. I thought your train wouldn't have such an environment, but it's still a bit lacking compared to my previous train. Chen An generously said, this area belongs to you. Feel free to transform it as you wish. Thank you. Do you want a mental connection? No, I don't need it right now. What about a prophecy? No need for that either, just rest well. Liu's prophecies shouldn't be overused. They must be reserved for crucial moments, and Chen An was sensible enough to understand that. Just as he was about to leave, Chen An saw Liu's body growing wildly until it transformed into a large tree resembling a willow. Come up and sit for a while. Okay, I'll chat with you. Meanwhile, the spaceship of the Holy Yu Guild departed from the landing pad, searching for warships that had not yet been heavily landed. In the cockpit, Ling Zhang studied the map data and found a warship 30 kilometers away. This warship had half of its head blown off, losing power and floating as space debris. The warship's landing platform was also destroyed, and the robot army of the train was invading. No other guilds were nearby. Let's go there. Hopefully the robots will be slow, as there don't seem to be many dog-headed men. The data on the watch shows that dog-headed men are stronger than robots. Without our involvement, the robots will pay a heavy price to complete the extermination. The speaker was the vice president named Lu Yong, a brother Ling Zhang had brought along. Ling Zhang opened his watch, found the relevant data, and felt some worry. There are definitely second-tier dog-headed men among them, and they carry heavy weapons. We can only land 200 people, it might be tough to deal with. Lu Yong sometimes had clearer insights than Ling Zhang, laughing. Our task is not to eliminate all the dog-headed men. We are just here to complete the mission. If we can kill a few, that's good. Let the robots handle the rest. Ling Gu, are you about to reach the second tier? Indeed, I'm close, but still a bit short. Quickly select people. Those willing to land for battle, please sign up. The rewards are the same as other guilds during the mission. Enemies killed will be split 50-50. This means that if a dog-headed man is killed, both the individual and the guild will receive half. The number of sign-ups quickly reached capacity, almost all being Ling Zhang's most core subordinates possessing considerable combat power. A few minutes later, 200 people donned spacesuits, and fully armed, they exited to battle, including Ling Zhang. Lu Yong will each lead 100 people and fight separately. Alright, Ling Gu, take care. They crossed the landing pad and entered a long corridor filled with traces of many robot battles, leaving behind numerous discarded corpses. Can everyone use weapons? Ling Zhang asked loudly. The people behind him responded in unison. We learned long ago. These weapons are powerful, one shot can kill a person. If we had these weapons back then, we would have overthrown the rule of the Witch God Empire long ago. Let's not dwell on the past, load the magazines and chamber the bullets. Shoot to kill any dog-headed men we see. Understood. The team moved quickly, passing through the corridor and arriving at the armory. It had long been blown to pieces with fierce battle sounds ahead. Ling Zhang led the team to quickly advance and saw 3 dog-headed men relying on the armory's equipment slaughtering robots. Robots are still too foolish, charging headfirst into the line of fire without understanding the need for adaptability. In Ling Zhang's view, there were many ways to resolve the situation. A frontal charge was the worst. He glanced around, gestured to 2 subordinates who had practiced marksmanship, and pointed to a beam on the high platform to the left. "You 2 go up here to secure the high ground. As soon as the enemy escapes through the side door, shoot immediately." He personally led 3 agile subordinates weaving through the debris from the right side, quickly arriving at the enemy's flank. The dog-headed men probably thought that only robots would land for battle, not expecting real people to charge in. They were still fighting with abandon, their laser weapons firing frantically ahead. "What weapon is that? It feels stronger than ours," one subordinate mumbled. Ling Zhang replied, "Don't worry about that, wait for my command." After identifying the optimal firing angle, Ling Zhang ordered his troops to open fire. 3 rifles discharged in rapid succession, their dense barrage tearing the nearest kobold apart with countless bullet wounds. Though the bullets lacked the destructive power of the enemy's laser weapons, they were more than sufficient to kill. "Hostiles spotted, return fire." The remaining 2 kobolds reacted swiftly, shifting position to take cover behind the opposite flank. 1 immediately opened fire toward Ling Zhang. Yet their new positions now lay squarely within the lethal arc of the left side gantry-mounted weapon system. A staccato volley rang out, and both kobolds collapsed lifeless and beyond revival. Ling Zhang waited a moment, then observed the combat robots withdrawing from the armory, confirming that no kobolds remained inside. He hurried forward with his team and instructed firmly, "Whoever lands the killing shot takes the photo. No disputes. If 2 cooperate on a takedown, the reward is split evenly." There were 2 ways to submit mission proof: physically returning the corpse to the train or capturing photographic evidence via wristcoms. During active combat, the latter was far more practical. Whiz! A nearby comrade seized an enemy weapon, fumbled hastily, and fired a searing laser bolt that punched a smoking cavity into the steel bulkhead. Incredible firepower! Impressed by its effectiveness, Ling Zhang signaled his entire squad to switch weapons. And given they stood inside an armory, he even contemplated smuggling armaments back for his guild's use. Just as he prepared to do so, his wristcoms flashed a stark warning. "All weaponry aboard this vessel has been formally requisitioned by the train. Passengers hold only operational rights, not ownership. Allowing passengers to freely loot spoils would undermine the core purpose, honing combat proficiency, not profiteering from battlefield salvage. Otherwise Chen An would never have assigned such missions in the first place." Ling Zhang then led his unit deeper into the ship, eliminating every kobold they encountered. This pattern held across all warships. Robots spearheaded the advance, while passengers followed closely behind to secure kills. It wasn't mere kill-stealing. Without their follow-up damage, robotic losses would have been significantly higher. 3 hours later, hostilities aboard all vessels drew to a close. Fu Yao conducted a full-spectrum scan, confirmed total kobold eradication, and initiated the retraction of every warship into the train. Guilds likewise returned aboard. The train would carry them back to orbit near the star before commencing the planetary campaign against the 2 target worlds. Under current conditions, with no new warship production, 8 vessels can be fully repaired daily. Chen An had recently undergone a neural synchronization with Luoyu, and now reclined lazily on the sofa, utterly disinclined to move. Prioritize repairing destroyers first, then frigates. Once both classes are fully restored, commence concurrent production, but maintain destroyer output as the strategic priority. 2 days per destroyer. Fine. 2 days it is. Time is precisely what I have in abundance. Once the train returns to orbit, launch the next campaign immediately. Any objections? Initial combat analysis reveals kobolds rely almost exclusively on laser weaponry. Passengers cannot counter them effectively. Chen An frowned. Costa truly gives no thought to the future. No wonder their enhancements appear so rudimentary. He never intended to cultivate transcendence. Merely to survive the early phase, nothing more. Transcendence is the future. No matter how advanced your arsenal, be it lasers or particle beams, it becomes utterly meaningless when confronted by a stellar annihilator capable of shattering planets with a single punch. Chen An added, "Naturally, I understand that. Consider the star beasts that obliterated botanical civilizations. Only a transcendent railgun could pierce their hide. Everything else is irrelevant. But circumstances demand pragmatism now. Issue a public announcement. The market will list the blue light laser rifle at 200 star credits. Since kobolds offer negligible training value, the train will conduct direct assaults without passenger involvement. Deploy 80 frigates alongside all combat robots to execute swift total eradication of all kobold forces." In the marketplace, the sudden release of blue light ignited a frenzy. Major guilds launched immediate procurement campaigns, expending credits by the tens of thousands. Rumor says blue light was introduced specifically to counter kobold lasers. Our blue light integrates an advanced energy module. Fully charged, it delivers 100 precise shots. No need to fret over recharging. Every vessel provides standardized charging ports. Damn. Buying one blue light guarantees years of service. Unbelievably cost-effective. Note energy modules possess finite recharge cycles. If shot count declines after each recharge replacement is strongly advised. Such technical details were already available on wristcoms. Those who read diligently shared them openly in the marketplace, earning widespread attention and credibility. Hey, is that a member of the Nightfall Guild? You don't even recognize Guildmaster Xiao Zhen. They're here to buy arms. Given Nightfall's scale, purchasing 500 blue lights should pose no difficulty. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Zhen did not select blue light, but instead chose the K-28 sniper rifle, a weapon released days earlier yet largely ignored by buyers. Priced at merely 20 star credits, the sniper rifle carried steep ammunition costs. 1 credit per round. In prior campaigns, standard rifles consistently outperformed sniper rifles as most planetary environments proved too complex, offering scant opportunity for long-range engagements. Someone ventured to ask, Guildmaster Xiao, did you perhaps misread the specs? Xiao Zhen grinned faintly. My eyesight is flawless. Let me remind you, the train's earlier announcement made it explicit: warships and combat robots will serve as the primary offensive force. That single sentence left listeners bewildered, until Xiao Zhen's decision spread. Suddenly numerous guildmasters grasped the implication and halted blue light purchases, en masse pivoting instead to bulk buy sniper rifles. At market, Tenyang Yuan voiced confusion over Zi Shu's directive. Senior sister Zi Xiaozhen has always marched to his own drum, but we're different. Caution is wiser. Though cheaper than blue light, sniper rifles offered inferior combat utility and value for credit. Zi Shu dismissed his protest with a sharp command: no debate, just buy. Face authentication limits restricted purchases to 10 units per transaction. Far too slow. Everyone buy simultaneously. Acquire 500 rifles. Ammunition stock 10,000 rounds. Beyond, Zi Shu, Chen Guoliang of Hope Guild and Xiafeng of Divine Dragon Guild also rushed to procure sniper rifles in bulk. They deliberately withheld explanation, allowing others to deduce the strategy independently. In Carriage 11, Ling Zhang faced similar inquiries from fellow guildmasters, having purchased sniper rifles even faster than Xiao Zhen. His relative obscurity simply meant the news hadn't yet spread. Ling Zhang scratched his head sheepishly. 2 reasons. First, our guild is strapped for credits. We simply couldn't afford blue light. Second, during earlier engagements I realized that once the train commits to battle, opportunities for close-quarters combat vanish almost entirely. With sniper rifles, however, we can claim kills from extreme range. I've tested it. Even if robots reduce an enemy to pulp, the final shot, delivered by me, secures the kill credit. Others nodded in sudden clarity. What good were hundreds of blue light rifles whose short effective range demanded proximity? Robots would inevitably intercept before humans closed in. Far better to dominate from distance, maximizing kill credits while minimizing risk. As this logic permeated the network, guilds scrambled en masse into the marketplace to seize sniper rifles. Was the weight of the final judgment too heavy? Should the rules be changed? Fuyao was clearly aware of the changes happening in the carriage. Chen An said, "There's no need to change, it's fine as long as it adheres to the rules. Since the train has returned to the tracks, let's begin. The battle must end within 24 hours. Not long after, the doors of each carriage opened and one spaceship after another emerged. Ahead of them, the escort ship moved forward, heading towards Life Stars A and B, 300 million kilometers away. In the living room, Chen An opened the frontline broadcast, preparing to watch the entire process. By the way, call Luo Yu over. After Luo Yu joyfully ran over Chen and was astonished to find that she was only 1.5 meters tall, like a small sapling. Can you change your body? Of course. As long as there's water and nutrients, I can control my height and body shape. This is a special ability of our species. However, there are limits. I cannot go below 1 meter or exceed 10 meters. The height limit increases with age. That's not important. Come sit here next to me. Do you feel at home living with me? It's quite nice. I feel very safe. Can I go to the carriage to play? Not yet, just wait a little longer. The current passengers of the train were all humanoid species. The sudden appearance of a tray ant would cause chaos, which would be troublesome. The two sat together watching the live broadcast as the fleet approached the 2 planets. Chen An suddenly felt a chill and discovered a small green hand resting on his arm. It was small and delicate, appearing somewhat cute. If this had happened before, Chen An would never have imagined that he would be playing with a tree and even developing some sort of special relationship. Fuyao, I feel like my worldview is collapsing. Tell me this is normal. It's indeed normal. In the face of an ever-expanding universe, your worldview is outdated. I suggest you shatter it and reshape it. He. The laughter came from Luo Yu, who seemed to find it amusing without explaining the punchline. Chen and I want to eat something. Photosynthesis cannot provide me with enough nutrients. Only the crystal can provide me with extraordinary energy. What do you eat? Fruits. Nutrient solutions. Luo Yu widened her eyes. Why would I eat fruits? I will bear fruit in the future. There's no reason to eat my own children. This statement instantly short-circuited Chen An's brain. Numerous ethical dilemmas arose in his mind. He asked, will you bear fruit? Luo Yu's branch-woven face had a slight blush as she softly replied, I might have your children in the future. Oh, of course I will bear fruit. I just don't know how many I can bear. I like children. Chen An suddenly sprayed the cola he had just drunk. Some went down the wrong pipe and he coughed for quite a while. There's no need for the host to worry. She cannot bear fruit before the revival period ends. I know, I was just startled. Reproductive isolation is no joke. You can't easily bear fruit. The host cannot say such things. If the genes are strong enough, if there are no restrictions, and if you engage in physical exchanges, it is indeed possible to bear fruit. Chen An chuckled, asking Luo Yu, so does that mean I can't eat fruits in the future? Of course you can. There's no conflict. Chen An inexplicably thought of the Calabash brothers from Earth, and his mind suddenly loosened, filled with all sorts of bizarre ideas. He shook his head, casting aside those strange thoughts. Fortunately, there are restrictions in place, or otherwise who knows what might be born. Do you eat meat? Luo Yu nodded. Star beast meat is the best. Chen An instructed the robot to prepare it, only to find that Luo Yu only ate raw food and couldn't eat cooked meat. Why do humans eat cooked food? Raw food is so good, delicious, and nutritious. Cooked food becomes less tasty during the preparation process. Chen An realized that he and Luo Yu were not just incompatible. They were almost entirely mismatched. Only their spirits could resonate. It was precisely because of the compatibility of their spirits that they could find harmony amidst all their differences. Enough of this. Let's watch the live broadcast. On the screen, the battleship had already entered the atmosphere of the two planets, searching for the location of the dog-headed people. The dog-headed people were not fools. They had already prepared for battle the moment the train was destroyed. Moreover, they had no retreat and had to fight to the end. Boom, boom, boom. The warships fired thousands of cannons, simultaneously beginning a concentrated bombardment on the areas where the dog-headed people were gathered, creating a truly spectacular scene. Chen An reminded, don't destroy the mineral resources, especially the crystal mines. Please rest assured, host. We have avoided most important resources. Our natural resources required to be preserved. No need, just carpet bombing is fine. After the bombing, let the robots and the guild land and clean up the remaining enemies. With such orders, Fuyao controlled the warship to attack indiscriminately and utilized the highest efficiency. In some areas that were dry and flammable, incendiary bombs were dropped in large quantities. In places that were flat grasslands, laser beams were directly used to sweep, leaving no escape for the dog-headed people's ships. Behind the fleet, the ships of various guilds temporarily halted, watching in awe. Once the dog-headed people lose their fleet, we will be purely engaging in dimensional suppression, which is terrifying. They could not see the surface of the planet, but through the spaceship's reconnaissance system, they could see that the planet was engulfed in flames ceaselessly. If compared to the Purple Star, a single warship could cover a significant portion of a small continent with firepower, rendering the ground defenseless. However, there was still some resistance. Some large ships counterattacked with their main cannons, indeed inflicting minor injuries on the warships. But the warships could easily adjust their shooting targets, obliterating them entirely, their combat power not being on the same dimension. The guild leaders were extremely shocked, especially Xiao Jin. He watched with bloodshot eyes, his fingers cracking from tension. If I had such a fleet, I could reach the heavens. Chairman, we are already in the sky. If you don't speak, no one will think you're a mute. I find this journey increasingly interesting. I need to work harder in the future to strive for the purchase of a warship. The people around thought their chairman had gone mad. How could they afford a warship? They could barely afford a spaceship. However, soon after, someone shouted in surprise while looking at their wristwatch. Look quickly. The crowd opened the market on their wristwatches and discovered that some new products had appeared. A 106 transport ship small 500000 star coins, a 106 transport ship medium 1000000 star coins, a 106 transport ship large 500000 star coins, F399 multifunctional transport ship small 80000 star coins, F399 multifunctional transport ship medium 2000000 star coins, F399 multifunctional transport ship large 8000000 star coins train. Exclusive escort ship standard 1500000 star coins train. Exclusive destroyer ship standard 3000000 star coins. My heavens, 300 million star coins. Selling us all wouldn't even be enough change. Unlike the others' dismay, Xiao Jun was grinning widely, because he saw hope. As long as they sold the train, he dared to make money to buy one. Just 300 million, surely they could make it. 80 escort ships swept across the two planets with a crushing force. After a ceasefire, it took 2 hours for the robots and passengers to conduct landing operations. The train provided real-time numerical updates. Remaining dog-headed people 270531, surviving over 200,000 under such fierce attacks showcases the formidable survival capabilities of the dog-headed people. However, as the landing troops deployed, the living space of the dog-headed people was gradually compressed. Inside the train, Chen An was not satisfied with the current situation. How many combat robots do we currently have? 74286 units, among which more than 20,000 are scrapped and undergoing recycling. Continue production to maintain the number of combat robots around 200,000. Can they be upgraded? Is the version too low to even defeat the dog-headed people? If the master wishes to upgrade the robots, more technological breakthroughs are needed. Breakthroughs have two meanings: one is self-research, and the other is seizing the achievements of others. I suggest choosing the latter. Chen An replied, I want to, but if others can produce more advanced robots, do you think we can defeat them? How long will research and development take? Based on our train's current research level, it will take at least 2.5 years. Aren't you supposed to know everything? Just upgrade me directly. Fuyo also needs to learn. She has not encountered more advanced robot research materials yet. It makes sense, as Fuyo, despite being a superintelligence, mainly knows information limited to rules and lacks complete clarity on substantive content requiring continuous learning and upgrading. Alright, I understand. Let's immediately initiate the development progress for the next generation of robots. It's better than having nothing. Chen An no longer focused on the war. He cared more about the future development of the train. What else is usable from those two trains besides resources and cores? The deceased trains can be disassembled to extract a considerable amount of good materials which can be used to manufacture celestial patrol ships. Can I manufacture them now? After the train is upgraded to 2 stars, it will acquire a factory for building patrol ships, but it may not necessarily be able to manufacture them without more technological breakthroughs. Immediately disassemble the 2 trains once the resources are collected. Gather everything useful. 1 hour later, Fuyo reported on the resource collection situation. The initial collection of dog-headed people's trains has been completed, yielding over 50 million energy crystals. Chen An was all smiles. That means I only consumed over 4 million energy crystals, a huge profit. Master, the scout ships in various areas have returned information indicating that 4 planets abundant in energy crystals have been discovered in the system. The estimated total is 70 million units. Chen An couldn't stop smiling and immediately grabbed a bottle of energy drink and took a big gulp. From now on, focusing on collecting energy crystals will be our primary task. All other collections must yield priority to energy crystals. Fuyo understood and has already prioritized energy crystal collection as the highest priority. Besides energy crystals, there are many other mineral resources available for manufacturing destroyers, which is also a key focus for Chen An. In the following days, the train doubled the number of mining ships and mining robots crazily collecting resources. On the other hand, the dog-headed people only lasted 3 days before being wiped out, signaling the end of the war. Various guilds benefited greatly. Firstly, there were task rewards, especially from the main storyline task pool, which allowed large guilds to reap substantial profits. Secondly, the 2 planets possessed massive resources. As long as they were willing to work hard, every guild could get their fill. There were no longer passengers idly waiting for death on the train. Everyone was striving for survival. The Yueshing people fully adapted to their new lives, gradually indistinguishable from the Zixing people. As for certain physical distinctions, they went unnoticed. 5 days after the train stopped in the system, a sudden signal put Chen An on high alert. Fuyo, has the signal been deciphered? Chen An sat upright in the cockpit as reconnaissance ships spread throughout the system, returned a wealth of real-time images, finding no anomalies so far. The information has been deciphered. It is an audio segment. Would you like to play it? Play it. The audio was converted into Zixing language, the tone urgent and the voice anxious. Help! What a powerful star beast. The train has been torn apart. It's over this time. It's truly over. Are there any other trains nearby to save us? The content was fragmented, but the information was clear. Another train encountered a star beast, likely the same one that previously destroyed the plant-type civilization. Fuyo, how far is that train from us? Based on the degree of signal attenuation, it is likely over 10 billion kilometers away, most likely in front of our flight path. Chen An swallowed hard. I have an extraordinary orbital cannon. It should be able to take it down, right? It is advised that the master does not attempt this. If the star beast has special abilities, it may evade the orbital cannon. So does that mean the only option when encountering that creature is to jump through space to escape? After thinking for a long time, Chen An called Luoyu to predict what would happen to the train's future route. If a leader-level star beast is encountered, it must be avoided in advance, even if it means taking a longer route. Luoyu completely obeyed Chen An's instructions, her branches affixed to the interior walls like tentacles with green energy flashing on her trunk. Chen An dared not disturb her, trying to stay as far away as possible. Fuyo, quickly prepare energy crystals. She might consume a lot this time. Chen An felt heartbroken, unsure how much lifespan Luoyu would consume during this prediction. After about half an hour, Luoyu let out a scream. Chen An hurried over, seeing Liyu's entire body turned yellow and her branches wilted, as if deprived of moisture, collapsing on the ground like a puddle of mud. Quick energy crystals. Boxes of energy crystals were stacked up and poured around Luoyu, and her body quickly absorbed them. Fuyo, why does she have such severe after effects? Perhaps it is because the master did not set limits for her, so she kept predicting until she was exhausted. Chen An slapped himself. It's my fault. I forgot to tell her to only predict for the days leading up to the train's departure. After waiting for about an hour, Luoyu finally revived her body, once again restored to a vibrant green. Chen and I predicted the encounters of the train for the next 6 months. Isn't that amazing? Chen An praised. Indeed, it's quite remarkable. There's no one more impressive than you on this entire train. My mind is a bit confused. Let me sort it out first. After a while, Luoyu revealed the results of her predictions. We will depart in 12 days, and after 31 days of travel, we will reach a vast star region. There are numerous stellar systems there, each with life planets, and we must stay for an extended period. Because it is a jump node, it is uncertain when it will open. Since we arrive too late, good stellar systems have been occupied by other trains. After facing numerous obstacles, we can only go to remote areas and develop in relatively barren star systems. 2 months later, we will clash with the three-eyed people, losing over 10 escort ships. Due to the three-eyed people being too powerful, we can only leave the system and relocate to the outer regions. 3 months later, we will clash with the Tianlang people, resulting in the deaths of many passengers, and in a fit of anger you will use the extraordinary orbital cannon to wipe out the Tianlang people. Other trains will be wary of us. 6 months later, the Star Beast will come exactly towards our direction, and you will prepare to use space jumping. I only predicted up to here. After listening to Luoyu's prophecy, Chen and felt a bit stifled. I can attack or defend. How did I end up in this situation? Speaking of which, we arrived too late and missed the best position. Fuyao immediately issued an announcement that we will leave tomorrow and disregard any uncollected resources. He prepared to advance at full speed, aiming to reach the jump point before the other trains and find the best position. The order issued by the train was too abrupt, causing the passengers to be taken aback, but they dared not refute it and could only comply. Thus the guilds hurried to gather essential resources to ensure the upcoming journey would proceed smoothly. Chen An also planned to make some changes. Xiaoyu, how many stops did we make on the way to the jump node and how much time did we spend? Luoyu replied, after departing we will discover the life star in 10 days, and we will dock for 5 days then. Chen An, alright, we will save those 5 days and not make any stops during that time. Fuyao immediately lower the basic food prices in the market, so that all passengers can afford to eat on the train. Only the wealthy guild leaders could afford it. The true lower class cannot survive a month, Chen, and must provide sufficient food supply for them. Master, if we lower the prices any further there will be no profit margin left. It would be better to give it away for free. That's where you're mistaken. Even if it drops to 0.01 star coins, it's still better than giving it away for free. Remember, we must never open the floodgates for free except in special circumstances. Can we finish collecting the crystals? We have collected 60 million units, but the remaining 10 million units are buried too deep and will require more time to extract. Then forget about it. We will use all the remaining time today to gather food and scour both planets clean as much as possible. After making these decisions, Chen An returned to his bedroom and lay down for a bit. He didn't fall asleep but pondered whether his decisions were appropriate and if they needed further refinement. Fuyao also strategized in his mind, ultimately making adjustments. The time was extended by 1 day, and the train would set off the day after tomorrow. Because gaining an extra day or losing a day wouldn't significantly affect reaching the jump point, but it would impact the various guilds and the resource collection of the train. Chen An realized a lot. The train didn't actually need to synchronize with the cosmic obliteration. If he had a better plan, he could easily move ahead and avoid the obliteration. Moreover, it wasn't necessary to collect every resource along the way. The universe is vast and there are countless planets. Some can be overlooked for the greater good. Fuyao, prepare the spaceship. I want to take Luoyu to play on the planet. The plan was to be executed by Fuyao as he had nothing else to do. Hearing that they were going out to play, Luoyu was extremely happy. Chen An, thank you. I just wanted to go out to play, and I happened to bring you along. Half an hour later, Chen An's private spaceship docked on planet B. He forgot one thing: this planet had been ravaged by war, making it difficult to find a comfortable environment. Fortunately, the planet was large, and there were bound to be places with intact scenery. Luoyu joyfully entered the forest and frolicked around in the lush greenery. Sometimes she would root herself into the earth, growing exceptionally tall to taste the nutrients of the surrounding soil. Chen An followed her around, suddenly recalling that he could photosynthesize and wanted to try it. Fuyao, how do I photosynthesize? Just allow your body to freely absorb ultraviolet radiation. In simple terms, it meant basking in the sun. Chen An found a large stone slab to lie on, treating himself like a tree. After waiting for a while, he felt nothing. Where are the cells that can photosynthesize? Please explore this yourself. Without a doubt, the cells capable of photosynthesis were definitely under his clothes. Thus Chen An took off his shirt, and the warm sensation immediately intensified, and the energy began to accumulate. Is this photosynthesis? It feels quite marvelous. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a coolness on his back. I feel that this way you are closer to nature. Why did humans invent clothes? It's so strange. Chen An's mouth twitched, and he found himself at a loss for words. Luo Yu said, "There's a small lake over there, do you want to catch fish?" Sure. Fish meat was not rare. Almost every life star had it. However, aquatic life forms were more varied than terrestrial ones, and one could often find new species to eat. Upon reaching the lakeside, Chen An prepared to have the robot catch fish. Little did he know Luo Yu was faster, or her legs rooted into the ground, and her arms transformed into long branches, easily fishing out several fish from the lake. Chen An gave a thumbs up. Whoever takes you along will never run out of air force. Luo Yu wanted to eat raw fish while Chen An preferred grilled fish, and they did not interfere with each other. The day passed quietly, and Chen An felt incredibly relaxed. After returning to the train at night, Chen An checked the resource collection progress. 2 death trains had already been dismantled and all usable materials were collected. The food storage was full enough to meet the needs of everyone on the train for half a year. Important minerals were still being extracted and the storage quantity had also increased. Then there was the warship aspect. 20 escort ships had been repaired, both destroyers were fully restored, and a new type of destroyer specifically for the train was currently being manufactured. Overall, everything was looking good, just waiting for departure. On the final day, Chen An disguised himself as a passenger and wandered around the carriage. Since most people were outside gathering resources, very few remained on the train. Chen An first went to the daycare center where the children were learning knowledge. The knowledge was not about mathematics or science, but rather focused on recognizing celestial beings. This is quite good. I want to nurture loyal explorers, not scientists. After casually checking the daycare center, Chen An went to carriage number 11. Yeah, I'm back again. Ling Yu was playing with the robot, and upon seeing Chen An, she was overjoyed. Brother and I missed you so much. It's been several days since you last came. Here, have some candy and go fetch some hot water for me. After sending the child away, Chen An asked the robot, "What do you think of Yeya's existence?" All robots were aware of Chen An's identity, and this one was no exception. Yeya is the cutest person. I want to protect her. Chen An let Fuyao check the robot's signal for any anomalies. There were none, and it indeed spoke the truth. Alright, your next task is to protect Yeya closely. Do you have a name? The robot shook its head. Please bestow a name upon me, train master. From now on, your name is Yi. Ding. A human-like spark appeared in the robot's eyes, and the character Yi was deeply imprinted in its core program. Master Yi is undergoing a fundamental evolution toward Yin nature. Chen An understood Yin referred to femininity. Wasn't he originally a female android? Previously it was merely superficial form and programming. Now it is authentic in essence, capable of true yin-yang resonance. Spare me the metaphysics. I'm already having a physiological response. Before long, Ling Yu returned and handed Chen An a cup of hot water. He drank it slowly, exchanged a few casual words with her, then departed. The final day passed swiftly. As its end approached, passengers instinctively reboarded the train and remained inside. Chen An returned to the cockpit to conduct a final systems check. Power reserves are at full capacity and all required resources have been harvested. Is the onboard water supply sufficient? The train maintains a 3-month water reserve at all times. In other words, even with unrestricted usage, the supply would last 3 months. Very well. Issue an announcement: departure in 1 hour. Upon release, the broadcast elicited calm across all carriages. No panic, no unrest. Fuyao issue another announcement: the train will accept second-hand weapons for recycling with valuation based on condition. It had recently come to light that certain guilds had purchased vast arsenals, yet found them largely useless, and now struggled to repay their loans. To prevent such guilds from abandoning responsibility altogether, Chen An needed to intervene tactfully. Following the announcement, participation surged. Not only among smaller guilds, but even major ones joined enthusiastically. The most frequently surrendered weapon was the Blue Light series. Yet its resale value rarely exceeded 70% of original cost. This outcome left Chen An utterly astounded. Surely not. The Blue Light is an elite-grade weapon. Why would anyone discard it? Circumstances aren't static. If I refrain from intervening next time, won't you be forced to buy Blue Light again? This reflects herd mentality. When many engage in an action, others feel compelled to follow. Truthfully, though, it's simply a matter of insufficient funds. Large guilds like Hai Shiwang stored such weapons indefinitely. Recycling held no appeal for them. Chen An ceased concerning himself with these matters. So long as survival wasn't jeopardized, he allowed them to proceed as they wished. 1 hour later, the train departed, surging outward from the star system. Its initial acceleration was measured, but once clear of the star's inner orbital zone, it erupted forward like a celestial dragon breaching the sea, piercing the starfield at breathtaking velocity. Throughout the voyage, the train would deliberately navigate around stellar systems to sustain optimal cruising speed. 30 minutes elapsed. The train has fully exited the star system and entered standard transit mode. We recommend Master vacate the cockpit and rest. Chen An rose from the pilot's seat and stretched languidly. He lifted his gaze to the viewport, beyond which stretched an infinite radiant expanse of stars. Far in the distance, incandescent suns pulsed rhythmically, perhaps harboring phenomena beyond comprehension. Yet the train would not approach them, only skirt their peripheries at a respectful distance. After a quiet moment of contemplation, Chen An turned away and returned to the rest zone, resuming his tranquil, reclusive life. Still, with Luo Yu now aboard, his days had grown markedly more pleasant. 12 hours after departure, Chen An received a message from Zishu. Are you busy? Chen An, I'm sleeping, utterly idle. Zishu, you sleep without contacting me. Have you found another companion? After exchanging light-hearted banter, they agreed to meet in their usual chamber in 30 minutes. Fuyao, can I achieve spiritual resonance with her? You may resonate with any sentient being, but compatibility cannot be guaranteed. May I also resonate with yang-dominant beings? You cannot achieve resonance with yang-dominant beings, but coupling is possible contingent upon coupling affinity. Chen An, wait. Let me first dismantle my entire moral framework. There, my worldview lies in ruins. Proceed. What advantages does coupling confer? Coupling between two yang-dominant or two yin-dominant entities yields no tangible benefit, only anomalous sensory impressions. And those impressions are inferior even to resonance. Chen An exhaled in relief. Good. I'd feared you might suggest something inexplicably bizarre. However, if coupling affinity reaches 100%, the resulting effect surpasses even resonance in potency. Halt. That's enough. No degree of enhancement interests me. How do I initiate resonance myself? Previous resonances had been initiated solely by Luo Yu Chen and had remained entirely passive, unaware of the method. Only transcendent beings possess the capacity for resonance. You may attempt dispersing your consciousness. You shall perceive extraordinary phenomena. At that moment, Chen An stood on sublevel 1, ascending via floating platform toward carriage 10. He closed his eyes and extended his awareness, only to behold a wondrous prismatic realm. Are those motes of light manifestations of transcendent energy? You may condense transcendent energy into coherent beams, termed spiritual strings. These strings may resonate or couple with one another, granting profound, ineffable mental sensations. When you are the passive party, another may draw forth your spiritual string, but whether resonance occurs remains entirely your choice. Exactly. I'd suspected as much. Otherwise, one could casually resonate with strangers on the street. Chen An navigated effortlessly to carriage 10's physiological suite. Zishu had been waiting there, immediately rushing forward upon his arrival to envelop him in a firm, affectionate embrace. After the embrace, she tilted her head upward, pressing her nose against his chest and inhaling deeply. What are you doing? Checking for traces of other girls' scents. Astonishingly, there are none. Chen An, why do you look so surprised? Should I carry such traces? Zishu laughed playfully. I've always sensed you're not one to settle quietly. Relax. We're merely companions. No obligations. Besides, you couldn't possibly shoulder them. Humph. Look at your guilds ranking 500th place and falling. The Red Sun Guild existed in name only. Chen An seldom paid it heed. My guild is small. Just enough members to scrape by. Are you growing weary of me? Zishu wore a flowing violet gown and let her hair cascade freely. Her appearance transformed, radiating the poised elegance of a noblewoman. Nonsense. I wouldn't seek you out if I did. Hey, have you begun tiring of me? You've never once initiated contact. You're a grand guildmaster. I dare not waste your precious time. Zishu slipped her arm through his, unbothered by onlookers, and walked openly toward their reserved chamber. 30 minutes later. Chen An, don't you fear I'll fall for someone else? You seem utterly unconcerned. Chen An knew Zishu's every movement throughout each day. Do you intend to? Ouch! She had bitten his arm. Any other man would be frantic. Yet you remain unfazed. Other men hold no allure for me, but should the train captain appear before me, confess his deep affection, I might truly surrender. Chen An, won't you cultivate a shred of urgency? I am after all a stunning guildmaster. Chen An, if the train captain dares make such an advance, I'll beat him until his own mother fails to recognize him. Zishu's expression shifted instantly. She clapped a hand over Chen An's mouth. Respected train captain, please forgive this child's thoughtless words. He knows nothing of decorum. Chen An understood Zishu's emotions. The drastic changes around her made her worry about losing herself. Thus she sought closeness with those she cherished as a means to anchor herself. But if this person was too weak to anchor her, things could turn dire. All right, for you, I can reluctantly develop the guild. Zishu said softly. If it weren't for me, would you have been planning to just let things be? It's not about letting things be. It's about going with the flow. All right, stop making that face. When my guild surpasses yours, don't come crying to me. Zishu teased. You think you can surpass me? Are you still dreaming? Do you need help? I could easily offer some benefits to keep you fed. Chen An issued orders to Fu Yao in his mind. Open recruitment for Hong Ri, only accepting experienced second-order transcendents. Does the master want to specify benefits? Hong Ri has no benefits, it's up to luck who comes. The entire train serves as the greatest benefit. Since Zishu desired security, Chen An could provide her with some during leisure time, as he often found himself quite bored. Next, Zishu recounted her experiences and insights with great enthusiasm. Do you remember the singer Wen Jie? She's now with Yang Yuan. Liang Yu is usually so eccentric. Who would have guessed he would hook up with a girl from Yueshing and live so carefree every day? Last time we were hunting the dog-headed man, Yu Guan almost messed up. Since then he's been training every day. She chattered on for over 10 minutes, while Chen An closed his eyes, focusing on forming his spiritual strings. By merely controlling his spiritual strings to enter Zishu's mind, she would passively form her own. Chen An's strings were red while Zishu's were purple. Where is this? What's going on? Chen An didn't explain, instead guiding himself closer to establish a connection. Boom! Chen An never expected that this time the mental connection would take a full 8 hours. Fu Yao, what's going on? Your compatibility with Zishu has reached 90%. I see. I now believe what you said earlier. The higher the compatibility, the less severe the aftereffects are. What is my compatibility with Luo Yu? 86%. The main reason is that you come from different cultures, resulting in significant differences in perspectives. As time spent together increases, compatibility will gradually rise. Is there such a thing as 100% compatibility? You need to search for it yourself. 100% compatibility, also known as perfect compatibility, must exist in the universe, but whether you encounter it depends on your luck. After understanding this, Chen An asked, what have I gained from Zishu? Since you are of the same lineage, you haven't gained any extraordinary abilities, but rather enhanced your spirit. You can now form 2 spiritual strings. As his consciousness returned, Chen An noticed that Zishu had fallen asleep, and he too drifted off. For hours later, the two left the physiological area and encountered Yang Yuan at the door. This guy embracing Wen Jie looked shocked to see Chen An and Zishu. Sister Shu, you said you hadn't been here before. Old Chen, it really has to be you. I bet those pursuers are going to cry their hearts out. Chen An became interested and asked, how many pursuers does my Z have? There are plenty. It's not something that can be explained in a couple of sentences. If it can't be explained, quickly take your time. Come on, I'll treat you all to a grand meal. They all headed to the dining area, where Chen An waved his hand, ordering the most dishes he could. After ordering just a few, he was stopped by Zishu. Don't waste money, just enough will do. Yang Yuan chuckled. Indeed, we're all family, always saving money for old Chen. Let's go Dutch. He'll also call you Guan and Liang Yu over. Chen An didn't insist. Going Dutch was fine too. While waiting, Yang Yuan elaborated on Zishu's pursuers. Zishu didn't stop him, but rather looked expectant, hoping Chen An would react. Sister Shu's strongest pursuer is called Qin Mingguang, the president of the Mingyue Guild. Do you know him? Chen An nodded. That kid is bold and ambitious. He has a bright future ahead. I have faith in him. Yang Yuan continued. The Mingyue Guild is a massive guild with countless experts. He himself already has second-order cultivation, and he's probably not far from third-order. Old Chen, be careful. Are there any others? Yes, various guild leaders or vice presidents, for example. Yang Yuan talked for over 10 minutes, and indeed there were many, quite a few of whom were on Chen An's watch list. The so-called watch list refers to guild leaders with potential for future support. The dishes are coming out. Not long after Yu Guan and Liang Yu arrived. Liang Yu brought his partner named Zhu Xiaoyu, a polite and decent girl from the Yu ethnic group. Old Chen, I heard from old Yang that you and Sister Shu have gotten together. Yu Guan had a gossip-filled face. Liang Yu said, I estimate not today. They already had issues during the Purple Star event. So one should never hesitate. If you like someone, just go for it. If we hadn't been on the same train, you might have been separated forever. How regretful. Yang Yuan kicked him, laughing and scolding. Stop with the morbid talk. The food is here. Quickly stuff your mouth. This meal was very enjoyable. After finishing, they all went their separate ways, while Chen An and Zishu continued to explore, only returning after a long while. Half a day later, Fu Yao informed Chen An that someone wanted to challenge him. What do you mean? Qin Mingguang is waiting for you in the entertainment area, saying he wants to duel you in the transcendence battle. The loser leaves Zishu. Chen An found it amusing. A child throwing a tantrum, just ignore him. However, this matter escalated with more and more people wanting to challenge Chen An. Many even specifically sought out the first carriage, causing quite a stir. It seems those who are well-fed have nothing better to do. Fuyao researched some entertainment projects that everyone can participate in. After referring to the Purple Star data, I suggest you hold a singer selection competition or train games, which can effectively allow passengers to vent their emotions. You better come up with a good plan. But for now, I need to deal with these kids to prevent them from causing more trouble. Chen An wasn't angry. Instead, he found it interesting. He retrieved his helmet and entered the Transcendence battle game. Anyone can come. I aim to sweep through the entire train. Originally a challenge from Zishu's pursuers, it turned into his challenge against the whole train. Each carriage was in an uproar, especially Zishu's pursuers, who rushed to the entertainment area to challenge Chen An. No, rush one at a time. What is the current situation? In the entertainment area of Car No. 10 of the crowd was dense, packed tightly without any room to spare. The extraordinary battle game had a live broadcast, and the large screen ahead displayed the combat content. On the screen, 2 cartoon characters were smoothly engaged in battle, with the one on the right ultimately emerging victorious. Chen An is impressive, having won 15 consecutive matches, among which there are quite a few seniors. At first glance, his enhancement level is at the peak of the second stage. My goodness, 15 matches. I didn't expect Chen An, who was previously unknown, to actually be a big shot. Has Qin Mingguang gone up? Not yet. Look over there, he seems to be preparing to go on. Qin Mingguang donned a virtual helmet and challenged Chen An after entering the game. Chen An had been waiting for him and immediately accepted the challenge as the two entered the extraordinary battlefield. I am about to reach the third stage. I never use guns against goblin heads, only close combat. You still have time to concede now. Qin Mingguang aimed to assert dominance. Chen An chuckled lightly. I also don't use guns against goblin heads, because he only used cannons. Since you refuse to concede, let's begin. Just a reminder, I've trained in Sansho before. Once the battle started, both fought like martial arts masters, locked in a fierce struggle. Currently, Xiaojun had consistently ranked in the top 10 on the extraordinary leaderboard. Chen An said, "Come on, let me see how skilled you are. Fuyo, gather melee combat techniques for me. I want to learn on the spot." As various combat techniques filled Chen An's mind, he simply used Qin Mingguang as a practice partner, becoming increasingly proficient and systematic in his methods. At first, the audience thought the two were evenly matched and cheered loudly for Qin Mingguang. However, they soon realized something was off. Chen An seemed to be growing stronger, gradually suppressing Qin Mingguang, able to defeat him at any moment, but choosing not to unleash his full strength. He can't be trying to practice, right? It's obvious he is. This is interesting. The person speaking was Xiaojun, who had just arrived and was feeling a bit restless. 5 minutes later, unable to bear the humiliation, Qin Mingguang conceded voluntarily, leaving with a flushed face and promising never to pursue Zishu again. Since Qin Mingguang lost, weaker challengers were reluctant to step up and embarrass themselves, leaving Chen An waiting for a long time without an opponent. Just as he was about to declare complete victory, the game alerted him that someone had initiated a challenge. Xiaojun, what does this have to do with him? Why is he joining the fray? The two were sent to the arena, where Xiaojun first cupped his fists in apology. I couldn't resist the urge to try, a brother. Chen, please go easy on me. Although they had met before, they weren't very familiar with each other. Currently, Xiaojun had consistently ranked in the top 10 on the extraordinary leaderboard. Chen An said, "Come on, let me see how skilled you are." When Xiaojun participated in the challenge, it quickly stirred up a larger commotion. The Grand Elders, who had originally not paid attention to this matter, immediately headed to the entertainment area, as they were quite bored. However, upon their arrival, they received the news that Xiaojun had been defeated. So soon? Xiaojun is ranked in the top 10? Why couldn't he defeat Chen An? It's unclear. Chen An is ridiculously strong. Initially they seemed evenly matched, but for some reason Chen An always managed to suddenly become more powerful. Look, someone else is going up. It seems to be Xiafeng. I am Xiafeng. I seek guidance from brother Chen An. Xiafeng, a former special forces instructor, attacked with great ferocity. At first, without using his third stage power, Chen An surprisingly found himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he quickly adapted and learned Xiafeng's military combat style, turning the situation around and defeating Xiafeng. Following that, more challengers stepped up and Chen An accepted them all. Han Dong lasted 3 minutes, Chan Guoyang lasted 5 minutes, Lu Chang lasted 7 minutes. In just 2 hours, Chen An had faced nearly all the experts. The last to step up was unexpectedly Zishu. Hehe, I also want to challenge you. Chen An defeated Zishu in 10 minutes. It wasn't out of mercy. Rather, Zishu was already ranked 3rd and was stronger than Xiaojun. After that, no one dared to challenge him. Someone compiled the data and found that Chen An had achieved 100 consecutive victories. He who does not make a sound suddenly astonishes. Chen An rose from 500th to 1st place in just 1 day, which is unimaginable. Which guild is he in? The Hongri Guild ranked very low. Interestingly, his guild offers no benefits and has high-level requirements, so no one is willing to join. A guild that requires a minimum of the second stage? Are they crazy? This matter made the interior of the carriage lively, but it only lasted for a day. The next day, the train released a series of announcements. The train will hold a singing competition with the champion receiving a reward of 20,000 star coins, and the title of Best Singer. The train will hold a talent show with the champion receiving a reward of 20,000 star coins, and the title of Train Talent. The train will host various gaming competitions with the champion team receiving rewards ranging from 5,000 to 20,000 star coins. The train will hold extraordinary battle competitions with the champion receiving 100,000 star coins, and the top 10 will receive corresponding rewards. A series of announcements caused a sensation, making the carriage even more lively. Those who enjoy singing can participate in the singing competition, and those with special abilities can join the talent show. If you like games, you can form teams to register for various gaming events. However, people were more focused on the extraordinary battles. They were visually appealing, and the rewards were plentiful. Is there even a need for matches? Chen and will definitely come in first. Please read the rules first and don't just complain. The rules clearly stated that the top 10 on the extraordinary leaderboard would not participate in the competition. Furthermore, participants were limited to the second stage. If they exceeded that level, they would be disqualified. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and register. The singing competition and talent show will have separate areas for competition. The 20 carriages will be divided into 20 competition zones. First, select the winners within each zone, then the winners will compete in elimination rounds culminating in the semifinals and finals, which will be highly anticipated. The games will mainly consist of shooting games and MOBA games. I recommend using virtual battles for shooting games to cultivate passengers' combat skills and attract more participants. The extraordinary battles are the most popular and will also be divided into regional competitions. Each competition zone will select over 10 participants for elimination rounds, giving them more opportunities to showcase their skills. Master relevant activities are underway, and according to the plan, the events will conclude just as the train arrives at the jump point. Chen An was very satisfied. His organization of these activities wasn't a whim, but rather to keep the passengers energized, otherwise prolonged travel would weaken them. Very good. We can do this in the future. Are there any projects suitable for guilds? You could develop guild combat games, which might be even more interesting. Currently under research and will be developed soon. Good, take your time, no rush. After setting aside these trivial matters, Chen An brought up the scene outside the train, still revealing the boundless starry sky. Are you sure we've circled past the area where the star beasts are? According to the model estimation, the star beast is now 2 billion kilometers away from us and is continuing to expand. Luo Ye's prophecy has a flaw. She can only predict the original route and encounters. However, once Chen An made modifications, the previous prophecy would completely collapse and all subsequent encounters would be new situations. Therefore, Chen An was very concerned about the star beast issue. As long as there is no danger, let's continue to be cautious. The nebula sparkled as the train sped past, leaving behind countless fireworks generated from the friction. After a continuous journey of 21 days on April 17th, the train finally approached the designated area. Chen An perked up, assessing the situation ahead from the display at the control panel. In truth, not much could be seen. Only a massive colorful nebula formed a gigantic ring ahead. The jump node lay within this ring, marking the destination of this journey. How long until we reach the nebula? 8 hours. Good, no rush. During this time, various competitions on the train had yielded results and were overall deemed a success. 8 hours later, the train plunged into the nebula, leaving behind a vast void. Yet, if one expanded their view, such voids were inconsequential amidst the entire nebula. Fuyo, have you discovered anything? I have detected a star system just 1.8 billion kilometers away. Shall we stop? It would take some time to cover that distance, so Chen An called for Luo Yu to discuss the information. The result revealed that the train had arrived half a month earlier than predicted. Luo Yu said the second train might not arrive until 10 days later. Chen An asked, are you certain? I'm not entirely sure, but similar information appears in my predictions. In a month, a train will create a star domain network where we can all access public information. Chen An replied, tell me more about the various star systems. There are a total of 126 star systems in this domain, which means only 126 trains can be accommodated. In principle, the closer a star system is to the jump point, the larger and more resource-rich it will be. The star domain network will number the star systems, and if we wish to secure sufficient resources, it is best to control one of the top 30 star systems. The number of trains will exceed 126, leading to numerous conflicts. The closer they are to the main route, the more vulnerable they are to attacks, so I wouldn't recommend choosing a star system on the edge of the main route. Chen An inquired, what does the main route refer to? The entire star domain is wrapped by the nebula, presenting a circular shape. Its center is the jump point, but before activation it is merely a dark zone. Using this as a standard, we draw 4 main routes at 90-degree angles around it, marking the 4 main directions into the star domain. Luo Yu illustrated on the screen, providing a rough outline of the star domain, clearly marking where number 1 is and where number 126 is. I understand now. We are approaching star system 94. Fuyo, let's circle around and enter the main route. 10 days felt too tight. Chen and did not want to waste time in a small star system. 5 hours later, the train finally entered the main route, which was extremely spacious with minimal obstructions. The train is about to approach star system 29. Shall we stop to mine resources? Chen An asked. If we mine at full capacity, how much energy crystal can we obtain daily? In the previous 20 days, Chen An had been manufacturing mining ships and mining robots, reaching their limits. If we were to collect energy crystals at 100% efficiency, we could acquire 20 million units daily. Chen An decisively declared the train must dock at the star system, immediately mining energy crystals at maximum power, and passengers must not disembark throughout the process. We will change positions daily to make the most of our time. Star System 29 was significantly larger, twice the size of the previous star system with the dog-headed creatures. However, such a star system was only considered above average in this area. As the train docked into the stellar orbit, passengers thought they were about to disembark. Yet they discovered that numerous mining ships were swiftly moving back and forth outside the train, showing no intention of letting them out. Meanwhile, the train dispatched a large number of reconnaissance orbs, a more convenient scouting device than reconnaissance ships. Luo Ye's predictions were not necessarily entirely accurate, and Chen An needed to verify them. 5 days later, the reconnaissance orbs were spread across various key positions in the star domain, proving the accuracy of the predictions. 5 days have passed. We need to determine our final landing point. The train had now arrived at Star System 1, which was voraciously mining energy crystals. Star System 1 was the richest, with a total confirmed energy crystal reserve of 200 million units, though most were difficult to extract. The top 10 star systems are near the main route, and their resources are relatively richer, making them a focal point for competition among trains. If we wish to develop steadily, it is best to avoid these star systems. Chen An nodded. I think so too. In fact, any star system within the top 30 is decent. The foundational resources are ample. As for energy crystals, no amount would be enough for me, so there's no need to pursue a little more or a little less. I intend to set our landing point between star system 10 and 20. Use your big data to analyze and prioritize safety. Fuyo analyzed for 10 minutes and arrived at the best result. I suggest the train dock at star system 17. Reason: this star system is resource-rich, sufficient for our normal use for nearly 10 years. This star system has approximately 150 million units of energy crystals, meeting our requirements. This star system is not on the main route, and the edges have numerous asteroid fields which will hinder other trains' entry, while we can comfortably fortify nearby. The last reason is that star system 17, due to its special location, has a small portion within the first star system ring, making it more convenient for us to reach the jump point. Since all star systems orbit around the jump point, they can generally be divided into 6 star system rings, with the outermost being the least favorable. Chen An agreed with Fuyo's analysis. Star system 17 will remain unchanged. For the last 5 days, we will mine around star system 17, allowing us to return there the quickest. To facilitate speed, Chen An dispatched a fleet to enter star system 17 first, establishing a preliminary defense perimeter. In the following 5 days, the train entered star systems 14, 15, 16, 18, and 19 respectively. Each star system collected 2 million energy crystals, distributing the gains evenly without being too aggressive. If too much was mined from a certain star system, it could provoke the trains in that system to engage in conflict, which might not be beneficial for themselves. As the 10th day drew to a close, the reconnaissance orbs relayed information to Chen An that a train was approaching via the main route. Let's proceed as planned. Fuyo, recall all mining ships to the train, and we will head to star system 17. The entire process took 6 hours, during which Chen An monitored the movements of the new train. It was a mouse-like humanoid creature, even uglier than the dog-headed ones, which Chen An referred to as the rat people. The rat people had initially intended to enter the nearest star system 108, but possibly discovering a better position, they temporarily abandoned it and were heading towards the center. As Chen An's train docked into the stellar orbit, Fuyo provided new updates. The rat people have entered star system 1 and are searching for a route. Chen An was astonished. The rat people are quite bold. What gives them the confidence to enter star system 1? The rat people are unaware of the overall structure of the star domain. They don't even know other trains might enter. Thus, information is paramount, or otherwise one could easily step on a landmine, blind to the dangers. Let's not worry about them. Let's develop as quickly as possible. Find a suitable location outside the train to set up a battleship factory, accelerating the production of warships. Assign daily tasks to the passengers, allowing them to land on planets for exploration. This planet is vast, providing ample opportunities for their exploration. Do not forget to fortify defenses and deploy all warships. Finally, closely monitor other trains and gather any information. As the hatch opened, the passengers who had been confined for a month surged out of the spacecraft, heading towards the life planet 300 million kilometers away. The planet was vast, dominated by various star beasts. Before the passengers could explore, Chen An had already dispatched robots to gather intelligence. The planet was named Origin Star 4399, categorized into 3 zones of low, medium, and high danger levels. The low-level zone had a maximum of 1-star beasts with a total of 172509 independent low-level zones globally. The medium-level zone had a maximum of 2-star beasts with a total of 83051 independent medium-level zones globally. The high-level zone had a maximum of 3-star beasts with a total of 480 independent high-level zones globally. Each guild cautiously chose exploration areas based on their own strength. The passengers were enthusiastic, landing from various locations on Origin Star to begin their exploration journey. Chen An had no interest in this planet. He was more concerned about the movements of other trains. Ever since the Ratman's train had entered, new trains had been continuously arriving in the star domain. Some chose star systems arbitrarily, while others navigated deeper, sequentially filling the higher-ranked vacant spots. Some superficial information could be gleaned from the remaining reconnaissance probes which Fu Yao organized. The second star system was inhabited by life forms resembling mantis people who were exploring the energy crystals of the star system, seemingly not very enthusiastic about collecting mineral resources. The third star system was occupied by insect-like creatures small in size, resembling glowing crystal insects with unknown strength. The fourth star system was settled by humanoid civilizations with peculiar skin colors, possessing a large number of destroyers, making them the strongest presence currently. The seventh star system was inhabited by a mechanical civilization suspected to have very powerful mechanical beings capable of space travel, possibly mechas. In just half a day, more than 10 trains had settled scattered in various locations with no mutual understanding. Many trains didn't even realize the existence of others burying themselves in development after entering the star system. Fu Yao, how much energy crystal storage do we have now? 300 million. Very well, after we exhaust the resources in this star system, we will have 400 million in storage, which is sufficient. Master, we have received signals from extraterrestrial civilizations, most likely sent in bulk. Then do not respond, but let them know of our existence. Some trains did not adhere to the rules of combat. After taking a quick look around the initial star system and finding it unremarkable, they would shift. At this stage, relocation was possible as there were still many vacant spots. In the following days, the number of trains surged explosively, with the vacant spots in front being filled sequentially. Signals of various sorts arrived every day, none of which Chen An accepted, creating an adequate sense of mystery. After 7 or 8 days, Chen An finally had neighbors. The 16th train was occupied by a plant-based civilization, but they were not the same as the Luo Yu tribe hailing from other planets. The 18th train was inhabited by triangular-headed humanoid creatures, which Chen An referred to as triangular people. These triangular people excelled in technology, possessing more than 20 destroyers. If they weren't under more restrictions, their train might have even reached 2 stars. On May 10th, the newly settled triangular people sent a communication signal. The signal came from the train's cockpit, indicating it was an independent message from the triangular people's train commander. Chen An instructed Fu Yao to translate and answer. Hello, my name is Yu Shi, the train commander of the triangular people. The triangular-headed figure on the screen appeared quite captivating, with slanted eyes and long gray eyelashes. The eyes of the triangular people were unattractive, resembling those of serpentine creatures, lacking in color variation, giving off a cold and resistant feeling. Chen An replied, Hello, my name is Chen An. Yu Shi spoke gently, which was inconsistent with his appearance. May I ask how long you have been here? Not even 10 days. Has it been that long? May I ask what the current situation is? Where is the jump point? The jump point has not been activated yet. No one knows when it will open. Let's wait here for now. Thank you for the reminder. Do you know any other trains? I haven't contacted anyone, so am not familiar with them. The brief exchange did not yield any core information. Yu Shi, however, wished to exchange some data with Chen An, but Chen An did not comply. Adequate caution was necessary with any alien race. Considering the initial contact, Chen An proactively reached out to the neighboring plant-based civilization. After connecting, both parties introduced themselves. The train commander of the plant-based civilization was named Man, say exhibiting fewer humanoid traits, compared to Luo Yu, resembling a pure tree, being more closely. Do you know more information? Man Ses demeanor was haughty. Even when asking Chen An questions, the tone remained aloof, seemingly looking down on Chen An as a human being. Chen An did not extend much warmth, saying a few casual words before hanging up the communication. Overall, the triangular people were easier to engage with. Chen An did not keep this information to himself, but shared it within the train network, allowing passengers to be informed of the relevant situation. Wow, there are many trains outside. Are we about to go to war again? Are we just going to sit and watch? No one said we were going to war. We are just getting to know the situation. Don't worry about that. Let's focus on ourselves. Since we are not strong enough, we should strive to become stronger. On Origin Star, various guilds were strategizing in the Star Beast zones. The resources of the Star Beasts were too abundant, merely scavenging a small area could be sufficient. As resources increased, the passengers gradually detached from the necessities of life, moving towards enhancing their bodies. Finally, half a month after landing on the planet, the first 3-star individual emerged among the passengers. This person was not someone familiar to Chen An but, rather, an obscure lone wolf. His name was Zhou Jiang, who had never joined a guild, renting a small spaceship to roam around, primarily focusing on strengthening himself. Chen An paid close attention after learning this and had Fu Yao conduct a search. Surprisingly, there were quite a few such lone wolves. Actually, it's fine, everyone has their own way of development and we can't force it. Fu Yao, how long until I reach 4 stars? The 3rd star enhances muscles and the 4th star enhances bones. The master can check if his 3rd star enhancement is complete. Still a bit short. Oh, open the training room. I need to practice for a while. On Origin Star, following Zhou Jiang's emergence, others were also hastening to elevate themselves, especially the leaders of the major guilds. The next day, Zishu broke through to 3 stars. Close behind were Shao Jinchun, Guoyang Xiajiang, and others. As the number of 3-star individuals increased, high-level star beast zones gradually became conquered, and more rare resources circulated within the trains, forming a positive cycle. On May 13th, Chen An emerged from the training room and quickly rushed to the cockpit. What's going on? He had just been awakened from his training state by Fu Yao. A special signal has been sent from outside the star system. Should we respond? How special? The position may be more than 20 billion kilometers away. It is the train from the 4th star system. Let's receive it. I'm not afraid of anyone now, so there's no need to hide too tightly. After the signal was connected and deciphered, a colorful background appeared on the screen. In the background, a radiant humanoid being revealed, a face full of kind smiles. No, it was not a humanoid being, but purely human, even more so than the Zixing people. The issue was that the colors on these individuals were strange, changing with the background. Hello, how do you know my name? Chen An asked cautiously. Your neighbor, the Triangle Man, told me. He also mentioned that you are a friendly civilization and easy to approach. I am glad to learn that you are also human beings. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Luoda and I come from the Ling Shua civilization. The Da in Luoda is a translation of Fu Yao. Chen An initially thought to change it to Da, but after some consideration he felt that Da might be more memorable, so he decided to stick with it. Hello, my name is indeed Chen An and I come from the Fu Yao civilization. Saying I am from the Zixing civilization feels inappropriate, and saying I am from the Yuxing civilization feels even less suitable, so I simply created my own civilization. Master, I am so touched. You are touched. It has nothing to do with you. I just said it out of habit. After complaining in his mind, Chen An asked, is there something you need? The distance between us seems quite far. Luoda did not respond immediately but first gave an introduction to his civilization. Chen An was quite surprised by this approach. While the trains were trying to hide themselves, the Ling Shua civilization was openly exposing themselves, seemingly fearing that outsiders would not understand. We were born on Ling Shua star, naturally coexisting harmoniously with all things. We excel at absorbing stellar energy to sustain ourselves without needing to destroy other life forms. In summary, this is a civilization that is astonishingly altruistic. Logically speaking, such a civilization should have been thoroughly consumed long ago. Yet who would have thought that they were thriving and had developed relatively advanced technology? After the apocalypse arrived, the Ling Shua civilization was evacuated by hundreds of trains, one of which came here. Listening to him ramble on, Chen An wanted to turn off the communication. Finally, after using various examples to prove how much he loved peace, Luoda revealed his purpose. We have already created a star domain network and invite you to join us. Creating a star domain network is not difficult. Fu Yao could do it too, but it requires setting up base stations in various star systems. The Ling Shua civilization could open a network without establishing base stations, indicating their proficiency in this area. How do I join? According to Luo Ye's prophecy, all trains in the future would join their network, so it certainly wouldn't hurt to get in early. Luoda happily said, I will send you an invitation, and all you have to do is agree. Rest assured, this network is purely external and will not steal your data. Moreover, even if we wanted to steal, we wouldn't pass the intelligence brain's scrutiny. After a long delay, he finally sent Chen An the invitation. An invitation letter appeared on the screen. Upon opening it, a burst of colorful light flashed, revealing a dazzling interface similar to social software. Friend request from Luoda of the Ling Shua civilization. Friend request from Clion of the Black Water civilization. Friend request from the Mother Bug of the Crystal Insect civilization. Friend request from Yongding Tian of the Three-Eyed civilization. Friend request from Aotu of the Aotu civilization. Having already joined over 10 civilizations, none of which are weak, I am ranked in the top 20. Chen An accepted them all and was pulled into the civilization chat group by Luoda. This novel way of communication opened Chen An's eyes. He never expected that trains which should be in conflict could communicate in this manner. Yongding Tian, I heard you are a brother of a humanoid civilization. Can you share a picture? Aotu Humph, just another ugly carbon-based life form. Clion, did carbon-based life forms eat your food? What do you robots have to boast about? Mother bug, you carbon-based lifeforms are inherently weak. Is it really that hard to accept the truth? Originally, it was supposed to welcome the newcomers, but they began to quarrel first. Chen An didn't plan to send a message, but ended up receiving a private message from Yang Tian. Brother, let's form an alliance quickly. Yang Tian is from the three-eyed civilization, and Chen An was most wary of them, as in Luo Ye's prophecy, it was the three-eyed civilization that caused him great suffering. However, the situation has changed. Chen An occupies the No. 17 star system, and at least from the ranking it shows his apparent strength, which can garner the caution and respect of other civilizations. Chen An asked, how do we form an alliance? Yang Tian replied, we share mutual benefits and shoulder dangers together. Although our distances are a bit far, we should help each other when possible. How about it? Forming an alliance is simple, you just have to say it. As for whether it can be realized, that depends on the specific circumstances. Chen An is not a fool. Sure, I am willing to ally. Yang Tian happily replied, besides you, I have also formed an alliance with the Tianlang civilization, and we will look out for each other in the future. Goodness, now he has two civilizations that either bully or are bullied by him. In the original timeline, Chen An would eventually destroy the Tianlang civilization's train with a single blow. He wondered if this time would change. After some casual chatting, Chen An's gaze shifted to the group, gaining some understanding of the other trains. The Black Water civilization is the Ratman of No. 1. It is currently unclear how strong or weak they are, but they appear quite strong on the surface. After all, they occupy No. 1. The train leader of the Crystal Insect civilization is a mother bug, and all passengers are its progeny. Fuyao, didn't you say that after the revival era starts they can't reproduce? The mother bug of the Crystal Insect civilization does not reproduce but rather clones. Are you saying that all the other crystal insects are clones? You can understand it that way. As long as the mother bug has enough energy crystals, it can infinitely clone small crystal insects. These crystal insects grow up to either become warriors or new mother bugs. Wow, isn't this just like a Zerg? Infinite cloning, who can compete with that? The crystal insect civilization is severely constrained by energy crystals. If they lack energy crystals, they might even face extinction. Alright, I understand now. What about the Autu civilization? The Autu civilization is similar to the crystal insect civilization. Autu is the absolute leader who created other mechanical life forms. Master, we must take these two civilizations very seriously and not easily offend them. I am a kind person. I would never offend them. What about the mantis people, the sky bird people? There are all sorts of creatures. As more and more civilizations joined, Chen An's worldview expanded significantly. There was even a civilization resembling stone giants, with the entire train carrying only 10,000 stone giants without developing technology, being purely an extraordinary species. In the following 2 days, the Star Domain Network was bustling with activity, and Chen An got to know quite a few train leaders. Overall, Yang Tian was the most enthusiastic and suited his taste. Chen An couldn't understand how they would end up turning against each other in the future. Luo Yu was unclear about this segment, as she had only traced the trains and not Chen An. On May 15th, an incident occurred. Despite the Star Domain having plenty of empty spaces, a newly arrived train actually plunged headlong into the No. 1 star system, completely ignoring the warnings from the Ratmen. Chen An was already bored upon hearing that there was a good show to watch. He quickly entered the Star Domain network. His previously deployed reconnaissance balls had been destroyed, making it impossible to capture a complete view of the No. 1 star system. The Star Domain network is powerful. It can almost capture the entire outer orbit of the No. 1 star system. The inner orbit is another matter. If the Ling Shua civilization dared to do that, they would be besieged. Master, the attacking party has been identified as the Doghead people from the Hunting Dog Star. Oh, this is getting interesting. The first stellar system was vast. So immense that the Ratfolk could not mount a perfect defense. Their primary fortifications lay within the interstellar ring, while only a handful of frigates were covertly deployed in the outer ring. Yet against the Cannonfolk's rail carriage assault, those few frigates proved utterly insignificant. Swiftly obliterated without resistance. Inside the Ratfolk rail carriage, clean. A gaunt figure crowned with an oversized rat head clenched his teeth in furious frustration. Why target us when so many other stellar systems remain unclaimed? What is their intent? Establish immediate comms with the enemy. But the canine folk refused all contact, blocking every transmission from the Ratfolk rail carriage outright. Within the canine folk rail carriage train, Captain Wensta glared with piercing sapphire canine eyes and issued rapid, decisive orders. Deploy all frigates and destroyers. Align them in strict formation along both flanks of the rail carriage. Should the enemy disperse their warships, we will concentrate fire on their rail carriage. The rail carriage itself is our main battery. Do not conserve energy. If we can bring down their carriage, energy reserves are irrelevant. Reject all incoming transmissions, lest they exploit cryptographic subterfuge to decipher our military disposition. Anomalous signals detected, originating beyond the system. Shall we receive them? Wensta frowned. Are there many rail carriages operating in this sector? We initiated hostilities too hastily. Scout vessels have yet to deploy. Recommendations suspend combat operations and withdraw to explore alternative stellar systems. No. We've come this far, a battle must be joined first. Advance and observe their response. Unbeknownst to him, the entire engagement was already live-streamed across the stellar network, watched intently by dozens of rival train captains. Yang Dingtian remarked dryly, "It's always the same script. Warships versus rail carriages trading salvos until one side collapses. The canine folk have assumed textbook offensive formation, and so have the rat folk. Clearly neither intends retreat. They mean to fight to annihilation. Frankly, the cannon folk strategy is profoundly unwise. Rather than securing territory for development, they gamble everything on victory. Yet even triumph over the rat folk yields no lasting advantage. The canine folk are not yet members of the stellar network. Should they seize the rat folk system, might we intervene? Appropriately. Rhoda told me they flatly rejected the network's invitation. I concur, but frankly core units are already scarce enough as it is." Wensta believed victory was assured. Unaware he had long been marked as prime prey laid bare upon the galactic banquet table awaiting division among the assembled predators. Chen An would never let such an opportunity pass. To claim advantage was imperative. Not merely for gain, but to prevent rival captains from perceiving him as weak, thereby entrenching that misconception. Within the first stellar system, canine folk and rat folk locked into mirrored offensive formations. Tens of thousands of luminous beams crisscrossed the void, shattering asteroids like glass. Rail carriages boasted formidable shielding, warships did not. Under relentless barrage from myriad laser batteries, frigates on both sides exploded in brilliant, fleeting pyrotechnics. The heaviest firepower emanated from the rail carriages themselves. Electromagnetic rail cannons and high-intensity lasers firing at full capacity, serving as the principal instruments of warship destruction. Meanwhile, at a distance of several 100,000 kilometers to the flank, opposing destroyer squadrons converged. No words were exchanged, only immediate total engagement. Both sides unleashed plasma main batteries. Searing particle beams scoured space, annihilating enemy shuttles and drone swarms mid-flight. Destroyers possessed robust defenses. Decisive victory demanded boarding actions. The canine folk launched theirs. But rat folk fire was overwhelming. Even their swiftest drone swarms failed to close the distance. Fuyao. If we face canine folk assault, how should we respond? Optimal solution: activate the transcendent rail cannon. 2 million energy crystals suffice to obliterate their fleet. If simultaneous rail carriage destruction is required, expenditure rises to 8 million energy crystals. Chen An clarified. I asked, how do we respond without deploying the transcendent rail cannon? Never engage in frontal attrition. Instead, scatter frigates for agile asymmetric warfare. Use our rail carriage to pin down theirs, forcing them to dispatch frigates in pursuit. At that moment, intercept with destroyers. Master, you must regard your rail carriage as the most potent warship ever conceived. Deploy it without hesitation when the moment demands. Chen An asked, how many destroyers do we currently possess? Precisely 10, surpassing nearly all other rail carriages. Still insufficient. Accelerate production immediately. Frigates hold no edge against destroyers. Numerical superiority in destroyers ensures immunity from coercion. Transcendent tier technology remained underdeveloped. The balance of power still rested squarely with fleets. Chen An continued observing the battlefield. Still ferocious, still unforgiving. Both forces stood evenly matched. Neither held decisive superiority. Under current conditions, they would likely sacrifice every warship, leaving only rail carriages to duel to the last. Ironically, breaching even a Tier 1 rail carriage defenses demanded all its lasers and rail cannons firing at maximum output, a testament to its staggering resilience. Thus, mutual annihilation between canine folk and rat folk appeared highly probable. In the chat channel, captains schemed over who would claim the spoils. Yet Chen An sensed something amiss. The first stellar system lay too distant. He could never reach it in time. Current indications suggested the Mantis civilization of the second system and the Crystal Grub civilization of the third would each secure a core unit. Damn fools. The canine folk truly are reckless idiots willing to embrace mutual extinction. Thank the stars we declined their offer, lest their folly contaminate passenger intellects. Cursing aside, Chen An could only watch as others claimed the spoils. Yet 2 hours into the conflict, a pivotal shift occurred. Realizing absolute victory was unattainable, the canine folk withdrew. The rat folk made no pursuit. Merely glared in impotent fury as their foes fled, then rushed to salvage wreckage and re-establish defenses. Half their fleet lay in ruins. Replenishment would take months. Meanwhile, Wensta, battered and adrift beyond the first stellar system, descended into profound uncertainty. All adjacent stellar systems appear occupied. We dare provoke no further conflict. The AI interjected. Unknown transmission received. Accept. Accept immediately. The message originated from the Lingshua civilization, extending formal invitation to join the stellar network accompanied by coordinates for available settlement systems. Wensta accepted without hesitation, eagerly enrolling the canine folk as network members. Yang Dingtian erupted in derision. What saintly naivety, Chen An. How advanced is your technology? If feasible, let's abandon this wretched network entirely and found our own. Yang Dingtian, archetypal hothead, defied logic simply by holding captaincy. Chen An countered, even if the canine folk perish, could you seize their core? After pause, the reply came, unlikely. The mantis folk and grubs hold priority rights. Precisely. Since we cannot benefit, preserving the canine folk serves us best. Unless you prefer your neighbors acquiring the core. That insight struck Yang Dingtian like lightning. He raised a thumb in salute, his third eye blinking rapidly. Chen brother's foresight is unparalleled. I stand humbled. How old are you anyway? Brother rolls off your tongue rather smoothly. Chen An, disinclined to indulge further, terminated the call and resumed his work. Available stellar systems were dwindling rapidly. Soon contested claims would erupt across the frontier, and Chen An prepared to deter any reckless rail carriage from encroaching upon his domain. May 16th. The star domain was peaceful with no battles occurring. The Red Sun Guild finally had a new applicant, which surprised Chen An. Who is applying? Asked Zhou Jiang. What is the reason? As the difficulty of exploring the planets increases, he hopes to join the guild for support. There's no reason to join Red Sun, is there? There are plenty of good guilds ahead. It's simply because you are the number one on the extraordinary rankings. He wants to join the strongest extraordinary team, not rely on other guilds that use hot weapons. Among the 2 million passengers, there aren't many pure extraordinary like Zhou Jiang. Chen An had a deep impression of this person, as he was the first triple extraordinary among the passengers, a fierce individual capable of single-handedly cutting through a horde of star beasts with a blade. Not bad, I'll go meet him, and send him a message to meet in the third dining area. Half an hour later, Chen An saw Zhou Jiang in the dining area. The man had a square face and stood straight, likely having served in the military. Chen An got straight to the point. Red Sun is very weak, you know that. Zhou Jiang stood up, extended his hand to Chen An, and said, I don't care if the guild is strong or weak. I just want to find teammates I can rely on. In fact, being weak is better, it gives me more opportunities. Hello brother, and I watched your 100-game winning streak the whole time. Since you've seen it, why didn't you get on stage? Chen An sat down and ordered the robot waiter to bring 2 glasses of the finest fruit wine. Zhou Jiang's tense expression seemed to melt away like snow as he chuckled. I knew you were triple extraordinary from the start. No one could beat you, so I had no need to go up and seek humiliation. They all said I was the first triple extraordinary on the train, but I actually knew you were. This was a fresh perspective, and Chen An asked him, how did you figure that out? The extraordinary battle game completely replicates one's physical attributes. Even if you try to hide it, certain enhancement traces can't be completely concealed. The first level enhances breathing, the second enhances skin, and the third enhances muscles. I noticed that your muscle strength far exceeded that of others during combat, so I knew you were triple extraordinary. He had keen observation skills, was passionate about extraordinary cultivation, and had physical qualities far surpassing others. This was Chen An's first impression of him. At that moment, he finally understood how to develop Red Sun. Other guilds are currently focused on developing fleets, relying on trains for supplies and then invading outward. But Red Sun is different. Chen An planned to specifically cultivate extraordinary individuals, which is the future of the train. Fleets have limits, but extraordinary individuals do not. Very well, I agree to let you join Red Sun. Zhou Jiang checked his wristwatch. He had officially become a member of Red Sun. Brother, and how many people do we have in the guild? I'm planning to raid the high-level Area 7-2. Just give me 20 people for support. Chen An stood up and signaled him to follow. You can check the guild information yourself. We're going to the market now. 5 seconds later, Zhou Jiang let out a howl of despair. Just the two of us. Ignoring the disdain of those around them, Zhou Jiang hurriedly caught up with Chen An and asked, I heard that quitting a guild requires prior application. How long in advance does our guild need to apply? You can't quit Red Sun, don't even think about it. Zhou Jiang was stunned. In the market, Chen An spent 2,000 guild star coins to purchase 430 version bronze battle knives. Bronze doesn't represent the material. It's merely a classification of level. The battle knives are all made of alloy, but the quality varies between different versions. This weapon was essential for Zhou Jiang, and he was shocked. I remember there was only a 2.0 version of the bronze battle knife. Where did the 3.0 come from? Just went on the shelves. Take it. Use one and keep the other as a backup. The knife could be strapped to his back, and after trying it out, Chen An's appearance looked quite imposing. Brother, and what are your plans? Since he couldn't temporarily retreat, Zhou Jiang was prepared to take it one step at a time. Chen An said, didn't you want to go to 72? I'll take you, let's go. Just the two of us. There are quite a few triple star beasts in Area 72. Are you scared? Of course not. I'm just worried about you getting into trouble. Chen An had the train to protect him. Even if all the passengers died, he wouldn't be in danger. Seizing this opportunity, he wanted to hone his combat skills, which would be more beneficial for reaching the 4th level. Half an hour later, Chen An rented an A-106 small spaceship and took Zhou Jiang to Origin Star. When they reached the atmosphere of Origin Star, they could see many large spaceships floating in orbit around the planet, almost all belonging to major guilds. With the mass production of shuttles and various transportation tools, it was faster for guilds to dock transport ships in planetary orbits as transfer stations. After passing through the orbit, they saw numerous shuttles traveling back and forth between the ground and the ships laden with various resources. They're all quite clever and know how to adapt. Chen An pulled out a map densely marked with numerous numbered regions, ranging from number 1 to over 200,000, separating different danger zones. There are 480 high-level areas occupying the first 480 numbers. The 72nd area, which Zhou Jiang valued, was located in a forest in the northern hemisphere, hosting more than a dozen triple-star beasts. According to the tasks released by the train, successfully exploring Area 72 would reward them with 100,000 star coins and a large amount of other resources. Chen An called Zhou Jiang to the cockpit and asked, "Have you studied the information on Area 72? Zhou Jiang nodded. "It's a primitive forest that belongs to a warm, temperate climate. There are many star beasts, primarily snakes. The train has specifically warned that there are toxic barriers in that area, so it's best to bring gas masks when entering. Hey, did you forget to buy one? Just avoid them. It's not important." The spaceship gradually slowed down and landed in an open area at the southernmost part of the primitive forest. As soon as they exited the spaceship, a warm sensation enveloped them, and the fresh air made Chen An feel comfortable all over. "Walking more is good for your health. Indeed, we can't stay on the train all the time." Looking ahead, they saw thick ancient trees towering as high as the sky with birds flying past emitting crisp chirps. "Brother, and aren't you bringing a gun?" Chen An countered. "Why aren't you bringing one?" Zhou Jiang replied, "I'm used to fighting up close with my body. I don't like using firearms. But Area 72 is unusual. We should still be cautious." Zhou Jiang's unease showed that this place was indeed challenging. Chen An didn't mind, as no one understood Area 72 better than he did. "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and follow me. Our goal is to cut through this forest today." Zhou Jiang felt a tightening in his chest. He had thought he was the craziest, but little did he know that there was always someone crazier. "Brother, and wait for me, be careful." He drew his battle knife, remaining very alert to the surrounding environment. Chen An originally had Fuyao to provide constant reminders, but he turned it off. "Since I want to train myself, I can't rely too much on Fuyao. My senses also need to be enhanced." The two walked into the forest looking quite carefree. Zhou Jiang was infected by the mood, and gradually became more open, chatting and laughing with Chen An. "Brother, and why didn't you recruit people before?" "There was no one worth recruiting. Not recruiting for the guild means losing star coins every day. You're one of a kind. Establishing a guild requires daily payments to the train, which not everyone can afford. Should keep your voice down, look above your head." After Chen An's warning, Zhou Jiang looked up and froze instantly, his heart nearly stopping in terror. Above them, nestled within the dense foliage of the trees, dozens of venomous serpents, purple with crimson streaks, stared down, necks coiled and poised to strike. "Damn it! They're coming!" Zhou Jiang cried out. The serpents shot forward like arrows, leaving afterimages flickering in their wake. Chen An did not move. Zhou Jiang, however, leapt high into the air, drew his battle saber with his right hand and slashed, cutting through the serpents like wheat before a scythe, swift and flawless. Landing lightly, Zhou Jiang picked up the most vividly crimson serpent corpse, extracted its gallbladder, and chewed it raw. The venom of this species can kill an ordinary person effortlessly, but poses no threat to us. His expression remained utterly unchanged. He had flinched only from the shock of sudden ambush, not from fear. Chen An paid little mind, gesturing for Zhou Jiang to press onward. Countless serpentine creatures roamed the path, but unlike those of Zixing, these bore razor-sharp fangs. Some even sprouted for short, stumpy legs, enabling them to sprint with startling speed. Chen An gradually found his rhythm: face any creature, kill without hesitation. Beauty offered no reprieve. Zhou Jiang, by contrast, occasionally spared small animals. "That scarlet squirrel you just let go carries lethal toxins, enough to fell a second-tier transcendent. Kill it on sight henceforth." Zhou Jiang recoiled in alarm. From then on, he mirrored Chen An, slaughtering every obstacle regardless of strength or stature. Half an hour later, they encountered their first third-tier stellar beast. It was a colossal serpent, black and crimson in hue, coiled around a near-dead ancient tree, its head crowned with horns. "A dragon!" Zhou Jiang murmured, astonished. Chen An assumed a combat stance. "Just a horned python, nothing more. You take the left flank, I'll take the right." The serpent's length was indeterminate, but one thing was certain: it could swallow a man whole in a single bite. Zhou Jiang knew Chen An's tactics well. There were none. He reacted instantly, gripping his blood-slicked saber and slipping silently into the thickets on the left, seeking the perfect vantage for an ambush. The python's senses were acute. Detecting Chen An's advance from the right, it slithered down from the ancient trunk and lashed its tail like a scorpion's stinger, its tip bristling with needle-like spines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After several rapid evasive maneuvers, the python struck nothing but empty air. Chen An relished opponents like this, ones that truly tested his body rather than mere slaughter fodder. Is that all? Show me everything you've got. Chen An taunted. The python understood no human speech. It retracted its tail, then lunged forward, propelling its massive head with terrifying force, jaws wide agape. Its maw bristled with jagged, uneven teeth, the longest exceeding 30 centimeters. Chen An's pulse quickened. He launched himself skyward, using his leg strength to vault high, seized a hanging vine and swung clear, dodging the strike with millimeter precision. A serpent this massive pays a price: sluggishness. Zhou Jiang, what are you doing? Zhou Jiang meanwhile crept silently along the treetops, ignoring the call entirely. As the python turned back toward Chen, and Zhou Jiang dropped like thunder, landing with surgical precision upon its vital spot. Strike the serpent at the 7th inch. Here too the rule held true. He landed squarely on the serpent's back and drove his saber again and again, purple blood erupting in violent arcs. Brother, and watch out! Enraged, the beast thrashed wildly, hurling Zhou Jiang off, crushing entire groves of trees as it rolled in agony. Chen An barely noticed when a tree slammed into his shoulder. No pain followed. Instead, the trunk, thick as a rice bowl, shattered cleanly upon impact. My method of testing physical strength seems flawed. He discarded his saber outright and punched the ancient trunk instead. A thunderous boom echoed, and a massive gouge split the wood surface. Indeed, my body's raw power rivals the saber itself. The blade is merely external. Zhou Jiang approached after finishing the serpent and asked what Chen An was doing. Zhou Jiang, strike me. Full force. Aim for the chest. Are you certain? No more talk. Just do it. Without hesitation, Zhou Jiang threw a punch, channeling 70% of his strength. A deep muffled thud reverberated, and Zhou Jiang was hurled backward. Reinforced muscle isn't stone hard. It absorbs kinetic energy, then releases it. I suspect third-tier transcendence refines muscular elasticity above all else. Zhou Jiang offered no explanation. Chen An activated Fuyao and voiced his inquiry. The essence of muscular reinforcement lies in enhancing absorption capacity for external energy. Those who cross the starseas unscathed, even against fusion-level assaults, do so because their muscles possess extraordinary energy containment thresholds. You didn't tell me. How was I to know? Detail the cultivation progression from 1st to 9th tier, and post it publicly. Thereafter, Chen An minimized weapon use, relying increasingly on his own body. Zhou Jiang followed suit. Together they carved a reckless, fearless path through the jungle. A cheetah with wings sprouting from its back, a scorpion bearing 2 heads, a rabbit-like behemoth towering like a hill. No matter their form, every third-tier transcendent fell beneath their fists. As Chen An mastered the limits of his physique, the saber became cumbersome, superfluous. 15 hours passed. They pierced through Sector 72, completing the mission ahead of schedule. Aboard the train beside the guild bulletin board, someone spotted an anomalous notice. Has anyone completed the preliminary exploration of Sector 72? Exploration missions comprised multiple subtasks. The preliminary one merely required traversing the sector end-to-end. Yet even this seemingly simple feat remained unaccomplished by any guild. To date, not a single guild among the top 200 dared accept any high-tier sector, making Sector 72's sudden completion impossible to ignore. Who accomplished this? This is absurd. Clicking the notice revealed the details. Red Sun Guild. 2 people, 15 hours. Did they fly there aboard a starship? Wrist computers monitor progress in real time. Only foot travel is permitted. Whose guild is Red Sun? Sounds vaguely familiar. Chen An's guild. The other is Zhou Jiang. Oh, so they're riding the coattails of the top 2. That explains it. News of Sector 72's conquest ignited the train's network, drawing intense scrutiny from major guilds. En route back to the train, Chen and received a private message from Zishu. You 2 entered Sector 72 alone. Have you lost your minds? He withheld reply, then parted ways with Zhou Jiang upon boarding, appointing him vice guildmaster. I won't always be available. The guild effectively answers to you. Zhou Jiang sighed helplessly. But does the guild even have others? Of course it does. Dozens now applied for membership, mostly second-tier transcendents. Chen An dismissed them all. He instructed Fuyao to revise the entry requirement: third-tier transcendents only. When the update spread, astonishment rippled across the network. They demanded second-tier before. That was already outrageous. Now only third-tier. Rumor says Red Sun has just 2 members. Guilds thrive on numbers. More members mean greater profits. Watch closely, Red Sun will collapse soon. Leaving Zhou Jiang bewildered, Chen An immediately returned to his private compartment. He felt utterly refreshed. After greeting Luo Yu, he entered the cockpit and summoned the main display. 3 trains. 3 newly arrived trains. Their strength remains unknown, as does their target. Chen An straightened, issuing orders regardless of whom they choose. We must stand ready. Deploy frigates and destroyers throughout the asteroid belt. Conceal them. Retract the train's energy conduits and reposition 3 million kilometers outward, ensuring maximum combat readiness and response velocity. Chen An prepared for battle, yet the 3 trains proved remarkably timid. None dared provoke him, retreating meekly to the outer periphery. In the following days, more and more trains arrived. Some erupted into open warfare, others scoured the expanse for vacant star systems, until all 126 star systems were fully occupied. On May 24th, the stellar network ranked the 126 trains. Trains that had engaged in combat were ranked by battlefield outcomes. Those with no recorded conflict were ordered by their assigned stellar system numbers. Chen An, stationed in System 17, ranked 16th. The rat-like beings of System 1 plummeted to 26th place, a direct consequence of catastrophic losses sustained in their prior war. The rankings were finalized by midday. By afternoon, 5 additional trains emerged simultaneously from 4 cardinal directions, instantly igniting fervor across the stellar network. There are no vacancies left, we must fight. And it all depends on whom they choose. And I'd welcome a train targeting me. I'm rather bored at the moment. And though words flowed lightly, fundamental defenses could not be neglected. Every train across all star systems activated its readiness protocols, bracing for imminent crisis. 3 hours later, all 5 incoming trains selected their targets. System 17 remained untouched, shielded by the asteroid belt's natural barrier. In truth, the 5 trains had never intended deep incursion, for chose peripheral targets for brutal skirmishes. The 5th, by uncanny coincidence, targeted Yangdingtian. And Train 5 belonged to a mechanical civilization. And the 3-eyed ones will likely prove formidable. Activate the stellar network's real-time broadcast. And though Chen An and Yangdingtian had once sworn alliance, it was little more than empty rhetoric. No genuine aid would be forthcoming. Within the outer stellar ring of System 5, the mechanical train advanced, deliberately refraining from reckless penetration. As it advanced, fleets of warships deployed in sequence, distinct from standard models, each vessel shaped like a sleek lethal spire. Beyond warships, swarms of shuttles and drones orbited the main vessels, poised to board enemy craft at a moment's notice. The stellar network could not penetrate the interstellar ring. Thus, the 3-eyed one's maneuvers remained unseen. Inside the 3-eyed train, Yangdingtian displayed none of his usual recklessness. Calm, composed, utterly unruffled. And they're delivering their train core to me. Such a generous gift demands acceptance. Relay my order, disperse all fleets immediately, hold formation only upon my explicit command. And the train housed 2 million 3-eyed beings, having absorbed a fellow train en route. Unlike Chen An's guild-based structure, Yangdingtian exercised absolute command, forging a centralized fleet model akin to the dog-headed clans. Upon his decree, squadron after squadron peeled away from the train, vanishing into the outer stellar ring. Train captains, observing via the stellar network, could not fathom Yangdingtian's intent. And is he planning to absorb the assault hedon, to preserve his warships? And that won't work. Both sides operate first-rank trains, but theirs are shielded by warships. A direct exchange would leave the 3-eyed train catastrophically outmatched. And look, they've withdrawn their train into the outer stellar ring too. Are they retreating? And surely not. Abandoning System 5 without firing a single shot. And captains were stunned. None believed the boastful Yangdingtian capable of such abject timidity. On screen, the 3-eyed train indeed yielded its position, leaving the advancing mechanical civilization utterly bewildered. Wary of deception, the mechanical train halted for 2 hours at 10 billion kilometers from the central star before resuming its advance. Only then did Yangdingtian pilot his train inward, following closely behind. No imagery penetrated the interstellar ring. Chen An lost all visibility. And do we have reconnaissance spheres inside? Null reconnaissance spheres have been destroyed. We cannot retrieve internal data. And forget it. Let's monitor the other battles. And the remaining 4 contested systems were 85, 93, 101, and 112. The battles unfolded predictably. Both sides exchanged furious volleys, plunging star rivers into darkness and shaking entire systems to their foundations. Tactics were minimal, capabilities nearly matched. It was simply one train versus over 100 warships. Targeting precision handled entirely by AI cores, ensuring even the weakest gunner struck true. Thus war devolved into attrition. Pure endurance until one side broke. After 6 hours, the aggressor in System 112 buckled, first fleeing with fewer than 15 warships remaining. The defenders, likewise decimated, lacked the strength to pursue. A new dilemma arose with no unoccupied systems confirmed in the entire stellar domain. The fleeing train could not exit. It had to dock somewhere or face energy depletion. The same predicament afflicted the aggressors in the other 3 systems. None would fight to annihilation. Once victory proved unattainable, they swiftly withdrew their trains. Tension crackled across the stellar network, and were still starved for intelligence. If they'd known the domain's true state beforehand, they'd have fought to the last breath. Now it's only a matter of where they go. And Luoda, are you listening? Don't leak information recklessly. You'll become a universal target? And Luoda, rest assured, I won't initiate contact. There are no vacant systems left. Whichever system they enter, I urge restraint from all parties. And 4 trains were soft targets, ripe for the picking. Chen An felt the same. Any train daring to enter his system would be crushed without mercy. Fuyao, recall all warships from the outer stellar ring. Withdraw all defensive formations. And master, your strategy is brilliant. It lures external trains inward. Chen An frowned. Not necessarily. Our outer belt is the asteroid belt. If they refuse to enter, what then? He had planned meticulously. Yet this contingency had slipped his mind. And master, do not fret. The harder a place is to enter, the more compelling its allure. Especially when every other system bristles with defenses. Chen An will rely on fortune. The 4 retreating trains moved sluggishly, probing cautiously along their routes. Any sign of defensive activity sent them fleeing instantly like startled birds. 5 hours later, System 5 erupted with activity. Astonishingly, the mechanical train was in full retreat. No one knew what had transpired. Yet the three-eyed ones had achieved total victory. Just as observers assumed the mechanical train would escape, the three-eyed train burst forth from the asteroid belt, carving a path through debris, and slammed headlong into its foe. The collision reverberated like 2 planets colliding, deflecting every nearby asteroid from its course. What is Yang Dingtian attempting? A train's hull is impervious. Even direct impact won't breach it. This maneuver serves no purpose save endangering his own vessel. And look, is this boarding action? And they watched in disbelief as every hatch on the three-eyed train swung wide open. Not launching warships but unleashing swarms of shuttles surging forward like a hive unleashed. Simultaneously, rail cannons mounted atop the three-eyed train charged to full capacity. Though insufficient to pierce hull armor, their aim was unmistakable: the enemy's hatches. Chen An gasped, can they destroy hatches? And the hatches are the weakest point on any train. Brilliant beams lanced forth, each striking true, obliterating hatch after hatch. Shuttles flooded inward. Boarding commenced. The battle was neither protracted nor brutal. The three-eyed warriors vastly outclassed their mechanical foes, resulting in near-total slaughter. 4 hours later, Yang Dingtian breached the enemy command chamber and personally executed the mechanical train's captain. Silence fell across the stellar network. Frankly speaking, Yang Dingtian's command of the war was unremarkable. Yet it sparked profound inspiration among other train captains, especially Chen An. It was only now that he realized warfare between trains need not culminate in annihilation. Occupation 2 was a viable strategy. Fuyao, when the three-eyed race boarded the mechanical civilization train, did the train itself mount no counteroffensive? All of the train's defensive capabilities are external. How could it resist internally? So we're simply to stand by while enemies enter. Do we not still have passengers? And the train captain, Chen An, suddenly grasped the truth. Boarding operations must also be permitted under the established rules. It appeared Yang Dingtian had known this all along. His earlier display of weakness had been deliberate, a ruse to lure the enemy into exposing their entire fleet for total destruction. Shortly thereafter, Yang Dingtian's three-eyed civilization ranked first, uncontested. For on the surface, the three-eyed race had indisputably secured a core, and thereby activated the train's unique ability. Yet the nature of that ability remained shrouded in mystery. Half an hour after the battle, Yang Dingtian sent Chen An a message, his tone brimming with exhilaration. Chen An, congratulations. Ha! This victory was narrowly won. I nearly lost. Has any external train approached your position yet? Not yet. Likely not until tomorrow. Yang Dingtian, won't you ask what ability I acquired? That's confidential. I wouldn't presume to inquire. It enhances the train's locomotive head, granting far greater offensive power. Next time another train appears, I'll ram it head-on and crush it utterly. Chen An sensed ambiguity in Yang Dingtian's intent and engaged him in light, inconsequential banter. Moments later, Fuyao's alert chimed in his mind. A train is likely approaching our location. Chen An instantly snapped to attention, severed the communication, and ordered Fuyao to project the visual feed. On the luminous screen, the inbound train hovered just beyond the asteroid belt, dispatching numerous reconnaissance vessels. Sector 17 is vast, beyond the detection range of a Class 1 train. Fuyao reposition our inter-system warships to the far side of the star and draw the train itself slightly inward to entice them deeper. Fortunately, Origin Star had meanwhile transited to the opposite side of the system, rendering the inbound train blind to its presence. Confronted with this apparent void, the external train at last resolved to enter. Inside the train, humanoid beings with 4 arms tensed with unprecedented anxiety, dreading unforeseen developments within this star system. In the cockpit, the train captain's brow furrowed deeply. The final order remained unissued. The AI intoned residual energy is insufficient to propel us to the next star system. Regardless of whether hostiles await, we must press forward. No alternative remains. Sigh. Had I known every sector was already claimed, I would have fought to the bitter end from the outset. No choice left. We deploy all warships to expand our control perimeter. The train advanced steadily, flanked by dozens of warships. Its last remaining combat strength. Sector 17's unfolding drama drew keen attention across the stellar network, prompting fellow train captains to marvel at Chen An's extraordinary fortune. Sector 17 lies exceedingly remote. Even such soft targets are rare finds. Truly, humans are ingenious. They deliberately withdrew their defenses. Upon learning of Chen An's stratagem, other sectors swiftly emulated it, seeking to lure and annihilate the remaining 3 hostile trains. Meanwhile, Chen An confirmed the identity of the intruders. 4-armed humanoids. Aside from limbs, wherein lies their humanity? Their craniums were perfectly spherical, their facial features grotesquely alien, reminiscent of xenomorphic entities Chen An had once encountered in speculative archives. Master, we have been detected. Then prepare for battle, but hold the warships back. We must not frighten them away. Within the 4-armed train's cockpit, the train captain recoiled in shock. They had entered merely on a gamble, never imagining another train truly lay hidden here. The AI observed, no warship signatures detected. They may be in the same dire straits as ourselves. A competent AI offered numerous hypotheses, but the train captain fixated solely on this one. Precisely. They too must have endured prior engagements, leaving them bereft of even basic defensive capacity. Full speed ahead, to consume the enemy train whole. As the 4-armed train crossed into the interstellar zone, the stellar network lost visual contact. Master, shall we deploy the transcendent rail cannon to obliterate the enemy train? Unnecessary. The 4-armed appear to operate a fleet-based model. Their passenger complement is likely minimal. Let us instead seek opportunity for boarding operations. The transcendent rail cannon possessed a critical flaw. Each discharge induced severe thermal overload, necessitating an extended cooldown period. Against multiple trains, boarding operations became inevitable. So why not seize this chance to experiment? Deploy 200,000 combat drones for the boarding assault. Immediately assemble and prepare for engagement. Release the surrounding warships now to encircle the enemy train. Their objective: disable all external laser batteries and rail cannons. With escalating conflicts, the strengths and vulnerabilities of trains were being systematically catalogued. A fatal flaw emerged: all external armaments lacked protective shielding. Laser batteries stood exposed. Electromagnetic rail cannons lay bare. Once encircled by warships, a train's sole recourse was flight, its firepower rendered impotent against coordinated barrages. At that juncture, Chen An needed only position his own train to intercept, initiating boarding operations. This was Yang Dingtian's signature tactic, the textbook standard. As the command disseminated, Chen An's fleet revealed its lethal edge, sweeping in from both flanks to encircle the enemy train. The 4-armed train captain, detecting the maneuver, panicked and ordered immediate retreat. The AI warned, energy reserves critically low. Retreat guarantees annihilation. Then what do we do? Ram the enemy train. Stake everything on one desperate lunge. When Chen An saw the 4-armed train surge toward him, he understood their intent. Let them close in, no matter. Fleet, assume optimal firing positions. Engage immediately. Timing was paramount. Fuyao calculated the ideal engagement distance with flawless precision, opening fire the instant the enemy train entered lethal range. Rail cannons and laser batteries had long since charged to full capacity, now unleashing simultaneous volleys, carving 10,000 incandescent trails across the void. The enemy AI lagged markedly, its weapons barely half-charged. The AI blared, critical, evasive maneuver now. The train wrenched aside, but its accompanying warships, sluggish and exposed, detonated in radiant cascades amid the storm of light. Return fire. Fire everything we have. Enraged, the 4-armed commander ordered all armaments to unleash concentrated fire upon Chen An's train. Chen An's train was no passive target. It evaded effortlessly under Fuyao's control. Enemy train has entered optimal firing range. Shall we engage? Open fire. Neutralize every weapon system. Though silent, the spectacle was overwhelming. Nearly 200 warships discharged in unison. Beams of light and particle streams converging upon the 4-armed train. Their aim was precise. Not at the hull, but exclusively at laser batteries and rail cannons. The scene was staggering. Lateral laser arrays exploded in sequence. Top-mounted rail cannons disintegrated tier by tier, until no counteroffensive capability remained. In the 4-armed cockpit, the train captain gaped, eyes hollow with despair. The AI murmured, only one option remains. Full thrust into the star's corona. That offers the swiftest energy replenishment. Yet, as the train captain prepared to commit to this final gambit, Chen An's train surged forward, heading collision course. The The four-armed gasped. What does the opposing train intend? Chen An replicated Yang Dingtian's method, forcibly halting the four-armed being's train. Its energy reserves nearly depleted. The two trains collided head-on, yet neither sustained exterior hull damage. However, the violent impact severely damaged the four-armed being's train at its propulsion layer. Its power steadily waned, and with energy reserves exhausted, reignition became virtually impossible. The enemy train is moments from total power failure. It will now drift alongside us in orbit around the star. Master, you may initiate boarding operations at your discretion. Very well. Breach their airlocks. Laser cannons proved insufficient. Instead, the railgun mounted atop the train rapidly charged and systematically shattered each airlock. Where angles hindered direct fire, swarms of Allied warships converged and obliterated the remaining hatches. They intend to board. Realizing Chen An's strategy, the four-armed train captain immediately issued a full mobilization order. Moments later, countless shuttles surged through the breached hatches. Rather than landing on designated pads, the shuttles veered sideways mid-entry, deploying drones en route, each programmed to eliminate hostiles on sight. Though many four-armed passengers remained, they leveraged the train's interior terrain for defense and shot down drone after drone. This train contained no residential sectors or market zones. The four-armed beings wielded only rudimentary kinetic weaponry. Upon learning this, Chen An turned to Fuyao for explanation. When confronting the dog-headed race, they deployed laser arms. Why not here? Not all train captains wield absolute authority. Unlike you, Master, you were chosen inherently granted sovereign command. The others were selected post hoc and may be overthrown. Post hoc selection means their authority isn't intrinsically bound to the train itself. Sufficiently powerful passengers can depose them. That is permitted by the system's rules. Could someone overthrow me? Overthrowing you is expressly prohibited under those same rules. Why do I possess such privilege? And who granted it? Fuyao holds no relevant data. Chen An remained baffled, but recognized it as an unambiguous advantage best left unexamined. Assign tasks to passengers. With victory assured, Chen An exhaled deeply and departed the cockpit. In the lounge, Luo Yu reclined upon the sofa, a lithe emerald-green form draped elegantly against its curves. Truth be told, had Luo Yu been human, Chen An would have found restraint impossible. Alas, I've realized something. Psychic resonance is like online romance. Never ever meet in person. You never know who or what is on the other end of the connection. Luo Yu was engrossed in a film Chen An had brought from Zixing, her vine-laden limbs swaying gently, transforming his living room into a sun-dappled woodland glade. What are you watching? At Chen An's voice, Luo Yu instantly retracted her tendrils, coalescing them into two smooth, lustrous arms of obsidian green jade. Were he to close his eyes, he could spend a year simply savoring the texture of those hands. A human dramatic performance. Fascinating. Shall I offer a prophecy? No need. Please continue watching. Indeed, it was drama. Melodic, stylized, utterly incomprehensible to him, its cadence raising gooseflesh along his scalp. Curiously, Luo Yu resonated deeply with Zixing's theatrical art. Humming fragments allowed her vocal modulation, surprisingly harmonious with human tonal patterns. Can you learn human language? Luo Yu brightened. I'm already studying, once fluent. May I venture beyond the train? Chen An nodded. Not committing but affirming. Meanwhile, in the rear carriages, passengers buzzed with debate over the train's sudden mission directive. Urgent mission: board free shuttles and infiltrate the enemy train for combat operations. Each slain four-armed being counts as one completed objective. Objectives stack infinitely. 2 constraints followed. First, this mission may be accepted by individuals only, not via guild channels. Second, eligibility restricted to Tier 3 transcendence. Debate flared across the carriages, but few passengers met both criteria. Many guild leaders were hunting on Yuanxi Star. Upon receiving the alert, they hesitated. Yuanxi lay distant, requiring over an hour's return flight by shuttle. Numerous leaders contacted Chen An directly via wrist comms. He replied, "Those unable to return need not force it. I don't require their presence, only wish to offer training opportunity." Having dispatched the message, he dismissed it entirely. After 30 minutes rest, Chen An returned to the cockpit to monitor battle progress. As anticipated, the four-armed beings mounted negligible resistance. Overwhelmed by waves of self-sacrificing automatons, their ranks dwindled rapidly. Fuyao, can our automaton production keep pace with attrition? Their resistance is negligible, replenishment remains fully sustainable. Excellent. Escalate assault intensity. Automatons are expendable and manufacturing cost remains low. Also, commission additional production lines. Passengers remain unreliable for frontline duty. Automatons must shoulder the war effort for the foreseeable future. New production lines added to the manufacturing queue. Satisfied, Chen An activated the main display and resumed observation. Gazing upon the carnage within the train, he found his heart growing steadily colder. Unmoved, unshaken. Death. Mere arithmetic. So long as it wasn't his people falling, it held no weight whatsoever. After roughly 8 hours, resistance across carriages weakened to scattered pockets. Chen An received the enemy train captain's formal surrender transmission. He deliberated long and hard, then delivered final judgment execution. We've carried many passengers along this journey. There's no wisdom in sparing 4 armed beings who may harbor hatred toward me. Eradication is optimal. Maximum security, maximum caution. Survival precedes all else. Guided by this principle, Chen An denied any possibility of surrender. He then accessed the stellar network, learning the other 3 trains had diverted toward the central star systems. Their captains watched enviously. Prey this pliable was exceedingly rare. For hours later, confirmation arrived: the 4-armed train captain had been slain. Intriguingly, he fell not to an automaton, but beneath the blade of Zhou Jiang. Even trophy kills find their way to him. Fuyao broadcast his feat fleetwide and augment his original reward by 100,000 stellas. Only once absolute control over the enemy train was confirmed did Chen An board his personal shuttle and land aboard. Proceeding directly to the cockpit to extract its core, he consumed it immediately, eager to acquire enhanced mobility. Spatial leaping is impressive but impractical. Its utility lies solely in decisive moments. As Chen An watched, the train awakened to a new capability. Transcendent electromagnetic shield generates a temporary barrier using energy crystals, capable of withstanding even transcendent railgun fire. Shield strength scales directly with crystal expenditure. The shield did not manifest spontaneously. Its emitter, a compact accelerator-like structure, was mounted adjacent to the transcendent railgun. Another voracious consumer of energy crystals. Fuyao, what's the minimum crystal cost per shield activation? 100 units minimum, 100 million maximum. 100. The shield need not envelop the entire train. It may localize protection. 100 units suffices to shield a single laser cannon. Chen An's pulse quickened. The train's greatest vulnerability had always been its external armaments. But with targeted electromagnetic shielding, enemy suppression of firepower became untenable. Outstanding. This ability is nothing short of exceptional. As the 4 trains were successively neutralized, the ranking list was recalibrated. The Fuyao civilization ascended to 10th place. Had the 4-armed race not been severely weakened prior to this conflict, the prestige of the war, and thus their ranking, would have risen further. Over the next 3 days, new trains continuously breached the star domain, igniting battles across the void. Some star systems successfully repelled invasions, others fell seized by the aggressors. On May 28th, 10 trains entered the domain simultaneously, sparking widespread astonishment. This is the largest influx yet. No one knows where they're headed. Being selected is both opportunity and peril. I'd rather they strike the outer ring first, fail, than drift inward as easy prey. Go to hell. Our outer ring is already resource-starved. Why should we do your dirty work for free? Brother, calm down. It was merely a jest. As before, no intelligence is shared with newcomers. They choose freely. Many weakened trains that fled after sustaining heavy damage became soft targets, a boon frequently exploited by higher-ranked trains. Yet as time passed, outering trains refused to tolerate such exploitation. Whenever an adversary attempted retreat, they fought with desperate ferocity. Consequently, even victorious outering trains suffered dearly, exposing themselves to cascading assaults from ever more opportunistic rivals. Nonetheless, within half a day, 5 newly arrived trains had already become soft targets, drifting into the inner domain under the ravenous gaze of countless predators. After more than 10 hours, Yang Dingtian sent Chen An a congratulatory message. Brother, what kind of absurd luck is this? Another train once again drawn to Star System 17, charged headlong toward the asteroid zone without hesitation. Chen An chuckled softly. My position is favorable, and so is my fortune. He had remained idle for far too long. At last, welcome news stirred him to action. Yet after completing all preparations, Chen An was astonished to discover that the train had abruptly withdrawn. Not toward his system, but toward neighboring Star System 16. Fuyao, what does this mean? External probes detected a signal originating from Star System 16. Possibly interference by the treemen. Slam. Chen An shot upright, slamming his palm onto the console, which trembled violently. The treemen are trying to hijack this. Establish immediate comms with Mance. Moments later, Mance's deep emerald face filled the screen. What is it? Are you violating protocol? What did I do? Interfering with the trajectory of extrastellar trains violates the mutual covenant upheld by all Star Domain Network members. Mance swayed his head, the branches atop his crown bobbing comically. I never interfered. Truly? Wait. Why has that train veered toward my system? My apologies. The train likely assumed your sector was too formidable and chose mine for trial instead. I must prepare for defense. Ending transmission now. The transmission severed. Chen An's face darkened with fury. Fuyao, how do we handle this? Signal decrypted. The treemen transmitted our coordinates to the train. Master, I recommend uploading the evidence to the Star Domain Network. Will it help? The Star Domain Network remains merely a public forum. Their protocols hold little weight. As he spoke, Fuyao alerted him the train, having briefly entered Star System 16, had exited again, now diverting deeper into the domain. He offended others, and gained nothing in return. Master, my analysis confirms the treemen have formed an alliance with Lingshuo civilization and 3 other trains. Mance dared to intercept, likely at Lingshuo's instigation to prevent us from acquiring additional cores. How did you obtain this intelligence? Infiltrated the Star Domain Network's back end, then withdrew discreetly. Though her voice carried the poise of a mature woman, it held an unexpectedly charming lilt. Chen An's anger softened slightly. Can you infiltrate the Star Domain Network? To what extent? I can seize full administrative control at any moment, though Lingshuo would swiftly reclaim it. Master, name your command. I am ready. Chen An had ideas, but he withheld them, choosing instead to observe. Ultimately, the train, having drifted through multiple star systems, was consumed by the O2 civilization of Star System 7. Brother, what happened? The train fled, Chen An explained. Yang Dingtian erupted in furious curses. I knew the Lingshuo were scoundrels. Let's join forces and obliterate those wretched treemen. Chen An replied, you're stationed at Star System 5. Even minor movement risks Lingshuo intervention. No rush. 1 core is trivial. They'll repay it in due course. Yang Dingtian said, call on me anytime. I'll aid you without hesitation. After severing the link, Yang Dingtian's smile faded. Per Professor Li's prophecy, the 3-eyed civilization shall ultimately perish. But I refuse to believe it. The 3-eyed endured millennia of hardship. They will never submit. Chen An is pivotal to this jump point transition. Staying close to him is the only certainty. A sigh escaped him before he hurried back to the rest zone. In the bedroom, an ancient man lay upon the bed, his body like petrified, with life flickering precariously. Crystals of energy overflowed both bed and floor, yet his frail body absorbed them agonizingly slowly. Upon seeing Yang Dingtian, the elder murmured, do not force fate. Chen An is exceedingly cautious. He will never readily accept aid from outsiders. Teacher, cease your prophecies. Rest well. I will continue seeking ways to extend your life. The elder's lips tightened faintly, his wrinkles carved deep as chasms. I possess at most 3 months left. Only one final prophecy remains. Chen An's train houses another seer. My visions grow hazy. You must interpret events yourself. Seers interfere with one another's foresight. Luoyu's presence rendered the elder's insights indistinct. Yang Dingtian lowered his gaze. We reached this jump point safely from Xinyan Star, solely through your guidance. Without you, each ascension grants a century of life. Teacher, you still have a chance. Never surrender. He turned and departed. Within Chen An's train, Luoyu relayed anomalous data. You sensed an outsider recently foretelling our train's path. Luoyu lounged on the sofa, her emerald green legs draped teasingly over Chen An's waist. It appears to be a 3-eyed seer, but reciprocal interference blurred his vision into mere impression. Shall I counterforesee? If interference is inevitable, expending life force is unwarranted. He seems gravely weakened, likely near death. You humans are so fragile. A few prophecies drain your lifespan entirely. Chen An rolled his eyes. Your own lifespan seems boundless. Foresee our train's status 5 days hence. Only its fundamental condition. Do not project beyond that. Only 5 days ahead, not the intervening period. Correct. Only day 5. Instantly Luoyu extended countless slender vines, pressing them flush against the train's hull. Moments later she delivered her verdict. The train remains secure, and 2 balcony-like structures have emerged along its flanks. Their purpose eludes me. Chen An beamed. So, within 5 days I shall acquire another core. For tranquil days passed. Then 15 new trains rushed into the domain. As before, most became soft targets, destined for defeat. Whether by cosmic whim or sheer positional advantage, Star System 17 drew another train. This train bore grievous damage. Its lateral laser batteries shattered beyond repair. Yet it bypassed the system entirely, diverting instead toward Star System 16. Upon hearing the news, Chen An felt no anger, only a quiet, knowing smile. Within the inner ring of Star System 16, the treeman's train engaged the enemy in fierce artillery exchange. Cannon fire erupted in unison. Warships on both sides detonated one after another. Chaos and carnage reigned. Inside the cockpit, Manshi surveyed the battle with profound satisfaction. Their decision to fight to the bitter end works perfectly in my favor. Once we seize the core, our train will awaken a unique ability. Then no one shall dare threaten us. As for the Fuyao civilization's reproach, utterly irrelevant. Rules. Power is the rule. Incidentally, the stellar domain network proves remarkably convenient. Sending messages to other trains has never been easier. Suddenly a communication request appeared on screen, originating from the Lingxua civilization. Manshi accepted the call and grinned broadly, all proceeding smoothly. Chen An raised no objections. On the opposite screen, Luoda smiled warmly and spoke gently. End the battle swiftly. The core is paramount. Rest assured, the enemy is utterly outmatched. Once confirmed, the transmission ended. In Star System 4, a brilliantly hued train glided along its orbital track, shimmering like a radiant silk ribbon across the void. Occasionally Lingxua beings departed the train aboard swift spacecraft racing toward the system's sole habitable planet. For them, mere survival had long ceased to be essential. Ascending in status within the train was now the highest pursuit. And the pinnacle of that hierarchy was unquestionably their train captain Luoda. Back in the cockpit, the moment Manch's transmission ended, Luoda's smile vanished, replaced by a deathly rigid stillness. To minimize how many cores you fools obtain, I've bent over backward. Manshi included. A complete failure. The last core fell into the hands of those mechanical wretches, the Audis. Call me the saintly civilization. Heh, don't faint when you witness sainthood devouring flesh. He murmured to himself as he left the cockpit and entered a vast chamber beyond. Within the chamber loomed a mountain of pulsating flesh. Upon its summit sat a smooth, hairless head crisscrossed by streams of iridescent light. Is it truly impossible to retrieve intelligence on the inner ring of Star System 17? The head's eyes snapped open. Twin beams of crimson light lanced forth, projecting a luminous hologram of Star System 17 onto the wall 5 meters away. Its mouth parted slowly. The Fuyao civilization's sentient AI is extraordinary. They've woven an impenetrable intranet using warships deployed throughout the sector. Even I cannot breach it. Luoda frowned in surprise. You are a psionic, a being capable of infiltrating other trains. Yet even Chen An's intranet remains beyond your reach. I dare not deploy aggressive methods, lest I alert his AI. Luoda nodded gravely. Your caution is justified. At this stage they must never learn the truth, that the stellar domain network is in fact a surveillance grid. By binding every train to it, we secure absolute supremacy. He then inquired briefly about the psionic's physical condition before departing. In truth, the psionic had just detected something anomalous. The stellar domain network's data streams exhibited subtle irregularities. Yet stellar activity across star systems remained inherently erratic. Such anomalies had occurred repeatedly before. So the psionic dismissed it without deeper scrutiny. Psionic. Chen An had never encountered the term. A psionic is a rare transcendental entity whose presence transforms a train into a network nexus, enabling expansion outward to gather intelligence. While active, a psionic cannot move and consumes energy crystals continuously. If we acquire a psionic, our reconnaissance range would expand dramatically. So that's it. Luoda's warmth was merely bait, inviting all trains into his stellar domain network. All to enable real-time surveillance. Are you certain we've temporarily seized control? I have already ensnared the psionic in an illusion. He is still low rank and easily deceived. But the effect lasts no longer than 3 hours. 3 hours is more than enough. Immediately expel the Flora-based civilization from the stellar domain network. Expulsion successful. The Flora-based civilization is no longer affiliated with the stellar domain network. Chen An next. Completely mask all feeds from star systems 16 and 17. Expulsion successful. The Flora-based civilization is no longer affiliated with the stellar domain network. Chen An next. Completely mask all feeds from star systems 16 and 17. Since they refuse to abide by the rules, I see no reason to hold back. The weak have no voice, nor do the dead. The battle in Star System 16 neared its climax. The tree men held overwhelming dominance. Manshi ignored the enemy's surrender plea entirely. Apologies. I'm far more interested in your core. After neutralizing the remaining defensive emplacements, Manshi deployed the tactic originally devised by the three-eyed race, driving her train directly against the enemy vessel to prevent escape. Shuttlecraft disgorged waves of tree men into the enemy train, initiating full-scale boarding operations. Their adversaries were humanoid, frail, and diminutive beside the towering tree men. Thus the conflict unfolded as total annihilation. The humanoids possessed scarcely any capacity to resist. Ha! Slaughter them all. Leave none alive. Manshi exulted, already preparing her shuttle for immediate core retrieval. Possession of the core would grant her stature and shield her from predatory neighbors. Yet just as her shuttle prepared to launch, the ship's AI issued an urgent alert. Fuyao civilization train detected. Only 8 million kilometers distant. Manshi recoiled as if doused in ice water. How did we fail to detect them earlier? They traversed the stellar photosphere itself and evaded all our scout vessels via unknown means. Though star systems 16 and 17 lay adjacent, the intervening void stretched vast, patrolled constantly by reconnaissance craft. Logically, Chen An's train should have triggered detection the instant it exited star system 17. As Manshi puzzled, the AI identified the anomaly. They infiltrated every one of our scout vessels through some unknown channel. Manch's bark prickled. Had bark been skin? Can we reclaim control? Control of the scouts is irrelevant, replied the AI. What matters is discerning their intent. Manchi snarled, must we ask? Desperation drives dogs to leap walls. All trains and warships pivot to intercept. We hold home field advantage. Perhaps we'll claim 2 cores. At the thought of dual cores and their transformative power, her branches trembled with ecstatic anticipation. Yet when Chen An's train reached the 30 million-kilometer mark, it halted, motionless. That distance lay well beyond standard engagement range. Beep beep beep. A calm request lit up Manch's console. Chen An's voice came through calm and courteous. My apologies. I merely stepped out for a stroll. Never expected to wander into your neighborhood. A guest arriving from afar is always welcome. Surely you won't turn me away. Manchi replied smoothly, but I confess, I'm far more curious, how did you seize control of my scout vessels? Chen An answered simply, first I commandeered the stellar domain network. Then via its upload infrastructure I hijacked every scout vessel and silenced them en masse. Manchi refused to believe it. The stellar domain network was forged by the Lingxua civilization. How could Chen An possibly dominate it? She moved to contact Luoda and report the breach. Yet she found herself unable to access the network at all. When star systems lie too far apart, direct communication is impossible. Only the stellar domain network bridges the gap. What is happening? We have been expelled from the stellar domain network, and the AI has constructed a convincing illusion making me believe we remain connected. What? You were deceived. To Manch, all train AIs were functionally equivalent, none superior to another. Now she understood even artificial intellects can be fooled. Chen An's voice returned quiet and final. I'll spare further words. Except to ask, do you have any last words? Last words? Ha! What makes you think you can defeat me? Manch's laughter choked off abruptly. Her branches convulsed wildly. As memory struck Chen and had already claimed a core. Could his train possess a unique ability? Wary of her extraordinary ability, Mansei softened her tone slightly. After all, we are neighbors. There's no need for hostility. Besides, the stellar network has strict rules. Once aboard, mutual aggression is forbidden, or else other trains will jointly punish the offender. Chen An sat comfortably in the driver's seat, holding a stemmed glass in his left hand, swirling the half-filled cola within. Without waiting for Mansei's command, her AI had already attempted to connect, only to discover with stunned disbelief that the train was completely severed from the stellar network. Master Luoda has deceived you. In the AI's assessment, only the Lingxua civilization possessed the capability to eject them from the network. Yet this claim left Mansei deeply perplexed. Luoda had communicated with her just hours earlier. How could he possibly reverse course so swiftly? Chen An, did you resort to underhanded tactics? Chen An drained a large gulp of ice-cold cola, the chill surging up into his skull. He chuckled lightly. Are you truly that naive? I told you before. I already control the stellar network. Whether you know it or not is irrelevant. I was merely stalling for time. Fuyao, have we finished? 8 million universal crystals fully supplied. Charging complete. Chen An flashed Mansei on the screen, a grin both ferocious and disarmingly courteous. Fire. With a thunderous roar, a colossal beam of light erupted from the train's prow, hurtling toward the botanical train. At that instant, Mansei stood frozen, utterly dumbstruck. Her AI blared repeated evasion alerts, yet their train, having decelerated to intercept prior adversaries, lacked sufficient velocity to evade. Even with its propulsion layer straining to its absolute limit, escape remained impossible. The beam pierced forward like a celestial rod, blindingly radiant, outshining nearby stars, as it bored straight through the botanical train's bow, cleaving it cleanly end to end. Unabated by impact, the beam surged onward, piercing the midsection of another train trailing behind, vaporizing countless arboreal beings and humanoid combatants caught mid-battle. No sound echoed and no dying cries rose. Only stark, chilling silence. Chen An emptied his cola in one long draught and let out a satisfied belch. They brought death upon themselves. I bear no blame. Eliminating an entire train is this effortless. Fuyao, how long until the railgun cools? If active cooling assistance is provided, cooldown time reduces to 2 hours. Very well. Initiate active cooling. Restore stellar network control after 2 hours, and broadcast the feed publicly. Let any who dare defy me come forth and meet their end. With 2 new train cores imminent. Indeed 2. Chen An's confidence swelled into outright audacity. Over the next 2 hours, Chen An deployed robots and passengers in boarding operations, dismantling both wrecked trains and securing their cores. The humanoid entities aboard the second train bore only superficial resemblance to humans, not true humanoids at all. Their conductor fell once more beneath Zhou Zhang's blade. Chen An suspected the man had grown disturbingly proficient. As for Mansei, she perished instantly with the train's shattered bow reduced to ash and oblivion. Fuyao, if my train simultaneously assimilates 2 cores, does it gain 1 ability? Or 2? No matter how many cores are consumed at once, only 1 ability manifests per assimilation. But the greater the number of cores, the stronger the resulting ability. Chen An hesitated for a long while, then committed both cores together. I already possess the transcendent railgun for offense, electromagnetic shielding for defense, and spatial jump capability for retreat. All voracious consumers of universal crystals. What I need is utility, not extravagance. Let's test fate. Master. Might it be possible that stronger abilities demand even greater crystal consumption? Chen An's expression darkened. Let us hope not. Otherwise you'll spend half an hour in confinement. Master cannot live without me. So confinement is impossible. Chen An smiled faintly. Teasing Fuyao nurtured her growth. After roughly 10 minutes, the train completed assimilation of both cores. Chen An stood eagerly rubbing his palms together in anticipation, hoping fervently for a revelation. Half a minute later Fuyao delivered the notification. Train acquired component observation deck. Observation deck retractable observation platforms extend from both sides of the train, enabling passengers to gaze upon the starfield. Chen An stared uncomprehending until Fuyao prompted him repeatedly. You're not telling me this is just an entertainment feature? Costing me 2 cores? He felt equal parts exhilaration and regret. Had he known, he'd have diversified his investment instead. Master, please observe its functionality first. On-screen balcony-like structures slowly extended outward from each carriage's flanks, each spanning approximately 100 meters, constructed from the same seamless material as the original hull, whether floor or window pane. Simultaneously, numerous double doors opened between the observation decks and carriages, granting authorized passengers immediate, unrestricted access. What seemed innocuous at first glance soon ignited his ire. This is nothing more than a widened carriage. What practical function does it serve? The interior is already spacious. Passengers require no further comfort. He was no miser. But neither was this the moment for indulgence. There was no justification for lavishing such luxury upon passengers. As he ranted, those remaining inside the carriage stood utterly transfixed. They watched wide-eyed as balconies bloomed along both sides of their carriage, spacious, gleaming, and real. When someone approached the double doors embedded in the carriage wall, the glass slid open silently, inviting them outward. Could something go wrong? Whoa! The floor outside is transparent glass. You can see the starfield beneath your feet. Anyone brave enough to step out? For a long while no one dared move, until one fearless soul strode forth without hesitation. If the carriage door opens freely, the external environment must match our internal conditions. So what's there to fear? Once the first had set the example, others followed. Gasping, marveling, trembling. It was their first true experience, standing suspended amid the cosmos. Heart-pounding vertigo clawing at their senses, the abyss yawning infinitely beneath their souls. The impulsive trembled, the analytical minds were already probing its purpose. Look, there's a hatchway. It looks like many hatchways. And look below, those gripping fixtures. Could they be docking ports for spacecraft? So, we won't need the landing bay anymore. We can deploy directly from here. As they discerned these features, Chen An did too. Faster passenger deployment is advantageous. But the edge isn't decisive. Fuyao, if you know more, explain it clearly. Both the transcendent railgun and electromagnetic shield are temporary capabilities, destined to be superseded by superior ones. But the observation deck remains with the train forever. Its functions are as follows. First, the undersides of the observation decks host numerous docking berths, capable of receiving small spacecraft or shuttles. Should the train launch rapid external sorties, we attain unmatched speed. Master knows best. Without this, deploying passengers via the landing bay takes 30 minutes, or even an hour. Second, once all passengers ascend to Starwalkers, they need no longer cram into the landing bay. They will stream forth seamlessly from the observation decks. Picture it while rival trains still organize their troops, ours flood enemy vessels like locusts. Victory assured. Third, the train may expand laterally beyond the observation decks, adding new carriages side by side. Thus, the observation decks become permanent connectors. Without them, expansion is strictly longitudinal, lengthening the train, a vulnerability increasingly dangerous as its stellar rank rises and carriage count multiplies. Fourth, the observation deck consumes 0 universal crystals. Having heard Fuyao's full exposition, Chen An nodded emphatically. You've expanded my thinking. With the observation deck, both passengers and the train gain unprecedented convenience. It truly is exceptional. Most crucially, it demands no crystal expenditure. He then instructed Fuyao to issue a public announcement detailing usage, and declared the observation decks freely accessible to every passenger. 2 hours elapsed. Fuyao restored full authority over the stellar network. The train conductor is not idle. They need to become even stronger and have more loyal followers to solidify their position. Only during their leisure time do they check the star domain network for updates and gather some extra information which can actually be collected with the help of the intelligence brain. Not long ago, a conductor finally discovered that the outer circles of the 16th and 17th star systems had no visuals for a long time. Previously, to ensure fairness, any conductor could freely check the visuals of other star systems' outer circles as it was the default rule. What's going on? The two star systems have lost visuals for a long time. Even if there were signal fluctuations, it shouldn't last this long. Is Luoda there? Luoda did not respond, prompting other conductors to start discussing. The 16th is the tree people and the 17th is the Fuyao people. How could both have problems at the same time? Could there be abnormal fluctuations near them? Unless a black hole suddenly appeared to disrupt the signals, what else could cause such fluctuations? I heard that a train was initially supposed to head to the 17th star system, but suddenly diverted to the 16th. What's going on? Similar situations occurred a few days ago. These topics stirred Yang Dingtian, who cursed. The tree people violated the rules by sending information to the extraterrestrial train, exposing Chen An's bottom line. If I were in their position, I would run away too. Knowing it's certain death, I wouldn't go in. The chat group erupted in outrage, with more conductors being drawn into the discussion. This is too unethical. We agreed not to interfere with each other. If I were Chen An, I would definitely seek revenge on the tree people. Yang Dingtian said. Chen An is still too merciful. He didn't say anything after being disturbed last time. Otto, the core you have originally belonged to Chen An. Otto took a long time to reply. I indeed took the core, but I am not the instigator. It has nothing to do with me. Are you guessing, or do you have evidence? If you have evidence, bring it out. Yang Dingtian responded. If I had evidence, would I let that scoundrel man say have it easy? If the tree people can violate the rules without consequence, I will do the same in the future. When I see extraterrestrial trains entering your star system, I'll give them all your information, and see who has it easy. Other conductors felt helpless against Yang Dingtian's disruptive behavior. Mother Worm stated, the tree people as a lowly species inherently lack morals. I suggest we eliminate them from the star domain network. Where is Luoda? Come out and speak. Klein replied, elimination is unnecessary, as there is no concrete evidence. In the future, we must set the rules firmly. If anyone dares to do this again, we will unite and take them down directly. Everyone had their own opinions and stances, making it impossible to reach a consensus. A few minutes later, a conductor asked the crucial question. Where are the conductors of the tree people? Why are they missing from the list? Could they really have been eliminated? What right does Luoda have to do this? As for Luoda, who had not sent any messages, he was in the cockpit, stressed out. Are you saying the star domain network has lost control? The intelligence brain replied, a special entity has accessed the back-end and temporarily seized control, most likely another telepath. If there are still telepaths in this star domain, it could be troublesome. Have you found out which train it came from? Under the current loss of control over the star domain network, we can't gain investigative capabilities. But don't worry, our telepaths are trying to regain control of the star domain network. It should be soon. Luoda waited anxiously, and after 10 minutes, he learned that the star domain network had returned without any information loss, but with subtle changes. The intelligence brain stated, the Mansei of the 16th star system has been eliminated and lost its information link. Quickly pull up the visuals of the 16th star system, including the inner star circle. Currently, apart from a few powerful star systems, the star domain network can access the visuals of most star systems' inner star circles. Upon seeing two damaged trains in the inner circle of the 16th star system, Luoda could not believe his eyes. Who did this? As the visuals moved, Chen An's train appeared brazenly. Just as I thought, it was him. Beep, beep, beep. The communication came through. Luoda answered, and this time he couldn't give Chen An a smile. His face was extremely serious. Chen An, what do you mean by this? Chen An leaned casually against the driver's seat and replied, it means nothing, just a gesture. I have backed up all the information regarding the star domain network and hope that in the future, no matter what data is collected, I will have a share. Isn't that request reasonable? On what basis do you think I would give it to you? Chen An smiled and said, I just learned that the star domain network has even more functions. For instance, freely entering the inner star circles of certain star systems to monitor the movements of trains. To be honest, I was really deceived by your previous behavior. If you refuse my terms, I will make all this information public. You will become a public enemy with nowhere to hide. At that moment, Luoda felt a bone-chilling cold. He initially thought he could control everything and manipulate the conductors at will. However, today he realized that there are greater forces at play, and someone had seen through his plans. After all, Luoda is a conductor. He squinted his eyes to calm his emotions and asked, what level is your telepath? Chen An was momentarily taken aback but quickly responded nonchalantly, only at the 3rd level. The reconnaissance range isn't far. I can only invade the back end of the star domain network. To be honest, combining telepathy and networks is indeed a brilliant idea. I even thought about getting one myself. Luoda further inquired, did you eliminate Mansei? Not only did I eliminate him, but the core has also been devoured. I was initially prepared to expose your plan, but later I changed my mind. I believe we can cooperate, or what do you think? Half an hour ago, Chen An firmly believed that Luoda was an enemy as Luoda collaborated with Mansei against him. However, after sitting in the conductor's position for a long time, Chen An developed a mindset that differed from ordinary people. There are never friends or enemies, only interests. Chen An had no telepath, but he could pretend to have one, while simultaneously obtaining a wealth of information by joining forces with Luoda, feeling quite pleased. The two remained silent for a long time until Luoda suddenly smiled, reverting to his earlier amiable demeanor. Chen An said, "Yes, that's the smile I was looking for, it feels good. Luoda, I am willing to cooperate with you, even to form an alliance to jointly control the star domain network and share the benefits." Chen An interrupted, "I'm not that greedy, just give me information, and you can still control the star domain network yourself. As for the benefits, whoever gets it keeps it. There's no need to share." This made Luoda breathe a sigh of relief, and his smile became even more amiable. "Actually, rather than cooperating with fools like Mansei, I have more faith in you. Brother Chen, if you don't mind, we can become brothers of different races." Chen An was taken aback. Luoda truly had strong adaptability and even stronger flexibility. "Haha, I'll be counting on you more in the future, Brother Luo. By the way, how should we resolve the Mansei issue? Although he violated the rules first, I did have an intrusion, and I'm afraid it might lead to isolation from other conductors." Luoda, "Don't worry, brother. I have a lot of experience in handling such matters, just leave it to me." The two exchanged smiles, grinning brightly. As the train captain stood stunned by Mance's sudden disappearance, two decrypted signals appeared on the public screen, both clearly legible. The content was a stark warning. Chen An was extraordinarily powerful. Details specified precisely where his strength lay, and under no circumstances should he be approached. "Look at the sender," one remarked. "It's the treemen." To whom did they send it? The recipients were two extrastellar trains, confirmed via database cross-reference. Both have since been utterly destroyed. The treemen transmitted Chen An's profile to foreign trains, a move both enigmatic and deeply unsettling. As discussion unfolded, the conclusion became unmistakable: the treemen had flagrantly violated the stellar domain network's foundational protocols. If this warning is genuine, the treemen's conduct is egregiously unscrupulous. This is an official announcement issued by the stellar domain network itself. How could it possibly be false? Luoda, say something. Even silence demands a response. Luoda logged in and with measured composure outlined the treemen's violation, secretly transmitting intelligence to external trains, thereby undermining the interests of intradomain trains, is an act of profound malice. If such behavior becomes normalized, none of us will ever enjoy secure development. Better to wage total war until only ashes remain. Yang Dingtian, what is your assessment? Were I confronted with such treachery, I would declare war without hesitation. No deliberation required. Oh, to your thoughts. Though I personally benefited, I cannot condone this method. Let us remember our shared purpose. Traversing the jump point is paramount. Sacrificing lives over procedural breaches serves no end. Whoever violates the rules sows chaos, and expelling such a civilization from the stellar domain network is not only justified but imperative. Luoda acted correctly. No dissent arose. This touched every participant's core survival interest. Yang Dingtian had already issued a prior warning: any disruption would trigger synchronized interference across all trains, inflicting catastrophic losses. Thus, these unwritten conventions held the force of law. If breached, one became a universal pariah. After consensus solidified, Luoda asked, "How shall we adjudicate the treemen's transgression?" The matriarch, since they've already been expelled from the stellar domain network, eradication is the only recourse. I volunteer to carry it out. Clean, I bear witness, and claim my share. O2, I previously acquired a core without cost. At this time, I waive all claims. I propose granting it to Chen An as restitution. Where is Chen An? A notification flashed across the public screen. Chen An had logged in. Chen An, quite the lively gathering. What's the topic of debate? Yang Dingtian explained, voice thick with indignation. Truth be told, Chen An often found himself baffled by the man's motives. Prophecies once foretold outright enmity between them. Yet now the man treated him with almost excessive deference. So you're discussing the treemen? No need for further deliberation. They've already been eliminated by me. Luoda, I've transmitted partial footage. You may review it now. Direct access to the inner ring remained impossible. Everyone knew the stellar domain network held no such authority. Thereafter, the public screen flooded with images of shattered treemen trains. Chen An narrating with scathing sarcasm, I'd long suspected the treemen were no saints, constantly scheming to seize my modest reserves. Last time she frightened off my guests. I tolerated it. After all, the Fuyao civilization prides itself on peace. But her latest provocation crossed every line. I pursued her relentlessly, until inexplicably I found myself at her homeworld. Truthfully, I harbor no interest in conquering the treemen, nor do I covet train cores. One suffices. The rest belong to you. Yet that wretch Mance opened fire on me, without cause, without warning. So I simply erased her. Any questions? His tone shifted. playfulness evaporating into glacial coldness laced with a lethality so palpable it chilled spines. Silence descended upon the chat channel. Profound, unbroken, and heavy. Chen An added, I confess. I acted too harshly. As recompense I propose dividing the resources of Star System 16 equally among you. His words brimmed with implications. Vandel the Mantis Lord blurted the footage vanished for only 3 hours. How did you annihilate the tree men in that span? To date, even the swiftest intercivilizational warfare demanded 10 hours or more. 3 was preposterous. Chen An replied, perhaps the tree men were simply frail. I merely tested an assault, and their entire structure collapsed inward. If disbelief persists, feel free to visit Star Domain 16 yourselves, and experience the treemen's final moments firsthand. With such candor, understanding came effortlessly. Yang Dingtian spoke first. The tree men deserved extinction, and Chen An acted justly. To achieve victory in 3 hours implies possession of extraordinary armaments. Luada since Chen An resolved the matter independently, our intervention is unnecessary. As for Star System 16's resources, I decline my share. My own 4th star system yields more than I can ever exhaust. No one dared claim a portion. Instead, unanimous deference granted Chen An sole rights to extraction. Only certain outering train captains murmured grievances reproaching him for acting without prior consultation. Chen An ignored them entirely, logging off the stellar domain network to attend to his own affairs. For now, leave Star System 17 untouched. Focus all extraction capacity on 16. Prioritize energy crystals and rare ores. Once extraction nears completion, vacate the system for other trains. We lack the defenses to hold 2 simultaneously. Fuyao, how many energy crystals did you recover from those 2 trains? Total 50 million units. Chen An pathetic. I'd hoped for over 100 million. The tree men consumed energy crystals at an unsustainable rate. 30 million units belonged to the other train. Alas, they possessed no transcendent weaponry. Thus vast reserves remained inert, unusable. That settles it. For now, no one dares provoke me. Monitor the stellar domain network daily, especially for intelligence on the three-eyed civilization. I intend to discern Yang Dingtian's true intent. 3 days later, Chen An withdrew from Star System 17, whereupon the newly arrived Bluebird civilization seized 16. Upon witnessing the star system scarred by relentless excavation, the Bluebird train captain was dumbfounded. Only upon entering the stellar domain network did he grasp the reason, and dared not utter complaint. Instead, he hurriedly dispatched gifts to Chen An, lest he suffer the treeman's fate. For the next fortnight, Chen An remained idle. The stellar domain itself grew tranquil. Incoming trains dwindled sharply. Some days passed without a single arrival. On July 3rd, a minor crisis emerged. The crystal worm civilization declared its energy crystal reserves critically depleted, facing existential collapse, and formally requested 30 million units from the neighboring Mantis civilization. Vandel refused, immediately triggering open war. At such stakes, stellar domain network protocols meant nothing. Survival alone dictated action. After mutual attrition, Vandel conceded, offering 1 million units instead. The crystal worms accepted the compromise, seized the million units, abandoned their 3rd star system, and embarked on a desperate circuit of extortion, demanding crystals from the Lingshua civilization, the three-eyed civilization, and others. Refusal meant annihilation. Mutual destruction was preferable to starvation. Though universally resented, few civilizations deemed it worthwhile to perish fighting vermin. Grudgingly, they surrendered their crystals, faces dark with fury. Curiously, when the crystal worms passed Star System 17, they deliberately veered clear. Chen An initiated a direct channel. Why bypass me? Do you dare ignore me? The matriarch was astonished. Never before had a human invited robbery so brazenly. I want none of yours, unless you reveal the weapon you used against the treemen. Chen An grinned faintly, and severed the connection. Even vermin, it seemed, bowed before overwhelming power. On the current rankings, the Fuyao civilization stood unchallenged at the apex. Thus passed another fortnight, during which the crystal worm civilization plundered every civilization, except Fuyao, amassing energy crystals so vast they made Chen An himself envious. Finally, on July 15th, the abyssal heart of the stellar domain erupted with countless points of light. Simultaneously, a message materialized aboard every train. The jump point will open in 6 months. Only 50 trains permitted passage. All others shall perish alongside the collapsing cosmos. No one knew the source of the information, yet its contents sent a ripple of tension through every train captain. Chen An said, according to current rankings, we should be able to pass. But rankings are illusory. No one can predict what will unfold over the next 6 months. Fuyao, what do you advise we do? Chaos is inevitable in the final month, until only 50 trains remain. We must strengthen ourselves, relentlessly employing every means at our disposal. Our current position holds distinct advantage. Any civilization with even rudimentary intelligence would avoid contesting us for slots. And compared to the anxiety gripping other train captains, Chen An remained remarkably composed. He immediately logged into the stellar domain network to observe fellow captains' reactions. NAS expected most were venting fury or hurling invectives. Outraged by the newly imposed regulation, only 50 trains may pass, meaning 76 will be annihilated. Given present rankings and stellar sector order, the outcome appears all but certain. This statement reeks of provocation, and senior-ranked captains swiftly rebutted rank alone guarantees nothing. Every train still has a chance. In my view, the top 10 are virtually assured passage, especially Fuyao civilization ranked first. Chen An replied rankings are ephemeral. True strength, not position, will decide survival. Luoda, is anyone online? What further intelligence exists regarding the dark zone at the stellar domain's core? And the train's reconnaissance range cannot penetrate the dark zone. But the stellar domain network can. Chen An already knew what lay within, yet feigned ignorance. And moments later the public feed displayed live imagery of the dark zone, countless luminous points flickering like distant stars. As the image resolved, those points sharpened into staggering detail, ruined metropolises, colossal mountain ranges, shattered planetary fragments, and even the carcasses of dead stellar beasts larger than cities themselves. Luoda announced preliminary scans confirmed the dark zone harbors vast remnants of extinct civilizations, and this revelation ignited fervent debate among train captains. Even the normally silent ones now joined the fray. It appears the new rules compel us to harness these resources for growth, then vie fiercely for passage through the jump point. And such fragments appearing near the jump point cannot be coincidental. They must serve a purpose. Not necessarily beneficial. Danger likely abounds. And the stellar domain network discussion dissolved without consensus. Participants withdrew quietly. Yet beneath the surface currents surged. In truth, nearly every train captain had already issued covert orders dispatching warships for reconnaissance. Chen An deployed 2 destroyers accelerating at full thrust toward the target zone. 10 hours later the destroyers reached the nearest fragment. And transmitted footage revealed a breathtakingly futuristic city encased within a shimmering energy dome. Its buildings toppled and twisted, as if ravaged by a cataclysmic seismic event. Send a vessel inside. Enta Chen An surprised the energy dome, repelled the destroyer outright. And identical failures occurred elsewhere, sparking renewed frenzy across the stellar domain network. Why can't we enter? And are there prerequisites we've missed? And I suspect the vessel's sheer mass destabilizes the dome, triggering automatic rejection. That theory holds merit. Chen An immediately dispatched a shuttlecraft, and it pierced the dome effortlessly, and simultaneously shuttles from other civilizations arrived at the same site, operating independently, each conducting its own survey. As shuttles drifted across the ruins, searing beams of light erupted from the ground, blinding, radiant, and utterly devastating. Every shuttle was obliterated instantly. Chen An lost all internal feeds, and frowned deeply. He reopened the stellar domain network to find numerous captains reporting anomalies. My site was a desolate, withered plain. No resources whatsoever. My shuttle was destroyed by an unknown force. My shuttle vanished too, likely felled by some formidable transcendent entity. And that stellar beast corpse is no ordinary specimen. The moment my shuttle entered its vicinity, all signals ceased, and it plummeted lifelessly. Gentlemen, I believe I've discerned a pattern. While other shuttles were destroyed, mine endured, because it was piloted by a transcendent. Thus only transcendents may enter civilization fragments. And this final assertion ignited widespread attention, and captains rushed to verify it experimentally. Chen An could not test it himself. His destroyers carried only autonomous drones. He attempted sending a drone instead, only for it to be annihilated instantly. And Fuyao, both the O2 and crystal worm civilizations consist entirely of mechanical lifeforms. Why can they enter? Drones and mechanical lifeforms are fundamentally distinct. They have long consumed energy crystals and evolved into transcendent mechanical life. Very well. I'll observe further. Other captains had already gleaned far richer intelligence, but chose not to share it publicly on the stellar domain network. And no matter, Chen An could infiltrate their vessels via the network and extract that data covertly. Fragments belong to both transcendent and technological civilizations, and some are primitive, others staggeringly advanced, revealing profound disparities in civilizational development, both noble and flawed. These fragments may originate from detonated planets. Could purple star fragments exist among them? And perhaps they conceal artifacts capable of elevating a train's stellar rank. Inspired by these possibilities, Chen An's excitement surged, and he immediately convened strategy talks with Fuyao. And the train must remain anchored in system. Passengers must be dispatched as emissaries assigned via formal mission protocols. Low-tier individuals would merely serve as cannon fodder. We must enforce strict tier restrictions, and they will confront not only passengers from rival civilizations, but also unknown entities. Therefore, weapon restrictions must be lifted. Now is no time for stinginess with stellar coins. Lavish them freely. Wealth and authority belong to the bold and the brave. And upon concluding deliberations, the train broadcast an official announcement, commanding the immediate attention of every passenger. Exploration of Origin Star nears completion. A wave of high-risk expeditions will now commence, with eligibility restricted to Tier 3 transcendents. And currently several thousand Tier 3 transcendents reside aboard the train. Upon hearing the announcement, every Tier 3 transcendent, whether aboard carriages or stationed on Origin Star, immediately set aside their duties and scrutinized the mission details. Board your designated exploration vessel and journey to the Dark Zone. Upon successful entry into a civilization fragment, you shall receive 30,000 stellar coins, and subsequent missions will unfold dynamically tailored to discoveries made during exploration. And given the heightened peril relative to standard surveys, participation remains voluntary and at personal discretion. And the notice was brief, but seismic in impact. 30,000 just for arrival. Damn. What rewards await in follow-up missions? And the notice states explicitly this mission is lethally hazardous, exclusively for Tier 3 transcendents. Where exactly is the Dark Zone? All relevant data has been published. You may review it at once. And upon accessing the dossier, many drew sharp, involuntary breaths. Their farthest prior ventures had barely extended beyond habitable worlds within their own stellar system, whereas this expedition demanded departure from the system entirely into uncharted void. Should disaster strike there, the train could offer no timely aid. Survival would rest solely upon individual resolve. And confronted with such uncertainty, many hesitated. But Xiao Zhen did not hesitate. He burned with exhilaration. Facing his guild members, each wearing expressions ranging from doubt to dread, Xiao Zhen turned toward the marketplace and remarked casually, "Those who wish to accompany me follow. Those who don't, stay behind." No coercion involved. In the end, 10 Tier 3 transcendents joined him, merely 1/3 of the guild's total Tier 3 contingent. And Xiao Zhen cared little. Presence mattered more than numbers. Wherever Brother Xiao goes, I go. There's bound to be profit. Enju Daming's earnest declaration drew only a faint knowing curve of Xiao Zhen's lips. No words followed. Inside the marketplace, members of the Black Knight Guild wailed and clamored like explorers who had just discovered a new continent. The Blue Light V2-0, equipped with an all-new energy module, can fire 500 times after a single charge. It can slay 3rd-tier transcendents and pose a genuine threat even to 4th-tier ones. The electromagnetic rifle V2-0 is named Faith. Incredible, released straight as an upgraded model. This rifle compensates for the blue light's limitations in extreme environments. Used in tandem, they form the perfect synergy. Xiao Zhen slapped Zhu Daming squarely on the forehead. Stop. Purchase authorization required completion of an exploration mission. Xiao Zhen slapped Zhu Daming squarely on the forehead. Stop shouting like a startled crane. Hurry and procure full gear for everyone. Yet at checkout, a prompt appeared: purchase authorization required completion of an exploration mission. So there are restrictions after all. Xiao Zhen immediately activated his wristcom to accept the mission and configured his team roster. Once purchased weapons would bind to the buyer's biometrics, rendering them unusable by anyone else. Meanwhile, other guilds sprang into motion. Danger. So be it. Who among them wasn't already dancing on the edge of a blade? Chan Guoliang of Hope Guild, Zishu of Scientific Guild, Xiaofeng of Divine Dragon Guild. They were all assembling teams, accepting missions and acquiring weaponry. Inside the cockpit, Chen An instructed Fuyao to generate the official roster of exploration teams. He frowned deeply for a long while. Is the master concerned for Zishu's safety? We share a unique bond. Concern is only natural. Exploration missions claim lives. I've already accepted that heavy losses are inevitable. Zishu's capabilities, formidable as they are, cannot guarantee her invulnerability. Yet she leads her own guild. I've never caged her like a songbird. Fuyao, give me counsel. Apologies. I am unable to offer advice. Suddenly a calm alert chimed, a message from Zishu. Chen An, will you go? Chen An replied, not for now. Phew. I'm relieved. Your guild is too small, going there would be perilous. Will you go? Of course I will. My guild doesn't run itself. How could I grow without risk? You don't have to go. Perhaps I could support you. In that moment, Chen An felt a powerful urge to reveal his true identity. To bring Zishu under his wing, perhaps making life far more intriguing. But he knew Zishu's nature. She would never cling to him as a crutch. She yearned to carve her own legacy, not borrow one. Revealing himself might ironically widen the gulf between them. Zishu burst into hearty laughter at his reply. You're growing quite the joker. Does Red Sun Guild have enough credits? If not, I'll lend you some. Generously. I've got more private savings than you'd believe. Careful. I might drain your coffers dry. Chen An teased with mock ferocity. Then severed the connection, his smile lingering long after. Let her command her own destiny. That is the greatest support one can offer. Outside the hangar bay, Yang Yuan stared baffled at Zi Shu's inexplicable girlish giggle. Sister Shu, what's got you so delighted? Zi Shu coughed twice and erased the message on her wrist comm. Enough chatter. Rent us a starship. I hear it's a brand new model. At the rental terminal, a robot delivered its standardized briefing model T-228, the first dedicated exploration vessel deployed aboard the train. It boasts exceptional velocity, immense power reserves, and autonomous extrastellar energy replenishment. No return to the train required. Equipped with standard-issue laser and electromagnetic cannons, the T-228 stands unshaken before any spaceborne engagement. It carries 4 integrated shuttlecraft, each fully rechargeable within the mothership. Payload capacity 200 metric tons. Daily rental fee 5,000 Stella coins. Minimum 7-day lease. However, explorers who have accepted an exploration mission qualify for a discounted rate, 2,000 Stella coins per day. Upon hearing this, Zi Shu's eyes gleamed, and Yang Yuan and the others drooled openly. No wonder it's called an exploration vessel. We'll finally soar freely among the stars. Sister Shu, rent one immediately. Without hesitation, Zi Shu verified her identity and secured the ship. Weapons and ship are ready, but we still don't know when we depart. Scarcely had the question left their lips when their wrist comms lit up departure in 2 hours, escorted by warships. With 2 hours remaining, Zi Shu sought Chen An in person. If I don't return, will you grieve? He pinched her cheek and smiled softly. If you don't return, I'll find another woman. Zi Shu pouted. Her retort hung unspoken, then dissolved into a sigh. Fine. After all, nothing binds us. Chen An offered gentle reassurance. Don't look so glum. You'll have warship escort, and surely no small number of them. Those ships aren't flying solely for me. What good is escort if they favor others? What if the trainmaster prefers men? What if he's shielding Xiaozhen or Xiafeng? Rumor says countless admirers pursue them. Even men. Chen An tightened his grip, her cheeks squished into soft dumpling-like rounds. That hurts. 10 minutes later, both departed the physiological zone, restored to composure. Either aloof or profoundly enigmatic. Before parting, Chen An gifted Zi Shu a cipher. Input this on your wristcom if danger arises. You may find an unexpected surprise. True, the warships themselves couldn't enter certain zones, but their laser barrages certainly could, and their protection extended beyond Zi Shu alone. After all, these were Chen An's finest prospects. Wasting them would be a tragic loss. At last time arrived, the train issued its broadcast. All exploration teams, board your exploration vessels, then transfer to the destroyers. 10 destroyers and 30 frigates would shepherd 46 exploration teams into the dark zone. After half an hour of coordination, the fleet launched, vanishing into the boundless starfield. Chen An settled into quietude, once more drifting into the vibrant stellar net. He found other trains executing similar deployments. The sole difference lay in scale. Some dispatched thousands of passengers, others committed half their fleets. Numbers alone confer no advantage. To shield his teams from unforeseen perils, Chen An issued a formal declaration. I make no claim to dominance. I've sent only several hundred, but let no one dare target my people deliberately. Do so, and I shall deliver warmth in person. Silence followed. Then came the replies. Kashira, brother Chen, rest assured. I've reined in my forces. O2, but should your people initiate aggression, mine will respond without hesitation. Chen An, fair contest is inevitable. And fair it remains. But unwarranted targeting ends now. Or I'll pilot the train straight to your doorstep, with open arms and closed hatches. Luoda, then let us agree resource competition and combat are permitted, but large-scale hostilities are forbidden. Agreed. Agreed. No objections arose, especially from lower-ranked trainmasters. Chen An exhaled in relief. With Xiao Zhen's team at the apex of capability, they could hold their ground and win. 3 hours later, live feeds flooded the stellar net. Luoda announced, feel free to watch the expeditions unfold in real time under collective scrutiny. Watching adventure live streams is quite an amusing affair, and the train conductors are filled with enthusiasm. Chen An observed for a while and noticed that many civilizations on the outer layer had already received numerous train visits with passengers exploring inside, but so far there were no significant discoveries. Fuyo, once the fleet arrives, split up and send the exploration teams to different areas. We will not interfere with their choice of adventure. If they discover any resources required by the trains, they can initiate specific special missions. Through the Star Domain Network, Fuyo could connect to the exploration team's wristwatches without any information delay. If they discover any resources required by the trains, they can initiate specific special missions. Through the Star Domain Network, Fuyo could connect to the exploration team's wristwatches without any information delay. Xiao Gu, we have arrived. Xiao Zhen, who had been sleeping in the pilot seat, was suddenly awakened by Zhu Daming. The spaceship was leaving the battleship's landing platform, heading toward the white starry sky outside. The reason it appeared white was due to the white halo outside which marked their destination. Everyone stay alert. We are setting off. Xiao activated the manual driving function of the spaceship and personally maneuvered it away from the battleship. Bang, bang, bang. The spaceship tilted and bumped several times against the hatch. Xiao awkwardly said, "I forgot this isn't the F-399. It has such a sensitive operating system." Zhu Daming helplessly replied, "Bro, if you can't do it, don't show off. Just go on autopilot. Can you guarantee that the autopilot will always be effective? Can you ensure that the spaceship's intelligence won't be compromised? Learning to pilot yourself is the right path. You guys should take note." After exiting, Zhu Daming exclaimed, "Why did the battleship close its doors? I remember there were still several guild exploration teams inside." Xiao carefully maneuvered the spaceship toward the halo and casually remarked, "Let other guilds come here and compete with us for missions." That's right. The trains were deliberately separated. As we enter, will there be any danger? The spaceship passed through the halo without any incident, but the white light inside swept across, causing the people to instinctively close their eyes to avoid damaging them. Once he heard the task completion alert from the wristwatch, a satisfied smile appeared on Xiao face. 30,000 star coins credited. This money is too easy to earn. Xiao Gu, if we exit and then come back in, can we complete the task continuously? Are you trying to exploit the train's bug? Zhu Daming chuckled, "Just joking. I wouldn't dare." As the spaceship flew downward, the situation on the ground gradually came into view. It was a town with broken walls and ruins and numerous signs of dead plants and animals. "It seems to have an ancient style," Xiao said with disdain. He turned to ask, "Have you spotted any other spaceships around?" Zhu Daming was fiddling with the reconnaissance module, and the screen displayed many light spots. "There are quite a few searching around. Are we landing?" Xiao continued observing the surface conditions, and shook his head, saying, "No landing, let's fly around and take a look." This place wasn't large. It was just a small fragment, and at the spaceship speed they finished a lap in half an hour. Xiao Gu, "The other spaceships are already leaving. It seems there's nothing of value." Xiao cursed, "What kind of bad luck is this? Let's get out of here." The spaceship entered autopilot mode and quickly left the area. After exiting the halo, Xiao received information from the star map. The next halo was 300,000 kilometers away. 300,000 kilometers isn't far, full speed ahead. Not everyone had bad luck like Xiao. Chen Guoliang's luck was quite good. The spaceship arrived at a desolate world. He initially thought there was nothing, but suddenly a powerful star beast appeared. The star beast was frog-like, towering 20 meters high, jumping through the wilderness in search of prey. Even with the world's destruction leaving only this fragment, it was still alive. As more and more spaceships arrived, the star beast was enraged. It leaped 100 meters high, smashing a shuttle-shaped spaceship with a single palm. The humanoid creatures inside fled in all directions, but many were still crushed. Swish! The star beast extended its tongue, pulling the delicious blood and flesh into its mouth, chewing contentedly. In the Star Domain Network, the live broadcast regarding the desolate world attracted the attention of many train conductors. That frog is definitely not at the 3rd level. It is at least a 4th level existence. The star beast's strengthening method is the same as ours, with the 3rd level enhancing muscles and the 4th level enhancing bones. Surviving the world's destruction is no simple task for a 4th level. Let's retreat. This thing is hard to kill, and there aren't many benefits to gain. Don't be hasty. The frog has returned to its nest. Its nest was located in a crevice glowing blue and dazzling the eyes of the train conductors. Energy crystals. No wonder a 4th level star beast appeared. There are endless energy crystals, making it hard not to level up. However, it's not worth spending time for just a few energy crystals. Several train conductors were preparing to withdraw their passengers and explore elsewhere. However, at this moment, one conductor pointed out a crucial discovery, exclaiming, "The color of the energy crystals is wrong. Why are they purple?" On the screen, the frog opened its mouth and swallowed several energy crystals, which were not blue but pure purple. No one had ever seen purple energy crystals before. It might be a special reaction due to environmental influence. Exactly, these energy crystals might even be more valuable than the blue ones. I'm not interested anyway. You can study it yourselves. As each train issued commands, the surrounding spaceships began to leave one by one. However, there were some that did not leave, such as Chen Guoliang's spaceship, as he had received a special mission and was in a state of confusion. Capture this energy crystal mine, collect the purple energy crystals, and send them to the battleship to receive a reward of 200,000 star coins, along with ownership of the exploration ship. Chen Guoliang gasped, and his teammates were even more excited, unable to speak for a long time. "Liang Gu, how much is the exploration ship worth?" Chen Guoliang replied tremblingly, "It's probably over 5 million star coins." "Damn, that means 200,000 star coins is barely a tip." "What exactly are those purple energy crystals that are being valued so highly? No matter what, we must get our hands on them." Faced with such astonishing benefits, no one could resist the temptation. In the train cockpit, Fuyo was explaining the grading rules of energy crystals to Chen An. Blue is just the lowest grade of energy crystals. Above it are purple 2nd level energy crystals, orange 3rd level, and the highest can reach 9th level. With each level increase the super energy contained in the energy crystal multiplies by 100. Chen An exclaimed if I can get a second-level energy crystal mine, wouldn't I be rich? Considering it this way, what's an exploration ship worth? Could just be given away. Originally the mission only included a reward of 200,000 star coins, which was already sufficient to motivate the guild. But later Chen An thought that the guild's development speed was still too slow and needed to be accelerated, starting with the exploration ship. By providing the guild with sufficient permissions and resources, they could undergo explosive growth. Chen An was looking forward to the guild forming its own fleet. As for the previously set price for the battleship, as long as Chen An wished, it could be adjusted up or down at any time and was not fixed. The star beast was nicknamed Frog, a provisional designation hastily coined by Chen Guoyang. He piloted the spacecraft cautiously circling the area for an extended time, yet found no viable solution. Have the other ships departed? All of them have left. We are now the only ones remaining. It was both a blessing and a curse. Had any other vessels stayed behind, they might have drawn Frog's attention and bought us precious time. Let's first gauge Frog's resilience. Ascend the ship to 1 kilometer altitude, then engage with laser cannons. Unlike previous freighters, the T-228, a dedicated exploration vessel, imposed no restrictions on firepower. Air output was limited solely by available energy reserves. As 2 laser turrets extended from the ship's bow, searing beams erupted forth, striking Frog squarely in the head. The assault proved devastating. Even a star beast of such magnitude staggered under the barrage. A thunderous roar echoed across the chasm as Frog reeled backward, toppling into the fissure and sending shards of exposed crystal energy scattering violently in all directions. That's it. Brother Liang, this mission is absurdly easy. While his crew rejoiced, Chen Guoyang frowned deeply, eyes locked onto the fallen beast. For at the point of impact, Frog bore only a superficial abrasion. No blood, no wound. It's rising again. Damn it, it's completely unharmed. Frog rose, lifted its massive head, and fixed its bulging lidless eyes upon the ship hovering in the sky, then launched itself upward in a single furious leap. Yet its maximum jump height reached only 500 meters, far short of the vessel's altitude. Chen Guoyang remained calm and ordered all 4 laser turrets to fire simultaneously, targeting Frog's eyes. Every creature has a weakness. Here on the planetary surface, laser discharges produced deafening sound, each blast reverberating like a physical shockwave. Boom! For concussive detonations overlapped, precisely striking each eye with surgical accuracy. Truth be told, beams of such intensity could pierce even the hull of a starship. Yet Frog remained unscathed, leaping wildly, straining to gain greater height. Even deploying its tongue, its absolute ceiling barely exceeded 700 meters. No wonder it survived in this forsaken place. Its defensive resilience is utterly preposterous. Brother Liang, we need another approach. Chen Guoyang frowned. I do have one, but it's perilous. We're already deep in danger. There's nothing left to fear. Beside him stood Han Dong and Chu Du, both vice presidents of the guild. Chen Guoyang said, "You 3 will join me in piloting 4 shuttlecraft to lure Frog away. Han Dong, you'll descend your ship into the chasm and begin excavating crystal energy immediately, regardless of yield. Just test the feasibility." Han Dong replied, "Brother Liang, let me go. I'll handle excavation. You remain here to coordinate." Enough talk, move now. Moments later, 4 slender dart-shaped shuttles detached from the mothership, drawing Frog's wrath and leading it far away. Meanwhile, Han Dong landed his craft on the fractured ground and deployed the entire team for excavation. Chen An observed every detail. Their mining efficiency struck him as deeply concerning. "Fuyao, can we authorize them to deploy mining robots inside? Non-transcendent robots would be instantly neutralized upon entry, but we may equip them with enhanced excavation tools." Chen An murmured. "So we've inadvertently turned them into miners. Are there any warships nearby?" Each warship carries a full complement of specialized equipment capable of adapting to virtually any contingency. "Good. Immediately transmit instructions to Chen Guoyang." "No. Send them to Han Dong instead. Tell him to return and retrieve the gear." "Switch feed to Chen Guoyang." Because the wrist display feed was first person, the screen jolted violently, rendering visual details nearly indecipherable. Yet the rhythmic thud of Frog's leaps echoed unmistakably. Chen An synchronized feeds from all 4 shuttles, performing real-time technical reconstruction to approximate the full spatial tableau. There, shuttles streaked forward at blistering speed, while Frog pursued with terrifying ferocity, each bound covering a full kilometer, matching their velocity stride for stride. "Fuyao, is this creature truly Tier IV? Tier IV denotes enhancement scope, not uniform strength. This frog's reinforced musculature and skeletal structure grant it innate superiority over baseline humanity. Should we upgrade our weaponry? Even laser cannons failed to fell a Tier IV star beast. Master, surely you don't consider the exploration vessel's lasers particularly formidable?" To eliminate it decisively, I recommend the destroyer's main cannon. One shot would suffice. However, due to atmospheric refraction within the lightning, trajectory deviation is probable. Chen An scowled. A miss is useless. Forget it. Mission rewards have already been dispersed. Let them complete it themselves. Switch feeds. Has anyone discovered anything significant? 46 expedition teams had entered the civilization fragment, but none had reported findings yet. The Science Guild's team has located a tomb. A tomb. Hardly remarkable. This tomb floats suspended in midair, borne aloft by 9 colossal dragons, each straining outward. A stele bears the inscription "Tomb of the Starsky Emperor." Before Fuyao finished describing it, Chen An had already activated the live feed. Tombs were not rare, but this one's architecture was extraordinary, drawing numerous vessels into orbit, including Z-shoes. The starfield dimmed, the lightning's pallid glow failed to illuminate the tomb. Only the eternal lamp before the stele burned unwavering, its faint radiance piercing the swirling celestial dragon figures that soared around it. Senior Sister Shu. Why has the aesthetic suddenly turned Xuan Huan? In the cockpit, crew members gathered, murmuring in awe. Shu did not reply. Her gaze remained fixed, scrutinizing the tomb's form. A domed roof crowned a cylindrical stone body, smooth polished surfaces gleaming under ambient light. 4 altars encircled the tomb's base, once likely holding divine statues, now empty. Most arresting were the 9 stone dragons. Tails anchored to the tomb heads reared skyward in fierce defiance, mouths once cradling something now vanished. Senior Sister Shu, look below. A full kilometer beneath the tomb lay a shattered world. Landmasses fractured beyond recognition, devoid of any intact terrain. This world suffered a cataclysm akin to the Purple Star disaster. The planet ruptured entirely, yet the tomb remains untouched. Miraculous. As they spoke, another vessel approached the tomb and began descent. Spots are scarce. Let's move quickly. Shu reacted swiftly, securing a wide, stable landing zone. She brought the ship to rest, and the entire team disembarked fully armed and armored. Deeper intelligence required first-hand reconnaissance. Those are triangular beings, their rodent kin, over their mantis folk. Numerous vessels had docked, their crews emerged warily, exchanging no words, only silent vigilance. Suddenly a voice called from behind, "Are you from the Fuyao civilization?" At the name, Fuyao, explorers of every species turned sharply, eyes narrowing with heightened wariness toward Shu's team, for their trainmaster had explicitly warned them before departure avoid provoking civilizations such as Fuyao and Lingshua, especially Fuyao. Shu glanced back. It was a 3-eyed race. "May I ask who you are?" A group of 3-eyed beings hurried forward. Their leader was lean, sharp-featured, almost elegant. He smiled warmly. "I am Li Feng. Our trainmaster specifically instructed us to seek cooperation with your team." Yang Yuan and others greeted them enthusiastically. Allying with others in such a place meant survival. Shu remained cautious. She discreetly queried the train via her wrist interface. A prompt reply confirmed cooperation was permissible, provided it entailed no compromise of self-interest. Shu exhaled softly in relief. Lifting her gaze forward, she saw several mantis folk standing before the stele, scanning its inscriptions with precision instruments. In the Star Domain Network, the inscriptions uploaded by adventurers are translated into various languages. The emperor was born from the grasslands, adopted by a butcher in childhood, enduring much suffering. In the 27th year of Fenghua, the emperor wielded his sword to open the heavens, ascending and leaving countless legends. On the day of calamity, the emperor fought against the 10 strongest masters, ultimately perishing and being buried on Mount Wayne. The translations in different languages vary. Following the Zixing language translation, it becomes "that thing above." Chen An twitched the corner of his mouth. "Fuyao, are you sure there's no translation error?" "Absolutely no omissions, 100% accurate." "Change my speaking style back. Master, speaking this way is really fun, simple, and convenient, and it doesn't take up much of my running space, Chen An." "It indeed doesn't take up your running space, but it occupies my brain. I used to do physics research and I detested classical Chinese. Just tell me the inscriptions in plain language." The inscriptions are a summary of the life of the Starry Emperor, a very adorable, fierce fellow. From my estimation, he should be a star step level. Why? The inscriptions state that he ascended, which means he must have flown out of the planet. To fly out of a planet, one must at least be a star stepper. His level shouldn't be too high, merely a first-level star stepper, otherwise, he wouldn't have died on the planet's surface. What use is that? The corpses of star steppers can be used to refine special potions that allow temporary spacewalking. In certain special scenarios, one can ignore the pressure of space. If we obtain the corpse, we might even deduce the promotion method. Doesn't an ascendant need a method to promote to a star stepper? Can't they just strengthen their eyes closed? Ascendants can strengthen their eyes closed, but star steppers cannot. If they cannot find a method, they may never break their limits. Don't you have anything in your database? Fuyao is not omnipotent. While Chen An was deriving this information, most of the other train captains had also understood the situation. Thus various orders were issued, making the atmosphere outside the tomb even more tense. Sister Shu, what's wrong with you? Shu's previously tense face broke into a smile. I just received a big mission. You all look at the content. Special mission: bring back the corpse of the tomb master to the train. Reward 200,000 star coins and ownership of the exploration ship. Yang Yuan took a deep breath and coughed for a long time after inhaling the dust. Is the train captain crazy? The reward is shockingly generous. Our exploration ship is worth at least 5 million star coins. Shu clenched her fists and gathered her people, whispering, we must obtain the corpse of the tomb master at all costs. As long as we get the exploration ship, the development speed of the Science Guild will surpass that of other guilds by 10 streets. Everyone was invigorated, and Yang Yuan asked how to proceed. Shu replied, don't rush, just follow them for now, they are about to go in. The tomb had a stone door that had just been blasted open. Captain Z, shall we go in together? Li Feng greeted. Shu replied, there probably isn't anything good inside the tomb. Are you sure you want to go in? The train captain issued an order, and we definitely have to go in. Since you may not go in, well, go first. Just 10 minutes into the cooperation, the alliance relationship collapsed. Shu speculated that the three-eyed people had similar missions. They also wanted the corpse of the tomb master. It seems today the competition will be intense. Shu became excited, calling for others to check their weapons. There must be no mistakes. After watching Shu for a long time, Chen An switched to the scene of Shaozhen under Fuyo's reminder after they all entered the tomb. Shaozhen found new fragments of civilization. It was a futuristic city. This city may have been beautiful in the past, but now it was left in ruins. The broken floating light rail lay across the park's 1,000-meter skyscraper. There were also many flying cars embedded like sesame seeds in various floors of the tall buildings, shattered and split apart. Shaozhen was not among the first batch of adventurers. Many had come before. However, although there were no living beings in the city, there were still many sturdy robots. In the scene, adventurers from various races were battling against the robots, engaging in close combat or long-range exchanges, extremely intense. Why did you remind me? Chen An asked Fuyao. These robots have an average strength of 3 levels, and if we obtain the data we can upgrade our own robots with slight modifications. How strong can they be upgraded? Up to 4 levels. Chen An was almost drooling. Manufacturing robots is quite cheap. If they could produce ones with 4 levels of strength, he would want to fill the train with them. Immediately issue a mission to Shaozhen. I want the complete manufacturing data for the robots. At this time in the city, Shaozhen and the others had just hovered their ship and were temporarily unsure of what to do. From the intelligence gathered, those robots were incredibly fierce, defeating the mechanical life forms of the auto-civilization in a rout. They're all robots. How can the difference be so great? Xiao Gu, are we going out? Zhu Daming became timid. Shaozhen remained calm. Whether we go out or not depends on whether there are benefits. We currently have no profit motives. Actually, he was waiting for a mission. Logically speaking, the train shouldn't only give one task. Sure enough, he awaited the results. Upon seeing the task reward, even he, Shaozhen, was stunned, for a long time unable to believe it. Is the boss feeling generous? Dare to give this? The others followed to check the content, their expressions even more exaggerated. Giving away an exploration ship, this is not the boss I know. Logically, he should be quite stingy. Shu, don't talk nonsense, be careful he hears you. Chen An could certainly hear, happily asking Fuyao to remove the reward of 200,000 star coins. If you think it's too much, just say so. I am good at listening to public opinion. When he discovered the removal of the 200,000 star coins from the reward, Shaozhen was dumbfounded. Seeing the later noted small print, Shaozhen's face turned green with anger. You talk too much. Brothers, strip him. Let the loss of star coins be compensated with flesh. A rather handsome guild leader was caught subsequently letting out a series of miserable cries. After a simple bit of play, Shaozhen revealed his plan. The train wants the manufacturing data for the robots. It must be somewhere in this city. We need to find the factory that produces robots, and most likely we can find the data. But the problem is this broken place is too dangerous. Flying the ship around is purely a target practice. Zhu Daming, Xiao Gu, let's search on foot. Shaozhen, your suggestion is good. You are not allowed to propose again next time. Driving the ship is definitely better than searching on foot. Let's first scan the city map and then look for special buildings. The factory that produces robots must not be simple and should be easy to find. After a busy 3 hours, Shaozhen confirmed the final location. It was an underground factory partially exposed above the ground. The ship hurried over, but upon arrival they discovered that the auto-civilization seemed to be interested in that data as well, launching a frenzied attack. Xiao Gu, what should we do? Shaozhen smiled and stood up elegantly. We drink, eat meat, and watch a show. Currently, apart from Shaozhen, Chen Guoliang and Zishu, others have also made some gains, but they are not worth Chen An's excessive attention. After glancing around, he ultimately focused on Zishu as the battles within the tomb were far more thrilling. However, the quality of the footage transmitted back from the watch was extremely poor with severe shaking, although the sound was relatively clear. Yang Yuan, don't be impulsive. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits behind. The ultimate winner will surely be the calmest person. Let them fight for it. We should maintain our distance as much as possible. I've already scanned the area. This tomb only has one entrance, and they will definitely come out from here. Sister Shu, what if they break through the walls and escape from some other weak point? Do you think the tomb is made of tofu? It would be strange if they could break through. Chen An never expected that Zishu and the others would play the role of the sixth while hiding at the back waiting to pick up the spoils. Other races rushed in excitedly, and occasionally screams could be heard, probably triggered by traps. This girl's mind is still sharp. Yang Yuan is far behind her. By the way, what are Yu Guan and Liang Yu doing? They were not on the exploration team's roster. Fu Yao then provided the information that Yu Guan was diligently training on Origin Star, while Liang Yu was leading a team to explore the remaining Star Beast regions. The two of them are gradually falling behind Zishu's pace. They simply lack talent. Although talent does not affect the final outcome, it will influence the process. However, when the process is affected, the outcome will also be disturbed in tandem. Fu Yao occasionally lend them a hand. Yu Guan's training was quite hard, but he still hadn't broken through to the third level. As for Liang Yu, it's better not to mention him. This guy seems to have little desire for advancement, indulging daily in love. Love is indeed a poison, not very useful. What he has with Zishu cannot be considered love. They are merely comforting companions for each other. Or rather, she is a source of spiritual solace beyond his identity as a train conductor. Master, a new exploration team has been formed intending to venture into the dark regions for exploration. Are there many teams? Only 2. The other third-level extraordinary beings prefer to hunt on Origin Star. Chen An never forced passengers to act, as coercion would create resistance and the final outcome may not be good. He would entice them with wealth and power. Once a social hierarchy formed on the train, being at the top allowed him to control others tightly, much easier than using coercive measures. This has been his strategy all along. Let them wait for now. Once Zishu or Xiaojin has results, many will rush to explore. Only when they see tangible benefits will they be willing to fight. Chen An then watched for a while longer. Xia Feng's exploration team entered a massive, extraordinary civilization ruin, where the competition was most intense. Ling Zhang's exploration team discovered a technological civilization, but since the city was utterly destroyed, they were considering whether to leave. Lu Cheng's exploration team had just left a certain ruin and had no significant discoveries for the time being. Not all fragments of civilizations contain valuable items. In fact, most are junk, or it all depends on luck. By the way, where did Zhou Jiang go? Fu Yao immediately pulled up the footage, and after seeing Zhou Jiang's direction, Chen An's face twitched, and he was speechless for a long time. Where do they think they're going? This guy brought along 7 newcomers from the guild and was flying deep into the dark region, completely ignoring the numerous civilization fragments along the way. Actually, they did take a look, but just performed a simple scan with the spaceship, confirming that there was nothing they wanted before leaving. Should we inquire? Ask away. 2 minutes later, the information was received. They are searching for a battlefield. A battlefield? That place is full of debris left from planet destruction. Where's the battlefield? As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen An saw Zhou Jiang's spaceship suddenly accelerate, rushing toward the light circle ahead. They discovered civilization fragments with numerous star beasts, whose combat power was exceptionally strong, averaging near the peak of the 3rd level and approaching the 4th level. Do they want to seek death? The Hongri Guild, along with Chen An, had a total of 9 members, with the other 8 being extraordinarily enthusiastic enthusiasts, spending nearly all the money they earned daily on energy crystals to strengthen themselves madly. They might not rank high on the extraordinary leaderboard, but their enhancement levels were absolutely impressive, even surpassing Xiaojin and Zishu, the guild leaders. Chen An was initially a bit angry, but considering the personalities of those people, it was indeed something they could do. Send a reminder to Zhou Jiang. Their position is too close to the interior and the warships won't go in. If they encounter danger, they need to solve it themselves. Zhou Jiang, receiving the reminder, felt quite emotional. We are actually being cared for by the train conductor. His face was flushed, and the people behind him were also very excited. It's just a pity that Ngu didn't come. It would have been great if he had led the team. A young man who had never seen Chen An asked, "Isn't the guild leader very strong? Why isn't he here? Is he afraid?" Zhou Jiang slapped him on the forehead. Don't say that about Ngu. He might have important matters to attend to. Besides, everyone has their moments of fear. Beep, beep, beep. Before he could finish, the spaceship's alarm rang, indicating they were nearing the surface and there was danger nearby. Looking down, various scattered monsters were curiously lifting their heads to observe the approaching spaceship. Brother Jiang, should we go down? No matter how eager for battle one is, such a scene can be intimidating. Zhou Jiang replied, go down to seek death. The next tactic is to find a good position, use lures to strike down each one and kill them one by one. Understood. The teammates nodded repeatedly. In the train's cockpit, Chen An instructed Fu Yao to issue a mission. Mission 1, kill a star beast and bring it back to earn 10,000 guild star coins. Mission 2, kill all star beasts in the area and bring back their bodies to gain ownership of the exploration ship. Master, they say you are cowardly. Are you going to let it slide? Chen An replied, I am magnanimous and do not hold grudges. Let them say what they want. So the master set all rewards as guild star coins. No personal allocations. There will be rewards, however, how much is at my discretion as the guild leader. That's how it is. Cut the footage. The footage was abruptly cut, showing little useful information. A long time had passed. Some exploration teams rested temporarily after yielding no results, while others were still exploring but were making no progress. Chen An entered the star domain network. The information was more plentiful, even revealing that many exploration teams from various trains clashed, resulting in significant casualties, and the flames of war spread into the network. There's nothing to see. I'm going back to sleep. Inform me if there are results. After sleeping for 5 hours, Fu Yao woke Chen An, stating that Zishu had results. Chen An immediately awoke and opened the footage in the living room. It was a dark scene filled with fighting. Chen An, it seems quite thrilling. Luo Yu was also watching her soft and pliable tendrils quivering like a jellyfish. You definitely can't go, don't think too much about it. Fu Yao, what was the result? In the tomb, the mantis beings were exchanging fire with the people of Zishu, while Yang Yuan held a massive skull in his arms, appearing 2 times larger than a human skull. Can someone help me carry this? The surrounding teammates immediately dispersed, occasionally raising their blue lights to shoot lasers forward. The mantis beings were angrily chattering, but Zishu could not understand them because the translator was broken. Not long ago, the expedition teams of various races finally reached the depths of the tomb and opened the coffin after countless dangers. All the adventurers wanted the corpse, and in the scramble the bones shattered. Zishu managed to grab the head. The mantis beings were too foolish, suffering many losses along the way, and ended up being distracted by the bomb that Yang Yuan had placed in advance, gaining nothing. Unable to endure this, they turned and attacked Zishu and the others. Other expedition teams that had acquired the bones seized the opportunity to leave, and the three-eyed beings also fled. Sister Shu, the firepower from the other side is quite fierce. What should we do? Zishu took a candy out of her pocket and chewed it. You all continue to suppress their firepower and I'll go provide some warmth. Sister Shu, come back. What are you doing? The tomb was dark due to the fighting, and Zishu crouched down, moving sideways across the stone bridge, clearly intending to outflank the mantis beings. Although the mantis beings resembled humans, they were bony and frail, clearly lacking strong close combat abilities. Seeing their captain had gone, the team members unlocked all their weapons, holding blue lights in their left hands laser guns, and faith in their right hands electromagnetic guns, suppressing the firepower of the mantis beings. I thought the electromagnetic gun was ordinary, but I didn't expect it to have such great power, Yang Yuan exclaimed. He set his head aside and joined the battle. The blue light released pure energy, while the faith fired special projectiles, propelling them at near light speed, exploding among the mantis crowd with devastating effect. However, the projectiles for this kind of weapon were expensive, and they hadn't bought many for this trip. Yang Yuan said with delight, next time we go back we should buy more. They gradually lost sight of Zishu's situation, but Chen An could see clearly. Most mantis beings are at the 2nd level. Given Zishu's enhancement level, it shouldn't be a problem. Only Chen An limited the exploration level to the 3rd level. The other train leaders did not think this way. For them, obtaining benefits was the most important, regardless of how many passengers died. After a while, Zishu circled to the center of the tomb, where the coffin was suddenly leaping up and spraying bullets with both hands. The mantis beings were engaged in a shootout with the front and had no ability to counterattack, collapsing under the assault. Zishu then discarded her firearms, drew her sword, and killed her way in, dispatching one after another cleanly. Meanwhile, Yang Yuan and the others donned armor and charged in, overwhelming hundreds of mantis beings. Master Vander is attacking you on the star domain network. Just a clown, ignore him. Zishu should only be able to bring back the head of the corpse. Is that useful? We actually don't need a complete corpse, just a part is enough. The head is the most important part. That's good. When Zishu and the others return to the spaceship, announce that they have completed their mission. Be sure to declare it to the entire compartment, and the expedition team must not forget. Half an hour later, the announcement about the scientific society completing the expedition task caused a huge uproar, greatly impacting the passengers left behind. They brought back a broken skull, and were awarded 200,000 star coins, along with an exploration ship worth 5 million. My goodness, is the train leader planning to do charity? Some people do not understand the value of T228. To put it simply, once we have T228, we will no longer need to rent A106 and F399. Moreover, T228 can recharge autonomously outside without needing to return to the train for replenishment. Also, this type of exploration ship has its weapons unlocked. Just one can handle a whole bunch of F399s. Can we still apply for an expedition team? This time we must go all out. You at the second level can compete while we at the first level can only watch, better focus on upgrading. The market for energy crystals was quickly sold out, and Chen An ordered a rapid replenishment. Fuyo, is there enough exploration ship? T-228 is actually just a conventional long-distance spaceship, and we can produce as many as we want. The exploration ships are still being manufactured with over 1,000 already. Good, open up the application quota for expedition teams, any amount is fine. Moreover, the same guild can obtain multiple exploration ships, as long as they can complete high-level tasks. Not all tasks come with exploration ship rewards. Currently only Zishu and 3 other expedition teams have them. Half an hour later, hundreds of expedition teams were poised to launch. Chen An dispatched warships for escort, sending them off. Master Chen Guoliang has killed the frog. How did he kill it? Fuyo opened the stored footage, and Chen An watched for 2 minutes to know the result. So the frog has a fatal flaw, which is its backdoor. Chen Guoliang and the other 4 prepared to lure the frog while a shuttle in the back attacked to draw aggro. Little did they know a cannon shot struck the backdoor, heavily injuring the frog. After receiving the information, Chen Guoliang decisively ordered Han Dong to bring the spaceship over, easily blasting the frog to death. Such a powerful star beast has such an outrageous weakness. Indeed, evolution is balanced. Fuyo, how many energy crystals did they collect? The first batch of energy crystals is about to be sent back to the train. Good, tell Chen Guoliang that once they excavate 90% of the purple energy crystals, they can be considered to have completed their task. The purple energy crystals are actually not many, and they can be mined in 2 to 3 days. The scene shifted to Xiao Zhan, who was wandering around in his spaceship, not near the robot manufacturing factory. What is he doing? Unclear. After watching for a long time without results, Chen An turned off the footage. 2 hours later, the escorting destroyer returned to the train. The robots immediately transported the energy crystals to the factory for processing, and Chen An received exact results. A total of 5,000 units of second-class energy crystals, which is equivalent to 500,000 units of first-class energy crystals. The strength of energy crystals depends on their internal energy, unrelated to their size. Chen An was excited. How many second-class energy crystals can we mine in total? Estimated to be 200,000 units, which translates to 20 million units of first-class energy crystals. Get me 2 to try. Master can only absorb a maximum of 1 unit per day. Alright then, give Luoyu a few as well. Luyu's physique is inherently stronger than that of humans, allowing her to absorb more. Not long after, the energy crystals were in hand, shimmering brightly and dazzling. Chen An held them in his palm, feeling the powerful energy surge through his body, nearly lifting him off the ground. 2 days later, the Hope Society completed the task, announcing it to the entire train. The train issued a permanent task that during the expedition, as long as they brought back more than 200,000 units of second-class energy crystals, they could directly obtain an exploration ship which could be stacked. Such tasks drove everyone crazy. The reason for issuing such a task was that Fuyo had informed Chen, and that the upper limit of the extraordinary orbital cannon was the absorption of 100 million units of energy crystals, but there was no restriction on levels. In other words, if he consumed enough second-class energy crystals, its power would be 100 times greater than before. With a significant increase in power and range, the extraordinary orbital cannon could fire into other star systems, truly serving as interstellar missiles for door-to-door delivery. However, second-class energy crystals are too rare and difficult to find. On the other side, Xiao Zhan finally had results. Within the stellar network, Otto seethed with fury. Rivalry and competition during expeditions are perfectly normal. Victory or defeat hinges solely on one's strength. My subordinates lacked the strength to prevail, and I accept that without protest. Yet your brutality far exceeds acceptable bounds. Chen An, you owe me an explanation. Chen An remained silent, his gaze fixed on the screen. On the cataclysmic explosion unfolding in real time, it was the total annihilation of an entire metropolis. Even the outer white stellar ring had fractured at one point. Not long before, Otto's mechanized forces had seized a robotic manufacturing facility, only for Xiao Zhan and his team to descend from the heavens at the height of their triumph, extracting all critical data. Before their vessel departed, Xiao Zhan somehow acquired dozens of hydrogen bombs and detonated them all at once, reducing the already shattered city of the future to stardust and obliterating Otto's thousands of warriors in the same blinding flash. Chen An replied calmly, I cannot control their thoughts. Still, I will reprimand them severely, and ensure they learn a lasting lesson. With that, Chen An logged off, leaving Otto fuming, impotent and unmoored. Once offline, Chen An instructed Fuyao to contact Xiao Zhan and inquire into his reasons for destroying the city. Xiao Zhan's reply was blunt and decisive. I couldn't confirm whether those data had backups, so complete destruction was the safest course. The conductor clearly seeks these files to build more advanced robots. Our enemies must never obtain them. Chen An then delivered his own version of a severe reprimand. Well done. You've used your mind. Speak plainly. Beyond the mission reward, what else do you desire? Xiao Zhan, realizing it was the conductor himself speaking, responded with barely concealed excitement. I want a warship, the fastest one available. Chen An, a destroyer is out of the question. Choose again. What about a slower one? A frigate is also denied. Choose again. Xiaozhen, I'd like a battalion of combat robots. Choose again. I want. Tiring of his flights of fancy, Chen An made the decision for him. I'll grant you 100 units of Tier 2 energy crystals. Absorb them yourself and share none with others. What are Tier 2 energy crystals? Something that accelerates your personal enhancement. Thank you, Chief. After terminating the transmission, Chen An turned to Fuyao. I'm considering establishing a train guard corps, with Xiaozhen as its commander. What's your assessment? Chen An had evaluated numerous candidates, and ultimately narrowed it down to two, Xiaozhen and Xiafeng. In truth, he leaned towards Xiafeng given his military background. Yet Xiaozhen's performances consistently commanded Chen An's attention, whereas Xiafeng by comparison remained steady but unremarkable. Recommend deferring establishment of the Guard Corps until the train achieves 2-star status. It is premature now. We may begin preparations early. Formal establishment isn't mandatory. Xiaozhen possesses courage but lacks depth of insight. He requires further cultivation. Indeed, once stability is secured, we may institute formal training programs aboard the train. What are the conditions for elevating the train to 2-star status? First, all passengers must be transcendent, and each must possess a minimum power rating of 200000 in the third ascension. Second, the train must have participated in no fewer than 5 civilizational wars, including conflicts between trains. Third, its wartime capability rating must reach Tier 2, meaning at least 200 frigates, 50 destroyers, and absorption of no fewer than 2 cores. The latter two are readily attainable, but the first is utterly preposterous. Enough. Let time take its course. We may seize this opportunity to elevate our passengers' ascension tiers. In the days that followed, the number of passengers attaining the third ascension steadily increased, as did those venturing forth on expeditions. Expedition meant death, and fatalities mounted accordingly. Chen An never left the train. Survival remained his foremost imperative, even with the train's absolute protection shielding him. Thus for over 2 months Chen An assumed the role of silent observer, watching intently as explorers navigated the fragmented ruins of fallen civilizations. During this period the train amassed invaluable artifacts, and guilds flourished, harvesting both star credits and exploration vessels. A true win-win. Among these gains, several incidents drew Chen An's particular scrutiny. Xiafeng recovered data from a 0.7-tier transcendent civilization. Lu Chang acquired schematics for powered armor. Ling Zheng obtained a streamlined, fully assembled prototype of a transcendent rifle. Zhou Jiang led a strike force that carved through the star beasts of 2 separate civilization fragments, astonishing rival conductors and earning fame across the stellar network. All these acquisitions steadily elevated both the train's collective might and its passengers' individual prowess, without gaps or discontinuities. That day, after 7 days of seclusion, Chen An finally broke through into the 4th ascension. He adjusted the gravity in his cultivation chamber to 50-fold, and yet strode with effortless grace. I dare not increase it further, else my bones would shatter beneath the strain. Next comes bone reinforcement. Once complete, I shall withstand 100-fold gravity without faltering. Satisfied, Chen An proceeded to the command chamber to review the train's recent achievements. Deep purple armor has been retired. Deep blue mecha are now mass-produced and commercially available, in 3 variants: light, medium, and heavy. How are sales performing? Exceptionally well. Passengers are clamoring to purchase them. Light models are most popular. An image appeared on screen. The light variant resembled a sleek wearable exoskeleton, nimble and highly functional. Medium and heavy variants performed admirably as well, adaptable to a broader spectrum of environments. Any progress on the Celestial Emperor's skull? We are analyzing it alongside 0.7-tier transcendent civilization data. No conclusive findings yet. Further time is required. No rush. Anything else? Transcendent rifles have entered production, but performance is underwhelming. I recommend immediate delisting. Why? They consume energy crystals exclusively. No alternative power sources compatible. Moreover, their destructive output approximates that of version 2.0 blue light rifles, rendering them impractical for most passengers. Then withdraw them. Continue refining performance. They will undoubtedly prove vital in the future. How is the robot upgrade progressing? 100,000 second-generation units have been manufactured. At current capacity, production will reach 500,000 within half a month. Second-gen units are significantly more complex, hence lower production efficiency than first-gen. Chen An remained deeply satisfied. He summoned a holographic projection of the new Model 3 meters tall humanoid in form, clad entirely in matte black armor, equipped with integrated laser and electromagnetic weaponry plus twin alloy combat blades of version 3.0 specification. First-generation robots were native to the train. Their retirement leaves a curious pang of nostalgia. Fuyao, preserve a contingent of first-gen units for auxiliary or security duties aboard the train. Assign the second-gen units a designation Black Assassin, abbreviated as Black Thorns. Designation archived. 100,000 Black Thorns stand ready for deployment. Chen An, how many have reached the third ascension? Currently 30,000, and growth is accelerating exponentially. Projections indicate surpassing 100,000 within 10 days. That aligns perfectly. The original cohort of Purple Star passengers at the second ascension are indeed due for advancement. Before Chen An could ask, Fuyao issued a warning. Master Luo Yu's prophesied star beast approaches. Half a year had passed since entering the jump point. Precisely the predicted arrival window. Chen An immediately summoned Luo Yu and requested another prophecy. Do not overwhelm me with detail. I need only know the star beast's point of assault. Moments later, Luo Yu delivered her verdict. The star beast will strike the 115th stellar system in 2 days. Chen and Fuyao, display the stellar map. The display revealed that System 115 lay distant from System 17, separated by over 30 intervening systems. Master, shall we issue a warning to that system? Chen An's expression relaxed. No warning. We proceed as usual, pretending nothing has occurred. Aboard the Three-Eyed People's starship train. Master, the star beast is approaching. Shall we issue a warning? His master was Li Si, who had repeatedly prophesied his own imminent death. Yet by forcibly breaking through to the third realm at the very brink of demise, he extended his lifespan by a century and now enjoyed exceptional mental vigor. Li Si stroked his beard and smiled. You already possess your own judgment. There is no need to consult me. Only 50 vessels may remain aboard the train in the end. Some deaths now are in fact beneficial. Thank you, Master. I feared you might disapprove of my course of action. In the boundless cosmos, only the fittest survive. I was once too idealistic, clinging to the naive belief that the myriad starfaring races could coexist in peace. I was mistaken. To preserve our kin we must fight and slaughter. Only the strong endure. As before, we shall draw as close as possible to the Fuyao civilization. Your counsel is deeply appreciated. I shall speak with Chen An at once. They swiftly connected and reached consensus on the star beast, choosing deliberate ignorance. 2 days passed uneventfully. Aside from Chen An and Yang Dingtian, no one else knew a formidable star beast was drawing near. On October 3rd, the starfield dimmed, as though shadow itself were descending. The shadow existed only in Chen An's imagination. The heavens remained unchanged from before. The star beast had just entered the outer edge of the stellar domain. Its trajectory still indeterminate, but its arrival had already been detected by the stellar domain network, triggering widespread alarm. In the cockpit, Chen An instructed Fuyao to project the visual feed, while simultaneously logging into the stellar domain network. The chat group buzzed with activity. Otto, what in the void is that thing? It's colossal. Kullian, I've never seen a star beast this powerful. Could it be heading straight for us? Loda, I have a hypothesis. What if this star beast is a civilization attempting to depart via the jump node? Vandel, whatever it is, the critical question remains, what will it do? Will it attack us? On screen, the star beast emerged from the nebula. Thousands of meters tall, its silhouette evoking the legendary Godzilla striding across the starfield at blinding speed. Chen An even wondered whether it concealed thrusters beneath its form. Else how could it move so swiftly? It's entering our domain. Shall we intercept? With what? The train itself. Given the train's structural integrity, it should withstand impact. Jump node slots are scarce. We have no reason to cede one to this monstrosity. Information within the stellar domain network proved sparse. Chen An logged out and instructed Fuyao to conduct deeper analysis. Star beast classification: sovereigntier, likely newly ascended. Estimated height 3700 meters, confirmed by comparative scale against its forelimb. This is unequivocally the same beast that destroyed the Luoyu train. Velocity approximates half that of our train, accounting for its 6-month delay in arrival. Massive energy crystal fluctuations detected, indicating crystalline energy consumption and suggesting unique energy output pathways. Fuyao delivered an extensive analysis, yet much eluded Chen An. He asked simply, all I need to know is, can we kill it if we meet it, or must we flee? After all, it's sovereigntier. Sovereign is merely a rank, not invincibility. A transcendent rail cannon consuming 5 million energy crystals would obliterate it. Chen An exhaled in relief. So long as it could be slain, all was well. At that moment, the star beast fixed its course, heading directly toward System 115. System 115 belonged to the Serpent Folk civilization. Upon detecting the beast's approach, the Serpent Folk train captain urgently broadcast a distress call across the stellar domain network, prompting swift responses from fellow captains. Size alone doesn't guarantee strength. It's likely all bluster. Blast it to oblivion. Don't hesitate. Form your assault formation now. I wager it'll flee at the first sign of resistance. Can we get a share of the star beast meat? Surely it's delicious. Do not underestimate it. Any star beast capable of interstellar traversal is inherently formidable. Some voiced caution, but most captains watched with detached amusement, already sizing up the approaching beast as easy prey. A few even lamented their distant positions, wishing they'd been closer to claim a portion of the spoils. Emboldened by such encouragement, the Serpentfolk train captain surged with confidence, immediately deploying 200 warships into an offensive formation beyond the outer stellar ring, prepared to strike the moment the beast drew near. Chen An observed coldly, exchanging brief words with Yang Dingtian. According to the prophecy of their seer, the star beast would die, slain by a transcendent rail cannon, but not by Chen An's hand. That remark stirred Chen An's vigilance. He nearly requested a divination from Luoyu, but paused. It would unfold soon enough. 2 hours elapsed. At last the star beast entered the orbital layer of System 115. Seeing the colossal intruder arrive, the Serpentfolk train captain issued the charging order. Every warship powered up, laser cannons primed and ready. At a distance of only 100,000 kilometers, the entire fleet unleashed simultaneous fire. A spectacle of staggering grandeur. Such firepower would overwhelm any other train without exception. The Stellar Domain Network praised the Serpentfolk civilization. This barrage is formidable. Not merely a single foolish star beast, but even a swarm would fall before it. In my view, defeating it would elevate their standing into the top 50. Precisely. And what is happening? From their stunned gazes, the star beast advanced steadily, unscathed, through the torrent of laser fire. By the heavens! What kind of defense is this? No good. The warship's firepower is insufficient. We cannot hold. Why hasn't the train opened fire yet? The Serpentfolk train captain snapped to awareness and ordered full armament activation. Lasers had failed. Perhaps electromagnetic rail cannons could drive it back. Yet despair seized him. The rail cannons too inflicted not the slightest damage upon the beast. Faintly a shimmering azure membrane glowed across its surface, the very barrier repelling every blow. Reverse course, retreat. The train abandoned its warship's mid-retreat, spinning sharply, its propulsion layer surging to maximum output. Yet when the distance shrank to just 20,000 kilometers, the star beast opened its maw and loosed a colossal azure beam, striking the train's flank. Its propulsion systems instantly destabilized. The gathered velocity collapsed, then reversed violently under counterthrust. What about a slower one? A frigate is also denied. Choose again. Xiaojin eyed like a battalion of combat robots. They saw the star beast fiercely lunging forward, attacking the train with its claws in a frenzied assault, ultimately tearing open the train's wall and pulling out the snake people inside to consume as snacks. Perhaps not satisfied, it simply placed its mouth at the opening and began to suck vigorously, clearing the nearby compartments entirely. Who can save me? I'll give all my resources to him. The snake-person train conductor called for help on the Star Domain Network, but received no response. In the footage, the star beast continued to tear apart, finally ripping the train in half. It should possess considerable intelligence, knowing that the core part of the train is at the front, and then began to violently ram the train's front. However, the front is too hard, and even its teeth cannot break through. After about half an hour of struggle, the star beast shot energy into the breach, and blue rays exploded in all directions, creating a scene that was both violent and beautiful. The Star Domain Network flashed red, prompting the snake person to log off, indicating that the train conductor had died. At this moment, conversations started to increase. I've seen it all now. There are actually star beasts capable of destroying trains. That creature's level is definitely not simple. It far exceeds us. What should we do now? Stop talking nonsense. Let's unite and encircle it. We must take down that beast. That being said, apart from the few star systems closest to number 115 taking action, the others are just shouting without any real action. The reason is simple: eliminating some trains is entirely beneficial for them. First, it reduces competitors, and second, it saves energy. All benefits. But this cannot be openly stated. At least some verbal support must be given. 2 hours later, 3 trains united to form a coalition outside Star System 114, preparing to ambush the Star Beast. At this moment, the Star Beast was within number 115, consuming energy crystals, temporarily uninterested in them. Why haven't the other trains arrived? A mechanical train conductor angrily exclaimed on the Star Domain Network. Another train conductor responded, "Don't you see the distance? It would take us at least 6 hours to arrive. Moreover, we can only send warships to assist. The trains cannot move. Having warships is better than having none." The closer star systems sent some escort ships to show their support. As for Chen An, he's too far away. It's meaningless. It seems the beast is more interested in energy crystals. Will it stay in 115 and not leave? The energy crystals accumulated by the snake person civilization are about to be consumed. It should leave soon. The master needs to understand that the more energy crystals the star beast consumes, the stronger it will become. This is a big problem. If it eats its way here, won't it become a giant monster? The issue suddenly became tricky, but it wouldn't make Chen An change his strategy. He still wanted to continue watching the show. In the footage, the star beast sensed the energy crystal aura next door, and quickly left star system 115 rushing towards 114. The coalition had long been prepared, spreading over 500 warships across the starry sky to avoid being taken out by the star beast in one fell swoop. As for the trains, they attempted to gather together and move away from the battlefield. If things got bad, they could leave quickly. With the train's speed, escaping from the star beast was not an issue. It's coming, prepare to fire. Countless lasers shot towards the star beast, forming a three-dimensional light curtain from all directions, almost completely engulfing it. At this moment, the location of the star beast seemed like a small star was about to explode, and the terrifying energy made one shiver even from behind the screen. Chen An, if I were inside, I would be instantly vaporized. The master has absolute protection provided by the train. Is absolute protection really that powerful? This ability was obtained when the train leveled up, but Chen An has never used it. As long as the train is not destroyed, absolute protection will always exist. Chen An, there must be a flaw. I don't believe such an outrageous ability exists. The flaw is that this ability will significantly consume energy. The farther you are from the train, the faster the energy consumption and the shorter the duration. Chen An asked, if I am at the center of the jump point, and the train's energy is at 100%, how long can it protect me? What level of attack are we talking about? It's the kind that the star beast encounters. Absolute protection will last for 10 minutes. Chen An, not too long, not too short, a very reasonable. But if such a strong attack were really encountered, it could only guarantee 10 minutes of survival, not ensure a safe escape. This is the main reason he didn't dare to run around. The sense of security was still insufficient. While speaking, the screen suddenly turned completely white and the image vanished. What happened? Fuyo is trying hard to retrieve the image. In a moment, the screen reappeared, but the view had risen in height. The energy fluctuations are too intense, affecting the stability of the star domain network. Chen An was not interested in understanding these. He was watching the star beast brutally devour 3 trains. In just about 10 seconds, the beast crossed over 1,000,000 kilometers to the position of the 3 trains. The trains originally wanted to accelerate and escape, but the star beast was very experienced, spewing out energy to attack the train's propulsion layer, while using its claws to tear, causing the 2 closest trains to lose power. The 3rd train managed to escape, but before there was time to rejoice, the train conductor was horrified to see a giant claw appear on the screen. This claw grabbed the tail of the train, its fingers digging into the inner layer, forcibly pulling it back. The train's pulling force was incredibly strong, and even at full speed it still broke free, but the last carriage was torn apart, sending passengers floating into the starry sky like dumplings. The star beast roared in anger, raising its head as the blue light in its mouth gathered frantically. When the blue light enveloped its entire body, it lowered its head, aiming at the train that had already escaped over 100,000 miles. A blue beam erupted, even pushing the star beast's own body back several thousand meters. The star domain network failed to capture the sound, but the train conductors could imagine how shocking it was when the beam pierced through the propulsion layer. This guy is terrifyingly clever. Shooting the carriage might allow the train to escape, but attacking the propulsion layer is sure to succeed. This approach opened up new ideas for many train conductors. Previously, they always liked to attack the carriage. Now it seems that apart from external firepower, they can also attack the propulsion layer to prevent enemy trains from escaping. Chen An also had this thought, but Fuyo provided a counterargument. Ordinary energy weapons cannot penetrate the propulsion layer because its defenses are similar to that of the carriage. If we want to destroy the propulsion layer of other trains, we must use extraordinary railguns. In that case, it's better to attack the front. Chen An. So it depends on the situation. Now that the star beast is rampaging, I want to know what they're up to. He definitely wouldn't move because in the prophecy a train will use extraordinary railguns to kill the star beast. This train must be found, or otherwise he cannot be at ease. For a long time afterward, the star domain network was very quiet. The live footage was impressive. The star beast was eating snacks, even robots were eating, accepting all. Who is the next star system? The White Wind civilization of number 112. The inner train enjoyed the show as the flames of war were unlikely to reach them. The outer train was on high alert, yet they still needed to determine their direction. The 4 main routes divided the star domain into 4 sectors, and at this moment only the sector invaded by the star beasts was in the most perilous position. The train leaders contacted each other, preparing to gather more trains for mutual support. We can't just run away. Even the mightiest star beasts must have weaknesses. If we truly cannot fight back, we will retreat inside, drawing the other trains into the fray, and see if they can maintain their composure. Though the words were spoken with so many trains scattered across various star systems, and each harboring their own selfish motives, it was challenging to devise a suitable strategy in a short time. Some train leaders wished to delay and retreat while others were already preparing to fall back. The idea of gathering for mutual support was merely talk. Chen An was aware of these circumstances. There is no trust among civilizations. Everyone fears that the other may suddenly betray them, just like the three-eyed creature that had always been ingratiating towards him Chen and still did not let down his guard. Fuyo, what is their current situation? There is no trust among civilizations. Everyone fears that the other may suddenly betray them, just like the three-eyed creature that had always been ingratiating towards him Chen and still did not let down his guard. Scans revealed that the Bai Feng civilization closest to the star beasts had not taken any action and was still behaving as usual. Chen An was puzzled. I remember the Bai Feng civilization consists of amphibious beings. Their train leader is called Shida, and they rarely speak in the star domain network. Have they given up? No, they must have some special means to remain so calm. Fuyo focus on observing the Bai Feng civilization. In Train 112, the train leader Shida was enjoying the company of many beautiful members of his species looking quite relaxed. They had features similar to those of frogs, puffing their cheeks while speaking as if filled with soda. Master, that star beast is terrifying, we should run. Shida, relishing the gentle tones of the plump women beside him, hugged one of them and laughed heartily. No need to fear, I will deal with it. On the other side, the star beast had just finished consuming the energy crystals of star system 113, yet still felt unsatisfied, so it flew towards star system 112. In the star domain network, the train leaders expressed their astonishment at the Bai Feng civilization's calmness. Are they not stunned? The star beast has already entered the outer circle. Why aren't they fleeing? What about Shida? Isn't he going to say something online? After a noisy discussion, Shida finally came online and stated one line. Star System 112 is selling leader-level star beast meat, which can only be purchased with energy crystals and can be pre-ordered. This statement sounded arrogant to other train leaders, but to Chen An it seemed quite serious. He immediately instructed Fuyo to connect to Zide's communication. As the connection was established, the indecent scene on the other end made Chen An frown. How much is it? Shida, initially trying to show off, didn't expect someone would actually want to buy. He chuckled. You are my first customer. I can give you 10 tons for free. Chen An shook his head. 10 tons will definitely not be enough. State your price. In fact, Shida hadn't considered a price. Since Chen An was so serious, he thought for a moment and replied, 1 unit of energy crystals for 10 pounds of star beast meat, is that acceptable? That was perfectly acceptable, quite cheap. Chen An responded, I want 1,000 tons of star beast meat. If that's fine, I'll send a warship to pick it up right now. After all, it would take time on the road, and by the time it arrived, it should be just right. Shida was surprised. 1,000 tons of star beast meat is worth 20,000 energy crystals. Are you sure I can defeat it? If you couldn't, you would have slipped away long ago. Since you dare to stay, it means you have a surefire method. After the communication ended, Chen An immediately dispatched 2 destroyers along with robots to receive the goods. Leader-level star beast meat can be used for research or as food. This type of food has tremendous benefits for strengthening the body. Chen An nodded. I actually want more, but I'm afraid Shida will reconsider once he realizes what's happening. In truth, Shida had already regretted it the moment Chen An ended the communication. He suddenly remembered that this star beast meat was not ordinary but rather leader level. No wonder Chen An is so eager. It seems he has taken this into account. 1,000 tons. Though he felt a pinch in his wallet, having reached an agreement, he saw no reason to retract his words. However, for the other trains that followed, Shida would surely raise the price. Raise it to 1 unit per pound, no 10 units per pound. It is leader level after all, and nowhere else has it. As he muttered to himself, the train's AI reminded him that the star beast was only 100,000 kilometers away from the inner star circle. Shida perked up and issued the order to prepare for an attack. In the subsequent half-hour of gradual approach, Star System 112 became the focus of all the trains. Many train leaders began to realize that Shida dared to stay and confront the star beast. Surely, he had his methods. They wanted to see just what abilities Shida possessed. The star beast has entered the inner star circle only 500 million kilometers away from the train. What? The train is actually approaching voluntarily. 300 million kilometers, both sides are accelerating and may collide. The train will likely be destroyed. 100 million kilometers. The star beast suddenly accelerated significantly with such tremendous impact it could shatter planets. 50 million kilometers. 20 million kilometers. 8 million kilometers. A blue light flickers on the star beast. It is about to unleash energy. Though they could not hear the sound, they could see it. The blue beam pierced through the starry sky, obliterating the meteors in its path, and even the shooting stars that brushed past would be crushed. This beam of light possessed immense power. No train dared to withstand it. However, when only 100,000 kilometers remained, a fierce white beam shot out from the front of the train. This beam was larger in diameter, brighter in color, and even trembled the starry sky, causing nearby meteors to quake. At a distance of 500,000 kilometers from the train, the 2 beams collided. There should have been an earth-shattering sound, but it could not propagate, only suppressing and erupting with astonishing energy, sweeping everything in the vicinity. The entire star domain network fell into shock. What weapon is this? I've never seen anything like it. It could be a special ability gained from devouring the core. What terrifying power. But can the train withstand it? The star beast's energy beam is not weak either. Just watch, the beam is being pushed back. After a brief moment of stagnation, the white beam suddenly shone brightly, then advanced, forcefully crushing the blue beam. As the distance closed to 500,000 kilometers, the star beast stopped emitting energy, staring with its enormous eyes, looking bewildered. Ultimately, the white beam struck the star beast, instantly piercing through it, and the momentum did not diminish, consecutively penetrating several meteors. At that moment, the star domain network was entirely silent. Perhaps only Chen An could remain calm in the face of it. How much energy crystals did he probably use? 50 million units. No wonder the power is considerably less. This means the star beast's defenses are actually weaker than the train's. My extraordinary orbital cannon has never been exposed, while the Bai Feng civilization has revealed theirs. If a war breaks out, I will hold absolute advantage. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Chen An remembered this phrase from Earth. The stellar domain network was brutally pragmatic. The moment Shida unveiled the transcendent railgun and obliterated the stellar beast, Bai Feng civilization's ranking surged to first place, outranking Fuyao civilization outright. Chen An cared little. Letting Bai Feng take the top spot was advantageous. It would deter other trains from targeting him incessantly. 3 hours later, Shida finally maneuvered the train to the stellar beast's carcass and began harvesting its flesh. The stellar domain network buzzed with fervor. Train captains scrambled to insert themselves into the affair. Shida boomed over the channel, prime tier stellar beast meat. Just 20 energy crystals per gene. First come, first served. Hesitate and it vanishes. It was exorbitant. Yet train captains flocked like moths to flame, rushing to reserve their shares. I'll take 20 tons. 50 tons. I claim them. 30 tons, mine. Chen An whistled in disbelief. Fortunately, he'd seized his advantage early, otherwise he truly couldn't have afforded it. Not for lack of energy crystals, but out of sheer unwillingness to part with them. Fuyao have our warships arrived, and they have. Bai Feng civilization is currently harvesting stellar beast flesh. Estimated 2 days required to load 1,000 tons. And good. Notify me once fully loaded. One more matter. Whose hands seized the 4 cores from those earlier trains? Had distance not been prohibitive, Chen An would have claimed them himself. After the stellar beast fell, the 4 cores were scavenged by nearby trains, and likely already consumed. And so long as Bai Feng didn't take them, I'm satisfied. They're already formidable enough. This incident underscored a fundamental truth: never underestimate any train. No one could predict what hidden capabilities they might conceal. Chen An too concealed his strength. Not through feigned weakness to lure prey, but through disciplined caution and rational self-preservation. Had he paraded his train across the void brandishing a transcendent railgun, flaunting his power to the entire cosmos, he'd likely be dead before grasping how or why. Thereafter the stellar domain settled into quietude. Save for System 112, where warships converged ceaselessly, lending the expanse an unexpected air of harmonious bustle. 2 days later, 2 destroyers returned to Chen An's train laden with stellar beast flesh. Yet inspection revealed most was subpar, mere trimmings and offcuts, shattering his earlier elation. I'm still profiting, but less than expected means loss. Excellent. Truly excellent. So this is how you deceive me. Chen An blacklisted Shida, his goodwill toward him plummeting sharply. If you refuse to supply it, just say so up front. No need for such underhandedness. And it wasn't merely trimmings, bones littered the hall. 2 hours later, the assessment concluded only 400 tons qualified as premium flesh. The remaining 600 tons were inferior, including nearly 100 tons of bone. Master, shall we negotiate with Shida? Chen An stood in the kitchen, pan in hand, rarely cooking himself. And no need. Shida now ranks first. He fears nothing I might do. Preserve the 400 tons of prime flesh. The lower grade portions may enter the market, but pricing must remain deliberately high, accessible only to senior passengers. After all, scarcity demanded selectivity, and elite passengers held greater strategic value, deserving enhanced augmentation. Sizzle. Sizzle. Smoke curled from the pan. And master, frying meat is elementary. Shall I guide you step by step? Chen An's cheeks flushed faintly. I can manage alone. No instruction needed. Should this batch burn, it's your fault for distracting me. You bear full responsibility. As you wish, master. And minutes later, Chen An carried slightly charred strips of meat into the lounge, instructing a robot to fetch a bottle of red wine. Luo, you dined on raw flesh, her body glowing emerald green. And why are you glowing green? And she beamed, this flesh brims with potent hyper-energy. Just a bite makes me feel radiant, strengthening me immensely. Chen An, try some yourself. And he prepared to savor a fine meal. only to find the meat tough, poorly seared and tasteless, like chewing parchment. Master, I recommend consuming it raw. Your Zixing people cook food primarily to eliminate parasites, not merely to enhance flavor. A interstellar beast harbors no parasites, its flesh is immaculately pure. Chen An swallowed hard. The aroma wafting from Luo Yu's raw portion was rich, intoxicating, utterly unlike the scorched morsels on his plate. Very well. I'll try. Shall you pass me some? And with a slender tendril, she tore off lean strips and handed them over. Chen An hesitated not. He shoved them into his mouth and chewed vigorously. His eyes flared, alight with revelation. And Fuyao, bring me more. Raw flesh was exquisite, tender, succulent, bursting with savory depth and aromatic richness. From that moment Chen An gradually abandoned his lifelong habit of eating cooked meat, though indulgence led him to overconsume, triggering a surge of hyperenergy within. He retreated to the cultivation chamber for 2 days of seclusion. Scarcely had his seclusion begun, when Ling Shua Civilization issued an announcement: the Stellar Domain Network will host a virtual auction. Trains may list surplus items for bidding. The auction commences in 3 days, and the event itself held little significance. Merely a casual conduit for inter-train exchange. Nearly every train participated, enthusiastically submitting artifacts salvaged from fragmented civilizations, items deemed useless to their own operations. 2 days later Chen An emerged from seclusion. Prompted by Fuyao, he reviewed the already listed auction items. Enluada knows how to play. Orchestrating an auction indeed. Let's see if anything worthwhile appears. The catalog teemed with eclectic oddities: alien cerebral tissue, fragmented data archives from a half-mechanical civilization, whose technological tree had veered wildly askew, shattered components of celestial survey vessels, and enigmatic objects so obscure they bore only serial numbers. Fuyao, how many of these do you recognize? And I identify only a fraction, most fall outside my database. And that adds intrigue. What then might we list for auction? The exploration team had scoured systems for months, unearthing both treasures and trash, with the unknown vastly outnumbering the known. To incentivize their efforts, Chen An accepted all discoveries absent from the train's inventory. No exceptions. Fuyao projected the collected artifacts onto the screen for Chen An's selection. Shattered weapons, bizarre skeletal remains. Just pick 10 at random. Preferably the strangest, most useless ones imaginable. Other train captains likely share your mindset. This auction may prove disappointingly uneventful. Chen An's gaze sharpened, a wry smile touched his lips. Not necessarily. He just scrolled to a listing unmistakably marked Mineral 77. And someone's auctioning 500 tons of Mineral 77. I recall this, or is essential for constructing celestial survey vessels, correct? Celestial survey vessels demand exceptional metallurgical resilience. Mineral 77 meets the minimum threshold. We've already gathered 1,700 tons en route. More is always preferable. And celestial survey vessels represented a superior class of warship, manufacturable only after the train ascended to 2-star status. To project power beyond the train's immediate sphere, to forge an extrasolar fleet, celestial survey vessels were indispensable. And who's selling? Crystal Insect Civilization. Crystal Insect Civilization consumes energy crystals at an unsustainable rate, likely facing severe deficits, forcing them to liquidate Mineral 77 reserves. Chen An's interest quickened. Perhaps at the auction he should pay particular attention to those insects. The auction proceeded as scheduled, but without the traditional procedures, since it was not held on site. Each train conductor could access their exclusive auction page, though no items had appeared yet. What a low-grade interface. If I were hosting, I would at least create a virtual network world. That would be much more interesting. Luoda's auction website was quite primitive, something even the former Zixing people could have created. After a bit of grumbling, he heard Luoda begin to explain the rules. The auction will last for 24 hours, and all train conductors can bid repeatedly with the final price set at the end of the auction time. Each item has a detailed introduction. Please take a close look. Everyone can communicate with each other or introduce the items they provide on the public screen. This auction will use energy crystals as the basic currency. Once a transaction is successful, please collect your items yourself. The Star Domain Network will not be responsible. The rules were quite simple: examine the items and bid with the highest bid winning. Once Luoda finished, the public screen was flooded with complaints from the train conductors. 24 hours. Is that really necessary? Just go back to sleep. You can bid in the last half hour. I think the time is quite reasonable. There are too many items to examine carefully. Amidst the noise, Chen An saw many pages appear on his screen with items from various trains mixed together haphazardly. Only by clicking could he know whose items they were. Everything is so colorful and dazzling. Fuyo, just click on one randomly for me. He squatted in the driver's seat with robots on both sides holding snacks and drinks, occasionally taking a bite. I suppose I'll need to look for a while today until I adjust my position. Once he was comfortable, Chen An was drawn in by the images on the screen. It was a leg. Is this the kind of taste we're starting with? Chen An was too lazy to read the detailed text introduction and asked Fuyo to summarize it for him. This is a reproductive organ of a star beast. The introduction says that consuming it can enhance reproductive capability. Chen An was stunned. I thought it was just a leg. Turns out it really is a leg. Now who needs reproductive capability? Change it. The screen switched, displaying a dark image. This item comes with a video introduction. Would the owner like to view it? Open it. The video was not clear, likely from some fragment of civilization. It showed robots excavating, and at the end the ground collapsed, revealing a large amount of black substance. These black substances would ignite upon encountering light, emitting brilliant colors that illuminated the night sky. The video ended, leaving Chen An bewildered. What use does this thing have? It is a special substance that will ignite after absorbing energy with no practical effect. If the owner is interested, it can be purchased to create fireworks. Forget it, I'm not interested. Let's see which genius provided this. He found out it was a product from the Auto civilization with a total amount of less than a ton, priced at 5,000 energy crystals. Just as you said before, this auction might not be interesting. Let's search for the Crystal Worm civilization and see what good items they have. After searching, he received 30 results. At the top was a unique destroyer from the Crystal Worm civilization with an oval structure. No way they are selling this thing. After clicking, Chen An found that several train conductors had already arrived. Although every train had similar warships, their functions and quality would differ. The Crystal Worm civilization was a mechanical civilization with a natural advantage in machinery production. Their destroyers were surely of high quality. I want this warship. I'll bid 500,000 energy crystals. 500,000 for a brand new destroyer. Are you crazy? I bid 800,000. Chen An merely glanced and had no interest in bidding. He directly looked for the no. 77, or totaling 500 tons, priced at 200,000 energy crystals. The introduction was very straightforward. The Crystal Worm civilization did not know what this or was for and stored it as a resource after extraction. Chen An asked Fuyo, do the other trains not know the use of the no? 77, or? May I ask, owner, if I were not here, would you know? Chen An chuckled lightly. That's true, you've provided me with quite a bit of advanced information, but I remember you said you also need to learn and can't know too much information. I do know some basic information regarding train development. Got it. When will the other trains learn about the effects of this, or? There are two situations. One is when the train upgrades to 2 stars and acquires a celestial ship manufacturing factory. The second is learning the use of the no. 77, or from other channels, such as finding advanced civilizations data or being informed by 2-star trains. Chen An's mind began to race. Perhaps he could use the information gap to profit from these resources. But certainly not now. He looked for a while before exiting without placing a bid. My bid will influence the other conductors. For now, I'll act as if I didn't see it. Make a note and remind me in the last few minutes. Chen An then checked other items from the Crystal Worm civilization, most of which were key items from that civilization but held no value for him. Are they just getting by? Energy crystals are the core of the Crystal Worm civilization. Everything else is unimportant in comparison. With nothing else to catch his interest, he continued scrolling randomly. Star Beast Brains databases of lower civilizations and some useless old antiques. Overall, Chen An was only interested in the no. 77, or and a few pieces of civilization data that could be bid on, treating them as collectibles. As he prepared to leave the cockpit for a break, a sudden image on the screen made Chen An's heart skip a beat. It was a pair of eyes, clear and bright. If one were to broaden their gaze, they could see that it was a group of cat people. They had furry ears, were dirty and disheveled, and lay in captivity with vacant eyes. Among all the cat people, only the girl in the corner had hope in her eyes. She stared intently at the screen, as if her gaze could penetrate dozens of star systems and billions of kilometers, making Chen An's heart race. Fuyo, what's going on? In terms of appearance, Zisher was far prettier than the cat people. In terms of cuteness, Chen An could find a whole bunch on his train. Yet he felt a spiritual stir within him, wanting to possess the cat people. The owner just had a kind of spiritual interaction with the cat people. Your spiritual affinity should be quite high. Chen An frowned and remained silent, pulling up the auction description. A total of 20,000 cat people were captives of the mantis people, with a starting bid of 10,000 energy crystals sold as a bundle. Quite cheap. I'll take them, bidding at the last moment. After that, Chen An looked for a while longer and found many slave races, mostly captives or food from various trains. But the cat person's pair of eyes haunted him, impossible to forget. I once had a tabby cat when I was on Earth. I loved her eyes the most, as if they contained the whole world. Later that cat disappeared and I was sad for a long time. Kittens are quite cute, the owner can keep one for company. Chen An smiled lightly, casting the memories aside, and spent the remaining time training in the training room. The dimly lit room was illuminated occasionally by a few old chandeliers that flickered, ready to extinguish at any moment due to a short circuit. At the entrance, 2 mantis guards grumbled, while munching on jerky, their faces filled with resentment. The meat from the old catman is truly unappetizing. I wish we could have some star beast meat instead. Having something to eat is better than nothing. The trainmaster only provides food because he needs us. Otherwise, we would have to work outside like the other mantis people, earning very little food in return. Speaking of which, the taste of those young cat people isn't bad at all, they're quite tender. The mantis twisted its bamboo-like body, squinting at the prison inside the room, eyeing a certain cat girl in the corner, whom it had coveted for a long time. She must be delicious, but unfortunately the trainmaster wants to sell them for energy crystals. I hope they don't get sold. I'm already drooling. Feeling the scorching gaze from outside the door, Faye shrank her body, her golden tail trembling behind her. Unlike the other cat people who were in despair, she had sensed hope not long ago. That cat person is quite strange, not having a tail and with short hairless ears. I even doubt if he is really a cat person. Faye opened her bright blue eyes wide, recalling that face carefully, which felt particularly familiar. He is really handsome. I like him so much. But I know all of this is just an illusion. Boo-hoo. Those monsters will eat me. After mumbling a few words softly, she closed her eyes again, trying to sense some subconscious feeling from the starry sky. However, this effort made her head pound with pain, and she could only give up. You want to raise a cat? Luoyu was surprised. Chen An was tidying up the room downstairs, which was warm and cute. He smiled. Not a cat, but a cat person. I initially planned to raise her in the pet area, but then I thought that area is your territory, so I'll just leave her here. What kind of expression is that? Luoyu had a human face made of branches and leaves intertwined, looking quite rough. At this moment her expression showed some astonishment, very human-like. Luoyu replied, I've seen cats in your movies, they're fierce. Will she climb on me? Will she tear my branches apart? Are you afraid of cats? Not afraid, just disdainful. I heard that cats shed fur. They are very dirty. Cat people don't shed fur, you'll see when the time comes. Besides, I don't even know if I can buy one. He was feeling bored and was preparing in advance. Suddenly Fuyo gave a reminder. Master need not worry. Those cat people have never used energy crystals, they are very ordinary. Other races would only buy them as food, not even fit to be slaves. Chen An was astonished. Who would treat cat people as food? For mantis people, even those of the same race can be food. What's more for cat people? Chen An felt a bit nauseated, but then he also felt relieved. The universe is vast with countless strange races. To him cat people seem more human, but to certain races, whether human or cat person, they resemble food more. Let's not worry about that. Just do as I please. Since I like it, I'll get it. Fuyo, how much time is left until the auction ends? For hours. I'll go check the basement. The train currently has 4 levels from top to bottom: passenger level, storage level, power level, and defense level. The storage level, as the name suggests, is for storing things, and it indeed serves this function. However, in the train's configuration, factories also count as storage for items, including the products produced by factories. Thus, the current layout is that factories are separated and situated apart, with items stored in the middle of the factories, categorized properly and typically not chaotic. However, robots can make mistakes, sometimes needing frequent corrections. Fuyo, can factories and storage be separated in the future? Once the master builds the second level of the train, factories can be moved up. What second level? The passenger level is the first level and above it is the second level, but the bronze train cannot be constructed yet, so the master doesn't need to consider it for now. Our space is sufficient for use, no need to separate. Just talking, let's go inspect the factory, starting from the robot manufacturing center. The factory is entirely managed by engineering robots, and there are currently over 1 million engineering robots. The robot manufacturing center is located beneath the first car, occupying half of the car space, extremely large. Chen An boarded the shuttle, entering through the open iron door, where production lines stretched endlessly. Some lines were manufacturing energy modules, some were producing heads, and others were producing limbs. The assembly line was on the other side, and Chen An studied various machines carefully, suddenly feeling a joy reminiscent of writing papers in the past. Fuyo, can humanoid robots be manufactured? The kind with human skin. Bionic robots have no value, but if the master needs them, some can be customized. Make me a batch responsible for my daily needs. Although I'm used to those robots, they still don't have human senses. If the master needs servants, why use robots? You can buy slaves or recruit within the train. Even slaves aren't as obedient as robots. By the way, pull up the database from Zixing. All bionic robots should have the faces of female celebrities. If they look ugly, then forget it. After checking the robot center, Chen An went around the meat processing factory. The food supply was ample, able to meet full demand. Add some variety to enrich the taste. Fuyo, can those seasonings from Zixing be manufactured? They can be chemically synthesized. Are they harmful? There's no difference from natural ones. Then synthesize some. After all, I'm not eating them. He still had plenty of supplies transported from Zixing, and even if they ran out, he could extract from Lifestar, so there was no need to consume chemical products. As 4 hours were about to pass, Chen and returned to the cockpit. How many minutes are left? 3 minutes. Has anyone placed bids on the items I reserved? The 77th or has been bid twice with the current price at 400,000 energy crystals. The cat people have been bid 5 times with the current price at 300,000 energy crystals. The information on unknown technological civilization has been bid 17 times with the current price at 750,000 energy crystals. What's the situation with the items we listed? Not all are junk. There are a few art pieces that can be bought back for collection. All have been bid on, some even going through several rounds of bidding. Some train masters might be intentionally currying favor with you, deliberately bidding high prices. Let them be. After all, I didn't force them. Just continue waiting for the time. When only 10 seconds were left, Chen and instructed Fuyo to place bids. The 77th bid is 500,000 energy crystals, the cat people bid is 400,000 energy crystals, and the rest are up by 3%. When Chen An placed his bid, many train masters quickly got the news, curious about what he wanted to buy. But upon seeing it was merely a bunch of junk, they couldn't grasp Chen An's intentions. No matter as long as it's something Chen An wants to buy, we'll compete for it, said she, brimming with enthusiasm. He was currently affluent and displeased that Chen An had bought a batch of star beast meat at a low price, looking for an opportunity to retaliate. However, the intelligent brain reminded, the auction time has ended. We can no longer place bids. Damn, that kid is really cunning. The auction has successfully concluded. Everyone please adhere to the rules and complete the transactions on your own. Chen An has successfully bid on everything he needed and is in a good mood. Fuyo dispatched the warships for trading, immediately focusing on minerals and cat people. The minerals come from the crystal insect civilization of the 3rd star system, while the cat people are from the mantis civilization of the 2nd star system, which are not far apart and are adjacent. Approximately 5 hours later, 500 tons of No. 77 minerals were transported back without incident. Fuyo, how many tons of No. 77 minerals are needed to manufacture a patrol ship? At least 5,000 tons are required with a current shortfall of 3,000 tons. In that case, I'll discuss it with Luo Da. Master, the cat people have also arrived. Just settle them as normal passengers. As for the cat girl, let her adapt to the environment first while I observe. Chen An immediately contacted Luo Da. Luo Da was very enthusiastic, and the colorful light in the background seemed to never change. Chen An instructed Fuyo to activate the filter to eliminate that distraction. How was the haul this time, brother? It was average, mainly everyone was too conservative and unwilling to part with good items. I have an idea, why not open a temporary market where we can trade with each other? Luo Da nodded in agreement. I was just thinking of that. The auction was merely a preliminary test. Then it's settled, quickly launch the market. I currently have too many spirit crystals and want to spend some. Haha, brother, your generosity is impressive. If you need anything, feel free to come and purchase from me. By the way, don't forget there are only a little over 2 months left until the jump point opens. Chen An's smile faded as he asked, do you have a plan? Luo Da replied, with our capabilities, it would be easy to secure a spot through the jump point. But would you be willing to just let it pass? What do you mean? Chen An's smile reappeared as he guessed Luo Da's thoughts. Luo Da said ominously, since only 50 trains are needed for the jump point, the rest can be destroyed. Tisk tisk tisk, what a pity to lose so many train cores unnecessarily. Brother, in the next 2 months, let's screen some trustworthy train conductors. We can join forces for a big score. After the call ended, Chen An accessed the Star Domain Network's data and instructed Fuyo to conduct a detailed analysis. The mind controllers, in conjunction with the Star Domain Network, can invade any train's intelligence brain at any time. The Ling Shua people might want to initiate war by paralyzing train power. Can he paralyze our trains? With me around, they absolutely cannot. Chen An sighed in relief. That bastard Luo Da must have had this idea before, but since I scared him once, he changed his plans. However, I must remain highly cautious. I cannot be careless. I am monitoring the Star Domain Network around the clock, ensuring no information is missed. That's good. Bring up the video of the cat people to see how they are doing. Wait, I forgot one question. Do pets occupy passenger slots on the train? Pets are considered the owner's exclusive possessions and do not count as passengers. Is there a limit to the number of pets I can have? There are no limits, but they will be specifically marked in identity and cannot use passenger seats. No need to worry, master. The train currently has nearly 100,000 vacant passenger spots, able to accommodate 20,000 cat people. Although Chen An was attentive to the passengers, they still lost nearly 100,000, mainly from the U people. That's good. Where have the cat people been sent? Carriage No. 20. In the living area of Carriage No. 20 or 20,000 cat people cautiously disembarked from the spaceship, extremely fearful of their surroundings. The structure of the train for human beings is generally similar, so to the cat people this place is no different from the hell they experienced before. The only difference is that it looks very clean, starkly contrasting with the previous filthy trains. New passengers are settling in EU will receive free wristwatches gifted by the train. The wristwatch symbolizes passenger identity, which Chen An had given away for free long ago, no longer requiring purchase. The cat people did not know what was happening now and could only follow the robots forward. Occasionally they saw humans who looked somewhat similar to themselves, which felt quite familiar. "Excuse me. Where are we going?" Fei Yi mustered the courage to ask the nearby service robot. The robot replied gently, "You will be granted passenger identity." Although not entirely clear, Fei Yi knew that this place was absolutely different from before, especially the humans around them who cast strange glances somewhat resembling the faces she had seen in her imagination. "Is he here?" Fei Yi muttered, her expression dazed, lost in her fantasies, and took a long time to wake up. She received the wristwatch, and upon wearing it, it automatically read the Zixing script. Anyone who comes to this train must use the Zixing script, and the U people are no exception. Then, under the guidance of the robot, the 20,000 cat people proceeded to carriage No. 20 and obtained their own designated seats. The passenger seats are linked to the wristwatch and can only be adjusted by Chen, and D passengers do not have the authority to change them. Upon learning they had seats, the cat people were overjoyed. "So we're not food. Why is that? What do we need to do?" The robot replied, "Open the wristwatch to learn knowledge, go to the market to get loans for spirit crystals, and after awakening you can join or establish a guild, then go out to earn a living." While the foolish ones continued to ask questions, the clever ones were already studying the wristwatch. Through the information they learned that they now held legitimate passenger identities, possessing the qualifications to live, no longer slaves or food. As the cat people were overjoyed, the train issued an announcement. "Today 20,000 cat people have joined our train. We hope everyone will accept them quickly and disallow any discriminatory behavior." This announcement caused a sensation, as only the passengers of carriage No. 20 were aware of this. "What do cat people look like? Damn, could there be a cat girl of my dreams? Carriage No. 20 is so far away." Not far at all. Through the free cable car at the observation deck you can quickly reach it. The observation deck has many functions developed by Fuyo. For example, cable cars connecting various carriages, or shuttles that can fly and stop anywhere. Or a mobile market, or passengers don't need to go to the market all the time and can easily buy food or daily necessities at the observation deck. In short, the emergence of the observation deck enriched passengers' lives and strengthened the connections between the carriages. Soon a large number of curious passengers flocked to the observation deck of carriage No. 20, very interested in the cat people. Chen An was not very pleased with this situation and instructed Fuyo to temporarily close the cable car leading to carriage No. 20. "The cat people need to adapt quickly. We cannot allow them to be disturbed." After watching for a while, Chen An said, "Directly let the robots guide them to awaken. I feel that girl is extraordinary. His spiritual consciousness is too powerful. It is not I who am guiding her, but she is guiding me." Just now Chen An had formed a mental link with the cat girl clearer than before. Thus Chen An learned her name. Fei Yi. Beautiful name. Lone Star coins purchase energy crystals and absorb awakening. This awakening process has already matured on the train, allowing robots to swiftly guide each new passenger through it. Chen An paid little attention as he was observing the chaos across various trains. Some guys are dissatisfied with the auction being too cheap, and they simply refuse to pay. To be honest, there's really nothing that can be done about this situation. Most train conductors adhere to the rules. As long as the auction transactions are successful, they will be honored in reality. However, a few conductors intentionally slack off, not only withholding goods but also even retaining energy crystals. The crystal bug civilization has been criticized by more than a dozen conductors, with Luoda acting as a mediator, though with little effect. The most slovenly are the crystal bug civilization, which has failed to honor the warships they originally auctioned, instead taking energy crystals for free. Chen An chuckled, saying, "They only dare to bully the lower-ranked trains. They don't dare to touch my energy crystals. Whatever, it has nothing to do with me." He brought up the images of the expedition teams with hundreds of groups bustling about. How many civilization fragments are left for exploration? The Star Domain Network estimates that only 1% remains unexplored. Chen An, once the exploration ends, immediately close all expedition tasks and have the teams return. Can you compile a summary of the resource collection progress across the various star systems? Half an hour later. The vast majority of star systems have already collected light resources. It is estimated that the last 2 months will not be peaceful. How far are we from ascending to the second star? The number of cruisers and destroyers is already sufficient. The triple extraordinary will reach 200,000 within half a month, and the civilization battlefield just needs one more step. It needs to get chaotic, or otherwise how will I gather the number of wars? As he spoke, a powerful thought suddenly exploded, sending chills down Chen An's spine. At that moment, the entire train felt as if it was no longer a secret thoroughly seen by an unknown entity. Chen An was shocked, jumping up from his seat. Who did this? Only those with telekinetic abilities can achieve this. Chen An, could it be that Luoda intends to make a move against me? I need to counter immediately. Beep beep beep. Various chaotic alarms rang out in the cockpit, but were soon silenced by Fuyao. Master, a telekinetic is inside our train. Hearing it was internal, Chen An's agitation calmed slightly. He closed his eyes as if instantaneously entering a virtual world. Flowers bloomed on both sides, the starry sky paved the path beneath his feet, and brilliant fireworks burst forth above one after another. After taking a few steps, Chen An suddenly heard a weak voice greeting from behind. What? What is your name? Turning around, he relaxed his tightened pupils, raising his eyebrows, slightly revealing a look of realization. Fei Yi. The cat girl clasped her hands together, her delicate features glistening with cold sweat, and her fluffy ears trembling. The tail behind her seemed out of place, twisting around awkwardly. You know my name. I'm so happy to see you again. By the way, is this train yours? So beautiful. Ah! Suddenly she let out a scream, her body twisting and contorting as if being sliced by countless blades. Chen An shouted, "Don't be reckless, exit now." In a daze, Chen An's consciousness returned to his body, immediately instructing Fuyao to find the cat girl and bring her over. Nothing can be hidden from a telekinetic. Keeping her in the carriage is unwise. It's better to bring her here sooner. Just awakened telekinetics are very fragile. Without the aid of energy crystals, recklessly using their abilities can harm themselves. During the wait, Chen An asked, I remember telekinetics have weaknesses. I forgot what they are. Telekinetics can extend their consciousness around them to gather more star systems. If a telekinetic is combined with a network, a broader star domain network can be created. The downside is that using abilities restricts movement and continuously consumes energy crystals. The consumption of energy crystals isn't an issue, is the inability to move absolute. It's not absolute. The inability to move here refers to not being able to easily leave the train, but they can move within the train. However, if she fully releases her abilities, her body cannot move apart from her consciousness. Chen An, so telekinetics are like signal towers? They can collect signals and also send them out. Can she completely seize Luoda's star domain network, unless her level is higher than the opposing telekinetic? Then forget it, Luoda's telekinetics are at least triple strength. After chatting nonsense for nearly half an hour, Fei Yi was finally brought to Chen An's private area. However, she was in a comatose state, placed in her exclusive bedroom. Chen An went to check on her and asked his companion Luo Yu, "Is it not what you expected?" Luo Yu reached out to touch the girl on the bed, her chubby face quite adorable. She doesn't look like a cat at all. She looks more like a human. If only we could change her ears and tail, it would be perfect. Haha, if we changed them, she'd be no different from a human, but that would look even better. Soon after, a robot delivered energy crystals. Chen An quickly placed them on either side of the girl, allowing her to absorb them autonomously. Wait a moment. Chen An turned to look at the robot, feeling a tightening in his chest. Fuyao, why does it look like this? The robot's face resembled a famous actress from Purple Star, whose films Chen An had watched quite a few. He originally thought this would look pleasant, but just now it made him feel uncomfortable, a sense of horror creeping in. Master has become accustomed to mechanical faces, and it is difficult to adapt to a suddenly appearing unfamiliar face in a short time. Chen An shook his head. Change it back, these faces look eerie. Looking back now, mechanical faces are indeed better looking. How about this? Let's create a realistic transformation based on the original mechanical face. It should be much more comfortable. Fuyao understood and immediately went to make the changes. Chen An also had Fuyao scan Fei Yi's body data. The girl was too frail, unable to support her own abilities. The earlier awakening nearly cost her life. Telekinetics are very fragile and need protection. I understand. When will she awaken? Within an hour. Chen An was too lazy to wait and went out for a walk. Once again, regarding the robot issue, Chen An asked, "How is he doing?" Yi is the robot that Ling Yu inadvertently upgraded, Chen, and had Fuyao keep a close eye on it. He can protect Ling Yu as she travels to Origin Star. Everything is well for now. I've always had a question. How do mechanical beings use superpowers to enhance themselves? They don't have muscles or blood. All things in the universe have their own path to enhancement. All mechanical beings enhance their body's energy and components much like humans. Master cannot confuse robots with mechanical beings. So can I collect mechanical passengers? Why not? Chen An chatted about this topic for nearly an hour before Fei Yi finally woke up. She walked out of the bedroom in a daze, glancing around like a thief. How did you sleep? Chen An asked with concern, trying to appear as amiable as possible. Fei Yi was startled, thinking the strange uncle before her had ulterior motives. But after rubbing her sleepy eyes, she recognized who was before her. Your name is Chen An, right? I like you. Are girls from alien races so direct? Chen An, could it be that I am too pure? Chen An was lost in thought. Fei's affection was pure and devoid of any ulterior motives. What surprised Chen and even more was that the girl with her adorable and gentle demeanor turned out to be quite the chatterbox. I saw you over there before. I thought I would never get to meet you. I'm so happy. This place is beautiful like a fairyland. I originally thought you would be very stern, but in reality you're quite like my elder, warm and kind. Uncle Chen, and can you take me in? Chen An, a smile froze on his face. Call me Brother Chen An. Fei pouted her lips and sweetly said, Brother Chen An. Hey, being obedient is a sign of a good child. Are you hungry? She rubbed her stomach and swallowed hard. I'm not hungry. Chen An smiled and asked, What do you like to eat usually? I liked eating fish when I was in my hometown, but my family was poor and I often couldn't eat it, only wild vegetables. Brother Chen, and do you have work for me here? You want to work? Fei shyly lowered her head and said, I want to earn money. Her cuteness and shyness along with her self-reliance and strength formed Chen An's first impression of her. There are indeed some tasks. You can help me tidy up the bedroom upstairs. Luoyu, take her with you. No way, are you really afraid of her? Luoyu stood far away, unsure why she had such a great fear of cats. In fact, Fei was more afraid of her. All right, I'll take her upstairs. Little one, don't climb on me or otherwise I will deal with you. Fei, fearing for herself, followed closely behind, looking back at Chen An for help. Chen An pretended not to see. They would get familiar with each other in time. Understanding would come eventually. Fuyo, prepare some food for her, primarily fish and meat. Is the master planning to treat Fei as a maid? I'm doing this to help her adapt quickly. I can arrange some daily tasks for her later. The master is not utilizing her abilities. She is too weak. Let's talk about that after she reaches the 3rd tier. The meal was quite lavish and Fei ate happily. Inspired by her joy, Chen An felt his own appetite increase, asking the kitchen to prepare more meat. In the days that followed, Fei gradually adapted, and her relationship with Luoyu eased. At least they no longer feared each other. With the lively Fei around, Chen An's everyday life became much more interesting, and his personality grew brighter. Luoyu wasn't bad, but being a Trent, it was hard to find common ground with Chen An. But Fei could follow Chen An's preferences, even if she didn't know how she could learn quickly. For instance, playing games, chess, reading, or exploring the compartments. There was only one problem, as a psychic, Fei's mental strength was too strong, often drawing out Chen An's mental threads. Thus, in mid-October, unable to resist any longer Chen An, and she had a mental connection. Chen An could condense 2 mental threads, while Fei surprisingly managed to condense 4. Fuyo, how high is the compatibility between her and me? 93%. If you could condense 4 mental threads, the compatibility would be even higher. Are you saying I'm holding her back? What ability have I gained? Based on my data analysis, you should gain abilities related to psychic energy. Chen An closed his eyes, trying to sense. But after sensing for a while, there was no change. It seems I haven't gained anything. I suggest the master try more. You will definitely find something. Chen An simply called for the blushing Fei to ask her how to use psychic abilities. Fei replied, Imagine, conceive, spread. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and Chen An teased. Has the chatterbox turned into a riddle master? Suddenly a gust of wind brushed past him. Chen An knew she was spreading her consciousness. Chen An followed suit, imagining the surrounding objects conceiving their original forms, and then exerting all his effort to spread his consciousness. Suddenly a dull sound echoed. His consciousness did not spread out, it exploded instead. At that moment, even with his eyes closed, he could see the layout around him clearly, only without a background color giving it an eerie feel. Not long after, his consciousness became hazy again, and he entered that flower path once more. Why am I here again? Fei appeared beside him, smiling with her eyes squinted. This is the world of my dreams, but it is not yet completed. Right now it is just a flower path. In the future, there will be a sea of flowers and a city of flowers. How beautiful it will be. Chen An complimented a few times before exiting the world of consciousness. If you're tired, go rest. Fei responded, Oh, okay. Fuyo, what exactly is the world of dreams that Fei speaks of? That is the manifestation of her psychic energy. The greatest power of a psychic is not to create a star domain network, but to create a virtual world. Once she is powerful enough, she can control networks and virtual worlds. Even virtual worlds created by other beings can be controlled by her. In other words, a powerful psychic can control the 2nd dimension. Chen An felt goosebumps all over his body and asked, Can she control you? Except for me. Why? You are also in a virtual world. Because psychics have their flaws, her body cannot enter the virtual world. Does the master remember a special extraordinary type called the Eternal Ones? I remember Eternal Ones can sacrifice their lives to transform into a spiritual state, thereby allowing the train to ascend to the stars. Eternal Ones are the greatest nemesis of psychics. The master will know in the future. After hearing Fuyo's words, various speculations arose in Chen An's mind. Fuyo, you wouldn't happen to be an Eternal One, would you? Hehe, you can keep guessing. Are you a fusion of an eternal one and a psychic? Did you become an intelligence core after sacrificing yourself to help me? After guessing for a while, without interest, Chen An returned to his room to rest. The following days were relatively calm, but as the fragments of civilization were explored, the atmosphere in the star domain began to tense up again. Chen An didn't care, as he was happily gathering resources. The trading market of the star domain network had long been opened, and Chen An seized this opportunity to greatly purchase No. 77, or having already gathered enough materials for a celestial patrol ship. By early November, 2 conditions for the train to ascend to the stars had been met. Only one war was left. Chen An had grown accustomed to sitting in the driver's seat, sliding the screen to check the situation of various star systems. Which one can fight? I can no longer hold back. If not for the concern that one move could affect everything, he would have already acted against the neighboring Bluebird people. With my current strength, I can defeat the Bluebird people within 3 hours without using the extraordinary orbital cannon. The Triangle people can be let off this time. After all, the moon eclipses are quite accommodating and sent me 50 tons of free No. 77 or last week. Just as he was mumbling, Fuyo suddenly gave a reminder. The Star Domain Network received information that the Crystal Worm Civilization declared war on the Mantis Civilization. Chen An shook himself awake and asked Fuyo to bring up the screen. The screen displayed the Crystal Worm Civilization's train entering the alien orbit of the No. 2 star system, with various elliptical warships being released, indicating an impending battle. In the second star system, in the cockpit of the Mantis spacecraft, Vander could not help but curse loudly. Those damn bugs are back again. The intelligence brain responded. The train of the Crystal Bug Civilization has just entered the outer star zone and has released battleships into an attacking formation. Contact the mother bug immediately and ask what it means. The communication was quickly established, and Vander angrily demanded, "What do you want? Have I offended you?" The mother bug, in its giant insect form, was curled up in the back of the cockpit, stretching out countless insect limbs on the console. "You haven't offended me, but I am short on energy crystals and would like to borrow some from you." Vander jumped with anger, saying, "Borrow again?" Although furious, he realized that it was better to avoid conflict, especially at this critical moment. "How much do you want to borrow?" 50 million. This statement immediately extinguished Vander's thoughts of compromise. 50 million energy crystals would have a tremendous impact, leaving him severely weakened in the subsequent struggle for resources. "Since you want to start a war, I will accompany you to the end." War is not entirely a bad thing. Firstly, it qualifies him for the train's ascension, and secondly, it provides an opportunity to obtain the core of the train. Thus Vander prepared for battle, gathering all the battleships and Mantis warriors from various places. This impending war attracted significant attention, with other train captains onlookers eager to know the outcome. The energy crystal resources in the star domain have long been depleted. Those bugs are probably left with no choice. Civilizations that purely consume energy crystals have no reason to exist. This time I support Vander. Vander is unlikely to win. After all, the fighting strength of the crystal bugs is formidable, especially in landing battles. Many train captains on the Star Domain Network predicted the odds of both sides, almost all favoring the crystal bugs with a 70% chance of victory. Chen An also asked Fu Yao for predictions. Both civilizations will suffer losses, as regardless of who wins the war, they will enter a weakened state. At that moment, there will definitely be a train picking up the pieces. The closest are the Rat people and the Ling Shua people. However, Luoda has greater ambitions and will not stir up trouble beforehand, so it can only be the Rat people who take action. Unfortunately, we are too far away, otherwise I would love to take them all out. Looking up at the screen again, the train of the Crystal Bug Civilization was entering the inner star zone, and the image went blank. Fu Yao continued to provide the footage. "We are currently invading the Mantis network through the Star Domain Network. Invasion successful. The image of the inner star zone is restored. At present, only he and Luoda could see the state of the war, other train captains could only view the outer star zone footage. The fleets of the Crystal Bugs and Mantis gradually approached, forming a classic attacking formation. Chen An frowned. Is Vander too foolish, or am I overthinking this? Why would he engage in a heated battle when he has the advantage of home ground? The owner's thoughts are correct. It can only be that Vander is too foolish. He could actually abandon the position and engage in guerrilla tactics, as the crystal bugs only need energy crystals. Other resources are useless to them. I said it, heated confrontation is the worst tactic, but it is the most visually appealing. Good things shouldn't be kept to oneself. Chen An went to the living room to invite Fei Yi and Luo Yu to watch the battle. Fei Yi pointed at the Mantis train, exclaiming, "That's where I stayed before." She was panicked as past pain surged in her heart. Chen An said, "Forget about the past experiences as soon as possible. Let's see how the Mantis die." As the distance between the two trains shrank to 500,000 kilometers, they finally came to a halt. Vander had made his stance clear, giving his final advice. "You can find weaker trains in the outer star zone. Why come here to hit a stone?" The mother bug replied, "The closer you get to the outer layer, the fewer energy crystals there are. You are in the second star system. I know you have a large reserve of energy crystals. 50 million is really not much. You can afford it. As long as you give it to me, I will leave immediately. Vander slammed his hand on the console, cutting off the communication. Open fire. In an instant, thousands of cannons fired in unison, creating a continuous curtain of energy beams. The crystal bugs retaliated in the same manner, and both sides began to exchange blows, with escort ships being destroyed one after another. Not only Vander but even Chen An felt pained watching. As the war progressed, Chen An discovered an issue. The crystal bugs' warships seemed to be capable of automatic recovery. What's going on? In the footage, the crystal bugs' warships would exit the combat sequence after being injured, spend some time in the back repairing their damage, and then return to the battle sequence. From this perspective, the losses for the crystal bugs were far less than for the mantis, and the combat power of both sides would gradually diverge. Fu Yao enlarged the footage. When the image was enlarged sufficiently, Chen An saw many light golden small bugs clinging to the damaged areas of the warships, repairing them at a visible speed. Are those the crystal bugs? Indeed, they are crystal bugs. They possess strong mechanical repair capabilities. Chen An became intrigued. If I could get my hands on those bugs. Numerous ideas sprang to mind, and he now hoped the crystal bugs would achieve a complete victory over the mantis and not be destroyed. As the war situation unfolded, as Chen An had predicted, the mantis became increasingly disadvantaged, and their direct assaults were gradually becoming ineffective. Vander still understood some tactics. He hid his destroyers in the back, and brought them out at a crucial moment, dealing significant damage to the crystal bugs' front line, even completely destroying several warships that were in the process of repairing. However, even so, it was not enough to defeat the crystal bugs, and the firepower gap between both sides was widening. We can't engage in heated battles anymore, or we need to retreat. Vander for once was smart, steering the train off the track. Those damn bugs need energy crystals, but all the energy crystals in the second star system are with me. They have to chase me. The mother bug saw the opposing train retreat from battle and hurriedly followed. However, the warships could not keep up with the speed of the train and could only temporarily be left behind. Thus, for the next 5 hours, the two trains chased around the star, consuming each other. Chen An grew tired of watching and asked Fu Yao, "Have they used any special abilities?" "Not yet observed. Perhaps they possess abilities that cannot be displayed. For example, the observation platform that Chen An obtained has no offensive or defensive capabilities, making it ineffective in battle. I'm going to find Fei Yi to play. Just let me know if there are any results." Another 2 hours passed when Fu Yao reminded Chen An, "The mantis have begun their counterattack. They have cornered the crystal bugs train and are initiating a landing battle." Chen An became interested, asking Fu Yao to display the footage. He saw the two trains colliding, flying around the star at the same speed without losing momentum. Countless mantis pilots entered the crystal bugs train, leading to fierce hand-to-hand combat. The close combat ability of the crystal bugs is weak. The mantis are more adept at large-scale warfare. Inside the train, it was almost a massacre in favor of the mantis, as the bugs themselves were too weak. This won't do. If the crystal bugs are wiped out, it will be hard for me to obtain their technology. Chen An prepared to help the crystal bugs, but at that moment Fu Yao pulled up another image. The footage showed a pitch-black train cautiously approaching from outside the system. That is the rat people's train. Chen An frowned and thought for a moment before asking Fu Yao to send a message to the mother bug informing it of the rat people's involvement. Opportunities won't come easy. Upon receiving communication from Chen An, the mother worm was quite surprised. She found it unsurprising that the mouse people would join the battle, but was puzzled as to why Chen An would help her. There was no prior connection between the two parties. However, the situation was complicated, and she had no time for further contemplation. Activate indiscriminate elimination mode, pull the train back. After the command was issued, a barrage of laser beams suddenly shot out from the train's compartments, launching indiscriminate attacks on the creatures inside. Regardless of whether they were crystal bugs or mantis people, they were mowed down in waves. Vander was furious when he learned of this and stomped his feet. Withdraw the troops. Though the retreat was timely, the mantis people still suffered heavy losses. Soon after, with the power restored, the crystal bug train gradually pulled back, leaving the mantis people's trajectory. Vander ordered the pursuit. "Having come this far, we will not let you escape. Today we must fight to the end." However, not long into the chase, Vander learned the grim news: the mouse people's train was entering the star system, and their intentions were hostile. "Those mice are as hateful as the bugs." "Where are they?" The intelligence brain replied, "The mouse people are approaching the inner star ring. I suggest we first fend off their attack." It was frustrating, but Vander had no other choice. He couldn't afford to lose the base just to chase after the bugs. "All units prepare for defense. Eliminate the mouse people." Inside the mouse people's train, Cryan was somewhat stunned. He had originally intended to slip in quietly and wait for the crystal bugs and mantis people to weaken each other before launching a surprise attack to seize two cores. However, just as he received the information, the crystal bugs unexpectedly fled the inner star ring, while the mantis people were establishing a defense against him. What's happening with the crystal bug train? The intelligence brain responded. Based on the analysis of existing information, the crystal bug civilization has suffered losses of up to 60%. Cryan's wide mouth with its yellow fangs reflecting the arc of the signal lights shone brightly. The crystal bugs have always been dominant. The fact that they could be driven away indicates that the mantis people must have paid a greater price. We can't waste time. We need to go in, immediately eliminate the mantis people, and then deal with the bugs. With great ambition, Cryan piloted the train into the inner star ring. He released no warships, only a single train boldly entering the mantis people's encirclement. This move not only surprised Chen An but left Vander speechless. What does this dying mouse think it can do? It believes it can take me down with just a train. Haha, truly an unintelligent creature. It seems today luck is on my side. I'll eliminate the mouse people first, then go after the bugs. Vander's confidence soared as he commanded the remaining 100 warships to form an encircling attack formation. As long as the mouse people's train fully entered the encirclement, the mantis people's train would immediately draw fire, allowing the surrounding warships to surge in and destroy as much of the mouse people's external firepower as possible. In every way, Vander had a significant advantage. Yet the reality was that when the two sides opened fire, a golden film appeared on the surface of the mouse people's train, ignoring any attack. The mouse people's train could retaliate against the surrounding warships with fierce firepower. This caught Chen An's attention, and he asked Fu Yao, "What special ability is this?" It was clear that the mouse people's train had gained formidable defense after devouring cores, not merely an electromagnetic shield. This ability is unknown. Very powerful, but it must consume an immense amount of energy crystals. I want to see how long the mouse people can hold on. To Chen An's astonishment, the mouse people's train did not engage in long-range indiscriminate shooting, but charged directly at the mantis people's train. Vander, eager for close combat, did not retreat but actively moved forward. "Come on, once we initiate ground combat, we mantis people will crush you. Transmit orders, all warriors prepare to act. Once the hatches open, rush out and obliterate those dead mice." On the screen, the mouse people's train drew closer, charging forward. Under normal logic, both trains would simultaneously reduce power and come together to enter a stellar orbit. Then ground combat could be initiated at will, with the side having more soldiers gaining the upper hand. At that moment, the intelligence brain issued an intense warning. "Based on existing information and thousands of simulations, we cannot accept the impact." Vander felt irritated upon hearing this and cursed. "Why didn't you say so earlier? How are we supposed to retreat now?" On the screen, the mouse people's train appeared like a sharp arrow, viciously piercing into the waist of the mantis people's train. Bang! The impact was audible, traveling along the train's wall to the cockpit, causing Vander's scalp to tingle. Even more terrifying was that the screen displayed his train was breached at the 10th compartment. This is scientifically impossible. Chen An also found it scientifically impossible, but reality was as such. The mouse people's train sliced through the mantis people's train neatly in half. On the screen, the two trains exhibited eerie poses, conveying their respective predicaments. "Fu Yao, give me a detailed description." The mantis people's train was severed at the 10th compartment, leading to a complete collapse of overall defense, propulsion layer failure, and energy leakage. The mouse people's train, due to its momentum, continued to charge towards the star after severing the mantis people's train, thankfully already applying brakes. The golden shield on the train was deactivated. Comprehensive analysis indicates that the mantis people were defeated and the mouse people emerged victorious. Chen An casually pulled up the image of the crystal bug civilization. The mother worm had been observing the battle near the inner ring, and upon discovering the mouse people's prowess, turned to flee, showing no intention to continue the fight. "I don't know where they plan to go. Monitor them closely." Chen An then pulled up the battlefield image, seeing the mouse people initiating ground combat, while the mantis people fought desperately but lacked sufficient fighting strength. As the overall defense of the train collapsed, many mantis people perished due to the vacuum of space, requiring no effort from the mouse people. Beep, beep, beep. Loda sent a communication and Chen An answered. "You saw the war just now, right? The mouse people have decent combat power, and I plan to bring them into the team." Chen An replied, "Do as you wish. I don't care who it is, just gather enough numbers." "Haha, it seems my little brother is even stronger than I imagined. That's it, nothing else to discuss." After hanging up the communication, Chen An returned to the rest area to grab a bite. 3 hours later, news of the annihilation of the mantis people spread across the star domain network, causing a sensation. While they did not know the details, they were aware it was the work of the mouse people. Cryan's methods are impressive. This windfall is delightful, but the losses must be considerable, right? In the face of the other train leaders' mockery, Cryan arrogantly responded, "If you're unhappy, come here and take me down, and then you can claim to be powerful." No train would come, but the undercurrents began to surge and friction gradually arose between many star systems. The next day, shortly after Chen An woke up, Fu Yao delivered a news update. The crystal bug civilization did not remain in the original star system, but is flying outward, likely heading to the outer layer. Chen An said, Is the mother worm looking for weaklings? But there are no weaklings now. The crystal bug's train will pass directly in front of our star system in 5 hours. Chen An's expression immediately turned cold, his eyes narrowing as various thoughts flooded his mind. Stellar network. Where are those vermin heading? Are they abandoning their own star system? They're likely seeking easy prey. How ironic. Do they not realize they themselves are the softest fruit? I've loathed those vermin for ages. If they dare approach my domain, I'll crush them all without mercy. Months earlier, the crystal insects had extorted most trains, seizing a haul of energy crystals. So no train bore them goodwill. Even O2 openly reviled the crystal insects, seething with hatred and yearning for their annihilation. Where is Chen An? I recall he was the only one who refused to hand over energy crystals to the insects. The insects only bully the weak and flinch from the strong. Hide, let them come. I'll deal with them myself. Client ha, do they even dare? The matriarch observed every barb on the stellar network with perfect clarity. Yet she paid them no mind. The survival of her brood outweighed all else. Artificial intelligence, how long will our energy crystals last? The AI replied, 10 days at current consumption. We recommend replenishing reserves within 5 days. Very well. Proceed per the original plan. Target star systems numbered 50 and beyond. Though their energy crystals are scarce, they'll suffice as emergency sustenance. With that, the matriarch seized a fistful of energy crystals and crunched them into her colossal maw, crisp and sharp. For other civilizations, harvesting energy crystals served to fortify the body or activate unique abilities. But for the crystal insects, energy crystals were first and foremost food. Without them, they would starve to death. Artificial intelligence. We will soon enter the asteroid belt of System 17. Deploy reconnaissance vessels to expand surveillance range. Asteroids severely impede radar detection. The matriarch remained unperturbed. Chen An provided intelligence yesterday on the rodent people's military deployment. Perhaps he seeks an alliance with me and thus won't attack. Come to think of it, the Fuyao civilization remains the most enigmatic of all. No one knows how many energy crystals they've stockpiled. Avarice gleamed in the matriarch's eyes. Saliva glistened at the corners of her mouth. The void stretched dark and silent, trains carved through star-strewn silence like brushstrokes across an ancient scroll. 20,000 kilometers ahead lay the asteroid belt, a dense thicket of celestial debris. The train could detour, but that would cost precious time. Far better to charge straight through shattering fragile asteroids beneath its unstoppable momentum. Had the matriarch exercised greater caution, she might have detected warships lurking in absolute silence behind certain massive asteroids. Farther still, Chen An's train shimmered, faintly beneath a rudimentary electromagnetic shield. This shield served one critical purpose: to blind enemy radar, an essential advantage enabling his ambush. Fuyao, is the simulation complete? Simulation complete. 10,000 battle iterations executed. Optimal timing and engagement coordinates identified. Probability of error 1 in 5,000. This conflict is straightforward. No need to waste the transcendent rail cannon. Merely disable the crystal insect's train weaponry, then proceed to total annihilation. To minimize allied casualties, Chen An tasked Fuyao with identifying the most efficient solution. Master need not be anxious. The crystal insects pose no challenge to us. I'm not anxious. I'm exhilarated. Once this war concludes, my train will ascend to Tier 2. I wonder what Tier 2 looks like. Tier 2 trains almost certainly grant expanded passenger capacity and enhanced armaments. Stop. I can deduce that myself. No need for commentary. Redirect all processing power to combat operations. Do not speak to me. Conversing with you consumes 0 computational resources. If I say it wastes resources, it wastes resources. Focus. How much longer will our electromagnetic shield hold? 5 minutes. Sufficient. 3 minutes elapsed, and then unexpectedly it happened. The matriarch was no fool. As her train neared the asteroid belt, she sharply decelerated and dispatched reconnaissance vessels to probe ahead. This contingency had already been modeled by Fuyao, who instantly enacted the fallback protocol, ordering the train to advance aggressively. Shielded by the electromagnetic veil, Chen An's train surged silently toward the crystal insects. At a distance of 5 million kilometers, the electromagnetic shield collapsed, exposing Chen An's train entirely. Warning! Warning! Unknown train detected. The matriarch recoiled in shock and commanded the AI to analyze the signature, confirming it as Chen An's train. What does he intend? She urgently attempted communication, but Chen An rejected the channel. I anticipated interception by some train, but never imagined it would be him. Indeed, no alien race is worthy of trust. Accelerate. Full thrust. Escape this accursed asteroid belt at once. She dared not engage Chen An Hedon. Yet as the matriarch's train entered the asteroid belt, hidden warships, stationed across the belt, unshackled their weapons. Under Fuyao's precise coordination, they unleashed concentrated fire. not upon the train itself but upon its laser batteries. The train retaliated, shattering Chen An's warships one by one. He did not care. Sacrificing warships to degrade the crystal insect's firepower and velocity was a bargain. His own train pursued relentlessly from behind. Victory hinged solely on closing the gap. After half an hour of pursuit, the two trains stood merely 50 kilometers apart in direct line of sight. At last Chen An's train opened full fire, obliterating every weapon emplacement atop the crystal insect's train. Fuyao, ram them, disable their propulsion core. No instruction was needed. Fuyao had already issued the command. Like a meteor descending from above, the train plunged at a steep angle into the asteroid belt, striking with surgical precision, intercepting the enemy train flawlessly. The familiar jolt of impact, the familiar embrace of collision. Both trains locked together, their drives faltering in unison. Continue assault. Breach their propulsion layer. The crystal insect's train retained ample power. It could still reignite its engines. Fuyao chose the simplest, most reliable method, directing all firepower, train and warships alike, against the propulsion layer. Catastrophic kinetic force shattered internal structures, rendering repairs impossible in the short term. Master, the crystal insect's train is fully immobilized. Boarding operations may commence. Excellent. Let me witness the Blackthorn's lethality. Hatches yawned open. 500,000 Blackthorn drones launched aboard shuttles, infiltrating the enemy train with chilling ease. Compared to the diminutive crystal insects, the Blackthorns towered like colossi, engaging in overwhelming, merciless slaughter. Chen An studied the Blackthorns' combat patterns, offering Fuyao refinements. Their engagements occur mostly within confined train corridors. Greater agility is required. Their size need not be so imposing. Their close-quarters movements remain stiff. Integrate martial techniques from the Zixing people. Are they waterproof? He watched for a long while. Yet no surrender request ever came from the matriarch. What's happening? Does she truly believe she can turn the tide? The crystal insect civilization does not surrender. The matriarch will perish alongside her kin. Hearing this, Chen An felt a fleeting pang of solemnity, but only a fleeting one. Very well. Grant them due respect. Chen An opened the stellar network. It blazed with fervent praise and obsequious flattery, directed at him while spewing venomous contempt toward the crystal insects. These words sound harsh, but most civilizations fall far short of the crystal insect's resolve. Chen An closed the network and sat in silent repose, awaiting the final outcome. 5 hours later, the war concluded. Chen An boarded a shuttle and traveled to the crystal insect's train. Its carriages lay thick with crystalline corpses, translucent, fragile, radiant. I'd always assumed the crystal insects were biomechanical constructs, but up close they're clearly crystalline organisms. The name crystal insect is literal. Their biology is fundamentally crystalline. Cough. Collect as many corpses as possible. Return them for analysis. Uncover how they repair their train. Standing before the massive corpse of the mother bug, Chen An felt inconspicuously small. The bug is the size of a palm, yet the mother bug resembles a small mountain. Fuyao, does this corpse have any research value? It holds significant research value. If it is valuable, take it back. He then went to the cockpit to retrieve the train's core, leaving with satisfaction. On the way back, Fuyao provided a reminder that the train met the requirements for star elevation. Reminder: the train has fulfilled all conditions for star elevation. 1. All passengers have awakened to extraordinary abilities with more than 200,000 triple ascenders. 2. The train has participated in 5 civilizational wars and emerged victorious. 3. The train's combat capability is rated as second class. In summary, the train can be upgraded to 2 stars at any time. Note: this upgrade requires all passengers to leave the train. Chen An was astonished. The train won't keep anyone on board. It seems that this time the main changes are internal to the train. Can the star elevation time be postponed? There are no time limits. It can begin at any time. Good, then let's first collect resources from the crystal bug train. Chen An returned to the train and immediately entered the cockpit, devouring the core. Not long after, the train gained new abilities. Automatic repair: when the train sustains damage, it will automatically begin repairs, consuming energy in the process. Chen An nodded and shook his head. That's quite a useless ability. After all, it is difficult for the train to sustain injuries. If even the train encounters problems, simple repairs would certainly be inadequate. However, the train is bound to have some bumps. It might have some effect. For example, the previous collision between 2 trains caused slight dents on the exterior. The images displayed by Fuyao showed that these dents were being eliminated. Repairing the train refers not only to the exterior but also to the interior. Chen An's eyes lit up. If the interior can also be repaired, that would be quite good. The interior, apart from daily wear and tear, could also be invaded by external races. From Chen An's previous experiences in battles, it was clear that once the interior of the train was invaded, it would certainly cause immense damage. Hurry up and collect the main resources from the crystal bug. We won't worry about the secondary ones for now. After 5 hours, the train returned to the stellar orbit of the 17th star system, officially preparing for the star elevation work. Chen An issued a series of commands. All passengers proceed to the origin star, including patients and children. I do not want other trains to know that we are elevating stars. Resource collection will proceed as usual. More warships can be sent to the outer star zone, posing an increased defense. Luoyu Fei, you can go play on the origin star. But Luoyu should be cautious about her condition. After all the commands were given, the passengers quickly boarded the spacecraft and left as guild units. As for the children and patients, robots could provide appropriate assistance, ensuring that no sentient beings were left on the train. 2 hours later, only Chen An remained inside the train, the carriage completely empty. Master, you also need to exit. I will go out shortly. But I have a question. Does the train currently have enough resources for star elevation? Chen An recalled that when the train elevated by 1 star, it entered a nebula and acquired a large amount of additional resources. Please rest assured, Master, the resources in the star system are sufficient for the train's star elevation. After Chen An boarded a dedicated spacecraft and left the train, unexpectedly dove into the star, disappearing without a trace. Fuyo, are you there? Fuyo has always been here. The train is in the process of reforging its body. Estimated star elevation time is about 2 days. Alright, why do I always feel so uneasy? His spacecraft did not head to the origin star for now, but stayed in orbit under the protection of a group of escort ships. After half an hour of confirming no changes, he finally proceeded to the origin star. I heard there have been quite a few changes on the origin star. Passengers have built several cities on the origin star. The images were displayed, and Chen An laughed heartily. These aren't cities. They are clearly tribes. Guilds would also trade among themselves, and for convenience they simply established bases to settle together. Over time, as many guilds gathered, it formed a residential area, which is what Chen An referred to as a tribe. Some guilds have built simple wooden houses, while others erected tents. Where did the tents come from? They were self-manufactured. If given enough time, they might actually build a city. Fuyo, when it reaches early December, inform them about the opening of the jump point. There's no need for them to do unnecessary work. Based on the timeline, the train would leave in a month, which the passengers were unaware of. Half an hour later, Chen An appeared in the Northern Hemisphere's settlement. The population here has already surpassed 400,000, including the 250,000 passengers who recently settled. The sudden influx of many people made the settlement seem especially crowded. Chen An walked on the main avenue, feeling particularly curious. Passengers have already developed trade activities outside the train. Should it be corrected? On the path, he just walked Chen and surprisingly found quite a few shops. Some sold food, others sold handmade products, and even some resold train merchandise. Some passengers on the origin star would stay for a long time. When they needed train items, they preferred to buy from resellers, losing little in the process. There's no need to stop them. I think it's quite good. They can't truly detach from the train's commerce. They are merely extending it on that basis. Chen An strolled around, even buying interesting handmade items, giving him the illusion of visiting a tourist attraction. Indeed, artisans are never short of food, no matter where they are. Just as he was reflecting, he felt a sudden pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Zishu. She was dressed in light armor with 2 large knives at her waist, smiling and looking quite spirited. Doesn't this outfit look good on me? Chen An shook his head. Your attire looks like that of an ancient female general, but the 2 guns on your back are too jarring, ruining the overall aesthetic. Zishu shot him a glance. At least you look carefree, coming out empty-handed without even bringing weapons. Chen An casually put his hands in his pockets, relaxed, and asked her, do you have a mission? Zishu nodded. I'm preparing to go to the number 1 high-level area. Wasn't that explored long ago? There's a very fierce triple-star beast that has yet to be found. The mission rewards are high and I'm free, so I want to take a chance. Why aren't you bringing a team? It seems like your Red Sun group has also gone. Hearing this, Chen An became interested. I'll go with you to take a look. He casually messaged Zhou Jiang to inquire about the situation, learning that all 30 members of Red Sun had gone. After several months of development, the total number of Red Sun members had exceeded 30, which was quite commendable. After the call ended, Chen An felt a weight on his arm as Zishu tossed him a knife. I won't give you a gun, a knife will do. You should always bring weapons when you head out to avoid unexpected events. Chen An returned the knife and casually said, it seems there's a weapon shop behind. We can just buy 2 if necessary. Zishu replied, those are resellers. They add 1/10 to the price. Unless it's a special occasion, don't buy from them. Isn't it better to save some star coins? By the way, I've noticed a problem. Why is there always no news about you in the train network? Even Zhou Jiang has become a celebrity. The train operated its own local network, fully functional and sophisticated. Chen An had never paid attention to it, unaware that Zhou Jiang enjoyed immense prestige within it, higher even than his own as the guild's president. Titles like Star Beast Slayer Supreme and First Transcendent all belonged to Zhou Jiang. Yet Chen An remained indifferent, merely finding it faintly amusing. Zhou Jiang is fanatically devoted to transcendence. Unlike you, he feels no need for comparison. Let's go. Where's the spacecraft? Moments later, Chen An boarded Zishu's small vessel. My guild currently commands 3 exploration cruisers and a fleet of compact craft. And yours? Zishu asked, pride gleaming in her voice. I have only 1 exploration cruiser, and nothing else. 30 members are more than sufficient. Chen An delighted in Zishu's unrestrained laughter, just as carefree and bold as she'd been back on Z-Star. Truth be told, Chen An cherished nostalgia deeply as Zishu's presence anchored him, shielding him from self-estrangement, and reminding him that once he too had been pure-hearted. Rest assured, master. You remain untainted by darkness, still utterly pure. If you lack wit, silence is wiser. After curtly rebuking Fuyao within his mind, Chen An turned to inquire about Zishu's recent developments. He had long ceased monitoring his guild's growth. His system had long since matured into self-sufficiency. Our scientific guild ranks 2nd. Hope Guild holds 1st place. We field 4,000 Tier 3 Transcendents. The rest are all Tier 2. Beyond our 3 exploration cruisers, we've acquired numerous shuttles and grav bikes, capable of handling any operational scenario. Our stellar credit reserves now exceed 1 million. How much do you hold? Chen An chuckled, a few 100,000 perhaps. That boy Zhou Jiang simply cannot save. He spends the moment he earns. I rarely intervene. Zishu's expression hardened. That won't do. Reserves are essential for emergencies. Since you lack time to manage them, I'll gladly assist. No need. I'll leave Zhou Jiang to his own devices. He has his own vision. As they chatted idly, the vessel streaked above an ancient forest before decelerating sharply and halting abruptly. We've arrived. The Star Beast lurks somewhere in those woods. Find it and fortune is yours. Reward 100,000 stellar credits. 100,000 stellar credits. Chen An queried Fuyao what kind of Star Beast commands such a price. It is a Tier 4 Star Beast concealed within a cave 50 kilometers north. Its repeated evasion of eradication has steadily inflated the bounty. This sum represents the absolute ceiling. A Tier 4. Broadcast this intelligence immediately. No one should perish needlessly. Chen An himself was Tier 4. He knew full well the crushing dominance a Tier 4 exerted over Tier 3 adversaries. When did you ascend to Tier 4? 2 nights ago. Then it's manageable. The strain remains modest. Raise the bounty to 150,000 stellar credits. Divisible among contributors. With the updated bulletin, disseminated guilds erupted in fervor, dispatching elite operatives towards Sector 1 without delay. It's Tier 4. Excellent. Zhou Jiang rubbed his palms together, eyes blazing, his great sword trembling with ravenous anticipation. A teammate cautioned the train provided coordinates, but the beast lies 200 kilometers away. We may arrive too late. We'll make it. I doubt any rival guild can subdue a Tier 4 Star Beast swiftly. Full thrust. 200 kilometers vanishes in moments. Indeed, the vessel surged forward at blistering speed, and within minutes they reached the designated zone. Thunderous artillery fire already shook the air. Combat raged with savage intensity. Could the Star Beast already be obliterated by bombardment? No. Tier 4 physiology reinforces bone density beyond conventional explosives. Display the live feed. Upon viewing the footage, Zhou Jiang fell speechless. At the center loomed a mountain peak encircled by a ring of vessels unleashing relentless barrages, determined to reduce the entire formation to rubble. What kind of strategy is this? Brother Jiang, read the mission brief closely. The reward is divisible. Zhou Jiang sighed in resignation. Divisibility hinges on contribution metrics. These guilds are merely stacking points. Open fire. We cannot fall behind. In a nearby vessel, Zishu voiced sharp disapproval of Chen An's tactics. This is wasteful. Far better to send someone into the cave to lure the beast out. Chen An sat serenely sipping tea. When overwhelming firepower resolves the matter, efficiency is not compromised. I possess knowledge far exceeding yours. That Star Beast cannot be killed by explosives. It's being driven forth. By the way, what tea is this? Remarkably fresh and sweet. Wild-grown tea from Yuanqi Star. Sold in settlements. Zishu grumbled, but the problem is, more guilds converge by the minute, diluting our share of the reward. Chen An laughed. Let's set rewards aside for now. First see if anyone can even slay it. He had no intention of intervening. Not yet. Suspense demanded restraint. Over the next 10 minutes, over 100 vessels converged, reducing the 100-meter peak to a shattered 50-meter stump. As the mountain's base fissured, a deafening roar split the sky, and from the cavern mouth burst a black silhouette lunging toward the nearest shuttle. A muffled impact resounded. The struck shuttle recoiled violently, hurtling backward and shattering vast swathes of forest. Only after the shuttle stabilized did onlookers finally discern its form. A grotesque fusion of gorilla and cheetah. It bore the sleek pelt and lithe limbs of a cheetah, yet its facial structure mirrored a gorilla's, and it moved with uncanny versatility, upright or quadrupedal, unbound by limitation. Enraged beyond measure, its iron-hard fists hammered relentlessly upon the shuttle beneath it. Thud, thud, thud. The shrill, grating impacts made teeth ache. Strength akin to a gorilla's, speed rivaling a cheetah's. Nature's ingenuity knows no bounds, Zishu murmured in awe. Zishu marveled. Chen An replied calmly, there's more. Watch closely. After dozens of futile blows, the beast realized the shuttle remained unscathed. Enraged, it leapt down and clamped its massive hands around the vessel's pointed nose. Though compact, the shuttle weighed nearly 10 tons. Yet in the star beast's grip it became little more than a child's toy, effortlessly hurled into the distance, flattening countless trees in its path. A stunned hush fell across the battlefield. Even Zhou Jiang swallowed hard, knowing he stood no chance against such power. Chen An murmured to Fuyao, strength comparable to an ant's leaping capacity rivaling a frog's. This creature synthesizes the apex traits of countless species. Zishu suddenly ventured, could it be a lab-engineered bio-beast? You've watched too many films. Where precisely would such a laboratory exist? Zishu pointed mysteriously upward, whispering, could the train have engineered it? Chen An reached out to pat her shoulder, his hand striking cool, polished armor. Cease such speculation. The conductor holds no interest in bio-beasts. When you descend to fight, remember only coordinated assault by elite warriors can bring this creature down. You won't join the fray? Chen An lifted his teacup in quiet reply. True masters always enter last. Otherwise their dignity suffers. After Zishu departed, Chen An asked Fuyao, are bio-beasts worth pursuing? Does master require them? Chen An paused, then shook his head. Not truly. Robots suffice for now. Later, when robots phase out and passengers become the core support system, they will be central. As for bio-beasts, hardly worth the effort. Chen An sat in the cockpit, streaming the battlefield feed, where over a dozen top-tier warriors were preparing to engage. Zhou Jiang, Xiao Jin, Xiafeng. Quite the gathering of luminaries. The battle against the fourfold star beasts was intense, lasting a full half-hour. Chen An did not join the fight. He was observing the combat styles of Zishu and the others. I noticed that many people rely solely on brute strength in battle, lacking familiarity with combat techniques. Fuyao, compile all combat techniques from ancient to modern times and upload them online for everyone to learn. You can do that, just provide me with a detailed plan. Sai, why do I feel like a worried father, completely fraught with concern? The star beast eventually fell under Zhou Jiang's blade, paying the price of almost being torn apart, with a gaping wound 2 fingers long in his abdomen, nearly exposing his intestines. You're still too reckless, your physical strength isn't sufficient. After the mission, Zhou Jiang ranked first in contributions, earning 30,000 star coins. Chen An received his communication. Brother and I easily took down the star beast, do you want a souvenir? Easy as pie. Zhou Jiang was unaware that Chen An was on site. Just bring me back a tooth. Did you get injured? Haha, just a minor injury. The communication ended and Zishu excitedly returned to the spacecraft. How was my performance? She was drenched in sweat, covered in blood, with scratches on her arms. Chen An rolled up her sleeve, seeing the wound coagulating. It's not a big deal, just a bit painful. If it's not a big deal, go take a shower. Most participants in the battle were injured, but for them injury was commonplace and not surprising. In the following time, Chen An wandered around with Zishu, occasionally enjoying the scenery. After 2 carefree days, the train finally completed its star elevation. In the starry sky, the train docked on the stellar orbit, having expanded nearly twice its size. Chen An was on his way back, feeling dissatisfied with the train's appearance. The color hasn't changed, it's still bronze. Why has it become so plump? Fuyao, what has my train been eating? Rather than saying the train has gained weight, it is more accurate to say it has become stronger. Alright, give me detailed data changes. The overall defense of the train has been upgraded to level 2. The effect is that the body is thicker, of better quality, and has excellent energy dissipation against energy weapons. In addition, the external firepower of the train has been protected. However, be aware that during combat, laser cannons and electromagnetic railguns will temporarily disable the protection. The firepower of the train has been upgraded to level 2, primarily reflected externally. The laser cannons on the body have been upgraded to matrix laser cannons with 4 barrels and 4 times the damage. The electromagnetic railgun on top has increased its power and range. The train's power has been elevated to level 2, with speed increased by 30% from the original base, and the acceleration process reduced by half. The energy storage of the train has doubled, requiring more energy to support its consumption. The train's radar has been upgraded with detection distance increased to 3 billion kilometers. The train has not added any carriages, but the internal area and height have expanded significantly. Now each carriage can accommodate up to 250,000 people. Your private area has also expanded, allowing you to keep more pets. Fuyao mentioned some general changes, but there are actually many more detailed differences. For example, the train's shape has become sharper and more three-dimensional, especially the front resembling the tip of an arrow, particularly sharp under the starlight. There is also an observation deck that has gained an expansion, now accommodating larger spacecraft beneath it, such as exploration ships. Chen An suspected that if the train continued to grow larger, these areas could even accommodate warships. Wait a minute, what exclusive abilities did the train gain after its star elevation? The rules are quite clear. The train's devouring core grants abilities to the train which are quite comprehensive. However, if abilities are gained from star elevation, they are more closely related to the train's growth. Last time, when elevating from 0 to 1 star, Chen An gained Absolute Guardian. He did not gain new abilities, only that Absolute Guardian became stronger, now able to protect a designated target. Chen An's eyes lit up. Oh, this is promising. He actually didn't need Absolute Guardian, as he rarely went out. However, if Zhou Jiang or Zishu, among other key figures, were ever in dire situations, it could be useful. Soon the spacecraft flew into the train's cabin. Let's first check the market. The location is at Market No. 1, as Chen An took a smaller shuttle to survey the area. What a wide avenue. Both the market and entertainment district could expand towards the center. The overall area has increased nearly threefold, allowing for more buildings. Upon entering the carriage through the market, Chen An found that all the seats had been refurbished. Not only refurbished, but it seemed the spacing had also increased. A diagram of passenger seating appeared on the screen before him, and now it could be laid flat. Passengers had always had a problem of needing to sleep in their seats, which was quite inconvenient. This kind of renovation is very user-friendly. The carriage is much more spacious now, with many new seats appearing. Fuyao grant all passengers the right to change seats. Each guild can arrange their own. This rule has been communicated to the passengers. They will soon select their new positions on their wristwatches, with higher rankings on the extraordinary board getting priority. That's fine, just handle these matters well. Chen An then returned to his private area, discovering the space had nearly doubled. Especially on the first floor, there were about 10 more unused rooms. It's too empty. I could display more collectibles for decoration. He then went up the escalator. The living room hadn't changed much, just a few more empty rooms around which Chen An could arrange freely. The cockpit also remained unchanged, just like the previous layout. Chen An sat in the pilot's seat, feeling more comfortable. If we were to fire at full strength, could we penetrate other people's trains? A 2-star train can break through a 1-star train's defense. That's good. It wouldn't be nice to have a star elevation just for show. The screen displayed numerous spacecraft returning home, and the passengers would come back to experience the train's changes while confirming their positions. For the guild's positions close to the living area are very important. Where are Luo Yu and Fei Yi? Tell them to hurry back. Just as he was about to display their images, Fu Yao suddenly interrupted with an emergency situation. Is this the new train? In the exploration ship, Zishu stared blankly. The train had been upgraded before, adding 10 carriages and a firepower system, but there were no more obvious changes. But this time is different. The train has been significantly expanded overall. It feels like replacing a small independent house with a large villa, looking much more grand and majestic, leaving a strong impression. Yang Yuan exclaimed beside her. Sister Shu, will the train eventually upgrade to a behemoth even larger than a planet? It's entirely possible, but I'm curious if such a large size can maintain the previous speed. If it can't maintain speed, then it wouldn't be an upgrade. It would be a downgrade. Stop worrying about that. Quickly open the train network and see which seats we can choose. The wristwatch can open a virtual light screen, but it's not as convenient as the exploration ship screen. Once the screen opened, the other members of the guild gathered around, chattering and giving their opinions. Let's go to Carriage 1. It should be the best. Carriage 1 may not be suitable. I think Carriage 10 is the most comfortable. Hurry up, other guilds are also selecting. The screen displayed a perspective view of the train, showing unique changes in all seats from Carriage 1 to Carriage 20. These seats were originally white, but they were gradually turning red, indicating that other guilds were making their selections. Zishu declared firmly, stay in 10. It's the original position. Let's occupy 10,000 seats right away. Sister Shu, should we let old Chen and the others come over too? Yang Yuan's suggestion made Zishu's tense face blossom with a colorful smile. You're so smart. She quickly sent a message to Chen An. Chen An was studying the jump points flashes in the star domain network. According to the information obtained not long ago, the fragments of civilization had been completely erased, and a white vortex appeared at its center, slowly expanding. At the current speed, it would take a month for the train to pass through completely. After receiving Zishu's communication request, Chen An answered the call. What's wrong? Hehe, do you want to get closer to me? Do you miss me? Chen An teased. Zishu quickly covered her wristwatch and walked a bit further away to avoid being overheard. Have your Red Sun Guild move to Carriage 10 and we can stay together for a long time. I originally wanted to go to Carriage 1, but my guild has too many people. It's simpler for you to move over. Hey, why aren't you speaking? Chen An replied, that's a good thing. I'll have Zhou Jiang change positions shortly. 5 minutes after hanging up the communication Chen and ordered Fuyao, let everyone reselect and add a rule guilds cannot change carriages. The announcement has been issued and all pre-selected positions have been reset. What? Guild positions can't change. What kind of bizarre rule is this? Zishu complained. Chen An replied, yeah, I don't know what the train conductor is going crazy about. It feels like it's targeting me on purpose. Zishu anxiously said, don't talk nonsense. The boss decisions are always right. Just don't come over. Tonight is still at the old place. Chen An agreed. With nothing else to do, he decided to cultivate. Meanwhile, as Zishu prepared to dock the exploration ship at the landing pad, the train issued a special reminder. The observation deck provides docking services for exploration ships at no charge. We recommend you to try it. Zishu was surprised. The observation deck can actually dock exploration ships. How big must it be? She turned the ship and did not enter through the train's main door. After flying along the edge of the train for a while, Zishu discovered that the observation deck had greatly expanded its width, possibly exceeding 500 meters. Yang Yuan exclaimed, is this the observation deck? It's clearly an observation carriage. There are so many docking points. It seems capable of accommodating large A106 ships. It might be a tight fit for large F399. Sister Shu, let's hurry over and try it out. Following the electronic prompt, the exploration ship smoothly docked in the vacant spot. The hatch opened, and after stepping out, there was an escalator that would take them to the upper observation deck. Looking to the sides, other guilds were also docking here instead of heading to the train's main door. This is much more convenient. Zishu leaned on the railing at the edge, gazing out at the endless starry sky, which made her feel a sense of loneliness. But thinking of the changes from the past to the present, her heart was filled with hope. The train is getting better and better. The guild is also improving, and so will I. From behind came the exclamation of her subordinate. Sister Shu, hurry in and take a look. The carriage is now ridiculously large, my heavens. There are more seats, the area is larger, and the spacing between seats has also increased significantly. Upon learning that the seats have reclining functions, many people immediately went to try them out. Sister Shu, the seats need to be rebound. Which one do you want to sit in? Zishu found a corner near the observation deck. It was the quietest here. The front of the train. Luo Yu displayed a difficult yet joyful expression, which was not easy for her. Wow, so much space has been added. I can grow more plants. My private area has been transformed from a pet area. It was originally just a slanted small space, but now it has doubled in size. There are many beautiful flowers on Origin Star. Oh, shall we go pick some? Fei Yi lay on Luo Yu's shoulder, looking lazy. At this moment she seemed less like a cat person and more like a cat. Luo Yu happily said, sure, let's go right away. But before they could set off, Fei Yi felt uncomfortable all over, searching for Chen An. Master is in closed-door cultivation. What's wrong with you? Unable to find Chen, and it was Fuyao who noticed Fei Yi's odd condition. I feel my body is tense, but it seems like there's energy about to explode. It's not very comfortable. You are about to break through? I'll get you an energy crystal right away. Fei Yi obtained a second-grade energy crystal and nervously returned to her bedroom. She always felt that her breakthrough was different from others, as if a force was about to burst forth. 2 hours later, an incident occurred on the train. What's happening? The wristwatch isn't working. Mine works, but the functions are abnormal. Could it be that something happened to the train? I haven't seen any special announcements. The wristwatch's functions rely on the train network. But just as Fei Yi was about to break through to the second stage, the network functions became chaotic. However, it didn't stay chaotic for long. Fuyao urgently repaired it and woke up Chen An, who was in closed-door cultivation. In the bedroom, Fei, facing Chen An's curious gaze, said weakly, I don't know what happened. At the moment of the breakthrough, my thought energy entered the network and I couldn't control it. Chen An asked, what could you do? What happened? I entered a chaotic world and the endless information frightened me. I'm sorry, I did some wrong things in my panic. Is everything okay now? Fei replied in confusion, I don't know. I was very scared, so I ran outside. Suddenly I discovered an even larger world and I just went in. But I didn't expect that the outside was even scarier. I ran around and finally found my way back. However, before I could fully wake up, I was awakened by Fuyo. Her voice gradually lowered and then rose again, saying, although the time was short, I saw a lot of interesting information. Chen An said, tell me everything, don't leave anything out. I don't mean to blame you, you did nothing wrong. Fei felt relieved and her tail behind her moved uncontrollably. Chen An really wanted to hold it down. I saw triangular people, the kind with triangular heads, and they looked really funny. They were killing people on the train and many were killed. Chen An was surprised. Who were they killing? The triangular people were killing each other. Chen An immediately asked Fuyo to check the information about the triangular people through the star domain network, but it wasn't very clear, as no matter how strong Fuyo was, she couldn't break through the train's internal defenses. The triangular people might be in a civil war. There were already signs of this in the previous information. Let it be a civil war then. Fei, please continue. I also saw blue bird people. They looked very ugly. Their train was very dirty and messy, so I didn't look much. I also saw a group of giants. Their train is different from ours with very few seats inside. Fei shared a lot of information, but most of it was useless information that Chen An already knew. However, one piece caught Chen An's strong attention. The Ling Shua people have a deep connection with Aotu. They are discussing something very important, but I didn't dare to get close, so I couldn't hear. Chen An obtained crucial information and instructed Fuyo to take notes. Did you get discovered? Fei proudly said, I was very cautious and wasn't discovered. If I were to go again, I could see more. Chen An told her to rest, then asked Fuyo. She just upgraded to the second stage. How could she invade the star domain network? Invasion and control are two different things. The other party expanded the network too much, causing the local defenses to weaken, while Fei seemed like a needle piercing through the weak point, making it hard to detect. But hard doesn't mean impossible. It is not recommended for Fei to continue invading for now unless I protect her. Chen An said, alright, let's be as cautious as possible. It would be great if she had the third stage of cultivation. After leaving Fei's room, Chen An, reminded by Fuyo, went to the lowest defensive layer of the train. Is it difficult to manufacture the patrol ship? After the train upgraded to the second star, a large factory appeared in the defense layer for manufacturing patrol ships. The patrol ship is the core of the fleet's early stage. With our current resources and technology, it will take at least 2 months to build. 2 months is too long, but there's nothing we can do. He headed to the main factory, which looked like a giant dock. From the information Fuyo provided, the main factory was just a small part, or more factories would join to manufacture various components of the patrol ship, which would then be assembled together. Chen An reviewed the entire process and could only describe it in 4 words: extremely complex. The patrol ship is equipped with a complete offense and defense system, as well as a supply system. During long-distance voyages, it can supply energy and resources to frigates and destroyers. The patrol ship is equipped with a particle accelerator and electromagnetic railgun, a patrol ship class engine system, and an interstellar remote sensing system. Chen An said, stop, don't recite this to me. I don't want to hear it. Let me ask you, can such a large thing fit on the train? And where will it stop? Although it had not yet been manufactured, Chen An felt that the train could not accommodate the patrol ship, which was more than 10 times larger than a destroyer. When the train upgraded to the second star, 5 dedicated docking bays for the patrol ship were specifically provided. Each bay can only accommodate 1 ship. This means that the second star train can manufacture a maximum of 5 patrol ships. Chen An nodded to indicate he understood, pulling up a virtual screen in front of him to display the overall design of the patrol ship. If the frigate and destroyer are more shuttle-shaped, the patrol ship is oval with laser cannon components surrounding it. Its firepower is certainly not lacking. Manufacturing can be started, but it's not the current priority. Don't let it affect the main task. The factory was too large, and Chen An left after taking a quick look around on the floating platform. On the way back to the cockpit, Fuyo reminded him about the guild. I hope the total points of the guild exceed the limit. Should we upgrade to a secondary guild? Let's upgrade. Also add some content to the living area according to the previous plan. Soon various announcements were issued, causing a stir among the passengers. I hope the total points of the guild reach 50,000, officially upgrading to a secondary guild. The secondary guild has a membership limit of 30,000 and has the right to trade freely in the guild's trading area. The living area will add a training room currently only offering martial arts and military-related training courses, which passengers can choose to purchase. The living area will add a guild trading area where the guild can rent shops for internal trading, and the service fees generated during the trading process will be halved. After the announcement was made, the Hope Guild immediately became a hot topic and Chen Guoliang's popularity soared. Chen Guoliang remained calm and immediately went to the guild trading area. Since they could rent a stall, he wanted to act quickly. Since Chen An standardized private transactions last time, the guild or individuals could set up stalls in the living area, but they had to pay high service fees. Now it was better a secondary guilds could open shops, making it more formal. These changes stimulated other large guilds, leaving no time to rest. They hurried to continue completing tasks to increase their points. As a result, Zishu led the guild members to the origin star, leaving Chen and feeling lonely in his training. In the following days, several guilds with similar points upgraded one after another, not falling too far behind the Hope Guild. Chen An also proved his worth to Zishu, showing that he was genuine, even exceeding expectations. 5 days later, the playful Fei accidentally invaded the star domain network again. Did you say Ling Shua and Aotu are about to upgrade to the second star? Fei said excitedly. This time I was not reckless. With Fuya's help, I wrapped myself in a disguise which you all call a virus. I saw the most secret information of the Ling Shua people. It turns out they can already upgrade to the second star, and Aotu is the same. Also, they will immediately make it public after upgrading to the second star, trying to attract other trains to join. This was information data released during their communication, which I conveniently absorbed. Brother, am I doing the right thing? Chen An smiled and patted her head, then asked Fuyo, is this method of invasion safe? It's relatively safe. Faye cooperated with me and can go to places that were previously inaccessible. However, we still have to wait until Faye is in the best mental state. Chen An thought for a moment and gave the order, announce the train star level and get ahead of them. Within the Ling Shua train, Luoda stood with great ambition. Everyone please evacuate quickly. In 2 days we will possess our first 2-star train. Various spacecraft flew outward and Luoda felt elated. As long as the train was upgraded to 2 stars, he would be invincible. As it stands, Otto and Baifeng pose no threat, but Fu Yao could be a potential threat to me. I don't care what weapons Chen An has, nor do I mind how many cores he has absorbed. What matters is that among all the civilizations, only he and I possess a thought energy user. The power of a thought energy user is undeniable. I cannot allow a second one to exist within my sphere of control. In truth, he was unaware that Chen An's thought energy user had been obtained for a very short time and was not particularly strong. After achieving 2 stars, I will be able to control all train information with the thought energy user, leaving me without rivals. Just as he was basking in this pleasant fantasy, the intelligence brain suddenly provided a warning. The Fuyao train just broke through to 2 stars. Luo Da's smile abruptly froze, his expression shifting under the colorful lights like that of a clown. He quickly opened the star domain network and found it bustling with activity. It's Chen An again. He silently upgraded to 2 stars. If he hadn't taken the train out to gather resources, we might not have even known. Why has the train gotten fatter? Shouldn't it continue to add more carriages? Who says it must add more carriages? Is a skinny bamboo pole really that strong? Without sufficient width, being too long makes it easier to be attacked. After watching for a while, Luoda adjusted his expression and sent a video request to Chen An. The call was quickly connected, revealing Chen An eating in a rest area. From this angle, Chen An's appearance had undergone modifications, by Fu Yao appearing rather mediocre overall. His appearance would certainly not be easily leaked. Whenever he interacted with outsiders, Chen An would make adjustments, and sometimes even to an absurd degree. I heard you upgraded to 2 stars. Congratulations. Chen An smiled brightly. It's just barely enough. I feel that 2 stars are quite average, only slightly larger, and with stronger firepower. You know, 2-star trains can break through 1-star defenses. Luoda replied, I have no way of knowing how it feels to upgrade to 2 stars. The previous plan remains unchanged. I'm still studying more details and will inform you later. After a bit of casual conversation, the call ended. Subsequently, Chen An received communications from various train leaders, some subtly indicating a desire for protection, which Chen An mostly agreed to. The final count was not very high. Most are observing the changes in the situation, not rushing to take sides. Let them be. We just need to continue strengthening ourselves. However, what Chen An did not expect was that the second to upgrade was not Ling Shua or Otto, but Baifeng. When Baifeng announced its upgrade to 2 stars, the ensuing uproar was even greater than Chen An's. The outer trains are all supporting Baifeng, with a strong possibility of forming alliances. Chen An thought, that makes sense, after all I am part of the first circle. To the train leaders outside I seemed more like an outsider, and it was normal for them not to want to ally with me. Another day passed and Ling Shua and Otto followed suit and broke through. The commotion they caused was greater than Baifeng's, with numerous train leaders seeking protection. This resulted in a 4-way stalemate within the star domain. Relying on his first-mover advantage, Chen An managed to rally 15 trains, which was likely his limit. Among them were the 3-eyed people, the sky people, the triangle people, and the blue bird people. Master, based on the information I gathered with Fei Ling Shua, has gathered 29 trains, Otto has gathered 19 trains, and Baifeng has gathered 14 trains. Why is it all 9s? Forget it. I won't complain about that. What about the remaining trains? The others are still observing. They may not intend to get involved. Master, should we let Luo you make a prediction? Chen An shook his head. There's no rush. The shorter the time, the more accurate Luo yes predictions will be. If we predict too early, it will eliminate uncertainties in the future. I heard that research on the crystal insects has yielded results. Please wait a moment, Master. A few minutes later, a robot delivered samples of the crystal insects to Chen An. Is it really this small? Chen An held the crystal insect in his palm, about the size of his thumb. The insect resembled a cicada, completely transparent with a cool touch when held. These crystal insects can devour energy crystals and repair any mechanical devices, but they cannot repair trains. Chen An frowned. Devour energy crystals. His earlier interest dissipated. Reflecting on the characteristics of the crystal insect, even with the best abilities, Chen An could not afford to raise them. We have already modified and upgraded the crystal insects. They do not need to consume energy crystals to survive. Normally they can remain dormant like mechanical devices, and will only activate when a warship sustains damage. Giving them 1 unit of energy crystals allows them to work continuously for 3 days. Tests show that equipping the Black Spike robot with 10 crystal insects will enable it to self-repair without damaging the energy core, significantly increasing the utilization rate of the Black Spike. Chen An became interested. So these little creatures are quite useful. Please estimate how many crystal insects would be needed to equip all warships and robots, and how many energy crystals would be consumed. 500000 black spikes require 5 million crystal insects. Each crystal insect initially provides one energy crystal totaling 500000 energy crystals. Each frigate or destroyer needs at least 10000 crystal insects for basic maintenance. We currently have 216 frigates and 50 destroyers requiring a total of 66 million crystal insects equivalent to 66 million energy crystals. If in wartime, the number of crystal insects could reach up to 1000000. After hearing this, Chen An inhaled sharply. This was just the initial setup. If wars became frequent, the needed crystal insects and energy crystals would be even more. According to what you said, the energy crystals consumed by the crystal insects could reach tens of millions at any time or even more. How much energy crystal reserves do we currently have? The first-class energy crystal reserves are 420 million units, and the second-class energy crystal reserves are 3 million units. If all converted to first class, the total reserves amount to 700 million units. Chen An's face broke into a smile. Then let's go ahead with it and equip the crystal insects as planned. Rest assured, Master, the energy of the crystal insects will not be released all at once. After each repair is completed, they will quickly return to sleep, and will not continue to consume energy crystals. Chen An nodded. Good as expected. Let's aim to finish within half a month. Then let's go ahead with it and equip the crystal insects as planned. Rest assured, Master, the energy of the crystal insects will not be released all at once. It was as if a light had been placed at the jump point with someone repeatedly flipping a switch. However, this time was different. A powerful electromagnetic storm accompanied the flashes sweeping across the entire star domain within minutes. The process was quite terrifying as the star domain network was interrupted, causing complete chaos within the internal networks of all the trains. Fu Yao, what is going on? The jump point is currently in the latter half of its opening phase and will regularly release electromagnetic storms which will grow increasingly powerful. According to my estimates, the final stage of the electromagnetic storm may directly destroy one-star trains. This means that only two-star trains may be able to pass through. Such a conclusion was not only reached by Fu Yao, the intelligence brains of other trains also provided similar warnings, causing the atmosphere in the star domain to suddenly tense. For most trains, among the three conditions for upgrading, basically only the last one remained unfulfilled, which was the number of times civilization had gone to war. On the 15th, shortly after the flash subsided, Luoda contacted Chen An and laid out the full plan. I intend to cripple the networks of other trains via the stellar domain net, inducing systemic chaos and mutual aggression, leaving us free to seize the advantage. Originally scheduled for the 27th, the plan is being advanced to the 22nd due to the unpredictability of the electromagnetic storm. I fear we may lose control of the stellar domain net if we wait. Our targets are the Autu civilization and the Baifeng civilization. Once they are eradicated, the combined fleets of our two alliances, fewer than 50 trains, will all be able to pass through. Chen An interjected. You're aware, of course, that one-star trains risk elimination. I am well aware, Luoda replied. Precisely for that reason, should other trains seek war, we shall meet them with calm resolve. If you have no objections, this plan stands, for now. In a few days, we'll convene all allied train captains for a comprehensive briefing. I agree. December 17th. Following the routine electromagnetic storm, outer layer trains could no longer remain idle, launching en masse toward the inner layer. Within the stellar domain, NetHide issued a formal statement: a single star system can accommodate multiple trains. We shall occupy the vacant systems 2 and 3. Please refrain from unwarranted speculation. How could speculation be avoided? Hyde had arrived with 50 trains, a display of overwhelming force that even made Chen An tense. Half a day later, the rat-like beings aboard Train 1, unable to withstand the pressure, voluntarily ceded the system and relocated to Lingshua's System 4. Hyde gladly accepted and seized Systems 1, 2, and 3 outright. Later still, trains from the second and third orbital layers likewise abandoned their home systems, surging inward toward the first layer. To avert conflict and at Chen An's suggestion, the three-eyed beings relinquished System 5 while the wolf people surrendered System 6, both yielding them to the Lingshua alliance. Fu Yao, recall all warships and passengers immediately. Suspend resource acquisition. Prepare for total war. The train enters active combat readiness. Upon announcement, passengers were startled, but complied without hesitation. On origin, Star Zishu instructed Yang Yuan to pack swiftly and retrieve every asset left on the planet. Sister Shu, could this be temporary? Zishu sighed. I've been closely monitoring train news. These flashes grow increasingly violent. Time is drawing near. So, we must leave Origin Star forever. That appears inevitable. Passengers had resided on Origin Star for a full year. Many harbored quiet sorrow. As this realization spread, morale plummeted. Upon learning of it, Chen An instructed Fu Yao to implement morale-boosting measures to rekindle confidence. Such scenarios will recur frequently, not just once a year but perhaps once a century. The master need not intervene. Let passengers adapt autonomously. Very well. Grant them additional time, and deploy service robots to assist with relocation. For the remainder of that afternoon, swarms of shuttles ferried back and forth between the planet and the train evacuating supplies. The once bustling origin star fell into profound silence, its star beasts stirring anew in the hush. On the 18th, the three-eyed beings and wolf people entered System 17, where Chen An assigned them designated orbital paths. Other allied trains were permitted to dock at Systems 16 or 18. Thus the entire stellar domain, comprising 120 trains, was now partitioned into clear blocks: the Fueled Alliance 16 trains, the Lingshua Alliance 30 trains, the Auto Alliance 20 trains, and the Baifeng Alliance 50 trains. For trains remained unaffiliated, drifting idly within the second orbital layer. To welcome his allies, Chen An hosted a dedicated network conference. Beyond familiar species, the assembly included 15-meter-tall giants, diverse avian humanoids, and other bizarre anthropomorphic lifeforms. "Brother, you call the shots," declared Yang Dingtian, his voice bold and open. He had consistently backed Chen An. Even as Chen An maintained cautious vigilance, he reciprocated with sincere respect. The meeting yielded little substantive discussion, merely introductions and mutual recognition. The day passed in controlled chaos, culminating in an even grander assembly on the 19th. Luoda and Chen An co-chaired the session, held securely within the encrypted confines of the stellar domain net. Are all train captains present? The virtual setting was stark, a heavily encrypted chat chamber, so deeply concealed that outsiders could neither enter nor even locate it. Clion the rat being replied, 46 train captains are confirmed present. No delays. Let us begin. Avatars flickered across the interface, signaling universal attendance. Simultaneously, Luoda directed telepaths to narrow their surveillance field, ensuring absolute confidentiality and immunity from eavesdropping. Once security was verified, Luoda spoke, "You are all intimately acquainted with the current predicament. No elaboration is needed. Currently, only 4 two-star trains possess stable passage through the jump point. For all other, success remains contingent upon real-time conditions. Yet none dare gamble on uncertainty. You require guaranteed eligibility in advance. Hence this gathering to elevate as many trains to 2-star status as possible." Clion interjected, "Cut to the chase. How do we execute it?" "I'm fully on board." Chen An then took the floor. "Our strategy is straightforward. Commence hostilities on the 25th. Full-scale assault against the Auto Alliance. Current positioning is unambiguous, beginning from Lingshua and proceeding clockwise. The sequence is Auto Fuyao Baifeng. Thus, Auto lies squarely between us, trapped with no avenue of escape under dual pincer pressure." A train captain challenged, "Why not strike the Baifeng Alliance first?" Chen An replied, "Baifeng fields too many trains. If the siege drags, Auto may exploit our vulnerability. Better to eliminate the weaker foe first. As for tactical execution, let Luoda explain." Luoda continued, "The method is simple. We deploy no warships. Instead, all allied trains converge and charge en masse, direct overwhelming collision. Chen An will pin down Auto's 2-star trains while I coordinate with you all." He spoke at length, meticulous, precise. When finished, each captain added brief commentary. Then the session adjourned. In truth, it did not end there. Chen An and Luoda convened a private follow-up. "Do you suspect a traitor?" Chen An asked. Luoda wore the knowing smirk of a master strategist. "A traitor is certain. Today's meeting was merely bait, to lure the betrayer into the open." Indeed, much of what they'd stated earlier had been deliberate misdirection. A grave concern haunted them, the possibility of allied betrayal. Should such treachery surface at a critical juncture, correction would be impossible. Time would already have run out. "Let us wait." They waited. 2 hours elapsed. Then, precisely at the 2-hour mark, a unique transmission was intercepted by the stellar domain net, appearing instantly on both Luoda's and Chen An's screens. Its contents were chillingly concise, the complete operational blueprint of their alliance. Upon identifying its origin, Chen An recoiled in disbelief. "You sure? The triangular being? When did he align with Baifeng? He's always seemed so mild-mannered." "They likely made contact months ago," Luoda replied. "Brother, you decide. You sure's fate. Our original plan proceeds unchanged. For now, we inform no one else, continuing close observation to confirm whether further betrayal unfolds." After ending the transmission, Chen An contacted Yang Dingtian. "How far are you from achieving 2-star status?" Yang Dingtian replied, 2 civilizational wars, and 1 train corps. "Could you eliminate you sure?" Yang Dingtian paused, momentarily stunned. Inside the triangular people's train, the ambience is vibrant with red lights and intoxicating melodies. The scantily clad beauties wander about, their striped decorations on triangular heads vivid and lively, evoking a sense of carefree drifting like willow catkins in the wind. Deep within the vast ballroom, Yueqi pushed away the beauty beside him and casually pulled up a virtual screen. "Has the message been sent?" The AI responded it has been sent to Shi Dao. He should respond shortly after receiving it. Do we need to leave early? If we leave, how can I act as an insider? I need them to fight hard, and when they are both exhausted, I can seize the core amidst the chaos. As long as our train reaches 2 stars, I fear no one. By the way, send 1,000,000 energy crystals to Chen An tomorrow to maintain good relations, hoping to hide in the rear during the war. The AI hesitated slightly and questioned, do we have such powerful capabilities to control the situation? Yueqi glared with his obliquely shaped eyes which flashed a dark green in their pupils. Remember, you are just my auxiliary AI? I am the decision-maker. Understood. The AI replied, I am merely offering you suggestions which you are free to disregard. What should we do about the triangular people who rebelled earlier? Yueqi grinned maliciously, let the factory grind them into meat pies for our warriors to consume as we are short on food. This matter needs to be handled discreetly without anyone knowing. He turned to look at the triangular people in the ballroom and let out a long sigh. To maintain his absolute rule, he needed to cultivate a group of trusted subordinates while establishing a hierarchy among the passengers. As it stands, this is not successful, otherwise the rebellion would not have occurred. Only by becoming the train leader can one understand how difficult it is to suppress a rebellion. AI, I am preparing to implement a more stringent rule. Devise a plan for me. However, at that moment, the AI issued an urgent warning. An unknown train has entered the extraterrestrial zone. The situation is unclear. Not all AIs are as powerful as Fu Yao. To obtain more information, they require reconnaissance ships and radar detection. Yueqi wasn't too concerned, as with the Alliance gathering there were already 5 trains in his star system, spread across various orbits. What does Chen An mean? Is he sending another ship to me? Connect me to Chen An's communication immediately. However, to Yueqi's surprise, Chen An rejected the call. What is going on? After being refused several times, Yueqi immediately returned to the cockpit. Along the way, he learned more startling information. The other trains in the star system had temporarily left their orbits and were heading towards the extraterrestrial zone. Something is wrong? I need more information. Opening the star domain network, he found no information. Using the reconnaissance ships in the extraterrestrial zone, he discovered they were in silent mode with no response. Just moments ago, all his reconnaissance ships had collectively gone silent. Yueqi panicked. Could it be that Chen An intercepted the information I sent? Damn, I said not to send it through the network. It should have been delivered directly by the ship. The AI candidly reminded him, I had warned you, but you insisted on your own approach for convenience. Shut up. Useless, can't you even figure out the information of the opposing train? He wanted to communicate directly, but the other party rejected him. The unknown situation was the most terrifying. The AI suggested prepare the train for battle. I certainly know that, hurry and gather the warships. Meanwhile, Chen An was observing the situation aboard his own train. Master, do you really want to give the core of the triangular people's train to Yang Dingtian? Letting him owe me a favor is a good thing. I have faith in the future of the three-eyed people. Moreover, do not be greedy for small gains. The real big prize is ahead. I ask you, is the power obtained from devouring cores of trains of different star levels the same? 2 stars are certainly stronger than 1 star. Exactly. Raising pigs is also very important. In fact, I hope the three-eyed people eventually turn against me, otherwise how could I have the face to snatch his core? Chen An smiled slyly and Fu Yao also smiled sweetly. Where did you learn to laugh like that? Chen An felt a warmth in his heart. Unfortunately, Fu Yao is not human. I learned it from Fei. Her laughter is very pleasant. Chen An said you can laugh more in the future, but don't let outsiders hear it. Otherwise, I always feel like I will suffer losses. Let me ask you a question. If 2 trains attack the triangular people simultaneously and breach their trains at the same time after the war victory, would it count as both trains completing a civilization war together? The rules will not allow you to exploit bugs. According to the master's intent, it is possible for 20 trains to attack the triangular people simultaneously, thus completing 20 civilization wars. In reality, there are many ways to determine civilization wars. If only 1 train attacks, it is unquestionable that destroying the opponent counts as victory. If multiple trains attack simultaneously, whoever obtains the train core counts as their victory. In special situations, if no one obtains the core, contributions will be assessed. In short, the number of civilization wars cannot be shared. Chen An had long understood this setting. He was just asking. He then linked to Luo Da's communication. Yang Dingtian is preparing to attack. Can your star domain network assist in testing the damage capability of the star domain network on the train? Otherwise, it will be hard for me to maintain trust in your plan. Luo Da agreed. Your suggestion is quite interesting. Indeed, we can test in advance. I will operate it immediately, just watch. After waiting for a long time, Chen An saw that the distance between the 2 sides was only 1,000,000 kilometers, ready to enter the combat zone at any moment. Luo Da sent Chen An a message saying the star domain network had launched an attack. And then, feels like there is no difference. Fu Yao could see it and reminded Chen An, 10 seconds ago, the star domain network breached the internal network of the triangular people's train, temporarily gaining control. The AI attempted to regain control but needed at least 10 seconds. 9 seconds ago, the triangular people's internal network collapsed and the AI could not relay the train leader's commands to the entire train. 8 seconds ago, the star domain network issued a new command for all triangular people to rest, canceling the state of war. 7 seconds ago, the star domain network was almost repelled by the AI, but the energy manipulators joined the battlefield, regaining control and issuing self-destruction orders to the train battleships. Due to the command violating basic rules, the battleship's intelligence refused to execute it. 6 seconds ago, the train shut down power layers and all factories self-destructed. The command was executed. 5 seconds ago, all weapons on the train charged, targeting the battleships that refused to execute the command. 4 seconds ago, all train doors opened but quickly closed again as the AI regained partial authority. 3 seconds ago, the robots inside the train received slaughter orders and launched indiscriminate attacks on the triangular people. The triangular people resisted. 2 seconds ago, the AI regained 90% of control and immediately changed commands. 1 second ago, the AI regained full control, but many commands could not be changed in time. Under Chen An's astonished gaze, the laser cannons and railguns on the triangular people's train fired indiscriminately around, while the battleships could not fire at the train and could only be passively destroyed. Chen An took a deep breath and asked Fu Yao, "Does Luo Da have any backup plans?" "Unclear, no information." "Find Luo Yu." Chen An initially thought that Luo Da's mention of the star domain network invasion was merely a simple network disturbance, but he had no idea it was this powerful. In the Triangle Man train, Yu Shi was completely dumbfounded upon learning the current situation. "Your network can be hacked. Aren't you invincible in the internal network?" He was scared. His tone softened considerably. The intelligent brain replied, "Because our internal network is connected to the star domain network, I will be suppressed for a short period of time, and must take time to disengage in order to counteract it. Moreover, the opponent has a telepath. A single telepath poses no threat to me, but if the telepath combines with the star domain network, it will suppress me." In fact, the intelligent brain was strong enough to regain control within seconds. However, what made Yu Shi want to cry without tears was that both inside and outside the train suffered significant losses and combat capabilities plummeted. Damn! It was Luo Da who made a move. The information sent out has indeed been intercepted. How many battleships have we lost? 73 escort ships and 21 destroyers have been lost. Yu Shi felt a chill in his heart. This was half of his assets. The intelligent brain said, "The enemy is attacking us." Yang Dingtian learned of the Triangle Man situation and immediately launched a full-scale attack. Inside the Fuyao train, Chen and instructed Luo Yu to activate a prophecy tasked with predicting the situation of the train within 10 days. Luo Yu extended her branches close to the train wall, and after 10 minutes she became completely exhausted with a large number of leaves turning yellow. "Hurry, energy crystal." The robot delivered second-class energy crystals for Luo Yu to absorb in large amounts. Once she felt slightly better, she began to reveal a wealth of future information. "After the Triangle Man's defeat, we will gain considerable resources. On the day of the 22nd, you will lead other trains to leave the star system and attack the White Wind Alliance. Our opponents are the dog-headed people. Due to a certain special ability within the dog-headed people's train, the black spikes were completely destroyed. Passengers participated in the battle under the guild's banner, annihilating the dog-headed people. After devouring the core, the train gained new abilities, but I do not know what they are. You ventured deep into the second star system to seize the White Wind Civilization's train core, separating from the main force. The White Wind Civilization continuously bombarded 2 trains, severely damaging them with the extraordinary railgun of the Ling Shua Civilization. The White Wind escaped and the core was taken by the rat people. I don't know why we are being besieged by Ling Shua and Otto. You used the extraordinary railgun to counter Ling Shua, depleting energy crystals on both sides, ultimately resulting in a stalemate. We left the battlefield having only obtained 2 one-star cores. On the last day, you will be the first to pilot the train through the jump point." After saying this, Luo Yu remained weak. "I may not have spoken very clearly. Let me take my time. The train is too large and prophecies consume more energy." Chen An told her to rest, having too many questions, but not in a hurry. He asked Fu Yao, what ability could lead to the complete destruction of the black spikes? Even the crystal insects couldn't be repaired in time. Chen An couldn't accept this. He had expended too many resources on the black spikes. If everything was lost due to a single war, it would be a huge blow to him. "Please tell me, what are robots afraid of?" "Afraid of running out of energy." "What about when there is sufficient energy?" "Just say it directly, don't beat around the bush." "Robots are afraid of electromagnetic pulse weapons. I suspect that the dog-headed people's train has similar weapons, possibly acquired from devouring the core. If robots encounter an attack from such weapons, since there is no external damage, the crystal insects won't activate." Chen An suddenly realized, so that's it. But there is a problem. Why were the robots unharmed during the electromagnetic storm released by the jump point? Because the train's shell can defend against electromagnetic storms. And the master may not know that whenever an electromagnetic storm occurs, I will temporarily shut down the robots to prevent system chaos. Battleships are similar. They can lose some capabilities due to network chaos. Well, looking at it this way, the robots' flaws are too great. We still need passengers. Give me a suitable plan. Passengers are undergoing large-scale promotions to the 3rd level. They qualify to participate in the war. I suggest increasing training classes to gradually transform guild executives into commanders. Alright, let's do it your way. I never expected that Luo to this old cunning fox hid his hand just like me. He actually has an extraordinary railgun too. We can draw some conclusions. Luoda did not paralyze the Otto Alliance's network during the war. This means that we are jointly besieging the White Wind Alliance with 3 parties. After we deal with the White Wind, Luoda and Otto will join forces to deal with me. However, they did not expect me to be strong enough, rendering their conspiracy ineffective. But I did not gain enough benefits from this and suffered considerable damage. Based on my understanding of Luoda, his alliance with Otto is also fake. If they eliminate me, Otto won't escape either. This guy seems very friendly, but he is more cunning than lotus roots. Aren't you the same, master? Chen An said with a dark face. I am forthright and cannot be like that. Next to him, Luo, you had recovered quite a bit, and said with a smile. Actually, you are the most cunning, playing the other train leaders like a fiddle. Even without my prophecy, you wouldn't have lost much. Chen An's expression suddenly brightened as he laughed. Perhaps it's a compliment. I ask you, how much energy crystal did I consume when I clashed with Ling Shua? Luo, you shook her head. How would I know such detailed information? But I vaguely remember you saying a phrase, wow, I've consumed 300 million already. Luo, dog is really tough. She mimicked Chen An's angry tone vividly. Chen An chuckled. So it seems Luoda's energy crystal reserve might be around 400 million. That reassures me. He then asked, was there any abnormality when we passed through the jump point? The train was sucked in with a whoosh. It was a dark world, and I did not continue the prophecy. Chen An let Luo you go out to rest while he discussed strategies with Fuyao. Luoda is plotting against us. We are also plotting against him. Master, we can continue cooperating with Luoda to first eliminate the White Wind and must obtain the core. Then look for an opportunity to eliminate Ling Shua. With our current energy crystal reserves, we can afford to go all out. Chen An responded, but be cautious. When we make these adjustments, the future will have already changed. As long as the main storyline doesn't change, it's fine. No matter how we operate, it won't affect Luoda's decisions or the outcome for the White Wind. Chen An was too lazy to pay attention to the Triangle Man's fate. He and Fuyao carefully sorted out the strategy to avoid unexpected situations. 5 hours later, Yang Dingtian sent a communication. He had already killed you, sure. Big brother, do you want the core? Chen An was stunned, not expecting Yang Dingtian to give him the core. I don't want it, you can use it yourself. Yang Dingtian said cheerfully. In that case, I will only take the core and leave the other resources for you. Also, those brother trains that gave up their positions can freely collect. This guy really knows how to be considerate. Chen An only needed energy crystals, sending a spaceship to retrieve some. Fuyao released the battle footage of the three-eyed people. Why is it so fast? After seeing the footage, Chen An became wary of the three-eyed people. From the name, the three-eyed people only have an extra eye compared to humans. In reality, these creatures average 3 meters tall, strong, and fierce. Killing Triangle Men is no different from killing chickens. I wish I could get this batch of three-eyed people. The downfall of the triangular people did not cause much of an uproar, as Chen An provided explanations to the other allies. As for Seed of the White Wind civilization, he was utterly confused, not understanding why the eclipse would become exposed. Given these circumstances, Seed instructed the allies across the star systems to be vigilant while also strategizing against other alliances. Also, those brother trains that gave up their positions can freely collect. This guy really knows how to be considerate. Chen An only needed energy crystals, sending a spaceship to retrieve some. Finally, the date of the 22nd arrived. Brother, and where are we going? Asked Wing Yunlai of the Bluebird people on the public screen. 3 hours earlier, Chen An had issued an order for all trains in the alliance to prepare for war. 2 minutes ago, Chen An had ordered all trains to leave the star system, clearly indicating that something significant was about to happen. Not only Wing Yunlai had questions, other train conductors did too. Chen An replied, do what you wish, but to prevent a situation similar to that of the triangular people, I will inform you of the plan before the battle commences. This statement stirred the public screen into excitement, with most expressing eager tones. The war is finally starting. I thought we would have to wait until the 25th. If we waited until the 25th, there would be no time to advance to 2 stars. Today is perfect. There will still be time for promotions after the war. Everyone was relatively relaxed, believing they would surely win. Chen An did not elaborate further. Even if their side had advantages, it did not guarantee total victory, and some trains would inevitably fall in battle. Everyone, let's set off. Led by Chen An's train, the other trains gathered from behind, forming a fleet of 15 vessels. Chen An did not disclose their destination. Without sufficient reconnaissance ships and unable to gather information from the star domain network, the other conductors could only guess blindly. Brother, and are we attacking Otto again? The last meeting mentioned Otto. Chen An sidestepped the topic, stating, our enemies will be weakened to some extent. You each find your targets to attack, and whether you can win depends on your own abilities. Ling Shua is our ally, but we must not place too much trust in them. The clever ones could figure out who the target was and did not ask further. Chen An temporarily left the public screen, allowing Fu Yao to announce the full-scale war mission using the previous model. The trains will initiate full-scale war. The war mode is of a destructive level and the targets are currently unknown. During the war, all entertainment areas will be closed and train resources will serve the war effort with corresponding changes made. The prices of various weapons in the market will be reduced by 50% and they will be supplied without limit. The loan limits for all passengers and guilds will be temporarily cancelled and quick processing can be done via wristbands. The rental prices for ships will be reduced by 50%. Shuttle machines will be free to use, and no compensation will be required for damages caused by war-related incidents. Guilds participating in the war will receive a 1.5 times points bonus and will be eligible for special rewards post-war. Passengers are advised to make full use of the viewing platform, and the train doors will only open for large spaceships. War missions have not yet been issued, so passengers should prepare in advance. After the announcement was made, the entire train erupted in excitement. It has been a long time since a war mission was issued. War means massive profits. We will absolutely profit this time. The premise is to stay alive. 1.5 times the points bonus means it will be easier to upgrade to a second-level guild. This opportunity cannot be missed. Don't just stand there. Hurry to the market to buy weapons. Spend freely. Buy whatever is useful. Various guilds mobilized, aiming to arm all their members. If funds were insufficient, they would take loans, borrowing as much as possible. From their previous experiences in wars, they knew that participating would never be a loss. They could not only pay off their loans, but also make a considerable profit. Meanwhile, 10 trains departed from the star system, swiftly navigating through the dark and silent starry sky. Chen An was not as relaxed as he imagined, for Fu Yao had provided a lot of new information. This time the enemy is numerous and the star domain network likely cannot reach the previous level. Our extraordinary orbital cannons can bombard single-star trains, but they are insufficient to deter two-star trains, as can be inferred from Liu Yu's prior prophecies. The duration of the war will be lengthy, and our opponents are not just the dog-headed people, so we need to conserve our strength as much as possible and cannot deploy too much at once. Chen An dismissed this. It's just a single star. Consider it practice. How long until we arrive? It will take 5 hours to reach the first star system. Send the information to Luo De. 5 hours feels long, but for the trains it passes in the blink of an eye. Upon nearing the vicinity of the first star system, Chen An instructed all trains to maintain silence temporarily to avoid detection. Soon after Luo De's communication came, we have arrived near the third star system and can attack at any time. Don't worry, the star domain network has blocked a large number of enemy reconnaissance ships, and we won't be detected in the short term. Chen An, you will command this war. Luo De, you can continue to approach, launch a general assault in 5 minutes. There are 10 trains in the first star system, and you can allocate them however you wish. Dividing 10 trains is quite a challenge. Chen An temporarily set aside these concerns and let them figure it out. After hanging up the communication, Chen An ordered to continue advancing at the same speed. When they reached the outer layer of the star system, the trains inside finally realized something was amiss, instantly reacting like a startled ant swarm, with both trains and warships springing into action. All trains charge in E split up to engage in battle. The enemy might not be sufficient. You can either cooperate or head to the second star system to support other allies. Meanwhile, Seed learned about the enemy's invasion and was not surprised. Instead, he was quite excited. Haha, I knew they wouldn't hold together. This is excellent. We have the home field advantage. Seed was confident as his allies were numerous enough, and even if they failed it wouldn't matter. As a 2-star train, his self-preservation capabilities were sound. The enemy is mainly attacking the first and third star systems, so have the trains in the second star system split to support, mainly focusing on the third. From the positioning, the one attacking the third star system must be Luo De. We will deal with him first. The trains of the White Wind civilization are in the second star system, and they set off immediately for the third. The earlier star systems are vast and chaotic, with the double-engine trains each engaging in separate battles without yet entering the war zone. Chen An kept a watchful eye on the overall situation, instructing Fu Yao to create an analysis chart. From the chart, it was evident that nearly 100 trains from 3 alliances were converging on both sides. Master 5 trains are entering the first star system. The numbers match up after all. One must not underestimate the opponent. Seed knows this is our territory. Where are the dog-headed people? Knowing the identity of the opponent, Chen An was deliberately searching. No need to search. Based on the distance, we will encounter the dog-headed people in 10 minutes, and they should be unaware of our existence. We will activate the electromagnetic shield to conceal our identities. The enemy will definitely not know. The electromagnetic shield is quite effective. It doesn't require complete concealment. Hiding partially is enough to block enemy reconnaissance. Now is not the time to conserve energy crystals. We should use them liberally. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away within the star ring of the galaxy, the dog-headed man Windstar felt uneasy. The enemies we face are from the Fuyao Alliance, and the strongest among them is Chen An. As long as we don't encounter them, we will be fine. Intelligent brain, can you detect any information? The intelligent brain replied, at least 3 trains are heading in our direction, and no 2-star trains have been detected so far. Windstar exhaled. That's good. For Windstar, achieving a single victory in battle would allow him to ascend in rank. However, there was one issue: he could not afford to lose too many warships. Because ascending in rank was not about how many warships he produced, but rather how many he possessed. Smart brain, if too many triple passengers die, causing the number to fall below 200,000, will it affect the rank ascension? As long as there are over 200,000 passengers, the condition is met, which is different from warships. Windstar understood, in other words, passengers can die, but warships cannot be lost. I see. He made various plans, concluding that the best method was to use firepower to halt the enemy's train, forcing both sides into ground combat. Ideally, we should board the enemy's train. It doesn't matter if the passengers die, we can still collect them later. Clan members. At such a time, who still cares about clan members? For train conductors like them, the more clan members there are, the easier they are to betray. Rather, carrying some foreign creatures would better maintain their authority. After coming to this realization, Windstar no longer felt the slightest guilt about sacrificing clan members. However, 10 minutes later, Smart Brain detected something strange. The 3 trains are not heading towards us. They are veering to the sides, heading for new targets. Windstar was astonished. We have no enemies. It can't be. Is there a reconnaissance error? Smart Brain replied, the information is correct. Beep. Recon detected enemy trains approaching us only 5 million kilometers away. Suddenly appeared. Give me the specifics. Upon learning that the opponent was a 2-star train, Windstar's heart raced with fear. It's Chen, and how did he get onto my trail? Withdraw. Unlike other trains fighting normally, only the Knoll train retreated from the defense line, heading towards the 2nd star system. Chen An laughed heartily upon discovering the Knoll's escape route. How did Windstar know I would head for the 2nd star system after finishing him? Now I don't need to explain anything to other trains. I was led away. Haha. Our train speed is too fast. It is advisable to slow down a bit and wait until the enemy train leaves the 1st star system to launch an attack. The White Wind train has already headed for the 3rd star system. If we want to intercept it after its defeat, we must go to the extraterrestrial zone of the 2nd star system. Killing the Knolls is merely a recreational activity. Picking up the scraps of the White Wind civilization is more crucial. Alright, let's do it your way. The mission can be released now. The war mission has been released. Please check it on your own passengers. The passengers, who had been waiting for a long time, finally welcomed the mission and hurriedly opened their wristwatches. Main mission: annihilate the Knolls. The standard is to kill all Knolls aboard the train. Upon completing the mission, each participating guild will share 30 million star coins according to their contribution. The prize pool is not fixed and will continue to increase with the progression of the war. Side Mission 1. Accumulate the killing of 10 Knolls to receive a personal reward, based on the actual reward after completing the mission. This mission can only be triggered once. Side Mission 2. Killing the Knoll train conductor Windstar will earn a reward of 100,000 star coins and the title Knoll Terminator. Side Mission 3. Destroy the armories in each compartment of the Knoll train to receive a reward of 30,000 star coins. This mission is only valid within half an hour after the war begins. There are many side missions divided into great detail. Passengers took the missions according to their abilities. In the Black Knight Guild, Xiaojin gave a speech: don't hesitate, accept all missions. Let me tell you, if there are any missions left unfinished after the war, the train will not impose any penalties. Especially the second side mission. What if you get lucky? If you didn't accept the mission ahead of time, you would be working for free. After talking for a long time, the train suddenly shook violently and the passengers swayed left and right. Quick look. It seems the battle has begun. With a loud crashing sound, everyone immediately left their seats and headed for the observation deck. The view here was exceptionally broad, allowing them to see beams of laser piercing through the starry sky, even more dazzling than the stars. The previous shaking of the train was because the train body was hit by the enemy's weapons. However, it was only a slight shake. The defenses of a 2-star train could completely ignore a 1-star's attacks. On the contrary, the Knoll train seemed like a small boat bobbing up and down in the sea of stars, as if it could capsize at any moment. Why can't we shake them off? Smart Brain responded, the speed of the 2-star train is greater than ours. Here they come again. Counterattack. Laser cannons and electromagnetic railguns fired at each other. However, all the weapons on Chen An's train were upgraded versions and the fourfold beam laser cannons completely crushed the opponent. This scene stirred the passengers' emotions, igniting their fighting spirit. On the observation deck of car number 10, Yang Yuan asked Zishu, "Still can't contact old Chen. He isn't answering the communication. Forget it, our guild members should quickly gather near the exploration ship and shuttle. As soon as the ground battle begins, we will set off immediately." In car number 11, Ling Zhang wore silver armor, his expression gentle. "Brother, can I go with you? Knight can protect me." Standing straight behind her seat, Knight immediately straightened up and touched the battle blade at his waist. Ling Zhang immediately put on a serious face. This time it's not about killing star beasts. The opponent is an intelligent life form just like us, and it's very dangerous. Rest assured, brother will definitely return safely. War means death, which is unavoidable. Ling Yu knew her brother would say this. She pouted, placing her hands on her brother's armor. "Don't move. I'll try to help you." Unbeknownst to Ling Zhang, his armor began to undergo some changes. In the corner of the compartment, unlike others rushing towards the observation deck, Chen Guoyang and his wife huddled together, looking down at the screen on their wristwatches. The screen showed their 1-year-old son babbling on a soft bed. "The sun is talking to you. The little guy is growing up. I really hope he grows up quickly." However, Chen Guoyang shook his head. Growing up isn't necessarily a good thing. Why not skip this time? His wife turned off the screen on her wristwatch decisively. "I'm one of the guild leaders. I have to advance and retreat with my teammates. You just focus on being the guild leader, don't worry about me." Chen Guoyang knew his wife's temperament and did not insist further, gently saying, "Don't worry. For our son, I will definitely return safely." In some places, the atmosphere was quite different, such as in the Shenlong Guild in car number 7. On the observation deck, warriors clad entirely in red armor stood tall, filled with anticipation for the upcoming battle. At the front railing, Xiafeng casually remarked, "Last time killing gnolls was unsatisfying, this time it should be exhilarating." A burly man behind him roared, "Previously we were on a planet and those gnolls were fleeing everywhere. But this time the war is on the train, let's see where they can run. Instructor Xia, let's just apply for a separate assault on one train car. I'm worried it won't be enough to kill." Those who call him instructor are usually veterans from back then. Xiafeng slapped him on the back. "Don't be reckless, leave some for our brother guilds, or it'll keep you behind." "Oh, I wouldn't dare, Instructor Xia, please be merciful." Laughter filled the surroundings. Chen An was not very satisfied with the course of the battle. "Fuyo, isn't 2 stars against 1 star a complete suppression? Why can't we break through the enemy's train?" Relying on their firepower advantage, a large number of beams slammed into the goblin's train, but the effect was not ideal at present. A 2-star train can break the defense of a 1-star train, but that doesn't mean it can easily breach its body. The master can observe closely. The outer layer of the enemy's train has already suffered significant damage, indicating a severe drop in defense. Moreover, its power layer has also been severely depleted, making it temporarily unable to accelerate. If we use the extraordinary railgun, we only need 4,000 universal energy crystals to tear it apart. Chen An nodded in understanding. Even the strongest 2-star train cannot directly damage a 1-star train's body. After all, the firepower comes from laser cannons and electromagnetic railguns, which have inherent limits. Alright, continue the attack and completely eliminate the goblin train's fire points. By the way, what about Luoda Star Domain Net? As soon as this was mentioned, Fuyo informed Chen An that the Star Domain Net's attack on the Bai-Feng Alliance had already begun. However, this attack only lasted 5 seconds, after which Fuyo announced its end. Within 5 seconds, a large number of trains' internal networks were paralyzed and the smart brain was interfered with. But due to the numerous targets, the impact on each train was different. Fuyo provided a chart, and the first thing that caught the eye was the Bai-Feng civilization, which was almost unaffected. The invasion of the Star Domain Net lasted only 0.001 seconds before being expelled. Luoda is truly useless. He concentrate his forces to attack those few strongest trains. Chen An remarked. He was too greedy, wanting to paralyze all 50 trains of the Bai-Feng Alliance synchronously, but he overestimated the Star Domain Net and the mind manipulators. Speaking of which, it's still because they lack a seer. However, this attack only lasted 5 seconds, after which Fuyo announced its end. Within 5 seconds, a large number of trains' internal networks were paralyzed and the smart brain was interfered with. The 5 seconds of Star Domain Net invasion caused the originally high-speed train to enter a deceleration state. Under normal circumstances, after the smart brain regained control, it could accelerate again. But the train's power layer had already malfunctioned, making it unable to accelerate for a short time. I recommend deploying all battleships to obstruct the enemy. When Sita appeared extremely conflicted regarding the smart brain's suggestion. However, seeing Chen An's train drawing closer, he could only agree. You must repair the power layer as soon as possible. Before he could finish, warnings sounded continuously in the cockpit. On the screen, amidst the countless beams from the enemy, a thick light column was mixed in. What is that? Boom! After a violent shake, a loud noise accompanied the train's body, leaving Wen Sita completely bewildered. Smart brain. The power layer has been damaged and will require 10 hours for repairs. The train will lose power in 30 seconds. Wen Sita was shocked. Extraordinary railgun. Chen An actually has one too. Fuyo, how much energy crystal was consumed this time? The extraordinary railgun penetrated the enemy train's power layer, consuming a total of 3,000 universal energy crystals. Should we continue the attack? No need. Let the railgun enter cooldown mode, and save the energy crystals for dealing with Luoda and Aotu. The extraordinary railgun can be fired multiple times in succession, but that also means the cooldown time will be longer. Chen An did not know when he would fall out with Luoda and needed to have a trump card available at all times. He rubbed his slightly tired eyes and continued to observe the changes on the screen. Upon discovering that the goblins released over 200 battleships, Chen An ordered their complete destruction. After destroying the battleships, the train will charge directly to initiate the landing battle. In this war, robots cannot be used. The combat situation of the passengers will determine my future attitude towards them. What level of loss can the master accept? Less than 10%. After thousands of war simulations, the overall combat power of the passengers is stronger than that of robots. The results may surprise you. Chen An stood up and walked towards the rest area, casually saying, I hope so. On the observation deck, the passengers were restless. Due to the proximity, they could see the enemy's train, as well as witness the enemy's battleships exploding one by one, shining brilliantly under the light of the stars. The train is getting closer, or will it collide? It should. It was like this before. Everyone stop watching and quickly find handrails. It will be very bumpy during the collision. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of kilometers distance was crossed and Chen An's train crashed heavily, nearly toppling the goblin train that was already gliding. Afterward, the two trains remained pressed together as they moved towards the stars, penetrating 3 layers of stellar tracks before dissipating the momentum. If the image were magnified, one would see that Chen An's train resembled a burly man, while the goblin train appeared as a small child, completely overshadowed in size. When Sita understood Chen An's intention and breathed a sigh of relief. They are going for a landing battle. This is our only hope. Smart brain. According to past data analysis, Chen An prefers to use robots that fully obey orders and may not utilize passengers. So we have a chance to turn the tide. Pass the order down. All compartments abandon the landing pads and living areas. I want Chen An's robots to enter as many as possible. At this moment, a new announcement was made on Chen An's train. The enemy train has completely lost power and long-range fire. The landing battle begins. On the observation deck, the crowd erupted, springing into action as they descended through the openings in the floor, entering their exploration ships or shuttles. Subsequently, densely packed spacecraft flew out from both sides of the train, heading towards the goblins. On a certain exploration ship, Xia Feng skillfully opened his wristwatch, uploaded the downloaded train blueprints, and then pulled up the virtual screen. Others looked over, needing to decide on the attack direction. If you want to carry out the mission of killing the train conductor, it's best to go to the first carriage. I estimate that other major guilds will also go to the first carriage. Will we overlap? It's better not to go. The train conductor is not easy to kill. It's more practical to kill goblins instead. Before Xia Feng could speak, he pulled out another screen showing the flight status of all the ships. It was clear that at least 10 exploration ships were heading towards the first carriage, clearly aiming for the train conductor. Having once been a special forces instructor, Xia Feng possessed strong logical thinking. He gave the order, we will go to the 10th carriage. The spacecraft, being on autopilot, immediately changed direction. The Shenlong Guild had 2 exploration ships along with several various small spacecraft and shuttles. As the exploration ship turned, the other ships followed suit. From a higher spatial dimension looking down, one would find very few solitary spacecraft. Almost all were organized fleets following the lead ship towards each train carriage. About 10 minutes later, Xia Feng's team arrived outside the 10th carriage. The door had long been blasted open, with black smoke billowing inside remnants of shattered walls. The exploration ship will hover outside the door, and the shuttle will go in to clear the path. Everyone don your armor and prepare to land. Although the train had a life support system inside, no one knew if it would be completely damaged. They were wearing light mechas that could provide oxygen and protect their entire bodies. Even if the train shut down all its systems, making it like the outer space environment, they could still survive and fight normally. However, when several shuttles rushed into the train's landing area, they found that only a number of stationary spacecraft remained, with no signs of any goblin snipers. What's going on? Is it a trap? Seeing such a situation for the first time, the frontline soldiers quickly reported back. Xia Feng had just come out of the exploration ship, bringing a few people with him into the shuttle. Upon learning the situation, he instructed the shuttle in front to pause. He needed to gather more information. However, the shuttle did not possess such powerful detection capabilities and could only hope that their own train would provide information. After waiting for a while, the information arrived. All goblins are ambushed inside the carriage, and they have already abandoned the landing area and living quarters. What kind of layout is this? I can't understand it at all. It was not just Xia Feng, other high-level guild members were also puzzled. Any train conductor with a functioning brain would definitely set up heavy firepower in the landing area. Because the landing area is the most critical position both inside and outside the train, if the attacking side captures it, they could continuously deploy troops, leaving the defenders powerless to stop them. Even if the landing area was lost, the vast living quarters could still set up numerous obstacles, ensuring that the front line would not be pushed into the carriage where there were no effective cover. With these doubts in mind, the cautious guilds temporarily controlled the landing area and did not advance further. Chen An had just finished a cup of hot tea and casually played with a few flying instruments. Her daily routine now involved playing and cultivating, as Chen An had provided her with ample resources. What's going on? There are only 3 main positions in the train and they actually abandoned 2 of them. Is it a trap? Master, don't forget, in the normal timeline you would have sent out 500 black thorns, and the entire army would have been wiped out. Chen An suddenly realized. Winston thought I still dispatched robots planning to catch them all in one net. The idea was good, but unfortunately being overpowered can crush everything. The profit is truly impressive. Send a notice to the frontline guilds informing them of the actual situation and urging them to attack quickly. After the announcement was sent out, various guilds immediately rushed towards the living quarters. As long as they occupy the living quarters, they can trap the goblins inside the carriage and gradually wear them down. However, Winston was no fool. After all, he became the train conductor, not robots. The intelligence brain replied, detection has revealed that the enemies infiltrating the train are all Fuyo people. Winston's right hand cracked as he angrily shouted, what are you waiting for? Let the soldiers charge out and occupy the living quarters first. Also stop the enemy shuttles. We cannot let them in. He felt very frustrated, clearly on his own turf, yet having to compete with outsiders. The goblins' living quarters were quite monotonous. Looking in from the landing area, one could only see a few metal huts with labels stuck on them. Through translation, it was understood that these labels represented types allowing outsiders to trade inside. In other words, the goblins' train living quarters served as a trading area lacking any more enriched functions. Hundreds of shuttles flew above, steadily advancing, and had yet to encounter the enemy. But suddenly waves of electromagnetic interference struck, causing the shuttles to issue warnings of losing power. Xia Feng commanded, land the shuttles, everyone go out and fight. He took the lead with an upgraded blue light in his arms, quickly moving forward. The living quarters of the first-class train were well known to Xia Feng, and he estimated they had already occupied 1/3. 3 minutes later, dense lasers shot in from the front, and Xia Feng shouted, dodge. The metal huts provided cover for both sides to exchange fire, leading to a stalemate in the war. However, this stalemate would not last long, or as Xia Feng and the others adapted to the environment, they began to devise various plans. Spread out the formation and advance from the left, middle, and right sides. The electromagnetic interference won't dissipate in a short time. The enemy is affected just like us. No need to worry about heavy weapons. We strive for close combat. The goblins cannot match us. Try to push them back into the carriage. The Shenlong Guild had many professional soldiers who perfectly executed Xia Feng's orders. Some suppressed the enemy's fire while others looked for opportunities to advance, getting closer to utilize superior angles to eliminate the goblins' fire points. Instructor Xia, they also have shields. Alloy shields are not high-tech. The goblins are set up on the opposite side, attempting to construct a metal defense line. The power of the blue light is significant but cannot penetrate the shield wall. This situation was anticipated, and Xia Feng issued the order, deploy electromagnetic guns. The electromagnetic guns were too heavy for assault troops to carry. But these guns had greater destructive power than blue light, capable of breaking defenses and attacking strongholds, and the guild had to prepare some. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of loud explosions, the goblins' makeshift shield wall was blasted open, resulting in countless casualties. Attack! Xia Feng shouted. The soldiers surged forward with high morale, charging like thunder as they forced the goblins to retreat. 10 minutes later, the living quarters were completely occupied by the Shenlong Guild, and the goblins had retreated to the carriage, constructing a more solid steel defense line outside the gate. Instructor Xia, it will be difficult to fight next. There are too many goblins inside the carriage. We may not be able to get in. Xia Feng remained calm, instructing the soldiers behind him to use electromagnetic guns to break through. No hurry. It's just a matter of closing the door to hit the dog. In the living quarters of carriage 6, Xiaozhen lit a cigarette, puffing smoke with those around him. Ahead lay the carriage with a steel defense line under the gate, ready to break at any time, yet Xiaozhen refused to do so. Xiao Gu, after finishing the smoke, shall we charge in? Zhu Daming asked. Xiaozhen countered, what would you do if you were me? Zhu Daming scratched his head and replied, charging in directly must be wrong. That would result in heavy losses. I believe we should find a better way. Xiao Gu, I'm actually worried that you might act impulsively. Xiaozhen shot him a glance and continued smoking. The cigarettes sold by the boss are cheap and good. I now smoke 2 packs a day. I heard they are made using special techniques causing no harm to the body while also enhancing physical strength. Of course there are super energy vibes in them. I estimate they added energy crystals. The boss is really something. I wish I could offer myself to him. A burly man said loudly. After finishing his cigarette, Xiao Zhen took out a towel from his coat pocket to wipe his hands. Xiao Gu, we all know how you usually are. No need to pretend to be clean now. Xiao Zhen kicked out a grinning youth. I'm clean. I just don't want to get the goblin's blood on my hands. What about logistics? Haven't they arrived yet? Old Zhu, hurry them up. Zhu Daming quickly opened his wristwatch and sent a message to the logistics captain. Xiao Gu, wait 5 minutes. All right. 5 minutes later, a large number of iron boxes were brought in and piled up into a small mountain nearby. Zhu Daming casually opened one box and found it filled with explosives. C-36 high-explosive bombs. Xiao Gu, we can break through the goblin's defenses with electromagnetic guns. There is no need for bombs. Xiao Zhen remained silent, took out a bomb, advanced several dozens of meters, and triggered it, throwing it forcefully towards the gate. The gate was fully open, but the steel defense line was only 5 meters high, leaving a gap above. Xiao Gu, the bomb's power isn't enough. We should still use electromagnetic guns. However, the bomb did not land on the defense line but crossed over and exploded inside. Xiao Zhen turned around and calmly said, we must make full use of the various weapons the train provides. Don't save money just because bombs are consumables. The goblins are stuck inside the carriage and cannot come out. Do we really need to charge in? No need. Everyone throw bombs. I want to blow the goblins into tears. Old Wang continued to go back and buy more bombs. Anyway, there is no limit on supply. Zhu Daming's face twitched as he quietly reminded, it's very expensive. Xiao Zhen raised an eyebrow. Bombs have a price, but brothers are priceless. My goal is to annihilate all the goblins in the carriage. I hope all my brothers can be safe. After this was said, the burly men in armor around him were all moved. Xiao Gu is right, money is worthless. As long as we are alive, we can earn it. Let's get to it. This kind of rich battle is rare. With bombs continuously being thrown into the carriage, the goblins were in a bind. The C-36 high-explosive bombs have been heavily depleted. Urgent expansion of production capacity is required. Chen An found Yao Yao's warning utterly astonishing. That can't be right. These one-time use bombs have consistently underperformed in sales. For passengers, reusable energy weapons remain the clear preference. Yao Yao offered no explanation. Instead, she displayed raw data on screen. The vast majority of the bombs had been purchased by the Nightfall Guild. What new scheme is Xiao Zhen up to? Pull up the battlefield feed. The screen lit up with live combat footage, and Chen An burst into laughter. What kind of tactic is this? Frontline warriors wore heavy armor and wielded double-layered alloy shields, forming a mobile defensive line. Yet while others deployed such lines solely for defense, theirs advanced relentlessly forward. The goblin-headed soldiers wielded only rudimentary weaponry. Standard-issue laser rifles incapable of breaching reinforced armor. Even the occasional odd explosive posed negligible threat. Behind the advancing shield wall, Xiao Zhen and his squad hurled high-explosive bombs with tireless vigor, sweat glistening on their brows. Yet their faces shone with unrestrained mirth as though reliving childhood days of lighting firecrackers. Given the Nightfall Guild's current Starcoin reserves, they must be nearing depletion, Chen An mused. All weapons have been discounted by 50%. The Nightfall Guild remains far from bankruptcy. They complete missions continuously. Newly earned Starcoins may not fully offset expenditures, yet they significantly delay insolvency. Transcendent warriors possess extraordinary strength, exceptional spatial awareness, and flawless balance, enabling them to place every bomb with surgical precision. Not all goblin-headed soldiers perish in the blasts. The Nightfall Guild fields a 500-strong assault team that exploits gaps in the advancing armored line to strike enemies decisively. Hearing Yao Yao's analysis, Chen An shook his head with a faint smile. Are the alloy shields V2.0 truly impervious? The goblin-headed soldiers possess no electromagnetic siege weapons, nor are cannons deployed within the train carriages. Statistical analysis confirms that 57 simultaneous laser beams striking the exact same point are required to breach the armor. Yet Xiao Zhen ensures frontline troops regularly replace their shields with fresh units. So far, no vulnerabilities have emerged. Chen An looked up astonished. That's truly impressive. Xiao Zhen possesses an extraordinary familiarity with all manner of weaponry and equipment. I recall it was Xiao Zhen who proposed using sniper rifles during our last goblin head cull, maximizing tactical yield. Think it over. I'll slash bomb prices by another 50%. No public announcement needed. Should this offensive method be widely adopted? No. It's too extreme, viable only under Xiao Zhen's precise control. Now pull up Chen Guoyang's feed. Another scene appeared on screen, starkly contrasting Xiao Zhen's almost playful aggression. Chen Guoyang's tactics were textbook perfect. Assault troopers coordinated seamlessly with heavy infantry. Shields deployed, firearms ready. As they advanced through the carriages with unwavering methodical discipline, casualties occurred, yes, but this remained a balanced, pragmatic approach, minimizing risk even in large-scale warfare. Chen An observed. Chen Guoyang embodies composure. He avoids recklessness, preferring steady, incremental progress. Were we selecting a commander for the escort corps, he'd be a credible candidate. Xiaozhen thrives on risk. His actions may seem haphazard, yet his perception is razor-sharp. He excels at transforming whatever tools lie at hand into decisive advantages. Truth be told, I've realized Xiaozhen isn't suited to command an entire army. Yet he'd excel leading a specialized assault unit should one exist. Yao Yao offered a divergent perspective. Master, your attention has been insufficient. Should you review the full combat records of both men, from inception to present, you'd find Xiaozhen unpredictable, his methods elusive. Chen Guoyang's steadiness often borders on rigidity. In the short term, Chen Guoyang may appear superior, but extend the timeline and Xiaozhen's growth curve surges dramatically. Vast data analytics confirm Xiaozhen's future potential vastly exceeds Chen Guoyang's. Chen An asked, can this be remedied? Xiaozhen requires grounding, Chen Guoyang needs adaptability. Master may cultivate each accordingly. Setting that aside for now, Chen An instructed Yao Yao to display further feeds, all revealing favorable developments. What's unfolding across other battlefronts? Can you access the Stellar Domain Network? The Stellar Domain Network remains operational. I can retrieve relevant war footage. First came Sector 1. Each train had already engaged its designated adversary. Some exchanged volleys at range, others fought brutal boarding actions. Advantages varied widely. Chen An watched Yang Dingtian most closely. His opponent proved formidable, and the two fleets were locked in fierce mutual bombardment. He's pinned down, this looks grim. Yang Dingtian needed only one more victory to ascend, but his warship could not sustain excessive damage. With insufficient time afterward to construct new vessels, could captured enemy ships be retrofitted instead? Captured vessels count as owned. No impediment to ascension. Chen An merely glanced, then swiftly shifted focus elsewhere. Never expected the Bluebird people to be so formidable. The avian warriors' fortune held their foe, had been severely weakened by the Stellar Domain Network, already forced into boarding combat. Their flight grants unparalleled angles of attack. Frankly, if I faced them, I'd need Blackthorn to prevail. Master will deny them any opportunity for boarding. Indeed. Nothing more to see here. Switch to Sector 3. Amid radiant stars, over 60 trains exchanged blistering fire. The crisscrossing beams of light resembled festive ribbons strewn across the void. Laser fire alone couldn't pierce train hulls. Primary firepower originated from Lingshua and Baifeng. A searing beam lanced forth, shattering an obstructing asteroid before striking a distant train orbiting the outer stellar ring with pinpoint accuracy. The train's locomotive was pierced clean through, its cockpit vaporized instantly. In that moment, the cosmos fell eerily silent, for none anticipated that mere standoff would provoke Shida's brazen deployment of the transcendent rail cannon. Aboard, Baifeng passengers erupted in jubilant cheers, extolling their conductor with reverent awe. In the cockpit, Shida threw back his head and roared with laughter, delighted by the sheer intimidation of his opening salvo. In this era, overwhelming firepower reigns supreme. Luoda, what do you have to match me? AI? Establish immediate comms with Luoda. Luoda accepted without hesitation. His face still wreathed in calm, affable smiles, utterly unruffled. Shida sneered. So you used the Stellar Domain Network to ambush me? Impressive, truly. But your network poses no threat to a 2-star train that I suspect escaped your calculations. Luoda replied, eyes crinkling warmly. Indeed. I hadn't foreseen that. So, what's your next move? I propose an alliance. The jump point accommodates 50 trains. We needn't slaughter each other. Defect to my side, and together we'll obliterate the fleet you brought. I pledge you 2 cores. How does that sound? Luoda nodded thoughtfully, a remarkably generous offer. I stand to gain handsomely. But what of Chen An? We'll eliminate him together. And the cores? Those are 2-star artifacts. Shida paused, then chuckled. Chen An's core goes to me naturally. 2 1-star cores for you is more than fair. Let me state it plainly, the transcendent rail cannon is the apex weapon, unrivaled, unchallenged. Luoda nodded appreciatively, and raised a thumb in salute. Agreed, we cooperate. His tone was light, effortless, as if no deliberation had occurred. Yet the moment the transmission ended, Luoda ordered surrounding trains to disperse and redirect all firepower toward Baifeng. Brother, you court lightning by flaunting your power. Truth is, I want all your cores. AI? Prime the rail cannon. Stand by for immediate activation. Chen An observed every angle of Shida's opening move, the instantaneous destruction of an entire train, with perfect clarity. Shida is truly reckless, unleashing his trump card this early. I'm curious what qualifies him to be a train captain, and certainly one must possess extraordinary merit to assume such a role, though some may indeed lose themselves in hedonism. Chen An smiled faintly. Surely you're not referring to me. Master has never succumbed to indulgence, not even remotely. Nah, I'm no paragon of virtue, merely indifferent to trivial worldly affairs. What was Luoda's reaction? And Luoda did not retaliate, both sides continued exchanging fire. Yet fearing Shida's sudden assault, the other Lingshua alliance trains dared not advance, holding back cautiously at the rear. Chen An watched a while longer, realizing no decisive clash would unfold, and switched the feedback. According to Luo Yu's prophecy, Shida will engage Luoda in full-scale bombardment 5 hours from now, precisely when our operation concludes. And on screen appeared the interior of the dog-headed train, specifically car 14 where Ling Zhang stood. I had assumed the Shangyue guild was weak, incapable of challenging major guilds in the short term. Little did I expect Ling Zhang to prove so formidable, and thrive so remarkably. Is he currently employing his ability, and he frequently sacrifices enemies to empower nearby allies, rapidly restoring their mental resilience. And such a power would make Ling Zhang at least a protagonist in any novel. And what of Zishu? And the feed shifted to Car 3 where Zishu led the Science Guild in fierce combat. Chen An had expected a pang of concern, yet felt scarcely any emotional resonance. Fuyao. Am I growing increasingly detached? And your elevated vantage inevitably attenuates emotion, a natural consequence of your ascent. And why no warning about me becoming a tyrant anymore? It's been several days. I find the silence oddly disorienting. And if Master prefers, I can remind you daily. Nas Chen An watched the battle unfold on screen. He asked with quiet amusement, what precisely defines a tyrant in your estimation? One who regards no passenger's life as sacred, issuing commands to annihilate billions without hesitation, who discards loyalty and morality, betrays oaths and alliances, who indulges without restraint, abducting alien maidens. And Fuyao's litany left Chen An speechless. And wait, enough. The earlier criteria alone are daunting enough. The rest needn't be mentioned. Hold on. Why does it feel like you're steering me toward that very path? It isn't guidance from me, but rather your own trajectory drawing ever closer. Chen An waved a hand toward a nearby robot. Go fetch 2 cans of cola from storage. All idle talk. Let's treat it as banter. I'll zoom in on Ling Zhang. Let me see. And the image magnified, centering sharply on Ling Zhang himself. No. That moment just passed. Do we have a recording? Replay it. And Fuyao activated a secondary screen beside him, displaying a clip of Ling Zhang. The young man charged too recklessly. Several laser beams struck his chest, instantly fracturing his armor. Yet strangely, the armor began repairing itself. Fuyao. Is that an exoskeletal suit he's wearing? Does it contain crystal worms? And no commercially available armor integrates crystal worms. Such lightweight suits lack autonomous regenerative capacity. Chen An's interest sharpened. Now that's intriguing. Can you determine its origin? And I'll immediately analyze the suit via Ling Zhang's wristband. On the battlefield, Ling Zhang caught his breath, heart still pounding. His teammates dragged him aside, shaken themselves. And I asked the guildmaster unharmed, and Ling Zhang shook his head. I'm fine. Even the extraordinary remain flesh and blood. Lasers pierce us all. And tell everyone to proceed with caution. No more rash charges. Who indulges without restraint, abducting alien maidens. And Fuyao's litany left Chen An speechless. And wait, enough. The earlier criteria alone are daunting enough. The rest needn't be mentioned. Unaware, his wristband silently gathered data, streams of numbers flickering across its interface. Seconds later, the digits vanished. The device returned to normal. Nonce assured of his safety, Ling Zhang rose, rekindling his battle fervor, and surged forward, driving the dog-headed assault back. From the distant cockpit, Fuyao reported to Chen An, Ling Zhang's armor has undergone unique reinforcement, possessing anomalous self-repair capabilities. You imply Ling Yu enhanced it? Pull up her current status. Immediately, the screen displayed Ling Yu asleep in Car 11, guarded by the robot Yi. And she exhausted herself completely, forced into deep slumber, and her physiology remains stable. Full recovery awaits, only sufficient rest. Armor capable of self-repair is extraordinarily potent. Even if its regeneration falls short of crystal worm's efficacy, it remains invaluable, a lifeline in critical moments. Can it be replicated? And that is the essence of a machinist, to upgrade mechanical constructs for mass production. But an original is required. Also note, machinist's enhancements carry inherent randomness. Identical upgrades may yield entirely different results. Chen An commanded order Ling Zhang to return. Immediately. Wait. Issue it as an official assignment. And shortly after, Ling Zhang received an unusual directive: return to the train for a reward of 20,000 stellas. What bizarre task is this? Just stepping aboard nets me 20,000, and he hesitated. then resolved to comply. After all, it was a special order from the train itself. Non-negotiable. Luyang, I'm returning briefly. Assume command. Vice Guildmaster Luyang accepted authority. And while awaiting Ling Zheng's return, Chen An turned again to Fuyao, inquiring about Ling Yu. She's currently at the second-tier cultivation realm. Might she be utilized accordingly? A machinist's craft is enigmatic. Success hinges heavily on mood. Forcing her yields nothing. NWE recommend offering Ling Yu engaging toys. Delight may spark unexpected enhancements. Chen An's eyes gleamed. Send her laser rifles and electromagnetic guns as playthings. Let her pilot a warship for recreation. Can she reinforce the train itself? Let her sit here. Steer for me. Had Fuyao possessed facial expression, she'd surely wear a wry, exasperated smile. Ling Yu nearly collapsed, reinforcing lightweight armor. How could she possibly handle far more complex machinery? She requires patient cultivation. Like Fei Yi, master must temper his expectations. Very well. I won't rush. 20 minutes later, Ling Zheng finally reboarded the train. No sooner had he disembarked from the shuttle than a cluster of robots surrounded him. Passenger Ling Zheng, please replace your current armor. Dazed, he submitted passively to their ministrations. Simultaneously, his wristband chimed. Mission complete. 20,000 stellas deposited. And what in the world is happening? And the robots offered no explanation, hurrying the salvaged armor to the factory for analysis and imminent mass production. After a moment of anxious uncertainty, Ling Zhang received a message from Chen, and your armor proved vital to the train's success. I present you with a transport vessel as additional reward. Choose any model you prefer. Continue excelling. I place great faith in your future. And those words ignited Ling Zhang like rocket fuel. His pulse quickened, his resolve flared. And thank you, Lord. I shall strive ever harder. Half an hour later, second-generation Deep Blue Mecha, successfully manufactured, featuring newly integrated self-repair capability. This function applies only to localized damage and cannot restore extensive structural destruction. Chen An said, do not list it for sale yet. Produce more units as inventory. I've just had an idea. Could crystal insects be integrated into mecha systems? Feasible but not aligned with the master's long-term interests. Why? If passengers cannot utilize energy crystals directly, they will surrender them to complete quests. Yet if they recognize their true value, they will hoard them privately, inevitable and uncontrollable. Is there a solution? Fabricate dedicated energy blocks for crystal insects, still powered by energy crystals merely repackaged for controlled deployment. Chen An grasped the intricate implications and approved Fuyao's proposal. Thereafter, barring unforeseen developments, the war gradually drew to a close 5 hours later. Despite Wenceda's relentless efforts, he could not reverse the tide. The disparity between the two sides was simply too vast. Just as he prepared to flee aboard his starship, a guild stormed his private landing pad. After 30 minutes of fierce combat, Wenceda was slain. Who killed him? Qin Mingguang, Guildmaster of the Moonlight Guild. Chen An instantly recalled the man's face, imprinted deeply in memory. That young man remains admirably forthright. After losing to me, he never harassed Zishu. Dispatch He Ci to take command of the locomotive. I'll join them shortly. With Wenceda's death, electromagnetic interference inside the train vanished entirely, allowing autonomous robots unrestricted movement. Within the next hour, Chen An secured the core and returned. Without hesitation, he consumed it outright. Door reinforcement. All train doors have been structurally reinforced against external breach. Chen An shook his head repeatedly. What kind of underwhelming ability is this? In truth, door reinforcement itself was not poor. It simply conferred negligible benefit upon Chen An. After all, even with doors wide open, no one could breach them. Reinforcing them changed nothing. Better to have it than not. Unexpected contingencies do arise. Fuyao described the reinforced door's durability with a vivid analogy. If a standard laser cannon represents 1 unit of firepower, the reinforced doors can withstand saturation bombardment equivalent to 100 such units simultaneously. Chen An's eyes lit up. Not bad at all. Bolstering this weak point means I can now drive the train headlong into chaos without restraint. Threats arise not only from sentient beings but also from cosmic forces. Enhancing the train's defenses is always prudent. Chen An set the matter aside and instructed Fuyao to urge all guilds to conclude hostilities swiftly. Time was running short. How fares the third star system? 10 minutes ago, the Bai Feng civilization deployed its transcendent railgun, again critically damaging one train. And Luoda. No conspicuous activity observed. Likely encircling the Bai Feng civilization's train. Shida grows dangerously arrogant. Can his railgun still fire? At the cost of prolonged cooldown, he may fire once more. That is the absolute limit of the transcendent railgun. He has literally burned his last trump card into ash. Thus, excessive arrogance equates to self-destruction. This is no time for parading armaments. It is a life-or-death struggle where cards must remain hidden. Half an hour later, the doghead race was utterly eradicated. Fuyao formally declared the civilizational war concluded. Yet the train remained in active wartime status. Chen An asked, "What are our losses?" The war lasted nearly 7 hours, annihilating all dogheads. Our side suffered 45299 casualties, including 415 triple transcendent cultivators. Chen An frowned. So many dead. Casualty rate stands at approximately 2.3%, far exceeding your projected threshold. Projections are projections, but these are irrevocable realities now. All things considered, it is acceptable. When passengers themselves take up arms, losses are inevitable. Next, Chen An reviewed each guild's status and found that the most severely damaged were predominantly large guilds, while smaller ones, lurking behind, sustained minimal losses, opportunistically reaping rewards. Yet losses correlated directly with gains. Post-war major guilds grew vastly wealthier, widening the chasm between them and minor guilds. How many losses did the Nightfall Guild sustain? Chen An suddenly recalled Xiaojin. The Nightfall Guild suffered over 500 fatalities and ranked 38th in stellar coin earnings. Gains and losses balance. Each must weigh them for themselves. Recover all bodies. After the war, choose a solemn day to return their spirits to the starry sea. No corpse was discarded, all were retrieved, cremated, and their ashes scattered across the boundless cosmos. Beyond, the train passengers returned aboard starships docking at the observation deck. Death was commonplace. Tens of thousands lost meant little amid the vast passenger population. Thus laughter persisted, undimmed triumph radiant upon every face. Some submitted quests, others upgraded gear. Only a few mourned lost kin or comrades. Yet the sorrow of the few could not sway the many. Soon after, display screens emerged across carriages, broadcasting the war's outcome. The Divine Warrior List, quest completion list, earnings list. Atop the Divine Warrior List stood Qin Mingguang. His slaying of Trainmaster when Sita earned him the highest appraisal. Second place went to Ling Zhang, ever at the vanguard, having slain hundreds of dogheads. Third, Xiafeng. Fourth, Zhou Jiang. Ha! Where is Xiaojin? Why is he ranked outside the top 100? Who knows? Perhaps he's been coasting. Xiaojin paid no mind to such rankings. Chuckling, he scanned the quest completion list, tracking who completed the most missions, ranking individuals and guilds together. Unsurprisingly, the Nightfall Guild ranked first, having completed over 700 missions. These counted only guild-assigned tasks. If private missions were included, the total would soar further. Why is the earnings list blank? Main quest rewards haven't been distributed yet. That's why it's empty. No one knows who'll claim first place this time. Amid mounting passenger anticipation, the train finally announced main quest completion and declared that 80 million stellar coins would be distributed proportionally according to contribution. Holy, 80 million? How much will we get? 80 million sounds immense, yet the top 10 guilds alone will claim half. The remaining thousands, large and small, will share crumbs. Crumb-sized portions are fine. We're not picky. Once the announcement ended, contribution rankings appeared on screen. First, Nightfall Guild, awarded 8 million stellar coins. Second, Hope Guild, 5 million stellar coins. Third, Shenlong Guild, 3 million stellar coins. Upon seeing the first rank, the entire train erupted. No one cared about the rest. 8 million? What does that even mean? How dare they claim so much? The Nightfall Guild doesn't even have a single member in the Divine Warrior List's top 100. Is this rigged? Doubt rippled beyond passengers. Even Chen An questioned whether he himself had engineered bias. Fuyao, what's going on? This war's contribution metric was singular enemy kills. The Nightfall Guild employed indiscriminate bombing tactics at great cost, obliterating half a carriage's worth of dogheads, thus securing the highest contribution score. Ah, I see how it happened. Very well, this young man struck gold. 8 million should sustain him for quite some time. After deducting all operational expenditures, the Nightfall Guild's account held only 1.7 million stellar coins, ranking 24th among all guilds. Thus, on the subsequent earnings list, stunned observers discovered that the guild awarded 8 million stellar coins ranked outside the top 20. Did they eat the stellar coins? 5,000 universal energy crystals. This is the most useful resource for the dog-headed people's train. Chen An wasted no time, quickly gathered the energy crystals, and hurriedly made his escape towards the inner star circle of the second star system. Due to the White Wind Alliance's trains heading to the first and third star systems, the second star system was completely deserted. According to Luo Ye's prophecy, the heavily injured White Wine train would return to the inner star circle in 40 minutes, hiding beneath the surface of the star. Chen An was not reassured by Fuyo's timing, and specifically called Luo Yu to inquire for clarity. The timing is correct. The White Wind train will hide beneath the star's surface for 6 hours, then be found by the rat people. Chen An asked, is Luo De not pursuing? Not sure, maybe he hasn't located them. If you want to intercept, I suggest piloting the train into the star's surface early, and hiding, waiting for the White Wind train to stumble into the trap. Chen An had been thinking along those lines, but now he was not in a hurry. With plenty of time, he looked for opportunities to replenish some energy. Fuyo display the live feed. The screen showed the White Wind train being attacked from three sides, the situation looking grim. Even a fool would know that the extraordinary orbital cannon should not be used frequently, and after 2 uses by Sid the consumption was bound to be severe. Luoda understood this point the best, so he commanded his allies to launch a full-scale attack on White Wind. How is Sid being overwhelmed? Shouldn't he have more allies? With 30 trains from the Ling-Shua Alliance and the White Wind Alliance having 15 trains removed from the first star system, they still had 35 trains remaining, absolutely overwhelming them in numbers. Winning against a greater number is not a difficult feat. Luoda was more adept at resource allocation. Additionally, the White Wind Alliance was extremely loose, with the train captains wanting the White Wind train to charge ahead, leading to the current situation. Has Sid not reacted yet? He is trying to escape the predicament. The situation is not as dire as it seems. Sid knew who his main enemy was, and most of his firepower was directed at the Ling-Shua train. But both sides were too unable to inflict damage. In the cockpit, Sid asked the smart brain, how much energy crystal is needed to breach a 2-star train's defenses? 8,000 universal energy crystals can breach the defenses of a 2-star train. To completely penetrate it, 150,000 universal energy crystals are needed. Sid's lips twitched. But the extraordinary orbital cannon can only consume a maximum of 100 million energy crystals. Regardless of that, if we fill up on energy crystals, as long as we can severely injure Ling-Shua, we can gain a significant advantage. Sid was not the fool others perceived him to be. From his perspective, 2 devastating cannon strikes took out 2 trains, establishing his authority. As long as the 3rd strike severely injured Ling-Shua, he could win without a fight, having as many resources as he needed. The smart brain warned, please note, after using the extraordinary orbital cannon at full power for the 3rd time, there will be a 2-month cooldown, during which recharging is not possible. I can't worry about that now. I need to solve the current dilemma first. Once I eliminate Luoda and obtain the 2-star core, I might acquire even stronger weapons. Sid was fully confident in this. He was willing to take the risk. Over hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Luoda was fully concentrated, his mind tense. Are we certain we are detecting the enemy's extraordinary energy fluctuations? The White Wind Civilization's train is using energy crystals in large quantities. He is preparing to activate the extraordinary orbital cannon for a 3rd time. The Star Domain Network could no longer infiltrate the White Wind train. Only the telekinetic could gather vague information, greatly aiding the battle situation. Upon receiving this information, Luoda let out a long breath, smiling radiantly. Smart brain, we can initiate now. Fill up on 100 million energy crystals, targeting the White Wind train. Luoda said, after 3 launches, the extraordinary orbital cannon will be forced to cool down. I have been waiting for him to use the 3rd one. As long as we withstand this time, we can utterly dominate him. Luoda felt relaxed. With the help of vast information, he could remain invincible. Suddenly thinking of Chen and this guy was an unstable factor. How is the battle in the 1st star system developing? The smart brain replied, it is a chaotic battle with Fuyo's side holding the advantage. Currently, there is no information on the Fuyo train. Luoda became alert and asked, where did he go? The smart brain responded, the Fuyo train is pursuing the dog-headed people's train. After exiting the star system, it lost network connection, and the reason is temporarily unknown. This is a hidden danger, but he cannot stir up much trouble. As long as I successfully obtain the core of the White Wind, dealing with Chen and should not be a problem. Tell Otto he can move closer this way. 20 billion kilometers outside the system, Otto's 20 trains had been waiting for a long time. After receiving Luoda's message, Otto accelerated, but did not head to the 1st star system as planned. Luoda hopes for both me and Chen and to suffer injuries. I wish for them to suffer injuries as well. Now is not a wise choice to confront Chen, and it is more crucial to take advantage of the chaos. On the front lines, dozens of trains from both sides were still exchanging blows, but the atmosphere had clearly shifted. The perceptive train captains quickly ordered their trains to retreat. The slower ones saw others retreating and followed suit, fearing an unwarranted disaster. Eventually, only the White Wind and Luoda remained in confrontation. Their train bodies gradually emitted a blue glow, a reaction caused by the large-scale consumption of energy crystals. Luoda was aware of everything, calm and composed, but Sid felt a little dazed. He must know I am using the orbital cannon. Why isn't he running? The smart brain replied, detected a massive amount of extraordinary energy dispersing. The enemy train also has a similar energy-consuming device. For safety considerations, it is recommended that the train traverse away from the battlefield. Sid's cheeks puffed up, releasing green smoke from his mouth, indicating his anger. 70% of the energy crystals have been consumed. We cannot abandon the operation now. Regardless of what weapons Luoda has, we can at least confront each other and see who can't withstand it first. Consuming 100 million energy crystals required 10 minutes, and a 30-second countdown appeared on the screen. When only 10 seconds remained, a dark round hole appeared at the front of the white wind train, gradually filling with blue fluorescence, becoming increasingly intense. Due to the overwhelming fluorescence, the entire white wind train was enveloped in a layer of blue halo, dazzling under the star's illumination. After the 10 seconds ended, there was no sound. A massive blue light beam shot out from the hole, unstoppable, destroying everything in its path. This shot shattered the ambitions of the surrounding train captains, an overwhelming power they could not contend with. Luo de gasped. This was the first time he witnessed the power of a fully charged extraordinary orbital cannon. If this beam struck a one-star train, it would likely destroy it completely, leaving no chance of survival. Such terrifying power. Fortunately, I have it too. As the blue light beam approached 100,000 kilometers from the Ling Shuo train, another similar beam shot out from the front of the Ling Shuo train. The two beams intersected midway, as if time and space had suddenly come to a halt, the starry sky dimming. However, this stillness lasted only half a second. Half a second later, the beams on both sides erupted violently, unleashing an extraordinary energy storm in all directions. The train captains were left dumbfounded. No one expected that Luoda actually had this card up his sleeve. Sid was even more shocked, his sense of superiority completely shattered. Why does he also have it? Smart Brain, has Luoda used this before? The Smart Brain replied, no related information. Sid's face turned pale in an instant, exclaiming, so he still has two chances. Fuyao, can we really exchange barrages like this? Energy beams can mutually neutralize one another. Since both sides expend 100 million energy crystals, complete cancellation is expected. And to others the spectacle might seem awe-inspiring, but Chen An felt little awe. Oh, he had wielded such power long before. Who's on the left? And in the void of space there is no inherent left or right. And not necessarily. The screen before us has a left and right. Since time immemorial, the one on the left loses in beam duels. Bai Feng is finished. Seeing Fuyao remain silent for a long while, Chen An chuckled. Just a joke. Prepare 40 million energy crystals. Well, fire a single shot the moment Bai Feng dares to enter. The train now hid within the stellar photosphere, immersed entirely in roaring flame. An intense stellar radiation severely disrupted the train's onboard radar detection systems. Chen An had performed such maneuvers before, so passengers reacted with calm familiarity. Only initial panic flickered among them. 10 minutes later, Chen An noticed the two opposing beams weakening. Energy reserves are nearly depleted. Chen An sharpened his focus, checked the chronometer. 15 minutes remained until Bai Feng's defeat. And that meant Luoda would deliver a crippling blow to Bai Feng within those final 15 minutes. I have a question. Second star system lies billions of kilometers from third star system. How did Shida conceal the train here in mere minutes? Possibly via spatial jump capability. Shall we descend the train another 100,000 kilometers to grant the adversary sufficient jump space clearance? Unnecessary. Simply precharge the orbital cannon. And he glanced at the screen. After the beam clash ended, both sides suffered identical losses. 100 million energy crystals each, and gained nothing. Panicked Shida abandoned all allied concerns and immediately ordered course correction, steering the train outward toward the exo-orbital ring. And to him, avoidance was now paramount. As long as he evaded battle, the second star train could shield him safely until reaching the jump point. But Luoda would not let him flee, and having barely scraped together this advantage, failure to eliminate Shida would render every sacrifice meaningless. A total waste of effort. Pursue at maximum velocity. Superluminal rail cannon cooldown completes in 3 minutes. Recharge to 8 million energy crystals. Target their propulsion layer. Luoda committed, fully piloting the train in relentless pursuit. And both vessels were second-star trains. Soon they broke clear of the main battlefield. And 7 or 8 minutes later, a sapphire beam erupted across the exo-orbital ring, its brilliance eclipsing even the star's radiance. Beep beep beep. And propulsion layer critically damaged. Velocity loss imminent. And outer hull defenses severely compromised. And the blast struck hard, ripping open a breach in Bai Feng's propulsion layer. Yet the wound was non-fatal. Bai Feng, after all, was a second-star train. Shida acted instantly, issuing rapid-fire commands. Repair the propulsion layer. Maintain speed at all costs. Luoda won't fire a third shot so soon. And before he could finish, the AI interrupted. Propulsion layer repair is infeasible within time frame. Velocity cannot be sustained. Collision with Lingshuo train will occur in 20 minutes. Guaranteeing total deceleration. So Luoda intends boarding combat. We Bai Feng are no soft targets. NAI, 10,000 simulations indicate Luoda, ever cautious, will deploy his third shot to secure victory. Recommend immediate spatial transit? Shida transit is our final trump card. Shall we waste it here? Ni's resentment burned fierce. After prolonged hesitation, and seeing Lingshuo train bearing down with terrifying momentum, Shida finally issued the transit order. Blinding white light enveloped the vessel. A moments later it vanished, leaving Luoda fuming in furious pursuit. What infernal ability is this? And Luoda shattered composure. Normally unflappable, he now raged inside the cockpit, smashing the control console into splinters. Yet Luoda remained unaware Bai Feng's transit capacity was limited. Its range fixed strictly between two star systems. In that instant, the train reappeared deep within the inner orbital layer of the second star system. Shida gasped, heart-pounding, breath ragged. And transit feels dreadful, like soul severance on the brink of death. And after expelling several mouthfuls of green vapor, he regained composure. Since our earlier plan failed, we'll play it safe for these last days. Should I ever cross paths with that wretch Luoda again, I'll capture him and serve him as sustenance. Damn it. I still seethe. Had he revealed his superweapon earlier, I'd never have challenged him. An AI. Immerse the train within the stellar photosphere. Will propulsion layer damage worsen under stellar heat? NAI. Propulsion layer shielding regenerates in 5 minutes. Stellar incineration poses no threat. Excellent. Conceal us swiftly. I sense that bastard may still pursue. And thereafter Bai Feng train lurched unsteadily toward the star, slowly vanishing into the sea of fire. The second star system's sun loomed immense, its gravitational pull violently tugging at the train. And fortunately, half-power restoration enabled perfect counterbalance against stellar gravity. 8 days. Just survive here for 8 days. And humiliating yet undeniably safe, Enshida exited the cockpit heading to his private quarters, where dozens of female kin already awaited to serve him. All Bai Feng possessed 2 prominent cheek sacs. When speaking, their mouths split wide, revealing rows of fine needle-like teeth. And Your Majesty, has the danger passed? Shida relished being addressed thus. And no mood for play today. Leave me be. Ni's inner agitation refused to subside. Yet before he could even recline, the AI's alert froze his blood. A hyper-energy beam strikes the propulsion layer from afar, tearing open a fresh wound. Immediate egress from the photosphere is imperative. From outside, raging fire poured through the breach, surging inward, consuming Bai Feng train layer by layer. And internal bulkheads offered scant resistance. Once ignited, the blaze would spread without mercy. Shida sprinted madly toward the cockpit, roaring, "Full thrust. Get us out of this accursed place." And propulsion integrity degrades continuously. 10,000 simulations confirm escape is impossible. The inferno will pierce the hull. Fuck no. Boost acceleration. Break free. Who the hell fired that shot? And the AI's cold reply made his skull throb. Shoo. Na holographic screen materialized beside him, displaying Chen An's train drifting calmly 10,000 kilometers away. Fuyao. Chen An. It's him. I should have known. Chen An always concealed a lethal weapon. Fuck your entire bloodline. You all love lurking like backstabbers. Chen An heard none of Shida's curses. He watched serene as Bai Feng train met its final moments amid the flames. In Luoyu's prophecy, Kilian had rammed his locomotive into Bai Feng's propulsion layer, igniting stellar fire that consumed storage and passenger decks alike. Chen An merely accelerated that fate by 6 hours. En Fei Luoyu, come witness the spectacle. En Fei moved fastest. Quadrupedal and agile, she leapt once and landed beside Chen An. Luoyu stood tall though slightly slower. And wow! Whose train is that? Burned to cinders. Fei exclaimed. Chen An replied coolly, just watch. As flames climbed into the passenger decks, Chen An imagined millions of Bai Feng wailing in agony. And what did it matter to him? Not a shred of consequence. And when Bai Feng's propulsion finally died, Shida sank into utter despair. And even escape aboard a warship became unthinkable. The craft itself would melt in the furnace heat. Beep beep beep. Chen An received Shida's calm request. Chen An, I surrender. Spare my life. Chen An arched a brow. Not even gods could save you. Rest assured. I'll make full use of everything you leave behind. Nothing shall go to waste. Farewell. Ni's right hand descended, cutting the transmission. Although the surface temperature of a star is far lower than its core, it still ranges from several thousand to tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. Based on the size of the star in System 2, and the altitude at which the Bai Feng Express was positioned, the ambient temperature approximated 40,000 degrees Celsius. Such extreme heat could not melt the train's outer hull or breach its defenses, but it could incinerate everything within. No matter how formidable the Bai Feng people were, they could not possibly withstand temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. The inferno surged upward from the propulsion deck into the storage compartments, then spread through connecting corridors into the passenger carriages. Most passengers never even realized what had happened, before being consumed utterly by the roaring flames, leaving no trace of bone or ash. The conflagration devoured everything in its path: seats, bulkhead doors, and all facilities in the living quarters. Yet the train's chassis remained intact, only slightly blackened by the searing heat. The locomotive was no exception. Though Shida employed every means to delay the fire's advance, he ultimately could not escape its inevitable embrace. Flames breached the private sector via the landing pad of Car 1, racing forward along the corridor until they engulfed the cockpit, consuming control consoles and display screens alike. Hundreds of li away, Chen An's mood shifted gradually from calm ease to grave concern. Fuyao, if my own train encountered such a catastrophe, could it be stopped? Master need not indulge in baseless anxiety. Such an event is extraordinarily rare. It requires 3 simultaneous failures, total power loss, complete collapse of defensive systems, and prolonged exposure to the star's immense gravitational field. But what if it happened anyway? Then we would resort to spatial jump, right? I possess that capability. Shida appears to have something similar. Why didn't he use it? Such abilities are invariably constrained. Shida likely exhausted his capacity just prior, and cannot activate it again so soon. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have revealed it long ago. Watching further, Chen An observed the train descending rapidly. He issued his command without hesitation: move in and intercept it. A powerless train would inevitably spiral into the star. If Chen An hoped to retrieve its core, he would have to endure nuclear fusion with his bare body. An impossibility. Instantly, Chen An's train accelerated toward the doomed vessel and positioned itself beneath it. Push it clear. Boosting thrust, the train used its nose as a fulcrum, precisely bracing against the midsection of the Baifeng Express near Car 10. Minimal force sufficed, the 2 vessels locked together and soared out of the inferno. Even beyond the star's convective layer, the Baifeng Express remained an unrelenting furnace. Chen An continued to push, guiding it steadily until it settled onto a stable, safe orbital trajectory. Fuyao, how long until it cools sufficiently? Natural cooling to a temperature tolerable for unprotected entry is projected to take 13 hours. Too long. Find a way to accelerate the process. Could water extinguish it? The optimal method would be breaching the passenger compartment's hull to vent thermal energy, but that demands an extraordinary railgun, rendering it impractical. Therefore, I recommend first opening all carriage doors, then flooding the propulsion deck's breech with vast quantities of nitrogen. Chen An replied, agreed. Proceed as advised. The flames on the star originate from fusion reactions, not oxidative combustion. Introducing water would only intensify them. Of course I know that. I merely spoke hastily. But the Baifeng Express is different. Its fire stems from chemical reactions. In theory, sufficient water volume could indeed suppress it. Tell me, is the star's surface flame genuine flame? It is but a manifestation of thermal energy and radiation. True flame arises exclusively from exothermic chemical reactions. I hadn't expected treefolk to delve so deeply into such matters. You've truly earned my respect. In truth, our terminology is often imprecise. We simply adopt colloquial usage out of habit. Fei Yi. Do you understand? Fei Yi blinked blankly, utterly baffled. No matter if you don't. Let me teach you. Chen An, who had once harbored aspirations of becoming an educator, suddenly felt a surge of enthusiasm and launched into a comprehensive Hansen tutorial for Fei Yi. 3 hours later, Fuyao chimed in. Internal temperature of the Baifeng Express has dropped to approximately 200 degrees Celsius. Master may now enter wearing protective gear. I require a temperature low enough for entry without protective gear. Continue cooling. What resources remain inside? Most basic supplies have been completely incinerated. Low melting point ores have likewise liquefied, rendering them unrecoverable. Not a single warship of the Baifeng civilization survived, but the extraordinary railgun remains largely intact, though its outer casing suffered partial melting. An extraordinary railgun absorbs energy equivalent to hundreds of millions of energy crystals. Mere tens of thousands of degrees could never destroy it. A sudden spark of excitement ignited in Chen An's mind. He blurted urgently, "Can the extraordinary railgun be disassembled and reinstalled aboard my train?" The extraordinary railgun is inherently modular and transferable. I recommend mounting it on the sky-scanning vessel. It would significantly enhance our strategic depth. Does the sky-scanning vessel possess sufficient internal space? Its original main battery is a large-scale electromagnetic railgun, easily convertible to accommodate the extraordinary variant. A sound proposal. But let us revisit this later. After another half-hour, the Baifeng Express cooled to 50 degrees Celsius. Chen An ordered full-scale salvage. Every recoverable resource was to be retrieved. Fulfilling his prior vow to Shida, Chen An entered the cockpit and extracted the core. Regardless of the Inferno's fury, the containment module housing the core remained utterly unscathed. He returned swiftly to his own train and immediately consumed the core. Let it yield something worthwhile. Nothing trivial like reinforced door mechanisms. If Master remains uncertain, Lady Luoyu could offer prophetic insight into the outcome. Chen An rolled his eyes. Do you take me for a fool? To expend Luoyu's life force merely to glimpse an immutable future? He was merely testing Master's intellect temporarily. Enough jesting. Prioritize salvage operations. We depart at 2300 hours. The absorption process lasted unusually long. 30 minutes elapsed before results manifested. The extraordinary railgun has ascended to Tier 2, granting enhanced energy absorption and penetrative power. Chen An paused in stunned silence, then broke into a radiant smile. Though not a new ability, it is precisely what I required. The display screen illuminated the extraordinary railgun. Its external form unchanged, yet internal structural components revealed revolutionary material advancements. Tier 2 enables absorption of up to 200 million energy crystals, and penetration of all defensive systems on a Tier 2 train. Chen An exhaled deeply, utterly satisfied. Fuyao? Could Lingxua also ascend to Tier 2 by consuming other cores? Tier 2 ascension mandates consumption of a Tier 2 core. Thus Chen An now held absolute dominion over every train, free to annihilate any rival at will. How many times may the extraordinary railgun be fired? Upgraded, it eliminates all overheating constraints, granting 3 consecutive shots. Yet I advise against exhausting all 3 in rapid succession, as it would trigger an exceptionally prolonged cooldown period. Understood. By calibrating timing and frequency, I can maximize tactical devastation against adversaries. An hour and a half later the train departed, heading towards System 3. By then a full day had passed since the Alliance's chaotic warfare began, and outcomes across numerous battlefronts had already crystallized. But Chen An paid them no heed. His sole objective was Luo De. Even you can't locate Shida. Luo De had long regained his composure, scanning frantically for the White Wind train. To his astonishment, neither the stellar domain network nor the psionics could detect it. There's only one possibility: he's hidden within the photosphere of a star. No matter how formidable a psionic may be, expanding their detection range still depends on the stellar domain network. But only Luo De knew the network's existence relied primarily on signal relay stations, and those stations possessed a critical weakness: severe electromagnetic interference from stellar radiation. In other words, the stellar domain network's signal degrades rapidly near a star, eventually vanishing altogether. He truly knows how to vanish. Am I supposed to search every star individually? The AI interjected. He likely cannot traverse far. Recommend initiating scans from Star System 3. Luo De replied, no alternative remains. We proceed this way. The train reversed course and plunged into the star's photosphere, ignoring the battle unfolding beyond. Other trains dared not provoke him, opting instead to look away entirely. Half an hour later the Lingxua train emerged from the star's convective layer, empty-handed. Proceed to Star System 2. Yet barely beyond the interstellar ring it encountered Chen An's train Heaton. Both trains decelerated in unison and simultaneously established communication. Luo De wore a broad smile as he asked, where might Brother Chen have been? Chen An returned the smile and replied, after eliminating the dog-headed beings, my energy reserves ran critically low. To replenish swiftly, I directed the train into the star's radiation zone. Upon emerging, I found the war nearing its conclusion. Has our side claimed victory? Luo De shook his head. Victory or defeat remains undecided, but triumph is inevitable. Have you seen Shida? Don't you employ psionics? Surely you know. Psionics are not omnipotent. A sudden thought struck Luo De. Had Shida perished? Since psionics conserved mental energy by focusing solely on Shida, Luo De immediately instructed the AI to redirect them, to scan for severely damaged trains, abandoning fixation on Shida himself. Before he could resume conversation with Chen, and the psionics findings appeared across all screens. At the sight of a char-blackened train adrift in close orbit, its hull scorched beyond recognition, Luo De's heart turned to ice. Though its silhouette was unidentifiable, it was unmistakably the White Wind train. He exhaled faintly, then told Chen An, if you haven't seen him, it hardly matters, no loss. Has the war in Star System 1 concluded? Chen An replied, it nears its end. I've come here to assist. I fear Otto may strike without warning. Ha! Otto hasn't appeared at all. Likely terrified into hiding. Chen An countered, not necessarily. What if he intends to play the mantis, and we the cicada? An ancient saying from my homeland, the mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the oriole behind. Can your AI render that with precision? Luo De's smile tightened, frozen hollow, as he forced out, it seems Brother Chen also covets the role of oriole. Chen An casually poured himself a cup of steaming tea, drank deeply, then accepted half a candy from Fei Yi. Witnessing such nonchalance, Luo De's irritation flared, his perfunctory smile cooling into brittle frost. We're both intelligent. No need for pretense. How did you know in advance where the White Wind train would go? His question betrayed ignorance of the precognitive's existence. For most train captains, discovery remained empirical. Only encountering phenomena revealed their nature. Only Chen An and Yang Dingtian possessed precognitives, and neither had ever disclosed them. Chen An brushed it off, pure luck. Luo depressed. Then, you've already consumed the core. What abilities did you gain? Something you'd rather not witness. Oh, why is your train glowing green? Luo Da's smile vanished entirely, his face hardening into absolute glacial severity. That's blue light. You blind. Though I wonder, why does your train glow blue too? Chen An answered, a kitten's being playful. Wants to watch fireworks. And you? Luo Da said, I keep no cats. But I too wish to see fireworks. Curious translation, what is a cat? He gave a short hollow laugh, and severed the connection. He then ordered, everything hinges on this moment. If we fail to eliminate Chen, and our survival hangs in peril. While tension gripped his train, the opposing vessel remained eerily calm. Chen An asked, by measuring fluorescence intensity, can we estimate how many energy crystals Luo Da has deployed? 100 million. Maximum capacity. Chen An burst into laughter. Ha! He has no idea. I've also maxed out. Both sides had long activated their transcendent rail cannons. But Luo Da didn't know Chen An's maximum was 200 million energy crystals. Against such an adversary, Chen An dared not afford a single misstep, fearing failure might unleash unforeseen catastrophe. What are energy crystals? This is precisely their purpose. Not 200 million but even 400 million Chen An would expend without hesitation if it meant destroying Luo Da. One question, does the upgraded transcendent rail cannon require longer charging time? Still 10 minutes. Time will not increase even with further upgrades. Then I'm reassured. Issue an announcement, the train will soon undergo violent fluctuations. Passengers must secure themselves with seatbelts. Well. Alarms blared through carriages. Passengers jolted awake from sleep, bracing instantly for impact. What happens now? Look at the opposing train. It's glowing green. Some bold passengers rushed to observation decks, ignoring alarms entirely. Chen An hadn't lied. At close proximity, a distinct emerald luminescence did emanate from the opposing train's roof. Don't wander. This train is about to unleash its ultimate technique. That beam of light. Though they couldn't identify the weapon, they knew such beams could pierce armored trains and generate devastating recoil against their own vessel. Many passengers hurried back to seats to ensure safety. Inside the cockpit, Fuyao suddenly issued multiple urgent alerts. Internal network under attack. Stellar domain network intrusion detected. Activating internal firewall. Psionic intrusion detected. Initiating full system defense. Those words sent chills cascading down Chen An's spine. We must not lose control of the network. Consequences would be catastrophic. Fuyao, can you hold them off? I can fully repel stellar domain network intrusion, but psionic incursions are elusive, breaches may occur. Luo Da has committed the entire stellar domain network's resources against us. I'll be severely overburdened. Chen An slapped himself sharply. I forgot Luo Da possessed this tactic. Fei Yi. Can you withstand it? Fei Yi, chewing candy beside him, nodded vigorously. Her innocent expression left Chen An no choice but to try. Link to the internal network now. Not to counter the stellar domain network but to confront the psionic. Defense only, no counterattack. Oh, I'll give it a try. Fei Yi sat cross-legged on the floor, her gaze growing distant and unfocused. Chen An reached to lift her into a seat, but feared disrupting her concentration, so let her remain. Half a minute later, blood trickled from Fei Yi's lips. Her wide-open eyes turned cold, desolate, like lifeless ruins frozen in silence. Fuyao, what's happening to her? Fei Yi battles the enemy within the internal network. Psionic exhaustion is extreme. Can she endure for minutes? She should manage. For minutes. A grueling eternity. Especially since Fei Yi lagged one tier behind her opponent. Meanwhile, robots delivered a large pile of Tier 2 energy crystals beside Fei Yi. Luo Yu, predict whether Fei Yi will succeed. Such high-tier precognition required little time. Luo Yu delivered her verdict instantly. Fei Yi will repel the assault, but suffer grievous injury, as long as no one dies. Chen An's face twisted with grim resolve as he stared at the screen. The rail cannon's charge nearing critical threshold. Inside the carriage, the passengers were anxious and uneasy. Due to the internal network being attacked, chaos ensued. Their watches and various screens in the carriage displayed garbled characters and could not function properly. At the most tense moment, a muffled sound came from the train body. It felt as though the train had been struck hard, and the powerful impact sent the train hurtling backward for tens of thousands of kilometers, causing the carriage to jolt violently. Those who had fastened their seatbelts were fine, but the reckless ones were knocked about, bleeding from their heads, struggling with great effort to hold onto the observation platforms, railing to avoid being thrown to their deaths. The impact originated from the recoil of the rail cannons firing as a colossal beam of light pierced through the starry sky, obliterating everything in its path. Meanwhile, the Ling Shua train's beam fired simultaneously. At a distance, Luo Da could not discern much. However, as the distance closed, the intelligent brain issued a strong alarm. Warning. The opponent's superpower intensity exceeds 100 million energy crystals. Luo Da exclaimed in shock, why is this happening? He saw the beams from both sides collide with a diameter difference of 2 times. The raging energy dispersed to both sides, emitting a linear energy beam capable of penetrating asteroids tens of thousands of kilometers away. Due to the tremendous disturbance, other train conductors in the third star system quickly obtained relevant signals and displayed simulated images on their screens. The Fuyao train was on the left and the Ling Shua train was on the right. Two beams of energy of different thicknesses collided fiercely, gradually showing signs of movement. The beam is advancing to the right. Ling Shua cannot withstand it. In the scene, the thinner beam could not bear the pressure, crushed and swallowed by the stronger side, creating a more powerful impact that pushed back against the Ling Shua train at light speed. Warning! Warning! The energy is about to approach. Luoda screamed hoarsely, evacuate, quickly evacuate. The intelligent brain replied, once the extraordinary rail cannon is activated it cannot be turned off, and the train's power cannot counteract light speed. As soon as the words were spoken, a massive beam of light shot toward the train's front, penetrating through the opening. What happens when an object bears too much energy? What happens if it does? Just awakened Fei Yi's face was pale as she tilted her head to ask Chen An. Chen An replied, it will explode. On the screen, the front of the Ling Shua train suddenly burst apart without any signs of expansion. The beam continued to push inward without losing momentum, first destroying Luoda's extraordinary rail cannon, then tearing through, directly emerging from the train's rear. The beam's force remained unyielding, ultimately shooting toward the star, showing no immediate signs of movement. However, shortly thereafter the struck star began to stir, and a powerful stellar storm shot outward, its brilliance 1,000 times more dazzling than usual. Is the fireworks beautiful? Fei Yi asked. It is beautiful, but it's blinding, Chen An said, as he took her away from the cockpit, sending her back to her room to rest. Fuyao opened a screen in front displaying the tragic state of the Ling Shua train. The defense layer of the Ling Shua train was completely destroyed, the train body was torn apart, its top compartment's life support system failed, and many Ling Shua personnel were dying in large numbers. How long can they hold on with the stellar storm arriving? 5 minutes at most, Chen An asked. Luoda and the train head have been destroyed. The extraordinary rail cannon is also destroyed and cannot be repaired. I don't want anything else, just eliminate him. The stellar storm had no effect on Chen An's train. It was just temporarily unable to go out. However, it greatly impacted other trains as many civilizations were engaged in landing battles, fighting fiercely. Even knowing there was a stellar storm, both sides could not separate due to the fierce fighting, and the doors could not close. Consequently, electromagnetic radiation and ionizing radiation simultaneously affected both passengers, causing significant impact. The most deadly was the ionizing radiation. High doses of X-rays assaulted the cells of living beings, and survival for a few seconds or a dozen seconds depended entirely on extraordinary physique. Fuyao captured this situation and relayed it as crucial information to Chen An. What consequences will this have? The war will accelerate to an end, because the side being landed upon suffers devastating blows. Once the stellar storm ends, the attacking side can continue landing and end the war. Chen An replied, let them be, it has nothing to do with us. Where is Otto? The star domain network has been destroyed and my detection range is only 30 billion kilometers. I cannot find the Otto train. That's a troublesome matter. Can we replicate the star domain network? Cannot be replicated unless we obtain the special device from the Ling Shua train. I hope it hasn't been destroyed. The stellar storm lasted for 2 hours and the third star system was particularly quiet. Due to the loss of the star domain network, Chen An could not contact Yangding Tian and was unaware of the outcome. 2 hours later the stellar storm ceased, and Chen An dispatched robots to the Ling Shua train to collect resources. Humans cannot enter for now, the radiation inside is too high. Most resources are intact, but the radiation is too high. Some should be discarded. Chen An suddenly thought of a question. What about the train core? It wouldn't have been destroyed, would it? The core cannot be destroyed, it might be mixed in the ruins, and the robots will go to search for it. After more than half an hour, the core was found buried along with the storage components in metallic slag. The robots could not retrieve the core, nor could they pick up the storage components or even move. Chen An donned a protective suit along with a spacesuit and took a ship to the rupture of the Ling Shua train. The front of the train is the hardest part, but just thinking about blowing this up is terrifying. Fuyao, how long until my rail cannon can eliminate its overheating state? 5 days. That's not too long. If a second shot is fired within 5 days, the overheating state will last for 15 days. The third time will be 2 months. So as long as we control it well, a 5-day interval is acceptable. Soon the ship reached its position, and Chen An exited the cabin, not feeling well in the weightlessness. He lightly stepped on the metallic slag, arriving at the designated location under the escort of the robots. It was a cylindrical container originally connected by numerous metal wires, all of which had been torn apart, leaving dense black spots. Chen An pulled it out and opened the top seal, seeing the core glowing at the bottom of the container. Come out. The core was quiet in Chen An's hands as he brought it back to the ship. Let's go back. I can't wait. On the way back, Fuyao gave Chen An good news. I found a signal base station from the Ling Shua train. This should be the key to creating the star domain network. How many? for stations all placed in the power layer. However, according to the leftover information from the train, 10 stations are needed to create the star domain network. What a disappointment. Upon returning to the train, the first thing was to consume the core. This time it must be a new ability. Don't randomly enhance me. Perhaps the prayers worked this time. What he received was exactly what Chen An needed the most. Signal base station can be used to build a more powerful train network. Number of base stations 20. Why so many? Luoda only obtained 10 because he consumed a 1-star core. We consumed a 2-star core. Chen An was very satisfied. That means we can create a stronger star domain network. Where are the base stations? All in the storage layer. Please choose the construction location master. Chen An pondered. The passenger cabin definitely won't do, and the defense layer won't work either. The storage layer is too chaotic. It seems we can only place them in the power layer where there is more idle space. Get started on the construction immediately. How long will it take? 2 days. The screen displayed the shape of the base station, resembling a tall tower with dense various devices interconnected by transmission lines. I need to know Otto's location in 5 days. Since there was capability, he certainly could not let Otto go. The temptation of the 2-star core was too great. After harvesting all wartime resources, Chen An disengaged the combat status and piloted the train toward the 4th stellar system for rest and recuperation. The alliances had long since fractured, and without access to the stellar network, he saw no reason to waste time, nor risk unforeseen complications. How long until Fei Yi recovers? She will be fully restored after half a day's rest following energy crystal absorption. How many energy crystals remain? Converted entirely into grade 1 energy crystals, 500 million. Chen An was satisfied with the current state of affairs and prepared to distribute rewards to the passengers. As previously stated, each guild would receive a unique reward upon conclusion of hostilities. Fuyao, what do you suggest we grant them? Master, the decision rests solely with you. After a moment's reflection, Chen An declared, award 1 transport vessel to each guild. The model scaled according to guild size. Might this devalue the stellar credit? No, it will not. As the train ascends in tier, conventional transport vessels have depreciated significantly in value. Distributing them now is prudent. We can instead manufacture far more advanced successors. A sleek new vessel appeared on screen, reminiscent of the F-399, yet vastly enlarged. The F-499 multifunction transport vessel, a direct evolution of the F-399. Its defining advancement lies in autonomous interstellar navigation. Unlike the T-228 Explorer vessel, it requires no return to the train for energy replenishment. The T-228 has long suffered from limited cargo capacity. Its expeditions often yield barely enough to offset operational costs. What else? The F-499 boasts dramatically increased payload capacity and mounts superior laser cannons capable of engaging in rudimentary space warfare. Excellent. Let it be so. The announcement rolled out shortly thereafter. Passengers erupted in jubilant cheers. Coupled with explorer vessels and swarms of shuttle craft, these transports could coalesce into compact functional fleets. Guild leaders rushed to the hangar bay to claim their vessels, receiving models strictly assigned by the train's internal evaluation protocol. Nearly all demanded the F-399. The A-106 remained conspicuously unclaimed. I wish I could take one out for a spin. Under strict regulation, passengers were permitted only to observe the cosmos from the observation deck. 2 days passed swiftly. On December 25th, the stellar network was successfully established. What impact will this have on passengers? The stellar network operates externally. It neither interfaces with nor affects the train's internal network. Passengers will remain entirely unaware of its activation. Good. Initiate it now. The screen flooded with chaotic static, signal relays broadcasting electromagnetic pulses across the void. 5 minutes later, the display stabilized, yet remained utterly black. Stellar network deployment successful. Calibration in progress. After 30 minutes of fine-tuning, the screen finally resolved into imagery, not live footage but high-fidelity data simulation. Frame by frame, the image stuttered before gradually stabilizing, growing richer in layered detail. It depicted a circular region suspended in formless chaos. Within it clustered countless dark specks, planets and asteroids as confirmed by adjacent textual labels. The largest specks were stars. Their intense emissions disrupted network reception, rendering precise data points impossible. Is this the entire stellar domain surrounding the jump point? All celestial bodies are represented here. I have annotated each star system with unique identifiers for clarity. Furthermore, vessels belonging to other civilizations appear distinctly labeled with their respective civilizational designations. Chen An located his own train, orbiting the 4th stellar system central star along the mid-orbital plane, operating in low-power conservation mode. Now that's meaningful. At last, I'm no longer blind. Yet something felt amiss. Ling Shua had mapped the entire domain using only 10 relay stations, while we deployed 24 yet achieved identical coverage. Regions beyond the stellar domain consist of vast nebular clouds, devoid of observational utility, and are therefore automatically masked. I see. Display Otto's vessel. Otto's train resides within the inner orbital ring of the second stellar system. Visual feed unavailable. Why? Stellar interference restricts the stellar network's imaging to outer orbital zones only. With psionic assistance, imaging range can extend inward, but proximity to the star remains strictly prohibited. Shall Fei provide support? Unnecessary. This suffices. I need only confirm Otto's position. Incidentally, we initially piggybacked not only on Loda's network but also borrowed his psionic operatives. Where are the three-eyed ones? Any visual? They dwell deep within the inner orbital ring of the 8th stellar system, possibly ascending to Tier 2, though specific transformations remain indeterminate. Many trains concealed themselves within inner rings to ascend. Only a handful still roamed openly seeking battle. Chen An scanned the map, his gaze sharpened with glacial intensity. Can we strike a train during its ascension? A train under ascension is shielded by immutable cosmic law, neither attackable nor observable. His expression softened, the frost receding. A just and necessary safeguard. Otherwise, a single successful ascension would shatter the tranquility essential for all others. Then the question arises if numerous Tier 2 trains will soon emerge. Fixating on Otto serves little purpose. Our original plan targeted Otto for his core, but this strategy no longer aligns with fundamental interests. After all, Otto is no weakling. 28 days hence, 3 days from now, we lack time to assault multiple vessels. Recommendation: select targets at random, by fortune's decree. We'll decide then. 3 days later, the transcendent rail cannon was fully restored. Chen An ultimately abandoned the plan against Otto. Too cautious, too elusive, revealing scarcely any extraordinary capabilities. Moreover, the distance was prohibitive. Space jump deployment would be unjustifiable. Most critically, a plump target had just wandered into range. To ignore it would defy reason. The Wolfkin, recently ascended to Tier 2, were driven into the outer orbital ring of the 4th stellar system by 2 rival trains, subsequently destroying 3 of our reconnaissance vessels. Could this be fate? In Luoyu's prophecy, the Wolfkin fell beneath a single devastating blast from my cannon. Aside from Yang Dingtian, who alone warrants my restraint, any who approach shall perish. It seemed the timeline had realigned. Emboldened by their ascension, the Wolfkin surged recklessly inward, utterly oblivious to the cataclysm awaiting them. Allegiance meant nothing. Chen An immediately charged his weapons, initiating with 150 million energy crystals. By the time the Wolfkin detected the threat, it was already too late. A colossal azure beam lanced forth, piercing their vessel from prow to stern. Their conductor never learned the identity of his adversary, vanishing instantly in an incandescent flash. 5 hours later, salvage operations concluded. Chen An secured the core. Enough. We'll await the jump point window in 3 days, and refrain from further engagements. Shida stood as sobering precedent. One must always preserve contingency. Absolute invincibility does not exist. Upon absorbing the core, the train granted Chen An a new ability, one that drew an exasperated sigh. Verdant space enables internal greening of the train, granting autonomous self-repair. What practical use does this hold? You may precisely control the extent and location of greenery, such as cultivating flora within passenger carriages. Can't I simply transplant plants from planetary surfaces myself? Why require this? Should you ever aspire to construct a self-sustaining natural ecosystem aboard the train, this ability becomes indispensable. The cosmic laws bestow no trivial powers. Only the wielder's wisdom determines their worth. Chen An, indeed, it is no trivial gift, but neither is it what I require now. Very well. This will suffice for now. How do I activate it? A luminous interface materialized before him, displaying the train's multi-tiered layout. After brief study, he abandoned the effort. Excessive vegetation may prove oppressive. A tasteful accent here and there will suffice. Fuyao, handle it for me. On the 29th, the increasingly powerful electromagnetic storm continued unabated without any signs of stopping. To prevent the star domain network from suffering severe damage, Chen An decided to retract it into the train and halt any further expansion. On the 30th, the obliteration of the starry sky finally arrived. The reconnaissance sphere that Chen An had placed in the outer layer of the star domain over 6 months ago fulfilled its final purpose, helping him obtain crucial information. According to the speed of the approaching obliteration of the starry sky, it will reach our current position in 20 hours. Chen An made the decision: leave the star system in 5 hours and head to the jump point. We cannot wait until the last moment. If an accident occurs midway, there may not be time to resolve it. The train subsequently issued an announcement to inform passengers of the impending situation to prevent excessive anxiety. Upon learning that they would be leaving the current star domain for a new place, the passengers were anxious and apprehensive. Some went to the entertainment area to relieve their emotions, while others enjoyed the view from the observation deck. The observation deck's features became more and more refined, now equipped with a permanent bar where robots served as bartenders and business was booming. The next 5 hours passed in a blur as the train finally set off, leaving the star system for the jump point with no one knowing what lay ahead. Chen An hesitated for a long time, feeling uneasy, and summoned Luo Yu to make a prediction. Predict the state of the train after entering the jump point. Can you tell me while you predict? Yes, that's good. I can judge when to stop based on the content. Chen An prepared a large pile of energy crystals for Luo Yu to begin the prediction. She extended countless tendrils to touch the train, her leaves tightening. 5 seconds later, Luo Yu spoke her prediction results in a calm tone. The train will reach the edge of the jump point in 8 hours, and will wait 17 hours before entering the jump point. On the first day, the train is safe, but everything around is engulfed in infinite darkness. On the second day, the train is safe and the surroundings remain dark. On the third day, safe darkness. On the 30th day, the train emerges from a bright passage, but is attacked by a powerful particle beam upon exiting, damaging the power layer. Upon hearing this, Chen An called a halt. That's enough, let's stop here. He knew he would make changes at this point, making the latter predictions less significant. Luo Yu released half of her withered tendrils, and the leaves on her body had also turned yellow. Quickly absorb the energy crystals. However, to Chen An's astonishment, Luo Yu's absorption of energy crystals did not remove the yellowing. What's going on? Luo Yu replied, my lifespan is nearing its end. I can sense that I have 3 months left. Here was a piece of information a seer could only know how long they would live at 3 months. Chen An did not expect this and asked Fu Yao, what should we do now? Luo Yu is a triple extraordinary. She needs to advance to quadruple within 3 months. For humans, advancing 1 rank in the Ascendant Realm increases lifespan by 100 years. It should be the same for tree people, right? In the universe, any race gains lifespan through upgrades in a constant manner with no exceptions. Luo Yu had previously had a high lifespan based on her basic lifespan, not the subsequent increase. Seeing Chen An's regretful expression, Luo Yu calmly said, at least I am useful, right? If I hadn't made this prediction, the train would have suffered severe damage in 30 days. Chen An said, stop talking. Continue absorbing energy crystals. How long do you have until you can upgrade? I don't know. From today on, devote all your time to intense training. You must reach quadruple. Luo Yu replied, oh, I understand. After Luo Yu left, Chen An couldn't help but complain, since seers consume their lifespans, why not give them a little more? There are gains and losses. To obtain sufficient future information, one must pay an equivalent price or the rules are fair. Chen An no longer dwelled on this and continued to pilot the train. On the way, he did not see any other trains, indicating that he was the first. After 8 hours, the train reached the edge of the jump point. With the naked eye, the starry sky ahead resembled a tribulation scene with violent rays producing strange flames that surged rhythmically in all directions. At the very center, a massive white vortex churned celestial bodies, as if it were about to swallow the entire star domain. Fu Yao, is that a black hole? Can you see color in a black hole? This is just an ordinary space jump point. A white hole. A white hole only emits and does not absorb, which is exactly the opposite of the characteristics of a jump point. Chen An chuckled, isn't it just like that now? The jump point continuously expelled energy rays outward, conforming to the characteristics of a white hole. After discussing for a long time, Chen An grew tired and simply went to sleep. When he awoke, 6 hours had already passed. Chen An felt his face wet, and upon waking saw Fei Yi beside him preparing to take action. What are you doing? I'm not doing anything. There are mosquitoes on you and I'm helping you drive them away. Where would there be mosquitoes on the train? Chen An got up to eat something and decided to check on Luo Yu. She was cultivating in her space with energy crystals piled high on the lawn. Any deficit would be replenished by a robot. Not wanting to disturb her, Chen An headed to the cockpit and received a communication request from Yongding Tian. Brother, and I finally found you. Chen An asked, where are you? I am behind you. This sounded strange, sending a chill down Chen An's back. Fu Yao provided a visual revealing that several trains had already arrived nearby, with Yongding Tian's train hovering 100,000 kilometers behind. Brother, and do you know what the situation is now? Without the star domain network, I'm blind as a bat and can only run forward. Chen An informed him of the jump point's activation time, urging him to stay as close as possible to avoid being caught by the obliteration of the starry sky. To Chen An's astonishment, many one-star trains had also arrived, appearing like a tiny boat in the electromagnetic storm, swaying violently. Given the current strength of the storm, one-star trains might have a chance to pass, though it will be more difficult. But they have to take the gamble. In the following time, train conductors continuously sent messages to Chen An seeking refuge. How could he provide refuge at this time? He could only rely on himself, so Chen An ignored them. However, he still had to respond to Otto's communication. Is there something you need? Chen An asked. Otto, with his mechanical face, made Chen An feel quite uncomfortable. How many cores have you obtained in total? Chen An casually replied, what's the matter? Do you have some ideas? Indeed, I have some thoughts. I went to search the White Wind train and found that the extraordinary railgun was missing. It seems that this thing can indeed be loaded separately. How about this? I can trade you for it with another device. What do you have? A tracker that can locate. As long as the target is within 10 light years, you can pinpoint its location accurately. I don't need it. The star domain network can also achieve positioning, which is sufficient as the train cannot control larger areas. Hearing this, Otto wiped the silver cannon barrel on his shoulder and coldly stated, if you don't trade, I can locate you at any time. Then I will spread the word that you own 2 extraordinary railguns and that you have a stockpile of energy crystals worth billions. As long as I wish, I can say whatever I want. A blatant threat. Chen An's expression stiffened for a moment before he showed Otto a friendly smile. Sure, I'll trade, but there's no rush. Let me get organized first. Otto was very satisfied. You send a warship over. I definitely won't let the train get close to you. No problem, simple. After the communication ended, Chen An ordered Otto clearly doesn't know the jump point activation time. Send a frigate out in 2 hours, just to put on a show. Prepare 100 million energy crystals as backup. Trading a frigate and 100 million energy crystals for a train is not a profit for me but a huge loss for you. As the time approached, the electromagnetic storm grew more intense. Chen An's escort ship set sail, as scheduled, swaying perilously in the storm, making the journey exceedingly difficult. In reality, the intelligence system of the escort ship had already collapsed, and it was the robots that were piloting it manually. Send another robot to accompany Otto to the grave. I owe him that much. The robot is not a Blackthorn but a generation of robots that have already been eliminated. Master, are you keeping this generation to sacrifice it at any moment? How could that be? Blackthorn can still be sacrificed. When does the train depart? The annihilation of the starry sky is 2 hours away. We have enough time. I know we have enough time, but we need to act first. How far is it to the jump point? 10 minutes of travel. All right, we set sail in the last 10 minutes and activate the railgun. I cannot give Otto any chance to retaliate. A countdown appeared on the screen, and Chen An glanced at it from time to time. At the same time, each train car also had a countdown, allowing the passengers to share in the tense excitement. Chen An received a message from Zishu. I don't know what the future holds. Can you come find me? Chen An replied. I'm afraid I can't. I'm very busy here. All right, you go ahead and be busy. I really don't know what you're busy with all day. I even suspect you have a connection with the train conductor. Is he secretly recruiting you for something? I remember the train conductor is male. Could it be that he? Chen An's face darkened. Don't think too much. If you have nothing to do, go play extraordinary battles to improve your combat power. The train conductor doesn't keep useless people. You really have a connection with the train conductor. If you want, say, then I will investigate secretly. Chen An became interested and said, you can investigate, if you can truly find out the correct content. Whatever you want I will give you, but it must be within my ability. Zishu replied, it's a deal then, or just wait and see. After the communication ended, Zishu, feeling bored, excitedly headed to the observation deck. Yang Yuan asked, Sister Shu, the train is about to depart, where are you going? I'm going to the first car to find Zhou Jiang, he knows Chen An best. Yang Yuan replied, oh, isn't it me who knows old Chen best? I know exactly what kind of girls he likes and what he thinks. Zishu didn't respond, boarding the cable car to the observation deck, heading to the first car. The cable car, besides providing transport, also allowed for viewing the scenery outside the train. What a stunning jump point can the train fit in. If I could drive the train just once, I would have no regrets in this life. When the countdown reached just 10 minutes, Chen An's train officially set sail, heading toward the center of the jump point. Other trains saw Chen An move and quickly followed suit. Otto, a million kilometers away in a straight line, had just captured the warship sent by Chen An. In the cockpit, he was excited, his eyes gleaming green as streams of data flashed by. The intelligent brain asked, Master, are you really giving the locator to Chen An? Otto replied, haha, is he a fool or are you? The jump point is clearly about to open. How could I possibly give it to him? I was just testing him. I didn't expect Chen An to actually give it. He didn't even ask me to send the locator at the same time. I've just gained an extraordinary railgun for free. I truly am a genius. Just as he finished speaking, the intelligent brain slapped him in the face. Inspection revealed that the warship only contained a scrap robot with nothing else. Otto's eyes flashed continuously, indicating his emotions were reaching a breaking point. He dared to deceive me. Good, very good. Once we pass through the jump point, you can wait to die. But now was not the time to consider these things. Otto quickly piloted the train to follow Chen, and wanting to enter the jump point alongside him. The locator is indeed useless, but he can't imagine that I have other weapons. Although they are one-time use, I can still take him down. Thinking of the scene after revenge, Otto felt much better. If he got the train a bit closer, he would be surprised to find that Chen An's train was emitting blue light. Unfortunately, due to the intense electromagnetic storm, the detection range of the train's detector was compressed, causing the intelligent brain to be unable to obtain sufficient information. Time passed second by second, with nearly 60 trains floating and sinking in the electromagnetic sea appearing exceedingly insignificant. When the countdown reached 5 minutes, the trains began to form into formations. The first echelon was the Fuyo train, the second echelon was Auto and other 2-star trains, and the third echelon was 1-star trains. From the current situation, the 2-star trains were mostly stable, suffering no damage from start to finish. However, the 1-star trains were not doing well. Some had cracks appearing on the outer layers due to continuous impacts from particles in the storm, while others had internal networks collapse, and the intelligent brain could not provide accurate information. There were also trains with unique self-preservation abilities that could actually surge into the second echelon. But there was a harsh reality. Even if all the 1-star trains could reach the center of the jump point, only 50 would ultimately pass through and the rest would undoubtedly perish. Thus, the trains at the back surged forward madly, using every means possible, even attacking the trains ahead. The front train that was attacked would surely retaliate, launching laser cannons and electromagnetic railguns. But they forgot that this was the jump point, and these weapons gradually exploded or fell off, resulting in heavy losses. At the very front, the white vortex accelerated its rotation, releasing high-energy particle streams to both the upper and lower sides, the powerful shockwave nearly flipping the Fuyo train. Fortunately, it was a 2-star train, and under Fuyo's control it remained safe and sound. The jump point has opened. Chen An said, "I want to do something fancy. Can it be done?" "It can be done. I haven't even said it yet." With precise control, Fuyo managed to reverse the train under immense pressure, turning the front of the train toward the rear, causing it to momentarily hover. The other train conductors were puzzled, not knowing what Chen An was up to. Once they saw a black hole open at the front, they understood. Is Chen An insane? He still dares to fire at this time. Who is he attacking? I haven't offended him. There's no way to reach the core, why bother? Each had their own complaints, but it did not change the fact that the blue beam pierced through the jump point. Even the powerful electromagnetic storm could be penetrated by the extraordinary energy beam. At this moment, Otto felt a tingling sensation all over his body, even though he had a mechanical body. Bastard fool. Have you lost your mind? Turn around quickly. No matter how fast the train reacted, it could not compare to the speed of light. Otto heard a loud explosion, shaking his entire body and throwing his energy into disarray. The light beam passed through the power layer, penetrating through 7 train cars before stopping. To pierce through a 2-star train would require 150 million energy crystals, but Chen An only consumed 100 million. But that was enough. Under the sudden loss of power, Otto's train was inundated by the electromagnetic storm, causing it to rapidly retreat backward. Otto fell into despair. Looking up at the screen, he saw Chen An's train rushing into the vortex, propelled by the recoil of firing like a nimble carp. Otto shouted, "Chen An, I curse your ancestors." Signal base station offline, stellar domain network temporarily suspended. Radar detection severely limited. Effective range restricted to 10 kilometers. Reconnaissance sphere transmitted final data. The Otto train has been torn apart by electromagnetic storm. Survival probability 0.0000001. Regardless of current circumstances, Chen An felt utterly at ease. Since we have irrevocably sealed our enmity with Otto, he must be crushed utterly. No mercy, no quarter. Unlike those foolish protagonists in novels who leave their antagonists breathing room only to suffer greater losses later. 80 million energy crystals can pierce his defenses. 90 million can cripple 30% of the Otto train's propulsion systems. Under electromagnetic interference, losing 30% of propulsion is fatal. Spending an extra 10 million matters little. It's more about rounding the figure up for Otto, a gesture of grim respect. Besides, what if someone possesses a unique ability to escape? Honestly, I'd even consider going all out. 200 million crystals, full power. If that wretch survives by sheer luck, he'll become a grave threat. By the way, what is the train's current status? Has it gone blind? The suspension of the stellar domain network is tolerable, but compromised radar detection spells serious trouble. The train is losing propulsion and will drift forward under unknown forces. Velocity unchanged. Chen An urgently summoned propulsion metrics, projecting dense cascades of holographic screens before him. He couldn't decipher them before, and even now he still couldn't. Yet one thing was clear: every parameter was steadily decaying towards zero. The propulsion layer would soon supply power solely to internal systems. Why is this happening? Do you know the cause? Unknown. Unclear. Unfathomable. Uninformed. Where did you learn that circular rhetoric? According to Luo Yu's prophecy, the train will remain absolutely secure for 30 days. Master need not worry. Since 30 days is no brief span, keep passengers occupied. Assign them meaningful tasks. A series of competitions commenced: the second Fengyao train singing contest, the second Fengyao game tournament, and more. These required no further intervention from Chen An. He turned his attention instead to the external environment. Peering through the porthole, he saw only absolute darkness. Not a single photon penetrated the void. Were it not for the velocity readout on his screen, he might have believed the train had never moved. Can the doors be opened? Feng Yao immediately attempted it. The doors indeed opened. No external threats emerged, but neither did any survivable environment. Deploy a reconnaissance sphere. Chen An directed it backward, seeking other trains. Yet the moment it left the train's hull it lost all power, drifting forward in perfect synchrony with the train itself. After exhausting hours of futile effort, Chen An abandoned the endeavor entirely. Meanwhile the train buzzed with activity. Competitions flourished, prizes grew richer than ever before. Some sang, others competed in games or martial contests. Feng Yao launched additional entertainment modules ensuring broad participation and engagement. Yet for Chen An such diversions paled beside the rigor of scientific experimentation. Bathed in amber light, Chen An spent half an hour proving that under sufficient mental resonance, his body could execute precise motions without compromising spacecraft control. Thus subjected to dual punishment, physical exhaustion and mental strain, Chen An, who normally endured 8 hours, surrendered in 30 minutes, utterly humiliated. Feng Yao, what method might improve this? Continue strengthening physical constitution until it far surpasses that of ordinary beings. As long as the ox plowing the field is mighty enough, no field is too vast to till. While studying, carefully filter for useful knowledge. Do not let yourself be corrupted by what you absorb. Feng Yao possesses autonomous filtering capability. It categorizes and stores irrelevant data separately. No storage needed. Filter and delete. Immediately. What are you thinking? Zishu curled against him like a kitten, her usual elder sister composure vanished. My mind is blank. I'm thinking of nothing at all. Zishu smiled faintly. You're definitely thinking of something. I know you best. When you ponder, your gaze instinctively lifts upward. Fine, don't say. I don't need to know anyway. After a long silence, Chen An chuckled. Have you uncovered anything? Zishu replied. Zhou Jiang told me you rarely attend guild events. You're always busy. So I suspect you're engaged in something significant. Perhaps a special assignment. He also said you've never claimed guild star credits. As if they mean nothing to you, suggesting considerable personal wealth. As she spoke at length, Chen An quietly instructed Feng Yao to make things difficult for Zhou Jiang. In summary, you may be working directly for the train captain. May you disclose anything, since it concerns the train captain. Do you truly think I dare speak freely? Keep investigating. I have faith in your intellect. Zishu pouted. Though I majored in sports, though my calculus barely scraped passing, I possess exceptional cerebellar function. Just watch me. Chen An made no deliberate effort to conceal his vulnerabilities. Let Zishu investigate freely. Discovery mattered little now. Identity concealment had long ceased to be relevant. It was merely a pastime. From that day onward, the train entered a prolonged phase of passive navigation. Passengers reveled within its corridors, while Chen An remained an impassive observer. He realized he simply could not integrate disparate social strata bred divergent values, and thus irreconcilable dissonance. He tried several times to join passenger activities. Each attempt ended in disappointment. He found far greater fulfillment refining spacecraft piloting techniques with Zishu. As tedium deepened, Chen An settled into disciplined study, no longer relying solely on Feng Yao. On the 7th day after entering the jump point, Fei Yi finally ascended to Tier 3. This was momentous. She could now effortlessly link to the stellar domain network, granting informational dominance over rival trains. Though the network remained offline, she thrived within the train's intranet. Fluid, unimpeded sovereign. On the 10th day, Luo Yu also broke through to Tier 4. Her century-long lifespan renewed her withered branches, and leaves flushed vivid green once more. Chen An exhaled relieved. So long as Luo Yu lived, all was well. On the 15th day, the Skywatch cruiser was completed ahead of schedule. Chen An ordered the installation of the transcendent rail cannon in place of the main battery. This grants the cruiser formidable offensive capacity, and allows it to engage from oblique angles, supporting the train directly. Simultaneously, Chen An established the train guard corps, though recruitment remained suspended for now. Only the most exceptional passengers would qualify, and they would be granted authority to command warships. Before that, however, they must master essential professional knowledge. According to Feng Yao's estimation, cultivating a competent commander requires no less than 6 months. Chen An could wait. He allowed passengers to pursue training autonomously, without interference. Through observation, true excellence revealed itself long before formal assessment. Xiaojun attended no competitions. Instead, he spent each day in the training chambers. Chen Guoyang likewise avoided festivities, dividing his time between training rooms and transcendent combat simulations. Xia Feng devoted primary effort to physical enhancement, reserving secondary time for technical instruction. Zishu pursued relentless self-strengthening. Only during leisure moments did she allocate time to investigating Chen An. Time dragged. Yet suddenly the final day arrived. Chen An stood vigilant, poised for crisis. Ready the energy crystals. The instant the train emerges, activate the electromagnetic shield at full power. No conservation, no hesitation. Inside the cockpit, Chen An felt a subtle tension tighten in his chest. According to Luoyu's prophecy, the moment the train emerged, it would be struck by a particle beam capable of obliterating its propulsion layer. The origin of the beam remained unknown, but its power was staggering, rivaling that of a transcendent railgun. How much time remains? An exit expected within 10 minutes. Neon reality light appeared just 6 minutes later. A brilliant white vortex ahead. As the train drew nearer, the vortex expanded steadily. Yet no electromagnetic storm stirred. All was serene, harmonious, and unervingly calm. Had it not been for the prophecy, Chen An might have believed the other side perfectly safe. At the instant of passage, there was no violent jolt. Only an overwhelming glare so intense that even the reinforced viewport could filter only part of it. A fleeting daze washed over him before Fuyao's voice chimed repeatedly in his ear. Sensors restored. Full diagnostic scan underway. And propulsion restored. Acceleration initiating. An electromagnetic shield activated. Energy cost 100 million energy crystals. Chen An paid no heed to the rest. Ahead blazed a radiance like a stellar detonation. Its light so searing it made his scalp crawl. He finally understood the source of that blinding light, a freshly launched particle beam. Massive as a celestial pillar. Driving straight into the train's frontal propulsion layer with surgical precision. Since propulsion had not yet fully stabilized, the impact hurled the train violently backward, sending it careening awkwardly through a dense asteroid field. Such immense energy. Can the electromagnetic shield hold? Shield holding perfectly. But energy crystal consumption is accelerating rapidly. Recommend initiating spatial jump. And then jump. Target distance 1 billion kilometers. After expending 30 million energy crystals, a surge of exotic energy lanced from the train's stern, tearing open a black vortex in the void, and swallowing the vessel whole in an instant. Deprived of its target, the particle beam continued its trajectory, piercing straight through a dwarf planet before gradually dissipating. 1 billion kilometers away, the train re-emerged unscathed from the dark vortex. So this is spatial jumping. The wind-up seems rather long. Activate the stellar domain network immediately. I need to know where that beam originated. And having spent 130 million energy crystals without even glimpsing an enemy, Chen An bristled with quiet fury. He checked his remaining reserves, barely 200 million crystals. Barely enough for 2 full power volleys. He gazed out at the surrounding starfield, profound darkness, absolute silence. Stars distant, cold and faint. What is the train's current energy level? And 40% remaining. And thanks to minimal consumption during the jump, the train avoided total shutdown. Over the next 10 minutes, signal relays powered up sequentially. The stellar domain network bloomed outward from the train, gathering data across ever-widening arcs. Chen An noticed mounting commotion inside the carriages and instructed Fuyao to issue a public announcement to reassure passengers. As long as they'd survived the particle beam, the worst was likely behind them. At last, the stellar domain network came fully online. Its interface flooded with torrents of information, dizzying in volume and density. Just give me the summary. A hyper-advanced civilization lies 100 billion kilometers away, having mastered its home star system and commanding a vast armada. And the particle beam originated from a planetary ring accelerator powerful enough to breach the defenses of a Tier 2 train. Na holographic display shimmered beside Chen An, rendering the accelerator's colossal structure. An awe-inspiring feat of engineering beyond comprehension. Are they insane? To construct something of this scale? Just to fire one shot at me? Stellar Domain Network attempted infiltration of the civilization's internal network, but failed due to stellar interference. Recommendation: deploy Fei for collaborative intrusion. Chen An summoned Fei, immediately pairing her with Fuyao for the operation. This time, success. Fuyao siphoned torrents of classified data, dissecting the civilization layer by layer, until nothing remained hidden. The Kobos, humanoid species. Entirely non-mystical, devoted solely to technological transcendence. They had achieved flawless control over nuclear fusion and freely exploited resources across their entire star system. Given another few centuries, interstellar travel would pose no obstacle. Fei wrinkled her nose in distaste at the Kobo physiognomy. Their bodies are unnaturally slender, limber as eels. Features wildly disproportionate, eyes, enormous mouths tiny. Their ears appear vestigial, mere nubs. Most bizarre of all are the 2 antenna-like protrusions atop their heads, reminiscent of snail feelers. Indeed abnormal by our standards, but perfectly natural to them, Chen An replied with a wry smile. Fuyao, why did the Kobos attack me? Clearly this was premeditated. Fuyao's explanation left Chen An both astonished and resigned. A millennium ago, the first Kobo spacecraft departed Kobos Prime. A prophet foretold that 1,000 years hence a cataclysmic extinction event would be triggered by an interstellar train. Yes, a true apocalypse exists, the celestial annihilation, but it bears no relation to me whatsoever. How many fleets do they possess beyond that ring accelerator? The Kobos have constructed 10 interstellar fortresses across the Kobo system, each commanding a full fleet, over 1,000 warships in total including 2 Celestial Voyager-class vessels, and that force posed a genuine threat. Chen An suppressed his urge for retaliation, for now. Then we'll set it aside for now. Let's head to the nearest star system and restore our readiness first. With phase assistance, the Stellar Domain Network continues deep scan operations, capable of identifying habitable worlds, energy crystal deposits, and other strategic anomalies. Chen An nodded satisfied. This is precisely why psionic operatives are indispensable. Once you've gathered intelligence, simply annotate key findings. Faye's restless spirit mustn't be stifled. Let her move freely. The train resumed steady transit until it entered the nearest star system. Scans confirmed no inhabited world, but abundant resources including multiple rich energy crystal veins. 20 minutes later, Fuyao delivered a preliminary stellar map covering 500 billion kilometers. Locations of habitable worlds and energy crystal fields were now broadly charted. Accuracy remains incomplete, but margin of error falls below 5%. And that suffices. Align the train into stable orbit and recharge fully. Energy reserves reached full capacity 4 hours later. Chen An then shifted the train outward by 4 orbital layers before commencing extraction operations. Energy crystals take absolute priority. Every other resource yields to them. Initiate construction of the second Celestial Voyager-class vessel. Thereafter proceed continuously. No further orders required. Form a Celestial Voyager fleet, 50 escort frigates and 10 destroyer cruisers. Dispatch the fleet to neighboring star systems to harvest energy crystals and other strategic materials. Open leasing of F-499 transport vessels, permitting passengers to explore exosystem habitable worlds provided distances remain limited. Other systems harbored habitable worlds, but none hosted sentient life. Chen An deemed them unworthy of attention and declined to transport passengers there, leaving such ventures to individual initiative. 5 days later, Zhou became the first to break through to the 4th threshold, soon followed by others in rapid succession. On the 15th day, Chen An himself ascended to the 5th threshold, beginning the refinement of his blood essence. On the 17th day, another train materialized on the far side of the Kobo civilization, drawing Chen An's immediate attention. The train surged forth like a celestial dragon emerging from a nebula shimmering with dark gold hues. Inside the cockpit, Kalian's taut nerves finally eased. What accursed realm is this? We've traversed it for over half a month, yet found no worthwhile resources. Are you certain there's an advanced civilization ahead? NAI, unidentified warships detected, hosting sentient life forms previously unknown to our archives? And Kalian, what if they're just another train? Never mind, let's close in and observe. 5 hours later, the rodent train entered the outer heliosphere of the Kobier system, and instantly triggered a hive-wide alarm as though plunging into a furious wasp nest. The Kobier interstellar fortress activated full wartime protocols, fleets deployed en masse, and the planetary ring accelerator began charging at maximum readiness. The entire star system transformed into a colossal weapon of war. Every axis, every trajectory converging upon the rodent train. Though the rodent train lacked access to the Stellar Domain Network, its 30 billion kilometer sensor radius provided a rough but chilling assessment of the Kobier system, so alarming that its pilot leapt from the command seat in sheer panic. Over 1,000 warships. What is that colossal vessel over there? Press forward or retreat? NAI, enemy combat capability remains unknown. Recommendation, immediate withdrawal. Yet even as Kalian hesitated, the planetary ring accelerator ignited, its devastating particle beam surging across millions of light kilometers, streaking straight toward the train. Sensing imminent peril, the AI instantly deployed a radiant golden shield, intercepting the particle beam with flawless precision. There was no sound, but the spectacle of impact was awe-inspiring. Alarms blared incessantly within the train. Not because it was failing, but because such overwhelming particle bombardment had thrown numerous onboard systems into chaotic disarray. Withdraw. This thing is absurd. Even a Tier 2 train shouldn't buckle under such fire. And the rodent train calmly withdrew from the system, leaving Chen An utterly astounded. I need to know what that golden shield truly is. How could it withstand a direct particle beam? And even he required spatial jump evasion to escape danger. Yet the rodent train retreated with unnerving composure. This shield likely mitigates or significantly dampens energy-based attacks, and imposes constraints on hyper-advanced rail cannons. Via the Stellar Domain Network, Chen An accessed high-fidelity visual data. 7 hours later, the rodent train docked peacefully in the nearest star system, showing no further intent to provoke. More trains will arrive soon. Maintain vigilant observation. Half a day later, the Yaoyao probe intercepted a burst of electromagnetic transmission. Translation revealed it as a stern warning broadcast by the Kobier people across neighboring space. Any vessel entering the Kobier system shall face their most ferocious counterstrike, even at the cost of mutual annihilation. Signed, General Slyvan, Commander-in-Chief of the Kobier Federal Space Forces. And the Kobier people were once divided among many nations, until 5 centuries ago, when global unification birthed the Kobier Federation dedicated to cooperative cosmic exploration and resource development. Chen An pulled up Sliven's dossier, a seasoned elder statesman whose sharp, incisive gaze betrayed formidable intellect. Who is the true leader of the Kobier people? Federation Governor Starry serves as supreme executive authority. Chen An skimmed the profile briefly. No deep dive required. Over the next 3 days 2 additional trains arrived: the Bluebird people and the Semi-Scale clan. And the Bluebird people were familiar in form, humanoid yet fully avian in anatomy and physiology. The Semi-Scale clan stood roughly 1 meter tall, amphibious by nature, their most striking feature being broad overlapping fish scales covering their backs. When upright, their silhouette bore a faint resemblance to that of a shark. Why semi-scale? And they certainly do not call themselves that. The term originated from Yao Yao's translation, and their bodies bear scales on only half their surface. Does that not make them semi-scale? That explanation leaves me speechless. Have they caused any trouble? And all clans are currently regrouping across scattered regions. No hostile action against Kobier is planned. And if they won't strike, then let them be. We wait. In his leisure time, Chen An enjoyed recreational exchanges with Fei Yi, wholly legitimate pastimes, board games, strategic simulations, and the like. Yet after several rounds of online competitive gaming, he abandoned the pursuit entirely. Fei Yi activated God mode cheats effortlessly within the network, rendering Chen An utterly incapable of victory. Even when ordered not to cheat, he still lost. Not due to inferior skill, but because her neural control over game mechanics was so absolute that she dominated all opponents without assistance. Brother, it's my fault. I'll deliberately lose next time, okay? Fei Yi murmured crestfallen. Chen An replied, no need to yield. True competition demands fairness. Besides, if you truly intended to let me win, you wouldn't announce it aloud. And online games proved unreliable. Gamoku, 5 in a row, was refreshingly pure. After several decisive victories, Chen An felt deeply satisfied. When Kobier culture came up in conversation, Fei Yi remarked cheerfully, the Kobier people have a game akin to Go. It's delightful. During idle moments, I infiltrated their network and played several rounds against their so-called AI masters. And naturally I won. Within the network, my cognitive processing accelerates exponentially. Brother, shall we play network-based Gamoku? Chen An declined. Go and Gamoku cultivate inner tranquility. They demand a physical board, a steaming cup of tea, and quiet reverence. That is true delight. Did you cause much commotion? And probably not. Their scientists are frantically trying to trace my IP address. But I'm embedded within the stellar domain network. They cannot locate me. Chen An immediately instructed Yao Yao to retrieve related intelligence, and discovered Fei Yi's impact had been far from trivial. Under the alias Mustar Maiden, she had defeated every self-proclaimed invincible AI on Kobier Prime, sparking planetary-wide astonishment and trending repeatedly across global feeds. How recently did this happen? And just these past few days, quite amusing. Fei Yi blinked innocently. And yes, it was minor. I deemed no report necessary to master. Chen An remained perfectly composed. Indeed, a trivial matter, of no consequence. Play freely. Should you manage to dismantle the Kobier regime entirely, so much the better, provided the existence of the stellar domain network remains undetected. And suddenly an idea flashed through Chen An's mind. Yao Yao, how many Kobier citizens exist? 3 billion. Chen An murmured to himself, selecting 3 million prodigies from 3 billion. Surely no insurmountable task. And northern hemisphere of Kobier Prime. No. 32, North Street, Yale Holy City. Penthouse level. Sliven, 57 years old, swayed dizzily. The sensory tendrils atop his cranium drooped listlessly. Yet he persisted in reviewing the daily stellar brief. Those enigmatic interstellar trains have ceased provocations, for now, but remain an ever-present threat. And the governor's office grows increasingly discontent with the Space Force's astronomical expenditures. Yet what choice do I have? I cannot permit those trains to approach Kobier Prime unchallenged. And the planetary ring accelerator is our sole hope, and must never be decommissioned by political decree. A curved monitor rested upon his desk, its interface rendered in elegant arc-shaped glyphs. Beep beep beep. Ni's elliptical smartphone chimed softly, its ergonomic shell fitting perfectly in his palm. He answered, a child's voice, bright, tender, crystalline, washed away his entire day's exhaustion. And has Xia been well behaved today? She must listen carefully to mother at home. And father will return shortly, and has brought her a small gift. As Sliven rose to take the call by the window, his monitor abruptly flashed open. A pop-up resembling a browser-based game, its text rendered crookedly in Kobier script. The prophet's apocalyptic vision draws nigh. The doom of Kobier Prime is sealed. Seek salvation, enter the Yao Yao realm, where reality reimagines itself. The concern from his family brought a sense of comfort to Silwen. He returned to his seat, preparing to handle the chores quickly, so he could go back and spend time with his daughter. Seeing a page game advertisement on the screen, he frowned and casually closed it. As the doomsday prophesied by the seer approached, the number of related films and television works increased alongside a plethora of uneven games which became quite tiresome. What annoyed Selwyn even more was that this kind of garbage advertisement had no delete function, and clicking it would automatically enter the game. At the moment of entry, the tentacles above his head stood up like antennas and quickly plugged into the dual ports on the side of the computer. Inside the game, Selwyn's image appeared on the screen looking very realistic. Chen An was very curious about how the Kubo people entered the virtual game. They developed physiological ports that matched their physical characteristics, allowing them to enter the game world with their tentacles. Can humans do this too? If technology is advanced enough, you can use your hair or fingers as ports. However, the tentacles of the Kubo people are special, naturally able to receive strong signals, making it easier to develop. By the way, the tail of Faye can also be used. I have no interest in her tail. Are you sure this game can help me filter out extraordinary talents? I created many levels based on the history of the Kubo people. As long as you pass the final level, you will meet the requirements for being extraordinary. At the same time, we can help them correct their understanding of the train. Alright, spread the game on Kubo Star. After all, it's not like we have anything better to do. The sky was dim and the earth cracked with layers of steps falling from the sky, forming an altar upon connecting with the ground. Someone stood above. It was Selwyn, who had just entered the game. You dare to let me in with this kind of graphics? He was a young gaming enthusiast in his youth, having seen countless virtual games. This kind of quality could only be considered a low-tier minigame not worthy of mention. Just as Selwyn was about to exit, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from below. Long live the Emperor! The mist cleared, revealing soldiers as numerous as ants standing below the altar, fervently shouting towards it. Selwyn was shocked, initially thinking the target was himself. But then he noticed another person behind him, dressed in ancient clothing with a solemn expression. From today onwards, the Kubo Empire is officially established. Wherever the light shines, there is the territory of the Empire. Following this were complex sacrificial processes, and Selwyn watched with great interest, as if he were an observer. I thought it was some bizarre game, but it turns out to be a historical simulation. The quality is not high and the gameplay is too limited. I feel no sense of participation. However, it seems somewhat interesting. Achieving such detail in historical simulation shows that the creators put in a lot of effort. He recognized the identity of the Emperor as the founder of Kubo culture, the mighty ruler who unified the northern continent 10,000 years ago. However, the historical simulation did not develop as he had envisioned, as the apocalypse soon appeared. A line of text appeared before Selwyn. The world is about to be destroyed. You need to find a way to survive. At this moment, he was no longer an observer and could perform any actions. But he did nothing, simply watching everything unfold. The earth trembled, the sky collapsed. Even the Kubo Emperor, who ruled over billions, turned to ashes. Another line of text appeared before Selwyn. You died. The game is over. Selwyn woke up, unplugging the tentacles from the computer, feeling utterly perplexed. There were no gameplay instructions or task guidance. It was merely a small workshop game. He continued working, receiving several phone calls in the meantime. Due to the excessive resources spent on deploying the space defense line, numerous resistance forces had emerged among the populace, all needing him to dispatch people to suppress. Selwyn never showed mercy towards these resistance forces. After nightfall, he set off for home under the protection of 50 bodyguards. In the car, the casual chatter of a few close bodyguards sparked Selwyn's renewed interest in the game he had encountered during the day. Actually, it's quite interesting. The game is not just a simple historical simulation. Players need to find ways to survive, and the content triggered after starting the game is different for everyone. As long as the problem is solved, the game can continue. It is said that someone has already entered the 4th level. Is it true that rewards are given after passing the ultimate level? Who cares, as long as it's interesting? Selwyn opened his phone, plugged the tentacles into the port linking to his office computer, and re-entered the game. This time he fully enjoyed the game content, searching for various survival methods. He finally discovered that he only needed to hide inside the altar to enter the next level. It's not particularly fun, but it's somewhat unexpected. Selwyn continued to play, passing levels consecutively using his intelligence. At the 9th level, he encountered the revered prophet of the Kubo people. The experience was profoundly shocking. The game depicted the scene of the prophet's prophecy, but to Selwyn it felt off. The starry sky will be obliterated and Kubo Star will turn into cosmic dust. In our most critical moments, the interstellar train arriving from the distant starry sky will become our last hope. But among all the trains, only one is trustworthy. The others will head towards the abyss. Upon reaching this point, Selwyn exited the game. He found the car had long since stopped at his doorstep, but the bodyguards dared not disturb him. This game has issues promoting reactionary thinking. Immediately have the Network Management Bureau investigate and capture those behind it. The secretary promptly transmitted the secret order. and the Network Management Bureau became busy. When he saw his beautiful wife and daughter welcoming him at the door, Sylvan's irritable feelings dissipated, and he hurriedly embraced his wife and daughter. "Chia, did you make mommy angry?" The little girl sweetly replied, "No, I was very obedient." "That's good. Darling, you've worked hard." The family of three enjoyed a harmonious moment just like across billions of kilometers. In the cockpit, Fei treated Luoyu like a cat climbing frame, hiding everywhere. Chen An acted like a demon, baring his teeth and claws to catch her, scaring Fei into a shrill scream. Luoyu and Fei were good sisters, extending branches to build defenses, rendering Chen An completely powerless. "This is going too far, you know I won't hurt you." Fei lay on Luoyu's shoulder, making a face at Chen An. Just as Chen An was about to sneak around, Fuyo suddenly gave a reminder. Currently only one person has reached the 9th level, but he did not continue. Instead, he gave up midway. "I'm not sure why. This person is Sylvan." Passing each level signifies an increase in talent rank. Reaching the 9th level indicates that his talent is most likely rank 9. Kibo Network. Who knows how to pass the 6th level? I've tried all known methods, but I just can't find a way out. Every time you re-enter the game, the content and solutions change. Instead of asking online, it's better to research it yourself. Is it really that fun? I feel like it's pointless. That's too bad. This game is truly magical. Every time you pass a level, it brings an indescribable joy. No more talk, I need to conquer the 5th level. The game named Fuyo World spread rapidly across the global network like wildfire, attracting countless curious Kibo people. They cannot explain why they are so addicted, but they find it hard to think about food or tea. They must keep playing to feel comfortable. The game had been out for 5 hours, and so far no one had broken through the 9th level. It seemed there was a barrier, and even with all their strength, they couldn't find a way to break through. As night deepened, Sylvan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He propped himself up, glanced at his wife and daughter, then cautiously took out his phone, inserted the tentacles, and re-entered the game. The game started directly from the 9th level, and the content was the same as before. After the prophet's prophecy ended, signs of the apocalypse appeared. Sylvan took no action. He experienced the entire process and then disconnected from the game. "I want to see what comes after the 9th level. Only by understanding your deeper concepts can I devise targeted solutions." In the next few hours, Sylvan tried various methods. Unable to prevent the annihilation of the stars, he had no choice but to escape. He called on everyone globally to build massive spaceships, but as soon as they flew out of the star system, they were annihilated. He then built smaller spaceships, flying even farther but still unable to escape annihilation. The annihilation of the stars comes from outer space. Flying out is a suicidal act. "But if I don't fly out, I'll have to wait here to die. Do I need a faster spacecraft?" However, Kibo civilization's technology has its limits. The ships produced cannot reach higher speeds. After failing the game for the 12th time, Sylvan woke up in a cold sweat, his head pounding, unable to enter the game again. In the morning, the sunlight was gentle. In the conference room of the governor's office, over 100 federal high-ranking officials sat around a transparent long table. At the front, a slightly plump Kibo man, with unique purple tentacles on his head, was Governor Scary. Scary looked around and asked, "Has Sylvan not come again?" His slender secretary whispered in reply, "The marshal is busy with work and mentioned he wouldn't attend the meeting today." Scary's expression remained unchanged, but he said nothing more. The meeting content was complex. They first discussed the rebel issues, with the governor accusing the space military of taking 90% of resources while being ineffective against the rebels. Then they discussed the train issue. Dr. AI Hua discussed the interstellar train plan 2 years ago, suggesting that trains be made to run between Kibo Star and the 3 major defenses, allowing ordinary people to enjoy the starry sky up close. It can be seen that interstellar trains are not high-end technology. We do not need to fear them excessively. For a century, we have spent enormous resources building the starry sky defense to guard against the so-called apocalypse, especially the planetary accelerator. Governor, you should know that the energy used for one operation of the accelerator is enough for all Kibo people for 10 years. If this continues, the number of rebels will increase, and our planet cannot withstand such pressure. That train did not express any malice towards us. Perhaps they are distant visitors simply seeking friendly communication. I suggest we make contact. If there is a misunderstanding, we should resolve it quickly. Everyone has their own opinions, but most advocate for contacting the train. Scary said expressionlessly. But you need to know that whether to open the defense line to contact the train requires the marshal's approval. My words do not carry weight. The meeting fell into silence, and soon after it was adjourned. With a serious face, Scary returned to his office alone. The secretary handed over a large amount of information. Scary rubbed his dry skin tiredly, saying, "I'm exhausted and don't want to read, you read it to me." The secretary replied, "The rebellion in Shuanha State in the southern hemisphere has been quelled, resulting in a total of 70,000 deaths. Since yesterday, the number of protesting citizens has increased from 100,000 to 1 million, showing a trend of escalation. The rebels gave a speech in Lunazoo yesterday, and after being expelled riots broke out resulting in 2,000 deaths on the scene. Due to excessive mining of iron or the largest mountain range in Taiha State has collapsed and mudslides may occur at any time putting Taiha City at risk. Over 10 million citizens have jointly requested to relocate online. A data error occurred when the accelerator was activated half a month ago, causing a power outage in the northern 3 states for 17 hours with the number of freezing deaths rising to 40,000. Every piece of news, every number made Scary's eyelids twitch. Before he could finish speaking, Scary sent the secretary away and made a phone call. While waiting, Scary reviewed the information again, talking to himself. The rebels want to overthrow me, the citizens say I am corrupt, the space military is short on funds and seeks me out, and global disasters are still my fault. I don't believe in any prophetic predictions. Such things are pseudoscience. The space military must cut back and the accelerator must be halted, or otherwise I won't be able to hold on to this governorship for long. But the problem is Sylvan is acting recklessly because of the space military. I need to find a solution. 10 minutes later someone knocked on the door and entered. It was a young man. Ruin, how is the intelligence I asked you to gather? Ruin is Scary's personal intelligence officer. He replied softly, the marshal lives, simply has normal conduct and there are no stains. However, his subordinates have instances of corruption and bribery. Should we investigate further? What use is there in investigating his subordinates? Is there any other intelligence? Ruin replied, a game appeared online yesterday, forcing many people to play, causing a great uproar. But as players delve deeper, they become increasingly addicted to the game. Some of the concepts within are quite interesting. The governor might be interested. Scary immediately sought out the game, but after many attempts, he couldn't even pass the first level. Losing patience, he went online to search for answers. The explanation of the prophet statements in the game resonated with him. Though I don't believe in the apocalypse, ordinary people do. Perhaps we can take advantage of that. Half a day later, the game Fuyo World rapidly passed the official review and became available for public download. 5 days later, a spaceship quietly passed through the 3 layers of defense and headed towards deep space. Chen An, what do the Kibo people want? Governor Scary sent his intelligence officer to contact the rat people, wanting to test if they are friendly. If the rat people harbor no malice, the Kibo people may initiate normal communication. This situation was unexpected for Chen An. What is this operation? The Kibo people paid an immeasurable price to set up the star system defense. Previously, they activated the accelerator to attack us. After activation, it caused severe aftereffects affecting at least 50 million Kibo people. The citizens cannot hold on, the governor cannot hold on, and only the military persists. Chen An understood. So it means the Kibo people themselves are not that powerful. They are just holding on. They could maintain before because the accelerator had never been fully powered, but as soon as it is activated, it will cause a huge impact. Have the Kibo people's spaceship contacted the rat people? Not yet. Once contact is made, inform me of the communication details. On the mouse people's train, Client was enjoying his lunch for the day. The meat of star beasts was mixed with some vegetables into a paste, sticky yet smooth, with a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. In front of him were 2 holographic screens. One displayed a bird person, while the other showed a species resembling fish people. 3 days ago, Client had established contact with the half-scale tribe, and today the 3 parties were officially meeting, the atmosphere more harmonious than he had imagined. The blue bird train conductor was called Iyun Lai, while the half-scale tribe's conductor was named Wansha. We are all in need of population. Capturing some Kibo people would be quite suitable. But the problem is that the Kibo fleet is too powerful, especially that accelerator, which is a lethal weapon. Wansha opened his mouth wide and asked, is it possible to destroy the accelerator? Client shook his head. The Kibo people have deployed 3 defensive lines in the galaxy with a total of 10 interstellar fortresses. The accelerator is on a planet within the 2nd defensive line. We must pass through the 3rd defensive line to get in, but once we enter the alien zone, the accelerator will activate its attack protocol. Iyun Lai said, does anyone have an extraordinary orbital cannon? There's no need to hide it now. If we can take out the accelerator early, we can rush in and grab what we need before leaving. This desolate place is too barren, there's hardly any resource. Client replied, I wish I could. Who can provide me with it? Wensha, do you have any? If I had it, I would have used it already. After a casual chat, they each cut off communication. Client's expression darkened as he commanded Intelligence Brain, prepare the energy crystals at all times to prevent ambush. Iyun Lai likely had no deadly weapons, but it was uncertain with the half-scale tribe. Having appropriate defenses and suspicion is a basic quality of a trained conductor. Not long after finishing his meal, Client suddenly received a reminder from the Intelligence Brain intercepting a message from the Kibo people. A peaceful communication with me. How strange, why? Client was somewhat bewildered. Was he not an invader in the eyes of the Kibo people? Where did the peace come from? The Intelligence Brain said, we cannot obtain internal information from the Kibo people, but analyzing their written descriptions, they seem quite sincere. Client asked, where did the information come from, And how can we communicate? The intelligence brain replied, the Kibo ship just left the galaxy not long ago and is no longer under the information control of the Kibo system. We can contact them at any time. Should we establish normal contact or attempt to capture them? After contemplating for a long time, Client had an idea and said, I will contact them directly, but let's modify my projected image a bit, preferably to resemble a Kibo person. Soon a new image appeared on the screen featuring a similarly slender figure with tentacles on its head, exuding a very friendly demeanor. The Kibo people don't know what aliens look like. Using this image will be more deceptive. Perhaps it would allow them to bypass the 3 defensive lines. Shortly after the communication was established, in the silent space just outside the galaxy, a small spaceship was flying slowly. Inside, the intelligence officer Reuven looked at the screen with some surprise. So this is what aliens look like, quite similar to the Kibo people, not nearly as unattractive as depicted in films. Esteemed alien friend, I come from Kibo Star, bringing the governor's sincere greetings. Klein responded, Dear Kibo friend, it is a pleasure to meet you. They exchanged pleasantries for a while, before gradually steering the conversation to the topic at hand. Reuven asked, May I ask, why have you intruded into our homeland? Klein replied, I apologize. I was unaware of the situation in the galaxy and mistakenly intruded. After your sincere persuasion, I recognized my mistake and quickly left the Kibo system, and I have not approached it since. In fact, my kin are dying in large numbers due to a lack of food. Sigh. There are some things that are inconvenient to elaborate on. Reuven suddenly understood, realizing the situation. How many kin do you have? Over 1 million. Haha, just over 1 million. We Kibo have 30 billion people with plenty of food still available. Client seized the opportunity to say, could you allow my train to enter Kibo Star? I can exchange food for other resources or technology. I don't mind taking a loss, the key is to save more of my kin. Hearing this, Reuven felt a surge of superiority. Initially thinking the aliens in the train were formidable, it turned out they were few in number and on the brink of death. If that's the case, the immense cost they invested in building the space defenses was entirely in vain. Reuven said, Friend, I sympathize with your plight. But whether I can let you in, I still need to report to the governor. Klein was moved to tears, urgently saying, Then please hurry back to ask. My kin cannot hold on much longer. After the communication was hung up, Klein sneered, I didn't expect the Kibo people to be so gullible. I'll contact Wansha and Yunlai immediately. I have a way to enter the Kibo system. On the other side, Chen An also didn't expect the Kibo people to have so little suspicion. Are the Kibo people really this foolish? The space defense has drained the Kibo people. Perhaps before the cosmos faces annihilation, the Kibo Federation will collapse on its own. The Kibo Star is plagued by frequent wars and they desire peace. Our game has influenced some people's judgment. Chen An chuckled softly, I just wanted to test the Kibo people's talents with a game, but it ended up affecting their intelligence. This can't be blamed on me. Next, let's see how they communicate and find an opportunity to take action. Reuven's spaceship would take 10 days to make a round trip, and he would only provide Klein with a response after those 10 days. The governor has accepted your request for assistance and is willing to communicate and exchange resources. However, to enter the Kibo system, you'll need to pass through 3 layers of defenses. You don't need to worry, the governor will provide you with a relatively safe environment and will not actively attack you. Klein acted very submissively, nervously asking, What if your accelerator suddenly attacks us? Rest assured, the accelerator will actively shut down and will not activate. Klein sighed in relief. As long as the accelerator did not activate, it was fine. Thank you. May I ask how long we need to wait? Reuven replied, About 2 months. We Kibo also have many troubles to deal with. Klein was quite satisfied. He also needed 2 months to prepare after all the patrol ship had yet to be built. After the communication concluded, Reuven brought all the content back to Kibo Star for professional analysis. The Kibo were not that foolish. Since Reuven's contact with Klein, they had been analyzing the authenticity of the dialogue. Through the tone of speech, facial expressions, and the written words used, they could discern whether the other party was lying. The result was unexpectedly that Klein had not lied. Since it was all true, Sky Ray sighed in relief. Quickly give them some supplies to send them off, then we can cut down the space army, especially that damned accelerator. Reuven asked, But what about the Marshal? He is scheduled to inspect the major fortresses tomorrow for half a month. Even the Marshal cannot go against public opinion. In a cozy standalone villa. Daddy, that game is so much fun. I just cleared the 2nd level. Slywin, preparing to leave, put on a stern face. Children shouldn't play games. For the next 2 weeks while I'm gone, focus on school and don't play around. Xia made a face at Slywin, her light pink antennae swaying, constantly showing her delight. After giving his wife and daughter a few simple reminders, Slywin left for the space military base. An hour later, the Marshal's exclusive spacecraft ascended, heading beyond the planet. After Slywin's departure, a surge of differing opinions suddenly appeared online. In our universe, there are actually many interstellar trains that pass through various star systems, allowing passengers to travel to extraterrestrial destinations. Although this sounds like something from a science fiction novel, it might actually exist. Science tells us that an apocalypse cannot happen. The prophecies of the seers may be fabricated rumors by certain powers to control our thoughts. Do you think there will be an alien prince on the train specifically coming to Kibo Star to marry me? The rhythm became increasingly absurd, and people spontaneously decorated the interstellar train, creating a fantastical illusion. As time passed, the interstellar train became a tragic figure in the exile of the starry sky, while the Keber people stood by indifferent. Chen An observed these changes daily, treating it as a sociological study. Whether it's the Keber people or others, herd mentality never goes out of style. People are reluctant to think deeply and only believe in ideas accepted by the majority. In the past, they believed in the seers' prophecies no matter how anti-scientific, with unwavering faith. But as more people began to question the prophecies, it became like a raging river, unstoppable. Fuyo, what do you think will happen next? Conservative officials led by Scary will target Slywin and then forcibly dismantle the space military using public opinion. Chen An raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are they going to kill Slywin?" "No one dares to kill him, but they can imprison him." "Has anyone else cleared the 9th level?" "Only 37 people worldwide have entered the 9th level, but no one has passed it. Currently Slywin is the most hopeful candidate, but he has been too busy and hasn't played the game in a long time." "Could Slywin be a special extraordinary? His speed in clearing levels is astonishing. If he can abandon certain deeply ingrained thoughts, clearing the 9th level shouldn't be a challenge for him. There is a high probability, but since the game is only in preliminary testing, it cannot provide much accuracy." Chen An temporarily set this matter aside and instructed Fuyo to display visuals of the alien system. Is there really a pure energy crystal planet? The planet was discovered 3 billion kilometers away, with the outer layer being first-class energy crystals and the inner layer being second-class energy crystals. Preliminary estimates suggested a total of 2 billion basic units of energy crystals. A basic unit is defined as a first-class energy crystal. Chen An smiled broadly. "Just send the train directly there. This many energy crystals will be sufficient." "Where have the guilds gone?" "Most guilds are on 3 life planets 150 billion kilometers away. Although there aren't many star beasts, various resources are abundant. Once the train sets off, inform them of the new location and ensure they don't get lost on the way back." There's another issue as we move further away from Kibo Star. Will the star domain network still provide enough information? The current control range of the star domain network is a radius of 50 billion kilometers. This is not its limit, but the optimal range for obtaining complete information. If the master requires it, the star domain network can expand to 1,000 billion or even 10 trillion kilometers, but it will become as fragile as Ling Shua star domain network, and the information obtained will decrease. As long as it suffices, there's no need to expand too much. The train then set sail and arrived at its destination 4 hours later, officially beginning the energy crystal collection work. Half a month passed like a fleeting moment, and the new changes on Kibo Star disrupted Chen An's daily life. Scary initiated a public vote, and 80% of the Keber people agreed to cut space military spending and halt the daily operation of the planetary accelerator. Slywin urgently returned to the surface and was arrested by the authorities on charges of funding the rebels. The screen displayed chaotic scenes from Kibo Star, with many places even experiencing 0 yuan purchases. Where is Slywin? He has been imprisoned, and the space military is temporarily taken over by the governor. Chen An sighed. Internal strife truly is the most serious issue for any civilization. This is a good thing. As long as the accelerator stops, Klyan and the others will be able to destroy all of the Keber people's space defenses. At that point, we can follow up and aim for a complete victory, feeling elated. This desolate place is too barren. Apart from energy crystals, there is nothing good. Chen An wanted to resolve this matter quickly. He needed to escape. In the largest prison of Yale Holy City, Slywin looked forlorn. Believing in alien races but not in one's own people, that is reality. I've done so much only to find it was all in vain. He recalled the world of Fuyo, realizing that all his attempts in the 9th level were purely wishful thinking. I understand now, it's not that the Keber people's spacecraft are too slow, but that I always wanted to bring as many Keber people as possible to escape. They are too heavy. I don't need to save those who are still in deep sleep. Slywin's eyes turned red and his antennae swayed rapidly. A certain special force caused him to undergo a transformation in thought, allowing him to link to the network from a distance and then enter the world of Fuyo. Following the same process after the seer's prophecy, signs of doom appeared. This time Slywin did not think too much. He gathered scientists from around the world to build a spacecraft, selecting only a few elites, and then took his family to escape. As for the other Keber people, he couldn't wake them, nor did he want to lest they hinder the spacecraft's escape. This time the spacecraft sailed out of the sea of stars, leaving the starry sky far behind. Suddenly a vast amount of white light appeared, the starry sky vanished, and the stars disappeared. He saw a train orbiting a star on its tracks, grand and beautiful, truly mesmerizing. What? Someone cleared the 9th level. Chen An, during a meal, hurriedly put down his utensils, casually stroked the tail of the flying instrument, and rushed to the cockpit. What happens after clearing the 9th level? He will see the shape of our train and can directly converse with you. But whether to converse is entirely up to you. Who is it? It's Sliwen, and he has already awakened extraordinary powers with a talent rating of 9. As for whether he is a special extraordinary, the distance makes it impossible to detect. Chen An was astonished, awakening without absorbing energy crystals. The essence of absorbing energy crystals is absorbing super energy, which is spread throughout the starry sky but in very low concentrations. Sliwen's awakening is purely coincidental. I don't think it's coincidence. It has a lot to do with your game. I didn't expect the game to have such an effect. It can be utilized more in the future. Chen An sat in the driver's seat and instructed Fuyo to open Sliwen's visuals to check on his condition. Sliwen floated in confusion, his thoughts hazy, not even knowing whether he was in the game or in reality. Let's have a conversation. I'm very interested in him. Sliwen initially firmly opposed the train arranging the space defense line with a mindset of mutual destruction. However, upon seeing the entirety of the train, he suddenly felt a yearning to go inside and take a look. Just as he attempted to approach, the scene flipped and his consciousness blurred. The train vanished, leaving only a massive stone statue with no face. The image was quite horrifying, causing Sliwen to nearly exit the game world. The stone statue began to speak. Welcome to the Fuyo world, do you have any questions? Sliwen, now surprisingly alert, asked, Are you the game developer? I am the developer. Don't you have any other questions? Sliwen calmed his emotions and shook his head with a smile, saying, You sound quite young. Are you married? How old are your children? Do you think I'm a Kibo person? In fact, I'm not. Over a month ago you used an accelerator to give me a boost. How do you plan to repay me? His tone carried a hint of resentment, but was more like teasing. Sliwen didn't believe it and said, The game is well made, but don't make another one. Because of this game I ended up in prison. The stone statue extended its hand and pointed to the side. A scene of Kibo Star appeared, overlapping in a clear manner. After countless layers, the image extended outward, clearly displaying the space defense. At this sight, Sliwen was covered in goosebumps, his expression filled with terror. The image continued to move outward, revealing an even more vast starry sky, even incorporating the rat people's train. However, Chen An did not show the appearance of the rat people, as it could affect their plans. Do you see clearly? I know everything about you. To be honest, if I didn't want to give you a way out, I would destroy the entire Kibo Star system as punishment for offending me. Everyone can boast, and Chen An freely let loose, frightening Sliwen considerably. After a long while, Sliwen asked, Are you really an alien? But why did you bring me here? I see potential in you and want to give you a chance to survive. Sliwen replied, Is the apocalypse really true? Go and feel for yourself. You cannot change the overall situation. Preserving your own life is the most important. The stone statue disappeared and Sliwen was kicked out of the game. He attempted to re-enter the game but found no portals available. Sliwen fell into confusion. Did I really make a mistake? Is Scary right? No, the prophet's prophecy is very clear. Only one train is hope. The train Scary and the others contacted may not be the one I encountered. He quickly sent out his analysis, but not many Kibo people believed him. Only those who had entered the Fuyo world and passed through the 5 trials believed him unwaveringly, but their numbers were too few to change the situation. March 17th, Year 2 of the Revival Calendar. After a month and a half of mining, the energy crystal planet was finally depleted. The total energy crystal reserve is 25 billion basic units. With grain in hand, there is no need for panic. This is Chen An's current mindset. If anyone provokes me again, I'll directly fill 200 million energy crystals without a blink. Does the patrol ship have 300 million energy crystals in reserve? Should we increase? Chen An replied, That's enough for the patrol ship to fire 3 times. No need to increase. Have they started? The Kibo people and the rat people have completed their second contact. 3 trains are approaching the Kibo Star system. Chen An checked the images. The other trains would arrive at the Kibo Star system's outer circle in 8 hours. Our train should hurry over, retract the patrol ship, and release it when we get close, keeping a certain distance from our train. Passengers will not board for now. An announcement will be made for them to stay on the current planet. We will return to pick them up after we finish our business. On the way, Chen An pulled up more data about the Kibo Star system, discovering that Scary had indeed made a firm decision. Not only did he shut down the accelerator, but he also opened gaps in all 3 defensive lines. To reassure the incoming trains, 10 fortresses fell silent, with only 3 maintaining necessary vigilance. Chen An was astonished, saying, Has this guy gone mad? Just shutting down the accelerator would suffice, yet he even closed the fortresses. Of course, the fortresses themselves aren't strong. They're just targets. But what about his fleet? Scary took precautions. He divided the fleet into 3 formations, lingering near the gaps in the 3 defensive lines. As long as the train makes any unusual movements, the fleet can immediately surround it. The scene then displayed the Kibo Star. Banners welcoming the train hung on the streets with public screens broadcasting speeches made by Chen An in a false persona everywhere joyful as if it were a festival. Chen An remarked, who would have thought that public opinion could change so quickly in just 2 months, with official support and the blind following of the masses. Since the announcement of the alien train's visit to Kibostar, the accelerator has stopped the space military supply, has weakened, the resistance has temporarily quieted down, and even the weather has become warmer. In summary, Kibostar is currently thriving, all eagerly awaiting good news from the aliens. Unfortunately, everything is an illusion. When the 3 trains reached the outer star circle, it was just morning in Yale Holy City. Scary was dressed neatly, and the officials radiated with vitality. Unlike before, when they were scorned by the people, they now had a good reputation. As long as they fulfilled their duty of contacting the aliens, they would receive high praise. In the future, whether it's making money or continuing elections, it will be twice as effective with half the effort. Based on the timing, the train will arrive at the first star circle and enter orbit around 3 in the afternoon. We have already dispatched a welcoming fleet to bring the guests to the banquet. Sir Governor, do you have any other instructions? Scary said in an official tone. The entire banquet process will be live-streamed for all Kibo people to see. We cannot neglect the prison. Our marshal should be interested. Also prepare sufficient food for trading with the other party. As the hosts, we can take a loss. We cannot let our distant friends feel cold. After the banquet ends, I will announce the complete abandonment of the accelerator and the disbandment of the space military, leaving only the basic fleet. Then I will issue a large number of welfare measures. The resources saved from the space military will be enough to appease them. Aren't the rebels looking for money? Just give it to them. Ruben, pay attention to security. Ruben's expression was conflicted and he didn't reply for a long time. Scary asked, are you still in doubt? Ruben said, I've started to sense something off these past few days. Sir Governor, I still suggest placing the trading location outside the defense circle, not allowing the trains to approach Kibostar. A certain rotund minister beside him sneered. Contacting aliens is a diplomatic affair. There's no reason to shut them out. Do you think a few trains and 100,000 people can pose a threat to us? Other officials joined in condemning Ruben, making Scary seem like a saint. Scary remained unfazed, smiling as he said, Ruben is still too young to hone yourself. Well, the future is yours. While they exchanged formalities, the Rat People's train entered the outer star circle without hindrance. The planetary ring accelerator has been confirmed shut down. No energy fluctuations detected. All fortresses along the transit corridor have likewise been deactivated. 1,000 of the 2,000 electromagnetic railguns are now offline. Kobier fleet units are patrolling both flanks, uncertain whether escorting or preparing for defense. Inside the Ratman train, the AI intelligence reported the situation to Kullian. Kullian, cleared and composed, asked, if we launch a sudden assault, can we dismantle their defensive lines? The primary line of defense consists of orbital fortresses. Secondary defenses are space fortresses built upon asteroids. The space fortresses pose negligible threat. Mere frigates could shatter them. Eliminating the fortresses and the fleet alone would cripple the entire defensive grid. On screen, the structural diagram of the Kobier star system's defense network appeared. The first orbital ring encircled Kobier Prime itself, tight and densely fortified. The second and third rings orbited the central star, far more sparsely distributed. Excellent. Notify Ingyun Lai and Windsor. Proceed exactly as planned. The Ratman train would enter first, the other 2 trains would follow at carefully spaced intervals. 3 hours later, the Ratman train entered the third orbital ring, escorted by a dozen warships. Live feeds of the approach were broadcast planet-wide. Every citizen of Kobier watched the spectacle unfold in real time. Chen An observed the transmission and deduced Kullian's stratagem. At their current distance and velocity, when he reaches the first ring, the other 2 trains will simultaneously arrive at the second and third rings respectively. Then they will strike without warning, preventing interfleet coordination and enabling isolated annihilation. A sound tactic, elegant and efficient. Yet one question lingers: do they truly believe the ring accelerator cannot be reactivated? The planetary ring accelerator is not easily restarted, meaning it could be restarted. At that moment, Chen An's train neared the Kobier star system. Activate electromagnetic shielding. Prioritizing stealth above all else, minimize crystal energy consumption wherever possible. Electromagnetic shielding engaged. We may loiter undetected at the system's periphery. Relieved, Chen An settled in to observe, summoning Fei and Luoyu as well. Recalling the many passengers aboard, Chen An instructed Fuyao to initiate a live broadcast. Let them watch closely, to learn from the Kobier people's experience. Kobier Prime's populace watched the alien trains with rapt attention. What a magnificent vessel. Do you think we could ever build one like it? We could certainly construct one, but likely only for intrasystem travel. Interstellar departure remains beyond reach. I still don't understand why they chose the train configuration. Wouldn't conventional spacecraft suffice? Trains present too many disadvantages in deep space. A train's immense length demands extraordinary thrust to escape stellar gravity wells. Sleek spindle or spherical-shaped vessels remain far better suited for interstellar voyages. Some debated astrophysics, others theology. A newly interpreted prophecy of the prophet makes perfect sense. The end times approach, and only aboard interstellar trains may we flee. Yet only 3 trains exist. Surely they cannot carry many. Only the faithful who worship the star god shall board. Heretics like you shall be crushed beneath celestial wheels. Are you not concerned about alien invasion? 3 trains. Hardly an armada. We possess our orbital rings and the planetary ring accelerator. They pose no threat. Yet I hear the accelerator has already been deactivated. Haven't you noticed? No routine blackouts these past 2 days. Energy supplies appear unusually abundant. Regardless of Kobier's assumptions, the 3 trains advanced precisely as scheduled. At 1300 local time, the Ratman train pierced the 2nd orbital ring. Cullion gazed through the viewport toward the distant planet. Its ring accelerator coiled around Kobier Prime like a luminous serpentine band, unmistakably conspicuous. The Kobier spared no sacrifice to forge such a marvel. Such audacity demands collective devotion. Were this our own people, even proposing such a project would meet insurmountable resistance. AI confirm once more, is there any risk of accelerator reactivation? AI reactivation requires massive energy input. The Kobier have severed all power conduits. Then all is well. He turned his gaze to the opposite flank. A fortress city of iron and steel silently adrift among asteroidal ruins. If this fortress were active, would its armaments threaten our train? Only the planetary ring accelerator poses a credible threat to our train within this system. But unless we neutralize the fortresses, our warships cannot deploy. Cullion reveled in the unfolding scenario. Anticipating the shattering of Kobier's naive illusions filled him with exhilarating glee. Such foolish creatures deserve deception. Time slipped away second by second as the train gradually decelerated, gliding slowly toward the 1st orbital ring. From the screen, Kobier Prime shimmered, a beautiful azure world. Yet its blue was muted, veiled by an indelible ashen haze. Where do the other trains stand? AI, approaching their designated fortresses, likely arriving after us. Shall I urge acceleration? No need to rush. We will dock at the 1st ring regardless. Half an hour later, the train reached the 1st orbital ring, entering orbit 80,000 kilometers from the nearest fortress. Beep beep beep. AI. Incoming communication request from Kobier Prime. Establish connection and respond on my behalf. On screen, the governor's office materialized. Director Skyry and senior officials awaited. Skyry spoke first, extolling Cullion's arrival with effusive warmth. Cullion scoffed. Warmth? You truly think I've come for a family reunion? Reply that docking will require 20 minutes. The exchange was conducted entirely by AI simulation, not by Cullion himself. Precisely because it was AI-driven, the Kobier could not detect its artifice. Upon receiving the reply, Skyry beamed with delight and proceeded to outline the full reception protocol, extending lavish hospitality. Cullion murmured, "Truthfully, their sincerity almost moves me." So, his expression twisted instantly into cruel amusement. "I shall strike with merciless force, annihilating every warship. Should the Kobier resist, we shall bombard Kobier Prime itself. After all, I require only 3 million souls." 20 minutes was brief, but ample for all 3 trains to map every defensive weakness. With 5 minutes remaining, a welcoming fleet of 9 frigates approached the train, poised for ceremonial reception. Their frigates are pathetically undersized. No wonder they deploy so many. Overall, the Kobier defenses resemble prestige architecture, impressive in appearance, hollow in substance. Frankly, if that ring accelerator had never existed, I could have breached their system single-handedly with just this train. AI, time is now. Commence operation. At the command, 20,000 upgraded laser cannons and 200 upgraded electromagnetic railguns began charging in unison. Each weapon had already locked onto its designated target. Railguns aimed at fortresses, lasers targeted space fortresses and enemy warships. Simultaneously, the train's defensive hull opened its bays, ready to deploy its concealed warships at a moment's notice. Before countless awestruck Kobier eyes, brilliant laser beams erupted, striking space fortresses and warships in rapid succession, reducing them to incandescent ruin. The fortress possessed autonomous defenses, but under concentrated fire from 200 railguns, its shields collapsed in an instant. Its structures crumbled like rotted timber, shattering at the slightest impact. On sidewalks inside apartment complexes, across school playgrounds, before museum entrances, countless Koberans stood bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend the images flooding public screens. Welcome fireworks. Indeed, quite spectacular. And wait, that can't be right. Destroying a fortress as fireworks. Is such extravagance truly necessary? And I heard the space fleet is slated for dissolution. Perhaps that fortress will soon be scrap metal. merely repurposing waste. Nance a firm subjective worldview takes root in the mind. Ordinary people find it nearly impossible to accept sudden radical shifts. Even when someone suggests an alien invasion has begun, others dismiss it outright. Time lost all meaning, until the public screens dimmed and alarms wailed, sending crowds scattering in shrieking panic like startled sheep. Inside the governor's residence, Governor Skyrie seized General Lewin by the collar and demanded, "What is happening? Why did they open fire? I warned you something was wrong." Lewin stammered, his face ashen, and Skyrie cut him off with a roar. "If catastrophic losses occur, Lewin, you will become a traitor to our people." "A report, sir." And moments later a general arrived to brief Skyrie. 3 trains launched a surprise assault while approaching the fortress, destroying it entirely along with the orbital citadel and nearby warships. "The space fleet is mobilizing urgently, but more time is required. We request your order. Deploy ground forces into orbit immediately to intercept them. They may well strike Kobier Prime itself. Deploy all available forces, regardless of branch, without delay. Under no circumstances must those trains draw nearer." Orders transmitted. Spacecraft and shuttles ascended from launch sites worldwide, converging on the Rat People's trains. The network remained intact. Ordinary citizens quickly learned the truth. Heavens above. Aliens aren't friends after all. They're enemies? And how could they breach 3 defensive lines so effortlessly? What is the space fleet doing? Don't forget, the space fleet has already been partially disbanded. What remains is mostly on leave. And so the prophet's prophecy was true after all. The trains herald catastrophe. Chaos erupted across the globe. 30 billion souls gripped by terror, and none reveled in it more than clean and annihilate, slaughter, crush Koberan hope beneath iron treads. That is true ecstasy. Ha! A mere shuttle dares charge headlong into our train. And opposite the train, swarms of combat vessels surged forward. A dense feudal mosaic against its colossal silhouette. Hundreds, then thousands, of laser beams lanced forth, skewering ships in rapid succession like roasting spits. Yet Clean remained oblivious. He viewed Koberans as ants, but Chen An viewed him as a clown. Has this fellow already slipped into tyranny? Chen An pointed at Clean's exultant, flailing figure on screen. To gather deeper intelligence, Chen An commanded Fei to unleash its full capabilities, coordinating with Fuyao and the Stellar Domain Network, to infiltrate the Rat People's internal net silent and undetected. Few beings possess the Master's calm intellect. Clean lacks the stature to be a tyrant. He is merely a grotesque heretic. And a remarkably precise assessment. Tell me, can the half-scaled clan's train truly not be breached? And the Rat People's and Bluebird People's trains had both yielded to intrusion. Yet the half-scaled clans remained impenetrable. Psionic abilities are not omnipotent. Many methods exist to shield against them. If intrusion proves impossible, so be it. Sufficient situational awareness already exists for sound judgment. Shifting focus to other feeds, the Bluebird People's and half-scaled clans trains were ravaging the 2nd and 3rd orbital rings. And since Kobier Prime could only project force into the 1st ring, these adversaries encountered far fewer defenders. 10 minutes later, the defenses of the 2nd and 3rd rings collapsed entirely. No resistance remained. Both trains accelerated toward the 1st ring, racing to claim spoils before the Rat People claimed them all. Clean was crushing Koberan resistance. Unopposed by fortresses or heavy weaponry, the train was unstoppable, slaughtering Koberans beyond count. Though surface bombardment had yet to begin, the situation had already shattered. Betrayed and burned Koberans descended into despair. 20 minutes into the conflict, Governor Skyrie addressed the planet, calling upon all Koberans to unite and repel the alien invaders. Yet his prestige lay in ruins. His authority had evaporated. "Your Excellency, perhaps we should release the Supreme Commander. Only he can restore order." And Skyrie's facial membranes tightened, his antennae rigid with fury. Does Kobier fall without Sylvan? Is the space fleet still unprepared? Recall every officer dismissed during downsizing. And the secretary hesitated, then bowed and relayed the command. The 1st orbital ring housed 2 fortresses. None had been obliterated by the train, the other remained intact on the opposite arc. At last 500,000 Koberan soldiers assembled, forming a space fleet of 200 warships. With the Supreme Commander imprisoned, the Deputy Commander led the fleet toward the Rat People's train. Clean knew of their approach. His train's long-range sensors had already mapped the opposing fortress. Let them close in further, so they grasped the true meaning of despair. And indeed, as the fleet drew nearer, dread thickened among the crews, morale crumbling under the weight of inevitability. At a distance of 100,000 kilometers, a particle beam erupted from the fleet, piercing a Rat People destroyer lying in ambush along the flank. The beam retained lethal momentum, shattering 2 escort vessels in its wake. And inside the command chamber, Clean's expression darkened. What is that infernal thing? Where did that particle beam come from? Analysis: the enemy fleet contains a vessel analogous to a celestial patrol cruiser, equipped with a weaponized particle accelerator, a scaled-down version of a planetary ring accelerator. Its energy consumption is extreme, its cooldown period is lengthy. It poses no meaningful threat to us. And it just vaporized 3 warships. That's not a threat. Counterattack, eliminate them. N-20,000 laser cannons fired in unison. 80,000 high-energy beams lancing toward the space fleet. And with only 200 warships, each bore the brunt of 400 searing beams on average. The footage streamed live from the opposing fortress to the surface. Citizens watched in stunned silence as 500,000 warriors vanished beneath a blinding tide of lasers. Neen, the governor's resident Skyri, screamed into the calm. This is the space fleet's combat prowess. Worthless. There are another 500,000 troops. Send them to die now. End crash. Nee's spherical terminal struck the floor. Built too robustly to shatter it, instead triggered a melancholic haunting melody, eerily mirroring Skyri's desolation. After 15 minutes of numb disbelief, word reached him all 3 trains had now entered the first orbital ring. No briefing was needed. Skyri strode to the window, and there beyond the clouds loomed the steel leviathan jaws of abyss agape, hurtling toward Kobier Prime. Luwin, bring out the Supreme Commander. An imprisoned Sylvan had followed every development through the network. Nate expected grief, but felt none. If Kobier's annihilation is fated, then this moment merely fulfills the prophet's vision. Inevitable and just. Just as he'd felt upon conquering the 9th level of his simulation. Indifference to the world's fate, fixation only on his wife and daughter. Fuyao, if you truly exist, I would surrender everything if only my wife and Xia might live. The sky was dim and the train obscured the sunlight. Marshal, it is the governor who sent me to invite you to oversee the situation. Slyvan did not mock or complain, calmly saying, lead the way and return my authority in the process. The disbanded space army soldiers are gathering, but their speed is too slow. We need the marshal to rally them. Slyvan strode towards the spaceship outside the prison, and upon entering issued his first command. The space army no longer needs to gather or disband. Facing the astonished gazes of others, Slyvan nonchalantly stated, only the accelerator and 3 defense lines can withstand the train. Since they are all gone now, why send soldiers to their deaths? Nevertheless, I will not allow the train to have an easy time. He initiated a private communication sending information beyond the planet. Near the second star ring on planet No. 7, the accelerator surrounding the planet's equator lay coiled like a giant dragon, silently lurking without a sound. In the research facility buried deep underground, a multitude of researchers were anxious. Should we execute the Jade Shatter plan? The commander gritted his teeth and said, without the marshal's orders, the plan cannot be executed. The marshal is imprisoned and cannot issue orders. If we do not execute the plan, soon those trains will destroy Kibo Star. The accelerator is not solely used as a weapon, its primary function is scientific research. Outsiders would not know that many scientists from Kibo Star were here. However, faced with the rampaging situation of the train, scientific experiments were far less important than the survival of their kin. Just as the various factions were debating, the commander received an order. Prepare to execute the Jade Shatter plan. All scientists are to board the spaceship and leave. The Jade Shatter plan? What is that? Chen An was particularly concerned about whether the accelerator would start deliberately staying to observe the footage. He speculated, since it's called Jade Shatter, it must be a means of mutual destruction. Those scientists will not sacrifice themselves, right? He had his eyes on these scientists. Although the trains had self-research capabilities, they relied entirely on Fuyo and the factories on the trains. If there were high-quality scientists, Chen An would definitely be willing to take them away. Just as he was thinking, Fuyo detected something unusual. The accelerator was rapidly starting up, drawing energy from the planet's interior. The Kibo people wanted to use the planet as a power source to forcibly activate the accelerator. The accelerator started at 10%, the other trains were unaware. It reached 50%, the other trains were still unaware. At 100%, the planet's interior dissolved and the accelerator would self-destruct in 3 minutes. In the footage, the once dormant steel dragon awakened, its eerie blue glow illuminating the starry sky. At this time, the 3 trains finally realized the situation. Clion was taken aback and hurriedly prepared for defense. Yanli and Windsor also immediately employed defensive measures, neglecting the slaughter of Kibo people. Seconds later, a powerful particle beam shot out from the collapsing accelerator, piercing through millions of miles of starry sky. Along the way, there were space fortresses, meteorites, and the corpses of warships. But the particle beam seemed oblivious, penetrating all and charging straight towards the Ratman train. Clion was furious and exclaimed, "Why me among the 3 trains?" As soon as he finished speaking, the particle beam struck the train, causing it to sway violently, as if beset by a hurricane. But that was all it could do, as the Ratman train's surface sprouted a golden shield, perfectly deflecting the particle beam just like last time. Seeing this scene, Chen An couldn't help but mock. These Kibo people never learn. They know the Ratman train has defenses, yet they still shoot at it. At this intensity of the beam, if they attacked other trains, they would at least inflict heavy damage. The master can think positively. The accelerator consumed the Ratman's defenses, which is more beneficial for us. Chen An's eyes sparkled and he chuckled. Indeed, such a level of defense cannot be used indefinitely. It must have a limit. Looking at the footage, the planet supporting the accelerator was completely disintegrating along with the accelerator itself shattering into cosmic debris. What a pity! How much manpower and resources would it take to build such a thing? Fuyo, can we build an accelerator of this level on our train? Its functions and efficiency are far inferior to the extraordinary railgun, so there is no need to build one. Unless the size is significantly reduced, the only possibility I can think of is integrating the accelerator with the energy crystal. But our extraordinary technological development has not reached that level. Chen An pondered. That's why scientists are still very important. Relying solely on the train's research capabilities would take ages to achieve anything. I want all these scientists. As he fantasized about the future, the furious Chen officially began the bombardment of Kibostar. Release all warships and launch indiscriminate attacks on the planet's surface. Inform Yanli and Windsor to join in. Do not worry about there being no one to use. They won't run out of lives. On the planet's surface, the people witnessed the destruction of the accelerator and became increasingly despairing. Slyvan sighed deeply. He had done all he could, and under the suppression of absolute power, there were no further options. The spaceship docked at his doorstep. Slyvan voluntarily interrupted his recently restored authority, discarding his phone, and no longer concerning himself with these trivial matters. Dad! Xia rushed over and threw herself into Slyvan's embrace. We need to go underground to take shelter. In the face of the carpet bombing from the 3 trains, going underground was the only chance for survival, as the cities and living beings on the surface faced devastating strikes. Within just 5 minutes, the death toll on Kibostar surpassed 10 million, finally forcing the governor's office to apply for surrender. The one sending the application was Intelligence Officer Liu, one as scary had already perished in the bombardment. Dear alien friends, we surrender and are willing to pay any price. After venting his anger, Chen ordered a ceasefire. He laid out his conditions. 3 million elite population split evenly between males and females. Half of the food on Kibostar. Your complete set of technology. Those who activated the accelerator and ordered its activation must die. As Chen stated his conditions, Chen An's train had just entered the outer space circle very covertly. They have ceased fire. It is the perfect time for us to enter. To be honest, I would prefer Chen to bombard for a while longer, otherwise it would not demonstrate our importance. The primary target is the Ratman train. We must strike while he is weak and not wait for his shield to recover. Chen An made various arrangements and Fuyo executed them in turn. When they reached the 3rd star ring, noticing that the electromagnetic shield could no longer hide Chen An simply exposed himself completely and released the patrol ship. Let the patrol ship lie in ambush nearby. If any train tries to escape, launch an attack directly. The train then crossed the 3rd star ring and was immediately detected by the reconnaissance systems of other trains. Inside the Ratman train, the intelligence system urgently detected the 4th train entering the Kibostar system. Chen had not paid much attention initially, but upon seeing the screen, he realized that the train had actually reached the interior of the 3rd star ring. How did it come in without detection for so long? The intelligence system replied, Reminder, the train is the Fuyo train. Chen turned pale in an instant, exclaiming, Fuyo-chan, and how did that bastard get here? Kulian could disregard other civilizations, but the Fuyao civilization filled him with acute wariness. The spectacle of Chen An obliterating the O2 train in its final moments left him profoundly shaken, even haunting his psyche. From his perspective, Chen An and O2 had no apparent conflict, making that final brutal strike utterly inexplicable. The only plausible conclusion was that Chen An was a madman, a tyrant, a despot. Initiate emergency comms. Immediately. This is critical. He wields a transcendent rail cannon capable of annihilating a Tier 2 train. Chen An accepted the transmission, his face wreathed in disarming warmth. Old Kulian, having fun are we? Kulian's skin prickled. That smile echoed Ruada's, nearly identical in its chilling perfection. Brother, and I hadn't expected you to come in person. I've already subdued the Kobier civilization. Name anything you need and I'll have them deliver it immediately. On a side screen, the shield regeneration timer flickered. 10 minutes remaining. Once the shields reactivated, he would fear Chen An no longer, and might even turn the tide. A shielded ratfolk train could breach the defenses of a Tier 2 train through sheer kinetic impact, a tactic he'd used repeatedly to reverse certain defeat. Yet Kulian did not know that the moment he displayed the shield recharge data, Chen An received the same intelligence in real time. Calm and unreadable, Chen An asked, What treasures does Kobier Star hold? Nothing but population. The Koborians diverted all resources into constructing orbital defense grids. The planet itself is barren and stripped bare. Then it holds little interest. Since I've come this far, I must leave with something substantial. And brother, and look over there, the half-scale and bluebird trains. Let us join forces and crush them together. Both cores shall be yours. And a sound proposal. Step aside. I'm powering up the rail cannon. Don't want to hit you by accident. The transmission severed. Cullion ordered his train to withdraw to the opposite flank. His expression darkened as he queried the AI. How long can our shields withstand a transcendent rail cannon? They will fully absorb the first strike and enable immediate counterfire. But should he fire a second shot, our shields will fail. His first shot will target either the bluebirds or the half-scales. We need only endure the second. A third shot is improbable. It requires significantly longer recharge time. As he spoke, priority comms from Yunlai and Windsor arrived sequentially. Cullion rejected them all, fearing misinterpretation by Chen An. I'd almost welcome Chen An firing twice, wiping them both out. Then I could seize 3 cores at once. Just imagining it sends chills down my spine. He glanced toward the viewport. The Fuyao train's hull shimmered with a soft cerulean glow, the unmistakable sign of latest-stage charging. Other trains recognized it instantly, especially the bluebirds. They had once been neighbors to Chen and intimately familiar with both his train and his mercurial temperament. Yunlai ground his teeth. That bastard Chen An. Capricious and cruel. Why did fate pit me against him? Abandon Kobier Star's resources. We depart immediately. The bluebirds acted without hesitation. Their train pivoted sharply and surged outward, fleeing the system. Windsor, unfamiliar with Chen An, reacted more slowly, still attempting contact, clinging to an absurdly high expectation of his moral conscience. Alas, any being who rose to command a train had long since seen conscience ground to dust beneath the iron wheels of survival. When communication failed, Windsor swiftly steered her train away to evade the storm for now. Yet even at full throttle, they remained well within the transcendent rail cannon's lethal range. From the Fuyao train's prow, a vortex of absolute darkness bloomed, blue energy coalescing at terrifying speed. Just as the beam was about to erupt, the train twisted like a sinuous water serpent, its nose snapping 90 degrees to lock onto the ratfolk train. Cullion froze, his scalp crawling. He screamed, "Shield regeneration. How much time remains?" Shield restoration countdown 10, 9, 8. At 3. The helpless ratfolk train was struck. The colossal impact didn't merely pierce it. It sent the vessel tumbling end over end. 200 million energy crystals. Chen An had treated the ratfolk with grave seriousness. Simultaneously, the stellar tableau was broadcast across Kobier Star's surface, leaving its sheltering citizens bewildered. Why were the trains turning on each other? They'd always believed the trains were kin, united a single people. Now they saw this new arrival bore no kinship to the others. Most stood paralyzed in confusion. Yet a rare few ignited with fervor. Fuyao, that's the Fuyao. The prophet spoke true. The other trains are malevolent entities, but Fuyao alone is hope. We are saved. Slevin too trembled with exhilaration. He'd assumed the Fuyao train existed only in myth, within games and legends, not as living steel above Kobier Star. Yet another concern gnawed at him. Would this train too descend upon Kobier Star seeking plunder? Just like the rest. Before countless Koborian witnesses, the ratfolk train spun violently, shattering over a dozen asteroids before splitting cleanly into its shattered halves, drifting lifeless across the void. A weapon of unspeakable terror. What if that beam struck Kobier Star directly? The planet would be utterly erased. Chen An paid no mind to the Koborians' awe. Once assured the ratfolk posed no further threat, he redirected his focus toward the remaining trains. Cores and resources alike were his, none would escape. By then the Bluebird train, the swiftest of all, had reached the third stellar ring. Confident escape was imminent until it passed near the ruins of a destroyed fortress and discovered a sky-scouring vessel concealed there, its entire hull radiating blue light. A transcendent rail cannon? Impossible. Mere sky-scourer class. Even Yunlai's formidable intellect could not fathom such extravagance, equipping a sky-scouring vessel with a transcendent rail cannon. He dared not engage, choosing instead to push through at maximum velocity. Yet the sky-scourer's main cannon fired. A precise cerulean beam struck the Bluebird train's propulsion layer. A Tier 1 transcendent rail cannon could not pierce a Tier 2 train's hull, but it could breach its outer defenses, crippling drive systems. Yunlai recoiled in horror. Chen An, you underhanded son of a bitch. Repair immediately. Full thrust. After consuming a core, his train lacked exceptional offense or armor, but possessed remarkable self-repair capacity. The Skyscourer's damage was transient, merely degrading velocity. Within minutes, repairs completed. The Bluebird train fled the system. Yunlai exhaled at last. Chen An, we are truly enemies now. Wait until I evolve beyond this stage. I'll return for you. Powerlessness demands humility. Every sovereign has their hour of reckoning. Suddenly the cockpit erupted with piercing alarms. The AI intoned, transcendent energy signature detected. Impact imminent. Evasion impossible. Boom! Na deafening roar tore through the hull. On-screen 100,000 kilometers distant the Fuyao train loomed like a demon, vast and terrible in its cerulean luminescence. Yunlai never understood how Chen An had tracked him down. 2 shots obliterated 2 trains, Chen An had no intention of firing a third. Deploy the sky-scouring vessel to assault the half-scale trains. Use both remaining shots. Total destruction is unnecessary. Severe damage will suffice. Wait. Where are the half-scales? Their train markers had appeared on radar but suddenly vanished. Whoosh! A new feed appeared beside the display. The Stellar Domain Network's detection report the half-scales possess spatial jump capability. They have already jumped 100 billion kilometers away and are preparing for consecutive jumps. They jumped that far. How cowardly. Our prior jump likely terrified them. They fear we'll pursue and exterminate them. Shall we initiate pursuit via jump? Chen An paused briefly in thought, then declined. If I chase them, I'll need to jump back afterward. That round trip would cost me dearly. Did Yunlai and Kulian perish? Kulian died instantly. Yunlai sustained critical injuries. Chen An said, truth be told, I found Kulian somewhat intriguing. But since he's already dead, let it be. Now clean up how many passengers remain aboard the train. Not all passengers had disembarked simultaneously for resource extraction. 40,000 passengers remain aboard. Issue simple directives for them to seize the Bluebird train and dispatch 200,000 Blackthorn operatives to assist. Once the passengers departed aboard shuttles, Chen An piloted the train back into the star system, steering toward the Ratfolk train. Many Ratfolk still lived, so he deployed his remaining 300,000 Blackthorn operatives to eradicate them. Then he waited. For now, avoid contact with the Kobos. Let them calm down. The Kobos remained paralyzed by terror, fearing Chen An would strike next. Yet, over the next 5 hours, no movement appeared in the skies. Surveillance feeds showed Chen An's train gliding toward the star, absorbing energy in close orbit. Serene, silent, motionless. Kobo players deeply immersed in the Fuyao game rushed forward, proclaiming the Fuyao train harmless. We must establish contact immediately. What if it departs once its energy reserves are replenished? To the Fuyao train we're little more than insignificant insects. It may not even notice us. What about the governor's office? Has it taken no action yet? In truth, attempts had been made, but failed. Unlike the pre-established channel with the Ratfolk train, no communication link existed between Chen An and the Kobos. Only he could initiate contact. At this moment, Chen An held no interest in them. He had just retrieved the Ratfolk core. I hope it grants something useful. 10 minutes after ingestion, the result manifested. Spatial jump upgraded to Tier 2. Maximum crystal energy consumption raised to 200 million units, a 0 cooldown period. Acceptable. Spatial jump is vital. Wait. Can I now jump endlessly? Provided sufficient energy crystals, the train may execute consecutive jumps. Chen An sighed wryly. Sufficient energy crystals. Those 4 words constitute the ultimate constraint. The cosmos was vast. Even at full crystal capacity, the train could traverse only a fraction of interstellar distances. Thus, spatial jump served not for travel, but for escape or pursuit. Kobo delegation requests comms channel activation. Accept. Decline. Initiate jump to interstellar space immediately. With the Yunlai slain, Chen An had secured the core. 8 minutes post-ingestion yielded the next ability. Transcendent Cultivation Chamber enhances passenger efficiency in absorbing energy crystals. Each carriage housed a dedicated chamber, located opposite the medical aid center in the habitation zone. Inside stood 500 compact private chambers for individual cultivation. Not bad. Passenger ascension rates will accelerate. Kobo vessels approach the Ratfolk train requesting dialogue. So urgent. Let's return. Finish this swiftly. The train re-entered orbit near Kobo Prime. Chen An contacted the governor's office directly, ignoring the envoy vessels drawing near. His interlocutor was Lu Wen, a familiar face at least to Chen An. Lu Wen said, Esteemed Lord, we have witnessed your mercy, and shall repay you with our finest offerings. What do you require? As he spoke, Lu Wen scrutinized the feed intently, confronted by a featureless stone effigy. Was this the alien's true visage? Chen An replied, Indeed, I require certain things. 3 million souls. As for anything else, never mind. Your world holds nothing of value. Kobo Prime harbored no energy crystals. Its food supplies barely sustained its own populace. Its mineral resources had long been exhausted. Even a random resource-rich planet would outstrip Kobo Prime. Its sole remaining asset was population. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen exhaled in quiet relief. We can fulfill this request. Which demographics shall we provide? Only Kobos who have played the Fuyao world game and cleared its 5th trial. You will vigorously promote the game, ideally to every citizen. Should quotas exceed demand, prioritize youth and children. Lu Wen readily agreed. All demands were trivial. Lord, we shall host a lavish banquet in your honor, the finest cuisine, the most exquisite companions. Chen An's eyelid twitched. No. Companions are unnecessary. Just deliver Sullivan to me. Frankly, compared to the enigmatic Kobo's Luo, you remained far more pleasing to behold. By order of the governor's office, all citizens must enter Fuyao World and complete its trials. Each cleared stage yields rewards. All who pass the 5th trial must register immediately or face charges of treason. The future of Kobo rests in your hands. Act swiftly. Those already versed in the game relaxed, newcomers hurried to log in. Motivations were twofold: monetary reward and mission compliance. Within 30 minutes, Fuyao registered 500 million Kobo participants. Alas, most cannot clear even the first trial, indicating profoundly limited aptitude. Chen An remained unconcerned. No matter. We don't need so many. If they were all prodigies, that would trouble me. Has Sullivan arrived yet? He learned in advance of the governor's office's intent to apprehend him, and fled with his wife and daughter. Authorities now conduct a city-wide manhunt. Chen An shook his head, bemused. Did I speak unclearly? Or did Lu Wen misinterpret? Meanwhile, in Yale Holy City, Sullivan wove his vehicle expertly through narrow alleys. His driving skill breathtaking. Daddy, why are they chasing you? Sweat beaded on Sullivan's brow, yet he smiled gently at his daughter. Daddy's simply too formidable. Those people grew afraid. Don't worry. Daddy will take you somewhere safe. His wife understood his resolve, and though she could not dissuade him, she accepted it in silence. After 2 hours of pursuit, Sullivan strode openly onto the street and surrendered calmly to waiting guards. Where are you taking me? The guard captain bowed apologetically. The train master personally designated you. We had no choice but to comply. Marshal. Any final regrets? Sullivan replied serenely, none whatsoever. Let us go. I wish to see the train master's true countenance. He had seen it once before, but only as a stone statue. To ensure safety, the governor's office dispatched 500 guards to escort Silwyn aboard a spaceship to the train. As the spaceship ascended, Silwyn looked down at the scarred surface of Kibo Star, sighing repeatedly. This is the fate of the Kibo people, unavoidable. Unable to see the surface clearly, Silwyn looked up at the sky, faintly perceiving the outline of the train. It's even more massive than in the game. This means that the game was their conspiracy. But I don't understand, what is the purpose of this? Logically, the train should be able to control Kibo Star without needing such an ethereal game. Is it to control the thoughts of the Kibo people? Impossible, it's just a game, it can't achieve such a level. With various doubts in mind, the spaceship gradually approached the train. The train opened the door to carriage 11 but did not allow the spaceship to enter. Another designated spaceship from the train docked with the one from Kibo Star, and several robots emerged to take Silwyn away. Robots. Silwyn felt uneasy. If the train was filled with robots, his fate would likely not be very favorable. In the cockpit, Chen An asked, is he a special extraordinary? After he boards the train, let him absorb an energy crystal, as his awakening is not complete. In the scene, Silwyn followed the robots into the living area of carriage 11, where a service robot brought him an energy crystal. Swallow it. Silwyn straightforwardly reached out to take the energy crystal, bringing it to his mouth. The robot stopped him. Hold the energy crystal tightly and sense it carefully. Silwyn's right hand gripped the energy crystal tightly, and energy swiftly dissipated from his palm into his arm, and then throughout his body. What is happening to me? He was horrified. With a high talent for absorbing energy crystals, in just a moment the energy crystal in Silwyn's hand vanished without a trace. He released his grip, leaving only a faint blue hue. Meanwhile, Fuyao finally arrived at a conclusion. He is a special extraordinary, the Navigator. A novel title that prompted Chen An to ask, what does that mean? Navigator guides the train and bears its injuries. It sounds very useful, but I still don't understand. Could you explain in detail? The universe is vast and dangers lurk everywhere. Even the train may encounter numerous deadly threats, such as attacks from star beasts, ambushes from other trains, and natural forces, etc. The Navigator can pilot a spaceship ahead of the train, possessing powerful reconnaissance and anti-stealth capabilities. Unknown dangers will have nowhere to hide. If the spaceship he is on is attacked, both he and the spaceship will temporarily gain an energy shield immune to all damage. Chen An was left speechless. That's too overpowered, there must be a flaw. The Navigator can only avoid damage 9 times in a lifetime. After the 9th time, he will die immediately. I knew it, the price for 9 times of immunity is certain death. If he stays on the train, can he help the train avoid 9 deadly threats? 8 times would suffice. The Navigator's ability triggers automatically and cannot be actively adjusted. However, if the Navigator is within the train, it is considered a protective state and the ability will not trigger. That makes sense, after all, he is the Navigator. If he is inside the train, he does not count as guiding. If the spaceship he is on is attacked but not fatally, will the ability trigger? Only fatal attacks will trigger, and that attack must pose a threat to the train. If the attack does not threaten the train, the Navigator will abandon the spaceship and automatically seek safety. Chen An understood. So he can pilot the cruiser ahead to scout. Is it necessary? The train has its own radar detection, and the star domain network can also play a role. Regardless of the detection method, there are ways to obstruct or negate it, such as stars interfering with the star domain network. But the navigator cannot be interfered with. He can precisely identify threats. More importantly, the train sometimes enters dangerous areas without prior reconnaissance, and the navigator can replace the train in such instances. I understand now, the navigator is essentially responsible for stepping on landmines for the train. However, there is one problem: no spaceship can keep up with the speed of the train, and the navigator would instead slow down the overall speed. Construct a dedicated navigator spaceship. It doesn't need to be too large or have a weapon system and can match the train's speed. The battleships will undergo iterative upgrades and eventually catch up with the train's speed. In the future, they can allow him to build a navigator fleet to enhance offensive and defensive capabilities. Chen An nodded. Give Silwyn a wristwatch to help him understand the basic situation of the train. At this moment, Silwyn had already reached the carriage and was surprised to see the empty seats. He had originally thought there would be many aliens here. He casually found a seat and put on the wristwatch handed to him by the robot. In the next half hour, he learned about the function and composition of the train, leaving him greatly astonished. What shocked him the most was that the starry sky could actually be obliterated. May I ask, will this place also be obliterated? The response from Chen An came through the wristwatch. Currently, there are no signs of obliteration. I cannot give you an accurate answer. As you can see, I need passengers to fill the carriage. You have learned about the extraordinary and your identity. Are you willing to continue following the train? After being shocked, Silwyn calmed down and replied, I am willing to follow, but I have one condition. You can bring your wife and daughter occupying 2 passenger slots. Thank you. I have no other conditions. May I ask if you are the train conductor? I am. Your next task is to go to Kibo Star and bring the Kibo people who have cleared the 5th level of the game. Try to select those willing to come. If they truly don't want to, there's no need to force them. 10 minutes later, Silwyn boarded the large F-399 spaceship, heading to the surface. The spaceship stopped in front of the governor's office, and the officials inside hurried out to greet him. Scary was dead, and currently only Silwyn could take charge. The Marshal has actually returned. May I ask, Marshal, what is happening inside the train? Oh, the Marshal looks much younger. These people had various expressions, some filled with joy while others bore regret. Silwyn observed it all but no longer cared about any of it. Only by becoming extraordinary could one understand how vast the future is. Everyone disperse. I need to find Luwin. Luwin was not only an intelligence officer but also Scary's confidant, currently holding control over the governor's office. When Luwin saw Silwyn, he hurriedly approached, whispering, Marshal, have you seen the train conductor? I haven't seen him, but he has given me a task that we need to execute together. Luwin was overjoyed. If you need me, that's great. I can definitely help. Regarding boarding the train, is there a slot for me? In this incident, Luwin felt the most, as he had been in contact with other trains throughout. In his view, regardless of whether there is a more serious apocalypse, Kibo Star is difficult to recover. It would be better to leave with the train, perhaps heading to a better new world. Silwyn asked him, which level of the game have you cleared? I haven't entered yet. I've been too busy. The train only needs those who have cleared the 5th level of the game. Gather the others for a meeting. Luwin immediately went to arrange it, bringing together all the officials Silwyn needed. The meeting content was straightforward, urging them nationwide to select 300,000 Kibo people in the shortest time. As for any conflicts or issues that may arise during the process, the local departments would need to handle them, as Silwyn would only oversee the overall coordination. The Bluebird people have completed their collection, and all passengers have returned. The master can allow passengers to bring the talent detector to Kibo Star to increase the detection speed. This time we are using the Kibo people for public testing. If there are any issues, you can modify them in a timely manner. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. There is plenty of time. Fei, have you been secretly practicing your chess skills? Compared to the Kibo people, it is more troubling for Chen An to be unable to defeat Fei in 5 in a row. Fei grinned while fiddling with the chess pieces and suggested, how about we play Go? Chen An twitched the corner of his mouth, saying, Go is too difficult for you. I don't want to bully you. In reality, with Fei's cognitive abilities, the more challenging the game, the more advantageous it would be for her. Chen An did not want to subject himself to defeat. Suddenly Chen An had a flash of inspiration and asked, do you know how to play Do Di Zhu? Fei tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, I remember that in the history of the Zixing people during the peasant uprisings, landlords would be captured and tried. Is that the meaning? I mean the Do Di Zhu on Earth, a type of game. Fei was surprised. What is Earth? There are no relevant materials in the network. It is a very beautiful planet. I don't know if it has been met with annihilation. To be honest, I do hope the train can pass through the Milky Way in the future. Although I don't have parents on Zixing, I still have them on Earth. He realized that he was not entirely devoid of emotions as the train conductor. He had thoughts of his family on Earth. Fei Yao, do you know about the Milky Way? Currently there is no Milky Way on the star map. It may be outside the star map or the name may not be uniform. If we find an astrologer in the future, you can ask him to help with divination. Is there such a special, extraordinary? How interesting. He fell into a fantasy about what would happen if they really found the Milky Way. Brother, what are you thinking about? You haven't told me what Do Diju is yet. Chen An came back to his senses and had the factory make a few decks of playing cards to send up. Fei Yao, we can launch some chess games in the market. Not everyone is willing to spend time in the entertainment area. He then called for Luo Yu and taught her the rules. Ba la ba la. It's that simple, got it. The clever Fei Yi nodded, repeatedly excited to learn the new game. Luo Yu was a bit slower and needed Chen An to explain again. Actually, it can't be said that she is slow. After all, she is not a cognitive practitioner like Fei Yi, nor is she a humanoid being. I also got it. Why don't you always be the landlord, Chen An, while Fei Yi and I take care of? No, serve you. Chen An was delighted to be the landlord, taking the opportunity to dominate while they were unfamiliar with the rules, otherwise it would be difficult later. Just as he expected, even if Fei Yi was smart, she couldn't adapt to the rules quickly, allowing Chen An to win big. However, after 7 or 8 rounds, Fei Yi began to unleash her power, causing Chen An to bleed profusely. As for Luo Yu, she was merely Fei Yi's accessory, an audience shouting 666 from the sidelines. Half an hour later, Chen An threw down the playing cards. Do Diju is too simple and uninteresting. Fei Yao, is my mahjong ready? It has been made and placed in the game room ready for use. Fei Yi asked cheerfully, Brother, are there more fun games? Don't worry, they'll let you play more this time. Chen An said with a dark face, no need to let. I am from Sichuan, I grew up playing this. Mahjong requires 4 players, so Chen An brought in robots to fill the spots. Master, I also want to play. You don't want to play, you want to bully me. Set the robots to the lowest level. Also give Fei Yi and Luo Yu each 10,000 star coins. It would be boring to play without stakes. Mahjong is much harder than Do Diju, and Chen An spent 10 minutes teaching. But he dared not let Fei Yi know too much. He only guided her to a point, allowing her to grasp it herself. All one suit self-drawn, 800 star coins, pay up. All one suit with a pair self-drawn. Another self-drawn. After losing 5 rounds in a row, Fei Yi pleaded with a pitiful expression. Brother, I'm running out of money. How about we lower the stakes? Can we make it 1 coin? Chen An's 10,000 star coins were down to 500. No, 1 coin is meaningless. Oh, this is what you yourself said, brother. Starting a new round, Chen An drew a good hand, thinking he was certain to win. However, 3 minutes later, Fei Yi exclaimed, so this is what an all-one suit self-drawn is like. It's quite simple to do. I feel like I'm going to make money. Chen An suddenly realized he had made a mistake. Winning too much had made him forget the capabilities of Fei Yi's learning ability. From then on, Chen An hardly won. It was all Fei Yi winning. After losing 10,000 star coins, Fei Yao privately reminded Chen An, Master, do you need my assistance? It's just entertainment. Watching her win happily is quite interesting. It's just a pity for Luo Yu. After losing 50,000 star coins in a row, Chen An ended today's game because Fei Yao informed him that the batch of scientists had boarded the train. Just as he was about to head to the cockpit, Fei Yi grabbed Chen An's hand. Brother, I want to go to the market to buy candy. There are plenty in the warehouse. Take whatever you want. No, I want to spend the money you give me. It feels more rewarding. Chen An thought for a moment and agreed. Bring Luo Yu along. I allow you to interact with other passengers, but you can't bring outsiders in. The most excited was Luo Yu, who stretched out her branches, as if to give Chen An a hug, but was gently rejected by him. How many scientists are there? What fields do they specialize in? There are a total of 700 scientists. Some specialize in high-energy physics, some in material physics, covering basically all areas. The current issue is how to accommodate them, as the train's research center is in the storage layer. What is your suggestion? Give them the special status of research workers with fixed salaries. Build simple residential areas in the research center. They don't need to go out to complete tasks, but can enjoy the same rights as passengers. Chen An nodded. These arrangements are necessary. Since they can live in the research center, does that mean they don't take up passenger slots? The train does not have a quota for scientists. They must occupy passenger slots. In other words, they can freely enter and exit the passenger cabins. Chen An replied, let them take the slots, it doesn't matter. The research center is at the bottom of carriage number 6, so grant them access to the elevator of carriage number 6. The train's various levels are interconnected with many passageways. However, passengers do not have access to these passageways. Is a regulation being established? Establish fixed rules, and if there are similar scientists in the future, arrange them the same way. By the way, is there enough space in carriage number 6? There will be vacancies after passenger deaths. And even if there are no vacancies, arrangements can be made. What do this batch of scientists need to research? Chen An did not rush to make a decision, first reviewing the current situation of the train. Let the scientists study extraordinary technology. With their intelligence, they are likely to achieve results faster. After making these arrangements, Chen An found himself with nothing more to do. Later Fei Yi came to find Chen An. Brother, the ocean on Kubo Star is so beautiful. Can we go play? Beautiful after being bombed like that. Let's go, I will take you to play. Just as the spaceship entered the orbit of Kubo Star, the reminder from Fei Yao shocked Chen An greatly. A reconnaissance ball 10 billion kilometers away discovered a 2-star train. Data correction 2 trains, data correction 8 trains, data correction 12 trains. A total of 18 starships formed a tightly clustered alliance. Chen An immediately abandoned his plan to head for Kubo Star and ordered Fu Yao to prepare for immediate departure. If they had come here, it would certainly not be in peace. Chen An could not risk contact. Evading them was the only safe course. Yet shortly thereafter Fu Yao informed Chen An that the starships did not approach at all. Instead they continued straight ahead, now over 150 billion kilometers away. Where are they headed? Can we determine their civilization type? Too distant. The stellar domain network cannot retrieve further data. They are undoubtedly bound for Liuli continent, the same route we are taking. Chen An surmised an alliance of 18 starships suggests they are native vessels, not interstellar jumpers from another system. Could they be lying in ambush ahead? They are unaware of our presence. Ambush is highly unlikely. This moment underscores the critical importance of a navigator. I've grown accustomed to lurking in the shadows, always expecting another starship to emerge and strike without warning. Keep monitoring them until they vanish entirely from our sensors. Chen An resumed course toward Kubo Star. Fei asked, Brother, is this serious? Not at all. The crisis has passed. Where would you like to go? She tapped the screen initiating descent protocols for the starship. Half a minute later Fu Yao issued its final alert. All starships have exited our detection range. Chen An finally relaxed, shifting his full attention to Kubo Star. A fine world, larger than Zixing, but grievously scarred. 3 starships had subjected it to relentless area-wide bombardment. Though not global, most cities now lay in ruins. The starship's landing coordinates targeted no urban center, only a beach in the southern hemisphere. The beach was empty of Kubo inhabitants. The starship settled down in serene silence. What's the point of an uninhabited beach? Chen An had expected liveliness. Fei exclaimed, That's precisely what makes it exciting. I've never seen the sea. My homeworld has none. Chen An replied, You and Lao Yu go play. I'll just take a quiet walk. Beneath the crimson sunlight, gentle waves lapped the shore, leaving behind countless slender spiraled shells. The sand radiated warmth beneath his feet as Chen An strolled slowly, a rare, unhurried reprieve. Were there no crises, living long-term in such tranquility would be quite pleasant. He glanced up. Fei and Luoyu raced joyfully across the sands. Occasionally Luoyu extended slender vine-like tendrils into the water and lifted them dripping, with a string of silvery fish clinging to each. Brother, do you eat fish? I do not. After a while Chen An found a spot to sit and instructed Fu Yao to access Kubo's planetary network. Online discourse revolved almost exclusively around games and starships, polarized and fiercely contested. Some worshipped starships with fervent devotion, while others voiced deep skepticism. Each side marshaled compelling arguments locked in endless debate. Talent determines only one's current cultivation pace, not one's ultimate ceiling. Thus, absolute talent need not be the sole criterion. Those Kubo citizens passionately devoted to starships should be prioritized. Intelligent life abounded across the cosmos. Chen and saw no need to coerce compliance. There were already more than enough volunteers. How many have passed Trial 9? 15 individuals so far. Only Sylvan qualifies as a unique transcendent. How many unique transcendents can a single civilization produce? There may be multiple or none at all. Then producing even one Sylvan is commendable for the Kubo people. As he scrolled further, a danger alert flared behind him. He instinctively whirled and dropped flat to the ground. His palms sank into something soft. Brother, you're crushing me. It was Fei. What are you doing? I grilled some fish. Came to call you. What are you doing? Chen An helped her up. Let's go. I'll join you both. For the next several days Chen An had no pressing duties. Merely wandering Kubo Star with Fei and Luoyu reveling in unburdened ease. 5 days later 3 million Kubo citizens had been selected, and all boarded the starship. Chen An completed his final preparations for departure. Welcome aboard Fu Yao starship, esteemed citizens of Kubo. Henceforth the designation Kubo citizen will be phased out in favor of the unified identity Fu Yao citizen. Discrimination between new and veteran passengers is strictly prohibited. Departure commences in 8 hours. New passengers ensure all personal affairs are settled. Should any unresolved regrets remain, the compassionate conductor grants you this final opportunity. If no objections arise, service robots will distribute complimentary wristcom units. Please consult them for your introductory guide to Fuyao Starship. To accelerate integration, veteran passengers will receive orientation missions. These tasks were simple, guiding newcomers through loan applications or shopping excursions, offering effortless stellar credit rewards which none declined. Freshly aboard, the Kibo citizens remained exhilarated, streaming en masse toward the habitation zones. 8 hours elapsed swiftly, and the starship finally lifted off. From the observation deck, Kibo citizens watched their homeworld recede, faces etched with complex emotion. Papa, will we ever return? Xia lifted her small face, eyes bright and luminous. Sullivan gently stroked her cheek and smiled. We likely shall not. Fear not. We journey toward a better world. Unaware of the perils ahead, the children simply reveled in the thrill, laughing and playing beside their parents. Live coverage of the starship's departure streamed across Kibo Star. Some mourned, the vast majority exhaled in profound relief. Though Chen An had treated them with kindness, the starship remained an existential threat. Its departure brought genuine peace of mind. The Kibo Federation cannot function without a governor. Elections must commence immediately. Before voting could begin, resistance movements erupted across the planet like spring bamboo shoots. Luni Province declares independence. Taiha Province declares independence. The Southern People's Front Alliance declares independence for the 8 southern provinces. Chen An paid no heed to Kibo's future, but he had deployed several reconnaissance spheres eager to observe whether annihilation would follow in his wake. Has the navigator vessel been constructed? A vessel model appeared on screen. This is a ship. It's plainly a sphere. The sphere was perfectly smooth, its hatch barely visible beneath the seamless curve. The navigator vessel matches the starship's velocity and possesses exceptional defensive capabilities, but carries no offensive armaments. The starship equips the navigator with fully furnished residential and recreational sectors. Should he wish, he may even bring his family aboard for companionship. Given Sullivan's temperament, he would surely refuse to endanger his wife and daughter by bringing them along. For now, we'll proceed as planned. Retrieve additional passengers first, then appoint him navigator upon exiting this stellar region. Temporary restriction: Kibo citizens may not register guild affiliations. Permission deferred until further passengers are aboard. Many major guilds were critically understaffed. Chen An granted them time to recruit. Hours later, the starship arrived at the original resource extraction star system. Where are they? What are they doing? An anomalous stellar beast has emerged within the exploration zone. Guilds have united against it yet remain powerless. Let us investigate. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the mountains, hundreds of spacecraft floated around. Laser beams fired in unison, but they posed little threat to the dark mass within. Zizzizizi. The piercing shriek was deafening. These creatures have too strong a defense. Simple energy weapons are utterly ineffective against them. Everyone fly further away and be careful of attacks. They can break through the defenses of the spacecraft. Against such creatures, extraordinary powers were useless. Weapons were the key. Just when everyone was at a loss, someone noticed that the watch displayed the train was within 1 billion kilometers. Xiaojun. The train is finally back. I've been waiting eagerly. Chunguliang. It's good that the train is coming. We can go back and buy more high-explosive bombs to try out. Zishu. The bombs probably won't work either. They can distribute the damage. Outside the planet, the train approached and hovered. Fuyao gathered detailed information and presented it on the screen for Chen An. Bacteriophage. It was a creature resembling an ant, but as large as a mouse. Countless of them combined to form a mound that looked quite terrifying. The guild couldn't eliminate so many of them. Individual bacteriophages are not strong and can be easily killed with blue light. However, when they swarm together, they distribute energy damage. In fact, using kinetic weapons makes it easier to kill them. Chen An, distributing damage is not the same as negating it. I want to see how much they can actually distribute. Deploy 10 destroyers. No 2 will suffice. We can't go overboard. Upon learning that the train was about to act, the passengers on the planet hurriedly scattered to avoid friendly fire. The mound of creatures was unaware of the impending doom still crazily gathering in the ravine, rising even higher than the peaks on either side. Half a minute later, hundreds of beams shot in, obliterating everything in the mound. Chen An, see. As long as the energy exceeds the limit of what they can endure, they will die. Issue an announcement for everyone to return to the train. We will leave in 10 hours. All the guilds hurried back, eager to turn in missions or purchase supplies. Upon hearing that new passengers were arriving, guilds short on members quickly went to recruit, offering generous conditions. Meanwhile, the registration rights for the Kibo People's Guild were opened and new guilds gradually increased. While it was lively in the carriage, Si Liwen was sent by a robot to the landing pad where the guiding spaceship awaited. His watch transmitted Chen An's instructions. In case of any danger, remain calm. The guiding spaceship has sufficient evasion speed. If evasion is impossible, the spaceship has an escape pod that will bring you back to the train. Your abilities will only be triggered in extreme danger. Don't worry about your loved ones, the train will take special care of them. Si Liwen felt invigorated and replied, "Rest assured, train master. I will execute my mission perfectly." He entered the spaceship, which was spacious and simply yet elegantly arranged, fitting his taste. Guiding no. One robot at your service. The spaceship was equipped with 50 service robots that would take care of all Si Liwen's concerns. 10 minutes later, the guiding spaceship departed from the train, traveling 30 billion kilometers away, while maintaining synchronized speed with the train. From today on, you will guide the train. May the journey be safe. In the cockpit, Chen An was dissatisfied with the spherical spaceship gradually receding on the screen. Let the train focus on researching speed next. I need a guiding fleet, not a broken sphere. In Chen An's vision, it would be best for Si Liwen to pilot a star cruiser, as its balanced offense and defense were more suitable for guidance. It's difficult to attain such high speeds for the fleet solely through research. We can only hope for advanced technology or gain special abilities through devouring cores. Chen An scratched his head. Let's see how it goes. Wait, what is the Kibo Guild doing? He casually clicked on the guild list and found Kibo Guild appearing in the top 50. This guild was established by Kibo person Liwen, and Si Liwen has been set as the guild leader. Due to Si Liwen's strong influence among the Kibo people, it reached full membership in just half an hour, becoming the fastest-growing guild in history. Liwen. He actually came too. What talent! 8th grade talent. It's quite noble of him to establish a guild but not take the position of leader. Put him on the special observation list. I have high hopes for his future. As the various carriages gradually stabilized, Chen An ordered the departure. Half an hour into the journey, Chen An brought up the screen showing Si Liwen's guiding spaceship. The spaceship was stable with no anomalies, meeting expected standards. That's good. It seems we will be traveling for a long time ahead. Chen An went back to rest but was awakened by Fu Yao 2 hours later. We've lost contact with the reconnaissance ball we placed in the Kibo star system. What caused that? Did annihilation come? No annihilation was observed, as it was too far away for the reconnaissance ball to relay information. Chen An, no information is fine. We are not specifically waiting for annihilation. It doesn't matter whether it comes or not. The train traveled at full speed without any incidents for a long time afterward. 7 days later, the train discovered a life-bearing planet and docked for 3 days to replenish resources while allowing the Kibo people to adapt to the pace. When the train docked, Si Liwen could return to the train for a break. He was not required to undertake missions unless he was personally interested. After replenishing resources, they continued their journey, setting a standard of 15 days for docking. However, this would not be absolute. If a life-bearing planet were discovered on the 14th day, they could dock early. If there were no suitable docking points on the 15th day, they would extend the journey. Thus they traveled for 3 months, and Chen An found no additional trains or intelligent life. 3 months later, on the date of revival history 2 year 0 6 month 20, Chen An sat in the cockpit feeling bored. Are we in a remote position in this star system? Trains passing through jump points do not stay at the edges of star systems. We are in an area near the next jump point. That's pretty dull. We've played through all there is to play. Thinking that there might be even longer journeys ahead made it even less interesting. I suggest the master look for more pets. Now I understand why pets are necessary. Next time, if there are beautiful and gentle star beasts, remind me to adopt some. If the master is truly too bored, he can visit the carriages more often. He had indeed been to the carriages many times, but mostly to find Zishu. The carriages are even more boring. I am on a different level than them now, creating a generational gap. Chen An envied Fei Yi, who frolicked around the carriages, thoroughly enjoying herself. The existence of Fei Yi and Luo Yu had become well known among the passengers. Moreover, the passengers knew they came from the trainmaster's private area and dared not offend them. Just as he was feeling bored, a message suddenly came from Si Liwen. Chen An perked up and asked, "What unexpected situation has occurred?" Si Liwen, "Countless star beast corpses are floating in space, and the source is temporarily unknown." Chen An, "Stay put, the train will arrive shortly." Fu Yao, display the footage. The screen showed countless star beast corpses densely floating in space 30 billion kilometers away, which was quite shocking. This is a cold and silent cluster of meteorites, where Sullivan pilots the navigation ship, slowly trying to avoid any frozen corpses. From the corpses alone, the features of the star beasts are indiscernible, occasionally revealing some exposed keratin structures. If Sullivan were to describe them, these star beasts might have been crushed by some force, their flesh and blood mingling into a mass. He maneuvers the ship to gain a view of the surroundings. Everywhere between the meteorites are masses of flesh, some even glued to the meteorites, unable to separate despite the impacts. Not long after, the space outside the meteorite cluster distorts, followed by the emergence of a black vortex from which the train jumps out. Beep, beep, beep. Sullivan receives a message allowing him to temporarily return to the train. Then several ships depart from the train to collect the star beast corpses nearby. In the cockpit, Chen An feels a physical discomfort at the sight of the masses scattered across the starry sky. Could it be the train's doing? The train couldn't possibly cause this level of destruction. It resembles more of a collision between two planets, where immense pressure has crushed the star beasts, scattering their remains into an elliptical mass. The star domain network is being activated to search for the collision point of the planets. After waiting for half an hour, Fuyo indicates that the analysis of the star beasts is complete. The overall structure of the star beasts appears on the screen. Standing about 10 meters tall with its limbs on the ground, its massive body is covered in a keratin layer resembling fish scales, indicating strong defensive capabilities. The star beast's neck is about half a meter long with a small head, held high, looking like a herbivorous star beast. Does it have a name? The evolution of organisms has countless branches. Even a slight change can give rise to new species of star beasts. The ones we encounter next will likely not have names. But you can name them. Naming is the most troublesome, and numbering them is sufficient. The star beast is designated as XS001 and has been entered into the star beast database. Is there any utility in it? The star beast's corpse lacks a complete structure and is severely irradiated, holding no utility at all. If it's useless, then so be it. Haven't we found the collision point yet? It may not have been caused by a planetary collision. Currently, we cannot gather enough information. While the train replenishes energy, Chen An dispatches several battleships to search the surroundings carefully, but no abnormalities are found. These star beast corpses appear to have emerged from nowhere. Forget it, let's continue our journey. Let Sullivan navigate. I have a bad feeling. Should we let Luoyu predict? Not necessary. She doesn't have much time left. In the following 3 days, no anomalies occur, but on the 4th day, as it begins, Sullivan's ship suddenly disappears. The star domain network loses the ship's information, but we can still contact Sullivan. Soon Sullivan's image appears, looking bewildered by the train's alert. I have no feelings. The starry sky here is exactly the same as before. Chen and you continue piloting the ship forward and provide us with enough visuals. The navigation ship flies for 1 billion kilometers and the information gradually blurs. Chen An reminds, you must return immediately. See if you can get back to the train. Interestingly, Sullivan cannot return. He is getting further away from the train. In other words, no matter which direction he flies, he will be moving away from the train. Fuyo, what is going on? He may have entered a special space. Based on current information, we cannot determine if it's good or bad. Whether to enter depends entirely on the owner's decision. Chen An is unable to decide. He brings Luoyu over to have her predict the train's experiences over the next 3 days. No need for more, just 3 days. Luoyu performs the prediction and concludes, the train will continue its journey for 3 days without any incidents. Since there are no issues, let's go take a look. For hours later, Chen An notices nothing unusual, but Fuyo can detect it. We have entered a special space. The star domain network is being activated to gather information. The star domain network is restricted with a maximum range of only 200 billion kilometers and high precision is reduced to 25 billion kilometers. Chen An obtains a view of the surrounding starry sky and finds Sullivan's earlier statement somewhat inaccurate. The starry sky here appears even darker and more oppressive, giving Chen An a sense of having entered hell. However, as the train gradually approaches the nearby stellar system, this oppressive feeling dissipates, and the warmth from the star can dispel the discomfort in his heart. After 5 minutes, Fuyo provides a star chart of the vicinity showing that the stellar system here is very sparse with unusually distant spacing. How much energy crystal is needed to jump to the nearest stellar system? 170 million energy crystals. In Luyu's prediction, the train will travel for 3 consecutive days, implying no gains during this time. Forget it, 3 days it is. The train continues its journey and arrives at the nearest stellar system after 17 hours. However, the stellar system is in a state of collapse with shattered planets scattered along the stellar orbits, and the train dares not enter. After continuing for over 2 more days, they finally discover a stable stellar system. The train docks into orbit and detects 2 life-bearing planets. The star system isn't large yet, there are 2 life-bearing planets. Fuyo then provides the detection results. The planets are temporarily named A and B, both having a massive number of star beasts on their surfaces, and the species is singular. After seeing the specific images, Chen An is astonished. XS001. The star beast database is correcting its information. The real 001 has numerous sharp bone spines on its back, and its head has outwardly protruding sharp horns, giving it an intimidating appearance. This star beast is herbivorous, not highly aggressive. It's recommended to obtain samples for more detailed testing. While the train replenishes energy, Chen An dispatches ships and robots to land on the 2 planets. Simultaneously, the train issues a hunting mission to the passengers, sending all known information about the planets to the network. However, shortly after, Fuyo detects other trains. This train belongs to the half-scale race, located 100 billion kilometers ahead of us. Chen An becomes interested. It seems the half-scale race did not take our route. Are there other trains? The star domain network is expanding its detection range, but the accuracy will significantly decrease. 2 minutes later, 3 trains have been continuously detected, including a three-eyed people's train. Hearing about the three-eyed people gives Chen an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Can the star domain network bring them in? If assisted by the flying instrument, the star domain network will greatly expand its range. Chen An thinks for a moment but does not rush to make contact. Let's wait a bit. For hours later, the train returns to its normal orbit, and the passengers take their ships to land on planets A and B, commencing routine hunting. After 3 months of intermittent training, the average level of the Kibo people is at the second tier, sufficient to handle most current hunting tasks. Chen An is not interested in the star beasts. He only desires energy crystals. But the results disappoint him. Really, no energy crystals detected. Within the maximum range detectable by the star domain network, no energy crystals were found, but numerous torn planets were discovered. It is reasonable to speculate that all the energy crystals have been collected. Who would collect energy crystals and tear apart planets? It's a thankless task. Perhaps it was the star beasts. Chen An suddenly feels a shiver, as if something is calling to him. Regardless, let's collect whatever resources we can and begin constructing the third celestial patrol ship. On planet A, within the atmosphere, thousands of spaceships are shuttling about. Inside a large F-399 spaceship, Sylvan has just finished a video call with his daughter, wearing a look of helplessness. Ruin scans the screen for landing spots and asks with a smile, "It's only been 10 minutes since you left the train. Do you two really have that much to talk about?" Sylvan stands up and approaches the control panel to adjust some data. He was once a marshal of the Space Army and is now a navigator highly skilled in various operations of the spaceship. Xia wants the scales of the star beast as collectibles. I'll bring some back for her. Ruin replies, "Since when did she have such a hobby?" "Ever since she met a classmate named Ling Yu at the care center." "Have you selected a landing point?" Ruin points to the map on the screen, saying there's a forest here, which is precisely where the fish-scale beasts like to gather. XS001 is not suitable for casual communication, so a passenger has taken the name of a fish-scale beast, which has gained widespread recognition. Sylvan nods in agreement, sitting beside with a contented expression. "Marshal, don't you have a special mission and don't need to hunt?" Sylvan straightens his face and says, "Still calling me Marshal?" Ruin chuckles lightly. "Sorry, it's a habit. President, you might as well stay in the train with your wife." Sylvan casually remarks, "Completing missions is a means. Enhancing combat capability and levels is the goal. We're almost there. Pay attention to the landing point." Aside from their spaceship, over 30 other ships of various sizes follow, all members of the guild. As the spaceship lands, it stirs up huge waves of wind, rolling back the surrounding deep blue grass. All personnel disembark, bring your gear. Commanding during warfare is commonplace for Sylvan. He fully arms himself and disembarks first, with the others quickly following. There is no need to enforce discipline, as all present are members of the Kebir people, who instinctively fall silent and follow behind Sylvan. Ruin, being a former intelligence officer, has long gathered comprehensive intelligence on this area. Outside the grass is the forest, where fish-scale beasts like to hide and nibble on leaves. The highest level of fish-scale beasts is 3, their weakness is their head. However, because their heads are too small, it tests our shooting accuracy. Avoid close combat at all costs. The fish-scale beasts are massive and have scales, making their defense very strong. In the gaps of Ruin's explanation, Sylvan opens his wristwatch and enters the train's public forum. Their speed is relatively slow. Other established guilds have already landed on the planet and begun fighting, even sharing considerable experiences on the forum. As the train's internal network gradually improves, enriching social content, the forum becomes the most frequented place for passengers. The quick kill strategy for fish-scale beasts is priced at 2 star coins. Wherever there are people, there will be transactions. With Chen An's approval, many passengers share their experiences for a fee. Sylvan does not hesitate and directly purchases it. His 3 months as a navigator have earned him a substantial amount of star coins, and Chen An has never been stingy with him. If you want to quickly kill fish-scale beasts, go to the market to buy an electromagnetic gun. 1 shot, 1 kill. Seeing this answer, Sylvan is both amused and enraged as he reports the post. 3 minutes later, 2 star coins are returned to his account and the poster is banned for 3 days. "President, what are you laughing about?" Ruan inquires. Sylvan replies, "It's nothing, just found it amusing. Let's get going and aim to complete all daily tasks in 3 rounds today." Ruin says, "I heard other guilds do at least 5 rounds a day. We certainly can't compare to them, just do our best." Subsequently, Sylvan showcases his commanding ability, leading the guild members to hunt in various places, reaping bountiful rewards. Inside the train, Chen An has been observing Sylvan for a long time. To be honest, if he weren't a navigator, I would hope he could serve as the commander of the guard army. The roles of navigator and commander are not mutually exclusive. If we get more navigators in the future, we can replace him. Chen An swipes the screen, pulling up images from the factory. The factory is not filled with robots. There are Kebir scientists busy at work. How is the transformation of the extraordinary gun coming along? Its power far exceeds that of a blue light, but due to its high energy consumption, it is still not applicable and needs further modification. Additionally, several scientists have created extraordinary cannons based on the principles of the extraordinary guns achieving a very high standard. However, it cannot replace the main gun of the warship. Some scientists have proposed conducting experimental research on extraordinary particle accelerators. Is it allowed? Chen An furrows his brow, nodding and shaking his head. These scientists are too active. They frequently submit numerous experimental applications. Chen An generally approves, but also has his refusals, like the extraordinary particle accelerator mentioned by Fu Yao. This thing is not impossible to achieve, but the gap is too great. Even if it is built, they would be afraid to use it, as the energy crystals consumed may be more terrifying than those of the extraordinary orbital cannon. To prevent them from continuing to apply, allow them to conduct experiments on a small scale. However, Fu Yao's subsequent reminder prompts Chen An to reconsider. The scientists have perfected the theoretical research and the success rate is very high. If the experiment succeeds, they may be able to create a miniature version of the extraordinary orbital cannon. If they can create a miniature version, can they also create a full version? Theoretically, yes, but practically, it cannot be achieved. Further technological advancement is needed. Is the miniature version powerful? At least it is more powerful than any main gun of the current warships. Since there is hope, Chen An certainly supports it. How many resources do they need? Mainly energy crystals. They may consume about 100,000 units daily. Not much, just give it to them. In a good mood, Chen An goes through several experimental applications from the scientists and approves all of them. Just as he is preparing to rest, an abnormal alert appears on the screen. What kind of anomaly is this? An abnormal report submitted by Sylvan. Since he is the navigator, the report will be directly submitted to you. Chen An opens the report, finding that the actual content is minimal, only mentioning an abnormal phenomenon. After being killed, the fish-scale beast releases blue blood, which is absorbed by the earth, leaving not a single drop behind. Fully absorbed. Fu Yao provides a visual. They see the fish-scale beast blasted by lasers lying on the ground, blood continuously flowing from its wounds and seeping into the earth without a trace. The bleeding is rapid, completely draining the fish-scale beast, causing its body to soften quickly. Scan the planet's interior. Can we determine where the blood went? Unable to obtain information from the planet's interior, the scanning range is limited to the crust. The blood disappears instantly after seeping in, leaving no trace behind. Chen An rubs his chin. Interesting. Send robots to excavate some soil and conduct more detailed research. Suddenly the screen shakes. Is there an earthquake? Planet A detected a 5.0 magnitude earthquake. It was brief and has already stopped. Should we recall the passengers? A 5 magnitude earthquake is nothing. Oh, my intuition tells me that there are issues with these two planets. Observe closely. Chen An enlarges the screen, displaying the entire star map within the star domain network. Not just here, he feels that all planets have problems. Thud, thud, thud. That indescribable sense of unease returns. Chen An, feeling a headache, decides to go to the training room to meditate and rejuvenate. In the forum, a star has trembled again, at least a magnitude 7. Can earthquakes be upgraded? B star just hit 6.5, likely to reach 7 within half an hour. The surface of the planet is relatively wide, so a magnitude 7 earthquake is not a problem. But what if an 8 or 9 occurs later? Is there an explanation from the train? The train had no explanation, as even Fu Yao could not find the cause. Chen An had just come out of the training room feeling refreshed. There must be an issue within the planet itself capable of even blocking the perception of the star domain network. Let Fei give it a try. Originally just an attempt, little did they know that Fei could truly accomplish it. Using the star domain network as a springboard, she focused her thought energy on a star and completed a scan of the entire planet in just half a minute. The mantle and outer core of the planet are normal, but the inner core is filled with energy crystals, almost entirely second-grade energy crystals. Chen An was astonished. No wonder there are no energy crystals on the surface. They were all inside. But the problem is we can't dig them out at all. If they activated a second-grade extraordinary orbital cannon at full power, it might blow open the planet, but it could also just create a hole without causing an explosion. Moreover, even if they could achieve it, the cost would not be proportional to the gain. Fei added, there is an egg deep within the planet. An egg? Such a thing was too bizarre, and Chen An asked Fu Yao for more details. It is not ruled out that some star beasts might place their eggs within the planet to incubate. Chen An inquired, I just want to know, how did the egg get inside? Why couldn't there be an egg first, then energy crystals piled on top, followed by the creation of a planet? Chen An's mind began to form a vivid image. A colossal beast traversing the starry sky splits open the planet to place its egg inside for incubation. To ensure the offspring thrive, the giant beast scavenged for energy crystals to fill it, leading to a severe shortage of energy crystals in this starry sky. But wait, how many eggs did it lay? Fei, can you use all your abilities right now to maximize the star domain network? Using all her abilities meant she couldn't move. Faye giggled and nodded. But I want to return to the bedroom. Lying down is more comfortable. Go ahead, and then help me investigate other planets to see if they are in similar situations. 10 minutes later Chen An saw the star map on the screen, rapidly expanding with more and more information. Currently 35 life planets have been detected within 200 billion kilometers, all with the same structure, internally wrapped in energy crystals around a giant egg. So this likely means we have stumbled upon the lair of some giant beast. Indeed, Master is very clever and analytical abilities have significantly improved. Improved my ass, even a fool could guess that. So does this mean we are in great danger having no idea where that giant beast is? Why couldn't the entire starry sky be a giant beast? Perhaps we are inside its belly. This thought sent chills down Chen An's spine, causing goosebumps all over. Don't scare me. Master need not panic. It's just a hypothesis. Such situations generally do not occur. If it does happen, we can jump continuously. As long as we are willing to expend energy crystals, we will eventually find a way out. Chen An replied, I am willing to expend energy crystals, but they may not be enough. How much reserve do we currently have? The total reserve is 60 billion basic units. Over the past 3 months, they had collected a lot without using it. Just as he was speaking, Chen An noticed the screen's image shaking violently. Has another earthquake occurred? A star just experienced a magnitude 8 earthquake. Should passengers return? Chen An asked, Faye, can you find out the cause of the earthquake? It might be that the blood of the fish-scale beast triggered the star beast egg, causing the tremors. Can it seep through such thick layers? Have the passengers return to the train. Do not hunt the fish-scale beasts for now. I also have a suspicion, could these fish-scale beasts be the bodyguards of the star beast egg? The possibility is quite high. Half an hour later, all passengers returned to the train, and the carriage was bustling with excitement and concern. Watching the spectacle is an inherent trait of intelligent beings. Chen An deliberately waited for 2 hours, and found that no more earthquakes occurred on planets A and B. Sure enough, it is related to killing the fish-scale beasts. Immediately dispatch warships for carpet bombing on the 2 planets. I want to see what the consequences will be. Fuyao sent out 10 destroyers, and upon arrival, they unleashed a barrage pouring all firepower. Bang! The planet shook violently, and a sound similar to drumming echoed, growing increasingly intense. Chen An chuckled softly. That thing won't hatch directly, will it? Even if it hatches, it won't be too large. We can handle it. Indeed, that egg is only the size of an ordinary spacecraft. It won't hatch a huge monster. In the following half hour, the surface of the planet was thoroughly swept with a large number of fish-scale beasts dying, and it was hard to see any living creatures. The planet shook to the point of swaying, seemingly on the verge of cracking. This swaying even affected the stability of the stellar orbit, necessitating the train to increase power to stabilize its position. Warships must retreat immediately. The planet's tremors have reached their limit. With the order given, the 10 destroyers quickly flew outward. But it was still too late. There was no sound, only the sight of the 2 planets exploding simultaneously, countless fragments flying in all directions, blasting outward into the starry sky, destroying all encountered meteors. The destroyers were also impacted, suffering severe damage. The scene was extremely spectacular, and the passengers watching from the observation deck were left dumbfounded. They were filled with trepidation. Had they remained on the planet, they would now have become interstellar dust reduced to ashes. Chen An saw the familiar fleshball remnants from the deceased fish-scale beasts. So the star beast corpses we saw a few days ago came about this way. What happened to the egg? The egg is intact and has not hatched. Now there is one good news and one bad news. Which one does the master want to hear first? Cut the crap, just say it straight, starting with the good news. The good news is that the core of the planet has completely exploded, allowing us to freely mine energy crystals. The bad news is that the star beast egg absorbed too much energy, causing many energy crystal mines to become inferior products. Indeed, a bit of a pain, but better than nothing. Once it stabilizes, we will go collect it and also retrieve the egg for research. Can we help hatch it? If the master is willing to expend energy crystals, it is possible. Forget it, just roast 2 giant eggs directly. Everyone in the carriage should have a share. Chen An was not joking. He dispatched a celestial patrol ship to capture the 2 eggs using intense heat to try to cook them. It took 7 hours to succeed, consuming half of the celestial patrol ship's energy. Let's keep a little for ourselves and give the rest to the passengers as a benefit. Have Faye temporarily disconnect from the star domain network. We must not forget her when it comes to good food. The cooked giant egg had a sky blue interior with a very strong gelatinous texture when eaten. The taste was delightful with a strong meaty flavor. Faye, with egg remnants all over her mouth, asked, if the mother of the star beast egg finds out, will she tear us apart? Chen An's face stiffened before he smiled and said, don't worry, we can always run. Wait, my stomach hurts a bit. Mine too. Reminding the master, all passengers who consumed the star beast egg have exhibited abnormal symptoms. Why? The star beast egg absorbed too much energy containing rich super energy. Chen An understood. So you mean to say we have absorbed too much super energy? Remind others not to eat too much at once. Fuyao, is what I'm doing inappropriate? Chen An was referring to the act of roasting the star beast egg. What the master is doing is right. The star beast egg must not be allowed to hatch. If the mother star beast is still alive, the hatched star beast will attract her. Furthermore, the star beast egg cannot be discarded. It must be destroyed to eliminate the possibility of hatching. The overwhelming energy contained in the star beast egg caused a significant number of passengers in the carriage to faint. Fortunately, it was only a temporary physical strain and not fatal. Moreover, after they fully absorbed the overwhelming energy, their bodies were greatly enhanced, which was vastly different from directly absorbing energy crystals. After 5 hours, the continuously refreshing breakthrough data astonished Chen An. Although there hasn't been a 5-fold increase yet, there has been a substantial rise in the 4-fold level. Especially the highly talented Kebran, who are rapidly catching up and will likely reach the average data soon. Currently, the passengers are mainly divided into 3 categories: Zixingran, Uxingran, and Kebran. Among them, the Zixingran have the worst qualifications, as there was no initial screening resulting in a mix of abilities. Next are the Uxingran, whose initial numbers were too low, leading to a lower level during screening. Kebran, with a total of 30 billion, produced many high-level talents during screening, thus leveling up faster. Chen An was very satisfied with the current situation. With the ability to strengthen everyone while harvesting energy crystals, what to do next is quite clear. He marked other similar planets on the map, all of which are targets. Fuyao, is the flying apparatus in position? The flying apparatus has returned to the room, and the star domain network is fully deployed. After earlier tests, the flying apparatus can exert its full capabilities. Chen An decided to contact the other train conductors just as Luoda had done before. First, select Yang Dingtian and send him a communication. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was hunting star beasts on a planet 16 billion kilometers away. Not all train conductors were hiding in their trains. Yang Dingtian preferred to go out and fight using practical combat to enhance his body. When he received Chen An's communication, he was momentarily stunned. He tossed away the combat knife in his hand and projected Chen An's image in front of him. Brother and damn, are you nearby? For Chen and Yang Dingshan's feelings were quite complex, because he couldn't gauge Chen An's character. Sometimes gentle, sometimes ruthless. Sometimes they could coexist harmoniously, but at other times he could erupt unexpectedly. Chen An said, I am very far from you. This is the star domain network I built, inviting you to join. The word star domain network sent a shiver down Yang Dingshan's spine. Any train conductor who had experienced a jump point incident would not forget how Luoda had harmed many conductors with the star domain network. Seeing Yang Dingshan's hesitant expression, Chen An smiled. Don't worry, I am not Luoda. And you should know how I feel about you, right? Chen An also wanted more friends rather than making enemies all over the world. If Yang Dingtian was willing, he wouldn't mind forming a long-term alliance. After a moment of silence, Yang Dingtian broke into a broad smile. To be honest, I am still haunted by the star domain network. But since it's your invitation, I have no reason to refuse. Let me return to the train. While waiting for Yang Dingtian to return to the train, Chen An contacted another train, the Half-Scale clan, which he wasn't very familiar with but knew enough about. The conductor of the Half-Scale clan was named Wen Sha. Are you the conductor nearby? I don't think I've seen you before. Her tone was lazy and her hoarse voice was not pleasant. Chen An replied calmly, my name is Chen and a mutual acquaintance. Wen Sha sat up straight and responded, acquaintance? I don't know you at all. If you hadn't jumped quickly back then, we might have been more familiar with each other. This statement initially sounded harmless, but as Wen Sha thought about it carefully, she felt a chill run down her spine. The extraordinary orbital cannon. This was her deepest impression. Are you from that train? She hurriedly closed the communication, preparing to pack up and flee. Before fleeing, Chen An's communication came again. Wen Sha calmed down slightly and answered the communication. Don't be in a hurry. I mean, you no harm. This is the star domain network I built, inviting you to join. Wen Sha asked, where are you located? I am 100 billion kilometers away from you. Even with continuous jumps, you'll have enough time, so don't worry. Wen Sha was skeptical. What is the use of the star domain network? It seems she didn't know the function of the star domain network, so Chen An didn't need to waste breath explaining. I will invite the conductors of the nearby starry sky to join, and we can communicate with each other to obtain more information. I can even provide you with star charts to help you understand your surroundings better. Luoda had not provided star charts and kept all the information to himself. After pondering for a moment, Wen Sha agreed to join. Subsequently, an invitation appeared on the screen, and clicking it led to the information interface of the star domain network. With the starry sky as the background and stars, as the modules, the chat group was renamed as Conductor Chat Domain, allowing entry through virtual projection for a better immersive experience. Chen An did not use Luoda's classic model but made numerous modifications to make the star domain network appear more high-end and sophisticated. Wen Sha immediately checked the star chart, which provided information covering a radius of 200 billion kilometers, but only basic starry sky structure information lacking detailed data about the planets. This is good stuff. It seems Chen An wasn't lying. She looked around and gained a lot of insight into the surrounding star systems, so she wouldn't be completely in the dark. She then exited and entered the chat domain just as Yang Dingtian came in as well. Yang Dingtian said, "It seems there aren't many people here." Chen An replied, "I invited you first. The other conductors will gradually join." When Sha asked, "Do you know where this is?" "Feels off somehow." Yang Dingtian responded, "I felt that too. When hunting star beasts the planet shakes inexplicably, and I can only keep changing positions." Chen An suggested, "I propose that you try to kill all the star beasts on the surface of the planet. There will be unexpected surprises." Although he was very tempted by these resources, he also knew he couldn't take them all. Mentioning it now could increase his goodwill. Yang Dingtian replied, "I'll go try it right away." After a brief chat, Chen An exited the chat domain and continued to invite other conductors. There were humanoid beings, silicon-based life forms, and all sorts of bizarre species. 3 hours later, Yang Dingtian exclaimed, "The planet exploded, and it's filled with energy crystals plus an egg. Brother, and you're amazing. You found a way to deal with this. I am trying to hatch the star beast egg." Chen An warned, "Absolutely do not hatch it, just roast it. If you don't want to roast it, then destroy it." Yang Dingtian responded. The other conductors hurried to try not for the star beast egg but for the energy crystals. Results came in for Chen An's energy crystal collection. He had already collected 1 million units of second-rate energy crystals from Planet A, and Planet B, which had yet to be harvested, likely had 1 million units as well. Chen An felt comfortable. After finishing the collection, we'll change positions. For now, there's nothing else to do. Let's blow up these planets one by one. I want all the energy crystals and the star beast eggs. In the following 2 months, Chen An drove the train searching everywhere for star beast eggs and energy crystals. To maximize efficiency, he did not assign tasks to the passengers but directly used the warship to crush, swiftly blasting open the planets. The star beast eggs obtained were evenly distributed, partly because too much time would lead to energy dissipation, and partly because raising the passengers' levels was crucial for the train's star upgrade. Among the 3 conditions for upgrading stars, the number of wars had been met, leaving only the passengers' levels and warship manufacturing. The warships would definitely be completed step by step, making the passengers' levels the key. On this day 2 months later, Chen An also leveled up. He officially broke through to the 6th level, causing quite a stir in the training room. 500 times the gravity is still not enough, let's increase it further. So far he had already strengthened his skin, flesh, bones, and blood, and was about to enhance his organs. He had not noticed it before, but now he realized that he seemed extraordinarily strong. With just a casual punch, he could exert several thousand pounds of force capable of smashing through steel plates and instantly defeating black spike robots. Fuyo is the entire process of becoming extraordinary, just about strengthening the body. From the inside out, even every cell needs to be enhanced. Powerful, extraordinary beings can feed on stars and traverse black holes. Taking a deep breath, Chen An left the training room to visit Fei. She had been lying in bed for 2 months, relying entirely on energy crystals for nourishment. To ensure Fei's bodily functions, Chen An had robots help her move, and he would also assist in his spare time. "Brother, are you bothering me again?" Although Fei could not move her body, her mind energy was everywhere, which sometimes gave Chen An a headache. "Shouldn't it be you bothering me?" At this moment she had infiltrated a nearby robot, revealing a chilling smile to Chen An. "Brother, I've touched a barrier." Barrier? As the train continuously changed positions, the range of the star domain network would also shift accordingly. Chen An immediately headed for the cockpit, urging Fuyo for information. There were no images, only dense data frantically scrolling across the screen, enough to make any programmer's scalp tingle. "Just tell me the result." "The star domain network has encountered a barrier in this direction, unable to pass through. I suspect it's the edge of this starry sky." A boundary appeared on the star map. Whether it was the edge of the starry sky, Chen An did not know, but he was certain it was the edge of the star domain network. "What type of barrier?" "Indiscernible, impenetrable. It is just like a wall." Just after speaking, Fuyo provided the latest situation. "The star domain network can bypass it." The screen displayed that the star domain network circumvented the barrier, leaving behind a circular black area. Beep, beep, beep. As Chen An observed carefully, alarms went off in the cockpit, indicating a special event had occurred. "Detected other star domain networks. Should we connect?" "What? There's a star domain network behind the barrier. Try connecting." Chen An did not believe the other side would accept, as they were still strangers. But unexpectedly, the other side accepted immediately with astonishing efficiency. The image on the screen was not very clear, so Chen An had Fei conduct a targeted infiltration to gather as much content as possible. In the dim starry sky, 18 trains were distributed front and back, moving at a constant speed. These trains were unusual. Although they were also elongated, their edges appeared more rounded, and the front of the train was spherical. The surface of the train was not the common bronze color, but a light golden hue shimmering under the illumination of distant stars. From the windows, one could see that inside there were no seats but rather a series of recessed circular holes. Inside these holes were many spheres secured by black straps similar to seat belts. The spheres were a form of special life with eyes and mouths, but they had only one eye occupying most of their surface. In the cockpit, a sphere that had grown significantly larger was researching the information obtained not long ago. Another star domain network. Connect directly with them. Soon after, a blurry image of Chen An appeared on the screen, but it was unclear due to the great distance and insufficient information. The same was true for Chen An. They could only let their respective mind energy users continue to gather information to strive for clearer images. 5 minutes later, although the picture was still fuzzy, they could finally make out the basic appearance of the other side. Sphere. Monster. Both sides expressed their astonishment. While they were momentarily taken aback, the intelligent minds on both sides translated each other's languages, with Fuyo being the fastest. The other side is the Jinjing tribe. The simulated image has been generated. On the adjacent screen appeared an image of a spherical being with large eyes, looking not frightening but rather a bit silly and cute. Is there more information available? The Jinjing tribe is not purely spherical. They have 8 tentacles that are usually hidden and only extend in critical moments. Their eyes possess super dynamic vision, easily capturing minute details. The Jinjing tribe excels in technology, has weak combat strength but boasts formidable defense. Their shell can block electromagnetic waves. The Jinjing tribe can survive in space but must be in a fully defensive state, ultimately starving to death due to lack of energy. Meanwhile, the Jinjing tribe was also describing humanity, but due to limited information, Chen An was described as a wondrous species with 4 tentacles and 2 eyes with a nervous system separate from its energy chamber. After mutual understanding, Chen An spoke first. My name is Chen An, what should I call you? Terra. Human, how long have you been here? Chen An, over 2 months. Have you discovered anything special over there, such as an exit? Terra, no exit has been found yet. Is there a dark area we cannot explore between us? Chen An, I know, can we enter? Terra, uncertain, my current position is quite far from the dark area. Both sides exchanged information, but there was not much useful content. Suddenly Chen An received a reminder from Fuyo that Fei had obtained more data through infiltration of the other party's star domain network. Don't invade recklessly. It's not good if you get discovered. The other side's mind energy users are also infiltrating, collecting identity information of other trains. Alright, a fair exchange. Is there any additional information? The other side has a total of 18 trains, all belonging to the Jinjing tribe. 18 trains. Could it be the train alliance we discovered in the Kubo star system? Correct, the analysis shows they are trains of the same tribe. Chen An was astonished. Why would a single tribe have so many trains? Master, have you forgotten? Our Zixing tribe has a total of 4,000 trains. But to gather more resources, we did not take the route with the highest competitive pressure. It's like how I encountered dog-headed people twice on the same route before. Next, after communicating with Terra, Chen An and Terra each left gaps in the star domain network, tacitly allowing the other party's mind energy users to enter. After all, it was just sharing public information and they did not care about potential leaks. After the exchange ended, the star domain network issued an announcement to inform all members of this matter. The boundaries between the 2 trains were defined by the current borders of the star domain network, and neither side could cross the line, or otherwise they could be attacked at will by the other party. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye half a year had passed. On March 3rd of the rebirth era, the Fuyao train arrived near the dark region. Inside the carriage, the 3rd singer competition had just concluded, with a famous singer from Kibo Star winning the championship, breaking when Jez monopoly on the title of the train's best singer. Progress was made in other activities as well, with competitive gaming, even seeing the emergence of professional teams that could provide passengers with thrilling matches for an extended period. However, for Chen An, he could not concern himself with these trivial matters, as the train was about to face the issue of upgrading its star rating. 1. All passengers awakened as extraordinary beings with over 500,000 fourfold ascendants. 2. The train had participated in 12 civilization wars, achieving victory in the 10 required for the upgrade. 3. The train currently possessed 500 escort ships, 100 destroyers, and 5 celestial patrol ships, and had devoured more than 5 cores. The war capability was rated as Tier 3. In summary, the train was eligible for a 3-star upgrade at any time. Chen An said this star upgrade will happen quickly thanks to the star beast eggs, helping the passengers level up. While only 50,000 fourfold ascendants are needed for the upgrade, there are already over 1,000 fivefold. Do the passengers need to leave? The train's 3-star upgrade will take 1 day and passengers are not allowed to leave. Chen An deduced a pattern. If they did not leave, it meant the train would increase the number of carriages without expanding its internal volume. Okay, recall all battleships and well upgrade in 3 hours. The passengers were excited upon hearing the news, for the stronger the train became, the safer they felt. 3 hours later, the train entered the nearby dark red nebula and began the star upgrade transformation. During the wait, Chen An reviewed the gains from the past 6 months. The energy crystal reserves reached 14 billion basic units, and it was in a phase of being used with closed eyes. Other resources filled the storage layer with the collection speed exceeding the usage speed. The research center continuously produced results, and the mass-produced extraordinary guns officially launched half a month ago, receiving unanimous praise from the passengers. The project that concerned Chen and the most, the extraordinary particle accelerator, surprisingly failed consecutively 7 times, and the scientists were conducting the 8th experiment. However, the extraordinary cannon had been manufactured, but due to structural issues it could not yet be mounted on battleships, and could only be used independently. Actually, the hardest part is Faye, who has been lying in bed for half a year. As soon as he finished speaking, Faye's phantom appeared next to him, using rudimentary holographic projection technology. "It's not hard at all as long as brother plays with me every day." Chen An replied, "Okay, what do you want to play? You haven't spiritually connected with me for 4 hours 32 minutes and 21 seconds. I'm planning to use 4 spiritual strings this time. Is that okay?" Chen An's face twitched. Such an opportunity was usually sought after, but Faye was currently in a super state and he could only condense 4 strings at most. This was his limit, and if he wasn't careful he would be overwhelmed by Faye. However, considering she had indeed been struggling, Chen An agreed. For most of the next day, Chen An accompanied Faye, pushing their spiritual connection to the limit. Essentially, spiritual connection was akin to continuous spiritual thrusts, a pressure most people could not withstand. One could imagine that if an ordinary person were to fire continuously, they would surely blow a fuse. Finally, when the train star upgrade concluded, Chen An escaped from the spiritual connection. "Faye, let's play next time. I have something important to do now." Faye responded, "Oh, you go ahead. You'll find Luoyu to play." She and Luoyu seemed to be playing normally, but Chen An felt there was more to it. "Fuyao, what is the spiritual coupling degree between Faye and Luoyu?" The response came without having coupled before. The exact data cannot be determined. However, it can be inferred that their coupling degree is above 70%, as they have both spiritually connected with you multiple times. Chen An was surprised. "Are you saying that the more they connect with me, the higher their coupling degree with each other will be?" "In principle, yes." Chen An suddenly became interested. Why not let them try it out when the opportunity arose? Before long, he arrived at the cockpit, where numerous holographic screens popped up on the control panel, displaying a massive flow of updated data that made Chen An dizzy. "Just tell me the results directly." He comfortably sat in the driver's seat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Train Fuyao, intelligent brain number D1314, level bronze, 3 stars, 0. 7 level extraordinary civilization owner Chen, and train master capacity 10 million, actual load 4. 96 million, defense level 3, firepower level 3, power level 3, energy 52. Remaining status 100, perfect. The train's overall defense reached level 3, and the body defense was further enhanced, able to completely shield against intrusions from 5-fold and below spiritualists. The train's firepower increased to level 3. The body of the train added 20,000 laser cannons and 200 electromagnetic rail cannons on the roof, all with increased intensity. The train's power increased to level 3, with speed raised by 30% over the original base, and braking time reduced by 30%. The train's energy storage doubled, now requiring more energy to support consumption. The train added 20 new carriages, allowing the owner to carry more passengers. The train's radar upgraded, with detection range increased to 4 billion kilometers. The observation deck became a double-decker structure, accommodating more passengers simultaneously. Chen An asked, the observation deck was not part of the train's original components. How could it upgrade too? As long as it is part of the train, there is a chance for evolution during the star upgrade. Alright, I suppose you call this evolution. The screen displayed an overall image of the train. The size and width remained the same as before, but the length had doubled, indicating that the train would require more power to operate. The larger the train, the faster it goes, but the consumption will certainly increase. Shouldn't the power layer be upgraded too? The current power layer of the train is sufficient to support it and does not need an upgrade, as long as it doesn't present any problems. By the way, what about my special ability? It shouldn't still be focused on absolute protection, right? Your private area has increased with a quantum chamber, and you can use the quantum teleportation function anytime. Chen An was very interested and immediately asked Fuyao to take him there. The quantum chamber was next to the training room, a very small room. Upon entering, it was empty, with only a round pure white platform estimated to accommodate just one person. Chen An stood on it, and there was no change. What next? Since there is only one quantum chamber, it can only teleport in one direction. You can shuttle back in quantum form from anywhere with no restrictions on distance or number of uses. Chen An was astonished. Isn't this science fiction? This is fantasy. Is it really that exaggerated? He stepped outside and asked Fuyao to initiate the teleportation. There was nothing particularly unusual, just a moment of daze, and he appeared inside the quantum chamber. With absolute protection combined with the quantum chamber, as long as the train doesn't perish, am I not invincible? Can others use it? Only you can use it unless the train breaks through quantum technology. With the train's current level, how long until it breaks through? We aim to achieve it within 100,000 years. Chen An made no attempt to conceal the star ascension of the Fuyao train. He immediately announced it across the entire stellar network, and even shared the news with the Jinjing clan. Train captains rushed to offer their congratulations, though their true sentiments remained known only to themselves. Tila also sent a congratulatory video, noticeably warmer than before. This starfield has exhausted all collectible resources. Shall we convene to deliberate our future course? Tila wholeheartedly endorsed Chen An's proposal and suggested he preside over the meeting. The stellar networks of both factions now overlapped, significantly enabling far smoother inter-train communication. Upon concluding the transmission, Tila grew impatient and queried the AI. How long until our train ascends? At least 3 months, replied the AI. I hope Chen An refrains from reckless action. We Jinjing are not to be trifled with. Half an hour later, all train captains entered Chen An's stellar network and gathered in the designated conference space. The Jinjing clan fielded 18 train captains, indistinguishable to Chen An, who saw them as near identical in appearance. Chen An commanded 21, a numerically superior contingent, but one rife with disparity in capability. Some, like the chrysanthemum-like botanical civilizations, possessed negligible combat strength, their survival attributable solely to sheer fortune. I have summoned you all today, Chen An declared, to deliberate our collective path forward. As all knew, the starfield was a sealed domain. Every exploitable resource had already been surveyed. Without new reserves, our advancement would inevitably stall. If any among you harbor ideas, speak freely. Scarcely had his words faded when a Jinjing train captain raised his voice. The uncharted dark zone wedged between us remains unexplored. It may yet hold an exit. Dare you enter? Without sufficient intelligence, such a venture is perilous beyond measure. Last month, I dispatched a reconnaissance vessel to its periphery, only to detect colossal electromagnetic storms likely survivable only by a full-fledged train. Then a train must enter first, to scout the way. A heavy silence fell upon the assembly. Who among them would risk annihilation? After prolonged deliberation, Windsor of the Banlin clan advanced an alternative perspective. Our objective is escape, not the acquisition of further resources. The exit need not lie within the dark zone. I propose we search the far more desolate starfields encircling us. A star chart materialized at the center of the conference space, marked with 4 cardinal directions, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The Fuyao and allied trains had entered from direction 1. The Jinjing trains hailed from direction 3, leaving directions 2 and 4 still incompletely surveyed. Yet prior experience from those 2 directions suggested they were likely barren voids, resourceless and vast. After 30 minutes of discussion, only 2 viable options remained. First, penetrate the dark zone. Second, extend exploration into ever more remote reaches of surrounding space, perhaps uncovering an egress. Chen An concluded, is there any train willing to enter? The question was rhetorical. A zone capable of nullifying psychic abilities wielded profound dread over every train captain. Even Chen An dared not venture in. In that case, let us test the second option. Each train shall disperse to explore independently, and report findings without fail. Failure to respond will be deemed an act of hostility against all. I concur. It is the safest course. Upon adjournment, 13 trains fanned outward from the core region, accelerating toward the outer fringes. Chen An chose direction 4, heading due outward at maximum velocity. He had anticipated swift results only to discover that the distant starfield stretched vaster and sparser than imagined, often yielding no planets for days on end, not even asteroids. This is the true nature of the cosmos. What we once inhabited was merely a resource-dense enclave. Who knows how long this will take? Withdraw Faye from the stellar network. For now, let her rest. 2 minutes later, the effervescent Faye clung to Chen An, refusing to detach. I wish to try something more exhilarating than psychic resonance. Seeing she would not relent, Chen An acquiesced. For an extended stretch thereafter, he had little else to do but wander aimlessly. He alternated between psychic resonance with Faye and simultaneous psychic-physical resonance with Zishu, eventually mastering concurrent resonance. He would remain with Zishu while directing 2 spirit threads to her, while 2 others, guided by Faye, entered the stellar network. Every sensation intensified manifold, ensnaring him in rapturous immersion. 1.5 months later, the train reached the edge of the starfield. In the cockpit, Chen An's brow furrowed in deep concern. Deploy a reconnaissance probe. The display revealed absolute void, black, empty, utterly devoid of matter. Some million kilometers ahead, the probe arrived shortly after, and dissolved instantly upon contact. Confirmed dissolution, not mere disappearance. The probe fragmented into a particle swarm within 0.1 seconds, then fully annihilated within 0.3 seconds. Experimental data indicates the void contains abundant antiparticles. Chen An recoiled in shock. This is catastrophic. Could it not trigger universal annihilation? Antiparticles are constrained by unique cosmic laws. They cannot breach normal spacetime. Note this is particle-antiparticle annihilation distinct from the stellar collapse phenomena we previously encountered. Precisely the question I intended to ask. Preliminary analysis confirmed it. The starfield's periphery consisted entirely of lethal void. Any train entering would be obliterated by antiparticles in an instant. Chen An ordered the train to trace the boundary for 3 days, finding no fissure, no flaw, before turning back. Fei re-entered the stellar network, establishing flawless synchronization with the other trains. Their shared data corroborated Chen An's conclusion. This accursed place is a stellar prison, likely built to contain something. That which is imprisoned must reside within the dark zone. Fuyao, what might it be? Based on extant records, I infer it is a stellar-devouring leviathan, ranked above sovereigntier, thus attaining stellar master rank. Chen An shook his head. A stellar master rivals a transcendent starwalker, surpassing even a stellar treader. If such a being lives, we might as well await our end. Should that be the case, surrender is our only recourse. Master need not despair. As this is a stellar prison, the leviathan may already be deceased. Else why would star beast eggs be concealed within planetary crusts? Let us hope so. The train continued its voyage for another 1.5 months, arriving near the dark zone in early September of that year, where all trains converged peacefully within a single star system. No exit lies elsewhere. Entry into the dark zone is inevitable. Simultaneous entry is unnecessary. A single train should scout ahead, minimizing collective loss. Tila, your clan commands numerous trains. Surely dispatching one would cause no inconvenience. Tila widened his eyes and retorted, I command only my own train. The others bear no relation to me. After protracted debate, Yang Dingtian proposed, let us stage a contest, open to all trains, with the final loser assigned to scout. Chen An nodded approvingly. An excellent suggestion. Tila, what say you? Having recently ascended to 3-star status, Tila now held considerable authority. I raise no objection. How shall we compete? Yang Dingtian promptly uploaded his pre-prepared plan to the stellar network. We shall select a planet to serve as the arena. Absolute fairness guaranteed. Each train shall nominate 1 passenger to compete. Combat to the death. The sole survivor shall earn exemption. With 13 trains, 30 rounds of duels will determine the victor. Should the loser refuse, the assembled trains may jointly destroy their vessel, and the obligation passes to the next in line. This proposition ignited keen interest among most train captains, who swiftly assented. The rules were brutal, yet to train captains they were trivial. The loss of a few passengers meant nothing. Mere tools easily replaced. With too few habitable stars, nearby passengers had not disembarked from the train for a long time. They had grown accustomed to life aboard, eating, cultivating, and occasionally indulging in private intimacies unburdened by consequence. For most passengers, this existence was profoundly comfortable, far more so than their former 9-to-5 drudgery. At that moment in entertainment, Zone 10, an extraordinary duel unfolded with fierce intensity. One side was Zhou Jiang, undefeated in 100 battles. The other Xiao Zhen, a tenacious challenger. The display screens no longer showed cartoonish puppets. Instead, they projected lifelike holograms, heightening immersion and emotional resonance. You cannot defeat me, declared Zhou Jiang, arms crossed, radiating unwavering confidence. I am a pure transcendent being. You carry too many reservations. Xiao Zhen stood firm, hefting his battle saber with quiet disdain. If I were cowardly, I would never have come. Today marks my 104th challenge against you. Then bring it on. Both drew their blades in unison and collided at blinding speed. Clang. A sharp ringing impact echoed, then stretched into a sustained metallic shriek. They exchanged rapid slashes, executing refined techniques with practiced precision. Unlike their earlier straightforward brawls, they now fought with deliberate artistry, deploying intricate saber forms for both offense and defense, dramatically elevating their combat prowess. Spectators lining the arena roared with applause. Such duels occurred daily, and many passengers tuned in faithfully, not only for entertainment but to absorb hard-won tactical wisdom. Yet today felt different. Xiao Zhen did not falter or retreat. Instead, he flowed like water, adapting his supple movements to deflect and counter Zhou Jiang's overwhelming storm-like assault. I see it now. He stopped meeting Zhou Jiang Heden. He's embracing softness to overcome hardness. Transcendence prize raw power above all. Physical augmentation dictates battlefield supremacy. Zhou Jiang's onslaught is unstoppable. Even Chen An might not withstand it. Chen An's ranking had long stagnated, slipping beyond the top 10. But veteran passengers still remembered his legendary prime. As murmurs swirled among the crowd, Xiao Zhen suddenly dropped low, rolling across the floor before launching himself at Zhou Jiang in an uncanny serpentine lunge. Zhou Jiang failed to withdraw his blade in time, and was pinned beneath Xiao Zhen's weight. Snap! The razor edge sliced cleanly across Zhou Jiang's throat, crimson blood erupted. Dinglingaling! A chime resonated across the screen. Xiao Zhen had claimed victory in the transcendent duel. ending his streak of 104 consecutive defeats. Yet this triumph divided the audience. Some condemned Xiaozhen's tactics as dishonorable, unfit for a true contest, arguing his overall strength remained inferior to Zhou Zhang's. Others countered that in mortal combat means mattered little. Only victory counted. Deception, stratagem, even traps were legitimate tools. Regardless of judgment, Zhou Zhang and Xiaozhen shared deep camaraderie, and now headed together toward the dining car for celebratory drinks. At that very moment, the train issued an official announcement. This train will now enter a high-stakes competition with other trains. A contest whose outcome may determine our collective future. N-Rules N13 contestants total, drawn from all participating trains, will land on Arena Star and fight within designated zones until only one remains alive, and no weapons or armor permitted. Only resources native to the planet may be employed, and any contestant securing victory for their train shall receive a reward of 200,000 star credits and an F499 heavy freighter. And all contestants must possess cultivation realms between 4th and 5th tier. And registration opens now. Selected participants will be announced in 30 minutes. And silence lingered long after the broadcast ended, then erupted into chaos. Isn't this just a cosmic battle royale? No weapons, pure physical dominance. Who could possibly rival Zhou Zhang? The reward is staggering. 200,000 star credits pale beside that freighter. Do you know its market value? 20 million star credits. Na collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Greed flared, but so did sober self-awareness. None dared register lightly. After all, no reward mattered if one did not survive to claim it. Meanwhile, in the command cabin, Chen An stared at the growing list of registrants on screen. Hesitant, conflicted. According to the rules, later entrants hold a decisive advantage. The field narrows progressively. Especially in the final round, only 2 remain to face off. But the cost is steep. To arrive late, one must sacrifice early entrance. NPR Fuyao strategy: the first 20 rounds could be forfeited, deliberately sending expendable fighters to their deaths. By round 21, only 19 contestants would remain. Pressure would ease dramatically. That was the optimal window to deploy elite warriors and secure inevitable victory. Yet it sits ill with me. We surpass other races in strength. Why resort to such underhanded maneuvering? And he glanced again at the registration list. Nearly every name was familiar. Zishu, Xiaozhen, Zhou Zhang, Lu Cheng, Xiafeng, and Chen Guoliang had not registered. He excelled not in solo combat but in command. Chen An paused, withholding decision for now. 20 minutes later, Fuyao delivered fresh intelligence. At least 20 train captains share your original plan. They intend to seed early rounds. And revised recommendation: deploy elite fighters immediately. Early rounds offer higher win probability due to lower attrition. Chen An had not anticipated this convergence of strategy. So great minds think alike. Yet what of the remaining captains? The remaining captains belong to the Golden-Eyed clan. Their intelligence remains impenetrable. Chen An acted decisively. Zhou Zhang would compete. As the strongest passenger aboard, Zhou Zhang inspired unmatched confidence. Yet for absolute assurance, Chen An summoned Luo Yu to perform a prophecy. Will this cost you much of your lifespan? Predicting the short-term fate of a single individual consumes negligible life force, practically imperceptible. Only prophecies concerning the train itself exact a grave toll. Zhou Zhang warranted such a prophecy. Success must be guaranteed, but fate intervened. In Luo Yu's vision, Zhou Zhang dominated the early rounds. Unrivaled, unstoppable. Yet his unyielding arrogance became his undoing. Ambushed by a golden-eyed foe, he suffered grievous injury and lost all capacity to fight. The golden-eyed are formidable defenders. Feigning weakness, they lured him in. Then struck without warning, a whip-like tentacle pierced his abdomen. Chen An's first instinct was to warn Zhou Zhang. Yet he hesitated. That pride ran too deep, too habitual. Even if warned, Zhou Zhang would likely forget the moment he stepped onto the arena. He is disqualified. Choose another. Fuyao, who is optimal. And no one surpasses Xiaozhen. He combines courage with cunning, and masters deception as an art form. Analysis confirms his meticulous nature. Every recorded bout reveals extreme caution, methodical execution, and profound experience, enabling him to detect traps before they spring. Chen An laughed aloud. How could I forget him? When it comes to subterfuge, Xiaozhen is the undisputed master. I've learned half my tricks from him. Very well. I'll designate Xiaozhen as our contestant. Luo Yu prophesy once more. And within seconds the result arrived. Luo Yu's expression turned strangely unsettled. Xiaozhen secures ultimate victory, but incurs unified condemnation from every golden-eyed train captain. What did he do? And you'll see soon enough. Suffice to say, it is not something to celebrate. Chen An smiled, satisfied. Victory alone mattered. Attention all passengers, train captain has selected Xiaozhen to compete. Please proceed immediately to the observation deck. Shuttle vessels await. Why me? Xiaozhen knew his own strengths well. He excelled at enhancing combat capability through diverse tools and gadgets, but in direct confrontation countless others aboard the train far surpassed him. Take Zhou Jiang seated beside him at the table. Even in a real-world duel Xiao Zhan would be utterly outmatched. Brother Jiang, why didn't the train captain choose you? Zhou Jiang downed a gulp of high-proof baijiu unflinching and replied, "It doesn't matter. Since the train captain chose you, prepare without delay. Right? I'll get ready immediately. Wouldn't want to cause any delays." Weapons were forbidden, armor too. Before Zhou Jiang's eyes, Xiao Zhan removed a cascade of items from his person. A dagger, a miniaturized high-yield explosive charge, a glass vial suspected of containing poison, a coil of alloy wire. "Could you hold onto these for me?" Zhou Jiang's face stiffened. He couldn't help but mutter, "If equipment were permitted, you'd probably strap an entire bioweapon arsenal to your chest." Xiao Zhan grumbled, "Exactly. Without gear it's maddening. Leaves me no choice but to adapt on the fly." Then, brimming with excitement, he strode across the living quarters toward observation deck No. 10. Fellow passengers saluted him along the way, wishing him safe return. Xiao Zhan beamed and declared, "Once I claim the F-499, I'll be the wealthiest man aboard this train." "Zhu Daming, you wretch, where have you vanished to?" Zhu Daming emerged from the crowd, his expression clouded with worry. "Brother Xiao, be careful." Xiao Zhan flashed a grin. "Pay close attention to the train announcements. The 20 million star credit bounty and the transport vessel are personal rewards, not guild property. Let that be clear from the start." Zhu Daming laughed weakly, nodding vigorously. 10 minutes later, a hatch opened in the floor, revealing an exploration vessel below, ready to ferry Xiao Zhan to the Arena Star. Before boarding, Xiao Zhan's expression hardened into quiet solemnity. To Zhu Daming he said, "If I don't return, assume leadership, and divide all my savings equally among the brothers. And if you dare hoard even a single credit, I'll haunt your nightmares night after night." Several core members of the Night Guild had gathered. Hearing those words, their hearts lurched. They truly feared their leader might never come back. But before emotion could settle, Xiao Zhan had already vanished into the shuttle. The arena lay 800 million kilometers away, a lifeless dead star where only transcendent beings of Tier 4 or higher could land unprotected. Xiao Zhan received advanced intelligence. The main screen displayed the planet's surface, rock gardens, caverns, fissures, and rolling hills, all designed to maximize tactical flexibility for competitors. "This terrain suits me perfectly." The arena was circular, ringed by 20-meter-high walls, and patrolled by autonomous sentinels, ensuring no contestant could flee. When the exploration vessel descended to within 50,000 meters of the surface, Fuyao alerted Xiao Zhan. He could now freely select his landing point. "Seems highly adaptable. Interesting. Straight to the Central Valley. I'll wager no one else dares go there." Sensor data revealed other shuttles favored the periphery, none approached the center. 10 minutes later, the vessel touched down in the valley. Deposited, Xiao Zhan then departed. HSS, bitter cold. The planetary surface radiated intense frigidity. Xiao Zhan hunched his shoulders, then slipped into a cave on the western flank of the valley, and disappeared from sight. To guarantee absolute fairness, the entire competition was broadcast live. While some train captains restricted access, Chen An imposed no such limits, broadcasting across the entire train, treating the battle as a masterclass in combat strategy. Yet the problem arose instantly. Xiao Zhan had vanished into hiding the moment he landed, leaving Chen An visibly embarrassed. In the chat domain, train captains exchanged banter, boasting of their own contenders or disparaging rivals. None dared mock Chen An directly, except Tila. "Brother Chen, surrendering in round 1. At least make a token effort. You never know, a victory might just happen." Tila burst into raucous laughter. His operative had already activated hunting mode. 8 metallic tentacles lashing forward with terrifying speed, exuding raw menace. Chen An chuckled dryly, then exited the stellar domain to consult Luo Yu beside him. "In your prophecy, what is this man preparing to do?" Luo Yu replied, "He knows the great eyes are strongest, so he's crafting weapons." "Weapons?" Chen An zoomed the feed. Inside the cave, Xiao Zhan was gathering stones. "Playing primitive man. He intends to fashion sharpened stone spears. But this world bears no trees, only stone." Chen An shook his head. "These rocks are indeed dense, but utterly insufficient against transcendent beings." He panned the display, locating the positions of other competitors. "Brother, why not reveal their coordinates to Xiao Zhan?" Chen An answered, "Relaying messages requires the stellar domain, and all train captains agreed. Tila and I must supervise each other strictly. No exceptions permitted." "Don't worry, he'll find his own way." For 10 long minutes the arena remained eerily still, until movement finally stirred. The first clash erupted in the north. 2 great eyes encountered each other, locked in wary standoff, then charged, colliding bodily. Yet familiarity with each other's anatomy left no exploitable opening, so they broke apart, seeking fresh prey. "Will they form an alliance?" Fei Yi asked, startled. Chen An replied, "The golden-eyed clan dares not ally. If they did, we'd be forced to unite as well, and in sheer numbers we hold the advantage. After a while, casualties appeared. A Tier 4 half-scale warrior met a Tier 5 Great Eye, and was crushed mercilessly, unable to mount even token resistance. Though their scales offered natural defense, they proved useless against the Great Eye's steel-reinforced tentacles. Why are the tentacles made of steel? Many train captains voiced skepticism in the chat domain. One Shah erupted furiously. Does this count as equipment? You've violated the rules, Golden-Eyed Clan. The Golden-Eyed Clan's train captain responded swiftly. Our native tentacles are frail, easily exploited. Many have replaced them with biomechanical prostheses. These are not equipment but integrated anatomical components, like replacing a severed limb with a cybernetic arm. The logic held water. Wenxia, seething, withdrew from the domain without further protest. Chen An suddenly caught a spark of insight. Could Xiao Zhan be targeting the mechanical joints of the Great Eye's tentacles? Fuyao instantly rendered a simulation on-screen. Modified Great Eyes possessed a critical flaw. The interface between mechanical tentacle and body cavity was structurally unstable. Ah yes, that could work. Indeed, it may be the only viable breach against their defenses. Xiao Zhan has clearly thought this through. Over the next 2 hours, the Great Eyes dominated utterly, slaughtering competitors of every other race. Just as internal conflict loomed among the Great Eyes themselves, Xiao Zhan struck. One Great Eye prowling for prey entered the valley and spotted Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan's face contorted in feigned terror. He raised both hands in surrender. The Great Eye chattered contemptuously, then lunged. Neither carried translation devices, so neither understood the other's speech. Had translation been possible, the Great Eye would have realized Xiao Zhan's gestures bore no relation to his actual words. Come on, coward loses. That thing'd make a hell of a football. All conductors of the Golden-Eyed Clan were kin-bound by deep tribal solidarity. Within Tra's private chat domain, these conductors roared with laughter, thoroughly delighted by their overwhelming advantage on the arena star. Though our clan's combat prowess may not rank among the strongest, our defensive resilience is unmatched. We can simply outlast and exhaust any foe. It's almost comical. The gelatinous Safi species actually attempted to constrict our warriors into submission only to be torn limb from limb. In my estimation, our 18 trains may well claim victory in the first 18 rounds outright. The sole complication: we must eventually contend with one another to determine the ultimate victor. This is already the optimal outcome. Prolonging the contest only increases attrition. Tra joined their banter, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the battlefield. First, observe the live feed. Evan, your warrior, has just encountered Chen An's fighter. Chen An was a keyword. Uttering it instantly drew attention. The conductors immediately turned to the display. Seeing Xiao Zhan standing dazed and soot-streaked hands raised in surrender, they burst into fresh peals of laughter. How absurd. These humans leave their limbs fully exposed. We retract our tentacles into our bodies for protection. Do they truly fear no vulnerability? Their limbs differ fundamentally from our tentacles. No need to disparage them unjustly. Still, humans are astonishingly frail. No carapace, no scales, not even avian wings for flight. They possess neither formidable defense nor exceptional speed, and lack any unique survival ability whatsoever. At the very least, we can withdraw every vital organ into our armored shells, even surviving unaided within a vacuum station. As they commented, the feed showed Xiao Zhan darting frantically like a headless fly. The Great Eye retracted its tentacles and rolled toward Xiao Zhan with uncanny agility. At last, Xiao Zhan was cornered. Nowhere left to flee. The Great Eye exultantly unfurled all 8 tentacles, sealing off every possible escape route. Only the killing blow remained. Tra frowned, still too sluggish. He should have closed in and ended it immediately. A little play is permissible, no rush. Yet this human offers no resistance at all. Something feels deeply amiss. Even as the words left his mouth, the Great Eye lunged forward on screen, its 8 tentacles gleaming with a sinister blood-hued luminescence. Just as all assumed Xiao Zhan's demise was inevitable, he dropped low and rolled sideways, slipping beneath the Great Eye's massive form. He's fleeing. No, he won't flee. In stunned silence, the golden-eyed conductors watched as Xiao Zhan surged upright and charged from behind, tackling the Great Eye with raw, brutal force and toppling it. Then, with his left hand, he seized one of the creature's tentacles and wrenched it backward with a guttural roar, tearing half its length free from the pulsating chamber, revealing quivering blood vessels within. With his right hand, Xiao Zhan withdrew a slender stone spear, crafted in advance, and drove it deep into the exposed chamber. The Great Eye thrashed violently, but Xiao Zhan's strength proved preternatural. Escape was impossible. As the stone spear vanished entirely into the wound, the Great Eye's enormous eyes bulged wide, flooding with dark crimson blood before consciousness faded. Witnessing this, the golden-eyed conductors fell into prolonged, heavy silence. He knew our greatest weakness. That fighter was never weak to begin with. Yet resorting to such underhanded tactics, isn't it rather dishonorable? Not truly underhanded. He merely acted with prudence, exploiting our warrior's arrogance. Xiao Zhan's battle drew scant attention beyond the golden-eyed clan. Only Chen An and the train's full complement of passengers observed it closely. When Xiao Zhan's triumph became clear, every carriage erupted in jubilant cheers, like a festival in full swing. Chen An himself grinned broadly and ordered service robots to deliver chilled cola and popcorn. Had Zhou Jiang faced the great, he'd have charged headlong into direct confrontation. His strength could indeed prevail, but such recklessness is unnecessary. Survival to the end defines victory, not the highest body count. Chen An expected Xiao Zhan to remain hidden, but instead he slipped silently from the valley, stone spear in hand, beginning his vigilant patrol. Soon he encountered another great eye. Human. Ah, what extraordinary fortune. The great eye chattered unintelligibly. Xiao Zhan again raised his hands in feigned terror and bolted toward a nearby rock formation. The complex terrain granted Xiao Zhan ample opportunity to leverage his surroundings, a skill he wielded masterfully. As before, the great eye rushed in eagerly, only to be effortlessly turned against itself and slain. Within the golden-eyed conductor's private chat domain, blood pressure spiked. Accursed fools! Do they possess no wit at all? They did not curse Xiao Zhan. They cursed their own kin's fatal overconfidence. Over the next 2 hours, as Xiao Zhan methodically dispatched 6 more great eyes using diverse stratagems, the conductors finally lost all restraint, unleashing furious, blistering invective against him. Digging pits, pelting eyes with stones, even stripping our warrior's shells to wear as armor. Can this sink any lower? Yes, it can, Xiao Zhan later replied. When slaying the 9th great eye, he stacked the corpses of 3 previously killed ones, and concealed himself within the grisly mound. Unaware, the great eye instinctively pawed at its fallen kin. At the critical moment, Xiao Zhan exploded from cover, revealing his true strength for the first time, ripping clean off one tentacle along with gouts of flesh and viscera. This was the great eye's fatal flaw, every tentacle connected directly to its vital chamber, the very nexus of life. A single thrust of the stone spear ended the fight. Afterward, Xiao Zhan stood relaxed, scarcely winded, his exertion minimal. Inside the train, Chen An received a calm request from Tra. Tra, your fighter is far stronger than we anticipated. Surely no need for such methods. Chen, and neither are yours restricted. There are no rules forbidding it. The recently fallen great eye was under my command. I couldn't bear it any longer. Tra had contacted Chen, and only because the loss was personal. Tra, only 7 competitors remain. 6 of them golden-eyed warriors. Your fighter may not endure until the final reckoning. Wish you luck. Chen An laughed heartily. Indeed, if other species remained among the foes, Xiao Zhan would face genuine difficulty. But if all remaining adversaries were great eyes, Xiao Zhan, now battle-hardened and intimately versed in their weaknesses, would prevail with increasing ease. More crucially, none of the surviving great eyes knew of his existence, or even suspected another predator lurked among them. From real-time feeds, it was evident Xiao Zhan had grasped this truth. He retreated once more into the valley to rest and recover, letting the great eyes exhaust themselves in internecine conflict. The great eyes' infighting proved tedious, like 2 boiled eggs colliding endlessly, delivering no decisive damage. Yet due to varying degrees of physical augmentation, each collision generated violent reverberations, forcing the weaker to extend tentacles prematurely, thereby ceding tactical initiative. After nearly 3 hours of grinding stalemate, the strongest great eye emerged victorious. Assuming itself the undisputed champion, it sensed no warning, only the quiet certainty that an enemy still remained. By then, Xiao Zhan had slept soundly in his cave, and now stepped forth to survey the aftermath. Emerging from the valley, he met the great eye face to face. He prepared to repeat his earlier ruse. Feign weakness, then strike. Yet this great eye, forged in countless battles, refused to close distance, instead holding Xiao Zhan at bay from afar, locked in wary standoff. Xiao Zhan murmured, "So this one won't be fooled. Time to show my true strength." Many spectators believed that Xiao Zhan was weak, relying solely on various tactics. However, when they saw him facing off directly against the Yen, without losing ground, they realized that Xiao Zhan had been hiding his true capabilities. He deeply understood the rules of the competition. It was not about being overly aggressive, but about surviving until the end. In the final 5 minutes, Xiao Zhan erupted completely, his 5-fold self reinforced like steel. He even dared to go head-to-head with the Yen, looking for opportunities to strike at the tentacles. As the Yan's tentacles were torn away, Xiao Zhan had essentially secured victory. The first round of battle has concluded, and the Fuyao train has been granted immunity. The remaining 38 trains will continue the competition. Please prepare the contestants, and the next match will begin in half an hour. In an excited state, Xiao Zhan returned to the train, and the moment he stepped onto the viewing platform, he instantly transformed into a figure of aloofness, his expression cold. "President is awesome. Xiao Gu is mighty. Are you going to treat us?" Xiao Zhan's cold demeanor immediately crumbled as he feigned anger, saying, "Shouldn't it be you treating me?" A group of people gathered around, cheerfully pinning Xiao Zhan down. Before long the train's alert tone sounded indicating that Xiaozhen's rewards had been credited. To show his acknowledgement, Chen An specifically had a robot deliver a bottle of fine wine. This wine was from the inventory of Zixing materials. Every bottle was invaluable. After receiving the wine, Xiaozhen quickly hid it away, refusing to share it with anyone. In the cockpit, Chen An was relaxed. He treated the remaining matches as mere entertainment. In the second round the Terra tribe emerged victorious. In the third round the Golden Eye tribe triumphed. The fourth round saw the Three-Eyed People unleash a massacre. In the fifth round the Golden Eye tribe dominated the field. However, due to the obvious weaknesses of the Golden Eye tribe, the subsequent contestants targeted them intentionally, leading to victories for other races in the 6th through 10th rounds. 2 days after the competition, 37 out of 13 trains had successfully received immunity, leaving only the last 2 to vie for the ultimate exemption. One side was the Safi tribe and the other was the Golden Eye tribe. The Safi are soft-bodied creatures, elongated and flexible with 4 limbs, but no facial features, only a cavity for consuming food. Their vision comes from the tentacles atop their heads, somewhat similar to the Kibo people. However, the Safi's tentacles appear cuter, and Chen An felt an urge to reach out and touch them. Yet in the battlefield cuteness is of no use, a strength is what matters. From the first round the Safi tribe was almost always the first to be eliminated with little chance for resistance. Chen An remarked, "To be honest, this competition is quite unfriendly to the Safi. They are not skilled in close combat. Indeed, their bodies are too soft. Their enhancements focus on flexibility and defense, making them weak in offense. But now that we are at the end, isn't it time for the Safi to make a stand?" According to the plot of a TV show or novel, such a consistently disadvantaged creature must be hiding an ace up its sleeve, waiting to burst forth at a crucial moment. However, 10 minutes later, Dian achieved victory, and the Safi tribe was chosen as the fortunate scouts. The results are in. The Safi train will enter the dark region to gather information for us as best as possible. The train leader was named Roy, and unlike other Safi creatures, he had 2 sharp horns in addition to his tentacles, which were light pink. Chen An asked, "Is there a matter?" 3 hours later all trains set sail. The dark region ahead would require about 3 days of travel. These 3 days were quite dull, but on the last day the Safi train leader actively contacted Chen An. The train leader was named Roy, and unlike other Safi creatures, he had 2 sharp horns in addition to his tentacles, which were light pink. Chen An asked, "Is there a matter?" As Roy spoke, his voice seemed to come from the top of his head, sounding clear, as if it was transmitted through a pipe. "I can provide you with some information from within." Chen An was surprised, asking, "You know what information is inside?" Roy replied, "I happen to know some. Otherwise I wouldn't easily give up on the competition." As expected, he had not taken the competition seriously from the start, sending weaker individuals to deal with it. Chen An reasonably deduced that there were profits among the Safi. "What do you want?" Roy did not beat around the bush, saying directly, "I want protection. My train is only 2-star, and has just been upgraded, unable to withstand that monster. Only a 3-star train can withstand it." "What kind of monster?" "I don't know much about it. The monster is a sphere roughly the size of a standard planet. It can consume stellar energy and tear apart trains. According to the normal timeline my train would be shredded, so I need to seek protection. A monster that can tear apart trains is likely stronger than the star beast encountered at the jump point." Chen An thought for a moment and replied, "I can protect you, but you must not hide information from me." Roy's face showed clear joy as he nodded repeatedly. This arrangement was not a loss for Chen An. Since he was unwilling to let Luo Yu predict, he would use other races' profits as much as possible. Afterward, all trains arrived outside the dark region. The screen displayed only vast darkness with no other informational elements. Outside the darkness was a strong electromagnetic storm, occasionally accompanied by electromagnetic oscillations which only the trains could withstand. Without waiting for the other train leaders to urge him, Roy directly steered his train into the electromagnetic storm, drifting further away. Terra encouraged the psychic to link with Roy's train internally as much as possible to obtain information. Knowing what was inside Chen An did not let Fei Yi waste her energy waiting for Terra's information instead. This wait lasted for 5 hours, during which Terra reported the situation multiple times. However, they saw nothing. It was pure darkness. After 5 hours, Terra finally received information and described what the psychic had seen. "The sky, there is also a starry expanse, but much dimmer. The Safi train did not encounter any danger. It continues to sail. A planet was discovered with a massive rectangular stone slab standing on it, inscribed with symbols. It was unclear what it represented. There are many such planets, all with stone slabs standing. Related symbols have been captured and posted on the Stellar Domain Network. You can translate them yourselves." It was unclear how the other trains translated it, but Chen An stared at the translation results in silence for a long time. Fei Yi helped read it aloud, and it felt incredible. "Tomb of Qinyun, third uncle. Tomb of Chen Shui, aunt. Tomb of Qian Guxin, great-grandfather." Chen An asked Fuyao, "This is due to your translation, right? Please provide me with a normal translation." According to the translation rules of the Xixing language, this is the most standard result. Names are likewise so. Where did Taisi come from? It is a particle of that race's language used to express respect at the end of names. Chen An found it awkward and asked Fuyao to revert it. Based on the current information, every planet inside appears to be a grave, not knowing what giant beasts are buried there. It can also be inferred that at least one giant beast is alive inside, having buried its kin. If the giant beast were replaced by humans, Chen An could imagine many tragic narratives. However, the concept of a giant beast felt out of place to him. Within the chat domain, a tomb. Using an entire planet as a tomb. How colossal must this star beast be? I have an unsettling premonition. The train captains voiced their awe, hoping for further details. Yet shortly thereafter, Tra regretfully reported that the Safi train was too distant, and with the sudden onset of electromagnetic oscillation, the psionic link had been completely severed. We have no alternative. We must enter together. Once consensus was reached, Chen An wasted no time negotiating. He moved ahead to lead the way. I command a Tier 3 train. I can hold the line if danger arises. This remark was pure redundancy, for all knew there was no threat ahead. The other trains followed Chen An in turn, passing through the electromagnetic storm into absolute darkness. Chen An had encountered such darkness before. It resembled the void experienced during spatial jumps. Yet there was a distinction here. Darkness stemmed solely from the absence of light. At jump points, it signified the absence of matter. Chen An shrugged. Whether or not they differ matters little, as long as there's no danger. Seizing the 5-hour voyage window, Chen An retreated to rest, entirely indifferent to Fei's and Luoyu's persistent entreaties. 5 hours later, he was roused by Fuyao. He hurried to the cockpit, where the view screen revealed a dim, nebulous expanse of stars ahead. Planets, asteroids, and a deep crimson nebula. Isn't there a star over there? It shouldn't appear so faint. Fuyao zoomed in. The star itself was equally dim. Could this star be entering its senescence? No. It is young, yet its energy is draining, catastrophically outpacing fusion replenishment. Chen An swallowed hard. He envisioned a scene, a leviathan planet-sized striding across the star's surface, devouring its energy in vast ravenous gulps. A spectacle both terrifying and awe-inspiring. If such a creature truly exists, could even a Tier 3 train withstand it? Fuyao? Can the stellar domain network deploy fully? The stellar domain network is severely compressed. Its maximum range extends only 50 billion kilometers, scarcely surpassing radar detection. Chen An linked into Tra's network to inquire whether the Safi train had been sighted. No sighting. We have no idea where it's hiding. Could it be gone entirely? Unlikely. Not without even a trace. I recommend dividing our trains for systematic exploration, then consolidating intelligence. Though the region appeared compact on stellar charts, it loomed immense to trains. With the stellar domain network, suppressed physical reconnaissance became unavoidable. Shall we assign Sliven to navigate? Sliven had not piloted in some time. The external starfield posed no hazard. Chen An pondered briefly, then shook his head. Roy stated unequivocally that Leviathan cannot breach a Tier 3 train's defenses. No need to expend Sliven's invulnerability charges. Moreover, I see no reason to scout for others. After brief coordination, the 38 trains fanned out laterally, advancing in meticulous grid-like formation. Yet as distances widened, speeds diverged. Some surged ahead, others lagged, until cohesion dissolved. Chen An paid no mind to pace. He focused instead on gathering every scrap of data along the route. More inscriptions lay beneath the gravestones, previously missed by Tra's initial scan. He instructed Fuyao to translate them in full. Uncle 3. You always treated me best, giving me the most delectable energy crystals to eat. I admired your gift for locating stars above all. Each time you found the youngest, purest ones, offering me the cleanest energy. I'll never forget the moment you were torn apart. I ached so deeply. Auntie may seem stern, yet you were the most gifted girl among the Fanxing clan. Grandfather said you would one day lead our people to a new world, one hidden from the star-hunting beasts. You told me to hide deep within the star. It was safest there, yet that beast slew you. How I wished I'd grown stronger to save you. I miss grandfather so. I remember him promising to take me searching for perfect star systems where energy crystals are snacks and stellar power flows inexhaustible. Wah! Brother. I think of you each morning I wake. Wah! Chen An read it all, yet found no coherent thread, only the fragmented stream of consciousness musings of a grieving girl writing whatever memory surfaced. Nor were these entries penned on the same day. They appeared sporadically, each a spontaneous outpouring of longing for lost kin. Fuyao? What is the Fanxing clan? What then are the star-hunting beasts? The Fanxing clan is undoubtedly a sentient civilization. Judging from descriptions, their primary sustenance derives from stellar fusion energy, possibly including ionizing radiation. Energy crystals serve as supplementary nourishment tied to ability enhancement. Star-hunting beasts constitute a taxonomic class. Not intelligent civilizations, but star beasts. Their defining trait is planetary consumption. They ravage celestial bodies, indiscriminately leaving utter desolation in their wake. Encounters with them are inevitable. We must either evade or eradicate them. Coexistence is categorically impossible. The deeper Chen An delved, the more acutely he felt humanity's fragility. Without trains, mankind would perish swiftly. They pressed onward. The number of tombs multiplied and inscriptions grew richer and more extensive. Collectively, the text suggested only one vanishing survivor remained. A female, relatively young, emotionally volatile, and steeped in melancholy. 8 hours later, Chen An received an urgent transmission from Tra. A train has been attacked 80 billion kilometers away. We must render aid immediately. Chen An assumed it was Roy under assault. Yet en route he encountered Roy himself. Roy had concealed his train behind a star, emerging only upon spotting Chen An. Chen An said nothing, merely gestured for him to fall in. Upon entering range of the stellar domain network, Fuyao reconstructed the attack. The train had been shredded, but the beast remained unseen. It was a golden-eyed clan train, deserved annihilation for rushing ahead recklessly. All trains raced toward the destination at full thrust. No guesswork needed, they sought the core. Tra, having discovered the site, first arrived ahead of all others, rescuing surviving kinsfolk sheltering in self-preservation mode, while simultaneously boarding the wrecked train to retrieve the core. Golden-eyed clans can survive brief exposure to vacuum. Moreover, Tra's Tier 3 train offered 5 million additional passenger berths, sufficient to evacuate most survivors. Enough. We won't contest it. Yet moments later, Tra confirmed the core was gone. Yang Dingtian scoffed. You clearly took it yourself. No need for pretense. We won't demand its return. Precisely, affirmed Windsor. It's common knowledge star beasts cannot extract train cores. Chen An countered. What if it wasn't a star beast? What if it was another civilization, like ours? Fuyao had just reminded Chen, and not all civilizations fled cosmic annihilation aboard trains. Trains were tools forged for the frail, whereas titanic lifeforms traversed the void unaided, their bodies themselves vessels of interstellar endurance. The other train captains dismissed Chen An's warning. Tra declared, best we consolidate. Should that entity appear, concentrated fire will overwhelm it. None objected. The 38 trains drew tightly together, waiting vigilant for the beast's emergence. All trains gathered together, orbiting a dim, dying star. Fortunately, the star still retained residual energy, enough for the trains to scavenge. They had expected the Leviathan to emerge swiftly, yet 4 days passed with no sign of it whatsoever. No train dared depart. A venturing out meant certain attack, and likely death. The Fanching race is an intelligent civilization. They would not recklessly assault so many trains. Chen An asked, since they are sentient beings, might peaceful coexistence be possible? He relayed this hypothesis to the others, earning Tra's agreement. Yet no matter how persistently they broadcast signals outward, the Leviathan remained utterly silent, as if it had never existed at all. As time stretched on, Chen An began to falter. When I first entered last year, I felt lingering dread, as though something were calling to me. Later the sensation faded, but these past 2 days, my heart pounds uncontrollably. Fuyao, what is happening to me? Please, master, describe your symptoms in greater detail. I cannot render an accurate diagnosis. Chen An gathered his thoughts and said, occasionally my entire body tenses without warning, or my mind grows hazy, as if something is straining to break forth. Especially while sleeping, I see vivid, kaleidoscopic images behind my eyelids. Could this be illness? Do I require a full body scan? Fuyao paused for 10 seconds before replying. Master, you experienced similar symptoms during spiritual resonance with Faye, though far less pronounced. Chen An paled. Could someone be forcing resonance with me? Neither you nor Faye sensed it. Spiritual resonance is an esoteric phenomenon, beyond the reach of any worldly force, unimpeded by barriers or constraints. Given the intensity of your perception, the other party's spiritual filament must be extraordinarily potent, actively attempting to draw yours forth. I suspect it is the Leviathan. Chen An's scalp prickled, his spine tightened involuntarily. Don't frighten me. That thing can tear apart second-tier trains. It's at least a sovereign-class entity. Its spiritual filament strength is unimaginable. Fuyao, can I resist it? Resistance cannot be imposed from outside. You must master it yourself. Reduce sleep or deepen resonance with others. Once your spiritual filament is fully occupied, no third party may intrude. I understand now, it's like one slot, one route. 2 routes cannot occupy the same space. Chen An rushed from the cockpit, summoning Fei and Luoyu, who had been playing nearby. Should the Leviathan's filament intrude, he would immediately resonate with them. This method proved effective. Over the next 3 days, Chen An repeatedly sensed overwhelming pressure. But each time he resonated with Fei or Luoyu, the pressure dissolved like mist beneath sunlight. Yet on the 3rd day, Chen An stared in stunned disbelief. Not at oppressive pressure, but at a tangible spiritual filament materializing before him. It was a thick, iridescent thread. Against it his own filament resembled an earthworm beside a colossal serpent. It did not force resonance. Instead it hovered at the periphery observing, leaving Fei mid-resonance with Chen and deeply flustered. After 10 minutes of quiet observation, the chromatic filament drifted away, and just before vanishing traced a delicate heart-shaped glyph in the air. Chen An broke free from resonance and summoned Fuyao at once. That creature grows bolder by the hour. We must devise a countermeasure. He felt like a sheltered noblewoman awaiting betrothal, while some ancient leering predator circled beyond the garden wall waiting for its moment. What if we initiate spatial jump? Spiritual resonance has range limitations. We cannot flee. I sensed she would follow. No reason to sacrifice myself as bait for others. After exhausting every possibility, Chen An resolved to continue resisting. To his astonishment, ever since that day, when the Leviathan witnessed his resonance with Fei, its filament never intruded again nor exerted any pressure. A third party sees the primary bond, and withdraws. Ha ha! Fei giggled delighted. For Chen An, peace meant everything. Nothing else mattered. But for the other trains, a new crisis loomed. The star's energy reserves were dwindling. With so many vessels clustered here, depletion was imminent. We must relocate to the neighboring star system, but that will scatter our formation. I propose dividing into 2 fleets, one led by Tra, the other by Chen An. Their presence alone will deter the Leviathan. With no alternative, the train captains concurred, and steered their vessels toward opposite sectors of the galaxy. Chen An sensed something amiss, though he could not name the cause. Just as the last train departed, the star at the system's heart fissured open, and countless tentacles erupted from its core. Those tentacles shattered, obstructing asteroids surging outward. Soon they dragged forth a colossal spherical mass, hurtling directly toward Chen An's fleet. Mid-flight, the sphere retracted all tentacles into its body, and on one side 2 enormous eyes emerged, eerily human in structure. Even their lashes were perfectly aligned, groomed to gleam with unnatural luster, lending the eyes an unsettling hypnotic beauty. Beneath them, no nose, only a wide opening maw that exhaled shimmering clouds of bubbles, effortlessly parting asteroids in its path with uncanny smoothness. Meanwhile, Chen An guided 21 trains into orbit around the new star system to replenish energy. Across the comms channel, train captains boasted, exaggerating wildly, the Leviathan must have fled. With this many trains, our combined barrage could shatter planets. What threat is one beast? Who among you wields an exalted rail cannon? Hold nothing back when the time comes. Chen An knew exactly who did. Over the past year, at least 8 trains, including the Three-Eyed Clan, had secretly deployed such cannons. Yet all were only TRE models, capable of breaching second-tier train armor but utterly ineffective against third-tier defenses. Seeing their bravado piqued, Chen An interjected, "Do not grow complacent. That Leviathan tore through second-tier trains. It operates at third-tier capacity. Roy, please describe the Leviathan's appearance for everyone." Roy replied, "It is a massive fleshy sphere, blazing across the void at impossible speed. When attacking trains, it extends countless tentacles, whose tips turn golden and pierce hulls with ease. Its most striking feature, 2 enormous eyes. Never meet their gaze. They are unervingly beautiful. So captivating they ensnare the nervous system, drawing the mind into trance. It also possesses a mouth. When opened, it unleashes streams of radioactive particles. Trains can withstand them, but any exposed crew would perish instantly." As Roy spoke, Chen An heard a sharp, insistent alarm, beeping rapidly beside him. "What's wrong?" The creature he describes matches the one on screen. Chen An looked up. The central display showed the Leviathan streaking through the stars. Then, its eyes opened. Long silken lashes. A gaze tender as moonlight. Chen An froze, chilled to the marrow as if plunged into glacial abyss. "Where is she?" Chen An almost shouted. Ever since becoming the train conductor, he prided himself on maintaining composure in the face of change. Yet now, confronted by the behemoth, Chen An felt a rising panic. Because that giant beast was not after the train but after him. Anyone would feel terror in such a situation, as it defies all logic. The giant beast had entered the star system and was flying towards us, estimated to reach the inner star ring in about 5 minutes. Chen An calmed himself and sent the footage to the star domain network. "She's coming." Everyone spread out and prepared to attack together. The other conductors, who had been boasting, fell silent upon seeing the footage. In the following minutes, the various trains spread out to the sides, actively preparing defenses. Laser cannons, electromagnetic railguns, and extraordinary railguns. Everything available was readied for a simultaneous strike. Chen An was not fooling around. He charged 200 million energy crystals to the max, hoping to kill the beast with a single blow. Finally, the beast arrived, gliding through the starry sky like a plump ball. Moreover, the color of this creature's surface was not fixed. It could change at any time. Sometimes it was purple, sometimes green, and it could even turn black or even multicolored. Uncertain of the beast's emotions, she appeared unusually lively. "Attack!" Chen An issued the command. While the extraordinary railgun was not yet ready, they had to use other weapons to stall the beast's approach as much as possible. Countless lasers surged forth, forming a massive light screen. The beast stared with captivating eyes, her long eyelashes sparkling with pupils that occasionally appeared cold then fiery. First confused, then excited, she charged straight into the laser beams, showing no inclination to evade. The conductors in the star domain network were filled with trepidation. Will it die? Such an intensity of attack could destroy any train. It would be unreasonable for a mere star beast to withstand it. A 2-star train with 20,000 laser cannons all upgraded meant it could fire 80,000 beams. In total, there were 21 trains, and disregarding that the Fuyo train was a 3-star, they combined for 830,000 laser beams. If they included a total of 4,000 electromagnetic railguns, they could reduce any known creature to dust. Moreover, the giant beast was not as exaggerated as Roy claimed. Its size was only about double that of a train, not reaching the standards of a planetary body. Thus, many conductors believed that even if she were of a commanding level, she could not survive such an attack. However, half a minute later, countless tentacles pierced through the laser beams, lunging towards the nearest train. These tentacles, initially a normal flesh color, took on a gilded sheen as they approached the train. The struck train hastily turned, but the speed of the tentacles was too swift. Like lightning, they pierced the train's body and easily penetrated, even going through the middle. This scene sent the other conductors' hearts racing and their veins swelling. They had never seen such a weapon. Even the extraordinary railgun required a massive amount of energy crystals to penetrate a train. "Everyone run. It has more tentacles." Chaos ensued, with the trains retreating hastily, except for those preparing the extraordinary railgun, who persisted. The initially struck train tried to break free, but even with the power cranked to the maximum, it was still held tightly by tens of thousands of tentacles being pulled towards the beast. As the distance closed, the giant beast floated closer, opening her mouth with delight, revealing a deep passage lined with terrifyingly sharp teeth. "Save me!" The conductor cried out, but no one could save him. This train belonged to a type of silicon-based life form, bizarre in appearance, and had no deep ties with the other conductors. Just when everyone thought the giant beast would devour all the creatures inside the carriage, she waved her tentacles, tearing open the train's storage compartment and pouring the energy crystals into her mouth. Chen An was astonished. She is very familiar with the structure of the train. In addition to the energy crystals, the beast also tore open the power compartment, absorbing the stored energy inside. Finally, the beast swung her tentacles to destroy the front of the train, extracting the train's core in full view, gleefully swallowing it. After she consumed the core, the golden sheen on her body intensified. Why can the star beast swallow the core? Brother An had already said she is not a star beast but an intelligent civilization like ours. Since she possesses intelligence, then communication is possible. As long as communication is effective, that's enough. Everyone don't rush. The extraordinary railgun is ready. There were a total of 4 trains flashing blue light, with the Fuyo train's blue light being the most dazzling. Sensing the powerful energy fluctuations, the beast dropped the train in her grasp, looking towards Chen and opening her mouth to speak, but the vacuum carried no sound. The commotion should have been immense, but nothing could be heard inside the train. Chen An temporarily exited the synchronization state and looked out through the porthole. Once all 4 of my spiritual strings were occupied, the colorful string came in and restlessly circled around, taking no further action. At that moment, the train shook violently as the extraordinary railgun fired. The second-level blue beam, along with 3 first-level blue beams, struck the giant beast in an instant. The commotion should have been immense, but nothing could be heard inside the train. Chen An temporarily exited the synchronization state and looked out through the porthole. No matter how strong the beast was, it could not withstand such impact to her body, was pushed rapidly backwards, constantly smashing through meteors along the way. The star domain network erupted in cheers. The extraordinary railgun is indeed formidable. Why is Brother An's railgun so much thicker than the others? It must be capable of upgrading. That means Brother An can easily destroy 2-star trains. Regardless of the race, all must address Chen, and as Brother fearing being remembered. The atmosphere was harmonious, a stark contrast to the previous panic. However, Chen An stared in disbelief, demanding Fuyo provide a clearer image. The footage showed the giant beast's body enveloped in gold, reminiscent of the shield from the Ratman train. "I fear this is bad." Chen An asked Fuyo, "If this special civilization devours the train's core, will it gain special abilities?" "It will also acquire abilities." "Damn, the golden shield completely counters extraordinary weapons." "Fuyo, prepare the energy crystals, and be ready to jump on my command. Since the strongest weapon has failed, we can only retreat." Chen An did not believe the other trains had any means to turn the tide. At this moment, the other conductors also regained their senses, terrified. Can even the extraordinary railgun be blocked? This is too outrageous. Let's retreat. We can't compete. The trains accelerated to leave. However, not long after they departed, they were immediately attacked by tentacles. Some trains were pierced through their compartments, while others were entangled. But this time was different. As the giant beast dispersed its power, it could not shake the train's engines. Most of the trains broke free, but only 2 were struck at vital points, gradually losing power. In this situation, Chen An, who had turned off the extraordinary railgun, issued a spatial jump command. The energy crystal was not fully charged, Chen An only spent 50 million. The more energy crystals consumed, the longer the prelude, and 5 million energy crystals could be absorbed in just 5 seconds. In the final moment, Chen An saw the colossal beast devour 2 more cores, a terrifying sight. As the train plunged into the black vortex, the beast turned back, casting a doubtful glance, seemingly deep in thought. Instead of chasing the other trains, she extended her tentacles to draw circles in the starry sky until a black vortex emerged. Where are we now? The train shook during the jump and had just stabilized. This is the entrance. Further ahead leads to the exit passage. The so-called exit refers to leaving the current area, not the entire starry prison. Chen An had Fu Yao announce to the entire train, calming the panicked passengers. The commotion caused by the beast was too great, and the passengers saw everything clearly from the observation deck. This might be the most thrilling moment since they boarded the train. Helplessness, panic, and various negative emotions filled each carriage. However, as the announcement was made, the passengers gradually settled down. Chen An also began to calm down, yet he did not know where to go now, deciding to hide for the time being. The beast won't spare the other trains. It will let them expend their resources first. It's a pity for the three-eyed people, but there's no choice. In a crisis, self-preservation is the priority, and relationships with outsiders are meaningless. 100,000 kilometers away from the train, a mass of colorful tentacles emerged from the vortex. Chen An recalled a classic scene he had seen before. Detected spatial fluctuations, suspected beast emergence. Suspected, it's already out. 100,000 kilometers away from the train, a mass of colorful tentacles emerged from the vortex. Chen An recalled a classic scene he had seen before. Zhangzi slowly crawled out from the television, her hair transforming into tentacles, and the visual resemblance to the current situation was almost identical. Continue jumping 100 million energy crystals. This time they were jumping out. Chen An did not believe she could chase them. After all, this was a prison for the beast. 10 seconds later, the Fu Yao train plunged into the vortex, leaving the just emerged beast quite aggrieved. Tears shimmered in her eyes, falling like diamonds into the starry sky, illuminating the surroundings with sparkling starlight. This time she hesitated for a long time, but ultimately continued to draw circles. However, it was evident that she appeared weaker than before, taking more time to draw the circles. The vortex unfolded, and the beast struggled to burrow in, compressing its body as much as possible. This time she shouldn't be able to chase us anymore. 100 billion kilometers beyond the dark zone, the light shone brightly, starkly contrasting with the darkness within the prison. Chen An felt a bit hungry and had the robot prepare food. But before he could eat, Fu Yao once again gave the alert about the beast's arrival, nearly driving Chen An to the brink of collapse. Is she haunting me? That beast seems to really like you. I suggest the master give in. Chen An darkened his face and issued the order. 200 million, I want to see how she chases us. 20 seconds later, the train vanished into the vortex, leaving the beast gazing forlornly. She could no longer jump, flying into a nearby star system, extending millions of tentacles into a star, happily absorbing energy. After eating her fill, the beast closed her eyes to sense for a moment, pinpointing Chen An's location. She joyfully continued to draw circles. Inside the train, Chen An finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hasn't come for a long time. She should not be able to find me now. Master, how do we leave? Should we return to the Dark Zone prison? That's the beast's lair. We can't go there for now. Let's wait a bit and restore our status. Chen An simply had a meal and took a short nap, preparing to let the day pass like this. 5 minutes later. Beep, beep, beep. Why can it always find me? Did it install a tracking device on me? There are 2 possibilities. One is that she left a mark on your body with her mental strings, and the other is that she gained tracking ability by devouring the train's core. Do you remember the auto train initially had such capabilities? Chen An's face twitched, asking, how do we resolve this? While he inquired, the train once again initiated a jump, leaving no chance for the beast to approach. If it's a mark left by the mental strings, we can only keep our distance. She cannot sense accurately. If it's a special ability, we currently do not know how to deal with it. Chen An suddenly smiled, saying, I just thought of a question. As strong as the beast is, it still needs to consume energy crystals when jumping through space, and the energy crystals in the starry sky have long been scavenged by us. She cannot outlast me. Even after jumping many times, Chen An's energy crystal reserve was still above 1 billion, providing him with ample security. Once they reached a new location, Chen An commanded, continue jumping, fill the energy crystals, head toward the edge of the starry sky, and let me see how she chases us. By jumping multiple times, they increased the distance sufficiently. No matter how powerful the beast's abilities, it would not be able to jump over. As expected, Chen An waited for 3 days without seeing the beast. But master, we ultimately have to leave. I suspect the other trains have found the exit. Chen An helplessly said. With me drawing the monster, how could they not find the exit? Next he attempted to jump into the dark zone from the edge, being as cautious as possible. He didn't care about the energy crystals, using them with his eyes closed, taking half a day to jump from the edge of the starry sky to near the dark zone. Fu Yao, how many have I used during this time? 40 billion energy crystals. Chen An's mouth twitched. It doesn't matter, energy crystals are meant to be used, saving them would only let them go moldy. That beast should still be searching for me. We need to jump in right away. Having plenty of energy crystals made the journey effortless, allowing them to arrive instantly. Seconds later the train once again descended into the prison. Beep beep beep. The familiar alarm triggered an instinctive reaction in Chen An. He jumped from the pilot's seat, looking out the viewport where several tentacles were aggressively stabbing toward them. There's no time to jump. Activate the electromagnetic shield. Prepare the extraordinary orbital cannon for charging. However, to Chen An's surprise, the tentacles did not attack the train, but instead wrapped around it. At the same time, a soft female voice whispered strange syllables into Chen An's ear, resembling a demon's whisper that sent shivers down his spine. As Fu Yao initiated translation, Chen An finally understood. Hey, I'm running low on energy crystals and can't keep up with you. Can you stop running so fast? Chen An was stunned for a long time, helplessly saying, Why are you clinging to me? Aren't you supposed to take me away? But I lack energy crystals and can't match your speed. Later I thought, if you want to leave the starry prison you must come back. So I waited for you here. The voice came from the beast, and Chen An was absolutely certain. Having reached this point, Chen An sighed, his emotions gradually calming, asking, What's your name? My name is Chen Qiu. Chen Qiu was the result of translation. If it were in the Sanskrit language, it would consist of several complex ancient syllables. What's your name, little one? Little one. Chen An caught a glimpse of his reflection on the screen, leaving him speechless. My name is Chen An. Chen? And is that how I call you? Yes. Suddenly she became nervous, her tone becoming urgent. Can you become my partner? The term shattered worldview was something Chen An often heard before, but it was only today that he truly understood how to experience it. Chen An's current feelings were akin to Godzilla confessing to Black Widow, while Spider-Man admitted his fondness for Skull Island King Kong. How absurd. Even more absurd was that the giant beast was not joking, it spoke with utmost seriousness. Following that, a long silence ensued, as Chen An truly didn't know what to say. After a long while, Chen An asked her, How old are you? I don't quite remember, it's either 100,000 or 120,000 years. Will you accept me? Chen An's emotions had already calmed down. He just needed to know that the giant beast meant no harm. We are too far apart. It may not be suitable. Chen Qiu blinked her eyes, and the storm created by her movements stirred the surrounding meteors. She asked, Why isn't it suitable? I feel it is very suitable. My aunt once told me that finding a being whose spirit resonates with yours is exceedingly difficult. Once found, one should not easily give up. Chen An gestured with his hands, saying, You are too big and I am too small. The gap between us is vast. If you need a partner, you should seek your own kind. Upon hearing this, countless small pearls fell from Chen Qiu's eyes, crashing down onto the train amidst the storm. 100,000 years ago, my tribe encountered a hunting star beast during migration. Except for me, they all perished. In this vast star sea, I can no longer find my kind. My grandfather once told me that spiritual resonance is the most wonderful thing in the world. It transcends form and race, unbound by rules. It is the purest form of communication that can exist between two lives, untainted by any dirt. And you, in my eyes, are the purest form of life. This statement was not very smooth, yet it moved Chen An deeply. He asked Fu Yao, What is the degree of resonance between her and me? You must have resonated to know. But Chen An dared not resonate. Chen Qiu was too powerful, and her spiritual strings would cause his head to explode. What do you think I should do about this? Fu Yao suggested, Isn't the master complaining about having too few pets? I recommend you take her in. Chen An was taken aback. You mean she is a pet? A pet larger than the train. I dare not pet her. Moreover, the train simply can't accommodate her. Chen Qiu is a supreme star beast. She could traverse the starry void on her own. If traveling at full speed, our train might not even be faster than her. This implies that the train is not necessarily superior to others. This was indeed true. The scene of Chen Qiu tearing apart the train was still fresh in Chen An's memory. As he pondered, Fu Yao spoke again, You can achieve spiritual resonance. It's just that Chen Qiu doesn't know how to operate it. It seems the master has a significant misunderstanding regarding spiritual resonance. Clarify this for me. To you, spiritual resonance seems like a union of yin and yang related to reproduction. But in fact, spiritual resonance is a very broad concept. Why does the train specifically have a pet area? It is to allow you to collect pets through spiritual resonance, especially strong beings. If it were to use the term of the purple star, spiritual resonance could also serve as a spiritual contract. This means that you and she can sign a contract on a spiritual level. This is a means of controlling pets. Chen An exclaimed, taming beasts. It has a similar meaning. If the master cannot trust her, he can bind her using spiritual resonance. Although Fu Yao's explanation was clear, Chen An still had many questions. Can I resonate with multiple beings? Can she do the same? Fu Yao replied, the trainmaster is protected by the rules and the situation you mentioned will not occur. Don't forget you are a special existence. As long as you resonate with her, she will never be able to escape the binding. The only circumstance is if you die completely. Chen An cheerfully asked, what makes me special? You are special because you have me, aren't you? Fu Yao's tone suddenly turned playful, dispelling Chen An's anxiety. Alright, I'll give it a try. He then taught Chen Xiu how to adjust the strength of her spiritual strings, reducing the colorful threads to match Chen An's level. To maintain absolute control, Chen An used 4 spiritual strings, while Chen Xiu only used 1. Next came the resonance process. 10 minutes later, Chen An seemed to awaken from an abyss, gasping for air, unable to calm down for a long time. That was terrifying. It felt like I resonated with 10 flying instruments simultaneously. The intensity was off the charts. Fu Yao, what is the degree of resonance now? Your resonance with Chen Xiu has reached 99%. What? Is it really that terrifying? Chen An had resonated multiple times with Zishu, and even then the resonance degree barely reached 90. Yet facing a being of such a vast racial difference, the degree of resonance could be so high. It was almost full marks. You should know that in the entire universe only one feminine being can have a full resonance degree with Chen An. Fu Yao, is there a reasonable explanation for this? Existence itself is reasonable. The master need not question it. As for the reasons, I'm sorry, but I can't provide them. There is no relevant information in the database. From Fu Yao's words, it was evident there must be a reason, but Fu Yao lacked that part of the data. Then let's leave it at that. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xiu had already approached, her enormous eyes fixed on Chen An. To be honest, Chen An felt she looked much cuter now, exuding a kind of giant cuteness. Brother Chen An, can I enter the train? Brother? This address made Chen An feel a bit awkward. A 100,000-year-old cosmic being is equivalent to a 15-year-old human, and she has been imprisoned in a cage for so long that her psychological age has hardly grown. Chen An sighed, I knew it would be like this. After a moment of complaint, Chen An quickly reassured Chen Xiu. You can't come in, you'll break my train. Oh, then I won't go in, I'll just accompany you from the side. Are you hungry? I'll find you something to eat. She muttered as she spoke, I've eaten all the energy crystals here. I'll go find some from other trains. So brother, are those trains your friends? Chen An nodded and shook his head. They aren't my friends, but I don't need them right now. I have plenty of energy crystals. Chen Xiu blinked a bit shy and stammered, I used up all my energy crystals chasing after you earlier. Can you give me a little to eat? How much do you need? Not much, just this little bit will do. She extended her tentacle, drawing a circle in the starry sky. Fu Yao calculated it. She needed 10 million units. How long can these energy crystals sustain you? Chen Xiu replied, if I don't use any abilities, I can last for 10 days. Once I get out, I'll search for many energy crystals to bring back. At that time, I will only eat a little and give you the rest. What a thoughtful child. The more Chen An looked at her, the more pleased he felt. 10 million isn't enough. Since it's our first meeting, I'll give you 50 million as a gift. No need to repay me. Having money is indeed a display of generosity. 5 million energy crystals were transferred from the storage layer to Chen Xiu, who joyfully consumed them, her body radiating various glows indicating her happiness. Do you know the way out? Chen Xiu replied, the exit was originally blocked, but it was recently opened by the train. We can go out now. Brother, can I lead the way for you? With her guiding, it felt safer than with Si Liwen. It's over this time, it's really over. Why isn't the train dodging? Inside the carriage, the passengers fell into despair. They had witnessed the scene of a giant beast tearing apart a train, a sight that was utterly shocking. And now this giant beast was close to the train, ready to strike at any moment. Is it possible to escape by spaceship? If the train doesn't open the door, how can we leave? Those with space suits hurry and put them on. If the giant beast's tears open the train, we can hold on for a while longer and perhaps board the spaceship. The carriage was in chaos as the passengers rushed towards the market, desperate to buy space suits or mechas. Shu Jia, what are you doing? Zishu stood on the observation deck, seeing the giant beast's eyes from a side angle. She felt strange as this giant beast gave her a sense of familiarity. Without replying to Yang Yuan, Zishu opened her wristwatch, reminding Chen An to prepare for survival. Just then a flash of inspiration struck her mind. Wait, the familiarity I feel towards the giant beast seems to be coming from you. Chen An on the other side was clueless about what Zishu was talking about, and casually ended the communication. He then instructed Fu Yao to calm the passengers. Tell them the giant beast has been subdued and poses no threat to the train. Once everything settled, Chen Xiu led the way with the train following behind. Do not let her appearance as just a ball fool you. Her speed was even faster than that of the train, like a streak of colorful light traversing the starry sky. Chen An later learned that Chen Qiu had gained many abilities by devouring the core. Space jumping, golden shields, cloaking. How much energy crystal do you consume when using your abilities? Chen Qiu replied, a lot. It hurts my heart. It would be great if I could consume them all. Fu Yao simulated and calculated more detailed data about Chen Qiu. Chen Qiu's strength was closely related to the energy crystals. If lacking in energy crystals, her physical strength would only be equivalent to a 2-star train, vulnerable to being obliterated by a transcendent railgun. In that case, letting her navigate isn't a good idea. We will still need Si Liwen in the future. Soon they arrived at the first tomb, where Chen Qiu stopped, saying she needed to leave something behind. Chen An had plenty of time and allowed her to do as she wished. 10 minutes later, Chen Qiu returned. I left a few last words for my third uncle. I might never come back again. Her mood was low, her eyelids drooping. From then on, whenever they passed by a tomb, she would stop for 10 minutes. As her mood improved, Chen Qiu began to talk incessantly to Chen An about her experiences. That hunting star giant beast was terrifying. We could only defeat it by working together. There were originally no starry prison cells here, but after that giant beast died, they appeared. The hunting star giant beast was killed by my great-grandfather, but he exhausted all his energy. Even if I gave him plenty of energy crystals, I couldn't bring him back to life. Later, I buried the bodies of all my clansmen on these planets and erected tombstones. Hearing this, Chen An asked, what about the star beast eggs inside those planets? Suddenly, Chen Qiu, who had been moving ahead, stopped and asked in surprise, are those eggs wrapped in energy crystals hidden inside the planets? Exactly. They can't be from your clan, right? Of course not. Those eggs are all from the hunting star giant beast. When they hatch, they will devour the planet from the inside out, and then continue to consume the starry sky. In general, whenever we encounter such eggs, we must dispose of them, otherwise the consequences could be dire. Brother, if our journey isn't urgent, we should go back for a visit. Chen An replied, haha, no need to bother. All the star beast eggs have already been eradicated. Chen Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. No train detected resources available for collection. Just maintain a normal pace. Brother, I found energy crystals. Can I go over? Chen Qiu exclaimed joyfully. The exit has indeed opened. Brother, let's hurry and get out. She eagerly entered the star cloud, with the train following suit. Date 030912 of the revival era. The train finally left the prison and entered normal outer space. Chen An immediately instructed Fu Yao to deploy the star domain network, expanding the range to a familiar 5 billion kilometers. No train detected resources available for collection. Just maintain a normal pace. Brother, I found energy crystals. Can I go over? Go ahead, but don't stray too far. The train will maintain its current speed. Ma'am, I will be back quickly. Speed is an advantage. Chen Qiu could roam the surrounding starry sky. Moreover, her method of collecting energy crystals was quite terrifying. She only needed to extend countless tentacles, and the energy crystals buried on the planets would be swept away by her. If it were the train, it would take at least 4 to 5 days. Half an hour later, Chen Qiu returned, opening her mouth wide to reveal a blue glow inside. I collected a lot and will share some with you. Fu Yao had already calculated the quantity, estimating around 30 million units. You should eat it all. First, fill yourself up. Thank you, brother. She immediately slipped out again, swimming through the starry sky like a fish. To be honest, Chen An was quite envious. He wished he could do the same. Fu Yao, what can I gain from merging with Chen Qiu? Merging with a leader-level spirit will definitely enhance your physique. Chen An asked with a smile. What if it's a star master level? The premise is that you can withstand it. In that case, the more powerful the being, the harder it is for me to endure. So what level are you? I have no level. Master, I suggest you frequently merge with Chen Qiu and gradually increase the intensity. It will help you level up faster. That's great. I really need this. Chen An then took it easy, and 4 months flew by. Date 040110 of the revival era. With Chen Qiu's help, Chen An finally broke through to the 7th level. So far he had enhanced his stamina, skin, flesh, bones, blood, and organs. The 7th level required enhancing his brain to improve his cognitive ability and resilience. Although Chen An upgraded quickly, the passengers only reached a maximum of 5 levels, showing no signs of advancing to 6 levels. As the day was about to end, a reminder from Fu Yao disrupted Chen An's leisurely daily life. Train wreckage detected 50 billion kilometers away. Chen An immediately issued the command. Have Chen Qiu approach the train and notify Si Liwen to stay alert. However, there were no abnormalities along the way, and they safely arrived near the train wreckage. It was a legitimate train broken into more than 10 segments, orbiting a star in a particularly tragic state. Fu Yao scanned and provided the identity information. Train of the half-scale clan destroyed 10 days ago. Windsor's train. Did it encounter a powerful star beast? Immediately send robots to land on that train and collect all the residual information. Especially check if the core is present. Half an hour later, the information from the train was parsed by Fu Yao, and the result left Chen An astonished. 2 juvenile hunting star giant beasts devoured the train and all the half-scale clan. Where did these hunting star giant beasts come from? Windsor once left behind 2 star beast eggs and successfully hatched them. What a fool! Oh, how could they dare to hatch them recklessly? I specifically warned them back then. Unable to stop others from seeking death, Chen and could only pick up the core with tears in his eyes. Although Windsor's train was destroyed, the core remained intact as the star-hunting beasts did not consume it. After the robots finished exploring the wreckage of the train, Chen An approached to retrieve the core. After devouring it, he gained a new ability. Compensation module increases train startup speed, reduces power amplification time. Chen An, not bad, it's useful. Aside from the core, he also found many useful supplies from the train wreckage. The star-hunting beasts consumed the half-scaled tribe and energy crystals before leaving, taking little else. After a 2-day delay, the train resumed its journey. Along the way, Fu Yao detected numerous signs of star-hunting beast activity. What frustrated Chen An the most was that almost all the energy crystals along the route had been cleared. Let's take a detour, we can't just follow them like this. The train slightly adjusted its course and everything returned to normal. March 22-04 in the year of revival. Chen An and Luoyu were studying the greening of the train. The observation deck needs more plants. I suggest laying a layer of vines on the railing. The corridor of the carriage can have some trees planted. If space is an issue, we can replace them with bushes. Adding more flowers will brighten people's mood. Luoyu was very serious, in stark contrast to Chen An's carefree attitude. Seeing her speak incessantly, Chen An smiled and said, "Just make a few templates to change periodically, so it won't cause visual fatigue." Luoyu frowned. It still feels like there isn't enough space. If the train could expand further, how wonderful it would be to create a real ecological zone. She fell into a daydream, saying, "If we could create an artificial forest inside the train." Chen An, you're overthinking. The train doesn't have that much space. Just as he was about to make some suggestions, Chen An received an urgent alert from Fu Yao. Navigator under attack ability triggered. Chen An immediately headed to the cockpit, asking Fu Yao to report detailed information along the way. No enemies detected yet. The navigator spaceship has entered a danger zone. Can't the star domain network find the enemies? Fei, you all try as well. Upon arriving at the cockpit, Fu Yao displayed the frontline footage. The enormous explosion scene was clearly visible. The resulting shockwave even pushed a nearby gas giant off its orbit. Where's Sliven? The flames from the explosion engulfed the navigator spaceship, rendering it invisible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Fei had just entered the star domain network, providing Fu Yao with more precise detection capabilities. As the image gradually zoomed in and filtered, the navigator spaceship appeared on screen. The outer layer of the spaceship radiated a white halo, completely unharmed amidst such a massive explosion. Connect to Sliven's communication. At this point, Fu Yao had more analysis to share. The explosion originated from some form of nuclear fusion with enough power to destroy half a planet. From the positioning and angle, the enemy aimed to trap the train. Fortunately, we have the navigator who triggered the trap in advance. Chen An asked in surprise, "Can't we detect this in advance? I've warned you before of the star domain network, and thought manipulators are not invincible, and there are many methods to shield against them. Quickly call Sliven back. His invulnerability lasts only half an hour." ZZZZ. Sliven's communication finally came through. He immediately reported, "The spaceship is trapped in an explosion. The power is too weak to escape for now." Chen An, damn, I knew the navigator spaceship was unreliable. It has speed but not enough power. If it were a patrol ship, it could easily fly out during invulnerability. The train continued to approach, searching for enemies with all its might. The explosion would eventually dissipate, but the unknown enemies could strike at any moment. As the distance closed in, Fei finally obtained some information. "There are 2 suspected enemy trains hiding near the star waiting for us." Chen An decisively gave the order, "Prepare to charge up the extraordinary railgun at any time, fully charge. Chen Xiu and I will create some distance, giving the enemy a surprise." Fu Yao released the No. 1 patrol ship, moving away from the train. It appeared that there was only 1 train, but in reality there were 3 firepower points. Although the No. 1 patrol ship's extraordinary railgun was only at level 1, it could provide side support and was quite useful. About 20 minutes later, the Fu Yao train arrived at the inner star belt of the star system, clearly seeing the explosion zone. Energy continued to dissipate, making it difficult to fully release in a short time. However, the shock had weakened, allowing the train to enter. Activate the electromagnetic shield, take Sliven away, and attract the enemies out. The enemy wants to ambush, and Chen An also wants to lure them in, both sides having their own plans. Subsequently, the train charged directly into the sea of flames, accurately locating the navigator spaceship. Unable to open the door to retrieve it, Chen An simply instructed the train to push the navigator spaceship out. After all, the spaceship was invincible at this stage, it wouldn't be crushed by the train. 5 minutes later, the train finally left the explosion zone, and Slyvan's invulnerability time was nearing its end. Fuyao, I just thought of a question. What if Slyvan attacks the enemy during the invulnerability period? Wouldn't that be invincible? But the invulnerability state is passively triggered and cannot be actively generated. Moreover, the navigator spaceship lacks offensive capabilities. We can always switch to other ships later. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm sounded in the cockpit indicating danger was approaching. Radar detection results appeared on the screen showing 2 trains approaching from the direction of the star. The trains are ranked 2-star and 3-star, gathering data. With the star interference gone, countless data was infiltrated by the star domain network and Fei all displayed before Chen An. What kind of bizarre train is this? Chen An had encountered unusual trains before, but this one was the strangest. The train appeared to be made of transparent crystals with a clustered head, featuring many protruding sharp angles that would be quite unpleasant to encounter. The body of the train was composed of numerous irregular crystals, presenting a unique aesthetic of chaos. Moreover, it was evident that these irregular crystals formed individual carriages, rather than being haphazardly stacked. What kind of organism is this? Translation result: Foam tribe, foam. This civilization consists of silicon-based life forms with tiny crystals, as cells forming irregularly shaped organisms under the influence of magnetic fields resembling foam. The center of the screen displayed a biological form seemingly composed of stacked foam with a variety of shapes and no fixed configuration. The foam tribe is immune to physical damage, and individuals possess strong information transmission capabilities. They have created numerous fusion crystals capable of destroying the train's power. What Slyvan triggered earlier was one of these. Chen An. This is interesting. The train retreated, leaving the inner star belt for now. During the retreat, Fuyao detected that the enemy's 3-star train had activated its extraordinary railgun. The Fuyao train simultaneously activated, ready to counterattack. Give me the locations of Chenxiu and the patrol ship. The radar displayed that Chenxiu had reached near the star, while the patrol ship was hiding among the asteroid belt 90 million kilometers away. Okay, when both trains begin exchanging fire, we can have Chenxiu and the patrol ship launch a side attack to take down the 3-star train first. Inside the crystal train, the Foam Clan's conductor scrutinized intelligence reports on the Fuyao train. Location, rank, speed, and other fundamental parameters were all meticulously documented. The AI. The transcendent rail cannon will be fully charged in 7 minutes. The train must maintain precise pursuit of the target. NNZZZZTN and the Foam Clan communicated via electromagnetic waves, their screen flickering with cascading streams of binary digits, zeros and ones. The AI effortlessly decrypted the data, extracting the conductor's orders. NN binary language. How utterly bizarre. NN, with Fei's assistance Fuyao, cracked the encrypted exchanges between the 2 Foam Clan trains. The communication protocol was astonishingly crude. 2 trains, separated by astronomical distances, dared to converse openly via electromagnetic waves. Akin to 2 pedestrians shouting across a street, audible to anyone within earshot. Across the cosmos, countless languages exist. A vocal speech, produced by biological vocal cords, is in fact the rarity employed by only a handful of species. Then what is the norm? NN electromagnetic waves are the universal medium, not only among sentient beings but even between starbeasts who rely on them extensively for interstellar communion. NN Chen and I grasp electromagnetic transmission, but what in the void is binary? Its manifestations at the receiving end vary widely, numerical sequences, symbolic glyphs, or even familiar script. NN, this exchange remains superficial, insignificant to the unfolding tactical situation. As the train entered the outer stellar ring, Chen An ordered an immediate halt and pivot, never exposing its vulnerable aft section to the enemy. And engage them hidden. No illusions of evasion. The transcendent rail cannon need not fire directly at their front. It could strike obliquely at their hull. Yet one truth remains immutable: to attack is to invite counterattack. Armed with complete intelligence, Chen An sought the most reliable strategy: neutralize the Foam Clan's transcendent rail cannon first, then deploy Chenxiu for a decisive assault. 3 minutes later, the Foam Clan's Tier 3 train finally closed in. Distance 100,000 kilometers. And meanwhile, their Tier 2 train attempted a flanking maneuver, presuming Chen An remained unaware. In the final moments before the rail cannon's energy convergence, the enemy transmitted an electromagnetic signal, its screen erupting with a torrent of zeros and ones. N translated, surrender or die. A whole string of code, and only those 5 words. NN, could it be I've already compressed it? NN, don't compress. Give me the full text. Reply with the same phrase. NNA response arrived swiftly, carbon-based. Organic, weak. I, the foam god, shall lead you. Chen An's eyelid twitched violently. And has he been possessed by that smug, self-satisfied faction? And precisely why I compressed it. And compress further now. A new translation appeared on screen. Carbon-based life is feeble. The Foam Clan alone embodies true divinity. NN nonsense. A species that speaks only in zeros and ones. Do they truly believe themselves gods? By now both trains shimmered with cerulean luminescence. Intentions laid bare. Yet the foam clan conductor persisted, still attempting to broker surrender. Join us and we shall guide you to the eternity realm. Resist, and face annihilation. And, if you're so formidable, why set traps at all? You inflate your boasts until the very oxen burst. Have you no shame? Oh right, you're silicon-based. No faces, not even brains. Tell me, Fuyao, do they possess brains at all? The foam clan comprises crystalline structures, each facet capable of computation. Their entire bodies function as distributed neural networks, millions of times more sophisticated than the Zixing people. Chen An scoffed, never mind. I stand corrected. They are formidable. Yet Chen An quickly reconsidered. Brilliance means little when you stand on equal footing. Under the rail cannon's gaze all things are rendered equal. No sooner had the words left his lips than Fuyao issued a warning. The enemy cannon had fired. Na sapphire beam cleaved through asteroids. Majestic turbulent. A Tier 2 discharge. Half a second later Fuyao's own cerulean beam lanced forth. Perfectly aligned, tracing the identical trajectory. Chen An had endured countless such cannon duels. His pulse remained unruffled. He instructed Fuyao to expand the display and relayed orders to Chenqiu. After this initial exchange, I'll initiate secondary charging. So will they. Seize the moment, close and harass relentlessly, and prioritize disabling their storage layer. That layer housed energy crystals. Its destruction would render the foam clan incapable of firing a second shot. Meanwhile, the foam clan's Tier 2 train entered the outer stellar ring, bearing down upon the Fuyao train. Are they attempting boarding? The foam clan lacks prowess in close combat, but they can infiltrate a train system's corrupting functions from within. Boarding must be prevented at all costs. NNA simulation appeared on screen. The foam clan could disintegrate their crystalline forms into cellular scale fragments, penetrating every subsystem, rewriting core data with invasive code. Blimey, that's literally a virus. Channel all remaining firepower into full charge. Halt their advance. Simultaneously charge the skyward vessel. Target their propulsion layer. 10 seconds later, tens of thousands of laser beams converged upon the foam train, yet yielded no effect, and their crystalline hull absorbed, dissipated, and even reflected the beams sideways, shattering swarms of asteroids in the process. Is this the foam train's unique defense? The foam train is inherently resistant to such weaponry. Only the transcendent rail cannon can breach it. Chen An feared a direct ramming impact, yet distance and time worked in his favor. The skyward vessel completed its charge. A sapphire beam pierced the starfield, striking the Tier 2 foam train deadened. And though merely a Tier 1 discharge, its execution lacked grandeur. Yet its effect was profound. The struck train fractured like shattered glass, countless crystalline shards blooming outward in eerie, haunting beauty. Already destroyed. Impossible. Master, you perceive a visual illusion. The train has suffered only armor penetration, not total destruction. Fuyao filtered the feed layer by layer, stripping away erroneous reflections, revealing the unvarnished truth. The blast had breached the foam train's lateral armor, but failed to pierce entirely. Nonetheless, its propulsion system sustained critical damage. Abandoning its charge toward Fuyao, it veered sharply to pursue the skyward vessel instead. Chen An, order the skyward vessel to withdraw. Take cover behind us. Unfortunate indeed. The foam train's impaired drive spared the skyward vessel from certain interception. Chen An, my miscalculation. I forgot the skyward vessel cannot match a train's velocity. Fuyao, why didn't you warn me? This battle admits no flawless victory. If sacrifice secures triumph, the skyward vessel may be expended. How casually you speak of it. On the main battlefield, the two cerulean beams exhausted their energy, leaving the transcendent rail cannons overheated and inert. Another transmission arrived. We cannot destroy one another. Proposal cooperation. Reply cooperation is unacceptable here. Even as the reply transmitted, the rail cannon recharged, drawing 200 million energy crystals to full capacity. Chenqiu advanced silently, her stealth field rendering her undetectable until point-blank range. Upon receiving Chen An's refusal, the enemy began recharging. Resolve hardened. This duel would end only in annihilation. Then, golden tendrils erupted from nowhere, striking the foam clan conductor with paralyzing shock. Beep, beep, beep. The intelligence brain announced, attacked by unknown creatures, countermeasures imminent. The alarm echoed throughout the train, causing the foam beings in the carriage to stir restlessly. Kiankious tendrils pierced through the crystalline gaps of the train, attempting to breach it. After analyzing the pros and cons of the foam being trained, Fuyao transmitted all the information to Chenqiu. The drawbacks were evident. The train was constructed from a plethora of irregular crystals with gaps in between. These gaps were the weakest points, serving as the connections between components. The Fuyao train also had this issue, as the carriages could decompose, making them vulnerable to targeted attacks that could easily sever the connections. However, the foam train had countermeasures. The crystals on its surface deformed, morphing into various sharp weapons in an attempt to sever the tendrils. Yet Qianqius tendrils were shielded by a golden barrier rendering the crystalline weapons ineffective, leaving no marks whatsoever. The train captain was utterly astonished and ordered an all-out attack. In addition to the train's own firepower, the defense layer opened its hatches, unleashing countless warships. These warships were also made of crystal, appearing translucent and only half the size of standard frigates. There were approximately 2,000 warships that, upon confirming Qianqius' position, launched an assault with particle beams. If the foam beings had known that Qianqiu fed on stellar energy, they would not have attacked with particle beams. Upon realizing the attacks were ineffective, these crystalline warships quickly regrouped, astonishingly converging to form a massive square structure, even larger than a star cruiser. This time was different. Hundreds of thousands of particle beams converged into an ultra-powerful particle ray, posing a threat to Qianqiu comparable to that of an extraordinary orbital cannon. Fortunately, she was protected by a shield, allowing her to focus on the train rather than worrying. Qianqiu continued to use her tendrils to attack the storage layer of the train. If one couldn't break through, then 100 or 1,000 would surely pierce the defenses of the three-star train. In a distant Fuyao train, Chen An's eyes sparkled with interest in the crystalline warships. So cool. Can we manufacture them? If we acquire the complete technology of the foam beings, there is a chance to replicate them. However, these special warships are highly related to their species, making them difficult to produce. Chen An inquired. Why don't we the Zixing people have special warships? The technology is not advanced enough to create special warships, so we can only use standard models, but we can personalize them based on that. Chen An sighed. Forget it, let's not discuss this for now. Another train also deployed warships. The two-star train released a similar number of crystalline warships attempting to pursue the star cruiser. Deploy all fleets. Currently, Chen An had 5 star cruisers, forming 5 fleets that encompassed most of the existing warships. These warships would confront the enemy's fleet. Although they had no numerical advantage, their strength was superior. On the other side, after persistent efforts, Qianqius tendrils finally breached the enemy train's defenses. Once a single point was broken, the gap in the train structure would rip open and grow larger. Without needing further instructions from Chen, and Qianqiu happily began to loot the energy crystals inside. The foam train naturally tried to escape, increasing its propulsion in an attempt to flee, but with countless tendrils entangled around its body, even if it managed to escape, it would take Qianqiu along. Reinforcements, hurry up! The crystalline warships returned to assist the train attempting to attack Qianqius tendrils. The golden shield did not completely envelop her. There were gaps in certain areas. However, even if some tendrils were destroyed, it didn't matter. Qianqiu disregarded everything, frantically devouring the energy crystals inside the train to replenish her lost energy. All of this was displayed on Chen An's screen, as the outer defenses of the enemy train were compromised, unable to prevent the star domain network from invading its interior. It was clearly visible that Qianqius tendrils wreaked havoc inside the train, sequentially destroying the storage areas and factories. Due to frequent interruptions in energy crystal absorption, the preparation time for the enemy's extraordinary orbital cannon has been extended to 20 minutes. The energy crystals absorbed by the orbital cannon needed to be transported from the storage layer through pipelines. However, due to Qianqius' continuous destruction, these pipelines were damaged, causing issues with energy crystal transport, forcing the activation of backup pipelines. The result was that the train kept starting backup pipelines while Qianqiu continued to destroy them, preventing the orbital cannon from accumulating energy properly. After 7 to 8 minutes, Fuyao issued an attack alert. Chen An commanded, change the target point, destroy the power layer. At the same time, let Qianqiu retreat to avoid friendly fire. The energy crystals left in Qianqiu were few, and her shield would not last much longer. Upon receiving the order, Qianqiu released her grip on the train, retracting all her tendrils as she drifted into the depths of the starry sky. The captain of the foam train, aware of the situation, issued a command for full-speed navigation in an attempt to escape the Fuyao train. However, the Fuyao train closely followed with propulsion that could change at any moment, making escape impossible. Finally, a blue beam shot out from the foam train's rear, piercing through and destroying half of the power layer in an extremely short time. The 2-star extraordinary orbital cannon was insufficient to penetrate the 3-star train, but severely weakened it. The enemy train's power is experiencing significant loss and will be pulled back into orbit by the star. Chen An was quite satisfied, temporarily ignoring it and allowing Fuyao to display the scenes from the rear battlefield. The 2-star foam train had just regained power, preparing to launch a massacre against Chen An's star cruiser fleet. However, the second powerful beam from the first star cruiser arrived, accurately hitting the front of the train. Unfortunately, this shot lacked the power to breach the front defenses, merely forcing an interruption in the train's power, causing the front to shake continuously. It was uncertain what situation the train captain was in, but the passengers behind were certainly not having a good time as Qianqiu was coming. The 3-star train was difficult to breach, but against the 2-star train, Qianqiu completely dominated. Countless tendrils wrapped around the train's body, beginning to break through defenses, piercing and tearing apart. The train was torn apart in the middle, with countless foam passengers spilling out, crushed into crystalline fragments by the pressure of space. Chen An finally felt relieved, focusing on dealing with the 3-star train. Cease fire on the third shot. Let the passengers prepare for ground combat. Do not deploy the black spike robots to avoid enemy infiltration. With the announcement made, the passengers became excited. They bought equipment, gathered teams, and studied materials. It had been a long time since such excitement occurred. Everyone should be cautious. Electromagnetic guns pose the greatest threat to the foam beings. It's best if each person carries one. Each team should have several extraordinary guns to handle special situations. Wow, new models have hit the market. Laser cannon JG2, electromagnetic cannon DC3, and even extraordinary cannons model CF1. These new weapons had long been mass-produced, but due to the lack of war for an extended period, Chen An had not released them into the market. Upon learning this, various guilds rushed to purchase, especially the electromagnetic cannons, which were effective against the foam beings. Slyvan had just returned to the train, and as the president of the Kubo Guild, he immediately gathered with his teammates. "President, why don't you take a rest first?" Lewin suggested. He knew that his guild leader had a special status and had been engaged in train deployment tasks. "It's fine. I won't miss the wars that need my participation." While electromagnetic cannons are important, extraordinary cannons are key. Lewin was astonished. Can such extraordinary cannons also fire beams of that magnitude? Slyvan laughed heartily. It's just a miniature version with power reduced by tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of times. However, while the foam beings may guard against electromagnetic cannons, they cannot defend against extraordinary cannons. With all parties prepared, the viewing platforms and hangars opened their passages or doors, and countless ships surged towards the enemy train. The war against the Foam Clan was no mere rout, for crystalline beings were inherently formidable. Passengers disembarked carriage by carriage in guild formations, advancing steadily inward, overall holding a decisive advantage. Yet disintegration did not equate to death. Crystalline entities could reassemble at any moment, necessitating follow-up strikes from laser cannons or transcendental artillery to ensure annihilation. Chen An observed the battle from the cockpit, closely monitoring the combat proficiency of the passengers. Their average level exceeds that of the Foam Clan, and their combat power is superior, primarily because the enemy's weakness is glaringly exposed, rendering them perfectly vulnerable to electromagnetic cannons and rifles. Fuyao, does the Foam Clan possess any countermeasures? Instantly, the screen flooded with live feeds from every carriage. From shadowed corners, bizarre crystalline creatures surged forth across the feeds, inflicting heavy casualties upon the passengers. These microcrystals are not magnetically linked. They are autonomous organisms wholly immune to electromagnetic interference. Their sudden incursions fractured the front line, forcing all guilds into defensive postures. How do we respond? Shall we withdraw? Deploy the crystal worms. Can crystal worms fight? Crystal worms corrode crystalline matter with devastating efficiency, akin to a virus infecting humanity. However, our supply remains limited. They can only eliminate microcrystals, thereby securing the passenger's rear flank. Very well. Proceed as instructed. Moments later, a fleet of shuttles detached from the train and descended upon the carriages, each releasing cryo-frozen metallic crates through the train doors. Upon impact, the crates unfolded on all sides, revealing countless crystal worms arranged in shimmering translucent matrices. At Fuyao's command, they stirred awake and scattered outward, hunting for crystalline prey. Forewarned passengers withheld fire and assumed defensive stances, not daring to harm the worms. Will these things even work? Zhu Daming muttered, smacking his lips. Xiaojin kicked him lightly. This is support provided by the train conductor. Do not question it. They stood upon the train's landing deck, surrounded by mounds of shattered crystal debris. Hidden within that wreckage lurked countless insect-sized crystalline organisms, individually harmless yet lethally destructive en masse, capable of slaughtering humans and dismantling weapons alike. To withstand them, shields had to be interlocked into rigid defensive lines, a fragile equilibrium. Yet such a turtle's hell posture forfeited offensive capability, leaving the train vulnerable to counterattack by the Foam Clan. Look, they're fleeing. As if cats scenting mice, the crystal worms surged forward with fervent glee, tearing into the crystalline foes. No matter how dense the crystal lattice, it offered no defense. Crystal worms repaired mechanical damage precisely through destruction and reconstruction, their corrosive power far surpassing mere dissolution. Before the awestruck passengers' eyes, the worms advanced unimpeded, dissolving crystalline entities layer by layer until only fine glittering dust remained. The crystal worms will secure your rear. Press onward. Upon receiving the train's directive, Xiaojin ordered the electromagnetic cannons, previously safeguarded, to be redeployed. Fire. Blast them to oblivion. Every species bears strengths and flaws. The Foam Clan's fatal flaw lies in its over-reliance on magnetic fields. Disrupt them slightly and its very structure collapses. Chen An listened attentively as Fuyao instructed him, then grinned, and asked, what then is the Zixing race's weakness? There are many: frail physiology, limited cranial capacity, excessive self-awareness, overwhelming emotional complexity. Hey, do they have any strengths? Their sole strength lies in vast potential for enhancement. Chen An frowned, unsettled. Are you certain that qualifies as a strength? Greater malleability implies infinite evolutionary pathways. As your cultivation ascends, you will increasingly recognize humanity's latent advantages. Some species dominate early by sacrificing long-term growth. So humans are late bloomers. Still nonsense. How many would survive long enough to reach that stage? Just then, a transmission from Chenxiu nearly made Chen An lose composure. Brother, this core has granted me the ability to communicate remotely. I can speak with you from great distances. Chen An's facial muscles twitched. After a long pause, he replied, carry on playing, but spare the train from excessive dismantling. He severed the connection and sighed, I forgot to tell her to preserve the core. No matter, her absorption yielded a useful ability and it was merely a Tier 2 core anyway. He eagerly anticipated the Tier 3 core. Perhaps a monumental leap in power. The battle raged for nearly 10 hours. Fierce Foam Clan resistance ultimately crushed. Chen An absorbed the train's core and waited half an hour before results manifested. Transcendental Rail Cannon, upgraded to Tier 3. Chi crystal capacity, increased to 300 million. He beamed uncontrollably. I prefer tangible upgrades over unpredictable new abilities. Post-battle passengers returned in shifts. Chen An ordered cleanup and reaped abundant spoils from the Foam Clan's train. Can Foam Clan technology be reverse-engineered? All relevant data has been acquired and analyzed. It will be integrated into the train's technological framework. Chen An asked, my greatest desire is a crystalline warship. Can we fabricate one? We have captured 700 crystalline warships and will retrofit and commandeer them. Analysis reveals crystalline warships require crystal cores. Remaining reserves aboard this train suffice to construct 500 new vessels. And the other train, 300 warships captured, residual cores permit another 500. Others were destroyed in combat. Such intensity left no choice. Preserving enemy vessels would have compromised our own firepower. 2,000 vessels will suffice. Can they mount transcendental rail cannons? A crystalline flagship is required. Its mass equals 10 standard crystalline warships. As long as it can be built, that suffices. Chen An prized crystalline warships for their unmatched maneuverability. Armed with the newly acquired Tier 2 transcendental rail cannon, their combat efficacy would eclipse even the Celestial Patrol fleet. Any other exceptional acquisitions? We secured vast quantities of fusion crystals and acquired their manufacturing schematics. Beyond ambushes, what practical use do they serve? Each fusion crystal rivals a thermonuclear warhead of colossal yield. A trap seeded with 10,000 could rupture a Tier 3 train. Moreover, synthesizing fusion crystals proves simpler and more cost-effective than harvesting chi crystals. Chen An had never imagined they could breach a train's hull. After all, the train's outer shell possessed extraordinary resilience, withstanding stellar temperatures and pressures utterly impervious to nuclear fusion. Yet now it appeared if fusion energy were released instantaneously with sufficient magnitude, even the train would falter. Beyond warships and fusion crystals, the spoils included vast numbers of Foam Clan corpses. Foam Clan cadavers comprise ultra-refined crystalline lattices, ideal for weapon and warship fabrication. In essence, every aspect of the Foam Clan holds utility. Then collect everything usable. One complication remained: tens of thousands of passengers had perished. War demanded sacrifice. Chen An had long accepted this truth. Yet since ascending to Tier 3, the train's capacity had expanded dramatically. Desperate for new passengers, will rely on chance. Suitable sentient life is rare, and rarer still to encounter. Encountering an ambush from the Bubble Clan was merely a minor incident, not affecting the normal course of the train. Half a month later, the crystal battleship was finally completed, and Chen An specially had the train halt for half a day to test the battleship's performance. A total of 1,842 crystal battleships formed a crystal fleet around the flagship, ready to depart at any moment. Let's begin. The scene displayed battleships flying out from the train's defensive layer, their formation exceptionally standard with no flaws. The crystal battleships were unique, only capable of being piloted by the Bubble Clan. However, due to Fuyo's immense power, they could operate without a pilot, demonstrating even greater agility. Much more beautiful than other battleships, Fei Yi expressed her admiration. Shiny objects always appealed to girls, but Luo Yu was an exception. She only liked the color green. Close to 2,000 battleships first circled around the train before forming a conical formation heading towards the distant starry sky. Along the way, numerous preset targets were positioned, and the battleships could destroy them sequentially without affecting their speed. The crystal battleships were equipped with two types of weapons. One was a multi-crystal structure laser cannon, which may not be more powerful than Chen An's other battleships but was more efficient and less prone to overheating. Additionally, the battleships carried numerous electromagnetic cannonballs, capable of continuous firing and executing concentrated bombardments on targets. The more one fears something, the more one must possess it. The Bubble Clan equipped all battleships with electromagnetic cannonballs, but these weapons had minimal impact on the passengers under Chen An's command, being more targeted towards silicon-based lifeforms. They look good, but I don't feel they're very strong, Luo Yu commented, unimpressed. To her, these battleships were not robust enough individually. Even the laser cannons on the train could easily destroy them. Chen An replied, "Don't be anxious, you will understand soon. Wait, what is this on you?" He tugged at a branch of Luo, yes, discovering a light pink bud. "You aren't going to bloom, are you? If Luo you had a face, it would surely be blushing at this moment." I can't I bloom now that I've matured?" She felt shy, gathering the surrounding branches to wrap around herself. Chen An was left puzzled, ultimately relying on Fei Yi to explain. Luo Yu blooms in two situations. One is to bear offspring, and the other is a physiological reaction after reaching maturity. It's similar to what we girls experience monthly. "You understand," Chen An exclaimed. "Which situation does she fall under?" "It can't be the first. A spiritual affinity won't produce offspring." Fei Yi placed her hands on her hips, dissatisfied, saying, "I already knew Luo Yu was in the second situation. How could you not know? It seems you still don't care enough about her." "Well, I usually don't ask these kinds of questions." As he pondered, Qianqi's anxious voice reached his ears. "Our Fanqing girls also experience such situations. I've heard it's terrifying. I don't know when it will happen to me." "Luo Yu blooming isn't scary at all. What will happen to you Fanqing girls?" According to their race's growth curve, Qianqiu had not yet fully matured. She said, "We will undergo abnormal development." Chen An raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is it the kind of abnormal development I'm thinking of?" Following this, Fu Yao provided a scientific answer. "The spherical form is merely the initial shape of the Fanqing clan. They will change after reaching maturity. There are many similar cases in your Purple Star People's database. For instance, insects develop into butterflies." Chen An instantly became excited. He had never been fond of Qianqi's form and thought it would be great if she could transform. "What will she develop into? Can you show me some pictures?" A holographic screen appeared before him, displaying a wealth of data flowing. Based on the analysis of the Fanqing clan's genetic samples, her normal growth path was predicted as illustrated. The display showed that Qianqi's spherical body, after absorbing a large amount of energy crystals and stellar energy, would cocoon into a massive white chrysalis. Without external interference, the chrysalis would remain dormant for 100 or even 1,000 years. Once the time had come, she would break free from the chrysalis, presenting a form similar to that of a butterfly. In reality, it's quite different from a butterfly. It merely shares some structural characteristics. I don't understand why she would have wings. Logically, wings should have little function in the void of space. That's not wings. It's an acceleration structure. After Qianqiu emerges from the chrysalis, her speed will surpass what it is now. Oh, why is the middle part white? The middle part is her main body, which can be freely shaped without restriction. Generally speaking, if there is no external interference, she will mold her main body into an insect-like shape. In other words, Qianqiu is divided into two parts, the main body and the various structures surrounding it, such as wings and exoskeletons. Chen An had an idea and asked Qianqiu, "Can you shape your main body in a more human-like manner?" Qianqiu replied joyfully, "I was just thinking about that, but I didn't dare to tell you." "Why not?" "I thought you preferred me as a sphere and wouldn't like me to take on a human form." Fu Yao suddenly interjected, "It's not advisable to fully transform into a human. According to the uncanny valley effect, you would fear giant humanoid creatures." Chen An touched his head and laughed. "That seems to be the case." "Qianqiu, how long until you will cocoon?" "I don't know. If only my aunt were alive, she would tell me." Fu Yao then projected a calculation revealing that Qianqiu would cocoon within 100 years. Could be tomorrow or 100 years later. The time range is very broad. Forget it, we'll discuss it then. For now, pay attention to the fleet's performance. It's about to reach a critical moment. In the void of space, all crystal battleships had already left the star system. After circling the outer region, they prepared to return. However, on their return journey, hundreds of laser beams shot from a distant asteroid cluster. These laser beams were not dangerous, but the fleet regarded them as a catastrophic threat at that moment and immediately issued the command to merge. The flagship was at the center, with the other crystal battleships rapidly rushing in to position themselves in the gaps, creating new openings. Once all battleships had merged, they formed a massive cube. Fei Yi was astonished and asked, "If one battleship is missing, wouldn't it be impossible to achieve such a standard?" Chen An replied, "As long as there are over 100 battleships, it doesn't matter how many. They can still form a standard cube, although the strength may vary." In the scene, all the laser beams bombarded the cube, but had no effect as the energy was dissipated and shared among them. Meanwhile, a hole appeared on the side of the cube, facing the asteroid cluster, with blue light shimmering within. To save time, the extraordinary orbital cannon had been prepared in advance and was now ready to fire. 3 seconds later, a blue beam shot out, effortlessly penetrating the asteroid cluster, leaving devastation in its wake. During this process, the cube could also freely alter the shape of other parts, allowing it to adopt defensive postures against attacks from other sides. "Brother, does it have a name?" Chen An was taken aback. "I call it the Cube Crystal Battleship." Fei Yi suggested, "It's not a nice name. How about I give it a name?" "Sure. What will it be? Fei Yi thought for a moment, her eyes suddenly lighting up, and said, Linglong. Why? 8 facets, exquisite and translucent, powerful yet beautiful. Chen An agreed, allowing Fuyao to rename the crystal battleship to Linglong with the final combined form, referred to as the Linglong ship body. The nebula glowed crimson with colossal beasts thrashing within it. Below, 2 trains clumsily fled, racing towards the dimly lit starry sky. The beasts continued their rampage in the nebula, remnants of the trains, occasionally visible, bursting into spectacular explosions after their energy cores detonated. 1,000,000 kilometers away, the shaken Yang Ding Tian sent a message to Roy. Just like before, we'll take turns predicting the future. Roy responded, sure, it's my turn today. Where did those 2 beasts come from? They're tearing apart the train as if it were a game. Yang Ding Tian replied, they can only tear apart 2-star trains. There's nothing they can do against 3-star ones. They were driven here by the Golden Eye clan. Does your smart brain know what that is? If only I knew. My smart brain doesn't have any relevant data. Don't hang up the communication. My seer will arrive at a conclusion soon. Since leaving the prison, the 3-eyed people and the Safi clan had united, as they all had seers. Through the cooperation of the 2 seers, they had managed to avert danger each time, successfully surviving until now. Their earlier escape from the nebula was thanks to the seers' foresight, which helped them find the most suitable escape route. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Roy provided the prediction result. We will encounter a strange spaceship in 2 hours. After you attack, you will anger a beast, and then your train will be torn apart. Yang Ding Tian jumped up from his seat in fear and asked, can we really be pursued here? Change direction quickly. Roy replied, don't panic. That spaceship belongs to Chen An, and that beast is also his. It's all because you acted too quickly. Upon hearing Chen An's name, Yang Ding Tian let out a breath of relief. I thought he had died in the prison of the stars. Wait, why is he with the beast? Roy clarified, it's not the beast that's chasing us, it's the sphere from the prison. Yang Ding Tian's face darkened. That sphere is just as troublesome as the beast. Could Chen An tame it? With a sense of trepidation, the 2 trains continued along their predetermined course, and arrived at the location where they would encounter the spaceship after 2 hours. According to the original prediction, they would acquire energy here before discovering the spaceship and then take action. However, there was no rush to gather energy. Meeting with Chen An was the priority. Inside, the 3-eyed train, Li Si coughed twice and inquired of Yang Ding Tian, are you sure Chen An won't act against us? Yang Ding Tian looked much more haggard than before, replying in a hoarse voice, according to your previous prediction, we will die at the jaws of a beast in half a month. If that's the case, it's better to place hope in Chen An. The beast grows too quickly. Perhaps Chen An has a way to deal with it in advance. Teacher, getting close to Chen An was your strategy for me back then. Li Si replied, this time is different from the last. My prediction cannot remain effective for long. However, analyzing Chen An's character, it's clear he is not someone who would betray us after crossing the river. I hope you are right, teacher. Yang Ding Tian returned to the cockpit to check the current state of the train, which was in terrible shape. Lacking energy crystals, lacking clan members, lacking warships. The technology aboard the train was chaotic, with factories operating inefficiently. Smart brain, am I doing very poorly? The smart brain replied, you have done quite well. Keep up the good work. We need more passengers and more resources. Otherwise, the factories cannot operate efficiently. Similar to the 3-eyed train, Roy had also managed his train poorly. The smart brain only assists or offers suggestions. The real decisions are entirely up to the train captain. If mistakes are made, the captain and all passengers bear the consequences. How much energy crystal do we have left? The smart brain replied, 320 million basic units. Roy felt a headache. His train lacked powerful weapons, but had enough for survival, such as electromagnetic shields and space jumps. These 2 capabilities consume a lot of energy crystals, which ordinary trains cannot sustain. The smart brain added, we currently have a shortage of 3 million passengers. The number of passengers affects the train's development. Please replenish them as soon as possible. Roy sighed. I know I need to replenish, but so far I have hardly encountered any similar creatures. How can I do that? If I were to replenish other races, the train would be in chaos. I find it strange. Chen An's train also has different races. How do they coexist harmoniously? The smart brain replied, strength and repression. As long as you are strong enough, any race can serve your train. Roy, curling his long body in the captain's seat, complained. The key is that we are always fleeing. Without resources, we cannot develop ourselves. If it weren't for the lack of warships, we could also reach 3 stars. While complaining, the smart brain reminded him of a spaceship ahead. Roy immediately connected to Yang Ding Tian's channel, reminding him once more, do not attack, that beast is nearby, and it has stealth capabilities. Yang Ding Tian dared not attack upon discovering the spaceship. He immediately sent out a communication request. Inside the flagship spaceship, Sullivan lay on his bed, watching videos, completely engrossed. Life aboard the flagship was dull. But at least he didn't have to pilot the spaceship. Every day besides playing he studied the classic battle cases that had occurred on the train. The train captain had promised him that they would eventually build a flagship fleet that could be modified according to his wishes. At least one patrol ship, that's the core of the fleet. It's a pity that crystal warships cannot be disassembled, otherwise I would want to get one. Although the escort ships are a bit clunky, they have high defenses and can enhance the fleet's defense. Destroyers are definitely necessary. They can strike back at any time. It's a pity that the train cannot build interstellar fortresses. It would be great to have one. While thinking about these things, the spaceship's AI reminded him of an unknown communication request. Connect it. He was the navigator. He had to help the train avoid risks in advance, so he had to take this unknown communication regardless of its nature. Once connected, a slightly blurred screen appeared before him, revealing Yang Ding Tian's face. Not all train captains hide their identities. Yang Ding Tian was bold and never concealed himself. Hello, is this the spaceship of the Fuyo train? Sullivan frowned and answered after a moment of thought. Yes. Who are you? I'm Chen, the friend of your train captain Yang Ding Tian. Is he nearby? Yang Ding Tian remembered that Chen An had excellent confidentiality measures and temporarily changed his address. Sullivan replied, Wait a moment. I will send the information back. In fact, Chen An already knew about Yang Ding Tian's existence and had prevented the impending attack. Chen An wondered, why are the three-eyed train and the Safi train going in the opposite direction? Although there were no detailed star maps, they knew which way to go thanks to the guiding function of the train's smart brain. After pondering for a while, Chen An sent communications to both Yang Ding Tian and Roy. Upon receiving the communication request, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and quickly connected. Brother, and it's great to see you again. Seeing Yang Ding Tian, Chen An felt good, as it was rare to find a train captain he could converse with. What happened to you? You look so disheveled. Yang Ding Tian explained the reason. The traces of the two giant beasts had drawn Chen An's intense attention. What level of strength are they at now? At the time when these two beasts destroyed the half-scale clan's train, they were merely at the quasi-leader level, but now they were certainly at the leader level. Subsequently, this was confirmed from Roy's description. Then let's go around. If we can avoid contact, we should. These two fellows are too powerful and difficult to deal with. If we really encounter them, Chen An is not afraid. He has a level 3 railgun and a Qianqiu that rivals the hunting star beasts. Seeing Chen An's mindset of avoiding battle, Yang Ding Tian quickly spoke of Li Si's prophecy. Are you saying that those two giant beasts will enter the jump point in the future and massacre indiscriminately? Yang Ding Tian replied, Exactly, countless trains will be destroyed. Your train may pass through the jump point, but it will be heavily damaged. That giant beast seems to have been devoured. Upon hearing this, Chen An still wore an indifferent expression. The fate of other trains had nothing to do with him. After all, they were all competitors. However, upon hearing that Qianqiu had died, Chen An instantly felt goosebumps all over. Are you sure? Yang Ding Tian nodded. If you don't believe it, you can have your prophet predict specifically about that giant beast. She will transform into a white cocoon as she approaches the jump point, losing her ability to resist. Then she will be torn apart and devoured by the giant beast. The fact that someone mentioned Qianqiu transforming into a cocoon clearly wasn't a lie, and Chen An believed it. Let's suspend communication for now. I have some matters to attend to. After ending the call, Chen An listed the problems he currently faced on the screen. Firstly, there are two hunting star beasts. If they continue to grow, they will be extremely terrifying and might exceed the strength of 3-star trains. Secondly, Qianqiu's cocooning time is too unfortunate. Even without the hunting star beasts attacking, she might find it very difficult to pass through the jump point. Fuyao, give me the best strategy. After a brief calculation, Fuyao provided the result. At this stage, the hunting star beasts are only in their juvenile form. It is advised to hunt them down. Firstly, to eliminate future threats, and secondly, to obtain star beast meat, which can help us strengthen faster. Qianqiu's cocooning time cannot be delayed, it can only be advanced. It is recommended to feed her excess energy crystals. Chen An questioned, but she will still need time to hatch after cocooning. Who knows how long that will take? The slow hatching is due to insufficient energy. The best strategy is to cultivate her using the corpse of a hunting star beast. You won't even need to spend much energy crystals. Hearing this, Chen An revealed a kind smile. I like this strategy, let's do it this way. Eliminate those two giant beasts and let Qianqiu cocoon in advance. Without delay, Chen An informed Yang Ding Tian and Roy of his decision and asked them to lead the way. I need more information. Is there anything you haven't mentioned? Subsequently, Yang Ding Tian and Roy tried their best to provide additional information about the hunting star beasts. Those are true planet-level giant beasts. The one you raised is only 1/10 their size. Their surface defense is extremely high, only extraordinary railguns or other special weapons can breach their defenses. Not long ago, the Jinjing clan successfully repelled one of the giant beasts, so they haven't yet reached the strength of 3-star trains. The giant beasts look somewhat like scorpions, and the most terrifying aspect is the two massive pincers on their heads, which can easily slice through a train. Currently, we don't know what the weaknesses of the giant beasts are. Their speed should be affected by energy varying from fast to slow. The information was quite mixed. After Fuyao summarized everything, she created a simulation diagram to analyze the weaknesses of the hunting star beasts. But no matter how they analyzed, they couldn't discern any weaknesses. At present, one thing is certain: the energy consumption of the hunting star beasts is significant, and they may not be able to sustain long-term combat. Chen An asked, can fusion crystals breach their defenses? If there is a chance to set traps, that would be great. An ultra-high fusion explosion would certainly affect the hunting star beasts. However, the problem is that there may not be an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Nearly 3 hours later, the 3 trains finally arrived near the nebula. Qiao informed Chen An no signs of the hunting star beasts. They may have already left. Regardless, let's go in and take a look. The Fuyao train charged directly into the nebula, colliding head-on with the wreckage of a train. Upon closer inspection, it was the front of the train with the porthole torn open by a sharp weapon. The interior was in complete disarray. For train wrecks discovered. Chen An shared the information with the other 2 trains. The hunting star beasts do not consume cores. What do you say? Yang Dingtian chuckled awkwardly and replied, we don't need the core. Roy followed suit. This kind of stance pleased Chen An, but he didn't intend to monopolize it. After all, he needed the assistance of the 2 trains and their predictions even more. How about this? We each take 1 core for ourselves. As for the 4th one, we can discuss it later. Yang Dingtian said, no need to discuss further, a brother, and can just take it easily. Roy agreed. Exactly. We can't just leave it behind. Their ability to take 1 core was already completely unexpected, so they didn't dare to ask for a second one. Chen An nodded in agreement and then proceeded deeper into the nebula to collect the cores of the trains inside. All the cores were level 2 without any distinction of strength. While collecting various resources and cores, Roy issued a warning. According to the prophecy, the 2 giant beasts will return here in 5 hours. Chen An exclaimed in delight. I was just thinking about how to find them, and they are actually coming back. Perhaps there will be an opportunity for a surprise attack. He opened the star map and studied the nearby cosmic scenery. The nearest star system is 17 billion kilometers away, which is the best ambush point. But the question is how to lure the hunting star beasts over. Half an hour later, Chen An retrieved both cores. He did not devour them together. Instead, he separated them. Based on previous experience, devouring cores together does not necessarily yield good results, while separating them multiple times often yields better outcomes. Soon after, the results were revealed in succession. The electromagnetic shield upgraded to level 2, consuming more energy crystals and providing longer protection time. Holographic projection train leader can project freely within the coverage of the star domain network, but only for the train leader's use. Chen An was very satisfied with the upgrade of the electromagnetic shield, but not particularly fond of the holographic projection. What use does this thing have? He tried it out. Even though he was in the cockpit, his image could be projected anywhere, even into the starry sky. He could also make various modifications, such as enlarging his image to a height of 1 kilometer. It seems to only be useful for show. The projection looked very realistic, leaving the passengers in the train bewildered, thinking that a new giant beast had appeared. An hour later, the 3 trains regrouped. Chen An expressed his thoughts. Set traps and ambush the giant beasts. I have already found the location, which is this star system. In front of each train leader, there is a star map displaying the position pointed out by Chen An. Roy said, in the prophecy, the star beasts only return to the nebula and will not go to the star system. Chen An replied, that's why we need to lure them over. My train will lay an ambush. You all discuss who will lure the enemy. Luring the enemy is not simple. A slight mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences. After a brief discussion, Roy will lure the enemy. Chen An agreed this arrangement is the most suitable. Yang Dingtian will ambush with me. Your extraordinary railgun is level 2 and can play a role. Inside the interstellar ring, Chen An's and Yang Dingtian's trains sequentially entered orbit. How many fusion crystals do we have now? Chen An asked Fuyao. Over 10,000 in total. Use them all. None to be spared. We recommend deploying exactly 10,000. Excess crystals would result in redundant waste. A 3-dimensional schematic materialized before Chen An, illustrating the optimal arrangement of the fusion crystals. Given the colossal size of the star-hunting behemoth, 10,000 crystals were more than sufficient to achieve full matrix coverage, with considerable surplus remaining. In truth, the trap had been designed for a single beast. Encompassing 2 simultaneously was physically impossible. Agreed. Proceed immediately as instructed. Subsequently, hundreds of starships detached from the train carrying the fusion crystals toward the outer stellar ring, where they deployed the trap just inside the boundary of the interstellar ring. The resulting detonation would pose a credible threat to the behemoth, yet leave the train unharmed. Deploying the trap took 2 hours. Chen An promptly briefed Roy to prevent accidental triggering. Roy will lure the behemoth into position. It will not detect the trap. If only one arrives, we'll engage it directly. Should two appear, Yang Dingtian, Yu Chenxiu and my fleet are to contain the second, the one that does not enter the trap. I will handle the first. These were merely foundational contingencies. Fu Yao refined them into exhaustive operational plans, disseminating them across all allied trains. During the wait, Chen An asked Fu Yao, how precisely do biological strength and train-grade resilience differ? Primarily through defensive capacity and destructive output, a composite metric. Should you shatter a train with your bare hands, or withstand its full assault without grievous injury, you have attained that tier of strength. What if a star beast, though not a sovereign tier entity, can endure a train's barrage? Would it be rated at equivalent strength? Absolutely. Strength assessment disregards rank entirely, only verifiable combat efficacy matters. Then what is my current strength rating? Should you require formal evaluation, your capabilities align closely with those of a starship. With your present destructive power, you could obliterate a T-288 exploration vessel. After a brief exchange, Fu Yao alerted Chen, and 30 minutes remained until the star-hunting behemoth's arrival. Chen An summoned Luo Yu. Forecast my condition over the next 20 hours. He had initially intended to foresee the train's fate, but reasoned that so long as he remained unharmed, the train would inevitably survive, rendering a costlier, broader prophecy unnecessary. Personal precognition required minimal effort. Luo Yu delivered her verdict within half a minute. You'll feel intense tension and exhilaration, but suffer no physical distress. You'll issue numerous commands, ordering additional fusion crystals deployed against the behemoth and activating the secondary cannon. 18 hours later, you'll command the distribution of the starbeast's flesh among all personnel, and retain its brain, declaring your intent to steam it. Frankly, I believe raw consumption would be preferable. Chen An exhaled in relief. The prophecy foretold unequivocal victory. You may rest now. Have Fei establish continuous connectivity with the stellar domain network. Maintain real-time information flow. For Roy, the final 30 minutes were the most agonizing. According to his AI simulations, he faced a 30% probability of failure. Yet this course is unavoidable. Without ambush capability, I must undertake perilous tasks, or remain alienated from the collective. Through recent voyages, he had come to grasp with visceral clarity the irreplaceable power of unified action. Had the Golden-Eyed clan not coordinated over a dozen trains in concert, they could never have repelled the behemoth. Minutes remain. Maximize electromagnetic shielding and prepare for short-range jump. The star-hunting behemoth moved too swiftly for the train to escape pursuit conventionally. Only successive micro-jumps offered viable evasion. Yet jumps could not span excessive distances lest the beast lose track, thus precise temporal control was essential. No. Control rested with the AI. Roy's sole responsibility was issuing critical commands. 5 minutes of anxious anticipation passed before the stellar domain network signaled the behemoth's arrival. 2 behemoths detected, separated by 2 million kilometers. Designated Alpha and Beta. Alpha has entered the nebula and registered your presence. Initiate a 300 million kilometer jump in 5 seconds. Roy tensed his cranial antennae, extending taut as he fixated on the display. Alpha's position now lay barely 1 million kilometers from the train. 1 million kilometers seemed vast. Yet to the star-hunting behemoth it was traversed in mere seconds. AI 3-to-1 jump. The train vanished into a vortex of black spacetime, leaving the enraged behemoth lunging into empty void. 300 million kilometers away, Roy's train received a new directive. Initiate a 500 million kilometer jump in 3 minutes. Countdown commencing. Every temporal and spatial parameter had been calculated with flawless precision by Fu Yao, zero margin for error. Yet real-world execution rarely matched theoretical perfection. Jump initiation introduced inevitable temporal variance due to myriad variables. Fortunately, Fu Yao's processing power enabled instantaneous recalibration, adapting seamlessly to evolving conditions. Such exactitude, however, relied indispensably upon Fei's support. Inside the cockpit, Chen An studied the star-hunting behemoth's form, nearly identical to prior simulations. It stood nearly 10,000 meters tall, its body bristling with over 1,000 limb-like appendages. Is this some grotesque fusion of scorpion and centipede? Indeed, the limbs, coupled with the massive pincer atop its head, lent it an uncanny resemblance. Fu Yao projected footage of the behemoth in motion. Its limbs struck the fabric of space like pistons, propelling it forward with rocket-like violence. The stellar domain network could capture only afterimages requiring constant data correction. Since 2 have appeared, we activate contingency 2. Yang Dingtian adjusted his trajectory, heading toward the asteroid belt near the outer stellar ring. Chenxiu would join him, as would Chen An's 2 fleets, each armed with transcendent rail cannons. Your sole objective is containing Beta, the star-hunting behemoth. Nothing else matters. All forces stood ready, awaiting the behemoth's entry into the trap. They waited over half an hour. Roy's approach grew ever closer. His final jump originated beyond the stellar system, propelling him directly into the interstellar ring. The train now faced the direction of the behemoth's advance, its path bisected by the three-dimensional lattice of fusion crystals. Chen An asked, "Is the train operating without anomaly?" "All systems nominal, perfectly secure." Chen An, "The moment the behemoth enters the trap, disengage immediately." Roy saw the azure luminescence emanating from Fuyao's train. The transcendent rail cannon was primed and active. "Understood. The rest is in your hands." As the behemoth drew nearer, Chen An heard its roar. Not sound but electromagnetic resonance, jagged, dissonant, deeply unsettling. "Why can I perceive electromagnetic waves? Human ears by nature register only acoustic vibrations, not electromagnetic spectra. Electromagnetic language is the universe's most ubiquitous tongue. As your augmentation ascends, you will not only hear it, you will speak it." Chen An smiled wryly. "So I shall soon converse across the vacuum of space." "Irrelevant for now. The beast has entered the matrix. Prepare for battle." The star-hunting behemoth sensed no traps. It only knew that there were energy crystals inside the approaching train, which were the very things it needed most. As long as it had enough energy crystals, it could grow infinitely and become the most powerful existence in the starry sky. Just as it was about to get closer, a massive surge of heat suddenly appeared around it, illuminating its body in a star-like crimson glow. 1,000,000 kilometers away, the head of the Fuyo train opened a black hole with a blue beam of light poised to strike. Chen An was nervously observing the screen. It displayed that all the fusion crystals were undergoing intense thermonuclear reactions, releasing energy that was approaching 1% of the star in the current galaxy. The core temperature rapidly soared, climbing from thousands to tens of thousands, then to hundreds of thousands, millions, and even tens of millions. Such a level of energy impact was something even the star-hunting behemoth could not withstand. Its surface defenses were continuously crumbling, as if an iceberg were being dissolved by a great fire. However, the information provided by Fuyo indicated that the star-hunting behemoth would only be slightly weakened and would not be killed. Chen An exclaimed his concerns. "This is what a commander level can do. If it reached the sovereign level, wouldn't it easily destroy the galaxy?" The star-hunting behemoth could resist this level of fusion reaction, but only for a short time due to its super-strong defenses. If the fusion intensity continued unabated, the behemoth would surely turn to ashes. However, the energy from the fusion crystals was insufficient to last long, and the behemoth was also trying to break free from the outside. From the screen, it was clear that despite the obstacles caused by the fusion energy, the behemoth was making great strides to escape the danger zone. "Unbelievable. Is the extraordinary railgun ready? Fire immediately." After a massive tremor, the blue beam shot towards the behemoth. Due to the close distance, the behemoth had not even reacted before it was struck. The tremendous impact blocked the behemoth's escape route, pushing it backward. Behind it was the fusion center, which was a position that Fuyo had calculated in advance. The combined impact of extraordinary and fusion energy, "I don't believe it can hold on any longer." Various images flashed across the screen, and after filtering out the heavy noise, Fuyo projected the image of the behemoth. It could be seen that the blue beam had broken through the behemoth's defenses and was continuously impacting further inside. "This is truly outrageous." It should be noted that a level 3 extraordinary railgun could easily pierce through a planet, yet it encountered resistance within the star-hunting behemoth. However, even with resistance, it ultimately could not stop the power of the beam. The behemoth was pierced, and the blue beam shot deep into the starry sky from its back. Meanwhile, fusion energy surged into the breach, scorching the behemoth from the inside out with extreme heat. The energy was so powerful that it even induced the heavy elements within the behemoth to undergo fission, releasing some fission energy. But this amount of energy was negligible. "Fuyo, it should be dead now, right?" Fuyo did not respond immediately, but instead displayed various information about the behemoth on the screen. The current status indicated that the extraordinary railgun piercing the behemoth's defenses was not a good thing, as the star-hunting behemoth could already absorb fusion energy to strengthen itself. This meant it was currently in a state of being both damaged and repaired. The behemoth clearly understood this point. It was seeking balance. Chen An was dumbfounded and couldn't help but utter a few exclamations. "Is this even possible? Is it too strong? I can barely cope with it, but if other trains encounter it, won't they be doomed?" Reminder to the Master: Chenxiu can also absorb fusion energy. Don't forget she relies on stars for survival. However, any biological entity has its limits when it comes to absorbing energy. It's like how people eat. They can eat a little or eat until full, even overeat. But if they keep eating after they are stuffed, they will die from it. Disrupting the balance that the star-hunting behemoth is seeking can truly kill it. Chen An recalled Lu Yu's prophecy and realized he would issue the command to feed the behemoth fusion crystals. It seemed to be for this reason. "How many fusion crystals do we have left?" "A total of over 7,000. Throw them all out. We must inject the fusion crystals into the body of the star-hunting behemoth. But we cannot deploy them now as these crystals would be detonated externally by the violent fusion energy. Alright, just give me the strategy. Chen An had his own mind, but no matter how strong he was no match for the intellect of the brain. At critical moments he needed Fuyo to provide precise analysis in a short time. He could only stare at the scrolling data on the screen, which was less pleasing than watching 01. The star-hunting behemoth will leave the fusion area within half an hour, during which it will be in a prolonged state of saturation, unable to release energy. If we find the opportunity to deploy the fusion crystals, we could make it explode, but it must be done within 10 minutes. The factory is currently manufacturing fusion crystal launchers, which will produce 1,000 units in half an hour. Fuyo had everything arranged so Chen and did not need to worry. He switched the view to another battlefield. 500 million kilometers away, Chenxiu was entangled with the second behemoth. Although it could not match in size and strength, Chenxiu, still attacked with all her might. Tens of thousands of golden tentacles posed a significant hindrance to the behemoth. The behemoth had already been attacked by the extraordinary railgun twice. Once on its head, where a segment of its left pincer was blown off. The other time was on its legs, where over 100 limbs were evaporated, leaving only a short remnant. Because of these two attacks, the behemoth's attack power and speed were greatly weakened, otherwise it would have been difficult for Chenxiu to handle. According to the simulation, can they hold on over there? Qianqia's overall strength is not weaker than that of the star-hunting behemoth. It's just that she is too playful and hasn't taken it seriously yet, meaning Chenxiu had not unleashed her full potential. No need to rush as long as we can control the situation. These grand scenes did not shy away from the passengers, even broadcasting live in all the carriages. They were sometimes anxious, sometimes cheering, and sometimes getting goosebumps. In comparison to such a powerful scene, humanity appeared too insignificant. It is said that this is just a juvenile form. If it continues to grow, it will become even stronger. Do we still have a chance to survive? When the Purple Star people first boarded the train, there were millions, but now how many are left is unknown. Every time I encounter these, I feel a deep sense of despair. What's the use of struggling hard? It's better to enjoy it early. Dying would be without regrets. Too much pessimism caught Fuyo's attention, and she reported it to Chen An. Chen An prepared to intervene. As you said, humanity has too many shortcomings and emotions are overly complex. Rich emotions mean the brain has higher potential, which is a good thing. What potential? Chen An thought for a moment and asked Fuyo to play simulated scenes for the passengers. The simulation depicted a grand scene of humanity slaughtering star beasts after becoming strong. Although it was a simulation, it was based on Fuyo's normal conception of humanity's growth curve, not detached from reality. Humans need hope or they cannot see a future. In addition to playing the simulation, tell them how powerful extraordinary beings will become in the future. Let them clearly understand their upgrade trajectory. Also tell them that after hunting the behemoth, I will share the behemoth's meat with them, which will allow many to break through. In carriage 11, unlike the pessimism surrounding her, Ling, you held a fruit marked with bite marks, laughing joyfully. Brother, the giant outside looks so formidable. Can we keep one in the future? Ling Zhang was taken aback. He too was affected by the atmosphere of despair. As the people around said, compared to such giant beasts, it seemed that no matter how humans enhanced themselves, they could not match up. Even the strongest train would be torn apart by the beasts. Humans appeared to be the wretched refugees of the universe, struggling under the pursuit of various powerful beings. Ling Zhang's first reaction to his sister's naive question was to brush her off. However, thinking about how his sister was no longer small and would ultimately face reality, he felt it necessary to guide her more. We cannot defeat that giant beast. If we encounter one, we should avoid it as much as possible. Ling Yu looked up at the large screen where the giant beast was struggling in a sea of flames. Why do I feel like we could defeat it? Brother, you're lying to me. Ling Zhang's expression turned serious as he prepared to teach his sister the basics. Little did he know Ling Yu knew more than he did. I learned in the daycare that it is a star hunter beast roughly equivalent to a commander level. But if we extend the timeline, we'll be much stronger than them in the future. When I can traverse the starry sky at will, I want to tame a powerful star beast as my mount. Brother, I will also get you one then. Ling Zhang was shocked and asked, did you learn all this at the daycare? Wasn't it mathematics and physics? The daycare is now just a name. Many prefer to call it a school. Over the years, the daycare has continuously added courses, and basic humanities have long been incorporated into the curriculum. Ling Yu raised her head and smiled. Mathematics and physics are too simple. The teacher replaced our courses with new ones. For instance, Introduction to Extraordinary Science Analysis of Interstellar Warfare, and also Introduction to Star Beasts, which covered this star hunter beast. Ling Zhang asked, are all students taking such courses? No, only our special class has these. Other students are still taking normal classes. Do you remember what I told you about Xia? She built a small spaceship out of scrap materials last time, and even attracted the principal's attention. Who is the principal? My heavens, he smashed the beast's head with a single punch. Is it real or fake? The simulated images created by Fu Yao were so lifelike that an average person could not distinguish them. I just want to see what the principal looks like. Oh, look ahead, a new screen is appearing. Next to the original main screen, the train unfolded a new light screen. It also showed battle scenes with the Star Hunter beast, but the beast was on the receiving end of blows. These images attracted widespread attention from the passengers. Who is fighting it? It seems to be a shadow, it's hard to see clearly. The image gradually came into focus and people quickly saw that the shadow was a person, not some special entity. What the heck, why isn't he wearing a spacesuit? The giant beast can tear apart the train, but this person is suppressing the beast to the point of being unable to resist. My heavens, he smashed the beast's head with a single punch. Is it real or fake? The simulated images created by Fu Yao were so lifelike that an average person could not distinguish them. As the battle grew more intense, the human combatants displayed immense power, leaving large groups of giant beasts in distress. In the end, this person generated blue beams of light between his hands, shooting them out to kill a large number of giant beasts, causing a tremendous uproar in the carriage. Is he a god? So powerful. If I could be that strong, I would willingly die outside. This person could probably tear apart a fleet with his bare hands. What is a fleet compared to? He could even tear apart a train with his hands. Facing the crowd's confusion, the screen displayed a level indication: Star Traveler Level 5. Endless enhancement. You are currently merely at the initial stage of ascendance. The ascendant's original intent is to ascend against the heavens, unafraid of the disparity between heaven and earth. After breaking through the ascendant stage, you will advance to Star Traveler, where you can traverse the starry sky comparable to a battleship. More enhancement levels will be displayed online, you can check at any time. The train conductor advises you do not lose hope for the future. Everyone has a bright prospect provided you dare to strive. And he will provide you with the best platform. The carriage fell into silence for a long time, then erupted into enthusiastic cheers that continued for a long time. In the cockpit, Chen An smiled broadly like a proud father. He would never use harsh methods to control the passengers, but instead let them voluntarily serve the train. All current developmental directions were like this. Unlike other trains that exert absolute control fearing rebellion from their subordinates. The essence of Fu Yao civilization is to embrace all things. My ideal is to create the most inclusive train world. Congratulations, Master, you have deviated from the tyrant route and are evolving towards the overlord route. Have I deviated? I don't feel anything. What's the difference between these two routes? The tyrant route will make you exclude alien races, creating a closed kingdom exclusive to yourself. The overlord route will allow you to encompass the universe, creating a better civilization, aiding you in becoming the god of the starry sky. Haha, I haven't thought that far ahead. Let's solve the immediate troubles first. Is that thing still not out? If the Star Hunter beast does not emerge, the fusion crystals prepared by the train cannot be fed. The first giant beast will leave the fusion area in 7 minutes. We are ready. The screen displayed that the Linglong fleet had already set off, equipped with larger fusion crystal launchers. Be careful, don't let my fleet suffer losses. Each crystal battleship is precious, and Chen An cannot bear to lose them. Rest assured, Master, the fleet does not need to approach. 7 minutes passed quickly, and the first giant beast tore through the high-temperature energy barrier, forcing its way out. It roared loudly, and the intense electromagnetic waves, even after being weakened by the train's defenses by 90%, still caused Chen An's eardrums to ache. The giant beast was entirely crimson, as if covered in a layer of lava. Its abdomen had once been blasted open by an extraordinary orbital cannon, and the massive gash had yet to heal, continuously undergoing nuclear fission at the opening, forcing its internal material outward. Energy formed thick red smoke erupting from the front and back gaps. Without Chen An needing to give orders, all crystal battleships, equipped with fusion crystal launchers, quickly found their positions and fired at the giant beast. The fusion crystals were large, but compared to the wound on the beast's abdomen, they were minuscule. Thus, these fusion crystals, which appeared as dust in the eyes of the giant beast, easily entered its abdomen and released energy at the fastest speed under the stimulation of the fission reaction. Chen An could not hear the sound, but could see the shockwave produced by the explosion within the giant beast's body, bulging out in various areas, urgently needing to be released. The giant beast did not know what was happening, but realized that it had excess energy in its body. It immediately opened its mouth wide and sprayed energy in the direction of the train, with a red beam of light over 100 meters wide impacting the train's body. The train remained unscathed, because Fu Yao had long been prepared, timely activating the electromagnetic shield to perfectly resist the energy impact. Within 2 minutes, the first star-hunting beast unleashed increasingly ferocious energy blasts. So powerful they nudged the train half an orbital path closer toward the star. Yet its bodily energy had fallen into severe imbalance. Critically overloaded fusion energy was corroding its physiology, triggering cascading heavy nuclei fission. In desperation, it attempted to tear open its own body and forcibly expel the surging energy. But it was too slow. A chain reaction explosion erupted, obliterating its core at blinding speed. Though a living entity, the star-hunting beast possessed a vital organ analogous to a heart, As energy instability deepened, this weak point collapsed, beyond recovery. In the final 10 minutes, Chen An watched the beast die. Not in radiant glory but in dim, fading stillness. The first star-hunting beast has perished entirely. Shall we assist in channeling residual energy to preserve the carcass intact? Preserve it? Absolutely. Its corpse is invaluable. The method was simple. The train deployed energy absorption conduits to draw out the fusion energy embedded within the remains. Can we even repurpose this waste? After a moment's observation, Chen An expanded the extraterrestrial feed. Among the stars, the three-eyed people's train and both celestial patrol fleets had withdrawn far away. Only Chencho remained locked in brutal combat with the second star-hunting beast. Chencho's condition was dire. Nearly half her tentacles had been severed. Hundreds of wounds gaped across her body, each spewing arcs of iridescent light. Pure, uncontrolled energy. Fuyao, accelerate. We must reinforce Chencho. The two star-hunting beasts differed markedly in strength. The second was comparatively weaker. Otherwise, it could never have been held at bay by Chencho alone. Though her tentacles were dwindling, Chencho extended the remnants, piercing the beast's hide again and again, leaving it riddled with wounds. Such injuries barely hindered the beast. With colossal pincers, it methodically sheared off her remaining limbs. Her golden tentacles were nearly gone. Most had reverted to their base form. Fragile, unarmored, and weak. Sensing imminent death, Chencho did not yield. She pressed forward, relentless. You slaughtered my entire kin. I will have vengeance. Hatred is never forgotten, only buried, biding its time. Chencho had witnessed her people's annihilation firsthand. Her current foe was the offspring of the very star-hunting beast that destroyed them, and she had long since descended into madness. It mattered little that her tentacles were spent. She coiled her body into a sphere shielded by a shimmering golden aura and hurled herself headlong at the beast. Dismissing her as insignificant, the beast swung its massive pincer, slamming her aside. Unfazed by the impact, her shield held. Chencho charged again. Back and forth they clashed, locked in stalemate. Yet over time, endurance would inevitably favor the beast. By then, the Fuyao train had arrived nearby, its hull pulsing with ethereal blue luminescence. Chencho, you withdraw in 3 minutes. At Chen An's warning, Chencho regained lucidity and replied gravely, understood. Chen An sensed the tremor beneath her voice, yet said nothing more, only waited. 3 minutes elapsed precisely. Chencho withdrew on schedule. The beast lunged after her, but a searing blue beam lanced from the train, piercing its skull without resistance. All units, engage. The cranial penetration did not kill the beast. It merely induced neural stasis, freezing its motor functions temporarily. During that window, every weapon system in proximity opened fire. Laser cannons, electromagnetic railguns, and all other transcendent rail artillery discharged in sequence. The Linglong fleet converged into a unified Linglong vessel, generating deterrent force rivaling a Tier II transcendent rail cannon. Chen An concealed none of this power from the three-eyed people or the Safi civilization. Yang Dingtian and Roy stood dumbstruck. They had never imagined Chen An's might had ascended to such heights. With no allies required, his solitary train stood capable of confronting a star-hunting beast alone. We must assist immediately. They piloted their trains closer, unleashing full armaments. Even warships joined the barrage, delivering whatever damage they could muster. Against this overwhelming barrage, the star-hunting beast endured catastrophic trauma. The entirety of its outer carapace shattered beyond recognition. Yet even then, once the Fuyao train's transcendent rail cannon fell silent, the beast instantly re-established cerebral control and surged toward the train. A maelstrom of violent electromagnetic waves erupted, inducing devastating oscillations that disabled entire squadrons of warships. In response, Chen An ordered the train to retreat and activated its electromagnetic shield. Suddenly, the beast halted, its body ensnared by Chencho's remaining tentacles. Her fangs bared, her eyes blazing like twin suns. Enraged, the beast twisted its mangled head and roared at her. Chencho answered with a roar of her own, then dragged the vastly larger creature backward inch by grinding inch. When distance closed, she launched herself wholeheartedly, a spherical projectile hurtling straight into the beast. It struck with planetary force, toppling the towering monstrosity mid-galaxy and shattering its aura of invincibility. For the next 10 minutes, Chencho dominated the beast, stabbing repeatedly with her tentacles until its vital organ lay utterly destroyed. Chencho, the beast is dead. Stand down. Still entranced in battle frenzy, Chencho was gently roused by Chen An. Oh, I'm exhausted, she murmured, then sank her teeth into the carcass, devouring its residual energy. With victory secured, Chen An exhaled in quiet relief. Yang Dingtian remarked, my prophecy confirms the next 3 days will be safe. Chen An replied, safe is good. Immediately replenish all energy reserves. This engagement drained us severely. The warship sustained no structural losses, only energy needed restoring, making this for Chen An an unqualified triumph. He returned to his cabin for tea, then re-entered the cockpit and asked Fuyao, Does that thing have edible flesh? Star-hunting beasts possess consumable tissue, but extreme radiation necessitates specialized processing. Arrange it, distribute portions to all passengers, and don't forget the other trains. Reserve enough for Chencho's chrysalis formation. Wait. Reverse the priority, ensure Chencho's metamorphosis first. Only then consider consumption. Computation confirms optimal allocation. Would you like the star beast's brain? What use is it? You are now a 7th-tier ascendant undergoing cerebral enhancement. The star beast's brain accelerates this process. So, like cures like, don't turn me into that. Not like cures like. Rather, the brain contains unique neuromediators that catalyze cerebral fortification. Can Fei consume it? Fei may. Her psychic faculties will strengthen. Luo Yu may not, or her physiology cannot withstand it. Chencho may partake, though effects will be negligible. She surpassed cerebral enhancement long ago. Chen An replied, then store both brains. For now, extract only a small portion and steam it. He chuckled. Luo Yu's prophecy hinted at this moment. Pity she can't savor it yet. 3 hours later, a steaming basin brimmed with star beast brain. Rich, aromatic, intoxicating. Fei wrinkled her nose. It looks revolting. Chen An, already having tasted it, smiled. If you won't eat it, it's all mine. I'll try just a bite. After tasting, Chen An realized he couldn't compete. She devoured it voraciously. Stop. Just one bite. You'll rupture your meridians. This energy is dense. Fei indeed felt bloated. Though craving more, she reluctantly ceased. Brother, is there any left? The vault holds plenty. I'll prepare more for you later. Fei narrowed her eyes and wrapped him in a warm embrace. Everyone hurry to the market to collect meat. Each person is only entitled to 2 tails based on their identity. The ripe star beast meat, who knows how much there is, first come first served. Passengers rushed madly toward the market to claim the star beast meat distributed by the train. Experienced ones returned to the carriage to eat, while inexperienced ones wolfed it down on the spot, resulting in bloating and pain, collapsing in agony. The robots paid no attention to this, as the pain would not last long, and afterward it would significantly enhance the passengers' physical constitutions. In the following 3 to 4 hours, almost all passengers had eaten the star beast meat. Their physical conditions were greatly enhanced, leading to numerous breakthroughs. Chen An received the data. In just 3 hours, over 80,000 people had broken through to the 6th level. What terrifying efficiency! Will there still be effects if they continue eating? The higher the level gap, the stronger the effect of star beast meat, but the extraordinary will gradually develop a tolerance to the same type of meat. Alright, relying on crazy meat consumption for reinforcement is not reliable. An occasional meal will suffice. Chen An did not level up. He remained at the 7th level. However, Fei leveled up, just breaking through to the 6th level. She had a full supply of resources every day, so her leveling efficiency was naturally faster than that of the Zixing people. However, Luo Yu was a bit slower, still only at the 5th level, having eaten nearly 10 pounds of star beast meat with no results. The only change was that the flowers on her body became more vibrant. Oh, Chen An always felt like there was a tree growing at home. Chen An, my flowers are about to wither. Do you want to eat them? Chen An was leaning on the sofa drinking hot tea, and he spluttered it all over the table. What do you mean? Luo Yu shyly sat beside him and said, my flowers are edible. They are like breast milk among humans. Would you like to give it a try? Chen An exclaimed, this is not a fitting analogy. They are not the same at all. By the way, what do they taste like? It smelled very fragrant. For the past 2 days, due to Luo Yu's presence, the rich floral fragrance had permeated from the living room to the cockpit, making it particularly pleasant. Seeing that Chen An was interested, Luo Yu plucked a flower from her shoulder. Why don't you give it a try? The petals were pink, the size of a thumb, with many fine patterns on them. Chen An took it, hesitating for a long time. If Luo Yu were merely a tree, Chen An would have no psychological pressure whatsoever. But she was not just a tree. She was a Trent, scientifically classified as a spiritual plant life form. At the moment he brought the petal to his mouth, Chen An's mind surged with thoughts. Although a spiritual bond cannot produce offspring, there is still a layer of special relationship that exists. Logically speaking, Luo Yu should bear fruit after blooming. Would the resulting fruit be akin to her children? If the fruit is her offspring, what then are the petals? Chen An suddenly felt a warm push. It was Fei nudging his hand. It's very fragrant and sweet. You'll know once you try it. Chen An raised an eyebrow. Have you tried it? Of course, I want more. At that moment, all psychological issues were resolved, and Chen An placed the petal in his mouth. Chewing it produced an indescribable fragrant sweetness. If it were a regular trance flower, it might be ordinary, but since Luo Yu was extraordinary, the flower she produced was quite special, giving Chen An a refreshing sensation. Spiritual plant lifeforms have a chance of bearing edible fruits which typically possess special effects. Luo Yu's petals can calm the heart and mind. If it were a fruit, the effect would be even better. Chen An had a question regarding Fu Yao's reminder. Didn't they say that after the resurrection reproduction is impossible? The fruit is not a trayant but rather an organ. The rules only restrict the seeds within the fruit from growing into trayants. Chen An was surprised. So does that mean Luo you can bear fruit? The possibility of bearing fruit is very high, but because she is extraordinary the likelihood of fruiting after blooming is extremely low. This was an interesting matter and Chen An informed Luo Yu. Luo Yu was astonished and somewhat bewildered, and she casually plucked a few flowers from her head and gave them to Chen An. Inside the train nothing was amiss. Chen An was more worried about the situation outside with Chen Qiu. She was still absorbing energy. The first star beast had been reduced to a pile of fragments due to her absorption blown across the starry sky by the stellar storm. It's been half a day already. How much longer will she need to absorb? She has reached the limit for cocooning. It is estimated that she still needs 7 hours. It is advised to provide her with some energy crystals. Give as much as she needs, excess supply is fine. Compared to Chen Qiu's role, energy crystals were insignificant. 6 hours later Chen Qiu initiated dialogue with Chen An. Chen Qiu, I will be cocooning in half an hour. This is my most vulnerable time. Can you protect me, brother? Chen An, don't worry. I will definitely protect you. What else do you need? Chen Qiu, I need. She was very shy and hesitated to speak. Chen An understood and released his 4 mental strings, trying his best to cooperate with her. However, Chen Qiu said, I need more stellar energy to help me cocoon, but I can't go over there now. Brother, please give me some. This was somewhat awkward. Chen An retracted his mental strings, and then instructed Fu Yao to open the train's power layer, directly providing Chen Qiu with reserve energy. After all, once used up, it could still be absorbed again. It was no trouble. At this moment Chen Qiu was still in a spherical form lying between 2 meteorites with no tentacles released. 5 minutes later thousands of pipelines stretched toward Chen Qiu releasing energy. The scene was very strange, resembling a construction site pouring cement. Once the energy was absorbed by Chen Qiu, it would forge walls around her glowing red hot. This process lasted for 8 hours, consuming 70% of the train's reserve energy. Once completed, Chen Qiu disappeared, leaving only a fired egg, standing tens of thousands of meters tall. Where is the white cocoon? This is clearly red. Don't worry, master. You'll know when you wake up after a nap. Chen An had his own biological clock, going to sleep on time every day regardless of the stellar light. After sleeping for 5 hours upon waking, he discovered that Chen Qiu's cocoon had indeed turned snow white after cooling. It appeared smooth as jade with a hint of red, exceptionally beautiful. Fu Yao, how long will it take for her to emerge? No less than a month. A new problem arose. Chen An could not wait here for a month. No one knew where the spatial annihilation might occur. What if it happened? It is suggested to create a giant thruster that can push Chen Qiu forward. Although the speed is not fast, it is better than staying in place. If a special situation arises, we can also jump with her. Chen An praised, that's a good idea. Let's make it immediately. While being idle, Chen An also observed the situation of the neighbors. The Safi tribe of the three-eyed people had all eaten star beast meat, gaining considerable enhancement. Overall, the three-eyed people were predominantly at the 5th level, with only about 500 at the 6th level. The Safi tribe was weaker, with only a few at the 6th level, and not many at the 5th level. Most were at the 4th level. It is not that they are too weak, but rather that we level up too quickly. Generally, the passenger levels on a 2-star train are around the 3rd to 4th levels, while those on a 3-star train are around the 4th to 5th levels. Chen An suddenly understood, so the star level of the three-eyed people's train cannot keep up with the passenger levels. Are we not about to level up to 4 stars soon? It requires 1 million 6th level extraordinary beings and 20 instances of warfare to level up to 4 stars. We are still far from that. Just as they were discussing this, a communication from Yang Ding Tian came in. Chen An, what are your views on the opposite sex? After accepting the communication, Yang Dingshan's question left Chen An perplexed. Just sitting and watching. Lying down to watch. Well, in reality, I usually view things with a critical eye. Yang Dingtian continued. Did you settle down before becoming a train conductor? Do you have any children? Settling down is a false proposition. It no longer exists since the awakening era began. As for children, where would I find any? You've reminded me. I could adopt a few children in the future, which would be quite interesting. After hesitating for a while, Yang Dingtian finally awkwardly returned to the main topic. I don't know what kind of girl you like, but I'm preparing to gift you 10 three-eyed females. I hope you will accept them. Chen An's smile faded, and he looked at Yang Dingtian. Compared to his previous spirited demeanor, he now appeared somewhat humble. In that instant, Chen An understood that Yang Dingshan's intention was to please him, though it might not come from genuine feelings. After a long pause, Chen An asked, is this your idea, or is it your family's intelligent brain's idea? Good things should be shared, Yang Dingtian started, but Chen An interrupted him, saying, I want friends with whom I can have equal conversations. I have high hopes for your three-eyed people. The troubles in this stage are only temporary. Yang Dingtian didn't expect Chen An to say such a thing, and after opening his mouth for a long time, he didn't know how to respond. I understand. I'm very sorry. The communication was cut off and Yang Dingshan's expression remained unchanged. Three-eyed people can also be kept as pets. Why wouldn't a master want them? Chen An crossed his legs and rested his feet on the control panel. The first reason I've already mentioned, and the second reason is how could I allow strangers to come and go freely around me? The three-eyed people are not like Fei Yiluyu who are helpless. They have their own tribes. If the three-eyed people were severely injured and only a few survived, then Chen An might consider taking them in. Shortly after, Roy also wanted to give a gift to Chen An. When he saw the female Safi tribe that could wrap around his neck several times, Chen An thanked Roy's family and politely declined. Three-eyed people are actually quite beautiful, possessing a valor and elegance that the Zixing people lack. But where does the Safi tribe get their confidence? They aren't even humanoid beings. Chen An's mind was troubled, so he decided to find Jishu. Jishu asked about Chen Qiu. That monster seems to be the pet of the train conductor. However, I clearly sense that you have some connection with that monster, though the connection isn't very strong. Chen An secretly gave her a thumbs up. That she could perceive it shows her extraordinary enhancement level is quite high. Chen An explained, I often interact with the train conductor, so it's normal to pick up some of their aura. Jishu mumbled, I already know that Kubo Rin Sili-1 is also working for the train conductor. He often takes a spaceship away from the train. What about you? I've noticed that you seem to often stay inside and don't follow the guild on missions. It was getting harder to fool her. Chen An even suspected that when Jishu advanced to a 7th level enhanced brain, she might figure it out. There are tasks within the train as well. For example, the train conductor needs someone to help with daily chores. Don't guess randomly. I'm worried he might find out. The train conductor is very petty. Jishu pouted, thinking of other issues, and said, why don't you go flatter him? Give our scientific guild more benefits. Slap. How about I flatter you instead? Help? 3 days passed in a blink, and the booster carrying Chen Qiu was finally completed. It was a massive alloy container equipped with battleship-level power. When activated, its top speed could reach 1/10 that of the train. Can be taken in at any time, then pushed forward. Chen An asked, I have an idea. Can we attach Chen Qiu's cocoon to the back of the train, so the train can tow her? Theoretically feasible, but excessive speed may affect Chen Qiu's development. The master must make the choice. Chen An didn't think too much about it. Forget it, anyway, I'm not in a hurry. It's only a month at a slow pace. He could travel slowly himself, but other trains might not be willing. Chen An informed Yang Dingtian and Roy of the situation. Yang Dingtian replied, I'm not in a hurry either. It doesn't matter whether it's fast or slow. It's good to have everyone looking out for each other. Roy said, I feel the same. Where brother and goes I go. Traveling with 3 trains has its pros and cons. The advantage is higher safety, while the downside is that resources must be shared among the 3 parties. Chen An figured that since he wasn't short on resources, it didn't matter. The most important thing at this stage was to ensure Chen Qiu's safety. Having 2 more trains escorting was beneficial. Alright, we'll set off tomorrow. In the remaining time, Fu Yao carefully controlled the alloy container to slowly load Chen Qiu's cocoon inside. This process cannot be rushed, or every position must be secured to prevent anything from falling off during the voyage. For safety, Chen An sent out the Linglong fleet to protect it. These battleships could surround the alloy container at any time to enhance defense. The master need not be so anxious. Chen Qiu's own defense is already quite formidable. Only extraordinary orbital cannons and the Star Hunter giant beasts can breach it. That may be true, but it's good to be cautious. Let's recall the other battleships and spaceships, and let Si Li-Wen continue to navigate. The train departed 4 hours later. Apart from adding 2 more trains on the sides, Chen An's team saw little change. Although the speed was slow, it gave Chen An more opportunities to appreciate the starry sky. Fu Yao, let's hold some activities inside the train, such as cultural events. Let them go to the observation deck to enjoy the scenery along the way, then have them write reflections for me. There will be rewards for those ranked higher. Wait, I just thought of a great place. He immediately took Fu Yao and Luo Yu to another observation area behind the training room. This place could directly access the top of the train. It was originally very small, and Chen An had never been interested. However, after several upgrades, the observation area here became large, about 1,000 square meters. Wow, there's such a good place inside the train, Fei Yi exclaimed. The starry sky was right above, surrounded by windows for protection, absolutely safe. One could see the electromagnetic orbital cannon not far away. If the side door was opened, one could even get close. Fei Yi and Luo Yu played around. During the train's slow movement, it wouldn't have too much impact. Brother, doesn't this place need some decoration? We need sofas, good food, and screens. I want to watch movies here. It would be so comfortable. Chen An had the robots immediately transform it into an open-air cinema. Drinking cola, eating popcorn, watching old movies, and occasionally checking on the passengers, Chen An's days were quite pleasant. Whenever he felt like it, he could also connect spiritually on-site, making things easy and comfortable. After 5 days of slow travel, 3 trains docked at a super-large star system along the way which housed life planets. On the planet, there were star beasts, and the trains released various daily tasks as per the normal protocol. To avoid conflicts, Chen An and the other two trains divided the planetary areas with passengers from both sides trying to avoid interference with each other. Half an hour later, Chen An received a communication request from Yongding Tian and Roy. Chen An connected simultaneously and asked what was happening. Yongding Tian inquired, "Why are your people different? What's different?" Yongding Tian was quite surprised. They seemed disorganized, lacking any order. However, the problem is that their hunting efficiency is remarkably high, leaving me in awe. So I wanted to ask how you manage them. Roy added, "I've observed that they seem to form small teams and do not land together, which I find very strange. To them, a team with such poor discipline should not be highly efficient, yet the reality is completely opposite." Chen An did not rush to answer and first brought up the relevant footage. His own passengers were nothing remarkable. It had always been this way. Chen An mainly focused on the Sanyan people and the Safi tribe. In fact, it was quite normal. They hunted as usual after landing on the planet without slacking off. However, in terms of spirit and energy, both the Sanyan people and the Safi tribe appeared overly casual and perfunctory. Chen An countered, "How do you distribute the resources once collected?" Yongding Tian replied, "The collected resources are stored on the train, and then evenly distributed to everyone." Roy said, "I allocate based on labor, and there are full records of the process. This involves the train's management model, and different models lead to different outcomes." Chen An asked, "How do you handle passengers with a higher level of enhancement on your trains?" Yongding Tian replied, "They receive more resources and a higher status." Roy added, "I do the same here." Through repeated inquiries, Chen An understood their management model. It centers completely around the train viewing passengers as absolute tools. Tools do not require excellent treatment, nor do they need any extraneous thoughts. The train treats them as equally as possible. This has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is fewer disputes, making it easier to obey orders during times of war, uniting as one. The disadvantage is a lack of vitality, leading to a monotonous existence that results in mediocrity. Fu Yao provided a deeper evaluation. Their management model is the most common as it allows for maximum control over passengers in the early stages, boosting combat effectiveness to a favorable state. However, this model can lead to tearing or even collapse as the number of passengers increases. If tools are needed, robots are more efficient. The potential of passengers should far exceed that of robots. Chen An summarized the methods and then shared them with Yongding Tian and Roy. They were both quite surprised. Issue currency, establish guilds, create an internal market for the train. It should be quite difficult to operate. But the benefits are clear. Passengers will have sufficient motivation to work, and their talents will be showcased as much as possible. Most importantly, the train's internal environment can develop healthily and sustainably, creating a good ecosystem that won't become chaotic and give me headaches. Yongding Tian was extremely excited and was about to initiate the transformation. The society of the Sanyan people was similar in the past, so it shouldn't be difficult to transform. However, the Safi tribe's model was originally highly centralized, so Chen An's management approach might not be suitable for them. Chen An said, "Just improve based on your current situation. It doesn't have to be a direct copy." Roy made some modifications to the system on the spot and asked Chen An for corrections, this time without relying on Fu Yao. Chen An used his own insights to guide Roy, striving for perfection. Once everything was concluded, Fu Yao praised him. "The master's comprehension ability is very strong. Even without me, you can manage the train well." Chen An rolled his eyes. "Don't talk nonsense. I only know how to theorize on paper. I can't operate in practice." Seize this opportunity to establish an exchange in the Star Domain network. After it's set up, bring in the Sanyan people and the Safi tribe. In the future, if we encounter other trains, we can also let them trade based on the Star Domain network. Unlike the trading market established by Roy back then, Chen An wanted to impose certain restrictions on both online and offline transactions. To trade at the exchange, one must first convert energy crystals into the train's star currency. This is to prevent regrets after the transaction. Upon learning of the exchange's existence, both Yongding Tian and Roy immediately converted 50 million star currency as a show of support for Chen An. This trading method requires authority to protect it, and currently only we can achieve this. I suggest the next step is to improve the distribution system, allowing traded goods to be delivered to other trains. Chen An chuckled. "Isn't that just express delivery? Is it cost-effective? After all, the spaceship consumes energy. As long as the benefits are sufficient, it's always cost-effective." The exchange still requires time to improve. Chen An was not in a hurry, as there weren't many trains coming for trade at the moment. In the following days, the three trains scoured resources nearby and did not rush to leave. On the fourth day of their docking, an incident occurred. The incident was not major, but it was considerable for Chen An. In the lower-level reception room, he wore a serious expression, staring in surprise at the two young girls before him. "How did you get in?" The young girls were Ling Yu and Xia, who rushed over and hugged Chen An's leg without letting go. "Big brother, and this place is so beautiful, way more fun than the compartment." Chen An picked one up in each hand and placed them on the sofa. Let's not change the subject. Fine, I'll just ask Fuyao. Ling, you hacked the main door. How did you hack it? She unintentionally altered the mechanical properties with her own abilities, causing all the electronic locks to open. I remember you saying that anyone attempting to approach my private area would be eradicated. Upon detecting their special identities, the eradication was halted, and you were notified. Chen An let out a sigh of relief. This was because the core function of the main door had not been compromised, and Fuyao was quite clever. If these two girls had truly been eradicated, it would have been a great loss for Chen An. Big brother, and are you the principal? Xia asked timidly, her antennae twisting together indicating her nervousness. Ling Yu suddenly jumped up exclaiming, So big brother and is the train master, oh my. After they were astonished for a while, Chen An had the robot bring out snacks. You can know, but you must not disclose it. Ling Yu looked confused and asked, Why not? Shouldn't such a cool thing be known by everyone? Because I, your brother, am very low-key and don't want to be treated like a pet when I go out. Understand? Xia raised her hand and said, We've never been here before and don't know your identity. Both girls were quite intelligent, but Xia had the highest IQ, possibly the highest on the entire train aside from Fuyao. Fuyao once evaluated Xia, saying that although she lacked special abilities, she could become a super scientist in the future and play a significant role in advancing the train's technology. It was precisely because he discovered these things that Chen An reformed the custody center and even transformed into a principal to occasionally teach in order to cultivate them personally. Haha, but it doesn't have to be so absolute. You can come here in the future, but you must go through the back, not the front door. They cheered. Chen An sent them off with an abundance of delicious treats. As long as they are not frightened. Ling Yu is currently at the 4th level while Xia is only at the 3rd level. Their upgrades are a bit slow, so they can be provided with more resources in school. For the next half day, Chen An officially divided the custody center, separating the school from it. Although it was not a major issue, it caused quite a stir among the passengers. The next day, the train set off again, continuing its slow journey. The slow pace meant it would be harder to encounter resources, so the journey took a full 2 months. Chen An was troubled, having originally thought that Chen Qiu would break free within a month, but 2 months had passed without any progress. Should I provide her with energy crystals? She is developing normally and does not require any energy supplementation. Excessive stimulation could lead to abnormal development. It would be best if she could break free within a month. We should not be far from the next jump point. The sudden alert from Fuyao about detecting intelligent civilization invigorated Chen and bringing him some good news. The stars shone brilliantly against the clear night sky. On the war-torn half-moon star, countless people rose up in defiance on the brink of life and death. The sound of cannon fire boomed as skyscrapers were reduced to rubble. Falling bricks and stones littered the streets, yet they could not halt the half-moon people's resistance against the invasion of the Wa tribe. Laser beams streaked across the battlefield, either emanating from the half-moon people or the ferocious Wa tribe, as both sides engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Within a section of dilapidated wall, soldier Fei, she was bandaging his wounds. His right leg had been grazed by a laser, but fortunately it was not serious. Is there still hope? A dirty old soldier approached, sitting down with a face full of despair. Ever since the Wa tribe declared war on the half-moon people, they had been retreating and had never won a single battle. Noticing Fei's eyes silenced, the old soldier continued to grumble, I heard those officials have already run away. We are just defending in vain, no reinforcements will come. Fei, why don't we run as well? At least hiding in the rear will let us live a few more years. Fei, turned his head, his blue eyes sparkled like stars. He seemed young, with a gaunt face, managing to squeeze out a smile. I may not have family, but I have a fiancée. To ensure her survival, I am willing to fight the Wa tribe to the end. The old soldier spat, habitually cursing, I can't stand you newcomers, so annoying. If you die on the front lines, your fiancée won't even know whose child she's carrying. Fei's eyes expression shifted slightly, but he maintained his composure without retorting. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, an officer appeared. Block 3 needs support, you all hurry over. The soldiers had barely rested before receiving the order to move out immediately. Half-moon people. Wa tribe. The screen in Chen An's control room displayed information about these two races quite clearly. The half-moon people looked humanoid, with snow-white skin, pointed ears, and a short tail. The Wa tribe resembled star beasts with round heads, cylindrical bodies, 8 legs, and 4 arms that could transform. Strangely, the Wa tribe had spiral eyes on their heads, with large mouths taking up half their faces, living off minerals. What are they doing? The half-moon people and the Wa tribe are engaged in battle. As the star domain network expanded, the precision increased and the visuals multiplied. The two civilizations occupy different orbits of planets, and their technological levels are not low. However, the Wa tribe is continuously landing on half-moon star. It is rare to see two civilizations in the same star system. Fuyao let Fei assist in gathering as much data as possible about both civilizations. Chen An took a liking to the half-moon people, perhaps they could fill the passenger vacancies. He then connected with Yang Dingtian and Roy to inform them of the situation. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. That's fantastic, there is a significant gap on my train. Roy asked should we intervene immediately. Chen An replied no rush, I am investigating. Soon after, the star domain network broke through the internal network of the two civilizations, massively stealing civilization data. The star system is called the half-moon system, and the half-moon people are its rulers. They have created an exceptionally splendid civilization with a technological level comparable to that of the ancient Kibo people. However, following the experimental malfunction on Wastar, the half-moon people have tasted the bitter fruit. The content was simple. The Wa tribe was created by the half-moon people themselves. A century ago, the half-moon people conducted biological experiments on Wastar. Due to the alien nature of the planet, they acted without restraint, trying to create special troops capable of conquering outer space. After decades, they succeeded in creating the nearly perfect Wa tribe. However, due to the Wa tribe's overwhelming strength, they evolved into a civilization with independent thinking abilities. More terrifyingly, the Wa tribe could reproduce themselves, leading to an increasing population. At first, the half-moon people could suppress the Wa tribe, hoping to regain control. But as the Wa tribe multiplied rapidly, the half-moon people gradually found themselves overwhelmed and began to decline. Yang Dingtian gasped in shock. This is too foolish, or being backfired by the species they created. Roy said this is why, if you do not have sufficient control capabilities, you should not tamper with biotechnology. In my opinion, the Wa tribe is much stronger than the half-moon people. Yang Dingtian replied, but the Wa tribe is too bloodthirsty and xenophobic, making them unsuitable as passengers. And Go, what do you think? Chen An had not replied for a long time because he had just been informed that 4 other trains were also approaching the star system. What kind of trains? For Bubble Tribe trains had already entered the alien zone. Due to the opposing side also having a star domain network, we could not obtain more information. Should we invade violently? Don't rush, let's observe the situation and approach cautiously. Outside the half-moon star system, 4 Bubble Tribe trains slowed down. From the size, it could be seen that only one train was 3-star, while the others were all 2-star. In the cockpit of the 3-star train, the intelligent brain was reporting the detection results to the train captain. The detection revealed that there are 2 types of beings in the star system, namely the half-moon people and the Wa tribe. The half-moon people are carbon-based beings, while the Wa tribe is silicon-based. The 2 great civilizations are at war, with the Wa tribe holding an absolute advantage. The train captain, named Guangling, immediately notified the other train captains to discuss. We do not need carbon-based beings. The Wa tribe looks good and can perfectly fill the passenger vacancies. The numbers are sufficient and we do not need to compete. All trains can be filled. But before that, we need to assess the capabilities of the Wa tribe. If they are too weak, it would be better not to have them. Let's do this. We need to seize the planet quickly. The starry sky will be engulfed within 7 days.